My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 1, Prologue. I open my eyes, seeing a familiar ceiling, and turn my face to look at my computer that was on my personal desk. When did I get home? Rising from my bed I start to think. My memories were scrambled and I couldn't remember anything. Victor. Suddenly I hear a woman's voice. It was an angelic voice, a wonderfully beautiful voice, and she sounded very worried. Ugh. Who? I put a hand to my head when I feel it start hurting badly. I lie on the bed and try to get up, but all of a sudden I feel my hand sinking into the material of the bed. I hear the noise of wood breaking and look in the direction of my hand. I see that my hand has gone through the mattress and broke the wood that supports my bed. I quickly pulled my hand away and I looked, confused, at my mattress that had a hole in it. What's wrong with me? I asked aloud, stunned. I don't remember being so strong. Did something happen to me? I start to question myself, and I try to search my memory. But even though I try to search my memory, I can't find it. It's like something is blocking my memories. I try to form a coherent train of thought as if I'm putting together a puzzle. Let's start at the beginning. I went to the grocery store to buy the food my mom ordered, but I try to continue to form a timeline with my memories, but I don't have time for that when I feel unbearable thirst in my throat. It was like I ran a marathon and needed a drink of water. My throat was parched. I quickly get up, ignoring the sounds of wood creaking from the floor, and grab my bathroom door handle, attempting to open the door, but something amazing happens. The door is literally ripped off the wall. I was shocked at this show of force, but I don't have time to admire it, or even question how I was able to do it. I quickly walk into the bathroom and try to turn on the water tap. As before, the tap broke when I tried to open it and the water started to spew out. I ignored it, and put my mouth into the water trying to drink as much as possible. I looked like a man who was lost in the desert and found an oasis for the first time in days. I feel the cold water from the tap entering my mouth and seeping down my throat, but the water doesn't seem to satisfy me. I needed more. I needed something to satisfy my thirst. The water didn't seem to be working. Calm down, I hear a woman's voice. It was the same voice that called my name when I woke up. Suddenly, as if it were a misleading lie, the thirst I had been feeling earlier disappeared. I fall to the ground and start to inhale and breathe heavily. Who's there? I asked out loud, but I didn't hear an answer. I take a deep breath and sigh. Just what in the name of God is happening? I look at the overflowing water and realize I couldn't leave it like this. I carefully turned off another valve that was located near the floor, and soon the water stopped pouring. I sigh in relief and get up off the floor. I turn to look at myself in the mirror, and what I see surprises me. Is that me? I look a little taller. I have a well-defined body with muscles in the right places, six-pack abs and muscular arms. What stood out the most in my appearance is the incredibly pale skin. It's like I'm missing most of the blood in my body. I used to look like a dead creature from a disease that gave me anemia, an extremely inconvenient disease and in some cases deadly. But this is another level. I look like I don't have any blood in my body. I also noticed that my face is more defined, and my blue eyes and black hair have gained more shine. Did the former 21-year-old who was skinny and looked like a teenager grow up to be an athletic-looking man in just one night? What happened? Was I kidnapped by the government and drafted into the super soldier program? Victor, what's going on? Why all the noise? I look towards where I hear another voice and I start to breathe heavily. My throat starts to get thirsty again. I look through the wall and see the image of a human, and I can see her heart beating in a very attractive rhythm. I could see the person's entire body with a red vision. It was like the world around me had changed, and I could see the heart that was glowing a more vibrant red. It was like it was inviting me to rip it out and drink it. Victor? What's happening? What was that noise? Hearing my mother's voice, I woke up from my inebriated state. Mother. I responded in the most normal voice I could muster, but it was obvious that I failed. Victor. Open the door, what's going on? I look at my reflection in the mirror and notice that my eyes have changed to blood red. Oh. Shit. Realizing what happened to me changed me in many different ways, I started to think rationally. I try with all my strength to resist the temptation to leave the room and rip my mother's heart out. First, I must calm my mother down and get her out of here. Mom, I'm busy right now. Realizing I was speaking normally again, she visibly calms. At least that's what my new red vision implies. I can't see her expression, but I can see her heart beating at a slower pace. Can you open the door? I can't, I'm not wearing clothes right now, I said in an uncomfortable voice. Oh, she suddenly turns and starts heading towards the stairs. I was confused for a moment. Why did she give up so easily? Make sure you take out your trash. I don't want to clean your fluids. That's your girlfriend's job. If you have one, of course. Oof, I feel an arrow in my chest for some reason, but, strangely, it helped me calm down. I grow a little smile. My mother has no mercy and speaks her mind. She's very honest. That's the quality I like most about her. Though, I won't deny that I am often irritated with her honesty, but living 21 years of my life under her roof, you get used to it. Anyway, I look at the clock and see that it's morning. I need to go to college, but I don't think I'm able to go out on the street right now, and I look at my room and see the mess I made. The floor was broken, the door was ripped out, the bathroom was flooded. I need to organize this mess. 2 hours later. When tidying my room, I found out several things about my new self. I had more strength, much more strength than I had previously. Because of this change, I'm having trouble controlling myself. Before I used X-Force and I could open my bedroom door without breaking anything, but if I use the same force now, the bedroom door will literally be ripped off the wall. My senses like hearing, smelling, sight, etc. They're much more sensitive. My hearing isn't on the level of the comic book scout friend who wears blue and red and has the S symbol on his chest. That guy could hear the entire planet. As far as I've tested, I can hear everything that's going on in my house and in the surrounding neighborhood. It's annoying. I hear multiple voices at the same time and I can't discern who's who. Because of that, I tried something. I focused all my attention on a porn video that I opened on my computer called The Hardest Game in the World. Do I look stupid? Yes, but it worked. Men are easy creatures to grab attention from. My sense of smell has also improved, but the only thing I can smell from several kilometers away is blood. I can't differentiate the scents either. Another thing I learned is that I have another kind of vision. When I switch to this vision, the world turns red and I can see everything around as if there were no walls. And, in this world, I can see human silhouettes. When I focus on these beings, I can see their hearts glowing bright red. I just tested this for a few seconds. I don't want to risk getting thirsty again. And yes, I know shit happened to me. I became a vampire, or something like a vampire. The features are very obvious: pale skin, red eyes, better physical conditioning, and an insatiable thirst. Knowing this, I have a starting line in my reasoning. First, let's see what weaknesses I have. The most obvious weaknesses from vampire books are garlic, the cross of Jesus, or something related to God, sunlight, and I can't enter someone's house uninvited. Also, running water. Some weaknesses may seem stupid, but I need to test them all. First, the cross of Jesus. I look at a necklace that is hanging on my computer screen. On that necklace there is a cross. I slowly touch the necklace and I feel nothing. Next. Running water. Well, I drank tap water. I guess that counts as a no. I don't know. I need to go to a pool or river that has running water and test. Let's leave this weakness for another time. Next on the list is garlic. I remember I bought garlic pizza 2 days ago. I walk towards the small fridge in my room and pick up the garlic pizza I had bought. Smelling the pizza with my nose, I feel like throwing up, but I also don't feel anything else, like a sudden weakness or something. I think the urge to vomit was because my appetite changed. I try to put the pizza in my mouth and as expected, my body instantly rejects the food. I ran towards the bathroom and spit the pizza into the toilet. How disgusting, I said with a nauseous face. Why do I feel like I've eaten an out-of-date fish? My stomach churns, and I feel like throwing up. I quickly started to inhale and take deep breaths. A few minutes later repeating this process, the urge to vomit passed. In the future, I must test whether whole garlic has any effect on me. Thinking about it now, that was stupid. What kind of vampire would have weakness to garlic pizza? Anyway, the next weakness is the sun. I walk towards my bedroom window, which is located on the wall where my bed is positioned. I climb onto my bed and open a small gap in the curtain for the sunlight to enter. I swallow my saliva. I am a little scared of disappearing. After all, the biggest weakness of vampires is sunlight, but I need to know, and I think just putting my finger in the sun shouldn't cause any problems, right? Slowly, I bring my finger closer to the sunlight. When there was only 1 cm left until sunlight touched my finger, I stopped. No, I need to know, don't be a chicken, Victor. I put my finger in the sunlight and nothing happens. I don't feel my finger disappear, and I don't feel that intense pain that I expected. I sigh in relief. I look at my window curtain and open it. As soon as the sunlight enters my room, I feel the sun bathing me in warmth and touching my entire body, yet, I feel nothing. For some reason, I felt like I should praise the sun right now, but I'm not going to do that. What if someone saw me? I lie down on the bed and look up at the ceiling. With no other obvious vampire weaknesses, I don't want to try to decapitate myself or rip my heart out. I'm not crazy enough for that. What am I? I say to myself out loud. This morning was weird. For some reason, I don't remember what happened yesterday and I woke up with the characteristics of a vampire. But I also didn't have the obvious weaknesses of a vampire. Am I reading too many books? But, hey, at least I don't glow in the sunlight. I laugh at my own lame joke. I close my eyes, and slowly, I drift off to sleep. Previous index. Net wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 2, Awakening. Night. I open my eyes and get up from my bed. I hold my throat, feeling an unbearable thirst. This time I felt like I couldn't control myself. I feared for my family's life, that I would do something myself, an action I would regret forever. I open the window, position myself at the edge, and jump. I don't know how much force I put in, but I felt the window frame crack a little, and soon I was in heaven. At night, I felt stronger, my senses increased. Before, I could hear my whole neighborhood, but now I don't know what the limit is. I also had no control over my feelings. I actually tried to control myself, but the bloodlust was holding me back. It was like I tried to drive a car, but I was too drunk to achieve any control. I was freaking out from the smell of blood. I need blood. I need blood. Without me realizing it, sharp fangs started to grow in my mouth. I fell on top of a building and felt the crash of concrete breaking, but I ignored it and ran towards the stronger smell of blood. I don't know how long it took. My consciousness was almost fading, but I did my best to keep my consciousness active. I refused to become an animal overpowered by thirst. Soon, I was in a dark alley. Slowly, my world starts to change to the color of blood, and soon I see 4 silhouettes. 3 men and 1 woman. 2 men are holding the woman's arms, and another man is holding a knife to the woman's neck. I looked at the hearts of the 3 men as if watching prey. They looked just like my mother's, with the only difference being that the light of their hearts was weaker. Hey, who are you? Get out of here. They said something, but I didn't care. I looked at the woman and realized she was weird. She didn't have a red light in her heart. Did she have a red light in her neck? For some reason, women attracted me more than men. One of the men walks towards me with a knife in his hand. He approaches me but stops walking when I look at him. Without my noticing, a predatory smile appeared on my face, and in that smile, they could see that my teeth looked sharper than a normal human. My teeth looked like a shark's, teeth that could easily tear through flesh and bones, and that sight startled the 3 bandits. The bad guys' faces started to change. They looked like they saw their worst nightmare manifested in front of them. A monster, the thug who was holding the woman spoke. He tried to run away, but he couldn't. He was paralyzed. My smile grows abnormally when I feel the fear of the bad guys. I walked calmly towards them. They couldn't get away. By the time they looked into my eyes, they were already trapped like pigs being brought to the slaughter. With a display of supernatural speed, I appear in front of the bad guy with the knife. With a speed that he can't react to, I pierced his chest with my hand and pulled out his heart. Holding the man's heart in my hand, I felt the heart beating in an attractive rhythm, but for some reason, the man's blood didn't interest me. I opened my hands and the man's heart dropped to the ground. H-huh. The movement I made was so fast that the bandit's own body didn't have time to react to what happened. All the bandit saw at the end of his life was the predatory smile and red eyes of the freak that attacked him. Hi. The thug who was holding the woman screamed like a scared little girl and tried to get away, but like his friend, he couldn't run. This time, I disappear in front of the thug and appear behind him, and soon his vision starts to spin. It was as if he had lost his balance, but before the thread of life faded from his eyes, he realized that his head had separated from his body. I grab his head and use my tongue to lick the blood off his face. After all, I was curious about the taste, though I didn't feel like drinking his blood, but soon my expression distorted in disgust. Disgusting. I spit on the floor in disgust. It feels like I've eaten a bad hamburger. Now, I understood why I wasn't interested in these men's blood. I look at the last bandit left. Using my arm like a sword, I cut the bandit in half. The bandit looks down and sees his body falling towards the ground. In the end, he can't even say anything. I was intoxicated by the pleasure of killing and the smell of blood in the air. My consciousness was in a state in between wakefulness and sleep. From my perspective, it felt like I was dreaming. Ha 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 ha, I hear a woman's voice laughing. I look at her. My vision slowly returns to normal, and I see a beautiful pale woman with long white hair that is tied in a ponytail that reaches the floor. She has vibrant violet eyes, a nice figure, modest breasts, and an ass big enough that it can't be hidden by the black dress she's wearing. Was she wearing a dress with a tie? Her outfit looked like goth cosplay. She's also tall, just a little under my height. I don't know how tall I am now, but before my transformation I was 175 cm. I look around 180 cm now. As predicted, you exceeded my expectations, Victor. Hearing her voice again, I suddenly remembered the voice from when I woke up this morning. You dash. When I was going to question her about the doubts I had, she put her finger to my lips. Shoo. You must quench your thirst first. My blood will tell you everything you need to know, darling. Suddenly, she reached for the buttons of the dress she was wearing and started to undress. Slowly she showed some of her neck. Seeing that pale skin and smelling her a lot stronger than before, I swallow hard. My senses were going crazy. All I wanted was to sink my fangs into her neck. While keeping the flirtatious smile on her face, she said, "Come." I hug her with all my strength and bite her neck. Ah. You are being very violent. I ignored what she said and started drinking her blood. It was the most delicious thing I've ever tasted in this life. I felt like I was eating a 5-star dish made by the most renowned chef in the world, but it wasn't just that. I felt a connection forming. I felt her whole existence. It was a euphoric feeling. It was like a drug you couldn't stop taking. Her blood tasted so good. Looks like you like my blood. That's good. She spoke with a flirtatious smile. I suddenly felt a bite on my neck. Everything I was feeling from drinking her blood suddenly intensified. The blood tasted 100x better. Our connection increased and we became one. It was weird, but it wasn't bad. Actually, it was really good. Suddenly a set of memories started to enter my mind. I was in a place that I know well. This was the market I always go to when my mom needs to buy supplies. Apparently, I was seeing this woman's point of view. Are you sure? A woman's voice asked. She sounded quite unsure. Yes, I will make him my darling. The white-haired woman spoke with a loving smile. Suddenly the vision changed and I was in an abandoned building. Looks like the woman took me to some abandoned place. She bites her finger with her thong, and soon the blood starts to drip. When the blood falls to the ground, something like a magic circle forms. When she looks at the ground, I see my old body lying there, and did I look hurt? My arm had a big cut like a wild animal had clawed me. I could tell that I would have died from blood loss at any moment. When the circle formed on the ground, she bit her wrist. As soon as red blood started coming out of her arm, she brought her arm closer to my body and let her blood fall into my mouth. She sits on my body, lifts me off the ground, hugs me, then she says, "Victor, you're going to be reborn. I'm sorry about this." Suddenly, she breaks my neck. It stays connected to my body, and soon something happens. My body starts to regenerate at an unbelievable speed and the magic circle starts to spin on the ground. When my body stops regenerating, the magic circle suddenly disappears. The woman displays a satisfied smile. Success. Suddenly, I open my eyes, and I realize that they are blood red. I get up quickly and hug the woman, then I bite the white-haired woman's neck. Ah. I finish biting the white-haired woman and the memories of the other person disappear, or she just stops sharing. Before I can figure out what happened next, the world around me starts to crumble and I wake up in the dark alley I was in earlier. What happened after I disappeared? Victor, do you want to kill me? You are already satisfied, right? She spoke with a playful smile. I stop biting the white-haired woman and look at her. I have a lot of questions on my mind now, but first, what's your name? The woman displays the most beautiful smile I have ever seen. Violet. Violet Snow. The violet ice flower? Fancy name, huh? I commented with a small forced smile. My family is quite peculiar. She laughed. I bet it is, I commented with the same smile, so I give my name too. Victor Walker. The walking Victor? That is very simple, she commented with a small laugh. Well, my family are simple people, I commented with a shrug. Now that I've calmed down, I look at the corpses and feel my stomach churn at the sight. I feel like throwing up, but at the same time my body refuses to let anything out, after all. I was just nauseous. It was like I had taken a long 24-hour car ride, and I needed some air. I had mixed feelings about the situation, internally. I didn't care about the death of strangers, even though those deaths were caused by myself, but my rational mind knew that was wrong. But, honestly, I was just confused by everything that was going on, and I didn't care about those dead men. Violet, seeing my confused face, proposes, "Let's change locations." I nod in agreement. She approaches me, and says, "Try to follow me, I'll slow down." Violet suddenly, with a small impulse, jumps towards the building's roof. I try to do the same, but the ground around me ends up breaking. Looking at this, I realize how I have no control of my strength. Leaving it aside for now, I start following Violet. I know she was the woman who made me what I am now. I should be suspicious of her, but for some reason, I can't do it. It's just a feeling, but I feel like I've met this woman once in the past. I just don't remember when. Well, baby steps, one baby step at a time. I know absolutely nothing right now to make a decision. For now, let's follow this beautiful vampire. Info. The sociopath is a term used to describe someone who has an antisocial personality disorder. People with this disorder, also called sociopathy, lack empathy. They cannot understand the feelings of others. The functional sociopath designates a person who, despite suffering from sociopathy, has this situation under control, i.e., the effects of sociopathy do not greatly affect their interaction with other people. Previous Chapter 3, Violet Snow. I accompanied Violet to a mansion similar to those you would only see in movies. The place was absurdly huge. How many rooms does this place have? Just from the size of the garden and the statue of a woman in the middle of the garden, I realized this place must have cost a lot of money. The moment I tried to enter Violet's house, I was prevented from entering. Soon I remember the weakness of vampires who can't enter other people's houses without being invited. It seems I have that weakness too. Violet looks at me for a moment just as a woman who was dressed as a French maid appears. The moment the woman enters my vision, I realize she's not a vampire. She has blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, blue eyes, and a modest body. She looked to be between 21 and 30 years old. Her height was a little short. I think she was 170 cm. Miss Violet, I see you have brought a guest. The maid spoke in a neutral tone that held no feeling. Natalia, can you invite him in? Violet spoke in a friendly tone. Yes, Miss Violet. She said while looking at Violet. You can enter. When the maid spoke these words, I felt as if a force that was preventing me from entering had disappeared. Come on, Victor. You must have a lot of questions, right? Violet spoke with a gentle little smile. I nod in agreement. I walk towards Violet and start to follow her. While I was walking towards Violet, I felt the maid look at me like she was sizing me up or something. Passing the maid, Violet and I walk towards a living room. She points to a plush-looking sofa and asks me to sit down. I nod my head in agreement. As I take a seat on the couch, I see Violet walking up beside me and sitting down next to me. Her scent. Her scent is very alluring. I shake my head several times in an attempt to control my impulses. Heh, you are controlling yourself very well despite being a newborn. She commented with a small surprised smile. I was thinking you would jump on me and ravage me on this couch for all the servants in this mansion to see. Too bad. This woman. I feel my eyes twitch a little when I hear what she says. Although I find that offer attractive, I'm not an exhibitionist, and I want answers. You're honest, huh? She blinked a few times as she responded with a pretty smile. Try to live with a woman who only speaks her mind for 21 years of your life, you will inevitably pick up on some of her traits. I spoke with a shrug. For some reason I felt the temperature around Violet start to warm up. Heh, I wonder who this woman is. She spoke as her eyes were hidden by her hair. She is my mother, of course. Suddenly the temperature around her started to return to normal, and Violet looked up smiling. Oh, she's your mother, of course, she's your mother. I forgot you had a mother. She nodded her head several times as if she understood something very important. And you're also a virgin, so, of course, you don't have a girlfriend. How do you know I looked at her in disbelief. How does she know I didn't have girlfriends? Oh, only humans who are virgins can be turned into vampires. That's why I know you're a virgin. That's not what I wanted to know, but whatever. This is new to me. I thought vampires could turn any human into a vampire, but there is this restriction. Huh. Realizing I was silent thinking about something, Violet starts talking. Before I start explaining, you know what we are, right? I honestly answer, a vampire. Or something like a vampire. Oh. Why do you think that? I organize my thoughts and respond. First of all, I don't have the weaknesses of movie vampires like for example, garlic, sunlight, running water, the cross of Jesus, etc. For some reason, Violet opens her eyes wide when she hears what I said. And I've never seen a vampire with the ability to see the red world. Of course I was talking about the movies I've watched, but Violet seems to ignore that. Red world? Violet asked. I elaborate, for some reason, when I'm excited by the smell of blood, the way I see the world changes and turns red. In this world, the walls seem to cease to exist, and I just see a plane with various silhouettes of the humans. And, when I look at the hearts of humans, I can see their red hearts beating like they are inviting me to drink that person's blood. For lack of better names, I call that world the red world. I guess I should call it vampire vision in the future. But that's not right, after all it seems to be my power alone. I'll think about that later. I look at Violet, precisely speaking, I look at Violet's neck, but you're the only one who is different. When I look at you with that vision, I can only see your neck glowing red. Violet looks at me like she's looking at a rare animal. As I thought. It seems like it was the right decision to turn you into a vampire. You are more special than I thought. And, you also inherited my characteristics, she said, excitedly, as she hugged me. Woman, explain to me what's going on. I said as I pulled her face away from my neck, this woman is thirsty for blood. Cough. Violet pretended to cough and leaned away from me. She assumed a noble woman's posture and started talking. This posture would be more convincing if she wasn't in my lap, but I'm not complaining. Let's start at the beginning. There are two kinds of vampires in this world, the noble vampires I'm a part of, and the plebeian vampires that you'll one day meet. The two species are the same, but at the same time different. For example, noble vampires can have children and, without exception, the noble vampire's child will have the same characteristics as his noble father or mother, with the only difference being that the characteristics of the child will be much stronger. The Snow family has the fire trait. We can control fire and we have full immunity to the sun. Normally this trait wouldn't be passed on to other vampires my family has raised, but you seem to be different, she said in a happy tone. I opened my eyes a little. That means I inherited. Yes, you inherited my trait. All vampires without exception have a weakness to the sun. Only a few families have a certain resistance to sunlight, but only my family has full immunity to sunlight. I swallow hard for a moment when I think of the bullshit I've done. Just out of curiosity, what happens when a normal vampire is bathed in sunlight? Violet smiled gently. They turn to ashes. Jesus Christ. That was close, really. I almost turned to volcanic ash. But Snow, the characteristic of her family is the opposite of the meaning of her name. Just like I said before, my family's characteristic is to control fire. She raises her hand and a fireball appears in her hand. My family is very feared in the vampire world. After all, with a small ball of fire, we can burn a vampire to ash. She spoke with a predatory smile full of shark-like teeth. What's the difference with plebeian vampires? I asked. They can't have children, and they get characteristics according to their personality. The plebeian vampires are usually the vampires that the noble vampires have created. So, I'm a plebeian vampire? I asked, confused. After all, I wasn't born a vampire. Yes, and no. Violet spoke. You were born a plebeian vampire, but since you inherited my trait, that makes you a noble vampire. Remember that red world you talked about? She spoke in a sensual tone as she breathed close to my ear. Yes, I reply in a flat voice trying to ignore her teasing. That's your plebeian vampire trait. You gained that trait when I turned you into a vampire. Do you remember your immunity to sunlight? She asked as she licked my ear. When Violet licked my ear, it felt like a surge of electricity went through my entire body. Feeling Violet's panties rubbing against my little brother, I can't help but get excited. Yes, I replied a little breathlessly. I didn't even realize I had held my breath. You inherited this trait from me. Normally that's not possible, but you're special. Your blood is special. She licked my neck. Just because you have full immunity to sunlight, that makes you a noble vampire of House Snow. Am I special? Is my blood special? What the hell is this woman talking about? Despite being aroused and my urges freaking out telling me to bite Violet, I could still think somewhat clearly. Let's save the boring explanation for later. Violet pulls away from me. I look at her face and see that it was a little red and she was breathing heavily. She was clearly turned on and felt bloodlust. She put her hand on my shirt and rips. She opens her mouth and I can see her teeth transforming. They got sharper, just like mine. Her teeth seemed capable of tearing flesh easily. She bites me with those teeth that look like those of a shark. I only feel the pain for a moment, but soon a wave of pleasure spreads through my body and I grab Violet's ass. I get up from the couch holding us and throw her back onto the couch. While doing all these moves, she hasn't stopped sucking my blood. I rip off her goth dress and soon an elegant black bra appears. I open my mouth and I feel my teeth change and my vision shift to blood red. As I look around the mansion with my eyes, I see all the people hiding behind the mansion wall. It made me lose the urge to bite Violet, and a wave of annoyance began to spread through my body. Doing the math, I see 4 female silhouettes and 2 male silhouettes. Only one silhouette had their heart glowing red. I assume this is the maid I saw when I entered the mansion. The rest must be vampires. For some inexplicable reason, I was annoyed. I was extremely annoyed. I know I'm not an exhibitionist, but these emotions don't make sense to me. It's like a little problem is going up 500x because of my emotions. I look at a silhouette that has a red glowing mark on its neck. I see that person's silhouette shiver for a moment. A bloody atmosphere began to leave my body, and I spoke with an irritated growl, leave. I've seen the silhouette shake several times, but the male silhouette clenches his fists tightly and remains in place. Is it that annoying because he didn't leave? Annoying, irritating. Noticing the irregularity in my emotions, Violet stops biting me and looks up to where I was looking with glowing red eyes. Leave. As soon as she orders, the people behind the walls disappear. Ignore them, they're just protecting me. My family is overprotective, you know? She giggled a little with her lips full of blood. She pushed me down on the couch again and showed her neck, eat. The feeling of annoyance begins to subside, and soon my impulses start to trigger again, and soon I bite Violet's neck. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 4, an incredibly beautiful woman. I don't understand, I said out loud with my head in Violet's lap. After our blood-sucking session, I lay in Violet's lap while she stroked my hair. What do you not understand? She spoke in a maternal tone. My emotions. I said, then continued, I've always been a calm, rational person. My mom always taught me to use my head in any kind of situation, but I don't understand why I'm losing control of my emotions. It's a very strange feeling. Violet, who was still wearing a black bra, looks at me and flashes a small maternal smile. You're doing better than most newborns, don't worry, this is normal. This is normal? I questioned confusedly. In the vampire movies I watched with my dad, vampires always seem to be in control of their actions. I guess I shouldn't take knowledge of movies to reality, huh? Well, I can't help but list them considering I watched a lot of movies with my dad. He was a hardcore movie fan. Yes, vampires feel things more intensely than a normal human. It's because of this problem that we live in isolation with other vampires. Just imagine, you're walking down the street calmly, and you accidentally bump into a vampire. If that vampire is a newborn, he will be extremely upset and will want to kill you. That is ridiculous. I can't help but comment. Indeed, but it's not just that, love, hate, fun, etc. All of our emotions are amplified. There are a lot of vampires who are crazy because of that. Vampires seem to be a problematic race. Come to think of it, I accepted this situation too easily, huh? Well, it's no use crying over spilled milk. At least now, I won't suffer from constant anemia because of my blood type. Suddenly, I hear footsteps approaching. I look in the direction of the steps and see the blonde maid again. Miss Violet. The blonde maid looks at me and Violet for a few seconds. She looks at Violet again. Miss Violet, please dress appropriately, we have a visitor. Violet looks at the maid with an annoyed look. I realize she wasn't upset with the maid, she was upset with the guest. I get up from Violet's lap and my eyes turn red. As I look toward the mansion's entrance I see the silhouettes of a man and a woman, and both their necks are glowing red. Vampires, huh? I commented in a neutral tone. Violet looks at me with her eyes shining. That skill of yours is quite useful, how far can you see? She looked like a child who found something very interesting, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. I don't know, I've never tested the limits of my abilities yet, I spoke honestly. Violet nods, a little disappointed, and gets up from the couch. The maid approaches a wall and gently pushes a part of it. Soon a wardrobe of black clothes appears. But, for some reason, there are men's clothes too, and the men's clothes are also black. Choose any outfit and get dressed, Victor. I had prepared the clothes for you beforehand, I've wanted to say those words for a long time. She speaks with an excited smile. Choose any outfit? But it's all the same. I look at Violet with a neutral face. When she gets close to the wardrobe, I can't help but think, a long time, huh? Just how long have you been watching me, Violet? Suddenly a woman who is wearing a modern maid's outfit appears at my side. Lord Victor, please dress appropriately for the visitors. They may be lesser beings, or maybe insects, they may even be pigs who came here to be downcast, but you, as a noble vampire, must always dress appropriately. The maid spoke in a neutral tone that held no emotions, but I could feel her contempt for her guest. I look at the maid, she has short black hair, black eyes, and her expression is always set with a poker face. Looking at the maid's features, she looks oriental and she's very short, she must be around 160 cm. What's your name? And Lord Victor? Why are you calling me that? I ask confused. This maid's name is Kagaya, and you are Lady Violet's husband, so, of course, we, as servants, should call you with respect, she spoke as if it were obvious. Hearing what the maid said, I opened my eyes wide and quickly turned to Violet who is being dressed by the blonde maid. Seeing my questioning eyes, Violet displays the most beautiful loving smile I have ever seen, and says. Unlike the movies you've watched in the past, vampires have several restrictions on turning other beings into vampires. The first restriction you already know, the human must be a virgin. The second restriction was created by our ancestors. When creating a new vampire a ritual must be done. When the ritual takes place a magic circle appears on the ground. At this moment the vampire responsible for the ritual must choose whether the human they will transform will become the husband or slave of this vampire. She pauses, slowly her eyes begin to change to blood red, then continues. When I turned you into a vampire, I chose you to be my husband. So it was that magic circle I saw in the memories, huh? Unconsciously, my eyes start to change to red as I look at Violet and I can feel something I can't explain. It is like I'm being filled with another life. It's a really weird feeling, but it's really good. It's the same feeling I get when I feed on Violet's blood, but at the same time different. I can also feel emotions that aren't mine. I feel happiness, love, and obsession coming from Violet. These emotions are so intense that I feel overwhelmed for a moment. Can you feel it? She spoke in a loving voice as she touched the area where her heart was. She was breathing erratically and I could see that the air around her was starting to heat up. Yes, I said honestly. I try to focus on that feeling and I can feel Violet. I can feel all the emotions she is transmitting to me, but, unconsciously, I turn my head and look in a different direction than Violet and I can feel something incredibly faint. It was like I felt a connection somewhere else, an extremely weak connection, but I couldn't pinpoint the location of this connection I was feeling. This is proof of our connection. From the moment I turned you into a vampire, you became my husband for all eternity. You became my darling. I turned to look at Violet. When she spoke those words, she had a crazy smile on her face. It was a dangerous smile. But, at the same time, I thought that smile was beautiful, a very beautiful smile indeed. She definitely had a head problem, and I think that just for the simple fact that I'm taking this very easily, I must have a head problem too. But honestly, I do not mind. I display a small happy smile. It looks like I'll see you for years to come, so I hope you take care of me. Honey? The last word almost didn't come out of my mouth. After all, I didn't know if it was right. I didn't know what it was to have a girlfriend, much less did I know what it was to have a wife, but I felt it was appropriate to call her that way. Suddenly Violet's smile grows erratically. She suddenly appears in front of me and hugs me tightly. Yes. I will take care of you. My darling. It seems I triggered some kind of button in this woman's body. She started hugging me and sniffing me while saying, darling. She dragged her hand all over my body like she was trying to possess me or something. She looked incredibly adorable. Unconsciously I started stroking her white hair. Feeling my hand in her hair, she suddenly froze and stopped moving. She turned her face towards me. As we were almost the same height, I could see her face very close to mine. As I caressed her, I asked, what happened? Why did you stop? Aren't you annoyed or irritated by my attitude? She asked in an untrusting voice. Why would I be? I think you are incredibly adorable, I replied honestly. Ugh, she put her hand to her chest. It was like she had been hit by something in her heart. Yes, indeed. Lady Violet is definitely at a point of no return. Kagaya spoke as the blonde-haired maid approached Natalia. Shoo, and Natalia made a silent gesture to Kagaya. Kagaya just nods. I look at myself and realize I was wearing a black suit. I looked, shocked, at my appearance and at Kagaya's hands holding my old clothes. Wait. That's my underwear. How could I not feel her undressing me? Kagaya made some hand gestures. I am a professional employee of Clan Snow. I would be surprised if Lord Victor could feel me undressing him. These hands have been trained to undress any man or woman no matter what gender. I must comply with my duty properly. As a professional maid I take my duty very seriously. She spoke in a flat, unemotional tone, but I could feel an unshakable confidence in that maid's tone. Okay. I didn't know what to say. Actually, what am I supposed to say? I just thought that and turned to Violet, who was still in a state like she was dreaming. She was giggling in low tones as she spoke quickly. She seemed to be delirious. She's definitely in a state of no return. I think I should notify Lady Violet's parents. Natalia said as she walked towards the door. Well, isn't that interesting? A very dedicated maid, a blonde maid who doesn't seem to care about her master, and a quirky master. I think vampires are weird beings, huh? Although the blonde maid is not a vampire. It took a while for Violet to wake up from her state of illusion, or I don't think she's fully awake yet. We were in a different room, I was sitting on the couch and Violet was sitting next to me as she hugged my arms with a little smile on her face. She looked like a very respected noblewoman. It seems like her attitude I saw a few minutes ago was all an illusion. I look around and can't help but wonder how many rooms does this mansion have. This room looks incredibly similar to the one I was in, but I feel this room is different. For some reason I feel uneasy in this place, it's like I'm being watched. I use my vision that changes my world to blood red, and I could see why I felt that way. This room was surrounded by vampires. I did a brief count and there were 20 vampires. And they were all over the mansion. It looks like this place is bigger than I thought. I look down and see some red silhouettes in the basement too. I also see that the only human in this mansion is Natalia, and she was actually in the basement sitting with 2 more vampires, and she seems to be eating something. Lady Violet, I didn't know you were. Dating Dash, the vampire who was sitting across from me started to speak, but he was interrupted by Violet. He is my husband, she spoke in a neutral tone that carried a lot of happiness. I didn't know you were married, the man spoke. I look at the man who is accompanied by a woman. He is a tall man of 190 cm, with short black hair slicked back. He was wearing a white suit and glasses. Overall he looked like a successful lawyer. The woman, who was looking at me like she was looking at prey, has short black hair, her haircut looks like a Karen's and she was wearing a normal work suit. She's shorter than the man and must be around 170 centimeters tall. Coincidentally, her name was also Karen. Violet displays a small smile and speaks while her eyes are closed. Lucy, I don't think you should know something about my life. Why don't you go back to your mommy who gave you that feminine name? She spoke in disdain. Damn, woman. That was wild. Is it okay to talk like that to a guest? Not that I care. Lucy gently adjusts his glasses as his hands shake a little. Cough. He pretended to cough and looked at Violet. Lady Violet, you're right. He leans back on the couch and says, I came here for one reason only. I want permission to bring a lot of vampires to this town. Oh. I start watching the man. Violet opened her eyes and they were glowing red. Lucy, this is my territory, and I don't accept other vampires in my territory that aren't connected to my family. You know that, and yet you come to ask me about it? Are you looking for war? I wouldn't dare. I intend to live for a few thousand years yet. I don't intend to offend Clan Snow for something small like this. He spoke with a small smile. Violet remains silent and waits for Lucy to continue his words. You know, Lady Violet, I'm a very scared man. I'm very scared of dying and, because of that, I need to defend myself. I don't want to die from a bullet in my head. He spoke while making exaggerated gestures. Violet opens her eyes a little. She seems to understand what he was trying to convey, then she continued in a bored tone, the Inquisition. Previous index knives are beautiful vampires chapter 5, the Inquisition. The Inquisition? I speak to myself out loud. Oh. Lucy claps his hands in a startled gesture. Lord husband doesn't know what that is. How long have you been a vampire? Don't tell me you're a newborn. He spoke in a neutral tone, but it was pretty clear he was trying to tease me. I didn't expect the princess of Clan Snow to have a plebeian husband. I think hell must be frozen by now. The woman next to Lucy said. They're really trying to piss me off, but unexpectedly, I don't feel a thing about them. The feelings I have are something like this. Do you care what a bug thinks of you? I don't care, and I think that's why I don't feel anything. Is this your attempt to provoke me? Childish. I speak honestly. Huh. Lucy exclaimed, a little surprised. I realized the woman was surprised too, but I ignored her. I think they thought I would be angry since, according to Violet, newborns are very likely to lose control of their emotions. I would understand if you were a newborn who was talking to me, but you're an older vampire, right? Why are you being so aggressive? Are you menstruating? Or do you have a dick in your ass all the time? Is this woman not satisfying you? I think I should call little Timmy for you. Timmy? Lucy asked confused. Oh, you don't know the legendary Timmy? I spoke with an unbelieving expression. It was like I was looking at 2 rare animals. I guess that living for so long does not mean that you are a man knowledgeable in modern affairs. I spoke in disdain. Let me enlighten you, my little lamb. Timmy is a church boy, he's 2 meters tall, muscular, and he loves to purge vampires with his holy wand. I think he would love to bond with you. I said with a small smile. Violet inadvertently let out a small laugh for a few seconds, but soon she returned to her noble expression as she kept a small smile on her face. Lucy's smile slowly began to break. Slowly, and as if it were a lie, Lucy's mask began to fall apart. Do you want to die, boy? He spoke with an angry and aggressive tone. In front of me is just an older vampire who is sadistic and likes to kill. Oh. As expected from an older vampire, you're definitely getting senile. I sneered as I ignored Lucy. Lucy, where do you think you are right now? Violet spoke with a small smile on her face that showed all her sharp teeth. The air was suddenly heavy. Lucy could feel killing intent all over the mansion and small beads of sweat began to appear on his face. Realizing the stupid thing he did, Lucy's expression does a 360-degree turn, and soon he starts to smile, gently. Cough. He pretended to cough, and spoke in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry about that slip, Lady Violet. The killing intent disappears as if it never existed, but the atmosphere of surveillance still lingers in the air. Something tells me that if Lucy tries to do something, he won't stay alive for long. Well, I must surely praise how quick he is at controlling his emotions, as expected of an older vampire I guess. Violet, what is the Inquisition? I ignored Lucy, and spoke directly to Violet. The Inquisition is an organization made by the Vatican Church. They train humans to hunt down the vampires that are causing trouble in the human world. They use blessed holy water weapons, and chant Bible verses to cause permanent damage to vampire mind. Oh, so they are vampire hunters, I said carefree. Why was I calm? Well, it's simple, there's no point thinking about a problem that hasn't happened yet, you'll just get stressed out trying to control the things you don't have control over. And, at the end of the day, you become a paranoid and stressed person. The only thing I have to do right now is to learn more about this world and about the changes in myself. After all, I'm still a newborn, a little fish that has just been born in a new lake. Yes, Violet agreed. I reach up to Violet's ear and say, I tested in my room that the cross of Jesus doesn't affect me, so am I immune? You are not immune to church attacks, what you have in your room is just a normal item. The items used by the church are blessed by the Pope himself, the closest figure to God we have in this world. So does God exist? I asked curiously. I don't know, but I think so. After all, those weapons affect us. Violet replies, a little confused. Church, huh? I can't help but think out of curiosity, the church has been active for millennia, so this organization that works for the church must have a lot of influence in the world. Lady Violet, will you accept my request? Lucy asked. Violet looks at Lucy and replies, no, this is my territory and I don't accept other vampires, even if the Inquisition is here, I and my family can handle it. I think this decision is wrong. I don't have much knowledge of the overall situation, but one thing I can say is, I shouldn't trust Lucy. I get a tingling feeling every time I look at him. Oh, I already know. Honey, why don't you give our friend permission? Darling? Violet looks at me with questioning eyes. I just smile at her, she looks at me confused, but she nods, like she's telling me to do whatever I want. Isn't she cute? Lucy, how many vampires do you intend to bring into my wife's territory? I look at Lucy. He evaluates me for a few seconds and responds, 50 vampires. Oh, that's too much. Are they all your offspring? Yes, they are my slaves. I see, you want to protect yourself from the Inquisition, right? We accept your request, you can bring the vampires, but... I look at Kaguya who was behind the sofa, and say a few words, then Kaguya nods and disappears. A few seconds later Kaguya comes back with the city map in hand. I place the map on the table in front of me, and with the pencil Kaguya also brought, I make a big circle on the map. Keep your minions out of this circle, I said while showing a circle on the region map. This circle surrounds Violet's mansion and my house, which for some reason was quite close to this mansion. Lucy looks at the circle on the map and nods his head. He looks at Violet for a few seconds as if asking permission. Violet nods her head in agreement. Soon, he got up from the couch and extended his hand. Thank you very much, Lord Victor. I am indebted to your generosity. I flash a smile and get up from the couch. Don't worry, friends were meant to be helped, right? I look at his hand and shake it in a friendly gesture. I suddenly feel like he put more strength in his handshake. It feels like he's trying to break my hand, but he doesn't have enough strength. Isn't he an older vampire? He must be strong, right? Well, he asked for it. My smile grows unevenly, my sharp teeth start to show, and soon I just put a little more strength in my grip. Crack. His hand is shattered, but everyone ignores it except Violet, who was looking at Lucy as if she were looking at a dead man walking. Lucy looks at his hand for a moment, then he looks at Violet. Until another day, Lady Violet. Violet didn't say anything, she just nodded her head softly. Soon Kaguya escorts the two guests out of the mansion. I sit down on the couch again, and Violet climbs into my lap. What are you planning? She asked as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Bait, Lucy is my worm that will attract the big fish. Violet opens her eyes a little and then she flashes a smile. Aren't you getting used to this vampire thing a little too quickly? Meh, vampires are no different from humans. After all, they were once human. I reply, then I continue. When I went to my mother's work in the past, I learned a few things from the politicians my mother defended in court. Lies and truth are a fine line. Politicians have to live telling lies to get the jobs they have today. Lucy, he's a lot like these politicians. He's a scared fox. He wants to take advantage of every situation. You should know him better than me. Violet nods. Lucy is a vampire who specializes in bringing food to noble vampires. He has good ties to noble families. By food, you mean humans? Violet spoke mercilessly. So that's why the Inquisition is here. They are after Lucy. It seems that using Lucy as bait was a good idea. I need to know the capabilities of this human organization, and though I can ask Violet to tell me, that would be useless. There is a big difference between seeing one person's capabilities in person and someone else telling you about it. I just nodded my head in agreement with Violet's words, but I felt a weird incongruity in my chest. Common sense is that I should care about this. After all, they're human beings, right? But why don't I feel anything? It's the same feeling as when I see a newspaper or television. You know people are hurting but you don't care. I think seeing and experiencing tragedy is very different from just knowing it through someone else's mouth, huh? Normally, noble vampires don't need human blood. Huh. I don't understand now, isn't that against everything being a vampire is? Violet looks at me. You can suck blood from humans if you want, but that won't quench your thirst. The noble species are a very strong type of vampire and, because of that, we need more blood than normal vampires. To avoid of us having to cause a mass genocide, we ask the witches to do a ritual where when we get married so we will quench our thirst with our partner. Oh, that's why when I went crazy, I'd rather drink Violet's blood than those men. But there are vampires who get bored drinking their wife's blood all the time. Because of that, vampires like Lucy exist. They kidnap humans and take them to the noble vampires who want to taste new flavors. Got it, vampires are treating humans like cattle, huh? Witches. For some reason, I smell trouble a mile away when it comes to witches. Witches? I question Violet. I really know next to nothing about this world, huh? Although some things are similar to movies. Witches are human women who, for some reason, acquire an energy called magic. They use that magic to alter some things related to nature. Do you remember the magic circle you saw in my memories? I nod in agreement. They were also created by the witches at the request of the ancient vampires. They'll do anything for money, they're mercenaries. If you pay the right price, they'll do anything for you. Heh, mercenary witches. Interesting, I flashed a small smile as I started to stroke Violet's hair. I feel Violet squirm in my arms, but I keep stroking her hair. Violet's hair is my favorite type of hair for women, long hair so I can stroke it as many times as I want. I feel like I will never get bored doing this. Soon, he got up from the couch and extended his hand. Thank you very much, Lord Victor. I am indebted to your generosity. I flash a smile and get up from the couch. Don't worry, friends were meant to be helped, right? I look at his hand and shake it in a friendly gesture. I suddenly feel like he put more strength in his handshake. It feels like he's trying to break my hand, but he doesn't have enough strength. Isn't he an older vampire? He must be strong, right? Well, he asked for it. My smile grows unevenly, my sharp teeth start to show, and soon I just put a little more strength in my grip. Crack. His hand is shattered, but everyone ignores it except Violet, who was looking at Lucy as if she were looking at a dead man walking. Lucy looks at his hand for a moment, then he looks at Violet. Until another day, Lady Violet. Violet didn't say anything, she just nodded her head softly. Soon Kaguya escorts the two guests out of the mansion. I sit down on the couch again, and Violet climbs into my lap. What are you planning? She asked as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Bait, Lucy is my worm that will attract the big fish. Violet opens her eyes a little and then she flashes a smile. Aren't you getting used to this vampire thing a little too quickly? Meh, vampires are no different from humans. After all, they were once human. I reply, then I continue. When I went to my mother's work in the past, I learned a few things from the politicians my mother defended in court. Lies and truth are a fine line. Politicians have to live telling lies to get the jobs they have today. Lucy, he's a lot like these politicians. He's a scared fox. He wants to take advantage of every situation. You should know him better than me. Violet nods. Lucy is a vampire who specializes in bringing food to noble vampires. He has good ties to noble families. By food, you mean humans? Violet spoke mercilessly. So that's why the Inquisition is here. They are after Lucy. It seems that using Lucy as bait was a good idea. I need to know the capabilities of this human organization, and though I can ask Violet to tell me, that would be useless. There is a big difference between seeing one person's capabilities in person and someone else telling you about it. I just nodded my head in agreement with Violet's words, but I felt a weird incongruity in my chest. Common sense is that I should care about this. After all, they're human beings, right? But why don't I feel anything? It's the same feeling as when I see a newspaper or television. You know people are hurting but you don't care. I think seeing and experiencing tragedy is very different from just knowing it through someone else's mouth, huh? Normally, noble vampires don't need human blood. Huh. I don't understand now, isn't that against everything being a vampire is? Violet looks at me. You can suck blood from humans if you want, but that won't quench your thirst. The noble species are a very strong type of vampire and, because of that, we need more blood than normal vampires. To avoid of us having to cause a mass genocide, we ask the witches to do a ritual where when we get married so we will quench our thirst with our partner. Oh, that's why when I went crazy, I'd rather drink Violet's blood than those men. But there are vampires who get bored drinking their wife's blood all the time. Because of that, vampires like Lucy exist. They kidnap humans and take them to the noble vampires who want to taste new flavors. Got it, vampires are treating humans like cattle, huh? Witches. For some reason, I smell trouble a mile away when it comes to witches. Witches? I question Violet, I really know next to nothing about this world, huh? Although some things are similar to movies. Witches are human women who, for some reason, acquire an energy called magic. They use that magic to alter some things related to nature. Do you remember the magic circle you saw in my memories? I nod in agreement. They were also created by the witches at the request of the ancient vampires. They'll do anything for money, they're mercenaries. If you pay the right price, they'll do anything for you. Heh, mercenary witches. Interesting, I flashed a small smile as I started to stroke Violet's hair. I feel Violet squirm in my arms, but I keep stroking her hair. Violet's hair is my favorite type of hair for women, long hair so I can stroke it as many times as I want. I feel like I will never get bored doing this. Soon, Kaguya returns accompanied by Natalia, the blonde-haired maid. I also see that the vampires that were hiding in the fake walls were all in the basement now. Lord Victor, I think that is enough. If you continue, I think Lady Violet will die. Kaguya spoke in a neutral, emotionless tone, but for some reason, I could feel she was joking. I look at Violet and see that she was a flushed mess, her breathing was ragged and she was looking at me with obsessive eyes. But I did not do anything. I just caressed her. Looking out the window, I saw it was dawn. I have to go to college. Looks like I have to go back. I said out loud. Hearing my voice, Violet quickly wakes up from her drunken state and looks at me. You want to go back? But what's the point of studying now? You're my husband, and everything mine is yours. You just have to live here with me. I look at Violet. Calm down, I don't want to be a parasite that depends on my wife. I mean, it would be nice to let you be my sugar mama, but I'm a vampire, not a degenerate. Why are you going back to college then? Violet asked a little calmer. Honestly, I was studying economics in order to get a degree and somehow help my family. After all, my family situation is not the same as when I was 15. I answer honestly, then I continue. I even got a job at McDonald's that pays me $15 an hour. I use that money to pay for my college, but I look at my hand, I focus my feelings on my pale hand. Now that's not necessary. There are several ways to make money with my current condition. And I'm not willing to abandon my family. If I'm not close to my mom, she'll get bored. After all, with her personality she wouldn't make many friends. I laughed a little when I thought of my mom. Though I became a vampire, I don't intend to abandon my family and friends. I'm not going to act like an emo and say that I'm going to put my family in danger, and because of that, I need to abandon them. I may have changed my race, but I'm me, I make my own decisions. And, since I know there's a way I can't go crazy from bloodlust, the worry of hurting my family is practically non-existent. So you go to college just because you want to? Violet asked me confused. Yes, I'm going to quit my job and go to college to enjoy school life a little. Because of my illness, I've always lived in fear of trying too hard. Because of my illness, I couldn't enjoy much of my life, but that's not an obstacle anymore. I said honestly. I always wanted to play sports, I always wanted to swim, to play basketball, but because of my illness I couldn't do that kind of activity. I look at Violet, don't you want to come with me? Huh. Well, I want to introduce you to my family. You are my wife, right? You have to meet my family and friends. I plan to invite her to live with me since, if Violet comes to live with me, there will be few things that threaten my family's life. After all, these vampires seem to obey Violet's every word. If she is living with me, that will ensure that my family is protected. Violet displays a happy smile and starts hugging me again. I laugh and start stroking her head. She looks so happy. Yes. I'll go with you. In fact, I'm going to live with you. Let's go. She spoke happily as she got up and pulled me somewhere. Well, it looks like I don't need to ask her to move in with me. She did it herself. I thought as I smiled satisfied. Wait. I spoke in a neutral tone. Violet looked at me. If you want to live with me, you have to promise to protect my family. Oh, is that it? That is something easy to do. Few people would dare to mess with my family. She said smiling, then she continued. My family is your family too, right? We are married. Of course, I would protect your family. She spoke with a proud smile. I can't help stroking this woman's head. Isn't she very beautiful? Lady Violet was manipulated, right? Kaguya whispered in a not-so-low voice. Yes, and probably, she doesn't even care about it, Natalia replied. Sigh, we're lost. What if Lord Victor decides to get his hands on us? Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone with exaggerated gestures. I doubt that would happen. He seems to have no interest in us, and Violet would probably kill us if that happened, Natalia replied again in a flat tone. True, a stalker's love is something difficult to understand, Kaguya said. Shoo, don't say that. What if someone hears you? Natalia spoke in a louder voice. Are these women right in the head? Copyright 2024 lightnovelworld.co. Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 6, The Most Normal Parents in the World. February 2nd, the day after Victor discovered the changes in his body. I was walking towards my house with Violet clinging to my arm with a really big smile on her face. Currently, only one thing concerns me. How the hell am I going to explain the changes in my body to my mom? I look into the mirrored window of a building next to me. I was 175 cm before I became a vampire. I was a very thin young man who looked very anemic, but when I became a vampire I grew 5 cm in height. I'm 180 centimeters tall now with more defined muscles that stand out a little in the outfit I'm wearing. My pale skin has turned a paler shade than it was before, while my black hair and blue eyes have taken on a brighter shade. Overall, I look the same as before, with the only differences being that my body grew and my skin turned paler. By the way, I was wearing casual clothes, a loose black shirt and black pants along with white sneakers from a famous brand. Violet was wearing a black dress. It was a closed-neck sleeveless dress made of leather. The dress was a little short, reaching up to her beautiful thighs, almost showing the flesh of her ass. For a moment I think I actually drooled. It was very sexy, especially glued to her body with her perfect curves. When she saw my gaze she displayed a seductive smile as if everything went according to plan. According to my wife Violet, the vampire transformation forces the body to its peak state and, as I am a newborn, these changes will only stop happening when my body is fully developed. She said that usually, it takes a week for the body to stop constantly evolving. I look at the clock on my phone and it's currently 7 in the morning. Normally this wasn't the time for vampires to be awake, but Violet and I were special so we just looked like a tourist couple from the North Pole or from some other area of the coldest parts of the planet, although I don't know if civilization exists at the North Pole. Why do Violet and I look like tourists? Well, our pale skin color draws a lot of attention and, to my limited knowledge, humans who live in snowy areas of the planet tend to have paler skin color, I think. I'm not sure, I wasn't the brightest student in geography at school. Anyway, we look like two tourists who have come from a very cold place. After all, no one would believe that two vampires are walking around in broad daylight. When Violet and I stopped at a location that she was interested in, the salesperson asked if I was a tourist, and I said yes. I also said that we lived in a really icy area. Surprisingly, he agreed with my words easily. Well, I live in the United States of America, so I guess tourists around here are normal. And Violet? I look at my wife, she seems to be having fun, she seems to consider walking back to my house as some sort of date or something. Apparently, she hasn't left the house for a few years, she told me this by accident, and, because of that, she's curious about everything. She looks like a curious kitten, if anything catches her attention she stops walking and moves toward it, then, if she finds something interesting, she buys it and asks Kaguya, who is accompanying us, to take it. She was like a princess who went to the mall and bought everything she saw and liked. Rich people are different. It wasn't until Kaguya came out into the sun that I found out she was from the same family as Violet. Apparently, she's from a family dedicated to serving Violet's family, she didn't explain much to me about it. An interesting thing about Kaguya is that she is a vampire who only inherited immunity to the sun, she doesn't have control of Violet's fire element. She seems to have an ability called shadows, basically she becomes one with a shadow and can walk in the shadows. This is a very broken skill, she can pretty much kill anyone at night. Ugh, Lady Violet. You are buying too many things, the thin arms of this helpless young woman can't take it. I wonder if there is any man who can help me. Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone as she looked at me with bright eyes. Who do you think you are kidding, woman? You? Helpless? Is this some kind of joke? I just turn my face away and ignore Kaguya. Tisk. Did I hear a TSK just now? Shouldn't this woman be calm and cool or something? Is her mask falling off? Haha, I'm glad you're getting along with Kaguya, but... Violet looks at Kaguya, don't get too close, okay? She spoke with an emotionless face, I could see it was just a simple warning, but that it contained many meanings I didn't understand. Yes. Don't worry, Lady Violet. I take my job very seriously. Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone that carried unshakable confidence. Kaguya looked a little nervous. I stroked Violet's hair, let's keep walking, help me think of a way to fool my mom. Suddenly, Violet becomes more docile, and says, yes. I look at Kaguya with a smug face, Kaguya just turns away and ignores me. Seriously. Where is Violet's family finding these interesting people? It's been a while since I've had fun like this, I thought with a smile on my face. Darling, why don't you charm your mother? Violet spoke suddenly. Oh, are you talking about that skill from the movies? Do I look at someone, and tell them to do whatever I want? Yes, Violet nods her head as she continues walking with me. You don't need to do a very difficult one, just something like, ignore the changes in my appearance. To be honest, I was inclined to do that, but I feel it would give me a bad taste in my mouth to charm my family. I look to the side and see police cars speeding past. Vrum. Vrum. The police were chasing a truck and, just for a few moments, I sensed a familiar smell. I decided this was a good opportunity to test my new senses. I take the cheap black glasses I bought and put them on my face. The glasses only cost $5. They were very big and unfashionable glasses and the lenses appeared to be very dark too. I bought these glasses for one reason only. When I use my red vision my eyes change to blood red. To avoid drawing attention, I bought some big black glasses. After all, even though I'm wearing glasses, I can still see with this special vision. I switch to my red vision, and soon my world turns red. I focus my vision on the truck and realize there are 20 vampires inside the vehicle. 20 vampires, huh? I spoke in a low voice. Can you see that far? Violet asked, a little shocked. She could do the same, she could look at things far away like she was looking very close, but my vision was more stable, and it wasn't affected by visible obstacles like buildings, houses, metal walls, etc. This was a good skill for reconnaissance. Yes. I think those are Lucy's subordinates. I spoke in a disinterested tone. I said it because I smelled the old vampire stench from those vampires that were in the truck. I only smelled it for a few seconds, but it was enough to recognize them. He's getting a lot of attention. If he's not killed by the Inquisition, he'll die by the claws of noble vampires. Violet spoke in a non-caring tone. She probably has some of her people looking into this matter. Suddenly Violet stops walking and looks at a big bear that was being sold in a children's store. Just out of curiosity, I looked at the price of the bear, and it cost $25,000. What the fuck? Isn't that just a bear? How is it so expensive? Violet suddenly starts running at the speed of a normal human girl and enters the store. Seeing Violet buying the bear and hugging it, I can't help but say. She's adorable, damn. Kaguya, why are the nobles going to kill Lucy? Kaguya, who was carrying Violet's bags, spoke in the same neutral tone. It's because he broke the rules. Kaguya looks at me and says, rule number 4 of being a vampire, never reveal that you are a vampire to humans. Matters involving the vampire world should not be mixed with human affairs. This rule can be ignored if the vampire is contacting a human with the intention of turning the same human into a vampire. If he breaks this rule, he'll be hunted by the nobles and killed. After all, we don't like to draw too much attention. Said the woman who was dressed as a maid while carrying several purchases. If that's not attracting attention, what is? But I understood what she was saying. This rule was basically a warning to younger vampires. Don't make too much of a fuss about vampires, or we'll go after you. They were basically saying that. Soon Violet comes back carrying a big bear and with a happy face. I can't help but pat her head when I see her like this. Feeling my caresses, she shows a happy smile. Then I say, come on, we're almost there. The two women nod in agreement. Arriving at my house, I open the door. Mom, I'm home. I spoke out loud. Victor. Son, why didn't you answer the phone? I was getting. She trails off as she looks at me standing in the doorway along with two women. Victor. She approaches me suspiciously. I look at my mom. She's going to be 40 this year. She has a little belly fat but, overall, her appearance is well preserved, long black hair, blue eyes, and a curvy body. She keeps saying that lawyers who look good have a better chance of getting rich clients. My mother's clients in the past were politicians with questionable resumes. They called these politicians fat lambs and she defended these politicians in exchange for large amounts of money. She not only defended politicians, she defended normal people and even companies that had suffered because of fraud, etc. She's a good lawyer, even if she defended corrupt politicians. In the end, it doesn't matter. After all, work is work. Does she defend corrupt politicians? Yes, but the money is good, and she's not doing anything illegal. Even though she stopped doing it a long time ago, it was getting dangerous to work in that world. Because of that decision she made in the past, she doesn't win as much money as she had before. Strange. She spoke with a confused face, then she continued, I feel that you are my son, but at the same time, I feel that you have changed too much to be my son. She is still honest as always. She was standing in front of me looking at me with a face that said, you can't fool me. Sigh, when I was 13, you and I went out to a restaurant. We met your ex-friend, that woman you called Thought. I started to speak. What is her name? She asked. Aphrodite. I know her name is Renata, but my mom dubbed her Aphrodite. That is still not enough. She spoke as if she hadn't lost a battle or something like that. On my 21st birthday, you took me outside a brothel and said you'd dump me in that place if I didn't find a girlfriend. Violet suddenly looked at my mom for a moment. She seemed undecided about what to do. Her eyes were glowing dangerously, but soon the light seemed to fade. It looked like she was going through an internal conflict. Cough. My mother pretended to cough. Yes, you are definitely my son. By the way, you shouldn't say that out loud. What will people think of me if they find out I almost gave away my son's cherry just because I wanted my son to have a girlfriend? She spoke with a snort. My eyes start to twitch when I hear what my mom says, but I can't help but smile in happiness. My mom is weird, but she's a good mom. She's not normal like all moms of the world, but she is my mother and I love her very much as a son. She approaches me and says, "You're paler than usual. Do you need food? And it looks like you've grown too." She puts her hand on her head and starts trying to measure my height by comparing her height with mine. My mother's height is around 170 cm. She is a little shorter than my old height before being turned into a vampire, which was 175 cm. It's puberty, Mom, I said, the excuse every man ever has told his mother at least once in his life. Puberty. She repeated what I said with distrust. She looks at Violet and Kaguya. Seeing how beautiful both women were, my mother started to enter her own world again. Holy shit. You popped your cherry and because of it you grew. Kaya. Wait a moment. I'll call your father. Suddenly she starts running towards the stairs. She puts both hands close to her mouth like she has to call someone. Leon. Get down here immediately. I mean it. Get your lazy, fat belly down here now, she screamed. Because of my new senses, I heard this scream louder than it should have been, and from Kaguya and Violet's stunned expressions I can tell they had the same reaction as me. What is it, woman? I am watching a movie. I still have to work later. I want to finish this movie before I go to work. Our son lost his cherry and brought two beautiful girls home. What? Wait a moment. I am on my way. Violet and Kaguya look at me. I try to keep my poker face as much as possible to hide my embarrassment. Yes. Let's think about dolphins. Dolphins are beautiful beings, and they have the intelligence of a human, Umo. As expected, dolphins should be the rulers of humanity. As I hypnotized myself, my dad started down the stairs. When he appears in front of me, he looks at Kaguya and Violet, then he nods at me satisfied. As expected of my son, the Mason genes are running through your veins. You've got two beautiful girls. One oriental and one with a noble appearance. I was worried that you would be a virgin forever. He totally ignored my appearance, didn't he? Ugh, for some reason I have a headache, although I shouldn't have a headache, since I'm a vampire and vampires have regenerative bullshit or something. I look at my dad. He's turning 50 this year. He has brown hair and black eyes. He is 183 cm tall with a beer belly and muscular arms. He was wearing shorts and a white t-shirt. He's a bricklayer. He works in construction. Nowadays he's retired, but he still goes to where he works to give advice or something. I don't really know for sure. I just know he's retired, but for some reason he says he's going to work. I guess old habits don't change, huh? Cough. Off and go, Violet. This is my dad Leon Walker, and this is my mom Anna Walker, I say as I introduce my parents. Nice to meet you, Violet says while performing in her noblewoman's mask. Mom and Dad, this beautiful white-haired woman is Violet, she is my wife, and this black-haired woman is her personal maid. Huh. Previous index next. My three wives are beautiful vampires chapter 7, daughter-in-law. At this point, I was in my house sitting on a relatively large and cheap couch, not that I care about anything like that, and Violet was sitting next to me while Kaguya was behind me holding the bear Violet had bought while she put away everything else that was Violet's behind the couch. Right now I was thinking about the decisions I made about my family and, seeing the result, I think I made the right decision. My family is strange, but I love my parents very much and, if possible, I don't want to hide anything from them. I know the vampire world isn't something ordinary humans can handle and, because of that, I made a deal with Violet to just keep the vampire world a secret, but that's only temporary. After all, I know this kind of secret will bite my ass in the future. I learned a lot from reading hero comics. They always had this bullshit attitude of hiding things and, in the end, someone important to the hero died, but I need to learn more about the world of vampires. When I'm ready, I will talk to my parents about this world then. After all, I want to give them this gift too, immortality. It's something everyone wants, and my parents are no exception, I guess. And, I don't want to be alone forever. I know I would have my wife, but I can't imagine living without my bundle of joy that I call mom. I would miss my father too, and his company when I watch movies. Well, no use thinking about it now, this is something for the future. So, you're saying you've been in contact with Violet for several years and, just recently, you guys met and started dating? My mother, Anna, asked in disbelief. Wrong, we became husband and wife. Violet spoke with a noble smile. You skipped the boyfriend stage and went straight to the wedding, are you sure about that, son? My dad asked, and I knew what he was thinking when he asked that question. He was probably thinking something like, you're so young. You've got a lot of fish in your net to catch, are you sure you want to commit now? Marriage is not a good thing, you know. I'm pretty sure he was thinking about it since we've had this kind of conversation in the past. Although I'm absolutely sure he said it just for the sake of it. After all, his happy smile has never left his face. Yes, we have been dating online for about 3 years now and, when we first met, it was like love at first sight. I'm sure I want to be with her forever. I say with a small smile as I confirm the story Violet and I created. Violet's noble mask starts to break into pieces and she starts to smile happily. As soon as she hugs me tighter, my mother looks at Violet and shakes her head several times as if she has understood something. I've taught you many times not to be a simp, and you've been chasing this cute girl for 3 years? My son, if you liked her, you should talk on the first day. You shouldn't wait for 3 years. My smile starts to crack and my eyes start to twitch. Woman, I said forget about those topics. Simp. You are being infected over the internet. Forget that word for the love of all gods. I practically yelled, my mom is always up to date with useless stuff, seriously. Should I cancel this house's internet? It's better that I not, if I do that maybe my mother will die. My mom just looks at me and sticks out her tongue, she looks like a kid. It's because of that jovial attitude that she doesn't have older friends. Wait, I think Travis' mom is her friend? Travis is my childhood friend who lives 2 houses away from where I live. My dad was dead serious, he looked like a politician who was about to make an important decision. Of course, that politician's important decision was probably about stealing income from a children's school, or stealing from another politician. So, did you or didn't you? Father. Did you or didn't you? You know what I'm talking about, penetration of the sacred cave, drowning the goose, letting the dragon drink the divine nectar, double cultivation, etc. There are several names. No need to be ashamed, at the end of the day, this is a normal act. No matter what society says, the act of drowning the goose is not a sin. He looked like a wise man right now, looks like he's reached nirvana or something. My mom suddenly gets up and hits him on the head. Stop embarrassing our son, what if he loses his wife over this? Do you know how difficult it will be for him to get another woman? Do not screw it up. Mother. You don't have any confidence in me, huh? My dad makes an apologetic face. My mom looks at me. And? Did you or didn't you? Woman, did you forget what you said a few seconds ago? That thing about not embarrassing me? Ugh. Can we just forget about it at once? Don't you have any other questions to ask? I spoke with a desperate face. The two look at each other and shrug. We don't. Huh. Now I'm confused. Victor, you're 21 years old, you're an adult and your mom and I have confidence in you. We always think you've got your head in the right place, you were never like other teenagers and you never gave us any problems, so we trust your decision. Father, Mom. I didn't know they thought of me that way, for some reason, this trust made me happier. And? Did you do it? The two asked at the same time. My smile threatened to break now. Yes, we did. Violet replied with an amused smile. Violet. Looking at her embarrassed face, I understood that she was confusing the act of sucking blood with sex. They both look at me in disbelief, then they flash the biggest smile I've ever seen in my life. Did you hear that, honey? They did it. We have to buy fireworks. Let's go out now. My mom suddenly ran upstairs. Hey, wait for me. I have to buy the biggest fireworks I can, let's celebrate. This is a happy occasion. Damn, I wish it was Saturday, I could have a barbecue. My dad got up and ran after my mom. Soon the two come down with clothes and with the car keys in hand. We'll be back soon, take care. And don't do anything your dad and I wouldn't, my mom said and winked at me. It was pretty obvious that she was hinting at me to do something. I just looked at it all in disbelief. When my mom and my dad left in the car, I looked at the door for a few seconds and started laughing. I really love my family. Lord Victor's family is. Kaguya spoke. Weird? I would say amusing, but the gentleman is the one who said that. Kaguya replied. This made. Somehow, it makes me a little jealous, my mom and dad would never talk to each other like that. Violet spoke with a sad little smile, they've spent so much time together they can't stand to see each other's faces. I touch Violet's head and start stroking her head. We won't be like that, right? She spoke looking at me, she touched my other hand, and I could feel she was shaking a little. I don't know, I answered honestly while stroking Violet's hair, then I continued, I may not be very experienced, but I can say something, relationships are a two-way street, if we strive to make it right, I believe that it will work. I don't think I'll ever regret turning you into a vampire, Victor. But there's one thing I'll always regret. What is it? I asked curious. She squeezes my other hand tighter. I should have stopped those two bitches from being close to the ritual, she spoke in a poisonous tone that carried a lot of hate. Two bitches. Is she talking about those voices? Why didn't she want them both close to the ritual? I look at Kaguya, and she shakes her head in a gesture that says she won't say anything. I look at Violet and see her with a murderous expression. I don't know what's going on, but one thing I'm sure of, if a woman is insecure, you must show confidence that everything will be fine, advice from my mother. Don't worry Violet, she looks at me confused, I move closer to her face, and then I kiss her. She is surprised for a moment, but soon she kisses me back. But, since we're both inexperienced, our teeth bump into each other. We both stopped kissing and looked at each other, and soon started to laugh a little. Don't worry about things you can't control, it will cause you stress. I recommend you enter the school of Stoicism, it will help you a lot. Stoicism? What is it? Violet asked. It's a philosophical doctrine that emerged in Greece in the 4th century, some of its teachings are quite useful. I said a little joking and a little serious. Violet looks at Kaguya, Kaguya nods and then she disappears. For a moment I saw her running towards the door, she probably went to buy a book or something. I'm slowly getting used to Kaguya's speed, but I still can't follow her with my eyes. But two bitches, huh? As I expected, more things happened after I bit Violet. I can think of two things that happened, I bit the other two female voices like I did with Violet, which I think is very unlikely, after all, Violet said the ritual can only be done by one person. Or those two voices did something to me, I'm inclined to believe this one since Violet is quite protective of me, and I don't remember what happened in the ritual either. Well, it's no use thinking about it too much now, I'll just keep this in mind until I find out more, I have to sort out more important things now. Currently, I am at the university. Before going to the university, I passed my job and resigned from McDonuts, I plan to earn money in a more practical way. I will rob thieves. Think about it, if you have the power of a superhuman, what will you work for? Be a good law-abiding citizen? PFF, the politicians themselves are the ones who steal the most, and they are the people who run this town. They just don't get caught, because they know how to hide their tracks. So if I steal from a thief who stole from someone else, am I not a good person? Of course the money would be mine, and I wouldn't pay that money back or anything like that. But, before that, I need 3 things. First, I need a fake SSN, a fake ID, and a fake bank account. As I don't know about this, I will ask Violet or Kaguya, they must know something. Second, I need a black mask. Third, I need a black uniform as cringe as possible, those clothes that could only exist in anime like Tokyo Vampire or something like that, I need to make a persona, a thief who steals from other thieves. Fourth, this is optional, I need some music, imagine from John Lennon Vo. Why do I need this song? No reason, and the sound of the piano soothes me too. I plan to listen to it while I'm at college. First, I will rob thieves and make easy money, then I will put this money in a bank in a tax haven. By doing this several times, I can solve my money problems. I could make it easier, I could just charm all the corrupt politicians and thieves etc. But I will avoid doing that for now, after all, I believe the Inquisition has something that can track vampires. That's not too hard to deduce assuming they hunt vampires. Honestly, this organization would be flawed from the start if they had no means of tracking down vampires. For now, I just need money, when I get money, I will think about what to do next. I'm at college alone, Violet is at my house, she said something about renovation or something. Before she left, I had to unfortunately. I almost cry blood when I think about it again. Cough. Unfortunately, I had to delete my hardest game ever folder, more than 2 terabytes of videos were deleted, I cried blood when I hit the delete key on my computer, but it's all for the greater good. Yes, it's all for the greater good. I keep repeating that sentence in my head like it's a mantra. I can't have Violet finding out about that folder, goodbye bachelor life, goodbye my porn. As I walked around the university, I noticed that people were looking at me differently. Before, they just looked at me and ignored me, but now, they're looking at me with a shocked face, and sometimes they let out a sigh of disbelief. Hey, do you know him? A woman spoke in a low voice to her friend. He looks familiar, but at the same time he doesn't look familiar. The friend replied. He looks hot. I heard it from somewhere. I still think the captain of the basketball team is better. A woman says. Well, I've changed a lot. Anyway, I walk towards my classroom but suddenly stop when I hear the sound of a basketball. Is our team playing today? I was curious. I am thinking about what to do now, but as I had decided that I just wanted to have fun at college, I decided to go to the basketball court. I was always interested in playing basketball, before I couldn't because of my disease, but now? I clench my fist and the sound of bursting air is heard all around. Huh. What is that? Several people started to question. Did it look like something broke? A man said. Let's check the lab, another man spoke. While ignoring the little chaos I caused, I wore a predatory smile. Now I can play basketball. I walk to the basketball court and, upon arriving at the basketball court, I see the university team playing a friendly match with the reserve players from the same university. They must be training. I pull my black sunglasses out of my pocket and put them on my face and, as soon as I activate my vision, my world turns red. I don't know why I do it, but it's kind of become a habit when I smell some weird smell, and when I walked into this court I could smell something. I don't know why my sense of smell is more developed than normal vampires, but Violet just said I was special. Specifically speaking, my blood was special. The RH null blood. Who would have thought that the blood that gave me so much trouble would benefit me in the future? Life is ironic for sure. Suddenly my vision focused on a silhouette that had a red glowing mark on its neck. Yes, it looks like there's a vampire inside. I undo my red eyesight and take off my glasses and it turns out that the person who is the vampire is the captain of the basketball team. Good, just the person I hate the most. Previous Lives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 8, Grudges from the Past. Luan Davis, the captain of my high school basketball team. If you asked me which person I hate the most, I would name this man. Because of my illness, I was always in an anemic state, but that doesn't mean I couldn't do physical activities. In the past, when I was 20 years old, I was supervised by a physical educator who was my friend and, with his help, I could do light exercise. I've always had a craving since I was a teenager. I wanted to play sports. Do you know what it feels like to want to swim, play basketball, run, exercise, and not be able to? Because of my illness, I couldn't exert myself too much because if I tried too hard, I would pass out. In some of the worst cases, if I tried too hard, would spend a week in bed at the hospital. But, despite that, my doctor said I could do light exercise, and for me, that was enough. I just wanted to get a basketball and play a little, even if I was alone. But this man, Luan Davis, he wouldn't leave me alone. Every time I trained, every time I tried hard at something, he would come towards me and say, "This is pathetic. Why is a loser like you striving for something useless? You should just stay in a hospital bed." And, right after that, he hit me and threw me to the ground while saying that I shouldn't have been born, that I was just a burden to my mother. The classic bullying that you can see in any American movie. He didn't hurt me too much, he just pushed me and told me I was useless while also saying that my mother shouldn't have given birth to me. But, I still wouldn't give up. I wasn't doing it for him, I was doing it for me. However, with time, I started to hate him. I accepted him talking about myself. It doesn't affect me so much, but my mother. That is unforgivable. I knew that what I was doing was useless and that my condition didn't allow me to exercise, but he was the person who kept reminding me of how useless I was. If there's one good thing about this situation, it's that I never cried or showed any weakness. I can be physically weak, but I refuse to cry in front of anyone. I refuse to show weakness. There's a glaring difference between being bullied and accepting bullying. I never accepted what happened to me, but unfortunately, I couldn't do anything. One day I tried to report this to the director, but the director just ignored it, so I did what any sane person would do. I gave up practicing and waited for an opportunity to get revenge. Unfortunately, that opportunity never came. Someone was supporting Luan Davis and I didn't know who it was. I didn't want to tell my parents either. After all, that was my problem. It was about my pride. I had to solve it myself. Looking at Luan, I can see the vampire mark with my vision that I call vampiric vision. When I saw that brand, I understood everything. He had support. Precisely speaking, the support was from the master of this man. A noble vampire. Why did I deduct this? Luan was just a boy who suffered from a disease that made his muscles weak, but, for some reason, everyone forgot about it, and he got better all of a sudden. I had forgotten about it too. Wrong, it would be wiser to say that Luan's support was none other than a vampire, and I, as an ordinary human, couldn't do anything against that force, but now? Now things were different. I see the basketball bouncing and stopping in front of me. Hey, you. Throw the ball over here. Someone yelled at me. I look at the ball and a smile appears on my face. I catch the ball in my hand and I start to bounce the ball on the ground as I walk slowly towards the court. When I get close to the court, I position myself for a toss and I throw the ball like an experienced basketball player. The ball travels across the court and lands directly in the basket. Everyone who saw this display of precision looked at me with disbelieving looks. What I did was impossible for the average human, but it's not totally impossible. NBA players can do it with a lot of practice, but I just used my vision combined with my vampire senses and for me, that was pretty easy. To be honest, I didn't need to position myself to throw the basketball, but if I didn't it would be pretty weird, right? Victor. I heard a voice in disbelief. I look at the man. He is 190 centimeters tall with light brown hair and brown eyes. He had a delinquent rebel look boasting a muscular body and a sharp look. Hey, Luan. Did you miss me? Is that Victor? The skinny one? What happened to him? A player standing next to Luan asked out loud. I flashed a smile that for a moment showed my sharp fangs. Those with low senses couldn't see it, but, Luan, I'm sure he did. I walked calmly towards Luan. 379 days. I spoke with an irritated growl. It's been 379 days since the moment you decided I was a good punching bag. As I walked towards Luan, the players on the court started to get out of my way. They felt an invisible pressure forcing them to move. It was like if they didn't get out of the way something really bad would happen to them. I'm a very mean person, you know? I can't let grudges be washed away by the river of time. As my father always said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, punch for punch. And now it would be something like blood for blood. I stopped in front of Luan and looked up slightly. He was a little taller than me, and, as always, he had that cocky look on his face like he was superior to everyone. I don't like that. Heh, what do you intend to do? You're just a humble. Luan tried to say something. I gently place a hand on Luan's shoulder, and with a forceful gesture, I bring him to his knees. Crack. The ground around him broke like a spider's web. Ah. Yes, that's the vision I wanted, that look of disbelief, that look of someone who thought he was on top only to be taken off his imaginary throne, but that's not enough. My smile starts to grow. I lower my head and approach Luan. Slowly, my smile starts to grow erratically. Slowly, my teeth, like shark fangs, start to show. And, slowly, with a ragged smile that almost borders on insanity, I say. You had fun, right? Treating me like crap. Hitting me, saying I was useless. Bad-mouthing my mom. It was fun, right? I bet it was. After all, you always had a smile while doing it, right? It was like you were playing with an insect that could break at any moment, right? I put some strength in my hand and I felt his shoulder break, but I ask you, now what? I must give Luan credit. He didn't show any expression when he felt his shoulder being broken. Looking at my fangs and my bloodshot eyes, he understood that I was just like him and soon an angry growl came out of him. You're just a newborn. He tried to get up but he just stayed where he was. He didn't expect me to have that much strength. Who gave you permission to get up? He looked at me with a shocked face that made my smile grow wider and wider. Luan, is everything okay there? Someone asked. Why yes, we're just talking. Hearing the student's murmurs, I click my tongue, annoyed, and release Luan. My expression is back to normal, my teeth back to normal, and my eyes back to their bright blue. Now that I am calmer, I thought, this place has a lot of people. I walk over to the basketball and pick it up. Let's settle this the old-fashioned way, after all, we're not barbarians, right? I commented with a small smile. I notice his shoulder has already healed, as expected from vampire regeneration. I threw the ball to Luan. When Luan caught it, the force of the ball made him slide away from where he was. It just demonstrated once again how much stronger I was, even for a vampire who has been transformed for more than 1 year like Luan. I think my blood has given me some unexpected benefits, huh? 1-on-1, I said while holding up my finger. Whoever scores 7 points wins. Each ball in the basket is worth 1 point. In case of a tie, we continue to play until a player has 2 points more than the opponent. Simple, right? I spoke with a small innocent smile. Huh? Why are you coming in here and treating it like the court is yours? A player spoke. I just looked at the player with a disinterested look. He was 160 cm and looked like a very active teenager. The player started to boil with anger when he saw my gaze. When he was going to start screaming again, Luan said. Okay, let's play. Luan gets up and that arrogance that I had eliminated in the previous conflict comes back stronger. Heh, yes. That's how it's supposed to be. He has to act. It can't break that easily. I won't be satisfied otherwise. It was decided that the judge would be a player who was too small to play on the basketball team. The two opponents used the entire court. On one side was Victor, a former aspiring basketball player, and on the other side was Luan, the captain of the basketball team. What is happening? Asked a red-haired woman. Hearing the woman's question, a man quickly turned around and replied, apparently, the captain of the basketball team is going 1-on-1 with an aspiring basketball player. They seem to have a history together. Said another woman who was nearby. What do you mean? What happened? Asked the red-headed woman. When that man arrived, the woman pointed at Victor. He immediately got into conflict with the captain of the basketball team. It looks like the captain of the basketball team was bullying or something, that man with the blue eyes. Oh. The red-haired woman looks at the captain of the basketball team with a dangerous look. Isn't he that idiot servant? The red-haired woman thought. But what are you doing here, Ruby? Shouldn't you be in med school on the other side of the building? Answers the woman while looking at Ruby. Ruby is a red-headed woman. She has long red hair that reaches her waist, green eyes, and pale skin like she's running out of blood. She's wearing a red sweatshirt with black jeans and athletic sneakers. She is a little shorter than the girl who was talking to her, around 175 cm tall. Ruby has a curvy body that can't be hidden by the baggy clothes she was wearing, and what's most impressive about Ruby's appearance is her breasts, which appear to be too big. This is also one of the reasons why she wears baggy clothes. She doesn't like people looking at her breasts. Oh, I heard a commotion and I came here to see what was going on, Ruby said as she went up the bleachers. She looked at Victor for a long time until she unconsciously grabbed her neck. Who do you think will win? The woman next to Ruby asked. Ruby lets go of her neck and sits down calmly. I don't know. She spoke honestly. They won't use their powers here, right? Ruby suddenly looks at a spot and sees that spot is broken into a cobweb shape. She felt her eyes twitch when she saw that little wreckage, which was obviously done by the two newborns on the basketball court. Miss Ruby, it's a surprise to see you here. Suddenly a blonde man with green eyes appeared. Coincidence? Of course, it wasn't a coincidence, she thought disdainfully, but nothing showed on her expressionless face. Ruby looked at the blonde man. He looked like a typical middle-aged nobleman, tall, with blonde hair and green eyes. Ruby points to the place that was destroyed. The man follows Ruby's finger and watches it for a moment. I'll take care of it, he said in an annoyed tone. Who was the fool who caused this? TSK, it was probably my idiot of a dog. The blonde-haired man thought with annoyance. The man looks at Victor and Luan who have started to approach each other from the court. The man sits down next to Ruby. Whose newborn is this? He spoke while looking at Victor with a haughty look, but he had a feeling he'd already seen Victor somewhere. Ruby snorts in disdain when she sees the man's gaze, but she doesn't let it show on her face. She just responds in a neutral tone. He is the husband of the princess of the Snow Clan. Crack. Ruby looked at the spot and saw that the man had broken the bleachers a bit. She just looked at the man with a, are you serious look? She had just suggested not to attract attention and he did. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the rotten tree, huh? Ruby thought as she associated the destruction on the court with the blonde man's subordinate. Ha ha ha, you have got to be kidding, right? A plebeian with the princess of Clan Snow? Has hell frozen over and I didn't know about it? Ha ha ha. Ruby was tempted to further tease this man by saying that the Snow Clan princess wasn't the only one, but she was silent. Corneliu, I hope you punish your subordinate after this event. You know we don't like attention. Yes, of course. He will definitely be punished, the now known man Corneliu spoke up. Ruby looked at Corneliu and saw that the expression was distorted with hatred. Heh, did just learning that Violet has a husband cause him to go crazy like that? Men and their inflated egos, ridiculous. Ruby thought in disdain. As soon as the whistle blows, Ruby loses interest in Corneliu and looks at the court with neutral eyes. Previous index. My three wives are beautiful vampires chapter 9, the only one who forgives is God, I don't. The match was about to start. On one side was a pale man with bright blue eyes and dark black hair. He was wearing a red and white uniform with the number 69. It was a standard basketball player's uniform. While this man warmed up, women couldn't help but stare at the defined muscles of that man with a little lust in their eyes. Catching the girl's eyes, Victor looked around and thought, when did this become a show? Well, let's have fun. Victor displayed a toothy grin, but, unlike before, those teeth weren't changing into shark-like teeth. It was just a normal smile that showed all of his white teeth. Suddenly Victor looks towards the bleachers. He could feel something in the bleachers calling to him, but he couldn't identify what it was. What are you doing, Lady Ruby? Corneliu asked Ruby, confused when he saw her suddenly duck. I am just picking up something that fell, Ruby replied neutrally, as she wondered, why did I hide? Why did I hide? You fool. Losing interest, Victor focused on his opponent. A tall man with brown hair and brown eyes, he looked like a delinquent. He was the man who made Victor's life hell for a year. The two men had unresolved issues and Victor wasn't planning on leaving the waters of times to wash away his grudge. He's not such a saint that he could forgive this man easily. He's a vindictive man. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. Luan just looked at Victor with a cocky smile, but he couldn't help but think about the things he did to Victor. Seeing how it came back to bite his ass in the future, he was wondering if the attitude he had in the past was right. I think I should have killed him when I had the chance. After all, at the time his blood smelled really good, he thought contemptuously. But despite thinking about it, he knew he couldn't kill someone. He wasn't prepared to take this step forward. For Luan, his master's blood is enough. When the judge throws the ball up, Luan, who was close to Victor, whispered in a low voice, don't use your gifts. Victor snorted disdainfully and said in a low voice, tell that to yourself. The two jumped at the same time then hit the ball simultaneously. An intense exchange took place for a few seconds in the air, but soon the winner was decided. Victor throws the ball to the ground and it bounces in his favor. When he fell to the ground the noise was very loud. It was like a very heavy man fell on the court, but strangely, the ground did not break. The moment Victor falls to the ground, he runs at human speed towards the basketball, and as he catches the basketball in his hands, he turns and sees that Luan is already beside him. Victor smiles and starts dribbling the ball. He makes some gestures with his hands to try to trick the opponent, but Luan is an experienced captain. He wouldn't fall into that trap, and Victor knew that. Suddenly Victor brings the ball to Luan's face and drops the ball to the ground. In making this sudden action, Luan's attention was completely focused on the ball slowly falling to the ground, but before the ball could land on the ground, a pale hand suddenly appeared and caught the ball. My god, did he fake out the team captain? Wow, I can't believe he fell for such a simple trick. Someone from the stand spoke up. When Luan hears this, he grits his teeth in frustration and turns to chase after Victor. Victor runs while dribbling the ball to the middle of the court, and when he entered the circle of the court, he suddenly jumped. Everyone just stared in shock as they watched a human jump from the middle of the court and slowly reach the basketball hoop and bury the ball. Oh, hi. The crowd roared excitedly. That was a slam dunk. I can't believe I'm seeing a 21-year-old boy dunking. Damn, that was amazing. How is that possible? Is this humanly possible? Hey, what's his name? Victor, who was hanging from the rim of the basketball hoop, slowly broke free and fell to the ground. When he fell to the ground and turned around, he looked at Luan and saw that the man's expression was distorted with hate. It was too ugly to look at, but that expression filled Victor with satisfaction. Slowly a predatory smile began to form on his face. Humph, this newborn thinks highly of himself. Any vampire can do what he did. Ruby just looked at the blonde man like she was watching a rare creature. He totally forgot he was in a crowd of people. Huh? Ruby looks at the girl who was next to her and, for a moment, her eyes turn blood red. Ignore everything that man says, okay? Okay, the woman replied in a robotic tone. Ruby nods contentedly. Her eyes soon turn green, then she looks at Corneliu and says, he's not using his gifts. Huh? Corneliu looks at Ruby. If he was using his gifts, the basketball court, the basketball hoop, and everything else would be destroyed. He's just using the ability of a trained human. It's quite impressive that he can control his strength so well, and I think he doesn't even realize what he's doing. Ruby compliments him. But Corneliu just snorted in disdain. All newborn vampires can do that. He's no big deal. He spoke in a normal voice. Oh? Can you tell me which newborn vampires can do this? I'm curious. Ruby's green eyes sparkled a little in curiosity. Corneliu was silent and ignored Ruby. Idiot, that's why female vampires hate you. Your ego is the size of the world, but it's also very fragile. You look like a child. Ruby thought with disdain. What about the agreement not to use your gifts? Luan asked in a hateful voice. I'm not using my gifts. I don't need to do something like that to defeat you. Victor spoke in disdain while maintaining an arrogant smile. Luan's face twists into hate. We'll see if you don't need to use your powers, he said in a hateful tone. He seems to have totally forgotten what he said a few seconds ago. Again, both opponents were in the middle of the court. The referee throws the ball up and blows the whistle. The two opponents jump towards the ball, and again they fight in midair for a few seconds, but this time Victor loses. Luan falls to the ground and catches the ball. He turns around and is about to run towards Victor's basket, but is stopped by Victor standing in front of him. Luan starts dribbling the ball, and Victor tries to steal it, but Luan defends. It looks like the team captain has the advantage now. Of course, he wouldn't lose to a beginner. One of the captain's most fanatical fans spoke. Luan and Victor start running on the court. One was trying to make a basket and the other was trying to steal the ball. Getting irritated by the impasse, Luan tries to push Victor using his vampire strength, but Victor doesn't move. Crack. Oh. What was that loud noise? Are they okay? I think I heard a bone breaking, someone near the court yelled. You're right, I heard a cracking sound like something had broken. A man standing next to him spoke. The audience was right, a bone broke, and it wasn't Victor's. Heh. Why are you wearing that pained expression? Will you cry? Just what are you made of? Luan asked in shock as he felt his ribs healing. He tried to take down Victor, but it felt like he was trying to bring down a mountain. Victor patted his chest and said, I'm just built different. Luan huffed. He suddenly pulled away from Victor. Is he trying to do a long shot? Is he crazy? He's not even in the middle of the court yet. Even if he's the captain, that is impossible for him to do, right? He's crazy. He really threw the ball. Fool, Luan said. Victor looked at the ball in the air and started running towards the basket he was protecting. Arriving at the basket, he just waits patiently for the ball to come down. If the ball enters the basket, bad luck for him, but if Luan misses, he is prepared for a counterattack. The entire crowd just watches anxiously as they wait for the ball to drop. Yes. The ball hit the hoop. He missed. Someone from the crowd shouted. Heh, looks like the goddess of luck is not favoring you today. Victor takes the ball and looks at Luan who was running towards him. As he looked at Luan he thinks, the goddess of luck is a bitch. One time she pays attention to you but, eventually, she loses interest and looks at someone else, so I don't need her. Victor positions himself to throw the ball. Don't tell me. Will he try to throw the ball from the end of the court? He's crazy, that's impossible. He's definitely not going to make that. Realizing what Victor is going to do, Luan increases his running speed, with only seconds left before he gets in front of Victor. Too slow, Victor said. Suddenly, Victor changes position and holds the ball with one hand, then he throws the ball. As soon as he threw the ball, Victor started running at high speed. Huh. What is he planning? Bomb. A thunderous noise was heard on the court. Everyone looked stunned and saw that the ball hit the panel above the basketball hoop and bounced. Do not tell me. Was that his plan? Ha ha ha. Victor chuckled with a manic smile on his face that showed all of his teeth. Suddenly, Victor jumps up then catches the ball in the air and buries it in the basket. Oh hi. This man is insane. Is he really human? How did he run from the end of a court and still manage to catch the ball in midair? Fool. He planned it, and you didn't see he ran before he threw the ball. If we calculate right, this feat is possible to do, it's just extremely difficult. A man with black glasses spoke as he lifted his glasses. For some reason, the people standing nearby could see the man's glasses glowing. Victor lets go of the basket's hoop and falls to the ground, then he looks at Luan with the same smile that shows all of his teeth. Is this all you can do? He teased him again. Luan's expression starts to distort again. His expression was something to behold. He was extremely angry. Who does this newborn think he is? He comes to my territory and challenges me. Who does he think he is? He's just trash. I do not accept this. Seeing Luan's expression constantly changing, Victor just smiled then smiled even more. He looked like a child who found a fun toy to break. Oh, right, Luan spoke in a smug tone as if he realized something. I think I shouldn't hold back anymore. Victor stops smiling and looks at Luan, noticing that his atmosphere has changed. He says in disdain, heh, and what happened to the agreement not to use powers? You've been using your powers from the start, don't expect me to follow that rule. Tisk, TSK, it looks like your brain is smaller than a dog. Actually saying you have a dog's brain is very offensive for the dog itself. After all, at least dogs are loyal, Victor said while pointing to a local. Luan followed Victor's finger, and the moment Luan saw a man with blonde hair and green eyes standing in the stands, he froze. Corneliu made a gesture with his mouth, and Luan seemed to understand what Corneliu had said. Looks like the dog found its owner. Victor flashed a sneer. And? What will you do? Victor asked as he smiled again. Are you going to obey your owner or are you going to continue? Decide. How good a dog are you? Make up your own mind. Choose. His smile grew with every word he spoke. He wanted Luan to continue. He wanted Luan to show that he wasn't a dog and challenge him. Seeing the gestures his master was making, Luan bites his lip and says, I give up. He spoke out loud. His voice seemed to be heard across the court, and everyone was looking at the basketball team captain in shock. Suddenly Victor's smile died, and he lost interest. Is that it? In the end, you're just a dog. Referee, you heard him, right? The captain dropped out. The show is over, Victor said as he took off his shirt and threw it somewhere. Victor didn't wait for the referee to say something. He had lost interest, and he also fulfilled 2 of his goals. He humiliated Luan in front of the whole school. He fought so hard to be accepted in and found out who was behind him. For now, that's enough. When the women saw Victor's body, they started talking to each other. My God, look at his body. He is so hot. Does he have a girlfriend? Actually, who is he? A woman asked confused. Victor flashed a sneer. He looked at the women in the stands and thought, I'm married, witches. He didn't even set eyes on these women. Ruby, who hid again when she noticed that Victor turned to the bleachers, got up and looked at Victor who was leaving. Why do I keep hiding? Not even she knew why she was acting like this. She was just too embarrassed. Ruby then looks at Corneliu and sees the kind of face he was making. Yes, he will definitely attack Victor. I have to tell Violet. Actually, I think I should just tell him myself, but I'm embarrassed. I can't go out there and say, hey, Victor. I'm your wife, good morning. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Yes, I will definitely contact Violet. Maybe I will contact him myself. Ah. My head. Even though Ruby was going through a mental breakdown, her face didn't change. She still had an expressionless face as she watched Victor walk off the court. Previous index next. Copyright 2024 light novel. My 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 10, A Frog in a Well. After the conflict I had with Luan, I lost interest in continuing college that day. I wasn't satisfied with just doing that to Luan. This 1-year grudge can't be washed away with just that, but I knew I would have my chance soon, and I could deduce it from the hateful face that noble vampire was making. He wasn't even trying to hide his hatred for me, and honestly, I didn't understand why he hated me so much. After all, I only hit his dog, right? Noble vampires seem to be beings with egos the size of the world. I doubt he would be enraged by just that, right? Before returning home I purposely waited for the noble vampire in an open dark place. I know vampires can't walk in sunlight, but if he was in college at that time then he must have ways to walk while the sun is shining in the sky, right? He might have some car that doesn't let sunlight in, or he might wear those clothes that cover his entire body. I waited for a few minutes, but when I realized he wasn't going to come, I lost interest. Before leaving the place where I was standing, I used my vampire vision to look around, and I didn't see any vampire souls. I only saw humans for several km. Realizing that everything was fine, I returned home. You fool. What were you thinking showing off in the middle of the entire university? Corneliu Funer yelled angrily as he hit the desk in the office he was at. Because of his supernatural strength, the desk he hit had his handprint carved into the wood. A few seconds before hitting the table, he managed to regain enough control to not destroy his table again. Corneliu was acting as a coach at this college. Despite being a coach, he didn't teach the students anything. He was only in charge of managing the basketball team, but that was just on paper. The reality was he wasn't doing anything. He was abusing his vampiric charm to stay in this school in an attempt to win the heart of Ruby, one of the 4 flowers of the vampire world. Luan at this point was very scared. He might act like a king in college, but he knows that in front of the vampire who gave him his gifts, he was nothing more than a slave. Luan knows that noble vampires are arrogant beings. They think the world revolves around them and they have a planet-sized egos, but that ego is as fragile as glass. At least, that's what Luan thinks of noble vampires. After all, he's only been in contact with a single noble vampire since he became a newborn. Luan looks at his master, Corneliu Funer, heir House Funer, a spoiled vampire who thinks he's the center of the world. Luan still remembers the day he was in a hospital bed and a young man who looked like a fairy tale prince showed up to help him. He felt he was chosen to be that prince's knight, but the reality was much more difficult than he imagined. This prince was nothing more than a spoiled vampire, but as he helped him out of that deplorable condition, he still feels gratitude to his master. You have nothing to say. Corneliu yelled angrily. Luan remained silent. He knows that no matter what he says, he will suffer the punishment anyway. After suffering from it for a year, he's already used to it. Torture is something very light when you get used to it. As long as my master is not touching my family, for me, a little torture is nothing. Tisk. Corneliu ignores Luan and starts biting his fingers as he starts to think. This was a habit he had since he was a child. A few minutes later, Corneliu thought of something. He looked at Luan. I'll save your punishment for later, but first, we must kill that newborn. Corneliu changed his aim. He thought that if he killed Victor he would be free to court Violet. Now that he knew Violet was in this town, he thought of it as an opportunity. Luan opens his eyes wide. Why? Why should we kill him? He stuttered. Despite being a vampire for over a year, Luan still hadn't killed a soul. He always drank his master's blood after all. Are you questioning me? If I say do something, you do it. Don't forget your position here. Corneliu spoke with a distorted face. Why yes, master. Luan stammered. Corneliu nodded in satisfaction. He sits down in the chair and starts to get annoyed when he thinks a newborn has stolen one of the flowers of the vampire world. Violet had always been an object of desire for all young noble vampires, a beautiful vampire with one of the rarest bloodlines in the vampire world. He couldn't accept that a humble newborn had decided to steal his most prized possession. Just wait, you little slave, I'm going to make you dog food, Corneliu spoke in a vicious tone. February 3rd. I'll be honest, I didn't expect Violet to make a huge basement in my house. I mean I live in a normal American house, and I also have a small basement, but what I'm seeing right now is just bullshit. My old normal basement that you can see in many American houses now looks like a cave that has lots of tunnels and rooms. What did she transform this basement into? This looks like an underground base that came out of some movie. Don't tell me she installed an artificial intelligence named Blue Queen too? A better question, how did she do it so fast? Is it okay to make a basement this size here at home? Yes, why not? Violet asked me, curious. She was wearing casual clothes this time, a simple white sweatshirt and black denim shorts. She was also wearing purple sports shoes with the symbol of a famous sports brand. I was a little surprised by the outfits she picked out. I thought she only had black-colored outfits or something, or cosplay-like outfits. Well, she looks beautiful in those clothes, and I'm not complaining. Seeing me watching her, she displays a small satisfied smile. I mean, isn't my house going to fall down or something with a hole this size? I'm not very knowledgeable in physics, but I think if I create a hole this big under the house, won't the house fall down? I think that is how it works. Oh, don't worry about it. Violet claps her hands lightly, and soon I feel someone approaching. I use my vampire vision and see that person is a human. The characteristics of a vampire are very easy to identify, but I always use my vampiric vision to make sure. After all, some humans look like vampires when they are afflicted by some kind of illness, like the one I had. This woman was human, but she looked a little different from the normal humans I've seen. I could see her heart glowing as if inviting me to feed on her, but the blue aura that surrounded the woman and the heart that she seemed to glow brighter than an ordinary human I saw told me she wasn't a normal human. A woman with Western features appeared. She had short black hair and golden eyes. She was wearing a casual outfit consisting of a white shirt with a beach photo stamped on her chest, simple denim shorts, and a basic pair of sandals. She looked a little short. I think it was 155 cm. Or 160 cm. She looked a little shorter than Kaguya. Darling, meet June, and June meet my husband, Victor, Violet said as she hugged my arms possessively. Yo, she said while making a V gesture with her fingers, then she said. Can you stop looking at me with those red eyes? I'm feeling a little threatened. She spoke with a happy smile on her face. By her excited tone of voice, and expression that looked like she was having fun, I honestly didn't believe she felt threatened at all. I close my eyes for a moment, and soon my vision returns to normal. I look at her with my sapphire blue eyes, and say, sorry about that, it's a bad habit of mine, I said. Don't worry, she said while smiling. Lady Violet, I did my job and I want my payment. You can deposit it in my account with the same amount as always. I know, $1 million, right? Violet spoke casually. I almost choked when I heard the amount of money. Just how much money does my wife have to go throwing around $1 million like it's a dollar bill? Yes, indeed, June spoke while shaking her head. She makes a few gestures with her hands, and soon the basement began to change. White ceramics began to grow on the floor, and several wooden coffins began to be created in the bedrooms. The walls began to turn a whiter color and I could see that bricks began to be created, and like a magic trick, the basement that once looked like a cave now looks like the interior of a mansion that has been painted in a black and white theme. With my current knowledge, only one group of beings could do what this woman did, witches. June displays a small satisfied smile, but soon that smile changes to a happy, joyful smile. Indeed. June is a witch I hired when I arrived in the US. As you can see, she has more useful and unique skills. Violet spoke with an elegant smile. If you have an order that cannot be legally placed, you can ask June. She will charge dearly, but since you are my husband, she will give a discount, right? Violet spoke with an elegant smile as she looked at June, who had her smile twitching slightly. Of course, Lady Violet, June said. I looked at Violet, and I could deduce a little bit of what she was thinking. This princess was thinking how helpful it is to have a person who can literally create a structure with a hand gesture. I think she plans to keep June around. For a small moment, I almost felt sorry for June, but it was only for a moment. After all, I barely know June enough to feel any sympathy for her. And Violet seems to have a long history with this witch. Why did you create this basement dash? I was going to ask Violet why she created this underground basement, but when I remember all the servants she had, I fell silent. Never mind. Violet pouted. I think she wanted to explain to me in detail why she created this basement. I smile a little and start stroking her head. For a moment, I feel Violet's body tremble like she's been shocked by electricity or something. As I stroked Violet's head, I looked at the newly constructed basement. Of course, this is all very useful since, if Violet's underlings live here, they will be quite helpful in the future, but how the fuck am I going to explain this to my parents? I've decided I'll keep it hidden from them. They can be weird and ignore my physical change. They can be weird enough and accept Violet as my wife easily, but this here? This is another level of bullshit I would have to invent to convince my parents. Suddenly remembering the plans I had to earn money while walking through college, I looked at June. Just call me June, she said smiling. I need a fake ID, a fake bank account, preferably a tax haven bank account. I also need a fake SSN. Can you arrange that for me? June looked at me confused, but soon she responded with a professional smile. Oh? That's easy. June picks up a phone and punches in some numbers, then she starts talking to someone. A few minutes later she looks at me. Which fake name do you want? Name James Bond, cough, James Smith. For a moment, I almost named a famous agent from the movies. I thought it would be cool, but when I started stealing in the future, it could get me into some issues. Copyrights. Believe me, copyright issues are very annoying. Stealing is much easier than solving copyright issues. She nodded. A few minutes passed again, and I could feel Violet's breathing start to get more erratic. She was looking at me with glowing red eyes. She looked like she was going to jump on me at any moment. For a moment, I looked at my hand. Do I have a god hand? Why is she reacting like this just by me stroking her head? As I looked at my hand as if it were Midas' right hand. June just spoke on the phone, and soon she summons two documents. The first document is a fake ID card that has my fake SSN on it, and the other is my bank account. I look at the bank account document and I see the document is from a bank account in a tax-free country. The wonders of a tax haven. You are very efficient. Are all witches like this? I asked, genuinely surprised. This information is going to cost a little more. Do you really want to know? June spoke as her golden eyes sparkled a little. If this were an anime, I'm sure her eyes would turn into the dollar sign by now. Forget what I said, I reply. TSK, too bad, she pouted. She's really greedy, huh? Well, at least she's honest. Violet suddenly looks at June with her blood-red eyes. Leave, she spoke as the teeth began to change into sharp teeth that could tear flesh easily. June felt a shiver run down her spine as she looked into Violet's eyes. Cough, I remembered that I had to feed my cat in Hawaii. Take care. Lord husband, soon I will be back to collect money for my services. See ya. June makes a few gestures with her hands, and suddenly a magic circle appears on the ground, and she disappears. When June leaves, I suddenly feel an explosion of bloodlust coming from Violet. I display a small smile and I also let my desire out. I wanted her. I wanted her blood. Let's have fun, darling, Violet spoke with a huge smile that showed all of her teeth. Previous index. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 11, Obsession. And the perfect maid. Violet suddenly jumps on top of me. I quickly caught her in my arms. She wraps her legs around my waist, and I hold her by her soft ass. I look up a little bit and stare into her blood-red eyes. Darling. 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 She looked like she was going crazy. She had a huge smile on her face. The skin on her cheeks was a little red and she was breathing erratically as she hugged me. Feeling the bloodlust that is emanating from Violet's body, I too start to loosen the shackles that keep me under control. My teeth start to shift and a predatory smile appears on my face. Seeing my smile and realizing that I was accepting her advances, Violet's smile grows erratically. Slowly her teeth start to change into sharp fangs, but she doesn't attack me right away. She starts sniffing me, and breathing erratically as if out of breath. She brings her face close to my neck, starts licking my neck with her tongue and, when my neck is wet enough, she opens her mouth and then bites me. Ugh. I feel my blood being drained. I also feel an unnatural surge of pleasure enter my body. This feeling was very addictive. I push Violet into the wall. I hear the sound of the wall cracking, but I don't care. I also open my mouth, and soon I bite her neck too. Ah. She stopped sucking my blood and moaned sensually as remnants of my blood that she sucked and didn't have time to swallow start to fall from her sharp fangs. I feel my shirt being smeared with the blood, but I don't care. I feel something wake up, and it was like a vampire who can't see the sunlight opening the lid of his coffin. It also feels like he was rubbing on Violet's coffin, wanting to wake her up from her sleep for them to have fun tonight. Wonderful. Violet starts licking my neck again as her coffin starts to shake as the vampire wakes up. Unfortunately, I couldn't directly feel the real deal, but that's a problem that can be solved easily. When I was going to rip my clothes off with my right arm, I sensed a horrible stench coming from an area near my house. It was like someone opening the sewer in my street. Violet seems to smell it too, and I see all the bloodlust in her excitement has faded and been replaced by annoyance. I get annoyed too. That would be an understatement to say how upset I was. My feeling now was like I was about to eat a delicious meal with my wife, but suddenly the sewer in the street broke, and the place we were eating stank with a terrible odor. I stop sucking her blood and look up using my vampire vision. I see two silhouettes at a considerable distance from my house. I see two men together. They were both human, but just like June, they had an aura covering them as if it was protecting them. But, unlike June whose aura was blue, these individuals' auras were golden, and I was smelling a horrible stench coming from them. Hearing someone's teeth grind, I look over at Violet and see that she has a rather startling expression on her face. Her face was distorted in anger. She was completely pissed off. Those fuckers. They just had to come and interrupt my moment with my husband. Those motherfuckers. They just can't sit in their church and be quiet while they play with the kids they love so much. Those mangy dogs. Pieces of shit. I just opened my eyes in surprise as I saw Violet's face distort into various expressions of disgust and anger as she spoke words that would make the most experienced sailors proud. I bring my face closer to Violet's neck and start licking the blood off her neck. Upon feeling me lick her neck, she stops insulting the people I assume are from the Inquisition and moans a little. I feel her gaze on my neck and she soon starts licking me too. As I licked her I said, calm down, and think clearly. I sincerely doubt these agents are here looking for us. She moans again, this time a little louder, and while breathing a little harder, she says, the agents of the Inquisition. Ugh. She bites her lip a little and wraps her legs tighter around my waist. I start to lightly pat her ass while licking her neck and blowing a little in her ears. Wait. I can't form a coherent train of thought while I feel like liquids have started to leak from her sacred coffin and with the shorts she was wearing. Darling, wait. She spoke the last word in a strong tone. I stop my caresses and look at her face, which was a flushed mess. Her breathing was erratic, and she was looking at me with desire burning in her eyes. Are you calmer? I spoke while trying to ignore my impulses. Yes. She replied as she tried to catch her breath. She pushes me away from her and claps her hands in a let me down gesture. I nod my head and let go, then I too step away from her and look at the visitors. Cough. Cough. She coughed a few times, and soon she had a noble look again. That look would be more convincing if her shorts weren't wet and her face wasn't a flushed mess. What was I really talking about? She asked out loud with a confused face. I can't help but laugh a little when I see the face she was making. What? She said, looking at me while pouting. I was thinking how adorable my wife is. Hearing what I said, I could see her pale skin starting to turn a healthy red. She made a humph sound and turned her face away while she had a happy smile. She is so adorable, my God. How can such a lovely creature exist? Before my wife and I fell into our pink world again, I said, the Inquisition. She looks at me confused. The Inquisition? What about them? I just look at her with an expressionless face. Don't tell me she already forgot. I look up and see they're walking like they're looking for something. One of them is also holding something in his hands that I don't know what it is. At least they've stopped stinking a little bit. Oh, those bastards, huh? She spoke when she sniffed the air and smelled the stench, her face grimaced with disgust, and then she continued. The Inquisition agents are probably patrolling. They have a device capable of tracking vampires. This device is useless when they are hunting noble vampires, but for hunting common vampires without support, this device is very useful. Why is this device useless for the nobles? I asked, curious. Noble vampires are the only vampires who can pay witches to do countermeasures for this type of technology. She spoke, and then she continued. Of course there are exceptions. There are ordinary vampires who have been transformed and have a lot of accumulated wealth. After all, this is the United States, the country of capitalism. There are several plebeian vampires with a lot of money here. These agents who are patrolling must be recruits since an experienced agent has his own means of investigating the presence of a vampire in the region. Just out of curiosity, how much does this countermeasure cost? I asked, curious. Depending on the witch you contact, the value could reach $5 billion. I opened my eyes in shock. Isn't this too inflated? That's what happens when a product is monopolized. Witches are the only ones who have this technology. They can put whatever price they want on it. That's why noble vampires always invest in maintaining friendly relations with witches. Violet said as she walked to one of the bedrooms, I'm going to change clothes. She straightens her hair that was messed up, and then she started to take off the sweatshirt she was wearing and was just in a black bra. After that she started to take off the jean shorts she was wearing and was left with only black panties. I decided to follow her towards the bedroom, of course. When I go towards the room, Kaguya appears from my shadow and holds my shoulders with her hand. What are you doing, Kaguya? I couldn't help but ask in a neutral tone. Lord Victor, please don't be a degenerate now. You have all eternity to feast on each other's lusts. You have all the time in the world to practice the act of reproduction. You might even decide to make 11 babies in the future to compete in the World Cup, but now is not the time for that. I feel my eyes twitch a little when I hear Kaguya's words. Can't this woman speak in a better way? And why the hell does she think I would make 11 babies just to play in the World Cup? Shouldn't vampires be hard to get pregnant or something? Please join me, Lord Victor, Kaguya said as she pointed to the room beside Violet. I think for a few seconds about my decision. I know that Kaguya won't stop me again from entering Violet's room. I also know if I enter Violet's room now, and I see my wife as she came into the world, I'm going to get excited again, and start teasing my wife. On the one hand, I want to go into my wife's room right now, but this horrible stench that seems like the stench of a sewer lowers my spirits. TSK, first let's solve this little problem. I can't be horny now. I decide to follow Kaguya's suggestion and walk towards the room next to Violet. I enter the room and see that there is a change of new clothes on the bed. Lord Victor, do you want help changing? Kaguya asked while gesturing with her hand. She was looking at me with an expressionless face, but I could see her eyes shining. I swear I saw her doing an expression of a please accept, I'm a trustworthy maid. I'll be honest, I was a little curious how she was going to change my clothes, so, like a good adventurer, I said, of course, help me change my clothes. When I spoke those words, Kaguya's eyes changed to blood red, and I could see her eyes light up as if she was excited. Then she displayed a small satisfied smile. As expected from Lord Victor, Lady Violet has chosen a good husband. Before I can understand anything, she disappeared into shadows and passed through my body. I noticed that the clothes that were on the bed disappeared and, without me understanding anything that happened, Kaguya was standing in front of me again holding the clothes I was wearing. The clothes I was wearing were even folded. It all happened so fast I could barely understand what happened. I looked down at my chest and realized I was already dressed. This is impressive. I comment surprised. I was talking about her speed and how she changed my clothes without me feeling her touch on my body. She holds her hand to her chest as a gesture of respect and speaks with an expressionless face, but I can tell she was proud. I am the strongest and most perfect maid, of course, this would be a natural result. Heh, I display a small smile, somehow I find her adorable, I approach her and start stroking her head. She lifts her expressionless face a little and looks at me, I could see her eyes light up a little, she looked excited. Lord Victor, please keep your hands off the maids. Within just one day, are you already cheating on your wife? My smile threatens to break when I hear what Kaguya says, is it not the maid's duty to serve her master? I spoke with a small smile. So, you are abusing your authority. She spoke with the same expressionless face. I understand, as it's the master's order, I can't do anything. After all, the master's orders are absolute and, as I am a perfect maid and the eldest of my sisters, I must be the one to sacrifice myself so that you don't lay your hands on the younger maids. She spoke as if she were making a great sacrifice. This maid, she's read a lot of erotic books. I stop stroking her head and tug at both her plump cheeks. Lord Victor, I'm not a masochist, I don't like pain, please stop. Stop your delusions, maid. I let go of her cheek, when she lowered her head and touched her cheeks which I pulled, I stroked her head lightly and said. Good job Kaguya, I said gratefully, I really like this maid's personality. I feel Kaguya tremble a little when I said those words, I think she didn't like what I said. I look down, but I just see Kaguya's black hair. I stopped petting Kaguya and left the room. As I walked towards the stairs that lead to my house, I decided to wait for Violet upstairs. After all, I just heard my parents' voices, I think they came home. When Victor left the room, Violet, who was wearing a different outfit, appeared in the room. Victor was in and looked at Kaguya, who had a shocked expression. Kaguya, Violet speaks. Kaguya awakens from stupor and assumes a blank expression. Yes, Lady Violet. Violet's eyes changed to blood red and she spoke in an emotionless tone, he's mine. He's only mine. She spoke in an obsessive tone. I know, Lady Violet, I was just surprised, it won't happen again. Good, Violet's eyes return to their normal color and she smiles contentedly. Violet turns and starts walking towards the stairs. Lady Violet, Kaguya calls out. Violet stops walking. What do you intend to do about Lady Sasha and Lady Ruby? Violet heard Kaguya say. Violet's body starts to shake, she clenches her fists tightly and the air around Violet starts to heat up. If a normal human saw Violet's face at this point, they would just run away in fear. Her face was distorted in anger, her eyes were glowing with a dangerous glint, and all her sharp teeth were showing. She didn't look like a noblewoman, she looked like a monster that was hateful enough to burn the world. Realizing that Violet was losing control again, Kaguya takes a small green ball from her pocket and breaks it, then she spoke in a neutral tone, June. I know. I know. June, who was wearing a green bikini, appears in a magic circle and, with a snap of her fingers, she insulated the entire basement she created with a sound isolation barrier. She made sure that any sound could not be heard outside the door or on the surface, she also reinforces the walls with her magic power. No longer able to take the feeling she was holding, Violet punches the wall, those bitches. Boom. The wall breaks in the shape of a spider's web. She has an absurd strength as always, and it looks like she's stronger. June spoke in a calm tone as if this happened often, but she was a little surprised that Violet was getting stronger. He is just mine. Just mine. I will not allow any woman near him. I will kill those whores. A bloody pressure began to spread throughout the basement, realizing that Violet was raging uncontrollably and not returning to normal, Kaguya says. Lady Violet. The two women are your childhood friends. Hearing Kaguya's words, the atmosphere around Violet weakened considerably, but the sense of danger was still present. Violet clenches her fists tightly, and bites her lip in frustration, it's like she's having an internal battle, but soon her obsession with Victor seems to win. Violet spoke in a tone devoid of emotions, I know, that's why I don't want Victor to meet them, I don't want to have to kill my friends from childhood. Soon she began to control her powers and the atmosphere returned to normal as if nothing had happened. June makes a gesture with her hands and soon the barrier she put in place disappears, as always, the same amount of money in the same bank account. I'll charge a little more also for the teleportation tools, these things aren't cheap, and please don't call me suddenly, I was in Hawaii enjoying the beach, you know? TSK, see ya. She spoke as she threw 3 more green balls to Kaguya who took them and put them in her pocket. From beginning to end, Kaguya just looked at June like she was looking at a piece of trash, but in the end, she nodded her head in agreement with June's requests. The witch's services were cheaper compared to other witches who she knew, so spending a little money to prevent Violet from screwing it up is a small price to pay in Kaguya's view. Natalia the blonde maid appears from a hidden door, she came here through the secret passages June made in the basement. She was just having tea in one of the hidden rooms in this basement, but she decided to come here when she saw the noise Violet was making. What do you intend to do? Natalia asked. Kaguya sighed and said. As the perfect maid, I cannot let Lady Violet make a mistake that she will regret in the future. After all, the maid must always want the best for her master. She spoke in a neutral tone, then she continued. Lady Violet is not taking the whole situation calmly, her obsession with Victor is clouding her judgment. The ritual is absolute, all 3 women must join Lord Victor, because if they don't Lord Victor may fall into a deep sleep and the 2 women could also join him. If that happens, Lady Violet will go mad. Kaguya can't help but think inwardly. Sigh, this whole situation is complicated, especially considering this has never happened before. Natalia spoke in a neutral tone with a small sigh. Kaguya nods, and soon she makes a decision, I'll get in touch with Lady Ruby and Lady Sasha. Natalia the blonde maid who was wearing a French maid uniform said, be careful with the church dogs when you go out. Kaguya nods and disappears into the darkness. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires chapter 12, a hardworking maid. On the rooftop of a 20-story building was a maid with short black hair looking in the direction of a particular university. The university she was looking at was the same university Victor attended. Despite being several kilometers away, Kaguya could see the college as if it were very close. As she watched college, Kaguya began to think about what had happened in the past 2 days. Kaguya wouldn't lie to herself, she was a little surprised at Violet's new husband. At first, I thought he would run away when he saw my master's psychotic attitude, Kaguya commented to herself, after all, she knew Violet's personality well. Kaguya was a new vampire by vampire standards, she was only 210 years old. Since she became self-aware she has always been trained to be the personal servant of the Snow clan leader or heir. Kaguya is part of Clan Blank, a subsidiary family of Clan Snow. The 2 families have a blood bond that cannot be broken because Clan Blank's ancestor was one of the main members of Clan Snow who fell in love with a Japanese noble vampire. That is a story that happened over 1,000 years in the past. It is because of this ancestor that Clan Blank has some Japanese characteristics. Kaguya herself is a perfect example. Kaguya did not inherit the Snow clan's flames, but she did inherit Snow clan's immunity to the sun, and because of that immunity, Kaguya had to serve Clan Snow. Normally, it shouldn't be like that. After all, Kaguya's ancestor was part of Clan Snow's main house, and he married a noble Japanese vampire who could control the shadows. But, because of the untimely death of Kaguya's ancestor's wife, the descendants of the noble vampire were left without political support and, because of that, they were demoted to a subsidiary family that exists only to serve the Snow clan. What about Kaguya's ancestor? He didn't care. The The moment he found out his wife died, he disappeared and left his children in the care of Clan Snow. For Kaguya, this was really a tedious story, a story from a second-rate movie. Because of a vampire's decision, an entire bloodline was doomed to live eternally serving a clan. Nice job, huh? Kaguya thought aloud with a small smile on her face. Kaguya had always wanted to be the perfect maid since she was a little girl. In a way, she was just doing it to be praised. It was like a child who was trying to get the attention of her parents, but her efforts were never recognized. When Victor said, "Good job," for a moment, she remembered her childhood. Just for a moment, she felt happy. But it's not all flowers. Reality soon hit her when Violet called out to her. Kaguya exhibited a small disdainful smile. I think, in the end, the stalker found a good man. Maybe I should work a little harder. Kaguya had a secret of her own. At first, she didn't like Violet. Wrong, she didn't like the Snow Clan's heir. She didn't like to feel trapped by the duty that was placed on her from birth. She liked being a servant, but she didn't like to feel attached to someone. The perfect maid can freely choose the master she wants to serve. Unfortunately, I'm far from being the perfect maid. Kaguya spoke with a shrug as she made a bored gesture as if she had no choices. But soon she assumes her blank expression. But as Lady Violet's personal maid, I can't let her make a mistake she'll regret in the future. After all, I can't be a perfect maid, but at least I am a hardworking one. She chuckled a little to herself, and soon she jumped in the opposite direction to the university that Victor studied. You guys really went to buy. I thought you were kidding, I said, surprised and a little disbelieving what I was seeing in front of me. I was looking at my mom and dad who bought several boxes of fireworks. Why do you have that dead fish face? She asked me, and then she still doesn't give me time to answer anything. Oh, you always have that look on your face, I'm sorry. Anyway. We have to celebrate. You have no idea how much I wanted a daughter-in-law so I could cuddle and cuddle. My mother spoke with a smug face. Why are you treating my wife like she's your daughter? I can't help but comment internally. Suddenly my mother ran towards the kitchen and started looking for someone. She looked like a child who acquired a new friend and wanted to play. When she saw Violet who was looking into the kitchen like she was looking at her archenemy, she ignored Violet's expression and hugged her. Violet makes a surprised expression, but soon she smiles softly and turned to look at my mom. Lady Anna, what are you doing? Wrong, wrong. Wrong, wrong. She spoke the same word over and over while shaking her head. You are my son's wife, so you must call me mom. Violet looked shocked at my mother. Violet was a tall woman. She was 180 cm tall, compared to my mom who was 170 cm tall, so from my perspective seeing my mom hugging Violet was a bit comical. She looked more like a younger sister to Violet than my mother. Mother. Violet spoke with a difficult expression. It was like a person who had never spoken those words before in her life. Umu. My mom breaks away from Violet and nods with a satisfied expression. That still wasn't enough, but I realize you're uncomfortable, so I won't force you into anything. It's not that. It's just. Violet was going to say something, but she was silent. It seemed she must have some family issues. Shoo, don't worry, everyone on this planet has secrets, even my son and his wife. My mom spoke with a meaningful smile. Violet smiled a little with a grateful expression. But anyway, why were you looking at the kitchen like it was your archenemy? My mom asked curiously and, as always, she was brutally honest. Violet's expression takes on several shades of red. She ducks her head in embarrassment and pouts. I was never good in the kitchen, and I wanted to make Victor something to eat. Mom and I looked at Violet in shock. Suddenly my mom starts hugging Violet tighter. Kaya. You are so beautiful, my god. My son hit jackpot. Violet's face is completely red and she looks to me for help, but I just shrug like it has nothing to do with me. She suddenly takes on an expression of someone who has been left to survive alone in the wild. Sorry my wife, but I want you to be my sacrifice to my mother. And, looking at the small smile on Violet's face, I can see that she's not disliking my mom's attitude. She's just a woman who isn't honest with her feelings, although she's surprisingly honest when it comes to me. I decided. My mom suddenly stops hugging Violet and yells, then she continues, I'm going to teach you how to cook. When I heard my mom's words I couldn't help but wonder about the doubt I had when I heard Violet was bad at cooking. Can vampires eat regular food? Really? Violet asked with bright eyes. Of course, let's go. Suddenly my mother pulls Violet by the arm and leads her into the kitchen. Soon the two women start talking. You found a good wife, my dad said as he was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. I look at him and see him smiling at me with a satisfied face. I display a small smile. You're wrong, Dad. My dad looks at me confused. I didn't find her, she found me, I said. Women these days are more honest with their feelings, huh? He spoke with a small smile, then he crouches down and tries to pick up the boxes full of fireworks. Leave it to me, Dad, I said as I walked over and placed all the boxes piled on my shoulder. In total they bought 3 boxes the size of a normal microwave. My father, seeing me putting all the boxes on my shoulder, couldn't help but smile at me satisfied. Now you can work as a bricklayer, you used to be very weak. Oof, I felt like someone had stabbed my heart with a stake. I look at my dad and think he's really going to ignore the changes in my body, huh? Or maybe he doesn't care. Anyway, I appreciate that he's not asking anything. As I carried the boxes into the living room, I asked my father, by the way, what took you so long? After all, it's already turned into night. I seem to speak loud enough for my mom to hear because she stops talking to Violet and looks at me. We wanted to give you guys privacy. After all, you guys are supposed to be horny with each other, right? Mother. I looked at her in shock. Woman, control your mouth. I know this is normal, you two are young, etc. My mom spoke in a bored tone like it was no big deal. Indeed, we enjoyed last night. Violet spoke with a smile on her face. She was saying that last night we sucked each other's blood, but that only increased the misunderstanding. My mom looks at Violet with shining eyes. Looks like I'm going to like you even more than I already do. I found a partner. Partner? Violet questions confused. Yes, do you know how difficult it is to be the only honest person in this house? My son is an antisocial man that if it weren't for my teachings, would have become a simp to some successful streamer. Woman, why do you know these useless things? I thought as I placed the boxes in the room. Oh. Violet looks at me and I turn away, ignoring her. After all, there are some truths to my mom's words. I wouldn't become a simp because I didn't have money and I wasn't foolish enough to believe that if I gave these streamers some money, I could get in their pants. Besides, I didn't even have time to think about it because I was worried about my health and, in the past, I looked like a thin undead. I doubt any woman would be interested in me. And my husband, well, he's my husband. She spoke in a flat tone. It was like she didn't have much to say about my father. Well, in general, my father is a good father. He never missed anything at home and he was always there when we needed him. Hey, woman. Don't dirty my image in front of my daughter-in-law, my father yelled. My mom just sticks her tongue out to my dad. Suddenly I smell the sewer stink again. Those agents must have returned. Honestly, I didn't have a problem with these agents. They were just doing their job, but, for some reason, they stank like a sewer and that annoyed me. I'm just annoyed by the fact that I was having a good, normal conversation with my family and suddenly someone seems to have opened the sewer in the middle of our house. It was just an irritating feeling. Honey, should we get your things? I spoke out loud when I noticed Violet was starting to show her gentle face. I didn't want her to show this face to my parents. Although I think it's adorable, I don't know if my parents would like it, and that was a gamble I didn't want to make, and I'm self-conscious enough to realize that her face is scary for normal people, even though that expression is so adorable. Hearing my voice, Violet controls her expression and smiles gently. You're right, darling. My mom makes a sad expression, but we were having fun. She spoke while pouting. Don't worry. Mother. She paused and spoke the last word with a hard face. She clearly wasn't used to saying that word. Soon that expression fades into a kind face. I live near here, and I just need to get some more clothes. I see. Well, take care and come back soon, she spoke with a gentle smile. I'll be right back, Mother, Violet said. She looked like she could say the last word a little easier now. She walked towards the door. I'll be right back, Mr. Leon, Violet said in a polite tone. Just call me Leon, my dad said. Violet nods her head smiling. I look at my dad and say, I'll be right back, Dad. My dad nodded and said, take care of yourself out there, son. I nod my head indicating that I understand and then walk to the door. Violet holds my arm like a good wife and we walk out of the house. When the door to the house closed, Victor and Violet suddenly disappeared. Previous index next. Comments loading. Knives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 13, Ruby Scarlet. Ruby Scarlet's house. A beautiful woman with long red hair and a body that would be the envy of any model was sleeping soundly in a very ordinary-looking king-size bed. She was sleeping in a very comfortable position. It seemed that nothing in this world could interrupt her sleep. Lady Ruby, suddenly a woman's voice can be heard in the bedroom. Ugh, Ruby gave a sign of life but continued to sleep. After all, she was fully convinced that no one would dare interrupt her sleep, and she also knew that no one would dare attack her family, and, because of that conviction, she could sleep as if she had no worries in the world. Lady Ruby. This time Ruby heard the woman's voice, but she was too lazy to get up. Though, for a moment, she thought this woman's voice was all too familiar. Well, she was too lazy to think, so she decided to continue to sleep. Kaguya, you're doing it wrong. Suddenly Ruby hears her personal maid's voice. Oh. How do you wake up your master, Luna? Kaguya asked in a neutral tone. Luna flashes a sadistic smile and approaches Ruby, then she says, Ruby, I ripped up your entire personal anime collection. Ruby suddenly opens her eyes and looks coldly at Luna, her personal maid. You won't fool me again, Luna, Ruby said in a cold tone. TSK, looks like I have to find another way to provoke Lady Ruby. The maid spoke aloud with a pout. Kaguya just looks at Luna with emotionless eyes. Luna was wearing a maid's uniform similar to Kaguya's. She has shoulder-length white hair, pale skin like all vampires, and pink eyes. She was a Russian woman with a height of 180 cm. Kaguya looks at a specific part of Luna, huge as always, she thought disdainfully. Luna's most outstanding feature was her huge breasts. Just like Ruby, who had the biggest breasts Kaguya has ever seen, Luna didn't seem to lose in this competition. Now that I've stopped to think about it, all the women of Lady Ruby's clan have huge breasts, Kaguya commented to herself. Ugh, I wanted to sleep. Ruby complained. She sat up in bed. When Kaguya sees Ruby's breasts dangle in the red nightgown she was wearing, she can't help but think, maybe I should just let Lady Violet kill this woman. Ruby looks at the guest and says, oh, Kaguya. How long has it been since we have last seen each other, she said with a gentle smile. Seeing Ruby's gentle smile, Kaguya stops thinking about random bullshit. She knows that of the three women who are childhood friends, Ruby is the kindest, calmest, and the smartest person she knows. She also has nothing against this woman. Boing. Boing. Yes, she has nothing against Dash. Seeing Ruby's breasts bouncing as she stretches on the bed, Kaguya pulls back everything she thinks and decides it's a good idea to let this woman die. Kaguya? Ruby spoke as she stretched. Tisk, Kaguya didn't hide her annoyance, but soon her expression goes blank and she says, I came here to talk about Lady Violet. Ruby opens her eyes, a little surprised, but doesn't react too much. She expected something like this to happen. You came at a good time, I have something to tell you too. Oh. Kaguya looks at Ruby with curious eyes. Soon Ruby starts explaining to Kaguya about the noble vampire Corneliu Funer. When Ruby finishes recounting the events that happened at the university to Kaguya, the black-haired maid only speaks in disdain. A young noble vampire who thinks he's the center of the world and has an ego more fragile than glass? What is new? Ruby nodded in agreement with Kaguya's words, but that's not the problem. What if Corneliu attacks him? Oh. Oh. Suddenly Luna, who was silent, started to smile. Lady Ruby won't call that man darling like Lady Violet? Ruby turns to face Luna and says in a cold tone, silence. Luna's body suddenly stops moving and she says, yes, Lady Ruby. She spoke in a neutral tone like a robot. She doesn't learn, huh? Kaguya spoke in a bored tone. Since the moment she met Luna, this woman has always liked to tease Ruby. Ruby is a kind person and doesn't like to use master status to force Luna to do things, but Luna knows no limits. She likes to tease Ruby in any situation. That's inappropriate behavior for a servant. After all, the servant cannot tarnish her master's reputation. Yes, I don't like to do that, but she doesn't know how to control her mouth. Ruby sighed. Kaguya nods in agreement, but then she says, about Corneliu, Lady Ruby, no need to worry. Why don't I need to worry? Ruby asked confused. Because Lord Victor can handle it, Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone, but Ruby could see she was confident Victor could handle it. Huh. But, he's a newborn, and a newborn can't fight a noble vampire who's been roaming the world for over 50 years. Even though Corneliu is weak by noble vampire standards, he's still a noble vampire. A newborn vampire can't handle him. Ruby explained her reasoning. Kaguya ignores Ruby's reasoning and asks, Lady Ruby, have you forgotten what we are? Ruby opens her eyes for a moment when she understands what Kaguya means. Kaguya flashes a cold smile. We are vampires. We are not like wolves that take care of each other. If Victor dies fighting Corneliu, that means he wasn't as special as Lady Violet always said. Indeed, Ruby said with a cold smile, but soon she continues with a gentle smile, but I don't intend to become a widow before meeting my husband. And as a perfect maid I can't let my master be sad. After all, a maid must always prioritize the best for her master, Kaguya commented with a small smile on her face. Looks like we've agreed on something, Ruby said with the same smile. Indeed, Kaguya agreed. But I didn't come here to talk about it. Kaguya suddenly changes the subject. I came here to say that Lady Violet's possessive attitude has been getting out of hand since the moment she met Victor. And she will probably try to kill you without worrying about the consequences. I know. Ruby commented with a sad smile. I've known her since she was little. I know how crazy she can be when someone takes something that belongs to her, and honestly, I guess Sasha and I shouldn't have been there when Victor was turned. After all, he was someone Violet had always been watching since she was a child. Ruby puts her hand on her neck and suddenly her eyes changed to blood red. A bloody atmosphere started coming out of Ruby's body, and slowly, it felt like Ruby's room was getting colder. It was like the temperature suddenly dropped into the negatives. But I don't intend to give up either. What happened in the ritual can't be undone and I can't go into hibernation because of a little mistake like that. I have a lot of things I want to do in the future yet, if Victor does become my darling, and when he becomes my darling, he'll have my full support for whatever he wants to do in the future. Ruby's smile grew unnaturally, and her sharp teeth started to show. She was no longer a kind woman, she seems to have changed to something much worse in just a few days. And, Kaguya noticed this change. Outside Kaguya had the same blank expression, but inside she couldn't help thinking, for God's sake, another one? Does Lord Victor's blood have properties that turn female vampires into stalkers? I understand, I'm leaving, Kaguya said when she turned around, she had fulfilled her goal. Ruby, seeing that Kaguya was leaving, returned to her gentle appearance. Are you going to visit Sasha? She asked curiously. Yes, Kaguya said. Be careful with Sasha's new maid, she's special, Ruby warned her. What happened to the former maid? Kaguya asked as she turned and looked at Ruby and, seeing Ruby's sad look, she said, she died. Yes. She was murdered by the dogs of the church, Ruby spoke in an angry and at the same time sad tone. She knew Sasha's maid, Julia. She always talked a lot to Julia when she went to visit Sasha. I see, Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone, but Ruby could hear some sadness in her voice. Soon the shadows started to engulf Kaguya, and she disappeared. Seeing that Kaguya is gone, Ruby looks at Luna, then her eyes change to blood red for a moment, and soon Luna starts acting normally. Sorry about that again, Luna. It's okay, I know I go overboard sometimes, Luna commented with a small smile on her face. Sometimes? Ruby raised an eyebrow. Luna used her right to remain silent. Ruby sighs and looks at her watch, seeing it was 8 o'clock in the morning. She thinks, it's still too early, my university starts in the afternoon and I'm too lazy to make arrangements to avoid sunlight when I go out. I think I'll just sleep again. Ruby lays on the bed and pulls her sheet to cover her body. The moment she lays down she feels thirsty. When she feels this craving for blood that can't be satiated by ordinary blood, she can't help cursing Violet, that bitch. She's got her thirst quenched, but she doesn't think about the consequences. Does she want my darling to go into a coma? Ruby's eyes kept changing red and green. She was trying to resist the bloodlust. Lady Ruby. Luna spoke worriedly. It's okay, Luna. Soon this problem will cease to exist, Ruby spoke while still lying down. As soon as she covers the sheet up to her head she closes her eyes. She was trying to sleep while ignoring her bloodlust, which seems to be increasing with each passing day. Luna looks at Ruby worriedly. She can't help but think inwardly, that's bad. If it goes on like this, Lady Ruby could lose control or go into a sleep state. I need to do something. Luna was thinking about what she could do to help Ruby, but she couldn't find any ideas in her head when, suddenly, she has a brilliant idea. I'm going to get in touch with Ruby's mom. Two tall men were walking down the street as they were looking around. They were wearing two full black priest's robes, but unlike normal priest's clothes, these men's clothes were designed for combat and easy movement. Around these men's necks, a small white crucifix can be seen. The two men appeared to have Western features. One had dark black hair and brown eyes, the other had light brown hair and black eyes. While the black-haired man had a simple cut, the brown-haired man had a bowl-shaped haircut. Thomas, what are we doing? We've been down this street about 500 times. For the love of our father, let's get out of here. The brown-haired man spoke impatiently. Shut up, dickhead. I feel those evil creatures around here, I smell the stink. Thomas, the black-haired man, spoke with conviction. When the brown-haired man hears what Thomas said, he is furious. Don't call me dickhead. I have a name that God gave me. My name is Dash. Yes, whatever. Come on, dickhead, the equipment is feeling something over there, Thomas said as he pointed to a street. Hey. Do not ignore me. And we've been down this street before. Dickhead spoke. Strange, this is state-of-the-art equipment, is it defective? Thomas spoke as he looked at the device in his hand. The device was shaped like a wooden crucifix. Dickhead approaches Thomas and looks at the equipment. He suddenly gets angrier. This is not state-of-the-art equipment. This equipment was used during the hunting of vampires in the 18th century. For the love of God. Where did you get this? Huh. I got it from the church warehouse. It said equipment for tracking vampires. Did you look at which version of the equipment? Thomas turns his face away. Yes. Veins start popping in Dickhead's head. You're an idiot. Are these the famous hunters from the Inquisition? Victor, who was watching these two hunters on top of a house, asked as he looked at Violet, who was standing next to him. Violet turns her face away and replies, yes. Are you sure? Victor looked at the two priests again and then looked at Violet, who was ignoring him. Yes, I guess. Violet replied uncertainly. Victor looked at the two priests again, and seeing them argue again, are you absolutely sure they aren't two comedians dressed as priests? Violet looks at the priests again, seeing how she had no way to explain the attitude of those priests. She uses her right to remain silent, but internally she was thinking, I evacuated the humans from the surrounding area thinking there might be conflict, but it looks like I've done a useless job. These two hunters are still inexperienced. Does it look like they're on their first mission? She thought. Victor looks at Violet for a moment and ignores her, then he uses his vampire vision and looks at the priests. Seeing the golden energy covering those priests, and feeling a little stink of sewage emanating from them, he confirms for the 10th time they are vampire hunters. Sigh. Victor couldn't help but sigh. No need to be disappointed, darling. There are experienced hunters. Maybe in the future, you'll find other hunters better. Violet starts talking quickly as if trying to cheer him up. Victor looks at Violet confused. I'm not disappointed by that, I'm just disappointed that these two agents messed up our moment along with this stink of sewage. I was hoping they would be more competent. He explained. Oh. On second thought. They messed up our moment together, huh? Remembering that she was about to finally catch up with Victor and those two hampered him with their stink, the anger she'd previously felt returned explosively. Violet suddenly starts to emit a bloody pressure. Victor, seeing Violet's bloodthirsty expression, thought she was very beautiful, but he also thought, fuck, she's going to kill them. When Violet disappears, Victor also disappears. While watching her, he was thinking, I can't let her kill those agents, I need to know their goals in this town. Previous index next. Copyright Twins Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 14, Thomas and Jimmy. Thomas and his friend also sense Violet's killing intent. They stop arguing and assume a serious expression. Jimmy. Dickhead, now known as Jimmy, said, you only call my name in this kind of situation, asshole. Jimmy takes a Bible from the little bag he was carrying, then he opens it and puts his hand on the pages of the Bible and begins to speak, my lord, please forgive these corrupt souls, and bless your lost lambs in this battle to come. A golden light descends on Jimmy and Thomas. At that moment Thomas grabs the crucifix that was around his neck and yells out, I am the man chosen by God to be his messenger. Suddenly Thomas's crucifix changes its appearance and, slowly, a western sword forms in his hand. This sword had a normal appearance, but the blade was strange. The edge of the blade seemed to be covered by some kind of golden light. Violet appears beside Thomas and, just as she was about to kick him, she is stopped by a golden barrier. Violet pulls away and looks at her feet that were a little bruised, but soon are cured by the vampire's abnormal regeneration. Then she looks at Jimmy with a murderous glare. When Thomas sees Violet's red eyes and her pale complexion, he yells with a hateful smile. Vampire. We've actually found a vampire, and it's still morning. Jimmy opens his eyes wide as he realizes that only one coven of vampires could walk in the sun without worrying. Thomas, we must run quickly, we need to get away. Huh? Why? We have a vampire here, let's kill her. Thomas yelled. Fool. Look at the situation calmly, she is a vampire but she is walking around in broad daylight. Only one dash, suddenly Violet appears at Jimmy's side again and attacks him, intending to rip his head off. She's trying to eliminate me. Jimmy jumps back in an attempt to dodge, then pulls holy water from his bag and throws it to the ground. He holds up certain pages of the Bible and shouts, Michael. Guardian Prince and Warrior, defend me and protect me with your sword. Don't let any harm come to me. Suddenly a golden sword falls from the sky and appears in front of Jimmy. The sword was giant and it seemed to be made of pure golden energy. Violet quickly backs away, jumping back when she realizes she couldn't kill Jimmy in time, since she doesn't want to take Jimmy's attack. Oh. You're talented. She displayed a small predatory smile that showed off her sharp teeth. I don't want compliments from a demon like you. Jimmy yelled. How rude, have you ever seen such a sexy, beautiful demon like her? Victor suddenly appears on top of a fence while sitting down looking like a Japanese delinquent. Jimmy turns when he hears another voice, then he looks at Victor and, seeing the predatory smile on Victor's face and his red eyes, Jimmy felt a shiver down his spine. Another vampire who can walk in the sunlight, they are from that clan of cursed nobles. We don't have a chance here, we need to retreat. Thomas, seeing that a new vampire appeared, and realizing that he was closer to him, exhibited a hateful smile. God, bless this little servant with a strong body immune to fatigue. In this way, his servants will fight countless battles. Thomas's body began to glow, and the golden light from the sword that was located on its blade began to glow brighter. Thomas. Don't do it, you fool. Damn it. Jimmy yelled angrily when he saw what Thomas was about to do. They shouldn't be fighting this battle, we should have backed off and told the superiors that there are vampires from that cursed clan in this town. Thomas suddenly disappears into golden light. Victor looks to the side and sees that Thomas was approaching. Is he aiming for my head? From Victor's perspective, Thomas was still very slow. He also felt that the golden energy coming out of Thomas's sword was dangerous. Ah! Give me your head. Suddenly Thomas's speed increased explosively and he swung his sword towards Victor. Victor jumps up calmly and dodges Thomas's attack, but suddenly he feels like his face has been scratched. Ugh, what is this pain? It is like I've been burned from the inside. It's like thousands of ants are biting my face at the same time. He touches his face and thinks, I'm sure I dodged it. I'm not foolish enough to let that energy hit my body, but how did he hit me? Thomas. You fool. Control your energy correctly. You missed a chance. Ugh. I know. Thomas spoke as he avoided hitting a wall in front of him. He managed to stop in time to avoid being smashed against the wall. He stopped in front of the wall and started breathing heavily. He had used all his energy in that attack. This was an attack that could cause permanent damage to an ordinary vampire. Oh, can he control the energy any way he wants? This is interesting. It means that if he was an experienced hunter I would have lost my head. I understand. I understand. Victor thought with a neutral face. He was learning a lot from this situation, but he also felt strange. The longer this battle dragged on he was getting calmer and calmer. He was feeling very strange. He thought the first time he fought while in control of his actions he would be more scared, but instead of scared, he is feeling very calm. He can't explain to himself why he is feeling that way. Suddenly a bloody pressure exploded around everyone. Victor, Thomas, and Jimmy look at Violet in shock and her expression was distorted into pure hatred. You fuckers. Boom. A pillar of fire burst from Violet's body like a volcano that had erupted. She puts her hand to her face like she's possessed by something while mumbling loud enough for everyone to hear. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you hurt my beloved, darling? You motherfucking pigs. How could Violet allow this? Her beloved darling was hurt by mere pigs. They're just food for vampires, how dare they? That fire. Thomas spoke with an expression of fear. I warned you. We should have backed off. We don't stand a chance against someone from that cursed clan. You never listened to me. Jimmy yelled as he kept his attention on Victor who was wearing a gentle smile and Violet who had a hateful expression. Looking at the pillar of fire that Violet was producing, all that was on Jimmy's mind now is to run away. He was extremely terrified since he provoked a monster that he shouldn't provoke. Haha, Victor suddenly started to laugh lightly when he saw Violet's face. She was very adorable to him and, because of that, he was laughing with happiness. Jimmy and Thomas looked at Victor like they were looking at a madman. How can he laugh in this situation? Why are you laughing? Thomas yelled annoyed as he watched the cut on Victor's face abnormally heal. He was internally surprised by this. Our god's energy healed so easily. Is that the power of a noble vampire? Jimmy, when he heard what Thomas said, looked at Thomas with murderous eyes. He promised himself he would part with Thomas if he survives all this. That man is just too stupid. Why am I laughing? I really do not know. I just felt like laughing, so I laughed. Victor lied easily. He looks at Violet with a loving smile. Isn't she beautiful? Tell me, have you ever seen a woman more beautiful than her? Victor asked while smiling. Huh. The hunter's brain stopped working for a few seconds. They looked at Violet, saw her hateful expression, and they couldn't help but think, is that beautiful? Was this vampire's brain melted by the previous attack? Victor ignores the hunters and walks towards Violet then, when he gets close to Violet, he lightly touches her face. Strangely the fire didn't burn him. Violet slowly starts to ignore the hunters and looks at Victor with murderous eyes. Suddenly she feels something invading her mouth. Hump dash. Feeling something wet invading her mouth, and realizing what Victor was doing, Violet's hateful expression slowly began to melt and her cheeks slowly began to turn a shade redder. Tongues have started dancing in Violet's and Victor's mouths, but that doesn't last long. When Victor separates a bridge of saliva forms, then he flashes a gentle smile. Are you calmer? Why yes, she spoke with red cheeks as she turned her face and smiled a little, happily. Victor laughs and pats her head. He finds the raw change in Violet's personality adorable. One moment she's a vampire killer, and the other moment she acts like a teenager who's in love, and he loved that trait of Violet. Suddenly, Victor looks at the two agents who were slowly trying to get away. Seeing that Victor looked at them, the hunters couldn't help but speak in fear. Oh shit. Victor hears footsteps approaching and he decides to leave the scene. Although Violet has evacuated the surrounding area, the fire that Violet invoked drew a lot of attention. Honey, get that boy with bowl hair and I'll get Thomas. Do as I say, okay, he spoke with a gentle smile. Why yes, darling, she commented stuttering, while her expression was a little red with embarrassment. Victor uses his speed, and he disappears beside Violet then reappears beside Thomas. You dash, Thomas was going to say something, but Victor kicked him in the face and put him to sleep. He then picks Thomas up like a sack of potatoes and disappears. Violet appears alongside Jimmy but, unlike Thomas, Jimmy can't resist being taken away. God, please protect this lamb that is being kidnapped to the devil's lair. In an abandoned building on the outskirts of where Violet and Victor's battle took place. I throw the hunter named Thomas to the ground. When he falls to the ground he suddenly wakes up while yelling, ouch. Violet came right behind me and threw the hunter named Jimmy to the ground. Ouch, he started to massage his ass. I notice that Violet is staring at Thomas with a murderous look, so I move closer to her and start stroking her head. How are you feeling? Her expression softens and she bites her lip in frustration. I'm angry, I want to kill him. He hurt my darling. I nod my head several times as if I'm agreeing with what she said, but actually I was thinking it's a good thing she's letting off steam. After all, if you hold too many emotions bottled up in your body, you can go crazy. Venting is a good thing, especially for vampires who feel emotions more strongly than humans. Did she get that way for just a little cut? I can't help but hug her in happiness. Humph. Violet made a weird sound as I hugged her and put her head on my chest. When she realized what I did, the rest of her turned bright red and it seems like smoke started to come out of her head, a phenomenon that happened due to her powers, I think. I realized she was breathing heavily. She was embarrassed, but she seemed to like my scent. I like when you are mad for me, but you can't lose control like that. I drop her head from my chest and gently take her face in my hands, then I make her look at me. Thanks for being mad for me, but don't lose control of your emotions in battle. I spoke in a definite tone, not allowing refusal. I may not be battle savvy, but one thing I'm sure of, losing control of emotions in a battle with hunters who were bred to exterminate vampires is foolish. I will try not to lose control, she replied while breathing heavily. I could see her face was very red. I laughed a little. I'll also try not to lose control of my emotions. Wow, I sound like a hypocrite now. I tell her not to lose control of emotions, but I also don't know if I can control my emotions in the middle of battle. I say this for the simple reason that I don't know my current self. Sometimes my emotions seem out of control like in the one incident, and sometimes my emotions are calm as a lake. This is just incomprehensible to me. Normally, I would be able to control my emotions. That was something I learned from my mother. But, since I became a vampire, I don't recognize myself anymore. Easy things that I could do before like controlling emotions are no longer easy and became more difficult. This was a very strange situation for me. But I realized something. I'm only forced to demonstrate my true self when I have personal grudges with the enemy, or when I think the opponent is strong enough to face me. I didn't know I was a battle maniac. Actually, what am I? Let's think about possible situations so I can form a coherent train of thought. The first situation, 1. I had a grudge against him, and because of that, I felt great when I humiliated him. The second situation, the Inquisition. The moment I realized the hunters couldn't give me a challenge, I lost interest, and I calmed down. Heh. I'm changing too fast and I don't know what's going to happen when my evolution stops. What am I going to become? I can't help but display a predatory smile that shows off all my sharp teeth as I imagine what I'll become when I stop evolving. Seeing my smile, I can feel Violet shivering, and I can smell her scent that is leaking from her secret garden. She seemed to be excited. Cough, can we leave? Hunter Jimmy asked in a shy tone. Violet stops looking at me and looks at Jimmy with an annoyed look. I lightly patted Violet's head and pulled away from her. Come to think of it now, these two men are no longer reeking like sewage. What's going on? Was it the effect of that device they were using? I smell the air a little bit and they don't stink at all. Stopping to think about it now, during the previous fight I felt their stink getting stronger. I think it's the energy they use that makes them stink like sewage for me and Violet. I look at Jimmy and see that he has a red face, embarrassed at Violet and eyes show of affection. I flash a small smile. Not yet, I say. Oh, I see, he spoke in a dismayed tone. I laughed lightly. Don't worry, as long as you say everything you know you can get out of here alive. After all, your goal here isn't us, right? Jimmy looks at me with an excited face. Yes. We came here to hunt a vampire named Lucy. He is wreaking havoc in the human world and some time ago he kidnapped several men and women. Jimmy, what are you doing? Thomas interrupts Jimmy. Something happens that surprises Violet and me. Jimmy turns and looks at Thomas with an annoyed look. Shut fuck up, you fucking muscle brain. Huh. Thomas didn't understand. Previous index next. Comments loading. Copyright 2024 Light Novel World Double Vampires Chapter 15. Jimmy is a smart guy. Something happens that surprises Violet and me. Jimmy turns and looks at Thomas with an annoyed look. Shut fuck up, you fucking muscle brain. Huh. Thomas didn't understand why his friend reacted so strongly to his words. He was going to say something again, but he decided to keep quiet because he saw the look Jimmy was giving him. It was a look that said, shut up and let me figure this out. Well, this is interesting. Jimmy seems to be a smarter man than Thomas, who only acts out of emotion, I thought as I looked at the two hunters standing in front of me. Like I was saying. Jimmy looks at me and flashes a gentle smile, then he continues with bright eyes. Sir Vampire, we're just here to hunt down the vampire named Lucy. I had already deduced that. Oh. Who is participating in this hunt? I asked curiously. Jimmy seemed to be very willing to cooperate. Me, this idiot here, and 3 more veteran hunters. A man named Carlos Rice, he's an American vampire hunter, and a woman named Mizuki, she doesn't have a last name that I know, she's a Japanese hunter. Jimmy spilled everything as if he were confessing his sins to a priest. When Mizuki's name was mentioned I felt a slight tensing from Violet, so I looked at her. When she saw my look, she opened her mouth and began to speak. Mizuki is a veteran hunter, she is one of the new generals of the Inquisition, she spoke in a neutral tone. Then she continues, she can fight a vampire who is over 500 years old easily. The last report I heard about Mizuki was from Japan where she had single-handedly eliminated 10 clans of noble vampires. Japan's noble vampires aren't as strong as those in the Romanian community, but even so, that's an impressive feat. How many generals are there? I asked curious. I was surprised by the fact that it seems like humans have strong people on their side. For each general is an exceptional force that can fight 1,000-plus-year-old vampires easily. They are the strongest humans alive. Violet seemed to praise them for a moment, then she continued. I don't know how they do it, but it looks like the Inquisition is getting stronger as time goes on. Historically speaking, humans always adapt against the threats they faced, so it's no surprise they're getting stronger, but I'm pretty sure the methods they're using to get stronger aren't nice for the people involved. After all, humans can commit the greatest atrocities for the greater good. Jimmy suddenly began to speak out loud. It is clear. The generals are God's chosen warriors. They have eternal youth and many God-given abilities. Our Father bless this lost lamb, he spoke like a fanatic as he looked up at the roof of the abandoned building and clasped both hands together in a gesture of prayer. Chosen by God, huh? I thought with a little skepticism. Does the God he talks about so much exist? Why didn't he eliminate vampires? After all, he was supposed to be a powerful being, right? I think someone is using the name of God to bring people together to fight for their organization's goals. Well, this wouldn't be the first time in history that someone has used the name of God to do something like that. And? The last hunter, what's his name? I asked Jimmy. Jimmy stopped praying and looked at me. It's not him, it's her. Then he continues, her name is Maria, she is an American woman and also Carlos' partner, but she is missing. Maria, Carlos, and Mizuki. 3 strong hunters and 2 beginners. They are putting a lot of effort into hunting Lucy, as I believe that just Mizuki's presence alone would be enough to eliminate Lucy. He didn't look like a strong vampire. I start to reflect on the information I obtained and I can't help but think of something. The situation has changed. This is becoming a dangerous game, and interesting. I can't help but smile a little when I think about it. But then I put my hand to my face and think, when did I start having suicidal tendencies? And, why am I having fun with this situation? I'm a newborn vampire. If I were to confront these hunters I would just die like a pig being slaughtered. I need to control myself. I start thinking about what I should do next, then I look at Violet who's been staring at me for a long time and she says, we can't let them go anymore. I nod in agreement with my wife's words. It looks like she had the same thought as me. Eh? Why, but we told you everything we know. Please do not kill me. Jimmy spoke in despair. I look at Jimmy and I can't help but think he's very cowardly and at the same time very smart. He prioritizes his life and doesn't mind selling out his allies to live on. He's the perfect example of a soldier that you wouldn't want around in your organization. By comparison, Thomas is a loyal man and hot-headed. He is a perfect pawn. Just out of curiosity, did you choose Thomas as your partner? I asked with genuine curiosity as I pointed at Thomas. I didn't choose him. God chose us to be each other's companions. Jimmy said annoyed. He seemed to have spent a lot of time with Thomas. Oh. Now, I get it. They brought the two together on purpose. They hoped that Thomas's loyal personality would pass on to Jimmy. After all, people are influenced by other people. It seems that God is a very cautious being. Well, I apologize, Jimmy. I can't let you go. After all, the situation has changed, but don't worry, we won't treat you badly, I said with an innocent smile. I appear next to Jimmy and try to test something I've wanted to for a long time, and now we have the perfect guinea pig here. Look into my eyes. My eyes turn blood red. You will do whatever I order, okay? Soon I hear Violet. That isn't going to work, darling. They have something that prevents them from being enchanted. Oh. I look at Violet. We've never found out what it is, but the Inquisition has ways that can prevent vampires from enchanting the members. She suddenly stops talking when she hears Jimmy say. Yes, I will, Jimmy spoke with blood-red eyes. Huh. Darling. What did you do? Violet asked excitedly. I was about to answer Violet but Thomas, who was just silently looking at us with hate, yelled. I'm going to kill you, bastard. What did you do to Jimmy? He looked at me like I was his mortal enemy. This man has a very big hatred, huh? Looks like something happened in the past. I can guess what happened just from the look of hatred he has for me. Looks like he's a victim of vampires. Oh my god, please as he was about to start speaking the incantation I appeared in front of him and, grabbing him by the neck with my right hand, held him in the air. Just shut up, and obey me for now, okay? He looked into my red eyes, and soon his eyes turned red. Yes, he spoke in a mechanical tone as if he had no life. I drop him gently to the ground. Looking at the two hunters, I display a small smile. I was still curious about some things, especially about the spells they did in the last fight. I'll make them tell me everything I want to know. Let's get them to your mansion. I don't want potential enemies in my parents' house, I say. I was thinking the same thing, darling. Sasha house. I heard what happens, Lady Sasha, Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone with a little sympathy as she looked at Sasha. She was currently in a luxury hotel room, precisely speaking, she was on the 25th floor of a luxury hotel in a presidential suite. She was looking at a blonde woman with short hair and blue eyes that were constantly changing from red to blue. It was quite obvious to Kaguya that Sasha was bloodthirsty. Sasha has a voluptuous body, big breasts, but not as big as Ruby's, and pale skin, but the feature that draws the most attention is her ass and her legs, which were very thick. If Ruby had the biggest breasts, Sasha had the biggest ass and leg Kaguya had ever seen. And? Did you come here to give me your pity? She spoke with cold, tired eyes. Kaguya shakes her head, and asks in a neutral tone, what happened? This is not your problem, Sasha spoke coldly. Wrong, Kaguya said coldly as her eyes changed to blood red. I've known Julia longer than you, she was like a teacher to all the maids who served the houses of the 4 vampire earls. Just like she was a teacher to me, she was a mother to you, this is my problem too. Sasha opened her eyes a little, and spoke in a sad voice, I understand, I'm sorry. Kaguya was silent for a moment, she wasn't very good at comforting a person, what happened? She asked again in a neutral tone. Sasha's eyes that had been alternating between sapphire blue and blood red suddenly turned red, and then she orders, maid. A blonde maid gently opens the door of the room she was in, walks slowly towards Sasha's side, and stands beside Sasha waiting for any order from her master. From beginning to end, all her movements were very robotic, it was quite clear that Sasha was abusing her status as a master. Kaguya looks to the side and sees the blonde woman with her hair tied in a low bun, she has blue eyes and a serious expression. Her outfit is a maid's uniform similar to the one Kaguya wears and she wears long black gloves so as not to directly touch her master. Kaguya could also see with her vampire vision small threads surrounding the woman as if they were protecting her. When the maid appeared, Sasha began to speak. After the ritual took place, I went home, she started to describe what happened. Previous Empires Chapter 16, Ambush. January 31st, the day the ritual that turned Victor into a vampire took place. Sasha's POV. I do not believe this. I do not believe this. It's all Violet's fault, that stupid stalker. I said as I jumped from building to building and held my neck, my breathing was ragged and my mouth was oozing blood from that newly transformed human. Ah, this blood tastes so good, this blood makes those sack drinks that my family provides taste like nothing, the best blood I've ever tasted and now it's mine? Is this just mine? I shake my head several times to get that thought out of my head then stop on top of a building and look up at the cloudy sky, I sigh and say. I can't believe I'm married to a stranger. I mean, Victor is not a complete stranger, Violet has always talked about him to Ruby and me since when we were kids. We always had to listen to Violet talking about her darling. Honestly, when I was a kid I found this very irritating, but as time went on I got used to Violet's craziness. I accepted the request to help with the ritual, but I never thought something like this would happen, I said as I crouched down and sat in the building. I mean, who would have thought this would happen? Shouldn't the ritual be individual? Why did this irregularity happen? Because of that now, I'm married. And I don't even know my husband personally. I practically yelled as I held my head in frustration. It's all Violet's fault. Oh. I'm getting annoyed again. Wait. Suddenly, I realize something important, if I don't take my husband's blood, I'll dry up. I'll turn into a dry mummy, and my body will go into hibernation, and that is still a positive result. In the worst case, I'll go crazy from bloodlust. Fuck. I yelled in frustration, how am I supposed to make this work? Hey, Victor, I am your wife. Give me your blood. I spoke like I was acting in a drama, but soon my face turned bright red. No. This is shameful. I never met him in person. I shake my head several times to get that thought out of my head. Anyway. I must go home. I get up and jump towards a mansion I bought. No, J. Julia. I spoke in disbelief, I couldn't form coherent thoughts when I saw the body of the maid who practically raised me since I was little. I opened the door and the first thing I see made me freeze in disbelief. My maid Julia's headless body was sprawled on the couch. The room was messed up, it was like a fight had happened, and it wasn't just Julia's body that was scattered. No, J. Julia. I spoke in disbelief. I couldn't form coherent thoughts when I saw the body of the maid who practically raised me since I was little. I could see the bodies of all my servants, vampires, and humans. A massacre took place here while I was gone. I didn't have time to be in mourning because I felt someone approaching at high speed. I covered my body with my lightning and dodged the attack. The attack passes by me and I can see the door to my mansion breaking into pieces. Oh. The ambush failed, that's too bad. I hear a man's voice. Looking at the man I see he's a tall bald white man and he's wearing a priest's robes, but it looks like it's been adapted to look like a black suit. Church dogs, I growled in anger, but soon I swallow that anger and try to stay calm. Now is not the time to lose control, but I can't control my anger. Seeing the body of my headless mother, a burning fury I can't control escapes my body. You fuckers. Boom. Lightning started to cover my entire body. The man ignores me and pulls tight the black glove he was wearing in a gesture as if the glove was loose. He stands like a martial artist and says, God bless this servant's fist so he can punish sinners. When the man said this, his fist began to glow with a faint golden glow. When I try to move using my legs, I feel my movements being restricted. Success, good job Carlos. Suddenly, a woman who was wearing a nun's dress appears, same as the man. It looks like her uniform was tailored to look like a tight-fitting suit. I could see in her hand she held several strands spread all over the mansion. They suspend me in the air in a way that I look like I'm on a crucifix. Nice job Maria, Carlos spoke in a neutral tone. Honestly, I don't want to deal with the heiress of Clan Fulger. Those rays are quite incompatible with my fighting style. Indeed, you're lucky to have me as your partner, or you could never capture her alive, Maria said. You are my lucky charm, Carlos praised her with visible feelings. They seem to have something together. My anger reached the boiling point when these dogs treated me like I was easy prey to hunt. They invade my house. They kill the woman who was like a mother to me. They kill my servants and still despise me. Unforgivable. Church dogs. I screamed angrily. My teeth started to change and got sharper, then a bloody pressure started to leak out of my body. I'm going to kill them. Sigh, I knew it wouldn't be that easy, Carlos grumbled as if it were troublesome. Indeed, she wouldn't be the heiress of a Count clan if she was weak. Maria supports him, she gestures with her hands, and the wires that were holding me start to get tighter, but I also felt my skin burning. Ah! I cry out in pain. I look at the strands and realize they have a slight golden glow. Realizing I was at a disadvantage while fighting indoors with this woman, I made a decision. A decision that hurt my pride. I need to run away. I can't fight alone now. I needed to run away. I needed to run away. I know I needed to, but... I look at Julia's headless body and seeing that the rage that was running rampant started to rise again. I was angry. I want revenge. I focused my gaze on Maria. With the previous demonstration, it's pretty obvious that the bald guy has feelings for Maria. I flash a smile almost on the verge of insanity and decide to use a technique my real mother taught me. Covering my body with golden lightning, I start to force my body to go beyond the possible limits of a noble vampire. I feel the rays entering my body and affecting it with small jolts of electricity. This is a self-destructive technique that only can be used by me. This technique expands my speed above the limit of sound. I kick the air with my legs, and suddenly they both hear a sonic boom. Boom. I feel the woman's strands snapping and releasing me. When I'm released, I use my speed and appear behind Maria. I was tempted to finish Carlos now, but when I saw his body being covered by dense golden energy as I ran, I changed my mind. And this decision to kill Carlos here wouldn't satisfy me. He needs to suffer. He needs to see his mate become something he hunts. I bite Maria on the neck, and when she realizes what's about to happen, she screams. No. I hear Churchhound's desperate cry and it made me bite her neck even harder and make her scream even more. Maria? Carlos ran towards us, but the moment he wanted to act to help Maria, I disappeared. Cursed be the vampires. The Churchhound's scream was ironically like a devil's scream, and I don't know why, but I start to laugh out loud and with tears in my eyes. Fuck you, shitty dog. I yelled as I fled. A few km away from Sasha's mansion. Sasha throws Maria on the ground and tears off the crucifix that was around Maria's neck, then she bites her finger and a drop of blood falls to the ground. When this drop falls to the ground, a magic circle is formed. I didn't prepare the proper materials for you to become my full-fledged servant, but who cares? With this you'll become what you hate the most, a vampire, and worse than a normal vampire, you'll become a defective vampire. She spoke with a smile that showed all of her sharp teeth as tiny tears fell from her face. The last vision before Maria fell into unconsciousness was the image of Sasha smiling at her with a crazy smile as tears fell from her face. Kaguya listened to the whole story from Sasha's mouth in silence. From beginning to end, Kaguya's expression didn't change, but Kaguya's indifferent atmosphere suddenly exploded with killing intent when she heard the state of Julia's body. Kaguya looked at Maria, the former vampire slayer who has now turned into what she swore to kill. Kaguya's expression remained indifferent, but her atmosphere said everything she needed to know. She's furious. Maria, Sasha's new maid, just looked at Kaguya with serious eyes. It was like she wasn't affected by Kaguya's pure intention to kill, but if we looked with sharper eyes, we would all be able to see small beads of sweat falling from Maria's face. Maria's instincts were screaming for her to do something, but unfortunately, the master's order was absolute. She couldn't do anything. Since the moment she became Sasha's servant, the noble vampire always had her on a tight leash. She always ordered her to stay close. A trap. The church dogs are more active than I thought. Something is going on behind the scenes. Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone as she looked at Sasha. Her killing intent suddenly disappeared, but Sasha could see by the look in Kaguya's eyes that her anger has not yet ceased. Yes, according to my maid, a man named Lucy stole something very valuable from the church. Unfortunately, I couldn't get information on what that something is. My maid didn't know anything. Sasha spoke neutrally while showing disdain for the word my maid. Are you sure about that? Kaguya questioned her. Sasha decides to demonstrate with actions. She looks at Maria, then Sasha's eyes start to sparkle. Tell me what you were planning to do with your lover. We were planning to get married and have kids next year. Maria spoke in a robotic tone as her eyes glowed red. Sasha's smile grew into a hateful smile when she heard these words. She seemed to be planning something. Kaguya noticed this smile. When you killed my former head maid, what did you feel? And what was your purpose in making that trap? Nothing, I feel nothing. After all, this is just a job. Carlos attacked the mansion head-on and killed all the servants, while I ripped the vampire maid's head off and set a trap with my wires. Our goal was to capture the heiress of the Fulger clan. Stop, I get your point, Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone. She understood why Sasha was demonstrating this to her. Sasha wanted to tell Kaguya with these actions that the new maid was in her control. Oh. But now it was getting to the good part. Sasha spoke like this was all a big joke. She obviously wasn't right in her head. Continue, why did you want to capture me? Sasha ordered. The Inquisition received information that the leader of Clan Fulger lost his position as a vampire count and became an ordinary noble vampire. The Inquisition decided it would be a good opportunity to further weaken this clan by capturing their heiress who was located in the United States of America. Kaguya opened her eyes wide when she heard what Maria said. Seeing the shocked expression on her always stoic face, Sasha can't help commenting in a broken tone as her eyes constantly change from blood red to green. Yes, funny, right? My parents will lose the Earl title, my mother probably must have done the stupid thing she always does, and in the end, I think she bet our title on some stupid game made by the nobles. And because of that, these idiots here thought it would be a good idea to capture me and use me as a bargaining chip so they can further diminish the strength of my clan, and you know what's funny? Sasha spoke. If these church dogs had been successful, my parents wouldn't care about my existence, they would say I was weak or something and that I should die. A very funny situation, right? The only people who cared about me died because of those idiots who call me daughter. Sasha spoke dismissively. Lady Sasha, Kaguya didn't know what to say. I don't want your pity dash, Sasha was about to say something, but suddenly she realized that Kaguya was standing beside her while her body was hidden by the darkness. I'm sorry, Lady Sasha. Dash. Sasha just stared into Kaguya's glowing red eyes with a shocked expression, she never thought Kaguya would do that to her. Kaguya slits Sasha's neck, and blood sprays her face, soon Sasha falls to the ground as if she were dead. Kaguya disappears again, and appears behind Maria, then attacks the maid's ribs with shadowy daggers after which she slashes Maria's neck. Maria's eyes suddenly lose the glow of life and she falls to the ground. Sigh, it's hard to be a perfect maid, Kaguya sighs as she wipes her face with a handkerchief she took from her pocket and suddenly her shadows start to grow and slowly swallow Maria, then Maria's body disappears into Kaguya's shadows. Kaguya turns her face away and looks at Sasha's body as several thoughts run through her head. Previous index next. Copyright My 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 17, She Is Your Wife. POV Kaguya. Sigh, it's hard to be a perfect maid, I can't let myself think about it again as I look over my shoulder and see an all-black bag made of a material that keeps sunlight out. Inside that bag was Lady Sasha, a friend from Lady Violet's childhood. I could put Lady Sasha in my shadow, but that would be pretty rude to her, after all, my shadow isn't a nice place. Sigh. I can't help but sigh again. A maid's duty is to always want the best for her master, this was a teaching that Julia always put in my head when I was younger. Julia was a role model for all maids, a maid considered to be perfect who trained all maids serving the households of noble vampires of count status. She was Sasha's personal maid, she was also the head maid of the Fulger clan and, most importantly, she was also like a mother to Sasha herself. Losing a mother figure, and finding out your family lost their count status in the nobility must have been quite a shock to Lady Sasha. I mumble under my breath with a little pity as I bounced from building to building. I was coming back to Lord Victor's house. Lady Sasha is not in a good mental condition, she is normally a noble woman, calm, and someone who follows the rules of the vampire world faithfully. But, when she went through several losses in a short time her mental state was affected and she was not thinking clearly. If I left Lady Sasha alone she would make a rash decision that could cause her death, and if Lady Sasha died, Lord Victor would likely lose himself in bloodlust or fall into a deep sleep. After all, the ritual is something that cannot be broken. To prevent the worst fate from happening the 3 women must stay together because if they don't, they will suffer. Lord Victor needs his wife's blood and his wives need Lord Victor's blood, and since Lady Violet is Lord Victor's wife, I need to resolve this situation. Sigh. Should I really look for another job? Maybe I can go back to Japan and teach younger maids in the future. I spoke out loud, but I knew that was not what I wanted. I want to be a perfect maid, and a perfect maid is one who chooses her master, but it seems I was far from that goal. Maybe Lord Victor will praise me for doing a good job. I shake my head several times to get this thought out of my mind, not noticing that my face is a little red. I keep jumping from building to building. Victor POV. Violet and I returned with the 2 hunters to her mansion. After quizzing the hunters about their abilities and everything I could know about the techniques they use, I was satisfied when I finished my interrogation. I left the 2 hunters in the care of Violet and Violet's servants. I told her not to treat the 2 badly, after all, we could use them as a bargaining chip for veteran hunters. Although I doubt these veteran hunters will care about their recruits, they are still a good organization, right? So they should keep up appearances, I think. Good and evil are subjective. If I do good for one person and at the same time I harm another person, even if I don't know I did it, for the person I harmed I will be considered evil, and for the person I helped, I'll be considered good. In the end, there is no good and bad, what exists are just choices and the consequences of your choices. As Newton said in the past, for every action you make a reaction is created at the same time, that thought can be included in real life too and not just in physics. Before leaving the mansion, I told Violet to bring more clothes than usual because I would use that excuse at home. After all, I know my mom, I'm sure she'll ask why Violet didn't come home. Violet agreed with me and said she would. Returning home, I meet my parents. Where's Violet? My mom asked me, she was watching a movie while my dad was washing the dishes, apparently, they bought food. In our house there's no such nonsense about the man sitting on the couch and the woman washing dishes, we divide our tasks into weekdays, it seems like today is my father's day to wash the dishes. She's a little busy, she lives in a mansion so she has a lot of clothes to bring, I spoke in a neutral tone. You really hit the jackpot, you got a rich, beautiful, and loving wife. I have nothing more to teach you, as a mother, I'm proud. As expected of me, my mother commented proudly of me as a small tear fell from her face, she looked like an ancient master who taught their disciple everything they learned and was proud of their disciple. Mother. I was speechless as I looked at my mother. I mean, if it were up to your father, you would work as a bricklayer and you would whistle to women passing by on the street. You would be a caveman, I don't want my son to be like that. She spoke with a serious face as if she were teaching me something important. Oof. I saw my dad react like a knife had gone into his chest. Woman, why did you agree to date me back then if I was a caveman? My dad practically yelled as he stopped washing the dishes. My mom turns her face and looks at my dad, and responds with the same honesty she always has, well, you were tall, muscular, and knew how to treat a woman well. And your dragon warrior was a great warrior too. Anna. Leon. The 2 looked like 2 teenagers in love. Okay stop, I don't want to hear about that, I said while making a stop gesture. I was used to this casual exchange from my parents, but even though I am used to it, I don't want to see it. Suddenly, Kaguya walks through the door of the house and, when she closes the door, she calls my parents' attention. Mr. Leon and Mistress Anna, I came back sorry for the delay. Oh, Kaguya, right? Where were you? I haven't seen you all morning, my mom asked. I was solving some problems that Lady Violet forgot to deal with, Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone. Oh, good job. As expected of a professional maid, you guys are different. My mom praised her honestly. It seems that my mother's compliment seemed to work because Kaguya flashed a small satisfied smile and spoke in her usual neutral tone as she seemed to puff out her chest, this is easy for me. Get in the house, let's talk. My mom spoke with a big smile as she invited Kaguya to her side. Unfortunately, I can't do that right now, I'm working, Kaguya said as she grabs my arms. I'm a little surprised by Kaguya's attitude. Oh. My mother displays a meaningful smile. I look at her smile and immediately understand what she's thinking, are you after another girl? What if Violet finds out about this? Be careful, I won't meddle in your personal life, but I don't want a child killed by their wife. How do I know she specifically said that? Well, in the past, she and I talked a lot about the future and, she said those exact words, she said she wouldn't meddle in my personal life, after all, I would be an adult in the future, she just didn't she wanted the tragedy she saw in an anime to be repeated with her womanizing son. I felt a lot of damage that day when she said the word womanizing, at the time I couldn't even catch a fly, let alone catch a woman. Lord Victor, we have a problem, Kaguya spoke in a low voice as she looked at me with a serious expression. Seeing Kaguya's serious expression, I understand that something serious has happened and Kaguya needs me for something. After all, she's a serious maid, and she wouldn't make a joke about a problem. I nod my head indicating that I understand, and I tell my parents, I'll work something out with Kaguya, I'll be back soon. Take care, my mom spoke as she waved at me, but suddenly she makes an expression like she remembers something and she yells, Victor. You should go get Zack from the vet, he must be missing you. Oh. I had completely forgotten about my cat. I smack my hand over my head, now that I've stopped to think about it, I've been missing stroking that fluffy fur. Deciding that I would pick up Zack from the vet later, I went out with Kaguya. When Victor left his house with Kaguya, they entered a secret passage that was close to a wall, and soon they slowly descended into the basement of the house. Do you think Victor is doing things with Kaguya? Leon asked curiously when he saw the house door close. I doubt it. I know my son, I raised him to be a loyal man, he won't run after another woman if he's married to a woman as beautiful as Violet, something probably happened. Anna, Victor's mother, spoke with an unconcerned expression. I see, Leon said and then continued washing the dishes. Wait, they're married, right? But why was there no wedding ceremony? He spoke as he washed the dishes, but when he realized what he was saying, he looked at Anna. Suddenly Anna looks like she's been struck by lightning, she freezes and looks at Leon with shining eyes, it was like she had something interesting to do. Leon, seeing this, just thought, oh shit, I'm sorry, son. I didn't know maid work included kidnapping beautiful women, is that a new kind of fetish? I asked Kaguya who ignored what I said while looking at the two blonde women who were sleeping in two separate beds. The first blonde woman was wearing a modern maid dress that looked like Kaguya's. And the other woman? She was beautiful. Unlike Violet, she had short blonde hair that reached her neck, very pale skin, thick thighs, and big breasts. She was wearing a long-sleeved black silk shirt with a two-button collar that goes to the middle of the neck. Between her breasts there was a white square-shaped tile embroidered on the edges in gold. It looks very tight and, since it is silk, and you could completely see her round breasts and her very slim waist. What was even more surprising was the white sailor-like coat with a bow tie tied just above her breasts, just leaving the white coat over her shoulder without actually wearing it. She wore a white skirt with two belts, one at the waist and one falling more diagonally on the right side. It was cut like those Cheongsam dresses and showed off a sexy black garter belt that covered her long, perfect legs. I noticed she was also wearing white 2-inch high heels, but the heels were leaning against the side of the bed. This woman was very attractive. I feel my vision changing, and I look at her and feel the same thing as when I saw Violet for the first time. It was an inexplicable attraction. It was like I needed to suck her blood. Ugh. I put a hand to my throat and walk away quickly. Looking at my reaction to seeing the blonde woman for a long time, Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone. You're reacting to her, huh? Who is she? I asked as I held my heart. I thought I had quenched my bloodlust with Violet, but why was I reacting so strongly? Kaguya doesn't answer me. She looks at the woman who's been lying in bed for a long time and I see her hesitate as if she's making an important decision. In the end, she seems to make up her mind then looks at me and speaks in a serious tone of voice. She's your wife. Huh. I look at Kaguya in shock with my mouth agape. My three wives are beautiful vampires chapter 18, Sasha Fulger. She is your wife. Kaguya repeated what she said in the same tone of voice. That I heard, I said in a surprised tone. I took a deep breath and asked in a neutral tone. Well, she is your wife? She spoke. Kaguya, I stared at her with a look telling her to explain what was going on. Kaguya sighed. Normally, as a servant of Lady Violet, I shouldn't be telling you this information, but... She bit her lip and it looked like she was having some difficulty speaking. I start to think of Kaguya's personality. She is a loyal maid who claims to want to be the perfect maid, a maid who does everything for her master's sake. Oh, I get it, she's thinking she's committing a betrayal by talking about something Violet probably forbade. I moved closer to her as I tried to ignore the temptation to bite the blonde woman's neck who was lying asleep on the bed. I swallowed hard and bit my lip a little. I patted Kaguya's head and said, don't worry, just tell me what happened. If Violet says something, you have my support. When I started stroking Kaguya's head I felt her body tremble a little, and then she shows a small smile on her face. She seems happy about something, then she says. I will trust Lord Victor. She spoke in a neutral tone while keeping the smile on her face. Realizing she was going to tell me what's going on I stopped stroking her head. I feel her shiver a little, and suddenly Kaguya's hand moves at inhuman speed and takes my hand and places it on her head again. She then lifted her face and looked into my red eyes with a blank look. Question marks started appearing around me. I didn't understand what was going on, but when I looked where she was holding my hand, I understood something. She wanted me to stroke her head. Soon, I start stroking her head again and she displays a satisfied smile. I can't help shaking my head to myself when I see this maid's attitude. She claims to be a perfect and serious maid, but she is surprisingly cute sometimes. Somehow, seeing Kaguya's expression, I managed to calm down. My bloodlust was still screaming like crazy, but now it was on a more manageable scale. Explain what happened, I told Kaguya. Kaguya nods and says, this woman's name is Sasha. Sasha Fulger, just like Lady Violet. She is your wife. Soon she starts telling me all the events that Sasha suffered. I listened to everything with a neutral expression as I stroked Kaguya's head. My emotions fluctuated sometimes. When I heard that Sasha was happy, I was happy, but when I heard that Sasha was almost captured by the hunters, I felt a wave of intense anger in my chest. These emotions were foreign to me. I wondered how I could feel such strong emotions from a woman I just met, but stopping to think. The same thing happened with Violet. I always felt very intense emotions when involving Violet. I look at the blonde maid with murderous intent, but soon I shake my head several times and start breathing heavily in an attempt to calm myself again. This wasn't my revenge, this was Sasha's revenge. Okay, let's gather the important information. Sasha, who is Violet's childhood friend, was marked as my wife by the ritual that happened a few days ago. She came home and a trap set by the church hunters was waiting for her. On that day she lost Julia, a maid who was like a mother to Sasha. According to Kaguya, when she went to visit Sasha she realized she was suffering from bloodlust, and she was very weak from fighting the hunters. Realizing that Sasha might make rash decisions because of her desire for revenge, Kaguya kidnapped Sasha and brought her to me. I understand the general situation. I look at Kaguya, who is my other wife. Kaguya bites her lip, but she soon sighs again and says, Ruby. Ruby Scarlet, she's Lady Violet's other childhood friend. Ruby. Ruby. Isn't she the most popular student in med school? Let me remember, red hair, green eyes, and with an always listless expression on her face, she was called a genius because she always came first in everything she did. She was very popular with the college men, she was called the untouchable red flower. According to the rumors, in the past she was proposed to by several men but they were all turned down, and some more insistent men suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. For some reason an irritating feeling grew in me when I realized that several men were after her. It was like an obsessive desire. Those fuckers. Lord Victor. Suddenly I hear Kagaya's voice. I wake up from my thoughts and look at Kagaya, realizing that I was falling into the seas of emotions again. I smile a little and say, thank you, Kagaya. I stroke her head harder. I see she was breathing more erratically, and she had a small smile on her face. She wasn't breathing like Violet, it was something quieter. Nice job, Kagaya. I felt Kagaya's whole body tremble as I said those words, and soon she turns her face away and is looking at the wall as if she found something interesting. Kagaya deserved those words. If she hadn't acted then, Sasha probably would have done something dangerous to herself. Ugh dash, what happened to me? Suddenly, I hear someone's voice waking up. I look straight ahead and see that Sasha has woken up. Sasha looks around and doesn't seem to recognize the place she woke up. Suddenly she starts talking in an irritated tone. That maid. She kidnapped me. She was going to continue to say something, but when she noticed my presence she stopped talking and focused all her attention on me. Sasha's sapphire blue eyes begin to change to blood red. She inhales a large amount of air and slowly begins to release the air that was in her lungs. When she let out the air she breathed in, I could see that the air was much hotter than usual. It even formed a small hot mist when it came out of her mouth. Her face started to turn red, and she started breathing erratically while keeping her red eyes fixed on me. I wasn't in any better shape. My body was hot, my throat was dry, my whole body screamed at me to stop holding back and attack that woman and feast on her blood. Ugh dash. Lord Victor, you're hurting me. Kagaya spoke in a neutral voice. When Sasha and I heard Kagaya's voice, we both woke up from our stupor. I looked down and realized I was squeezing Kagaya too hard. I also noticed that Kagaya lied by saying she was hurt. I think she told me and Sasha that to wake up from our world. Sasha, right? I said, stuttering a little. Why yes, I'm Sasha. She suddenly spoke out loud as she raised her hand like she was in elementary school and the teacher had asked her something. Realizing what she had just done, she turns her face to the side and ignores me. I noticed that her whole face was glowing red, and seeing that expression of hers, something seems to pierce my heart and I can't help commenting in an honest tone. Beautiful. I hear a poof sound, and I see little yellow lightning flashing from Sasha's head, and her face is redder than before. Stop. Don't look at me. She screamed when she spoke the last sentence. Lady Sasha, please calm down, Kagaya said when she willingly walked away from me and approached Sasha. Kagaya, why did you bring me here? I'm not prepared mentally, physically, or emotionally to talk to him right now. She practically screamed with a face red with embarrassment. Kagaya ignores what Sasha said, and says, Lady Sasha, you were planning some silly plan like using this maid as bait and trying to capture the man who attacked you, right? Oh. That was also a possibility. Sasha opens her eyes wide. She looked at Kagaya with a face that said, how do you know that? Looks like Kagaya nailed her guess. Soon her face twists into hate. Yes. So is this what you brought me here for? To stop me from taking my revenge? She spoke in a cold tone. Wrong, I brought Lady Sasha here to strengthen herself, Kagaya spoke as she pointed her finger at me. Sasha puts on a confused face, then she looks at me. I notice her face turning a little red, but she seems to control her expression now. Lady Violet is getting stronger. Every time Lady Violet drinks Victor's blood, she is slowly getting stronger. She's probably stronger than Lady Sasha and Lady Ruby now. Kagaya spoke in a suggestive tone. Do you understand? Violet is a noble vampire at just 21 years old, practically a newborn, and she's getting stronger. She continued to speak in the same suggestive tone. How is this possible? Vampires only get stronger the older they are, or if they train their skills to the fullest, just like Lady Scathach. Sasha spoke with a shocked face as she mentioned a woman I didn't know. Suddenly Kagaya's face changes to an expression of disdain, and she sighs, sigh. Woman, are you deaf? I'm saying Violet is getting stronger by drinking Victor's blood. Sasha and I looked at Kagaya in shock, but then, as if it were all a lie, she came back with her stoic expression and spoke in a suggestive tone. Does Lady Sasha understand what to do? Huh. Sasha was so surprised by Kagaya's sudden change of expression that she didn't hear anything. Tisk, tisk, Kagaya clicked her tongue in annoyance. Suddenly Kagaya's body turns to darkness and she disappears into the ground, then appears beside Sasha. She grabs Sasha by the arms and throws her towards me. Instinctively, I opened my arms and Sasha fell into my arms. Kaya. What are you doing? Sasha yelled as she glared at Kagaya. Kaya? That was a cute scream. I can't help but comment as I hold Sasha's waist. She was my height, and she smelled really good. I can't help but smell her neck. Kagaya bows in a gesture of respect and says, enjoy some time with your husband, Lady Sasha. Soon, she turns and walks towards the bedroom exit, and when she leaves the bedroom, she closes the door. Huh. She looked at Kagaya with an incredulous face, but she didn't have time to do much when she suddenly felt me sniffing her neck and holding her waist. I couldn't help it. When she got close to me, I couldn't hold out longer. She turns quickly and looks at me, and when our red eyes meet we couldn't control ourselves anymore. I see Sasha's teeth change and become sharper. She suddenly pushes me into the wall and tries to bite me, but I don't let her. I throw her to the ground and hold her arms while she wraps her legs around my waist and keeps staring at me with bloodlust. I let go of her arms and she wraps her arms around my neck. I put my face to her neck, and then I bite her. I also feel her bite my collarbone and start sucking my blood. Suddenly an explosion of emotions and feelings are directed at me and, just like Violet, her blood was delicious. If Violet's blood was like food made by the most renowned chef in the world, I think Sasha's blood tastes the most natural. It was like I was living on an island in the middle of nowhere, and the boss of that island was a beast that had the most delicious meat in the world. It was a wild taste, it was an addictive taste. As I drank Sasha's blood I could feel a weakened bond in my body start to get stronger. I could now feel and understand Sasha's whole existence, her feelings, her thoughts. I could understand them just as I understood Violet. I understood what kind of woman Sasha is. Suddenly my world turns red. I realize it's the same as Violet, but unlike Violet, I could look around. This place looked like the supermarket I went to in the past when my mom asked me to buy food. Are you sure? Sasha asked as she looked at me who was lying down. I had a huge wound on my arm like I was being attacked by the claws of a wild animal. Yes, I will make him my darling, Violet spoke with a loving smile. Sasha suddenly looks away and I follow her gaze. Soon I see Ruby, a woman with long red hair, a voluptuous body, and green eyes. What do you think about this? No matter what I think, Violet won't change her mind. We should support her. Besides, I already brought the materials for the ritual. Ruby spoke in a neutral tone as she pointed to a black bag that seemed to be full of various items. Sasha nods her head in agreement with Ruby's words, then she looks at me, and says with a bit of pity, well, you'd better live like a vampire than become a being who stinks of wet dog. Soon the vision changes and I'm in the same building that I was transformed in. Everything happens the same as what I saw in Violet's vision, but now I see what happened after I bit Violet. I looked at Ruby and disappeared. Ruby tried to react and defend herself, but it seems like I was faster. I appear in front of Ruby and pull her into a hug, then I bite her neck. Ah, Ruby moaned as she wrapped her arms around my neck, then I see Ruby's gaze turn into a hot and dangerous look. She smiles with a smile full of sharp teeth and bites me. No. Violet yelled in a crazy voice. Violet suddenly looks at Sasha, her eyes glowing red. Run away from here now. Sasha. Run. Now. Violet uses her speed and approaches me, appearing beside me. She tries to separate me from Ruby, but it seems I was stronger and she couldn't separate me from Ruby. Fuck. Sasha, who was looking at Ruby and me with shocked eyes, looks at Violet, who was trying to separate me from Ruby with a confused face. Huh? I could see she was genuinely confused. Sasha, run. Now. Violet ordered this time as the atmosphere around her grew heavier and more dangerous. Lightning started to appear around Sasha and she tried to run away, but suddenly, I disappear and appear behind Sasha. I grab her from behind and bite her neck. Ah. Sasha moans while holding my head. Suddenly Sasha's eyes turn blood red. I stop biting Sasha and she turns to me with a distorted smile showing her sharp teeth. She licks my neck with a sensual gesture to clean the blood, and then bit me. I also bite her while hugging her tightly. Bitches. Violet screamed in rage as the atmosphere around her started to heat up. She was very angry, her face was distorted in rage, and she was biting her lip in frustration. With a gesture of her hand, Violet creates several fireballs around it. Die. Bitches. I stop biting Sasha, and look at Violet as I open my mouth to say something. I can't figure out what it is because the world around me has started to fall apart. Previous index next. Vampires Chapter 19, Sasha Fulger 2. I wake up from the memory Sasha's blood bestowed on me and stop drinking her blood. When I realize my bloodlust has weakened, I grab Sasha around the waist and lift her up. Lift her up. Since she was holding me with her legs I could lift her easily, so I sat down on the floor and placed Sasha on my lap. I start stroking Sasha's golden hair, patiently waiting for her to be satisfied. She seemed to be quite weak, and one thing I noticed is that no matter how much Sasha sucks my blood, I don't run out of blood or get tired. I think this is because of the vampire regeneration. I noticed that when I started stroking Sasha's hair she started sucking my blood more slowly, and she also adjusted her position to sit more comfortably. A few minutes pass and Sasha stops drinking my blood. She licks my neck a little to clean up the remaining blood, leans back, then looks at me while keeping her arms around my neck. Seeing that some blood was still on her mouth, I approach her face gently. Sasha closes her eyes and accepts my advances as I start to lick her mouth, and slowly, I kiss her. I feel her body tremble a little, but she accepts my kiss and opens her mouth. Soon our tongues dance in each other's mouths for a few seconds, and then I pull away from her. She lets out warm air from her mouth as she looks at me with her red eyes. Her breathing was erratic and she seemed to be out of breath as she looked at me. Seeing her blonde hair as I looked into her eyes, I couldn't help but think, she is so beautiful. Suddenly, I pull her head to my chest and start stroking her head. She seemed to hold back a moan of satisfaction. I couldn't help but laugh and let out a relieved breath. I needed to calm down. Do you know that we just met? Sasha shivered slightly when she heard my words and I noticed her cheeks starting to get a little red. She looked really pretty. I picked up her hair that fell in her face and put it behind her ear. I am not usually like that. It's because of the ritual. Yes. This is because of the ritual and because I was thirsty. She sat up and spoke to me with a serious face. Her expression would be convincing if her face weren't so red. I flashed a small smile and I pulled her head to my chest again, then continued to pet her. A few minutes passed and we were just enjoying each other's presence. I didn't have to say anything. After all, just like me, she knew everything from my blood. Even though we just meet each other now, we seem to have known each other for a long time. Sigh. Sasha sighed a little, then she pulled away from me and slowly straightened her position. Then she lay down with her head in my lap and looked up at me with her blood-red eyes. When I saw this scene I had a sense of déjà vu. I remember doing the same thing with Violet, I thought. Although with Violet, I was lying on her lap. You know, vampires bond really fast, Sasha said. Oh. I got curious and soon I started stroking Sasha's hair again. In our society, when a female vampire takes an interest in a male vampire the woman will chase the male trying to tie him up in marriage. It's the same with a male vampire who likes a female vampire, Sasha said. A stalker society, huh? I couldn't help but think. Then she continues, the same thing happened to my mother. She was the heiress of the Fulger family at the time. One fine day she saw my father, a blonde vampire with blue eyes, and she became obsessed with him. The next day she kidnapped him and married him. Sasha spoke with a neutral face as she closes her eyes and enjoys my caresses. My father's family had a much lower status than my mother, and vampires by nature are greedy. Because of that, my father didn't complain much when he was kidnapped. Jesus Christ. Wait, isn't this situation somehow familiar? I couldn't help but think to myself. Fortunately my father was a noble vampire who had a stamina trait far above normal, and when the two of them had a child, I was born. I got my mother's lightning bolt and my father's stamina. Because of that, I can use my skills easily. If I only had my mother's lightning ability every time I used that power, I would be extremely debilitated. After all, the technique of my clan that uses lightning requires the vampire to have a strong body. I didn't understand why she was telling me this, but I decided to listen in silence. She seemed to be venting her emotions. Just because I was born with better lightning resistance, my mom and dad treated me like a fun object to quench their boredom. They did a lot of experiments for me to improve lightning control. Sasha spoke as if telling the story of someone else. She didn't seem to mind the story, but I could tell by her tone of voice that she's sad. I went through a lot of training. They put me in an electric chair and they tested my resistance to electricity. They threw me under the sea and asked me to use lightning skills to see if I would come out alive. They used the excuse of training to experiment on me to satiate their boredom. After all, I, as a noble vampire, have a much higher regeneration than normal. I went through a lot of training and I almost died several times. She spoke the last phrase with a little pain. But I held on until these two lost interest in me, and they were bored again. Suddenly, a wave of emotions started to flood my heart. These emotions weren't mine. I bit my lip, and I tried not to demonstrate anything. And that was when I got my personal maid. She bit her lip and put her arm over her eyes and said in a shaky voice, Julia. She was like a mother to me. Whenever I came home falling apart and almost dead, she would cure me and treat me like a real daughter. I saw drops of blood falling from Sasha's face. I feel these drops of blood falling on my thigh, but I didn't care. I bit my lip and tried to remain neutral. I was feeling my heart sink and I felt like crying. It was a strange feeling. I seemed to be feeling all her emotions. She taught me everything I know today: etiquette, education, the rules of the noble world, arithmetic, geography, vampire history. She even played with me using games created by humans. I really enjoyed playing chess with her. She was a mother to me, a mother like my real mother never was. I miss her. I felt all the pain and sadness of Sasha when she spoke those words. Her body was visibly shaking and she looked very fragile. I miss her. I miss my mom. I miss playing with her. I miss talking to her. She bites her lip and can't speak anymore. I feel her body shaking. Now, she didn't look like a dangerous vampire. She just looked like a child who lost her mother. I bit my lip as hard as I could and I felt the blood pouring from my mouth, but I ignored it. I did my best to keep a neutral expression as I gently stroked Sasha's hair. You can cry, Sasha, I said as gently as possible. I just wanted to lighten her burden a little. She turned her face to the left and hid her face in my lap as she started to cry silently. Not wanting her to hide what she's feeling, I lift her up and put her in my lap, then I hold her. I place her head on my chest and she hides her face as I feel the tears of blood wetting my shirt. I ignored it and was trying to do my best to control my emotions. I was mad at Sasha's parents for what they did to her. I was sad that Sasha had lost someone who was like a mother to her. I was disgusted by Sasha's parents for using their daughter as an object to quench their boredom. I was sorry for Sasha for having to deal with everything that happened to her. And I had immense respect for Julia and everything she did for Sasha. I had a lot of emotions running through my heart and I wasn't managing to deal with all of those emotions at the same time. For the first time, I understood the difficulty of controlling a vampire's amplified emotions. I could feel everything multiplied by 500x, and that wasn't an easy task. I bit my lip with my sharp teeth, I felt blood pouring from my mouth and the pain I was causing myself, but I didn't care. I hugged Sasha gently as I stroked her head. I didn't want to say anything like, it's alright, I didn't want to be a hypocrite with her. And because of that, I just decided to act as a support for her. Now, she just needs someone to vent her emotions. Kaguya appears at the door and, seeing me hugging Sasha, she was going to open her mouth, but I just said, leave. My voice came out more demonic than I intended. Kaguya's eyebrows quivered for a moment, but soon she nods her head and leaves the room. I probably don't have a good expression right now. Kaguya POV. Some time passed, and I was going back to the room I left Lord Victor in with Lady Sasha. When I reached the front of the room, I opened the door, and just as my eyes meet Lord Victor's red eyes, I feel my whole body paralyze. Lord Victor's face was very cold and I felt my instinct screaming from danger. I also noticed that he was biting his mouth very hard and he was hugging Sasha very protectively. Leave. Hearing Lord Victor's order, I felt my whole body demanding as if I had to obey. It was like a primordial urge telling me that I shouldn't deny this order because, if I ignored it, something really bad would happen. Lord's order Victor was absolute. If he ordered me to do something, I must obey. I nod in agreement, and immediately I leave the room. The moment I'm away from the room, I stop walking and regain my consciousness. What happened? I couldn't help but ask aloud in shock as I looked towards the direction of the room where Lord Victor was. A few minutes pass and Sasha stops crying. She looks at me with the face of a person who has just cried a lot. I'm sorry before Sasha can say any nonsense, I put my finger to her mouth in a silent gesture. Sure. Everything is fine. Everything is fine, okay? Sasha nods her head and I bring my hand to her face. When she realizes my hand is on her face she puts her head in my hand. I laughed a little and slowly started to wipe the bloody tears from her face. Weird, why do I feel so safe with you? She asked in a confused voice as she looked into my eyes. I could see her eyes had turned sapphire blue. I'm just built different, I said with a small smile. She laughed a little when she saw my unintentional joke, but I also noticed that her emotions calmed down a little when she laughed. She seemed to be fine, I could feel her heart was serene, but I also felt immense anger hidden by all that serenity. Violet and I will help with your revenge, I said in a gentle tone. She looks at me with a serious face. I know, I said with a small smile. Huh. She made an expression showing she didn't understand. You want to avenge your mother alone, right? You would probably tell me not to meddle in your affairs. I chuckled a little when I saw her shocked expression. How do I know this? It's simple, our connection told me. I spoke while laughing. But that's not the way the connection works. It was just supposed to share the couple's location like a GPS. She practically screamed. Mine works different, I said laughing. I know I'm not normal, but Violet knew that from the beginning, right? I said with the same smile. Sasha pouted. Stop, please stop interrupting me. She looked so adorable now. Impossible, I replied. What? Your troubled expression is too beautiful for me to stop doing that. Sasha turned her face away and tried to hide her embarrassed expression. I stroke her head, but suddenly, I get up off the floor while holding her like a princess, then I carry her to the bed and leave her there. Natalia, I called the blonde maid. Yes, Lord Victor. Natalia appears from a secret passage. Make Sasha's accommodations, she'll live with us from now on. Impossible, we don't have enough space. Natalia was going to continue, but I interrupted. I wanted Sasha around. Someone has to keep an eye on her, or she'll screw up. The male vampires who are Violet's servants are supposed to stay in her mansion, or around my house. As long as Sasha lives with us, I only want the female vampires around her. I remember there is a building for sale a block away. Use Violet's money and buy that building. I don't want men living just a room away from Sasha. What if she's changing clothes and some of them see? Well, I know she'll probably kill them, and so would I. But it's better to avoid casualties. I sigh a little internally. I don't like to use my wife Violet's money. After all, that money isn't mine, but that's just my pride talking. I think I should start the plan I had before. I need to make money. I'll start stealing, but, in the future, I'll make my money legally within the government's laws. After all, money makes money. I just have to use it smartly. In some situations pride is useless. I can easily ignore my pride if I can resolve a situation for my wives. If my pride is holding me back, I just have to throw my pride away. My pride is worthless if it means my wife's well-being. I just don't ignore my pride when the situation is something like Juan. He's my enemy. If he is my enemy, I must fight him. I don't throw this pride away. And I also don't let anyone step on my pride. My enemy is mine alone. I want to see his expression of despair. I want to see him slowly breaking down as I step on them. This pride I don't give up. That's possible. The building is much cheaper than the defenses made by the witch June. Natalia spoke with a slightly surprised expression. Hearing Natalia's words, I wake up from my stupor. I can't help but sigh internally. I lose control of my emotions too easily. Is it because I'm still evolving? Normally, I don't let this sadistic side of me go. I stop thinking about bullshit and I say, let Violet know that Sasha is moving in with us. I will also need to talk with my wife. She will be very angry. Tell her to meet me. I think she won't do that. Natalia spoke with uncertainty. Oh, she will, I say with a small smile, then continue as I walk towards the exit of the room. My wife is a jealous woman and obsessed with me. She always puts my safety first and forgets of her own safety. She has the best qualities of a woman. Soon I continued. She is also a loving person. She is a kind woman, and she is very fond of Sasha, who is her childhood friend, but her jealousy and obsession for me cloud her judgment. Lord Victor, I thought you didn't know about Lady Violet's personality. Natalia spoke a little surprised. Oh, I know her personality after all. She has the same personality as me. I commented with a small smile that Natalia couldn't see. When Victor left the room, Sasha looked at Natalia and asked, what happened? Lord Victor is taking care of you. Natalia spoke in a neutral tone with a stoic expression, and she also thought internally. Upon contacting Sasha, Lord Victor let his real personality show a little. This took much longer than expected. Normally newborns show their true selves the moment they turn into vampires. I think Victor has great self-control and I'm a little curious what he's going to become when he can't hold back. Is he taking care of me? Sasha spoke with a strange expression, but soon after, she flashes a big, distorted smile. I see, he's taken care of me. She put both hands on her face to hide her expression like a teenager in love and started laughing in a low voice. She lays down on the bed and hides her face in the pillow. Natalia just looked at Sasha with a stoic expression. It was like she was used to seeing this kind of demonstration before. Her too, Lady Violet's friends are very similar to her. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 20, Childhood Friends. As I was walking towards the vet to pick up my beloved cat Zack, I was thinking about what happened a few minutes ago. I was still a little in shock to find that I have 2 more wives, but for some reason. I'm very happy, I mean. What man wouldn't want to have a harem? Violet is interesting, I love her personality and she is very affectionate with me. And, even though I've just met Sasha now, I feel she was really cute and I really like seeing the way she changes when she gets embarrassed. And Ruby. I haven't contacted her yet to get an opinion on her, but seeing her personality from the memories I got from Sasha, I think she must also have an interesting personality too. I also know that having 3 wives with exotic personalities can be a very stressful thing. After all, I'm pretty sure problems will arise over time, although I don't mind those problems. I think about how sad Sasha looked and can't help but clench my fist tightly. Seeing Sasha like that made me so angry, and at the same time baffled at myself. Only met her a few minutes ago and started liking her? That's impossible. But, when I remember the taste of her blood and the memories I got from drinking her blood, I can't help but feel close to her. I remember the same thing happening with Violet. The moment I drank Violet's blood, I understood who Violet was. It's a very difficult thing to explain that feeling, but I think vampire relationships work differently than humans. They are more aggressive with what they like and don't mind kidnapping the person they love to make them love them too. Although this is a very questionable attitude. But one thing I was sure of is that Violet, Sasha, Ruby, and I were connected by blood, and I mean it in the most literal sense possible. I thought about that moment when I could feel everything Sasha was feeling. I also knew her superficial thoughts for a moment. Sasha and Violet told me how the ritual of turning someone into a vampire worked, and from the memories I absorbed of Sasha and Violet, I can tell that something went wrong with the ritual. Violet said that my blood is special. Null blood, the blood that caused me so much trouble and ironically gave me so many benefits when I became a vampire. I could be wrong, but I think my blood influenced the ritual somehow because, except for my blood, I'm not a special human, I'm just an ordinary human that can be found everywhere. Because of that thought, I decided that I need to learn more about the very ritual that made me what I am today, and only 2 beings know a lot about this ritual. The older vampires, and the witches. Witches seem to be impossible to learn from about this. I'm sure with her greedy attitude they will ask me for something valuable, so I think I'll have to ask the older vampires. Sup, Victor. I hear a voice talking to me, but I ignore it and keep walking while in deep thoughts. I was slowly getting used to people looking at me and whispering things like, hey, isn't his skin too pale? Is he a foreigner? He is very handsome, his blue eyes are beautiful. I'll be honest, these compliments boost my ego a little. After all, I've never received those compliments from other people, and getting those compliments from your mother isn't very trustworthy since, for the mother, the child is beautiful no matter what look is he born with. Although I felt good when my mother praised me, after all, she is very honest. If she thinks I'm beautiful, she'll say I'm beautiful, but if she thinks I'm ugly, she'll say I'm ugly as honestly as ever. Sometimes in the past, I received damage from my mom's honest words. I remember the day I wore a short green shirt and colorful pants and asked my mom if I looked good, and as always she was honest in saying, you look like a clown who went to the circus to work and only wore the pants that were part of the uniform. Ugh, just remembering that I still suffer damage. Victor. I heard someone screaming really loud in my ear and, with my new vampire senses, it was like someone had put a speaker on full volume near my ear and had screamed my name. I quickly put a hand to my ear and looked at whoever did it angrily. Seeing that the man who did this to me was my childhood friend, I practically screamed. You fucking idiot. Why did you do that? Bruh, I've been calling you since like 10 minutes ago and you weren't talking to me. Are you ignoring me? He asked with his usual gentle smile. A man with spiky blonde hair and eyes like a green sapphire, he had an asymmetrical V-shaped face with a gentle smile and a body tone from sports. He was tall at 185 centimeters in height. He was my childhood friend Andrew Walter. It's been a while since I've seen this idiot. Wasn't he traveling with his mother or something? Thinking about the appearance of Andrew's mother, I can't help but shake my head several times to get the thought out of my head. Don't think of your friend's mother that way. Don't break the brother's code of conduct. The brother's code of conduct was something my friends and I created and the code was simple. Don't date your friend's ex-girlfriends, don't date your friend's mother or sister, and most importantly don't date your friend's current girlfriend. Why did we create this? Well, I'm fully aware that my mom is beautiful. I know that with her personality it's almost impossible for her to cheat on my dad, but it's good to guarantee, right? Andrew's mother is also a very beautiful woman, and my other friend Edward's sister was very beautiful too, so to prevent our friendship from falling apart because of reasons like dating a friend's mother or sister, we made this code. He starts looking at me with questioning eyes, he looks me up and down as if he's sizing me up, then he nods to himself as if he understands what happened. Did you take any kind of medicine those athletes use? What's the name again? He puts a hand to his chin as if he's thinking. Anabolics? I spoke while looking at him. Yes. That's right. Did you take that? Dude, don't do this, I know you were bothered with your body but those meds only make your health worse. I'll tell your mother. He said with that last part sounding like a child who caught his friend doing something wrong and said he was going to tell their mother. I didn't take those. I practically screamed. It's okay, you can be honest with your friend. He spoke as he touched my shoulder with a look that would understand me. This man really makes me angry sometimes. I didn't take anything, this is just puberty. I used the same excuse I used for my mom. He looked at me like I was an idiot and said, bullshit. Of course, he wouldn't believe it. I also know this excuse is ridiculous. Puberty doesn't make a human grow taller, build toned muscle, and make you look the same as Captain America. Well, he's right. If puberty did that, the world would be full of people with superhuman physiques. Stop the bullshit and tell me the truth. Ugh. I think of an excuse to change the subject, soon something comes to mind, I have a wife now. He looks at me with a shocked face, I don't believe you. He spoke in a dry, honest tone. I just looked at him with a dead stare. He knows I'm like my mother and I'm very honest with close people, living 21 years with a mother who speaks all she thinks can influence you in some way. It's a lie, right? Right. He looked at me with eyes begging that it was a lie. Dude, I'm married now, I said honestly. I do not believe it. After all, you're not wearing a wedding ring. What kind of man marries and doesn't wear a wedding ring? Are you already cheating on your wife? Bruh. Decide whether you believe me or not. Sigh, what a troubled man. It's true, I'm married, but things happened too quickly and I couldn't prepare a wedding ring or anything. Anyway, see ya. I said goodbye to him. Huh. Wait. I'll go with you. I stopped walking and looked at him. You don't even know where I'm going and you're going to follow me? What if I'm going somewhere illegal? That matters. If you're going somewhere illegal, I'll go with you. It must be fun there, right? I can't let you go alone in this place. Of course, when this is all over, I'll tell your mother. This man is a good friend, but for some reason, he's always ratting on me to my mother. Wait. I look at him dead-eyed. If you chase after my mom, I'll go after your mom too. Are you listening to me? I threatened him. He looks at me with a look like he doesn't believe what I said. Dude, you know I respect your mother a lot. After all, she helped me with a problem in the past involving my father and I remember the code. I wouldn't do something like that. Good, I think I'm satisfied. I know he wouldn't do that, and I also know he respects my mother a lot since she was their family advocate when his worthless father wanted custody of Andrew. And I don't like married women either, they are troublesome, and I don't want to die from a stray bullet by a man I put a green hat on. He spoke with a gentle smile. You speak as if you have experience of your own. I looked at him suspiciously. I saw his smile break for a moment, then he said, I use my right to remain silent, we are in a free country. Dude, you're going to die one of these days, you better stop it. I gave a piece of advice. I know, I did this when I was 20 years old, I stopped doing this after what happened in the past. You are only 21 years old. Don't talk like this is in the distant past. I commented internally. Oh, well. Was she pretty? I couldn't help but ask curious as I started walking towards the vet. I also noticed he started following me. Yes, she was 32 years old, curvy body with dark black hair. She lived in New York and she was from a wealthy family, but her husband was a 66-year-old man. I think she was frustrated because her husband didn't satisfy her. Oh, the pattern, huh? Indeed, he spoke. Somehow, I feel sorry for the guy, I commented a little sympathetically. Oh. Own experience? Dude, you just got married and you're already taking your wife's greenhorn. Fuck off. He laughed out loud. I had a small smile too, even though he's an annoying friend at times, he was a good friend. I've known him since I was a kid too. Well, I know with your personality, you would probably kill the guy and your wife if you found out you were being cheated on. He commented casually like it was no big deal. Hey, if that happens I won't stop it, but I won't let you kill yourself. After all, you're my friend, I think I should make a plan in case this happens in the future, maybe save money and buy a passport abroad? Maybe Brazil? I heard the politicians there are very corrupt, and in exchange for a few dollars, they would help you easily. He began to monologue out loud. Stop thinking nonsense, that will never happen, I said. After all, knowing Violet's personality, it's impossible for that to happen. Okay, but I'll still make the plan. Alright. I accepted. I know it's no use talking anymore now, he's always like that. He's very careful, I think what happened in the past with his father affected him a lot. Looking at a small establishment in front of me, I nod to myself, this is the right place. When I entered the establishment the first thing I saw was my cat, Zach, sitting at the counter and looking around in surveillance. I looked at my cat, he is furry black with a patch of fur around his chest and neck that is pinkish white in color, his head fur was also very spiky and he has short ears with less black and more dark brown fur. On the outside, his eyes were pool blue and had a black slit in the middle, typical of cats, but my cat's eyes were the cutest of all, cough, okay, maybe not. But I think so it's true. He had a cat's whiskers, of course, nearly 10 strands of white on each side. Sup, Zach. How are you? I spoke out loud. The few customers who were picking up their pets looked at me with confused eyes, probably thinking I was crazy or something, but soon something happens that surprises everyone. Zach looks at me and raises his paw, meow. I nodded myself satisfied, and I smiled a little when I saw the customers look at the shocked cat. As always, your cat looks more like a dog than a cat. I don't like cats, but I wouldn't mind adopting him. Never. And cats are the best, they are silent, quiet, and affectionate, making them the best animal there is. Meow. Zach meowed at me like he was agreeing. See? Even he agrees. Whatever, Andrew doesn't even try to argue, so he turns his face and looks at a 21-year-old woman who was wearing a doctor's coat. Oh, Victor, and Andrew. She spoke Andrew's name angrily. 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 21, Andrew, Edward, and Leona. I look at the woman who is my friend's sister. She has pure white hair, bright blue eyes, and a slim body with skin like she's lacking blood. She's not pale like me, she's more like an albino. And she was born with this physical condition too, she was also tall at 180 centimeters. As she has no skin pigmentation, her skin is very sensitive to the sun and, because of that, she rarely leaves the store or her house and only goes out at night. Her name was Leona Elizabeth Lycos. Normally, I would suspect she would be a vampire, but she isn't. I know that because I've seen her eat regular food and I know vampires can't eat foods other than blood. Even though Violet sometimes forgets about it and asks to learn how to cook with my mom, I think she was just excited. I walk over to my cat and start petting him, and as usual, he starts to purr contentedly, and then he lies down on the counter and spreads his legs as if asking me to stroke his stomach. Leona approaches me and I also see Andrew walking away and sitting in the chair away from the counter. He seemed to be waiting for me. I think he doesn't want to talk to Leona. Well, I don't judge him, what he did in the past must have hurt Leona, because of that, he's just being considerate. Why is your cat just like that to you? When I try to caress him, he starts growling at me. Leona spoke with a pout as she stopped and looked at me like she was sizing me up. I feel her looking me up and down. Well, he is my cat. I spoke. Meow. Zach meowed in agreement. You've changed. Leona spoke as she looked at me. Yes, you too, I said honestly. After all, I noticed her skin was better than in the past. I think living in isolation helped her. Leona remained silent, and I see her continue to stare at me. I look at her confused. I know I've changed, but does she need to stare at me like she's seeing a rare animal? How is Zach's health? Suddenly, she stopped staring at me and looked at Zach. He's fine. Really? But he was meowing a lot earlier. I remember I couldn't sleep because he kept meowing like he was dying or something. Well, he was horny. Huh. I looked at Zach, seeing the chubby fluffy cat staring at me with a satisfied look. I found it so cute that I started stroking more. You mean he was in heat? Meow, meow. He purred contentedly. Yes. Because of that, he was meowing a lot. Wouldn't you consider neutering him? Since you are my childhood friend, I'll give you a good price. Zach suddenly gets up from the counter and looks at Leona with a glare like he's looking at his greatest enemy. He's even growling a little. He didn't like that idea very much. I chuckled as I looked at Leona who was looking at Zach in shock. He's very smart. She praised him. Yes, I said, nodding my head, then I answered her question. I won't castrate him. After all, as a man, I understand Zach. He still wants to have kids, right? Buddy? Meow. Zach meowed as if he was agreeing, then he jumps on my shirt and slowly climbs up my shirt, over my shoulder, then he hangs on my shoulder. This is something he did a lot when he was younger. After all, I've raised him since he was very young, and he always liked to be on my shoulder for some reason. As my shoulder was wider than before, he could easily find a comfortable position. Isn't he acting like a monkey? Leona spoke a little surprised. Zach looked at Leona and started growling at her. He really didn't like her, huh? Ugh, I feel offended. All animals like me and, because of this gift, I created this store. But, why doesn't he like me? He's so cute, I wanted to hug him. She spoke with a pout. I just laughed a little, and I found Leona's expression cute. When I was going to say something, I heard. Oh. Victor, long time no see. I look at the store entrance. And soon I see a tall man walking in. He is 195 centimeters tall, with a toned body, platinum blonde hair, and blue eyes like Leona. He was Leona's brother. Edward Jonathan Lycos. He was also my former personal trainer. In the past, he worked as a fitness trainer, but he suddenly decided to change jobs and now he owns a bar. He is also the man who trained me in martial arts in the past, although I couldn't learn much because of my physical limitation, I just learned how to defend myself. Techniques like kicking a man's most precious organ, using a stun gun. Come to think of it, this was training for frail women, huh? Sup, Ed, do you still shine in the sun when you walk down the street? Ugh. Can you forget about this boring joke? Because of that vampire movie, every Edward on the planet is now suffering from that joke. He spoke in annoyance. I laughed a little and said, I'm kidding, how are things going? It's okay, I finished building my bar's leisure area, you can go there if you want, remember I only open at night. He spoke as he closed the door and walked towards the counter. I see, I will visit sometime. Brother, did you finish the order I requested? Leona asked. Yes, that was an easy thing. Good, Leona nods satisfied, and goes to meet a customer who has entered the store. I see Andrew approaching, and then he says, Yo, Ed. How are you doing? I'm fine, Edward looks at Andrew, is my sister still mad at you? Yes, honestly, I didn't know that woman was her only friend, if I knew I wouldn't have approached her. Andrew spoke with an apologetic face. In the past, Leona was bullied because of her looks and as she always hung around with Andrew, who was a cute boy, and my other friend Fred, she ended up earning free hate from the girls at school. She also hung around with me in the past, but I was pretty much a non-existent being to the girls at school. After all, I was thin and I looked really sick, I think I got along with Leona because of these similarities. Fortunately, her brother never let the bullying escalate, since he was a veteran at the time, and he protected his sister tooth and nail. He even beat up a student who hurt his sister. How can I say, I respect him a lot, he doesn't care if they're a woman or a man, his fists have true gender equality. Although this incident was a big problem in the past, he almost got arrested, luckily he had the support of my mother who was a renowned lawyer, if not for my mother, and his father who was a teacher at the school in the past, he would be behind bars now. A good side of this story is that bullying stopped happening, after all, the girls were afraid of Edward. But it's not all flowers, because of this incident, Leona couldn't make friends near the area where she lived, and the only friend she had used to date Andrew. And Andrew cheated on Leona's friend with an older woman. Because of that, Leona is angry with Andrew. You don't need to worry too much, one day she will forgive you, you are good friends after all, Edward spoke with a gentle smile. Ugh, stop lying, I know her as well as you do, I know she's spiteful, Andrew said. Indeed. Edward nodded his head in agreement. Meow. Zack meowed in agreement as well. Edward looks at Zack for a while, then he looks at me. Have you grown up? You just now that noticed, brother. Leona who finished serving the customer said, now that there were no customers in the store, she could participate in the conversation more actively. Ugh, how am I going to figure that out? He was always the shortest of the group. Oof, I made a gesture like I was being pierced by an arrow through the heart. Brother, you don't have to be rude. It's okay, I also know that I was short, I was even shorter than Leona. I commented a little depressed. Your muscles are defined too, how did you get that muscle? He asked curiously. Well, I followed the training you went through and some videos on the internet. The lies are getting more absurd as time goes by, it's pretty obvious they're suspicious, they just don't ask too much because they respect my privacy. Oh, you're not on steroids, are you? Of course not, I know what it does to the body, I replied. I take Zack off my shoulder and place him on the counter, then stop stroking him. Zack meowed at me annoyed, but I ignored him, he seemed to snort for a few seconds and then started walking around the establishment. Suddenly, Edward puts his hand on his chin and looks at me. Are you still being bullied? He asked in a neutral tone. Leona and Andrew look at me, Leona looked worried, and Andrew looked angry. I'm not being bullied anymore, I resolved that situation yesterday, I spoke with a big smile on my face. I saw Leona's body shake a little, and Andrew just kept looking at me. I heard, you dealt with him using a basketball game, Edward said. I heard you jump from the middle of the court and made a dunk. He continued as he looked at me with suspicious eyes. I remained silent, after all, I wasn't making an effort to hide the changes in my body, I didn't want to hide them either. Well, no need to feel pressured, we all have secrets we want to hide, I'm just upset you didn't want us to get involved in this situation, Edward spoke with a gentle smile. Yes. I wanted to hit that bastard. Andrew spoke. Yes, bullying is unforgivable, Leona said. I look at Andrew, I appreciate you guys caring about me, but you know me, right? I looked at my friends with a big smile on my face, one is mine. Just mine. I will not allow anyone to get involved in this, he is someone who hurt me and insulted my mother, this grudge can only be washed away by me, this is my pride. Only I'm allowed to step on and break a one, I won't be satisfied otherwise. My friends may call me a fool, or an idiot, but I don't care, I will not allow my enemies to be destroyed by anyone other than me. Sai, I understand you have your pride as a man and I respect that but don't go overboard, okay? I don't want to see you arrested, Edward said and advised me. Indeed, if you are arrested, please know that I have a plan for you to flee to Brazil, although that plan is still in progress, Andrew spoke. You are fools. Why don't you just help him? Leona practically screamed out loud. Andrew and Edward looked at Leona. Edward said, he didn't ask for help, and I respect his pride, as a man, I can understand his feelings. Andrew said, Victor is my friend, and he knows his limits, if he needs help, he knows he can count on us, if he didn't ask for help, I won't interfere. You guys are just idiots. Leona snorted. You wouldn't understand, Edward said and Andrew nodded. Yes. I don't understand because I'm a woman, right? Leona spoke irritably. Wrong, you don't understand why because you never tried to fight people who bullied you, Edward spoke in a hard tone. I was weaker, and Leona tried to say something, but Edward cut her off. You know I'm not talking about that. There is a big difference between accepting bullying and fighting it. The attitude of how you deal with bullying is what matters, you never decided to ask for help, and you never talked about it. You just put up with everything silently. Edward spoke raising his voice a little. Leona looked shocked at her brother. He sighs and says, unlike you, Victor never accepted bullying and warned us what was happening to him, and he told us that he was going to solve it somehow. Indeed, Andrew continues ignoring Leona's gaze, although we trusted Victor, we were always on the lookout for something to get out of hand, we respected Victor's pride and decision, but that doesn't mean we stood still while our friend was beaten, he said smiling, it seems they did something I didn't know. I really have good friends. I thought with a happy smile on my face, seeing Leona's sad look I say, don't think about it too much, Leona. Huh. Everyone handles a situation differently, I'm different from you, and you're different from your brother. You don't need to push yourself so hard. I approached Leona and patted her head a little, you just need to do things your way, okay? And if you need help with something, you can count on me, your brother, Andrew, and Fred. Leona lowers her head, and I see her face turn a little red. As her skin was very white, her embarrassment became quite noticeable. Fuck, I wasn't supposed to do this, I need to control this hand of mine, I have become very used to stroking women's heads. I look at Edward and see his bloodthirsty look, he was warning me of the code. I quickly pull away from Leona, for a moment I see her pouting as she glares at her brother in annoyance. Ha ha ha, Victor was always good with words, Andrew chuckled, then he continued, oh I hear he's married. Ha. Leona and Edward looked at me in shock. Previous index next wives are beautiful vampires chapter 22, Yandra's. Means problems. Ha. You're married, Victor. Edward spoke as he looked at me with a shocked face. Yes, I answered honestly. Edward's gaze shifted to a look as if I'd made the biggest mistake of my life. Marriage is not a good thing, Victor. But if you're happy, I'm supportive. He spoke while shaking a little, he seemed to remember bad things from the past. Pfft, Andrew started to laugh. I looked at Andrew who was laughing, stop laughing. And why did he react that way? I asked. He held back his laugh and said, oh, you didn't know, right? A few years ago, Andrew tried to marry a woman, but she was the jealous and stalking type and, because of that, he has emotional scars from what happened. I see Edward shiver a little when he hears Andrew talk about what happened. But aren't they the best women? I replied without understanding. Ha. Ha. Meow. Even Zach, who was a little distant, meowed aloud. I looked confused at Andrew and Edward who were looking at me as if they had seen an exotic creature. Edward puts his hand to his face like he has a headache, and asks me, do you have a head problem? Ha. Now I was the one who didn't understand. From the expression, he's making it obvious that he really doesn't understand his problem. Andrew spoke as Edward nodded. Then Edward speaks, listen, Victor. Jealous and stalking women are the worst kind of women. Don't go near them, or you'll get killed. I don't understand what you're saying. If you accept her feelings, won't everything be okay? Why should I care? I asked, really confused. They were silently looking at me with their mouths open in shock. He's a lost cause. Come to think of it, he's always been like that, huh? He always picked the craziest women. Andrew spoke as if thinking of the past. Coming to think of it. That's true, Edward said, then he continued, has he never heard that he should never date a crazy woman? Wait. Leona suddenly screamed as she looked at Edward and Andrew. Are you just going to ignore that he just said he got married? She spoke as she knocked on the table. Oh, that's true, Edward said. Who is your wife? Do you have a picture of her? Andrew asked and, hearing Andrew's question, Leona and Edward looked at me. I do, actually, I had pictures of Violet and Sasha. I didn't take these pictures, it seems like Natalia was making a photo album or something, so she took some pictures and sent me to my phone. I never understood this maid, she always seems to be hidden, but when I call her she always appears, she is like a ghost. I pull out my cell phone and show Violet's photo. Andrew whistled, she's hot dash. I looked at Andrew with an emotionless expression. Keep talking. And I promise you tomorrow you'll wake up in New York Bay, I bet the fish will love to eat you. I saw Andrew's body shake a little, he replied. It's just a joke, and you wouldn't do it, right? I keep looking at him with an emotionless gaze. Right? I saw Andrew's expression darken a little in fear. You know I always keep my promises, I said in a dry tone. To be honest, I wouldn't do that, he's a good friend and I wouldn't kill my friend just for that, but he would get hit a little. Edward touched Andrew's shoulder and said, remember the brother's code. Yes, I know, Andrew said in a serious tone. Victor wouldn't dump you in New York Bay, but he would probably hit you, and I think he's more capable of defending himself with his current body, Edward continued. Suddenly, Leona appears in front of me and takes my cell phone, I look at her confused, then she flips the image to the side and sees Sasha's photo. Who is she? She asked in a neutral tone. Oh, she's my second wife. My three friends look at me with the most shocked face I've ever seen in my life, if this was an anime I bet their mouths would be on the ground by now. Hold the balls of the donkey. Andrew practically yelled, he approaches Leona and looks at the image of Sasha on the phone. I see Leona's eyebrow twitch a little in annoyance, but she's silent. I see Edward approaching, and he also sees Sasha's photo. I don't know how to react to that, when did you become a Chad? Edward spoke in a tired tone. I see my cat climbing on Edward's shoulder and looking at Sasha's picture, then he looks at me and meows as he raises his paw, meow. He seemed to be praising me or something. Wait, Leona looked quite shaken, she looks at me and asks, do they know about each other? Yes, of course, I replied. Damn, Victor. You made quite a catch, I never thought I would say that, but I'm proud of you. Edward spoke as he held back the tears from his eyes, somehow I could tell he was jealous, but at the same time, he was scared. Ed, you don't understand. You know our friend here, right? Do you think he's a man to chase after another woman if he's married? He's not me. Andrew practically screamed. Bruh, you mustn't say that about yourself with pride. Coming to think about it, you're right, Edward said. Yes, Victor is a very loyal man, Leona said, and the three looked at me. Well, to be honest, they're the ones who came after me, I replied with a happy little smile. The three of them look at me with dead fish eyes, Leona said, you know you can't marry more than one person in this country, right? I know. I nod my head in agreement, but human law means nothing to vampires. Question. Andrew raised his hand like he was a child who wanted to ask the teacher a question. What? Do your wives get angry when other women approach you? Do they suddenly have tantrums? Are they very jealous? I look at Andrew shocked, how did you know that? Bruh, Andrew replied, he looked at Edward and Leona, now everything makes sense. Edward nodded and he looks at me with a dead fish look, R.I.P., buddy. I think soon, we'll be going to your funeral. Huh. Brother, don't gamble on Victor. Leona spoke irritated, then she continued, what if he really dies? Why are you thinking I'm going to die? I asked as soon all my friends looked at me in shock, even my cat looked at me. You're dating two Yandras, buddy. Andrew said. Yandra? I questioned the word I didn't know. Do you remember that pink-haired girl anime that we watched in our teens? Oh, I remember I thought she was pretty at the time, what about her? I asked. I saw Edward, Leona, and Andrew's faces tremble as they heard my words. She is a Yandra. I see. And you're saying my wives are just like her? Yes. Isn't that a good thing? I blurted out, after all, I don't know what the word Yandra means, but Violet and Sasha are adorable, and that's all that matters. Sigh. 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 The three sighed at the same time, and it looks like they've given up on something. Just don't die, okay? And don't cheat on your wives, or you'll die. I would never do that, why should I cheat on my wives if I have such beautiful wives? Sigh, if you didn't have a screw loose in your head, you'd be a good man. Leona sighed. Edward looked at his sister with serious eyes. I won't allow it. Absolutely not. You'll never get married while I'm alive. Brother. Leona cried out in embarrassment. There's Edward Siscon, Andrew said laughing. Siscon? I asked confused. Leona, Andrew, and Edward looked at me as if I had done something wrong. Andrew says, you're an uncultured man, buddy. We need to sort this out. Huh. Well, don't judge him too much, he's a movie man. I remember his dad likes watching movies, he must have been influenced. Leona helped me. Heretic, Edward said. Coming to think about it, he's only watched 2 animes in his life, huh? Andrew spoke. Unforgivable, Edward said. It was the one anime with the alien that gets stronger and his hair changes color, and the pink-haired Yandra's anime, Leona said. Yes, I remember you recommended it to him at the time, Andrew said. Indeed. Leona nodded. Suddenly, my cell phone started ringing. Leona looks at my cell phone and says, Kagaya? Oh, she's my wife's maid. Maid. Leona spoke in a stutter. I hold out my hand and Leona nods as she hands me the cell. I answer my cell phone and start talking to Kagaya. While Victor was on the phone talking to Kagaya, his friends were whispering in a not-so-low voice. Did he just say a maid? Leona spoke. Why are you stuttering? Andrew asked curiously. Idiot, hiring a maid is expensive, did you know? Leona spoke. Oh, I didn't know, Andrew said. I think his wife is rich, Edward deduced. Isn't he very lucky? Andrew can't help but speak out loud. Leona and Edward look at Andrew confused. Andrew begins to explain, he married 2 wives, and one of those wives is rich, and both wives are beautiful. Oh, you're right, but it's not all flowers, they're Yandras, you know? He could die at any time, Edward explained as he shivered a little. I think Victor will be fine, Leona said. Now that she was calmer, she could think better about the whole situation. What do you mean? Edward asked. Remember how Victor's personality is, he may not realize it, but he knows how to treat a woman well. I think his mother's teachings influenced him without him realizing it and he became a natural playboy. Leona would never say that the head pats Victor gave were good too, she would never speak it out loud. Never. And he doesn't refuse Yandra's advances, so I think he's safe. The protagonists only die in the anime because he refused women's advances, after all, most of these protagonists were beta men. Leona said. You're right, Andrew said. Victor likes crazy women, huh? Edward spoke out loud, he looked confused. Just in case, I'll keep in touch with a friend of mine from the police, after all, stalking is a criminal act, Andrew said. Oh, now that I think of it, in real life the act of stalking someone is a crime, Leona said. Leona, you are watching too many animes, Edward scolded her lightly. Brother, I can't leave the house because of my skin, what do you think I should do? Look for a boyfriend? Absolutely not. I will buy more animes for you. So stay home. Humph, Leona huffed and turned her face away, but Andrew could see she had a smile as if it was all part of her plan. Victor ended his call and said, I'm going home. I look at Zach and say, hey, Zach. Let's go, buddy. Meow, Zach who was lying on a chair gets up, walks slowly towards me, and climbs on my shoulder then I put my hand behind to hold him, and he lies down on my shoulder. Are you absolutely sure he's not a dog? Or a monkey? How can a cat be so smart? Leona asked in disbelief. I also see Andrew and Edward nodding. He's normal, he's just used to being that way, after all, I've raised him from a young age, I replied. Leona is silent and decides not to argue anymore, she just sighs as if she had given up on something. Edward looks at me, what happened? You look happy. Oh, my wife met my other wife today, because of that I'm happy, I answered honestly. My 3 friends look at me with dark faces and I realize Edward was shaking a little too. 2 Yandra will meet. Andrew swallows hard, and sighs as he looks at me with respect. How can I say, Victor, you are a man among men. Thanks. I reply, confused. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. I spoke as I turned around. Bye, Victor. Try not to die, buddy, Edward said. Take care of yourself, Victor, Andrew said. He looked like he wasn't going to follow me anymore. Leona didn't say anything, she just waved at me. Previous index. Next wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 23, Violet and Sasha meet. Tell me, Zach, I said to my cat as I walked towards my house. I noticed people's eyes on me, it's like they've never seen a cat in their life. Even though my cat doesn't speak, I can deduce or imagine what he says, after all, he is a smart cat. Currently, Zach was on my shoulder as he looked around curiously. Meow. Zach meowed curiously. After living so long with my cat, I was able to differentiate his every meow, his being so smart helps a little too. Did Leona treat you well? I asked as I walked. Meow. 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 Translation, she treated me well, but she bathed me. I hate that woman. Oh, I see. I know you don't like to shower, but you can't go without a shower. What if your fur falls out and you go bald like a rat? Meow. Translation, makes sense. See? I know you don't like to shower, but a shower every week isn't too bad, right? I spoke with a smile on my face. I look over my shoulder and see Zach staring at me with a horrified look, he seems to have heard something scary. 3 baths a month? I tried to negotiate. Meow. Translation, 1 bath a month. 2 baths a month, that's not negotiable, I said. Meow. 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 Translation, tyranny. I demand democracy. We live in a free country. Even cats have rights. Sigh, Zach, if you were a quiet cat I'd agree to a bath a month, but you go out a lot for walks and when you come home you're all dirty, I spoke. Meow. Meow. Translation, but. You're right. Now that I stop to think, what do you do on your walks? I asked curiously while ignoring people looking at me open-mouthed or commenting if I was crazy or not. Meow. Meow, meow. Translation, I'm going after the female cats. They love me, even though there are other cats. Oh. Didn't you fight for dominance? I asked while raising an eyebrow. Meow, 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 meow. Translation, of course I fought, I used that technique called the T pose that you taught me. Using this technique, I asserted my dominance and now I have 4 wives. That's my boy. I said laughing as I took him off my shoulder and carried him like a baby while stroking his stomach. Meow, meow. Translation, kimochi. You are very good at this. Huh. Why did the first word come out in Japanese? Am I imagining it wrong? Looking up into my cat's satisfied face, I shrug like I don't care, then put him on my shoulder again. Arriving at my house, I open the door and enter. I came back and brought Zach with me, I spoke out loud. Meow, meow, meow. Translation, sup, bitches, I'm home. Zayuk. I hear my mom screaming as she runs towards me. I see Zach's fur rises, and he quickly jumps off my shoulder and falls to the ground then he runs away from my mom. Hey. Don't run away from me, Zach. Get back here right now. My mom yelled as she looked at Zach who ran up onto the couch. Meow. Translation, never. Ignoring my mom and Zach's banter, I walk towards the basement stealthily. When I first enter the basement, I see what my old basement looks like, but when I put my foot on the first step, I see a little magic circle appearing, and soon the basement changes. Which technology is very useful. Kaguya, what are you doing? Let me kill that bitch. I heard Violet's voice. I'm sorry, Lady Violet, but I can't let you do something you'll regret, Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone. Well, looks like I made it on time. I walked towards the room Sasha was in and, when I opened the bedroom door, I see a rather surprising scene. Kaguya was holding Violet on the ground with a jujitsu technique called a rear naked choke. A little far from Kaguya was Natalia, who was just watching everything as usual. Sasha was watching everything with a neutral gaze. Currently, she was sitting on the bed and beside her was Maria, her personal maid who was a former hunter. Violet looked quite startling, her face was distorted with hatred and she was glaring at Sasha with her red eyes gleaming with killing intent. I realized Violet was trying to use her powers, but Kaguya was smothering her before she could concentrate on using them. As expected from an older vampire, she managed to immobilize Violet easily. I guess it wasn't that easy. Looking more closely, I realized that Kaguya is trying very hard to hold Violet down. Yo, I said with a smile on my face. Suddenly, all the women in the room look at me. My wife Violet's killing intent seems to explode when she sees me, Victor. She didn't call me darling as usual. I look at Kaguya and nod my head indicating for her to let go of Violet. She looks at me with a face that asked if I was sure. I close my eyes and nod my head as I smile. Violet suddenly jumps towards me and I realize she's trying to stab me with her hand. Since I'm not ready to feel this pain yet, I take her hand and, as if it's a very elegant dance, I shift her center of gravity then quickly sit down on the floor and drop her onto my lap. I also realized she wasn't putting that much force into her attack. Violet didn't understand what happened. Well, I seem to still remember the dance lessons I took in the past. This was a long time ago when I attended a multi-billion company CEO's party. As my mom was the CEO's attorney at the time, I had to participate and dance with the CEO's daughter. And, because of that, I had to train in classical dance for 2 months. It was the most irritating time in my teenage life. Stopping to think now, that was the same day I found Zack abandoned in the street. I hugged Violet around the waist and spoke into her ear. Calm down, I'm not going to disappear or anything, and you're not going to lose me, so you don't have to attack me out of jealousy. Violet seemed to melt when she felt my embrace and heard my words. I noticed her eyes revert to their normal violet color. And to think that there was someone other than Violet's mother who could calm her down. Natalia commented. I look at Natalia and I see her with a small smile on her face. I could also see Sasha and Kaguya's shocked expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? I asked as I started stroking Violet's head. When Violet goes crazy, she only gets calmer when she destroys everything around her, Sasha spoke in a neutral tone. It was like she was used to it. I also noticed that she was looking at Violet with an annoyed look. I noticed that Violet's smile seemed to grow in a distorted way, and she put her face to my chest and started sniffing at me. Darling. 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 She started talking like she was possessed by some evil spirit or something, although she looked quite adorable now. Suddenly her smile is gone, and she looks at me with a serious look. Why am I smelling another woman? Oh, I went to get Zack from the vet. I found my childhood friend who works at that place, I replied while smiling. When I saw Violet's eyes change to blood red, I cupped Violet's cheek in both hands and pull. Don't think nonsense. Stop, she said in a funny voice. I stopped pulling her cheek and kissed her. She made a funny sound of surprise, but soon she returned my kiss. As we practiced a few times, we were a little more experienced. Suddenly, I feel a burst of murderous intent. I stop kissing Violet and look at Sasha with a smile on my face. She turned her face away in annoyance. This seemed to make Violet satisfied. She smiled lovingly and hugged me possessively. You know I'll never run away from you, right? I commented as I stroked Violet's white hair down her back. Yes, but... She bit her lip. I made her look at me. I needed to say this. I don't know about Ruby yet, but Sasha is my wife. I want her close to me. Violet's face distorted in annoyance. I look at Sasha and see that she was a little embarrassed. What do you think about this? I asked her opinion. And me? She pointed to herself. She didn't seem used to showing affection. I do not know dash. Suddenly Kaguya appears beside Sasha and slams her elbow into Sasha's stomach. Ouch. What are you doing? Sasha yelled angrily. Suddenly Kaguya appears beside Sasha and slams her elbow into Sasha's stomach. Ouch. What are you doing? Sasha yelled angrily. Don't be indecisive now, this is about your future, Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone. When Sasha heard Kaguya's words, she was speechless for a moment. I noticed Sasha's face has changed several times, embarrassed, curious, scared, and a little obsessive. It was quite interesting to see how her face constantly changed. Bitch, begone. He's just mine, my darling, Violet spoke possessively as she hugged me, but she didn't look as pissed off as before. Suddenly Sasha's face changed, her eyes turned blood red, and as soon as she looked at Violet, she gets annoyed. Her face distorted in anger, this bitch. Sasha gets up from the bed, then she uses her speed and appears beside me. She hugs me from behind in a possessive way and says, he's my husband, bitch. I feel the sensation of 2 mature Sasha bunnies on my back. Violet looked at Sasha annoyed, then she hugged me too. As she was sitting on my lap, I could feel Violet's 2 bunnies who weren't the same size as Sasha's bunnies, but they were a perfect size. They were neither too small nor too big, they were perfect. I was in heaven now. Well, that was somehow resolved by Lord Victor, Kaguya spoke with a small smile. Are you sure? They look like they could kill each other at any time, Natalia commented as she looked at Sasha and Violet who were glaring at each other as the 2 women hugged me possessively. Well, they can't just hold hands and say they'll get along with each other. After all, you know Lady Violet's personality, right? Indeed, Natalia said. This is just the beginning. Lady Violet is angry at Lady Sasha, but she doesn't want to kill Lady Sasha like before. Lady Violet is just acting like a possessive teenager now. Kaguya explained, then she continued. And Lady Sasha has stopped being stubborn about her feelings, and is acting more honestly. That's progress for a woman like her who isn't used to showing affection openly. Natalia nods her head and puts her finger on her face, then she commented with a small smile on her face. I wonder what will happen when Lady Ruby shows up. Kaguya looked at Natalia with a neutral look. You're having fun with this whole situation, huh? Natalia looked at Kaguya, and she commented with a small smile on her face, who knows? I could be having fun, or I could just be pretending. Kaguya lets out a small sigh when she sees the blonde maid's attitude. Previous. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 24, 2 wives. As my 2 wives hugged me, I looked at Kaguya. Kaguya, call that witch here, I need her services. Kaguya looks in my direction and nods, then, without question, takes a small ball from her pocket and smashes it. Soon a magic circle appears on the floor. And, slowly, the witch June got off the ground. She was just wearing a big sweatshirt and short shorts. It looked like she was about to go to sleep. June was surprised for a moment, but then she soon asked Kagaya, annoyed, really, maid? I was in Japan about to go to sleep in a hotel after a good shower in an onsen. She knows how to enjoy life with the money she earns, huh? Kagaya just looked at June like she was looking at a pile of garbage. June, I said. June has stopped looking at Kagaya and looks at me, then her face takes on a shocked expression when she sees me. Oya, oya. Has the number of women grown? Isn't that Lady Sasha? June commented smiling. Sasha and Violet stop staring like they want to kill each other and look at June. Sasha looks at June confused like she was wondering why June was here. She seemed to know June. Violet looks at June neutrally as if she doesn't care about her. How much do I owe, June? I asked. I remember I placed an order before and she said she was going to charge me in the future. It's better to know how much money I owe her now so I can plan my steps in the future. Oh. June flashes a greedy smile, then she says, you owe me $1 million. Just as she was about to complete her sentence, she closed her mouth and looked at Violet with a cold sweat falling off her face. Violet looks at June with a small smile on her face. I realize her red eyes are staring at June coldly. Excuse me? I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat that? June's face darkened a little when she saw Violet's expression. Cough. She pretended to cough to change the subject, then continued. I mean, you owe me $30,000, she said with a gentle smile. Good, Violet said and then hugged me again while ignoring June. I also feel Sasha hugging me from behind while looking at June neutrally. She seemed to be breathing down my neck too, although she was doing it quite sneakily. I was a little surprised that Violet didn't mind Sasha's presence right now, but that's a good thing. I know it's hard for the two of them to get along, but the important thing is they don't try to kill each other while I'm not around. But $30,000, huh? That's a big amount, but I think I can get it in one day if I steal from the right thieves. I need you to make me an outfit and a black mask, I tell my order to June. Huh? June looked at me strangely. What happened? Are you going to tell me you can't do it? I asked. I mean, I can do that, but your requests are always weird, huh? The first one was a fake ID, and now it's clothes? What are you planning? She asked with a curious smile. Knowing about this information is going to cost money, do you really want to know? I spoke while smiling a little. I could see June's smile twitch a little when she heard my words. You're greedy, huh? June commented. Not much as you, I said. June looked at me shocked and then started to laugh amusedly, ha ha ha. You're right, you're right, you're right. I am a greedy witch. Suddenly, several magic circles started to appear on the sweatshirt she was wearing. The circles start spinning quickly, and soon several green lights start to come out of June, and, slowly, her outfit starts changing into a professional women's suit. My name is June, codenamed the Greedy Witch. I am the witch who solves all the problems related to the modern world with a certain amount of money, of course. She spoke in a professional tone while showing a small smile in the last sentence. Oh, I said while clapping my hands a little for the light show. I also noticed that a card appeared in front of me and when I took the card, I saw that it had a golden color and had the name June carved into the card. I think this card was made of pure gold. Thank you, she spoke gratefully while smiling satisfied. She seemed to be quite narcissistic too. I never thought this piece of garbage dash, cough. I never thought June would give you her codename. Hey. I heard that. June looked at Kagaya irritably. Kagaya just ignored her as she looked at me. Codename? I asked curiously. Codenames are a title given by the Queen of Witches. For the Society of Witches a codename is a form of status, but not only that, if a witch gives her codename to someone she judges as a customer, a golden card will appear. Sasha explained as she hugged me tighter. Using this card, you can contact the witch to request her services anytime you want. It seems like witches work 24 hours a day, they don't seem to get rest. Oh thank you, Sasha, I said gratefully. I felt Sasha's body tremble a little, she made a cute sound and hit her face behind my back. Tisk, Violet clicked her tongue in annoyance, she looked agitated. I patted Violet's head, and soon her expression changed to a satisfied one as I look at the golden card in my hand and think, which society seems to be more interesting than I thought, a society built on a form of energy called magic, huh? But why did you give this to me? I don't have as much money as my wives do, and you know it. I told June. June looks at me and smiles, yes, I know. You're poor now, but I smell money coming from you, and, in the future, you'll have a lot of money, I'm betting on that. She flashes a confident smile, and I never lose when I make a bet. She smiles like a teenager who has found something interesting and continues, not to mention that you seem to be very close to the two richest heiresses of the noble vampires. Oh. She doesn't know that Sasha's clan has lost its noble status. I feel Sasha's face moving a little behind my back, it seems she's noticed that too. Well, June could be lying, so there's no guarantee she doesn't know anything. Getting back to business. What do you need? June asked as her eyes sparkled with the US dollar symbol. Do you know that anime called Tokyo Vampire? I asked. I didn't watch the anime, but I saw the protagonist's image several times on the internet. The protagonist had white hair, different colored eyes, and was wearing a black outfit. He was transformed by a beautiful vampire with purple hair. Yes, I watched it when I was in Japan. I need an outfit similar to the protagonist's, but I want some changes to the outfit. The outfit should look like a straitjacket used to arrest criminals, the boot should be a little bigger, and the mask should just cover my mouth. Okay. Do you intend to cosplay? She asked curiously. I just looked at her as I smiled and stroked Violet's hair. My wife seemed to be much calmer now actually. I think she's almost asleep. If you're so curious, I can tell you if you cancel my debt, I spoke. Humph, forget what I said. She gave up, it seems her greed is higher than her curiosity. June claps her hands and several magic circles appear a little away from her then, soon, an outfit appears. The outfit that appeared is the anime protagonist's outfit, but slowly the outfit began to undergo changes that I asked for. Do you want something like this? She asked. I look at the outfit and nod satisfied. As expected of a professional witch. Praising me won't make me lower the price. She spoke with a big smile on her face. How much did the clothes cost? I asked. June puts her hand to her chin and looks at the outfit as if she's thinking about something. I feel Violet move in my arms, she looks at the outfit I ordered and her eyes start to sparkle for a moment, she seems interested in the outfit. I also felt Sasha who was hiding her face behind me peeking a bit at the outfit I asked for, she looks at the outfit for a moment and says. Cringe. Oof, I felt a stake piercing my heart. For a moment my smile almost broke, but soon I recovered and said, I know, that's why I ordered this outfit, no one would ever think a vampire would use this outfit to do what I'm going to do in the future. I may do it for you for free if you tell me what you intend to do. Denied. You can't have everything in life, witch. I spoke with a smile on my face, then I continued, choose, do you want money, or do you want to satisfy your curiosity? Ugh. She makes a difficult face, then she speaks screaming, I want both. As expected from a witch with the title of greedy, but unfortunately, that's impossible, I said laughing. June pouts, she looks very pretty now. I feel Violet and Sasha looking at me with a dangerous look, my smile growing, how do you know what I was thinking? Our connection told us. The two spoke in a neutral tone. Oh. Interesting. So they can feel my emotions and my surface thoughts too, huh? I start to think about what I'm going to do when Violet, Sasha, and I finally get alone. Suddenly, I hear two small explosions near me. I look down and see that Violet's face was very red and I could see that there was smoke coming out of her head like it had overheated. I turn slightly and look at Sasha's red face. I could also see little yellow lightning flashing above her head. My smile grew even wider, and I couldn't help but honestly say, you guys are so cute. Sasha suddenly wakes up from her stupor and screams, Dee, do not look at me. She quickly hides her face behind my back. I could even hear her heart beating rapidly. Violet just hid her face in my chest while she had a huge smile on her face and, just like Sasha, I could hear Violet's heartbeat. And once again, I understood that they weren't like the vampires in the movies. After all, they weren't dead, although normally my wives' hearts beat very slowly. I looked at June and saw her face distorted. She looked like she had eaten something bad. I laughed when I saw her expression. How much did the clothes cost me? The clothes didn't cost anything. Huh. I just had to use my powers to create the outfit. I didn't use any complex incantations or anything like that. I just created fabric. That's something very easy to do. Oh. You are very honest. I said, surprised. For some reason her face turned red. Humph, I just did it for free because I have a long friendship with Lady Violet and because I can create fabric easily, make no mistake. You still owe me. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? I see, thanks, I said with a small smile. Humph, she turned her face away and started muttering something about how it wasn't fair and she should look for a boyfriend or something. Can you create another outfit for Violet? Of course, in a female version. Huh. Violet was surprised. June looks at me and nods, then she claps her hands again, and what happened before is repeated. Soon an outfit similar to mine except in a female version was next to my outfit. I looked at Violet, you looked interested, so I got you one. Darling. She suddenly climbs on top of me with a crazed smile on her face and bites me. I feel my blood draining down my neck. Bitch. Sasha got annoyed for some reason, and soon she bites my collarbone and starts sucking my blood. Feeling my wife's emotions and desires, slowly, my teeth start to change, and my eyes change to blood red, then I bite Violet's collarbone. Violet stopped sucking my blood and moaned a little as she hugged me tighter. Kaguya, Maria, June, and Natalia, who were seeing this, all react differently. For some reason, I feel like I should get a boyfriend, June commented. No man will want a gold digger like you, Kaguya spoke in an emotionless tone. Who? June's face distorted in anger. Are you frustrated that your master is being stolen from you, maid? Kaguya's eyes flutter a little, and she is silent. She didn't want to waste time talking to June. June, thinking she's guessed right, started to smile. I feel sorry for you, maid. Lady Violet will be stolen from you. Seeing that Kaguya didn't react to her words, June was confused. Then she thought, did I get my guess wrong? Lady June, I have a job for you. Natalia suddenly said. Oh. June loses interest in Kaguya and looks at Natalia with greedy eyes. I want you to investigate what is happening in this city, Natalia said. Kaguya, who listened to what Natalia said, began to pay attention to the conversation. According to Lady Sasha and Kaguya, a vampire named Lucy stole something from the church. I want to know what that something is. June makes a very serious expression. This is going to cost a lot of money, you know? I know, Natalia said smiling, then she continued, money is not a problem, just investigate it for me. I accept your request but remember you must pay 50% of the money up front, and if another witch is helping the church, I can't interfere too much. After all, you know the rules of witches, right? Natalia smiles gently. Rule number 1 of witches, a witch must not conflict with another witch. If the witch's employer is an enemy of an individual who is hiring another witch, both witches must abandon their duty immediately. She explained as she was remembering, and then she continued. Of course I know. Good. June throws 2 small spheres at Kaguya, and soon she disappears into a magic circle. Kaguya raises her hands and takes the 2 spheres June threw and puts them in her pocket. An ordinary maid doesn't get enough money to pay a witch for this kind of service, she commented. Natalia just displays a gentle smile and doesn't say anything. Soon she walks towards a wall and goes through a secret passage. TSK, I don't like this, Kaguya said, annoyed, when she saw Natalia leaving without giving an explanation. Then she looked at Victor, who was biting his wife's neck, and several thoughts were going through Kaguya's head now. Beautiful Vampires Chapter 25, Professor Adam. After solving the problems with my wives and getting an outfit to disguise myself as James Smith, I go to college. When I get to college, I notice the students looking at me differently. They seem to recognize me from the game that I played with one yesterday. I also noticed some female students staring at me as if they were looking at prey. Some male students were staring at me with explicit disdain on their faces. Seeing all this, I just ignored it all and walked towards my classroom. Isn't he that player who jumped off across court yesterday? Did you see the video? A man spoke. Yes, and to think that there was a player with those skills in this school. How did he never get recognized? Another asked. I think I overreacted. Meh, I didn't mean to hide my changes from the start. What's the point of gaining powers if you can't use them? I just have to avoid doing something humanly impossible, like jump to the height of a building or something. If things get out of hand, I just have to get out of college. After all, I decided to stay in college just to satisfy my desire to play sports. Arriving in the classroom, I realize I arrived too early. I look around and soon I see my economics teacher. He is a tall man. I think he is 200 centimeters tall. He has an amazing white mustache, white hair, and sapphire blue eyes. He was wearing a well-fitting suit and, despite being over 60 years old, he looked like a man who was in his 30s. In the past when his family and I went for a walk, I could see that under those clothes he wears there is a man with a well-trained body. How did he manage to keep his body toned after being over 60 years of age? Oh, Victor. It's been a while since I've seen you in my class. He spoke with a small smile on his face as he turned and looked at me. Looking into Adam's sapphire blue eyes, I felt an instinctive danger in my body, but the moment I felt that danger, the feeling I got disappeared as if everything I felt was an illusion. But I knew this wasn't an illusion. I decided to keep this incident locked in my head. Professor Adam. You talk as if we haven't known each other for years. It's only been 3 days since I came to your class. He laughed a little with an amused smile and said, indeed. I walk up to the teacher and the closer I got to him, I couldn't help but look at his height with a bit of shock. He was the tallest man I've seen in person and a 2-meter tall man can be very intimidating. He leans against his desk and folds his arms as he looks at me. Tell me the news. I hear you had a show yesterday on the basketball court. Do you know that too? I asked in mock surprise. Everyone at this college knows what happened and you made a lot of enemies yesterday. After all, there are a lot of people who worship the captain of the basketball team. He commented casually. Oh. I display a small smile on my face. He looked at my smile and soon he exhibited a smile of his own as if he understood something. But you don't mind, right? How do you know? I asked with mock shock as if he had discovered a big secret, but, of course, I was still smiling. Heck kid, how long do you think I've known you? I've watched you grow up with my kids. I know your personality very well. He chuckled. He and I laughed together in fun. This teacher is an old acquaintance of mine. He is the father of two of my childhood friends, Leona and Edward. This man's name is Adam William Lycos. But don't cause too much trouble. The dean of this college is supporting Juan, and he might try to do something with you. Is he going to try to kick me out of college or something? I spoke in disdain. If it was before I would be worried, but now. Now, I don't care anymore. Probably yes, but seeing as how you don't care, I think it's okay with you. Just don't cause too much trouble since that might make your parents sad. He warned me. I appreciate the concern, but don't worry about my family. I'm sure my parents won't be upset about something like that. After all, knowing my mother, if she finds out about every incident from beginning to end, she is going to try to sue the school. What about my dad? He'll just nod at me satisfied. After all, he was the kind of man who works things out with his fist in the past. Well, if you're saying so, Adam said as if it didn't really matter to him. You look paler than before. Are you eating well? He asked curiously. Yes, with the food my mom gave me, I even gained muscle. Look, I said while pointing to my arm. Haha, he laughed like he thought of something very funny. He and I both know I was lying, but, as expected from my childhood friend's father, he's a man who doesn't care much about things that don't involve his kids directly. From what I understand of Adam's personality, he's the kind of man who can see the world burn and he won't care. He would only care about something if his kids were in the crossfire. He's very protective of his family, and that's why he and I get along. After all, we are alike. You tell good jokes, Victor. He spoke with a small smile. I didn't try to joke. As always, your sense of humor is weird, I commented. Try to live as long as I do. I'm sure you'll have a few screws loose in your head. He looks into my eyes and speaks in a deep voice like he's inducing me to do something. I even noticed that his blue eyes sparkled for a few seconds. What do you think, Victor? Why don't you loosen up a little? Huh? What are you talking about, teacher? I asked confused. He closes his eyes and sighs a little relieved, then he smiled. I was asking how long will you hide behind this mask that you created yourself? Adam, you know that all beings with intelligence in this world who live in society hide their true self, right? I spoke with a cold little smile. Indeed, after all, we weird beings have to adapt to society. He spoke in a neutral tone, then looked at his watch. Victor, class is starting. Are you going to participate, or are you going somewhere? He asked. I'm going to the swim club, I said. I need to experiment to see if I have weakness in the water. Oh, I see. As I've known you for a long time, I'm going to put that you were present in today's class, he said. Thank you, Professor Adam. He didn't need to do this, but as it's a kind gesture, I just have to thank him. Soon I leave the classroom and walk towards the swim club. When Victor left the classroom, Adam walked towards the window and, with a simple gesture of strength, he jumps towards a tree. Then, soon after, he jumps towards a building away from the college. All his actions were very soft. It was like he hadn't made any noise at all. On top of a tall building away from the college, Adam sighed to himself in relief. Then he picks up a phone and searches the list for the contact named My Princess. Adam coughed a little to disguise that he was relieved about something and clicked to call his daughter. The phone rings a little, and soon his daughter answers. Father, Leona spoke into the phone. Oh, my little princess, he spoke with a satisfied smile on his face. Have you discovered something? Leona asked impatiently. Adam's smile breaks a little, but he replies, yes. Unfortunately, he's not from your family. He didn't react to my pressure like a newborn wolf would, and I also didn't feel the connection indicating he was from my pack. Oh. Hearing his daughter's disappointed reaction, Adam quickly speaks, but don't worry. The wolf's transformation may be dormant. After all, just like you, he could just wake up on a night with a full moon. He tried to cheer her up. You're wrong, Dad. Leona sighed. Adam pretended not to understand. He won't become a member of my pack. The wolf's venom has been neutralized by the vampire's venom. Victor is a vampire now. Of course, Adam knew this, but he still reacted in surprise. Oh? Is he a vampire? Why do you think that? Well, the changes are obvious, and he's married to the Snow Clan's heiress, and Clan Fulgers. Oh. I didn't know that. Adam was really surprised this time and he started to think, wolf's venom wouldn't be an easy thing to neutralize, especially my daughter's venom. But if two noble vampires bit him, it makes sense that wolf venom would be neutralized. What do we do, father? Leona asked a little apprehensively. Huh? Adam wakes up from his thoughts and responds, we don't do anything. Why? As Victor isn't a wolf, he's not our problem anymore, he's just a leech now, Adam spoke in a definite tone. But Leona tried to say something, but Adam cut it off and spoke seriously as his eyes glowed a little bright blue. I forbid you to get involved with him. Father. Leona yelled angrily. Leona, who do you think you're talking to? Lower your voice, Adam growled. He likes to spoil his daughter, but he wouldn't forgive the insubordination. You understand, I will Leona stops talking, and Adam can hear that she was sobbing and crying a little. His eyes slowly began to lose their intensity, and he sighed, you fool, I don't forbid you from treating him like normal friends. What I forbid is that you get involved in leech affairs, that's not our problem. Leona spoke in a tone like she was crying. I'll hang up, class is starting, Adam said sighing again. When Adam hangs up, Leona wipes her tears away with the toilet paper, and sighs. She was currently in the service area where she usually works taking care of animals. You're good at acting, Edward spoke in a neutral tone. He heard and saw everything Leona did. He even saw her start to sob and cry out of nowhere. Shut up, Leona said, then she snorted proudly. I learned acting watching K-drama. Only our dad would fall for this horrible act, Edward said as he rolled his eyes. Leona pouted, and looked at her brother. What do we do? Nothing. Edward spoke, then he continued. Victor turned into a vampire, so what? I've known him since he was little. I know he won't act like an emo and say we're enemies or some shit like that, just treat him normally. You're right. Leona spoke a little unsurely. Did you want him as a member of the family? Edward asked. Huh? Leona's face turned a little red when she heard her brother's question. I understand. He nods his head several times as if he understands something. You've known each other since you were a child, and you had a similar situation. After all, you and he were sick. He was always kind to you and, because of that, you're in love with him. You expected him to become a wolf so you could get close to him and develop this relationship, right? This is the basic plot of any romance anime. Slowly, Leona's face began to turn completely red with embarrassment. Soon Edward continues, if you followed the plot of an anime, you would approach Victor, and you would start dating him. After all, the childhood friend always wins in this type of plot. Edward makes a serious face and an exaggerated gesture, but you didn't expect a Yandra to show up and steal the man you were in love with. He points to Leona who had a completely red face. And if one Yandra wasn't enough, he got two Yandra. And, when we talk about Yandra, there's only one thing we can expect. Trouble. And since he has two Yandras, he has double problems. Leona started to clench her fist angrily and looked at her brother like he was a dead man. Seeing his sister's face, Edward stopped joking and looked at her with a puzzled face. Don't tell me that's it. Soon Edward's face turns red with anger. I forbid dash. He tried to say something, but before he could finish the sentence, Leona made a move. You fucking idiot. She made a fist and attacked Edward's stomach. Ugh dash. Edward didn't expect this sudden attack, so he flies towards the wall as a fist imprint appeared on his stomach. Humph, Leona huffed. You're wrong. I'm not in love with him. I treat him like a precious friend. Stop making up lies. I just didn't want him to fall into those leeches' traps. Soon she turned and left the room where she was. Cough, cough. Edward coughed a little as he came out of the wall that had the silhouette of his body and says, she's getting stronger at a very fast pace. And it's only been 3 days since she woke up as a wolf. Soon, she won't be a fragile girl anymore. She'll turn into a gorilla. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 26. Why do you hide behind that mask? Nighttime. Initially, I just wanted to check if I had a weakness to water, like some types of vampires I've seen in movie theaters, but when I found out I didn't have a running water weakness, I started swimming and felt great. I ended up getting carried away and I swam until night fell. Thankfully there wasn't a swim club class today, so I was able to enjoy the pool by myself. I was currently in the men's locker room using a towel to dry off. As I used the towel to dry myself, I spoke out loud, the only weaknesses I have are the blessed items, and that I need to be invited into a stranger's house. I look at my reflection in the mirror and can't help but notice something. Did I get taller? As I stared at my reflection in the mirror, I could momentarily see the figure of my former self, a thin 21-year-old young adult with pale skin and sapphire blue eyes. I compare my current body with my old body from my memories and I can't help but say something. It really feels like I went through an experiment to create super soldiers. The previous thin, sickly-looking man suddenly turns into a tall, muscular man. The vampire's bite forces the host's body to evolve into its peak state. I muttered aloud. I was 175 cm before I turned, and now I'm over 180 cm. I wonder how much I will have grown when I stop evolving. My wife Violet said it all depends on my potential. I stopped thinking about bullshit and quickly finished drying myself with the towel that was in my closet. When I'm done drying off, I look in my bag and see the outfit I asked June to prepare for me. I nod my head satisfied, and I look for the clothes I was wearing. When I'm done dressing, I walk out of the men's locker room and carry my bag behind my back. The moment I step out of the locker room, I start walking down the silent corridors of the college. Now that I've stopped to think, shouldn't the building security be patrolling? I hear someone's footsteps approaching in the distance. I look back and see a man approaching with my vampire vision. I turn off my vampire vision, and soon my world goes back to normal, and I look at a man who has a smile on his face. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and he behaved politely. He looked like those average princes. The man suddenly disappeared and reappears in front of me. He takes my face in his hand and throws me into the wall. Boom. I felt dizzy and felt bits of concrete stuck behind my hair. While confused and alert at the same time, the man laughed contemptuously and said something. Yes, indeed, a little strong, but not enough to be by her side, at least with your little strength. Do you think you deserve to be by her side? Especially with you being a mere plebeian. This will never work, just stay away from her, otherwise, I or someone else will kill you and your family for her. That's a friendly warning. Feel honored that you can hear so much from someone noble like me. Next time, I won't be so kind. He laughed out loud and looked at me haughtily. His expression was like a Rottweiler looking at a kitten. I coughed up blood on the floor. I also felt my head regenerate. I looked at the man with a neutral expression while my eyes changed to red. Did he just threaten my family? Is he a fool? My head wasn't working well, but I was sure what I heard. What do you say? How about you just disappear? If you do, I'll let you live. He spoke with the same smile as if he were the most important being in the world. When you disappear, I'll be free to conquer her. I cracked my neck and snapped my hands. That hurt. For the first time I spoke. My head was clearer now. He disappears from my vision and reappears beside me again. I couldn't react to him as he held me by the face and punched me in the stomach. Ha 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 ha, so weak, so weak. Why did she choose you? You are so weak, it should have been me. I coughed up blood on the floor and he started hitting me again. As he hit me, I looked at him, seeing his arrogant face and expression that was saying I am the king of the world. I can't help but think. Disappointing. All I feel about this man is just disappointment. Is that what a noble vampire is? A creature that has an ego the size of the planet and thinks they're the center of the world? I'll be honest, I was excited to fight a noble vampire. I was eager to fight and crush them beneath my feet. I thought I was going to have a good challenge. But this is just disappointing. Why? Why am I like that? Why am I so disappointed? I don't know where this pride of mine comes from. I'm just a newborn. It's only been 3 days since I turned into a vampire, but why? Why am I just so disappointed? Why am I not angry with him? After all, he insulted my family, the most important treasure of my life. Something is wrong with me. If it was with Luan, would have attacked him already, but why is it that, with this man, all I feel is disappointment? Why? Crack. Crack. I bite my tongue and refuse to scream in pain as he broke my arms and threw me off the 3rd floor. I feel the glass shatter behind my back, and as I fall from the 3rd floor of the building, I gaze at the full moon with a bored look on my face. I felt pain all over my body, but for some reason, I felt numb. It was a strange experience. It was like this body wasn't mine. I look at the blonde-haired man, and when I see his face, the clouds of doubt in my mind have cleared a little. When an insect insults you, do you feel something? I asked myself the question. The blonde-haired man comes down from the 3rd floor and walks towards me. Soon my smile grows. No, you don't feel anything. In my mind, even though he is stronger than me, he didn't deserve my attention. I don't know where my pride comes from, but I've felt that way since when I turned into a vampire. Same with Luan, I thought he was a worthy opponent, but the moment he lowered his head and backed away like a dog, I lost interest. I hate him, but that's just my sadistic side and ego speaking. I wanted to see him humiliate himself one more time and, in doing so, I would feel satisfied, but I had also lost interest in him when he proved to be just an unwilling servant. I had understood something new about myself, but I still had questions on my mind. I don't understand. Why am I like this? I don't have the experience of a veteran warrior. I'm not a martial arts genius, but why am I like this? Why? Why? I questioned myself several times in my mind while looking at the full moon. I felt strange. It was like this body wasn't mine. It was like these emotions weren't mine. I felt trapped. I felt like a wild animal that was trapped and tamed. I don't understand. Maybe I'm just freaking out. Yes, since I was turned into a vampire, my emotions are very chaotic. I get angry a lot easier. I get attached a lot easier. I hate easier. I feel sadistic pleasure in defeating my enemies, and I feel happy when I step on them with my feet like insects. Yes, maybe something is wrong with my head. As I looked at the full moon, I heard the vampire's footsteps approaching me. He looks at me. Today, you're going to die, and I'm going after what belongs to me. I ignored this man's words. What was his name again? He looked strong, but what was his name? Well, I guess he's not important after all. Suddenly, I remember the words of my teacher Adam. What do you think, Victor? Why don't you loosen up a little? How long are you going to hide behind this mask that you created yourself? When I remembered those words, I felt like all the doubts I'd had the moment I faced this man were cleared up. Huh. I felt like laughing out loud, ha 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 ha. I laughed madly as I placed my left hand, which at some point regenerated, on my forehead and lifted my hair up. It was the first time I had laughed with all my being, and I finally understood why I was feeling weird. All this time, I was holding back. All this time, I wore this mask because it's the right thing to do. After all, everything that's weird is excluded from society. I wore a mask to hide the real me. When did I start using this mask? I asked myself confused. What are you laughing at? Shut up and die. Oh, I remember now. It was that incident when I was a kid and I got lost in the woods. Hey, Vic. Can I call you at $%? I heard a child's voice in my ears. The voice sounded like static, and I couldn't remember who it was. I suddenly feel a warm feeling coming from my stomach. It was such intense heat, and it was furiously asking me to let go. I flash a smile full of sharp teeth and let that heat run wild. Boom. A pillar of flame suddenly came out of Victor's body. Ah. Violet, who was lying in one of the underground rooms she had asked to build, moaned aloud. Sasha, Natalia, and Maria, who were in the same room watching television, just looked at Violet confused. Violet twitched her legs and lay down on the bed. Her eyes were blood red, her breathing was ragged, and she was mumbling. Darling. 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 She looked like a broken record that kept saying the same word as she twitched her legs. Lady Violet? What's going on? Oh my god, Natalia said as she approached Violet, but the moment she saw the erotic face Violet was making, she was surprised. Sasha approaches Violet, looks at her friend, and when she sees the liquids that were leaking from Violet, she can't help asking, with her cheeks a little red with embarrassment, what is happening? She stuttered a little. Darling, darling, I can feel it inside me. She responded as she squirmed. Huh. Sasha didn't understand. Natalia, do you know something? Sasha asked. Natalia just shook her head no and continued looking at Violet with the same neutral expression, but Maria, who was close to Natalia, could see that the maid had a small smile on her face. Where is Kagaya? Sasha asked as she looked around. She is in the shadow of Lord Victor, Natalia replied, and continued, she is protecting him. When Sasha was about to say something, she is suddenly surprised when Violet gets up from the bed. I need to see my darling. She spoke with a slightly red face. First, you should change your clothes, Sasha spoke in a tone that didn't allow refusal. Violet looks down and sees the mess that was her dress. She nods her head and then disappears towards the bathroom. I'll go ahead, something must have happened to my husband. Sasha spoke with her cheeks showing a little embarrassment. She wasn't used to saying the word husband. Soon, she too disappears. The only thing normal people could notice was a silhouette of a woman. Sasha's maid Maria also disappears and follows Sasha. Preview Beautiful Vampires Chapter 27, Priorities. What is this? What is it? I asked myself as I looked at the pillar of flames coming out of that newborn's body. This should have been an easy job. I eliminate the arrogant newborn and take the woman I so want, but what is this? Wasn't he just another newborn who was lucky enough to gain Violet's attention? I understand Violet, she must have gotten bored and found a human to treat as her toy. This happened many times in the past and female vampires have always done that. Wasn't he just that? Wasn't he just a toy? But why does he have this power? Why does he have these flames? How can a newborn have the power of the Snow Clan? Who is this man? Suddenly Corneliu heard the roar of a beast. Roar. Hi. Corneliu fell to the ground as he stared at Victor in fear. Victor's appearance had changed, his clothes had disappeared because of the heat and he was practically naked, but that was not noticeable because of the flames that were covering his body. Victor's entire body was covered with fire, his ears became sharper looking like an elf, the sclera of his eyes that was once white changed to a dark black, his iris turned blood red, and the pupil of his eyes looked like the pupil of a dragon. His smile grew abnormally, and Corneliu could see all of Victor's sharp teeth. He could see that Victor's teeth had also undergone a change. Victor's old teeth that looked like small sharp teeth grew and seemed to have changed into the teeth of a demonic beast. How? How do you have that power? Only vampire counts have this power. Who are you? It's hot, but I feel good. I feel released, but I feel angry. A growing fury was building inside my body, and I couldn't control that fury. All my senses were improved. I could see, feel, and hear everything around me. It was an uncomfortable feeling. I look at the blonde-haired vampire. When he looks at me, I see he started pissing himself in fear and, when I saw that, my sadistic smile grew on my face. I wanted to humiliate him. I wanted to see him in more despair. I wanted to hear his screams. I took a step forward, and I noticed that when I did, the ground I stepped on started to catch on fire, and I also noticed that the moment I took a step forward, the vampire's entire body shook with fear. With a little thrust from my legs, I appear in front of the blonde vampire and grab him by the neck. Ah! He started screaming in pain, and hearing those screams filled me with sadistic satisfaction. I realized that my hand hurt him a lot. I squeezed his neck more, and I saw his neck burning with fire. Let me go. Let me go. I did what he wanted. I released him, gently, of course. He probably didn't like my gentle side very much. I held his throat in my hand and pulled. Ah! Those were his last screams and, soon, he couldn't speak anymore. When I saw that noble vampire kneeling with his throat destroyed, when I saw him look in fear, I felt my whole body tremble in pleasure. I wanted more. I wanted to see him in despair. I wanted to see him humiliated. I took a step towards the noble vampire to continue playing with my new toy. I suddenly smell an intense smell of blood and turn my face towards the scent. I knew that smell, I don't remember where, but I did. Soon I felt an intense pain in my chest. Ugh, it was like someone was slowly squeezing my heart. My heart hurt so much, I knew something was wrong. I utilize my vampiric vision, and soon my vision turns to a world of blood. I ignore all the humans in my field of vision, and I focus all my senses on the scent of blood. Soon, I see the vision of several humans covered in golden energy surrounding two female vampires. One female vampire was lying on the ground, and she looked hurt, and the other female vampire was kneeling while holding her arms. Then I focused my attention on the bite mark of the vampire who was kneeling. I felt my heartbeat like it was calling her, then I understood something, Ruby. I focused all my strength on my legs, and I jumped towards the two vampires. Seeing Victor leaving, Corneliu did not understand what had happened. In an area that should have been full of walking civilians, a group of hunters was surrounding two female vampires. The first woman was wearing a maid dress, she had white hair and pink eyes, and was holding the wound in her stomach. Lady Ruby, please run away, she said while coughing blood on the floor. The other woman had red hair and green eyes, she was holding her arm which was injured by a deep cut. Hearing what the maid said, she looked at Luna with a neutral gaze, though anyone who knew Ruby well enough could tell she was worried about Luna. Silence, maid. She ordered. Luna flashed a gentle little smile and was silent, but inside, she was trying to plan something so Ruby could run away, but, as usual, she couldn't think of anything. She coughs up blood on the floor and looks at the woman who attacked her. She was wearing a professional white jacket and looked like a Japanese woman, white skin, black onyx eyes. She also looked tall for a Japanese woman, standing at 175 centimeters tall. Then she heard the Japanese woman say, "Ruby Scarlet, heiress of Clan Scarlet, you are very brave to walk around without a guard." "I don't need bodyguards," Ruby spoke dryly, and then she continued, "All beings in our world know the consequences of provoking my mother's wrath." She touches her wound with her fingers, then brings them to her front. When she sees the blood on her finger, she thinks, "How many years has it been since I was injured? I remember the last time it happened was when I was 3 years old. I remember that a country disappeared from the face of earth that day." When the older hunters heard Ruby's words, they shivered a little in fear, but when they looked at the Japanese woman, they were more relieved because they saw that the woman wasn't afraid. Indeed, the woman spoke in agreement with Ruby's words. "All beings in our world know the legends of Lady Scat Scarlet." She noticed that her subordinates trembled in fear when they heard the woman's name and shook her head, inwardly disappointed, then continued. "The strongest female vampire in the world. A vampire over 2,000 years old, she has been walking the earth since Jesus was born into this world. Crazy, psychopath, and is considered by the church to be a monster we should never provoke. Because, the moment she is provoked, an incident like what happened 18 years ago can happen, an incident that reminded the world how vampires can be terrifying creatures." The moment that incident is mentioned, all the hunters look at Ruby as if they've made the worst decision of their lives. The only one who doesn't feel that way is Carlos, the hunter who attacked and killed Sasha's maid. He looked at Ruby with anger visible in his eyes. "Because of you, an entire country has disappeared from the face of earth." Ruby looked at the man with neutral eyes. "So what?" "Huh." The man could not believe what he heard. "Don't throw your hypocrisies at me. How many people has the church killed in the name of its god? How many wars has the church caused because of its god? Shall I recall the incident of the Saint of Orleans Jeanne d'Arc? They were sinners." "Oh. So it's okay to murder thousands of people just because you said they were sinners?" As expected, the hypocrisy of the church has no limits. Ruby snorted in disdain. "Don't act like you care. You're just a monster that sucks blood and kills for fun." Carlos yelled angrily. Carlos' companions just looked at him shocked. They were puzzled by Carlos' attitude. Normally he wasn't a man who got irritated easily. The Japanese woman looked at Carlos. His mate's kidnapping affected him so much, huh? Ruby chuckled softly in amusement. "What are you laughing at?" Ruby didn't respond. She just looked at Carlos, and everyone could see that her eyes had changed to blood red. "I've never killed a human soul in my life. I've always drunk blood donated by humans to hospitals. I used my mother's money to buy them for me." Carlos opened his. He looked at the Japanese woman. When he saw the Japanese woman gently waving, he was totally disbelieving what he was doing. "Did I attack someone innocent?" "Wrong. She is not innocent, she is a vampire. A vampire is not innocent." Ruby's smile grew unnaturally as her sharp teeth began to show. "The hard truth to swallow is, you hunters just hunt me because I'm a vampire. I'm a different species. For us vampires, all humans are just cattle, and for humans, vampires are their natural predators. That's just it. That's the law of nature. We need blood, and because of that, some of my species actively hunt humans. And, to defend against this natural predator, you were created. This whole situation was created by decisions made in the past, and this is just the natural course of things. Although we have created the ritual to control our bloodlust, for the church it doesn't matter, they just seek to eliminate us." She snorted in disdain. "God, motivations, explanations, and even why you attack me today are just excuses for this unchanging truth. We are the predators, and you are the prey, but unfortunately, over time, the situation has evened out, and it has become the contest of two predators. One that will only end when the vampires, or the humans, disappear from the face of the earth. And I can guarantee you, we will be the winners." Ruby finished speaking with a big smile on her face that showed all her sharp teeth. All the hunters looked at Ruby in shock. When the Japanese woman saw this, she said, "As expected, you also inherited your mother's madness. I don't think we should let you live." "Crazy? Me? PFFFF. Ha 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 ha." Ruby laughed lightly. The Japanese woman just raised an eyebrow in doubt. Ruby stopped laughing and spoke with a big smile on her face. "Mizuki. I'm the sanest vampire you'll ever meet." "Are these your last words?" the Japanese woman asked. Ruby doesn't respond. She just turns her face and looks to the side and shows a shocked expression, but soon a small smile appears on her face. She turns and looks at the Japanese woman. "You guys are so fucked." "Huh." The woman didn't understand, but when she felt something approaching at high speed, and when she heard the noise of buildings being destroyed, her instinct screamed. "Step back now," she ordered. And as experienced hunters, they quickly listened to the woman's orders. They didn't even dare to question. Soon a being covered in fire falls from the sky in front of Ruby. Previous index next. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 28, The Woman Who Kills Oni. When Mizuki saw the monster's appearance in front of her, all her instincts screamed danger. She was on full alert. Seeing the monster's appearance, she remembered the information she'd received from the church's pope. "Remember, Mizuki. Romanian vampires are on a completely different level than what you destroyed in Japan, especially the Count-class vampires. These vampires are like humanoid weapons of mass destruction, and, if that wasn't enough, they have a kind of transformation that taps into the true nature of these vampires' powers. If you meet a vampire like this on your quest, you must step back immediately. After all, you have not yet received the baptisms to become my general." "Back? I'm sorry, but I won't carry out this order," Mizuki thought with a small disdainful smile. "On guard. Use level 3 enchantments. Gentlemen, a Count-class vampire is in front of you. Prepare to die if necessary." She yelled as she pulled a fan from her pocket. "Yes, ma'am." She opens her fan and speaks in a neutral voice. "Susanu, Japanese god of the sea and storms, bless my allies with the protection of the seas." Suddenly water began to appear at the feet of Mizuki's allies, and slowly this water began to wrap the hunters in a protective layer. And, soon, this water turned into the armor of the ancient Japanese soldiers who fought in the Sengoku period. "God, bless my fists so I can get my revenge," Carlos spoke while being covered by Mizuki's armor. His fists started to be covered by golden energy. Soon all the hunters began to cast spells similar to what Carlos did. The creature looks at Mizuki with a smile on his face that showed all his sharp teeth. The hunters felt their bodies shiver when they saw the creature smile, but, before the hunters could do anything, the creature lost interest in them and turns towards Ruby. "Violet?" Ruby spoke confused, but when she looked at the creature's face, she spoke in shock. "Dee darling? What happened to you? And how did you get this power?" Ruby tried to get up but she couldn't. She looked at her wound with an annoyed look. "This is taking too long to heal. What is happening? I should have resistance to the energy used by the church." Ruby looks at Victor's face with a stoic expression. She had several thoughts running through her head right now. Why is he here? Why does he have access to this form? I'm glad he's here, but I'm worried about him. He's not strong enough to fight a slayer like Mizuki. We must get away. But I'm glad he's here. I don't want him to die. When Victor put his eyes on Ruby's wound, he felt his heart clenching in pain. He wanted to roar in rage. He was almost losing control of his own body. But, as a last show of stubbornness, he managed to stay in a state where he understood everything as if it were a dream. He was awake and at the same time he was sleeping, but there was only one thing he was sure of, only one thing he wanted to do now. I will kill them. Suddenly all of the hunters felt as if the world had lost all color for a few seconds. Everyone could feel the killing intent so strongly that they forgot to breathe for a few seconds. Victor turns and looks at the hunters. When the hunters looked at Victor, they felt their bodies suddenly grow heavy. Fear, the purest feeling of human beings, that's what they were feeling now. They couldn't breathe, they couldn't move, it was like their bodies didn't want to obey and they just froze. What is it? A slightly younger hunter asked while shivering. Despite having been hunting vampires for a few years, he's never come across a vampire like this. CC, calm down, a hunter spoke while stammering a lot. Victor's eyes started to look around, he seemed to be going crazy every moment, he looked at all the hunters as he opened and closed his fists several times. Mizuki looks at him neutrally and thinks, he is weaker than I imagined, so she puts the fan in front of her and spoke in a low voice. Tsukimi, give me the peace of the night in the moonlight. White energy focused on Mizuki's fan, and then she waves the fan, and this energy travels towards all of her subordinates. And, as if it were magic, everyone started to get calmer, everyone felt inner peace, and they didn't feel fear anymore. But, the enchantment didn't last long because Victor suddenly made a move and appeared in front of a hunter. He opens his mouth full of sharp teeth and bites the hunter's neck. Ah. Save me. Save me dash, the hunter couldn't scream anymore because soon he had turned into a dry mummy, it was like he lost all the blood in his body. Victor stops biting the hunter, and when he lets go of his head, the hunter's entire body disappears into ash, even the hunter's blood that splashed on him disappeared without a trace. This demonstration made the hunters fearful. The only ones not affected were the more experienced hunters, all thanks to Mizuki's enchantment, and because they had seen something similar in the past. He destroyed my armor so easily. Mizuki couldn't help but comment in disbelief. Was I wrong in my judgment? She thought confused. Then she ordered, this monster's body is very hot, if you don't have high-level protection techniques, don't come close. Or you will turn to ashes. Carlos. Yes, ma'am. Carlos runs towards Victor and punches him in the face. Victor looks at the fist in his face, and soon he smiles like he's not impressed. Monster, don't laugh at me. Carlos attacks him again, but it wasn't working, he couldn't hurt Victor's body. Victor grabs Carlos' bald head. Carlos feels his flesh burn as Victor holds his head. Victor runs towards another hunter and holds them by the head. The friend who was next to this hunter tried to cut off Victor's hands, but the golden sword only scratched Victor's skin. Victor looks at the two heads he was holding as if they were watermelons. He flashes a big, distorted smile. Carlos, realizing what Victor intends to do, quickly uses a defensive spell. Victor hits the heads of the two men together. Crack. Sounds of broken bones were heard by all the hunters nearby. Carlos managed to survive the attack, but the hunter who was his subordinate had his brain blown out. Victor grabs Carlos by the neck and throws him at the other hunters with all his strength. Ugh. Catch me. Carlos screamed when he realized he couldn't organize his center of gravity. He started to speak an incantation, and soon his body was glowing golden. Carlos' subordinates nod their heads and catch Carlos's body. Before Carlos can do anything, he sees a giant ball of fire flying towards them. The fuck? Boom. Ah. Seeing those fireworks, and hearing the screams of the hunters, Victor's sadistic smile grew in satisfaction. We must flee, a hunter spoke in fear. He swallowed his saliva and yelled, we cannot fight this monster. Are you going to run away from these demons? We must kill them. A more fanatical hunter spoke. Fuck it, I'm not going to die over bullshit like that. When this hunter was about to flee, he hears Mizuki's voice. Is that the attitude of a hunter? If you're not prepared to die, you shouldn't be in this job. She spoke in obvious contempt. She hated that hunter's cowardly attitude. She ignores the useless men. This monster is strange. He's strong, but he has the feeling of inexperience. He's just using his power directly. Let's try something. Bishamontan, give it to me, a weapon to destroy my enemies. She spoke in a neutral tone, and her fan began glowing red. Then, suddenly, her fan turns into a 2-meter-long odachi. Mizuki lifts the odachi with her right hand as if it were not heavy and puts it on her shoulder, and displays a predatory smile. Everyone could feel that the air around Mizuki changed. If before she looked like an elegant woman, now she looked like a wild beast. Mizuki takes a talisman from her pocket with her left hand, closes her eyes, and holds the talisman in front of her. Aid no Saimai, lend me your wisdom to defeat this Oni. The talisman disappeared in blue light, and soon that same light began to cover Mizuki's body. When she opened her eyes, a magic circle was carved in them. Mizuki crouches a little, and slowly the sword blade starts to be covered in blue energy. She bends her knees and with a thrust, and flies towards Victor like a missile. When she got close to Victor, she brandished the odachi diagonally. Realizing the threat, Victor suddenly disappears in front of Mizuki and appears beside her, then he attacks her trying to rip her head off. It's useless, she said smiling while blue energy glowed in her body. Victor didn't understand what happened, but he suddenly screamed from a pain he'd never felt in his life. Ah! He screamed like he was a beast being wounded. Victor! Ruby cried out in concern when she saw the cut on his chest. Victor holds his bleeding chest. Slowly, the fire that was covering his body began to weaken considerably. Realizing this was an opportunity, Mizuki flashed a maniacal smile and brandished odachi again. This time she wanted his head. But before her sword ripped off Victor's head, a huge wall of ice appeared in front of her. Mizuki's odachi cut through the ice wall easily, but soon she realized the monster was no longer in front of her. She also heard a woman's neutral voice. She turns her face and sees a woman wearing a maid outfit. She looked into the woman's blood-red eyes and realized she was a vampire. Sorry, but I can't let you kill my master. I haven't had enough headpats yet. Seeing the darkness covering the maid's feet, Mizuki spoke. The Kuroyami clan. Oh. It's been a while since I heard that name. Kagaya flashed a small smile. Mizuki looks around and sees that the monster was being hugged by Ruby. The monster had a much weaker fire than before, and she also saw that Ruby was using her ice ability to close the wound she caused the monster. When I destroyed the noble vampires of Japan, I looked in their records that talked about a clan of vampires who could control the shadows. They were the best assassins in Japan. A clan of vampire ninja controlled by a noble vampire who had friendly relations with Toyotomi Hideyoshi. She looked around a little further and noticed that Ruby's maid had disappeared. Where is she? They kept records about us. What a surprise, I thought they had forgotten us. Kagaya spoke in an emotionless tone. Mizuki was looking at the monster with dangerous eyes and with a big smile on her face. With the previous confrontation, she can understand that the monster was inexperienced in fighting. He had great power, that's a fact, but he didn't know how to control it. Power, and not knowing how to control it, in a fight against a hunter is deadly. I need to eliminate him, a monster like him can't stay alive, I shouldn't miss this opportunity, she thought with determination. Cough. Victor coughed up black blood on the floor, and soon the fire that covered his body began to slowly die, and eventually, his transformation was undone, he was back to normal. The poison is taking effect, good. But, this is only temporary, this poison is not strong enough to kill the noble vampires, I need to eliminate it. Mizuki thought. Darling. Are you okay? Darling. Ruby tried to talk to him, but Victor's eyes were unfocused as if he were lifeless. Seeing the black blood on the floor, Kaguya looked at Mizuki. What did you do? That is not something you need to know. Mizuki spoke as she positioned herself. She placed the odachi on her shoulder again, and flexed her knee. She then pulled a talisman from her pocket. The talisman began to glow, and soon she spoke as she threw the talisman at Kaguya. Ken, Zo, Fa, odor. A wave of flame erupted from the talisman and flew towards Kaguya. Kaguya looked at the fire neutrally approaching. On my ojutsu, this is something rare these days. Kaguya's body began to be covered by darkness, and soon 2 daggers appeared in her hands. She cuts the fire horizontally, and when the fire died out, she saw Mizuki running at high speed towards her. Kaguya's darkness began to grow. Slowly, the darkness began to leak towards the ground, and soon all the ground around her was covered with blackness. It was as if Kaguya had created a territory just for her. When Mizuki enters Kaguya's territory, suddenly thousands of black hands start coming out of the ground and heading towards Mizuki. Tisk, annoying, Mizuki's sword starts to be covered in thunder, and with a diagonal swing, she eliminates all of the shadow hands created by Kaguya. Where is she? Mizuki said as she looked around. You hurt my master, that is a serious crime. She heard a voice in her ear. Mizuki tried to run away, but she couldn't. As soon as she felt a dagger piercing her heart, her face took on an expression of disbelief. It was as if she didn't believe she would be eliminated so easily. Cough. She coughed up blood on the floor. Kaguya pulls the dagger out of Mizuki's heart, and when she goes to cut off her head, she hears an ancient and powerful voice. Enough. A blue power left Mizuki's body, and Kaguya quickly disappears into the shadows and returns to Victor's side. A guardian spirit. Kaguya stared in shock as she looked at the old man who was floating around Mizuki. The old man waves his fan in his hand, and soon the wound Kaguya inflicted on Mizuki began to regenerate at high speed. He nodded satisfied, and looked at Kaguya with a neutral look. Oni, you use very sneaky techniques. Previous index next. User comments. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 29, The 3 wives meet. Thank you, master, Mizuki said gratefully. Foolish disciple, you come to these foreign lands, and the first thing you do is fight without knowing the enemy? I'm disappointed. Did you forget what I taught you? The old man ignored Mizuki's thanks and began to lecture her. Ugh, Mizuki put a hand to her ear and tried to ignore her master's words, but unfortunately, she could hear the master's sermon in her mind. Kaguya looked at the old man trying to find some characteristic that would let her recognize him as a historical figure. She knows that spirits are heroes who have fought and fallen in the past, and through magic, they can be summoned. She also knows that this is a technique of invocation that was lost a long time ago. Seeing the pentagram symbol on the fan in the old man's hand, she understood and discovered who it was, Abe no Saimai. The old man hears Kaguya's words, stops lecturing his disciple, and looks at Kaguya, then he opens his eyes a little. When Kaguya saw the magic pentagram that was similar to the magic circle Mizuki had in her eyes, she understood that she had guessed right. Oh. Do you know me, Oni? And to think that my legends have spread to this foreign continent dash. When the old man was going to continue to say something, he heard the voices of 2 women. Darling. Violet, Sasha, and Maria arrived and looked at Ruby holding Victor, who had an unfocused look on his face as if he was lifeless. When Victor heard Violet and Sasha's voice, his blue eyes sparkled a little and he tried to move his hand, but he couldn't. He felt like his body was paralyzed and he couldn't move anything. He could understand and hear everything around but could not move. Violet jumps towards Victor and starts checking him out. Seeing that he was in a very bad state, her eyes started to darken in madness. She looks at Mizuki and says, "You did it." Mizuki was going to try to say something, but she was interrupted by Violet's angry outburst. "You did it." Fire started to come out of Violet's body. The atmosphere around her started to get suffocating. Violet was slowly losing herself in anger. "Calm down, Violet. We need to get away and heal our husband," Ruby spoke in a cold tone. As if by magic the fire around Violet disappeared, and her eyes sparkled with clarity. She looked at Victor and bit her lip in frustration. "I should be by his side. I'm going to kill that bitch." Suddenly everyone heard an explosion as if lightning had hit the ground. "Oni, what are you doing?" The old man asked neutrally as he looked at Sasha, who attacked Mizuki, who defended herself with her odachi. Sasha didn't respond. She just looked at Mizuki with hate in her eyes. Lightning started to crackle around Sasha, and soon she disappeared in a flash and attacked Mizuki again. Ugh, Mizuki wasn't able to attack. Sasha was too fast, so she just assumed a defensive position with her odachi and protected the vital parts of her body. The spirit looked at everything with interest. He didn't seem to be interested in interfering in the fight and continued watching everything with curiosity shining in his eyes. Sasha took the dagger from her legs and started making small cuts on Mizuki's body. The dagger couldn't pierce Mizuki's body. "Give up, Oni. You can't penetrate my disciple's defenses. You're quick, but you're not strong enough." The old man spoke in a neutral tone. Sasha's eyes flashed with more hate when she heard the old man's words. She hates the woman for leaving Victor in that state, and she hates the old man for underestimating her. Sasha's body began to glow yellow. "Sasha, don't lose your cool. If you use this power for too long, you will be incapacitated," Ruby exclaimed. Sasha yelled angrily, "I don't care. I'm going to kill this bitch." Boom. Lightning struck Sasha's body, and slowly her body began to change. Her ears began to grow and become elongated like an elf, her teeth began to grow and become sharper, she grew a little higher, and soon she turned into a female version of the transformation of Victor. The only differences were that her body was covered in yellow lightning and that her powers seemed to be concentrated in her legs. Another Count-class vampire. Mizuki said as she walked away from Sasha. For a moment she looked at the spirit with a hateful look. She knows that sadistic old man will only help with something if she is about to die. General, i.e. Mary. Carlos, who had burns all over his body, screamed when he saw Maria from afar. Maria looked at Carlos for a moment, her eyes gleamed with the desire to go back to him, but the master's order was absolute, she couldn't do anything. Ruby looked around and noticed that the hunters Victor had fought and not killed were returning to recovered states. She looked at Mizuki and saw that the woman was being healed by some strange technique she was using. The hunters had the upper hand. Mizuki is a general with a focus on support and melee combat. As long as she's alive, we won't be able to eliminate them all, not to mention that old spirit is still around. We have to retreat. Ruby analyzed the situation calmly. Sasha, hearing Carlos' voice, loses interest in Mizuki and looks at Carlos with eyes longing for revenge. Ruby for the first time got angry and yelled, "Sasha. Get a grip, decide what's most important to you now. Your revenge or our husband." Sasha turns to face Ruby. She looks at Victor lying on the floor like he's dead and bites her lip in frustration, but soon she makes a decision. She disappears from where she was and appears next to Victor. The only thing the hunters could see was a trail of lightning. What dash? I dash. Mizuki looked around and saw that the normal hunters had started to fall to the ground with their necks cut. All of them, who couldn't react to Sasha, were killed by her daggers. The only ones who survived were those hunters who had high-level defensive enchantments, like Carlos. We must back off, Sasha spoke as her transformation was undone. Seeing that Sasha was breathing a bit heavily, Ruby thought, she still doesn't control this transformation completely, she was too reckless. Oni. Do you think you're allowed to leave this place? The old spirit asked as he placed the fan in front of his mouth. Mizuki picks up and places the odachi on her shoulder, and speaks while holding a talisman with her other hand. Kirin, the messenger of the gods, the Onis are in my sight, and I need your help. She positioned herself to run and attack the vampires but stopped when she saw her master motioning her to do nothing. Ruby looked at the old spirit with a smile on her face. We don't need your permission to leave this place, get your dick out of your ass, you're just a dead man. Then she looks at Sasha and Violet, as if indicating for them to do something. The two women smile as if they understand something. Oh. The old man opened his eyes, his expression shifting to disdain. You think dash. Just shut the fuck up, you trash. Why don't you go back to the hole you came out of? Didn't your mother teach you to be obedient? Violet spoke angrily, then she flashes her disdainful smile. Oh, I don't think she can do that, after all, she was busy satisfying her customers, she never could teach you anything. Heh. The old man's face began to distort in anger. You dash. Now. Ruby spoke. Kagaya suddenly disappears into the shadows and enters Victor's shadows. Soon after, Ruby creates a huge ice wall, Violet creates a big fireball and attacks the wall. Boom. An explosion occurred when the fireball hit Ruby's ice wall, soon an intense fog was created around it. Seizing the chance, Sasha grabs Violet and Victor on her shoulders, and moves fast, leaving lightning trails behind. Ruby does the same to Maria and runs a bit after Sasha. Children's tricks. Carlos screamed and punched the air, and with the pressure made by Carlos' fist, he cleared the entire area that was in the fog. When he looked around and saw that there was no one, he shouted angrily. They fled. Ignoring Carlos' anger, Mizuki looked at her master. Because you stopped me, I couldn't kill them. Abe no Saimai just sighed in disappointment and looked at Mizuki. Foolish disciple, you still need to train more. Mizuki didn't understand why her master reacted like that, but she didn't think too much, she was used to her master's weirdness. What do we do, General? A hunter who survived asked. Mizuki looks around and when she sees the mess they've created, she says, we must retreat. Recover the bodies of the fallen hunters, and let's go back to our temporary base. Good decision, her master praised. While the hunters recovered the bodies of fallen combatants, Mizuki's master was in deep thought. Abe no Saimai is the old man's name, he is a unique exorcist at the time he was alive. Even after he died he became a powerful spirit, but even this powerful exorcist who fought countless Oni, when I was alive, he was afraid of someone, that Akuma is still alive, huh? And she had a daughter. I think the world will end in this era. The moment this old exorcist appeared to save his disciple, he could immediately feel the gaze of a beast watching him from afar, and, from that moment, he knew he could not interfere or severely hurt the red-haired woman. He didn't want to die permanently, after all, he had a lot of things he wanted to do. In a building several km away, 7 people could be seen. They were wearing a black suit that covers the entire body, and an all-black mask that hides the facial expression of these individuals. And in front of these individuals was a woman who was wearing black jeans, a black V-neck t-shirt showing a lot of her H-cup-sized breasts under her shirt, without hiding much skin, especially in the region of her huge breasts. She also wore a short black suit jacket. We need to eliminate that newborn, he broke the rules. One of the 7 beings who were wearing a mask spoke in an unrecognizable voice. They seemed to be using something to disguise their voice. By using his power openly, he's exposed us. It must be eliminated. 3 masked men agreed to eliminate the newborn vampire, but the remaining 4 just remained silent and looking at the woman with a cautious look. After all, they knew very well the temperament of this red-haired woman. Fufufu, the woman smiled in a gentle way while her gaze glowed madly. She seemed to be watching something from far away. The 3 masked ones stopped talking and looked at the woman apprehensively. They didn't want to provoke the woman. Slowly her gentle smile began to change into a crazy smile. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Interesting. My daughter. My beloved daughter, whom I carefully raised as a child, found a husband. Suddenly, she turns and looks at the 7 masked beings. I heard that the first prince's son likes to travel the world. I wonder if I should pay him a visit. The 6 masked beings started to sweat with fear under the mask. They didn't know how to interpret the words of this crazy woman. Is she asking a question? Or is she threatening the life of the first prince's son? They didn't know, that's why they don't like dealing with this woman. The 7th masked man who was calmer said hurriedly, we understand each other, we don't know anything, and we're not going to do anything. Huh. But I asked a question. The woman spoke with a confused face, but her crazy smile never left her face. The masked man's body trembled in fear. We know. Lady Scathach is always right. Don't worry, no one will know about what happened. We will leave all responsibility for this situation to Lady Scathach. Are you going to leave the responsibility to me? The woman's eyes began to glow dangerously. Hi, the masked man screamed like a little girl and said, I mean, we were never here, so this incident never existed. The woman's eyes stopped shining, and soon she smiled in a gentle way. Thanks for the hard work, you guys can go now. Yes, ma'am. The masked man who shouted quickly responded as if he were a soldier who responded to the superior, and soon the masked man disappears. The remaining 6 masked men just looked at the whole situation without words. They didn't understand anything. What are you waiting for? Shoo, shoo, she spoke as if she was talking to a dog. The masked 6 awakened from their stupor and quickly disappear. Seeing that the masked ones disappeared, she spoke with a gentle smile. I think I will visit my daughter. But soon her expression changed to a serious face, but first I must sort some things out. Previous Index Na Empires Chapter 30, Scathach Scarlet. February 5th. 2 days after Victor, Violet, Sasha, and Ruby clashed with the hunters. Night. Current location. The Vatican, headquarters of the Inquisition organization. In the skies over Vatican City, a red plane was flying at an altitude of over 30,000 feet. Lady Scathach, we've arrived, the pilot of the plane informed the woman who was lying lazily with a photo album on her face. The woman opens her eyes, takes the photo album from her face, and puts it on the table beside her. I'll be back soon, Ruby, the woman spoke, smiling lovingly as she looked at the photo album which started to freeze slowly, and soon it was in a pure ice chest that looked quite sturdy. The woman stretches a little and, when she does, her big breasts threaten to come out of the blouse she was wearing. But, even with that tempting sight, the pilot showed no reaction or looked at the woman's breasts. The woman smiled sensually and licked her lips teasingly when she realized the pilot showed no reaction to her beauty. This pilot attitude towards her was a good thing, she didn't want to change pilots again. The 101 previous pilots made the mistake of looking at her with lust, and today they are buried 6 feet underground. As a vampire who has been alive for over 2,000 years, she considers herself an old-fashioned woman. Looking is okay, but looking with lust is a big no. Because of that, she has killed many men in the past. Well, she admits she's a bit cruel. She likes to tease men and, when these men get lost in lust, she castrates the men and then kills them. In the end, this was all just a hobby for her, a sadistic joke for her to have fun when she was bored. Scarthach cracks her neck a little. Let's pay a visit to my friend. Her face took on a confused expression. What's his name again? Kratos something? I think it was Zeus. Well, it's not important. She shrugged as if it didn't matter. Tony, keep flying over Vatican airspace, the woman ordered. My name is Lucas, ma'am. The man sighed tiredly. When he saw the woman's red eyes glowing a little, he quickly nodded his head. Yes, Lady Scarthatch, he accepted the order. Good, she smiled with a cold little smile. She opens the plane door, smiles a predatory smile, and, with a little kick of her feet, she jumps into the air. Let me get this straight. A man with long golden hair and golden eyes speaks with a tired face. He puts his hand on the brow of his face, and says, I gave the order to search and capture the vampire who stole the finger of St. Mary, a sacred artifact, right? The man had the expression he said, I hope you're kidding. You're kidding, right? Please tell me you are kidding. Yes, Mizuki, who was called back to the Vatican, replied. She had just finished reporting everything that happened in the incident she was involved in 2 days ago. The man's expression crumbles, he looked depressed now. He sighs once more and presses a little button he has under the table. Then he leans back in his chair while waiting for the person he just called. And, before long, just a few seconds later, someone knocks softly on the door and walks in. Your Holiness, Alexander, the man spoke in a neutral tone that held a lot of respect. Alexander, the man with golden hair and golden eyes, looked at the man who just walked in. He looked 25 years old with brown hair and brown eyes, standing at 180 centimeters tall. He was wearing white priest's robes. General Kurtz, can you raise the alarm please? Kurtz looked at Alexander with a neutral gaze, and without questioning said, what's the alarm level, Your Holiness? Level 6. Is that demon coming? He asked in a neutral tone, but Alexander could see he was hiding his fear from him. Yes. Alexander nodded, then continued as he stared at the ceiling, actually. She's already here. His eyes seemed to glow golden for a moment. A sonic boom was heard by everyone present, and then they heard an explosion as if something was falling to the ground. Boom. The impact was so big that the structures around the impact started to shake a little. It was like a small earthquake. What? What is it? Mizuki leaned a little against the wall as she exclaimed in surprise. Alexander gets up from his chair and, for the first time, Mizuki saw how tall this man was. He was 195 centimeters tall, and his toned body couldn't be hidden by the white priest uniform he was wearing. Soon the man walked smoothly towards the window. Mizuki, do you know what happened to the former general you took over for? He asked in a gentle tone. He died? But I don't know the details of death, she said. Yes. He died. He was a good friend, Alexander said a little sadly. He opened the window and looked at the red-haired woman who had a huge smile on her face that showed all her sharp teeth. The woman was standing in a huge crater. She gently jumped out of the crater, and the moment she puts her feet on the ground outside the crater she was in, the whole area around the woman was frozen. It looks like the woman created her own territory for herself with more than 5 kilometers of pure ice. Scat-hack, Mizuki swallowed a little saliva. Indeed, Alexander nodded. This demon killed the former general. She was shopping at the Vatican, and when our former general tried to harass her, she killed him and left me a letter of complaint claiming that I needed to improve the policemen that protect the Vatican. Mizuki opened her mouth in shock. She even thought she heard Alexander's words wrong. Do you understand what I mean? Alexander asked as he looked at Mizuki. What? She stuttered. Alexander sighed and explained, you hurt this demon's daughter. What do you think she came here for? Mizuki closed her mouth and said nothing. After all, she had thought it would be a good opportunity to kill Ruby, who could be a very dangerous vampire in the future. She had even thought that Scat-Hacka's strength was overestimated. After all, she wouldn't dare attack the Vatican alone, right? Destroying a third-world country is easy for any power in the world. After all, the country that Scat-Hack destroyed in the past didn't have soldiers like the Vatican, but... Fuck. If she had known this information about the former general before, she wouldn't have tried to kill Ruby. Your Holiness. 2 voices were heard, and soon 2 men entered the room where the golden man was. General James and General Leonardo. Prepare for battle, Alexander spoke in a gentle tone as he opened the window and jumped out of the room. General James, a dark-looking man with black hair and black eyes wearing black priest's robes, was a short man at only 170 centimeters tall. James looked out the window. When he saw the woman who had created an ice throne and sat on it while waiting patiently, he looked at Mizuki. What did you do, woman? Apparently I provoked a monster, Mizuki spoke in a sarcastic tone as she walked towards the window. Great, just great, James said in a sarcastic tone, then he jumped out the window and followed Alexander. Don't interfere in the battle, young one, Kurt said neutrally. Yes, I know, Mizuki didn't mind the way Kurt spoke. After all, she knew these men were older than they looked. Mizuki looked at the last man in the room. He had red hair and bright blue eyes, and like the 3 generals and the Pope himself, he looked like a 25-year-old adult. Haha, she's as beautiful as ever. Too bad she's a demon, Leonardo spoke with an arrogant smile, then he followed the 2 generals. Hello, Kratos, it's been a while since we've seen each other. I think the last time was 2 months ago. Scat-Hack asked the golden-haired man. The man sighs and says, my name is Alexander. How many times has he repeated that same phrase over the years? Oh, I'm sorry, she said, then she continued as she crossed her legs elegantly. You know how being old is, you forget things as time goes by. You don't look old to me, Leonardo said with a smile on his face, but soon his expression darkened to pure fear as he felt Scat-Hack's sheer killing intent. The moment she saw he was scared with just that, she loses interest. She looks at the man like she's looking at an insect. Scat-Hack likes talented people, and with just one look, she could tell this man had no potential. He stinks of garbage. To her, this man wasn't even qualified to breathe the same air as her. Silence, dog. I'm talking to your owner. Why you dash? He tried to say something again, then, immediately, felt danger coming from around his neck. Boom. Just as the general tried to say something, Scat-Hack moved and tried to decapitate the man. You're crazier than usual, demon, Alexander said as he held Scat-Hack's wrist. I said silence. He must learn to listen to his elders. She spoke with a big smile on her face, then disappears again and sits on the ice throne she created. She crosses her legs elegantly again while keeping a sensual smile on her face. Leonardo just stayed silent while sweating a lot. He was just going to lose his life so without any effort, he looks at Scat-Hack and thinks, crazy bitch. You've gotten stronger. She complimented him with a smile that showed off her sharp teeth. Indeed, I've had a lot of time to train, he spoke with the same gentle tone. He didn't seem annoyed that she was trying to kill his general. 1900 years. Time passes quickly, huh? She spoke with a bit of nostalgia. She seemed to miss the past. Alexander was silent. He had the same feeling of nostalgia that the woman has. As a human who gained eternal youth, he too had to go through many difficult farewells. I've always had a curiosity. Alexander said. Which is? What is the story of your life? Alexander asked something he always forgot to ask, and the moment he asked that question, all 3 generals looked at Scat-Hack with curiosity twinkling in their eyes. Life story, huh? She spoke as if thinking deeply, then she smiled and said, I don't have anything interesting to tell about my life. But once, I met Jesus. How was he? After the initial shock, Alexander asked, showing more interest than usual. The three generals will open their eyes in shock. He was a silly and boring man, she spoke with a smile on her face. The three generals clenched their fists in anger, but Alexander's expression remained the same. Soon Scat continues, I met him once in the past, he wasn't the saint you believe, he was a normal human, he shits, pisses, and eats. He was a man with great potential, I wanted to train him in the past. The four men opened their eyes in profound shock. A vampire training Jesus? Is this some kind of prank? That's what the generals were thinking. I even asked him to be my disciple, but he refused, he preferred to help people than to grow stronger. He was a good-hearted man. Unfortunately, his good heart was what led to his death. She spoke with a disappointed face, she still thinks that if Jesus trained enough, he could have given her a good fight. The four men remained silent, the three generals had various emotions running through their bodies, they didn't know how to react to this revelation. Although Scat didn't care about their existence. He didn't deserve that death, Alexander spoke in a melancholy tone. Indeed, Scat agreed. A moment of silence passed between Alexander and Scat. Soon Alexander sighs again, he doesn't know how many times he sighed that day, I'm sorry for what my subordinate did, she will be punished, please can you go back as if nothing had happened. Scat smile grew and said, it's impossible. I warned the world in the incident 18 years ago, the message was clear, touch my daughter and you felt my anger. You didn't give me any choice then. Alexander spoke as his eyes began to glow golden, slowly a golden aura began to cover his body. My dear, she smiled sensually as she licked her lips, and soon her eyes began to glow blood red, you had no choice from the start. 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 31, The Third Wife. February 9th, 4 days after Countess Scat Scarlet attacked the headquarters of the Inquisition organization. Current location, underground of the house where Victor lives. Ugh, my head was hurting so bad, I put my hand on my head as I opened my eyes. I am at home. I spoke out loud, confused, and sit up in bed. Ugh, I place a hand on my head again as soon as I start to remember what happened. I fought that blonde man, then I went to save Ruby, and I was paralyzed by that woman's poison. I see. And to think that a vampire would be affected by something like poison, that woman must have used something special? Zzzzzzz, hearing someone's breathing in their sleep, I looked to my right side and see a sight that surprised me a lot. A woman with long red hair, big breasts, and a curvaceous body was sleeping the same way she came into the world. Our Ruby? I stuttered a little, I was taken aback by this fantastic sight. Hearing my voice, she seems to have woken up from her sleep. She opens her eyes sleepily, looks at me with her green eyes, and says with a gentle smile, darling. Hearing her voice, my heart began to pound frantically, my throat went dry, and I felt an uncontrollable urge to bite her neck. I bite my lip and try to control myself, it seems my bloodlust was stronger than before. How long did I sleep? She flashes a seductive smile, stands up a little, and then starts to crawl towards me. When she started to crawl like that, I could see her 2 white rabbits that looked soft and fluffy, even though they looked fierce, it was such a beautiful sight that it made you want to squeeze and pet those white rabbits. I look into Ruby's eyes and seeing her seductive expression, I couldn't help but be captivated by the sight, she was so beautiful. She looked like a succubus that was trying to seduce me. Slowly she climbs onto my lap, sits on my crotch and wraps her arms gently around my chest, and lays her head on my chest. When she did that, I could feel her 2 melons on my chest, she had the biggest ones I've seen so far. I could feel her steady breathing on my chest, as soon as she pulls back a little and looks at me, I could see her eyes were blood red, I bring my hand up to her face. She is surprised for a moment, but she accepts my advances, puts her face in my hand, and I soon start stroking her face. She looks at me with desire shining in her eyes. Darling, I can't wait any longer, she spoke as her breath started to come in short pants, she seemed to be wanting too much. Understanding what she's up to, I hold back my bloodlust and show my neck. The moment I showed my neck, she opens her mouth, and bites me. I feel my blood being sucked by her, unable to take it anymore, I wrap my arms around her waist, and soon I open my mouth then bite her collarbone. Ah, she moaned as she stopped sucking my blood, as soon as she wrapped her legs around my waist, I also felt something wetting the shorts I was wearing. Her blood was so delicious. The taste was something like high-quality ice cream, the icy feeling that her blood gave me, it was an addictive feeling. Darling. 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 She kept repeating the word like a broken record as she hugged me tighter, then she bit me again. Suddenly, my world starts to change, and I was in that abandoned building again. It all happened the same way I saw it in Sasha and Violet's vision, but now, I could see the sequel, I could see what happened the moment I bit Sasha. Violet created several fireballs around her. Die. Bitches. When I stop biting Sasha and look at Violet, I notice that I seem to be in a trance-like state, I don't seem to have control of my actions, so I speak in a neutral tone. All blood belongs to me. Suddenly, a dome of blood appeared in front of me and surrounded me and Sasha. Boom. An explosion happens when Violet's fireballs come in contact with my blood. Darling. Oh my god, what have I done? Violet started to despair, but when the smoke from the attack disappeared, she sighed in relief. I could see she was surprised too. Apparently, I managed to protect Sasha and myself with that blood dome. As soon as the blood dome disappears, I slowly start to close my eyes and gently fall towards the ground. I seem to have passed out. Darling. Violet squealed in concern, she approached me with supernatural speed and held me gently. I'm sorry, darling. She looked like she was about to cry. Calm down, Violet, Ruby said as she held her neck with a neutral expression, but I could see her face was a little troubled, it was like she didn't believe what just happened. Calm down. I almost killed my darling because of you bitches. Violet exploded again. Don't be unfair, Violet, Sasha said as she held her neck with a worried expression. Remember that you were the one who called us for help. Indeed, Ruby added, then she speaks in a cold voice, calm down, and tell us what happened, why are we marked as his wife? Violet's face takes on a guilty expression when she hears what Sasha says, but when she hears what Ruby says, she gets angry again. She takes a deep breath and seems to try to hold back her anger, so she sits down on the floor and puts my head in her lap. I think darling's blood altered the ritual, Violet begins to explain. Darling, you have a rare blood type, Rh null blood. She said while stroking my hair, it seems that by doing that, she managed to calm down more. The golden blood. Ruby exclaimed in shock, but soon her expression changed to a stoic one, how is he still alive? This blood is considered a delicacy for vampires, Victor should look like a slice of very tasty meat with this blood type, but why don't I feel anything coming from him? She spoke as she put her hand to her lips. This blood type paints a gigantic target on the owner. People with this blood type rarely go beyond 15 years of age, after all, a vampire can smell this scent from kilometers away. After Sasha's initial shock because of Victor, she added. Violet has stopped stroking my hair and looks at the 2 women with lifeless eyes, I protected him. For 16 whole years of my life, I protected him from threats, I hired witches to hide his scent, I killed the vampires that went after him, I made this place my territory solely to protect him. When Sasha and Ruby looked into Violet's eyes, they felt shivers all over their bodies. Ruby looked at Sasha, who looked back at her, then they both nodded. They seemed to be talking in code. Violet looks back at me and continues, I protected him for 16 years, I protected him until the day he would become mine. My beloved darling, she spoke with loving eyes as she caressed me, but soon her expression distorts into hate. But, just me taking my attention away from him for a few seconds. Slowly her voice began to get heavier and soon killing intent so great that it made the air heavier began to leave her body. It was just a few seconds. And that was enough for a mangy dog to try to mark him. How dare they? My darling. Do they dare try to steal my darling? Unforgivable. Boom. Fire started to shoot out of Violet's body in an uncontrolled way. The ground around Violet started to melt, but this fire didn't seem to be hurting me. Soon Violet's gaze turns to Ruby and Sasha. Do you guys want to steal my darling from me too? Sasha, now. Ruby yelled. Sasha's body starts to crackle with her lightning. Soon she disappears in a yellow trail and picks up Ruby like a sack of potatoes and runs away from Violet. Boom. An explosion of fire happened. Violet tried to attack Sasha and Ruby again, but the two women had already fled. Suddenly my vision changed. I was in a place far from the building where I was transformed. I look around and realize I was in a park. She's crazier than usual. Sasha commented in a neutral tone as she stared at a building that was on fire. Looking at the burning building, I wonder how my beloved wife managed to hide this incident from everyone. Ruby sighs, she's pissed at the whole situation. We should stay away for a few days. Violet should calm down now that she's with Victor, Sasha spoke. I'm worried about something, Ruby commented, then she added as she looked at Sasha. Do you think Victor will accept Violet? You know her personality. The two women fall into an uncomfortable silence. If Victor doesn't accept Violet, I think this time, she's really going to freak out, Sasha spoke with a worried face. Yes. Ruby sighed. Anyway, I'm going back home, Luna must be worried, Ruby said. Sasha nods, and says, see you later Ruby. Suddenly the world shatters like a crack in a glass. I open my eyes, and I realize as I come out of that memory, I feel a weight on my right arm. I look to my right side and see Ruby who was lying down while leaning on my arm. I seem to have fallen asleep for a few minutes again. Feeling my gaze, she opens her eyes, and looks at me with a seductive smile, welcome back darling. I look at Ruby, and I feel like I've known her for several years, just like Violet and Sasha, I could understand her completely. I knew what kind of person Ruby was. A gentle woman on the inside, but one who always has a cold mask on the outside. And, at the same time, she was very aggressive when she wanted something, though she is easily embarrassed when confronted directly with pure feelings. A simple woman who had to live hiding her feelings, sometimes she just wanted to let go, but she couldn't. I dash when I go to try to say something, Ruby gets up on the bed, approaches me, then she kisses me. Our tongues play with each other for a few minutes, then she stops kissing me and licks her lips sensually. You're way more aggressive than Sasha, I commented with a small smile. She smiles gently, wrong, darling. I'm not an aggressive woman. I look at her curiously. I am a decisive woman, she places her hand on my chest and caresses the spot where I was injured by Mizuki, but thanks to vampire's regeneration, the spot that Mizuki cut me in is unscarred. You saved me, and in doing so, you awakened my desire to have you for myself. Her smile changes to a flirtatious smile, and I always run after what I want. Oh. And what do you want? I asked with a smile. She brings her face closer to mine, and speaks with a possessive face. For a moment I saw her eyes darken. I want you for myself, I want you to be my darling. I felt my entire body shudder in pleasure when I saw Ruby's expression. You already have me, I said smiling as I kissed her lightly, then I get up from the bed and pick up Ruby like a princess. The moment I got out of bed I felt an incongruity, things around me seemed to be lower than I was used to. Did I grow taller? I see Ruby pouting, and this sight made my heart melt, she was so cute. I put her on the bed, and kneel down. I need to see Violet, I said while stroking her red hair, after what I saw in Ruby's memories, I have a huge desire to meet my wife. I see Ruby's face turn a little red, she nodded cutely. She was very cute. Just like Sasha and Violet, Ruby had a charm of her own that I loved a lot. Sasha was a strong woman, who was very weak with showing affection, she was easily embarrassed, although she has a possessive side that I love very much. Violet, my beautiful ice flower, was a woman direct with her feelings, she was possessive and always tried to harm anyone who approached me, and she always put my safety first while forgetting her own safety, she was a person I love. Stopping to think now. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires, I really am a very lucky man, I spoke in a low tone, but I realized that Ruby heard me, and her face turned a little red with embarrassment. I laugh a little as I do my best to ignore Ruby's 2 white rabbits, I walk to the wardrobe, but soon I remember my favorite maid. Kagaya, a Japanese woman-looking maid stepped out of my shadow. Lord Victor, I'm glad you woke up, Kagaya spoke in a neutral, emotionless tone, but I was sure I could see her eyes shining for a moment. I look at Kagaya smiling, I open my arms, and say, do your magic. Her black eyes change to blood red, and she flashes a small smile, as expected, Lord Victor is the best master. Her body is covered in darkness, and soon she passes through my body and, a few seconds later, I've already changed my clothes. Thank you, Kagaya, I said as I stroked her head. I felt her body tremble, and a small satisfied smile appeared on her face, I also noticed that she looked shorter than usual, I think I really grew up. Shall we go, darling? I hear Ruby's voice. I look at Ruby, and I see she's wearing a simple blue skirt, big black tights, and a red shirt that could barely hide her breasts. Seeing that I had been staring at her breasts for a lot longer than I intended, she smiled seductively. What are you doing, darling? My face turns a little red, but soon I understand something, she's playing this game, huh? I swallow my shame and say, I was admiring how beautiful my wife is, I really am lucky. Suddenly, Ruby's face turned red with embarrassment, she turns her head away and hides her face with her hair. I display a small smile, come on, honey. Ruby nodded. I walk to the door and, when I touch the door, I see several green magic symbols appearing. For a moment I was confused, but I just shrugged like I didn't care, when I walk through the door, I hear. Now with the latest news, in the Vatican, there was a serious explosion caused by terrorist attacks. The terrorists placed several new bombs created with liquid nitrogen throughout the Vatican. As you can see from the images, the damage caused was immense, more than 70% of the Vatican structures are destroyed. Liquid nitrogen bomb? Can't they come up with a better excuse? I hear the voice of a woman I don't know, I walk a little and see that the woman was sitting on the couch while watching the news. The woman turns off the television with the remote and turns her head towards me. When our eyes meet, my body froze, I feel like I'm in Alaska, my whole body was cold and, I felt like I was looking at a wild beast that could kill me at any moment. I couldn't move. She displays a wild smile that, at the same time, was seductive. You finally woke up, my son-in-law. A/N, this is the end of Volume 1, 75 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 32, Son-in-Law. You finally woke up, my son-in-law. Did you enjoy sinking your fangs into my daughter's neck? Suddenly, I feel my whole body go numb. Fear, that's what I felt. For the first time in my life, I felt the purest feeling of fear. My heart was beating wildly, my instinct screamed to run, but I couldn't, my body was paralyzed. I could feel my whole body in a cold sweat as I looked at the woman in front of me, I thought. A monster. A real monster was sitting in front of me. I swallowed hard, I could feel. Yes, I could feel with all my being that this monster could kill me at any moment. In front of her, I was just an insect. In front of this woman, I was just a newborn that she could easily step on. I clenched my fists tightly. Fear? Yes, I was scared, but I refused to be paralyzed. I bit my tongue hard and tasted the blood, but I didn't care. The pain made me regain control of my body. I felt an irritating feeling in my heart, a feeling that told me not to bow my head to anyone. My pride won't let me. But besides this irritating feeling I had in my heart, I had another feeling screaming furiously. I look into the red eyes of the woman who was smiling at me, and I display a smile so big that my face distorts unnaturally. Oh, her smile grew like my smile. A strong warrior. A strong warrior was in front of me. An opponent to fight. Ah. I'm excited. My whole body is screaming in euphoria to fight her, I could feel it. But I knew an unchanging truth. I was too weak to have a fight that will satisfy my desire. And that irritated me. That frustrated me. Mother, when did you arrive? The woman ignored her daughter's question and kept looking at me. This is really a shame, I said, disappointed. Why is this a shame? She asked in curiosity. I'm too weak to fight you. That's really a shame, I sighed at the end. I could feel the whole atmosphere in the room freeze unnaturally, and everyone in the room was looking at me with a stunned face. Pfft. The woman's instinct to kill disappeared, and soon she started to laugh. Ha 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 ha. I didn't understand why she was laughing. I looked to Ruby for answers and saw that she had a shocked face as she looked at her mom. She didn't seem to understand why her mom was laughing. Suddenly the woman stopped laughing and got up from the couch, then she looked at me again. Interesting. Interesting. She displayed a distorted smile. I like you. Huh. Thanks. I didn't understand why she said that. I looked at the woman in front of me more closely. She looked like a more mature version of Ruby. She has pale skin, blood-red eyes, long red hair that reaches her waist, and a curvy body that her clothes couldn't hide. She had the most enormous breasts I've ever seen. She seemed to have bigger breasts than Ruby. I think it was H cup. She was shorter than me by a few inches. I don't know how tall I am now, but I seem to be bigger than before. She was beautiful. Beautiful would be a little enough compliment to describe all her beauty, a hot beauty, a crazy beauty, a woman who would make any man go crazy with just a simple gesture, but she wasn't just that. She was a warrior. A bloodthirsty warrior, a warrior who had some screws loose in her head just like me. That's the impression I had of her. She approaches me and starts looking me up and down. Oh. It looks like your evolution gave you more potential than I expected. Interesting. For a moment, I saw her eyes glow red. Ugh, I hear Violet's voice. This bitch. One day I'm going to kill her. I withdraw my attention from the woman, look at the couch, and see my beloved wife with an irritated face. I ignore the woman in front of me and walk over to Violet. Heh. Her face distorted a little, but I didn't care. I stop in front of the couch and see Violet, who was wearing only a black nightgown. She was mumbling in a distorted tone about how she was going to kill that woman who was Ruby's mother. I sit down on the couch and pull Violet onto my lap. Kya. She squealed in surprise. Darling. She looked at me confused, but soon her face filled with genuine joy and hugged me possessively. Darling. 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 I missed you, I said honestly as I hugged her. I felt Violet's body shake, and she looks at me with a tearful face. I was worried that you wouldn't wake up anymore. I wipe the tears from Violet's eye, and I hug her tighter and lay her head on my chest. Shoo, I'm here, okay. While Violet and Victor are in their own world, Sasha approaches Ruby and speaks in a low voice. He just ignored your mother. She commented in disbelief. Yes. Ruby looks at her mom. She was hoping her mom was pissed off, but to her surprise, her mom had a happy smile on her face. Seeing that smile, Ruby's body shivered. She knew her mother very well, and from what she understands of her mother, she only shows that smile when she finds something interesting. Luna. Suddenly Scathach spoke. Why yes. Luna squealed in surprise. Luna, who was silent along with Natalia, Maria, and Kagaya in the corner of the room, runs to Scathach's side. Thanks for contacting me, you did a good job, but now I want you to do something for me. Scathach whispered something in Luna's ear. Yes, ma'am. Luna responded, like a soldier responding to his superior, then she ran out of the room. When Ruby heard her mother's words, she looked at Luna with a look that said she would give her punishment for having a big mouth. Huh. Violet, who was in her world with Victor, suddenly looks at Scathach, who yelled loudly. Bitch, begone, why are you still here? The room will stink of antiquity, shoo, shoo. Heh, looks like you want to get punished again, brat. Scathach's eyes sparkled a little. Violet's body shuddered, and she hugged Victor tighter. Darling, I'm being bullied. She doesn't learn, huh? Doesn't she understand that your mother is vindictive? Sasha commented as she looked at Violet, a bit annoyed. She thought, she's taking advantage of the situation. Well, she's Violet, she doesn't have any sense, Ruby added. I look at Violet and see her face saying, I want to be spoiled. She was so cute I couldn't resist. I put my face close to her and kiss her. Humph. She looked surprised for a moment, but as soon as she kissed me again, our tongues began to battle for dominance. Slowly, my bloodlust exploded. I felt my teeth start to change and also felt my eyes shift to blood red. Ugh. I stopped kissing Violet and look at the two voices. As soon as I see Ruby and Sasha with red faces, I could clearly feel what they wanted. I could feel it from our connection that got so much stronger than before. Eat, I spoke in a low voice, but strangely my voice resonated throughout the room. Oh. Scathach displayed a curious smile. Suddenly, Sasha disappears and appears at my right side. As soon as she opens her mouth and bites my neck, I felt my blood drain. Violet puts her face on the other side of my neck and licks me, then, she bites me too. Let go of me. I heard Ruby's furious scream. When I look at Ruby, I see my wife is being held by her mother. Interesting. She said. She was completely lost in the desire for blood. I suddenly feel a desire to be full, and that desire has taken over my actions, and that desire was affecting my wives too. Violet, Sasha, and I look at Ruby's mom. Release. We speak in unison. The woman's body trembled a little, and then she lets go of Ruby. Huh. The woman exclaimed in surprise. She looked at her hand and realized she wasn't holding her daughter anymore. Ruby disappears and appears on my left side. Darling, darling, soon, she bites my collarbone. The moment she bites me, I feel complete. When the desire to feel full has been sated, my bloodlust exploded again. I couldn't think of anything. I was very thirsty, and I just wanted my wife's blood. I open my mouth and bite Violet's neck. Ah, darling. Seeing Victor feasting on the blood of his 3 wives, Scat Hacka's smile grew distorted. Kaguya, explain to me everything that happened from the moment that Victor was turned, she ordered. Kaguya approaches Scat Hack. She looks at the woman for a few seconds as if thinking about something, then she makes a decision. She is Ruby's mother, she has a right to know the truth. It all happened the day Violet turned Victor into a vampire. Kaguya began to explain in a neutral tone all the events she knew. Previous index next. Wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 33, Son-in-law 2. Hearing everything that happened, Scat Hacka's smile just grew and grew. When Kaguya finished explaining everything that had happened since the moment Victor turned into a vampire. What's his blood type? She asked curiously. RH null blood. The golden blood. Pfft. Ha ha ha. She started laughing like she was crazy. Kaguya just looked at the woman, wondering if this madwoman was right in her head. And to think. Pfft. And to think that history would repeat itself with my daughter. Ha ha ha. She looked very happy for some reason. Countess Scar that knows about something. She stopped laughing for a moment and looked at Kaguya with a slight smile on her face. Who knows? I'm quite old, maybe I'm just crazy. Kaguya's face twitched a little. She didn't expect her to respond like that. Scat Hack exhibited a soft smile on her face, took a deep breath, and let the air out of her lungs. It's been a while since I laughed like that. When was the last time? I think about 500 years ago. Kaguya, seeing the woman's H-cup breast sway as she made this simple gesture, just clicked her annoyed tongue. Scat Hack walked slowly towards Victor with a smile on her face. She sits on the sofa that was next to the one that held Victor and his wives. She crossed her legs sensually and spoke with killing intent leaking from her body. That's enough, have some kind of respect for yourself. Doing that in front of everyone is inappropriate. The instinct of the 4 exploded, warning of danger. They quickly broke apart and rose from the couch, prepared to fight. The reaction is fast, but not good enough. And mother? Wipe your mouth, daughter, how inappropriate. Ruby's face turns bright red, and she quickly licks her lips. I can't believe I did this in front of my mother. Sasha Fulger, I hear your mother lost her vampire count title on some stupid bet, as expected of her. Yes, as expected of her, Sasha nodded in disdain as she licked her lips. Violet Snow, I heard your father woke up. Do you intend to come home? Scat Hack asked. I am not. My house is next to my darling, Violet spoke as she hugged Victor. I looked at Violet and smiled kindly, then patted her head. Hee. Seeing the goofy smile on her face, my heart melts into cuteness. I look at Kaguya. Kaguya, do your magic. Understanding what I mean, Kaguya nods, and then disappears into darkness. Body in darkness. Like magic, Violet's outfit has changed from a nightgown to an outfit that looks like a cosplay she always wore. Done. Good job, Kaguya, I said as I stroked Kaguya's head. Her body shook a little, and she turned her face away. Soon, I stop petting Kaguya and sit down on the couch again. Violet sits on my right side, Ruby sits on my left side, and Sasha, who was a little embarrassed about the whole situation, sits next to Ruby. And Kaguya was behind me along with Natalia and Maria. I look at the woman. We haven't introduced ourselves yet, right? I display a gentle smile. My name is Victor Walker. Nice to meet you, mother-in-law. Again, I feel the atmosphere around me tense up, as if I've said something wrong. The woman displays a dangerous smile and licks her lips. Nice to meet you, Victor. I am Ruby's mother. My name is Scat Hack Scarlet. Now that we've introduced ourselves, let's talk about important matters. I keep smiling. Oh. She looks curious about what I'm going to say. I want to ask your permission to be with Ruby. The woman's smile suddenly disappears. Darling, this is too fast. Ruby looked at me with fear evident on her face. Yes, darling. You must talk to my mother first. Violet spoke jealously. Idiot, that's not what she's talking about. Read the room. Sasha yelled at Violet. Violet was confused. Question marks started appearing around me, and I was confused why they were reacting like that. Brat, don't you understand your situation? Ruby's mother spoke in a neutral tone. I understand my situation, I said as I looked at her. I married your daughter, and I didn't ask your permission for that, right? Indeed. That's it. She looked at me with a stunned expression. Don't worry, I intended to do this with each of my wives, I commented with a small smile. She flashed a small smile. What are you going to do if I don't allow you to be with Ruby? And mother. Silence, Ruby. Her eyes glowed red for a moment. Why yes, Ruby recoiled. Answer me, she looked at me again. The answer to that question was simple, I don't intend to do anything. Ruby and her mother exclaimed in unison. I continue with a slight smile on my face. At the end of it all, your opinion on this matter doesn't matter much, I commented honestly. Brat dash. I interrupt, Ruby is already married to me, what I'm doing here is just a formality. Whether you allow it to happen or not, it doesn't matter anymore. I look at Ruby, all that matters is Ruby's willingness. If she wants to be with me, then I'll make it happen. Darling, Ruby spoke with a red face and a small happy smile on her face. It was pretty obvious she wasn't against it. Brat, you're talking too loud for someone who doesn't have the strength. Scat Hack spoke in a venomous tone as her killing intent seeped from her body. She looked quite annoyed. I look at Scat Hack, and I explain, yes. I'm weak now, but sometimes you can't solve some situations with brute force. She flashed a sneer, if I kill you now, you can never be with my daughter. I saw Sasha, Ruby, and Violet's faces distorted in anger for a few seconds. Think with me. If you kill me now, what will happen? I asked in a neutral tone. I would bring my daughter back home, that's all. What about her bloodlust? You know the ritual. She can handle it. After all, she is my daughter, if I can handle this bloodlust, she can too. Oh, she lost her husband. Come to think of it, I don't know much about my wives' families, the only one I know a little better is Sasha's family. Naive, I commented. Her face was distorted. You are naive, your way of thinking is very naive, I said, then I continue. Ruby isn't you. If I disappear, what guarantees she won't go crazy from bloodlust? She was silent as she looked at me. And even worse, what guarantees she won't hate you? I asked, smiling a little. She put on a confused face, she would hate me. Her own mother. That is impossible. Why is it impossible? You've already lived a long time, right? From the way you speak, I can say that. I said and added, then you must know how easily a child can hate their parents. She bites her lip, and I see her eyes glow blood red. That's why I said, it doesn't matter if you approve of Ruby and me. In the end, I'll still stick with Ruby. I spoke neutrally and added, smiling happily, I just became something irreplaceable for Ruby, and you can't do anything about it. Indeed. Scat Hack lowered her head a little, her bangs hiding her eyes, and soon she started biting her nail. I could feel Ruby shaking a little as she held my hand. I looked away briefly and saw that Sasha was very alert. It looked like she was ready to do something if the situation called for it. Darling, this is dangerous. You've said too much, Violet spoke seriously in a low voice. I just smile and pat Violet's head. I look at Scat-Hack again. Scat-Hack Scarlet. She looks at me, and when I see her I gleam. For a moment, I feel my whole body tremble with fear and excitement. But then, I display a big smile that shows all my sharp teeth. Wouldn't killing me be a waste? Waste? The moment I saw you. Do you know what I feel? Finally, I decide to be honest. She kept looking at me. Afraid, I feel scared, but I also feel disappointed and frustrated. Oh. She displayed a big smile. I get up from the couch and walk slowly over to Scat-Hack. I kneel on the floor and look into her red eyes. I touch it lightly and caress her face. A strong opponent was in front of me, but I didn't have enough strength to face it. So I couldn't satisfy my desire to fight. This is really frustrating. Her red eyes that were glowing seemed to lose intensity, then her smile grew in a distorted way that showed all her sharp teeth. This smile just made me more excited, but this is really disappointing. Indeed, I agreed. I stop stroking her face and pull away. When I look at my wives, I just saw them looking at me shocked. Even Natalia, Maria, and Kaguya, who are always stoic, were looking at me with their mouths open. Why are they reacting like this? I thought. When I sit down on the couch again and look at Scat-Hack, I was taken aback by the gentle expression she was showing. She was so beautiful. I feel Violet and Ruby pinching my leg, and as soon as I wake up from my stupor, I look at my wives and see my wives' annoyed expressions. Ruby. My beloved daughter, I allow you to be with Victor. She spoke with a sensual smile. She looked completely different from a few moments ago. Huh. Thanks, mother. Ruby thanked her. I decided something too. Suddenly Scat-Hack disappears and appears in front of me, and with a simple gesture, she attacks my stomach. Cough, I was breathless from the sudden attack, and soon I felt another attack on my neck that made me lose consciousness. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. Mother. Ruby squealed in surprise. What are you doing, bitch? Drop my darling. Violet yelled angrily. Realizing what was happening, lightning starts to crackle in Sasha's body, and she screams angrily. Let go of my husband. Scat-Hack ignores Violet and Sasha's threats. She holds Victor like a sack of potatoes and speaks with a sensual smile as she licks her lips. I'm kidnapping my son-in-law. Huh. The three women exclaimed in unison. Before they could do anything, Scat-Hack disappears along with Victor. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 34. Victor has been kidnapped. Bitch. Violet screamed in uncontrolled fury. Her face was distorted with rage, and the fire poured out of her body uncontrollably. Realizing the danger of getting close to Violet, Maria, Natalia, Ruby, and Sasha quickly run away from Violet. Calm down, Violet. Ruby screamed, and when she heard the sound of thunder, she looked at Sasha, who was covered in lightning. She looked like she was about to do something. You too, Sasha. Calm down. Calm down. Sasha's face twisted in anger. My husband has been kidnapped. How can I be calm? Ruby started to get angry. You fools. Ruby's voice started to get cold, and the room started to get terribly cold. Then she spoke in a tone that made the maids shiver. Have you forgotten where you are? Control your powers. Listening to what Ruby said, Sasha and Violet bite their lips in frustration and regain consciousness, so they quickly rein in her powers. Ruby sighs. This place has protection, but what if you decide to get out of hand now? Do you want to hurt Darling's parents? You're right. Sasha sighs. What should we do now? Violet doesn't say anything. She just looks at Ruby, waiting for her words. My mom won't hurt our darling. Ruby started to explain. Remember, what happened in the past when a man she didn't think was suitable approached me? They were exterminated. Sasha replied. Wrong, their entire family was wiped out, Violet added. See? Ruby smiled. My mom approved of Victor. That means he'll be fine. I think. Huh. You're not sure. Violet raised her voice. Violet, you know my mother. She is very unpredictable. Violet bit her lip in frustration as she muttered various forms of torture she intended to do to anyone who touched Victor. I think she's going to train Victor. Sasha, who was a little calmer, spoke. You're right, she likes people who have potential. Ruby nodded. And my darling is a man with great potential. What do you think will happen to him? Violet asked as her eyes darkened. Ruby was silent. She didn't want to answer that question. This got interesting, right? Natalia suddenly spoke with a smile on her face. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha look at Natalia with a neutral gaze. Natalia, we should go home, Violet said. I know. But you guys need to sort something out first, Natalia said as she pointed up. You're right, Darling's parents are going to be worried, Ruby said. How are we supposed to do this? I don't think telling the truth would be the ideal option. Sasha asked, then she adds. A few days ago, Violet had to lie and tell Victor's mom over the phone that she was going on her honeymoon with her son. I think this lie won't work again. I don't know how long it will take, but this time, I think it will take months for him to come home. Ruby puts her hand on her chin and starts to think about what to do. Where is Kaguya? Violet asked. Oh, she's in Victor's shadow, Natalia replied. The three wives all opened their mouths in shock. She's fast. Sasha spoke. As expected, Ruby smiled. Good job, Kaguya. I'm going to raise her salary. Violet displayed a happy smile. Why are you so happy? Sasha asked curiously. Kaguya is a dedicated maid. She will send me Darling's location. Oh, you're right, Sasha nods in agreement. Violet, Sasha, use your head. Ruby spoke in a neutral tone. Huh. Huh. Ruby explains, if my mom kidnapped Victor, she probably took him to that place. Fuck, Violet didn't like it at all. That place, huh? Sasha puts her hand on her chin, and she looks at Ruby. Sasha's eyes suddenly darken. Ruby, are your foster sisters in that place? Violet turns to face Ruby. She has the same face as Sasha. Ruby started to sweat a little when she saw Sasha and Violet's faces, but soon she replied, yes. They'll be in that place. Fuck. Violet's anger explodes again, and soon her body is covered in fire. She looks at Natalia. Open the portal. I'm going back home. I have to protect my darling. Yes, Lady Violet. Natalia wasted no time. She snaps her finger and then smiles. Done. Before Ruby and Sasha could react, Violet opened the door and walked through a portal that looked like the galaxy. Sasha's body started to crackle with lightning, but before she could follow Violet, her body was frozen by Ruby. You won't run away now. You must work something out with me first. Natalia, close the portal. Yes, Lady Ruby. Natalia snaps her finger, and soon the portal that looked like a galaxy disappeared. Ruby unfreezes Sasha. Why did you stop me? Before Ruby can say anything, she asks Natalia, what is someone from Clan Alioth doing with Violet? Shouldn't you just serve the king's family? This is a secret. Natalia smiled gently. Tisk, Sasha clicked her tongue in annoyance. Then, knowing she won't get Natalia's answer, she loses interest. She thinks for a moment and looks at Maria, her eyes glow a little blood red, and she says, you can act normally. Maria's body trembles a little, and soon she regains control of her actions. Why did you do that? Maria asked in a cold, suspicious tone. I just don't want you to die for a random vampire when we get back home, Sasha spoke in an emotionless tone. Huh. Maria didn't understand why she did it. Ruby, who was watching all this, said, come on, Sasha, we have to go somewhere. Okay, Sasha agreed. Natalia, wait for us here, we're going to need your skill. And keep an eye on her. Ruby pointed at Maria. Natalia bowed a little, your wish is my command, Lady Ruby. The evening that same day. I was trying to guess why you needed me to change my clothes into this simple outfit. Sasha spoke in disbelief as she stared at the door of Victor's parents' house. Sasha was wearing simple pants that looked too tight on her thighs. She was wearing a long brown shirt with a V neckline that showed a little bit of her F-cup breasts. Why you are crazy? Sasha spoke in a stutter while her face was a little red with embarrassment. Ruby was wearing simple black pants. She was wearing a simple red shirt that could barely hide her G-cup breasts. Why yes. Ruby's face seemed to be frozen. Ruby? Sasha approached Ruby. Are you nervous? She asked as she looked at Ruby's face stoic. And nervous, she stuttered. Seeing the smile on Sasha's face, she said, I'm fine. Sure. Speak quietly. Sasha yelled. Ruby just looked at Sasha with a blank expression. Let's get this over with. She spoke in a neutral tone. Ruby clicked on Victor's doorbell. They heard the bell, and the two women wait anxiously for someone to open the door. I am going. Suddenly they hear a woman's voice. Both girls' hearts nearly came out of their mouth when they heard the voice of the woman who was clearly Victor's mother. When the door opens, and they see a beautiful woman with long black hair and sapphire blue eyes, they can't help but think that this woman is a lot like Victor. Who are you? The woman looked at the two women as if sizing them up, then she looked at Ruby's bust for a moment, and she thought, so big. Is she bigger than mine? The woman looked at Sasha's legs and thought, her legs are so thick. She looked at the appearance of the two women again and thought, I don't remember meeting a blue-eyed blonde with such thick legs and a green-eyed redhead with breasts bigger than mine. Ruby's face was so red at this point that her brain wasn't thinking straight, mother, we are Victor's two wives. Nice to meet you. Huh. The woman's brain stopped working. Ruby. Sasha's face turned red with embarrassment. She approaches Ruby's ear. What are you doing, idiot? Ruby looks at Sasha with red eyes, almost crying, and speaks, I don't know anymore. Ugh, fix the misunderstanding quick. She whispered, almost screaming. Why don't you help too? Ruby whispered. Don't ask for the impossible. The woman has come out of her stupor, and she looks at the two women again. What did you two say? Sasha was startled by the sudden question. Mother, we are Victor's wives. Nice to meet you. Idiot. Ruby yelled. Oh, my boy has two more wives. She didn't think it was a lie. As an experienced lawyer, she knew when someone was lying, and these two girls weren't. Suddenly the woman touched her head and looked sick, and slowly, she starts to fall. Mother. Ruby and Sasha yell in unison. They quickly grab the woman and see that she was unconscious. Ugh, my head is hurting. Where am I? I look around and see I was in a room I didn't know. The room looked old. I felt like I walked into those old movies. Heh, you finally woke up, stranger. Suddenly I heard a woman's voice. I look towards where I heard the woman's voice, and I see a girl with wild long red hair. She was on the ceiling of the room standing as if gravity didn't affect her. But then, the girl fell to the ground and stood up. She was very short. I think she must have been Kagaya's height. She was wearing a simple red dress. She looked at me with a big smile on her face. Suddenly, I remember what happened, and I get out of bed. Wow, you're big, I heard the girl's voice, but I ignored her. She seemed to be talking about my height. I look around and see a window. I walk towards the window, and when I see the world outside, I couldn't help asking out loud. Where in the seven hells am? Wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 35, Vampire World. A dark city with architecture that reminded me of medieval times. A place where the sun never rises, a place where every corner is an unknown danger, a city that was built thinking about the nature of vampires. That was the impression I had when I first looked at this city. Welcome to Nightingale, the city of moonlight, stranger, I heard the girl's voice. I look at her and ask, who are you? And where am I? Me? My name is Lakis, she replied, but suddenly another voice added. Lord Victor, you are in the world of vampires, be careful when acting. Kagaya? I called confused. I look around, and I don't see her, but when I looked at my shadow, I saw Kagaya's shadow. She seemed to have a slight smile on her face. Kagaya. The girl looked confused. Never mind, I said, trying to change the subject. I look down and see that I was in a nightgown. Where are my clothes? The girl didn't say anything, she just pointed to a spot. I look at the place and see a small dresser with black clothes on top. I walk over to the clothes and pick them up, black suit, black shirt, and black gloves. I look at the woman. Why is everything black? Mother ordered it, she spoke in a neutral tone. Scat hack. I said with a smile on my face. The girl's red eyes suddenly glowed blood red. It's Countess Scat hack for you. Have respect, stranger. Heh, I smiled with a distorted face and said, where's Scat hack? Suddenly the woman's killing intent exploded. She opened her mouth, and I could see that her teeth were sharper. I just looked at her with a smile on my face as I thought, her killing intent is much weaker than Scat hack. Sigh, did Lord Victor acquire suicidal tendencies when his evolution ended? Why are you teasing her? I just didn't like the way she talked to me, that's it. I spoke out loud while ignoring the girl and putting on my clothes. After experiencing the pressure of my mother-in-law, I got numb. I think this girl is strong, but my instincts don't scream danger like when I faced my mother-in-law. Finishing dressing, I looked at the girl who was still staring at me. Won't you guide me? Finally, the girl's pressure disappeared, and she looked at me with a bit of shock on her face. What? I asked. Why aren't you being affected? Oh. I smiled a sharp toothy grin at the girl. After feeling the pressure of my mother-in-law, I got numb, and it doesn't seem to affect me anymore. And mother-in-law? She stuttered in shock. Yes, I'm Ruby's husband, didn't you know? And no. Mother just threw you in here and told me to keep an eye on you. She practically yelled red-faced. Why was she embarrassed? That's something she would do, now. Will you guide me? I asked. Yes. Ha ha ha, if I knew you were my sister's husband, I wouldn't treat you like that. Come on, I'll take you to my mother. The girl's attitude suddenly changed when she found out I was Ruby's husband. And why did she believe me so easily? Isn't she very innocent? Walking through the house, building. Mansion. I don't know anymore, this place is too big. I look around, I think this is a mansion. And, despite being a massive mansion, it was very empty. How many vampires live in this place? Me, Pepper, Sienna, Ruby, and our mom. There's Ruby's personal maid who is Luna, but she's doing something for my mom now. I see, I actually didn't understand why this place was so empty, but she didn't seem like she was going to explain anymore. Soon I hear Kagaya's voice. Unlike other count houses, Countess Scathach doesn't have many subordinates. After all, just her alone is enough to sustain the title of vampire count. Strange, why aren't any count houses attacking her? I asked out loud as I ignored Leika's confused face. They are afraid of retaliation. Countess Scathach is just too strong, and the count houses are prohibited from fighting each other on the orders of the king. But that doesn't apply to noble houses, huh? I spoke when I remembered that my wife Sasha's family lost the count title through a game. Yes. Any noble house can request a game with a count house, but they must be prepared for retaliation if they lose. Oh. Explain, I was interested. Are you crazy, brother-in-law? Why are you talking to yourself? Laikus asked. I like to talk to myself, I reply, smiling. Oh. She turned her face and kept walking, but I could hear, is Ruby right in her head to choose this madman as a husband? My smile almost broke when I heard her calling me crazy. I hear Kagaya's voice again. The rules are simple, houses with the title of counts cannot fight each other, nor can they request a match for the noble house. After all, this would be considered an abuse of power. Because typically vampire counts are vampires who have lived over 1,000 years and have already accumulated a lot of influence and strength. If the noble house loses the game with the count's house, they have to be prepared for retaliation. Vampire counts are prohibited from attacking the lowest nobles, but there is a rule where this does not apply when the noble house attacks the vampire count's house. As I understand it, it's a system that benefits the noble houses. The families that have the title of count cannot fight each other, and they can't ask for a game to fight the noble houses that have no title either. But the houses of nobles that have no title can ask for a game with the houses of counts at any time. What are the consequences of losing this game? If the game is betting a nobleman's title and both parties agree, the consequences of losing this game are everything. Everything? Yes. They lose everything, all riches, all possessions, and even vampires become property of the loser. What did you say? An irritating feeling started to grow in my heart, and soon it spread through my entire body. Kagaya, I called. Oh. Laikus looked interested in what was going on. Kagaya steps out of my shadow, and I look at her. What do you mean by properties? Exactly what the word means. All vampires in that house become the loser's property. They become slaves. Kagaya spoke coldly. Heh. My smile distorts, but it's not from fun, it's from hate. My beloved wife's family lost a game recently. Just imagining my wife being owned by someone else, this hatred spreads throughout my body. It was like a fire that burned throughout my body. Ha ha ha. This can only be a bad joke. Is my beloved honey someone else's property? I lean against the wall as I put my hand on my chest. My heart was beating too fast, unforgivable. Crack. I heard the wall break with the force I put in, but I didn't care. Lord Victor, calm down. Kagaya approaches me and starts massaging my chest. We still don't know if that's what happened. You need to calm down and control your instincts. Crack. Crack. I tighten my grip on the wall, and soon the wall collapses. I take a deep breath and force a gentle smile onto my face. You're right, Kagaya. I need to learn more. I stroked Kagaya's head, and somehow it made me calmer. Thank you. She nodded as she smiled. I look down the hall, and soon my vision changes to a blood-red world. I see 3 female vampires in this place. One female vampire was in a room that looked like a bathroom, and the other 2 were sitting in a room that looked like a bedroom. For a moment, one of the vampires who was sitting looked at me and smiled. I found her. I smile, I see Kagaya stepping into my shadow, and then I run towards my mother-in-law. When Victor ran towards Scathach, Laikus, who was nearby, just stared at the wall that had been reduced to ash when Victor left. Oh. Isn't that the Snow Clan skill? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. 2 women with long red hair and red eyes were having a red tea while looking at the moon. So why did you kill your husband? Scathach asked the woman beside her in a neutral voice. The woman next to Scathach was wearing long black stockings, a short blue dress, and black high heels. He approached me just to be on good terms with you, mother, she explained. The usual? Indeed, the woman nodded. Sienna, my beloved eldest daughter, why don't you create a husband? I already made this suggestion. How long ago was it? 700 years ago. Yes, Scathach smiled gently. My memory is a little bad because of my old age. She laughed seductively. Sienna just rolled her eyes when she saw her mother attitude. I don't want to create a husband. After all, that isn't going to be something real like I'm looking for. Despite being over 700 years old, you're still naive. I'm not naive, you know that I just want something real, and male vampires are just obsessed with things like titles. Why don't you turn a human then? Sienna's face twisted in disgust, turning cattle into a husband? No, thank you. Scathach rolled her eyes at the eldest foster daughter's attitude. Soon she lost interest in the subject and looked toward the bedroom entrance with a big smile on her face. Seeing her mother smile, Sienna thought, looks like she found something interesting to do again. Suddenly the bedroom door was broken, and Victor appeared. Scathach. Victor looked at Scathach and ignored the woman beside her. Sienna's eye twitched a little when she heard the disrespectful way Victor called Scathach. As the daughter of the strongest vampire in the world, she had a lot of respect for her mother, and she didn't like someone inferior calling her so informally. And this feeling was shared by the 3 adoptive sisters. Sienna was about to say something, but her mother's following words left her speechless. She smiled seductively as she crossed her legs elegantly. My son-in-law, were you so desperate to see me? Previous index next. Still Vampires Chapter 36. It's time to get strong. Chaos. At the same time in Victor's house. Here I got water, Sasha offered. Tea. Thanks. Anna was still very shaken. She drank all the water in one gulp. Then, when she saw Zack walking calmly through the house, she quickly got up from the couch and grabbed him. Meow. She sits down on the couch again and starts stroking Zack. Meow. Ruby and Sasha's eyes sparkled for a moment when they saw Zack. They thought he looked too cute to pet. Sasha approaches Ruby and sits beside her. Anna looks at the 2 women and sighs. Okay, let's start at the beginning. Why yes, Ruby was a little nervous. First, did you do that? That? Ruby and Sasha didn't understand. I mean, what husband and wife do, did you guys do it? Oh, Sasha exclaimed, and then she remembers the moment she sucked Victor's blood. Yes, we did, she smiled. Indeed, Ruby confirmed. I see, she stuttered a little and squeezed Zack a little harder without realizing it. Meow. Realizing what she was doing to Zack, she quickly stopped squeezing Zack. Anna takes a deep breath and asks. Why you said you were married to my son, right? Why yes, both confirmed. V Violet, does she know? For some reason, she didn't stop stuttering. Yes, she knows. Ruby confirmed. Yes, she accepted our relationship, Sasha confirmed as well. Anna looked at the two women with a blank expression. Both women were sweating profusely now, they were a little afraid of being rejected by Anna. Anna sighed again, she looked tired, like she lost some kind of battle. How can I say, congratulations on the wedding? I guess. Huh. Anna's words took time to register in Ruby and Sasha's brains. Thanks, Ruby smiled happily. Thanks, mother, Sasha stuttered a little. Seeing the two women's honest smiles, Anna looked like she'd suffered heart damage. I think my son will die soon, he was very lucky in a short time, something is not right. Anna's own thoughts were confused. And to imagine that my son would have 3 wives. After the initial shock, she slowly began to come back to her personality. In our country, this is normal, Ruby said. Oh. Which country do you live in? Ruby was taken aback by the question. Legally, she is registered as Romanian, but the country she lives in is not registered on the world map. Sasha looks at Ruby with a talkative look, and then she continues, we live in a small community in Romania. Romania. But Romania doesn't have polygamy. Sasha was nervous, we live in a small community, but that's not a problem, we can get married in Alabama. Ruby looked at Sasha like she was looking at an idiot. But Alabama is for incest. Anna said. Huh. Sasha's face turned red. Suddenly Anna's face darkened in horror. Don't tell me my son went after your sister, or even worse, he went after your mother. Does he plan to make Oyakadon? And no. Sasha was more confused than she was, and her eyes began to roll. She meant that in our community, polygamy is allowed. Ruby helped Sasha. Oh. Anna's face cleared a little, then she sighed, I need to talk to my son. That's what we came to talk about. Ruby continued. Huh. Anna looked at Ruby. Seeing Anna's look, Ruby started to get nervous again. She found it very difficult to talk about it with her husband's mother. Her eyes started to roll, Sasha, Violet, and I want Victor to find our moms to ask her to marry him. Huh. Huh. Anna and Ruby herself didn't understand. As expected. It's an Oyakadon. Anna puts her hand to her head as if she has a bad headache. Zack takes this chance and runs away from Anna's lap. Anna no. That's not it. Sasha takes a deep breath and says it all at a fast pace. She meant that Victor traveled from Violet to Romania with the intention of asking our mothers for their blessings for our marriage. Sasha could embarrass most rap singers in the world with the speed she spoke those words. He traveled to Romania to meet his mother-in-law. Anna leans back on the couch. My son is growing up fast. Until a week ago he didn't even have a girlfriend. She looked like she reached enlightenment. Suddenly the women hear the door open. Honey, I'm home. Leon, Victor's father, spoke as he walked towards the living room. When he arrived in the room and saw 2 beautiful women, he suddenly stopped in shock and looked at his wife, confused. Then, seeing the state of his wife, he was even more confused. What's going on here? Hello, father-in-law, the two said. Huh. He opened his mouth in shock. Unaware of the little chaos his wives were causing with his parents, Victor was at this point meeting his mother-in-law. Heh, she smiled seductively as she crossed her legs elegantly. My son-in-law, were you so desperate to see me? I swallow a little dryly when I look at my mother-in-law. She really knew how to tease me with just a simple gesture. When I was going to answer her question, I heard the woman next to her saying, son-in-law. Looking at her, I see a woman with long red hair and eyes as red as Scat-Hack. Who are you? I asked. Before the woman could say anything, I heard from Scat-Hack, she is my eldest adopted daughter. Oh, cool. Anyway, I lost interest. I look at my mother-in-law, who was wearing clothes that seemed to be glued to her curvy body. Why did you kidnap me? My mother-in-law's smile grew. She got up and walked towards me sensually. For a moment, I was mesmerized by those 2 mountains that looked unbearably soft. They were full, round, smooth, and perfectly shaped. She gently touched my face and spoke with the same sensual tone as if she were seducing me. You said it was a shame you weren't strong enough to fight me, right? Slowly, my smile grew, and I nodded, yes. We should fix that, right? Her smile changed to a predator's smile that showed all her sharp teeth. Oh, indeed, I smiled just like her. Oh fuck. She found another madman. I heard Sienna speak, but I ignored her. Scat-Hacka's smile changed to a satisfied smile. She took her hand away from my face and looked at a spot, then she yelled. Pepper. Her voice seemed to resonate throughout the mansion. Yesh. I heard an awkward voice answering. Suddenly, a girl with long red hair, a curvy body, and breasts that seemed to rival Scat-Hack appeared. She was just wearing a towel around her body. I've arrived, mother. She put a hand to her head like a soldier. Good. She looked at me, and for a moment, she seemed to study my reaction. But, seeing me not reacting much, she seemed pleased with something. She is my youngest adopted daughter, as you may have heard. Her name is Pepper. Nice to meet you. She flashed a goofy grin on her face. Nice to meet you, I said in a neutral tone. For some reason, even though she was an attractive woman, I wasn't attracted to her. I felt that something was missing in her. Your initial training is simple. You must identify and learn to use your powers dash. Before she can finish, I open my hand. Suddenly, a fireball appears. Oh. She displayed a curious smile. Huh. Sienna exclaimed in surprise. Fway. Pepper looked, surprised. The fire disappeared, and soon lightning began to crackle in my hand, then the lightning disappeared, and soon a block of ice appeared in my hand. Even my mother's powers. Sienna said, looking at me. Ruby married someone interesting. I heard someone's voice. I looked to Sienna's side and saw Lakis smiling with a curious look. I point my hand in a direction that had no one and say, all blood belongs to me. But nothing happens. What are you trying to do? I heard Scat-Hack asking, her voice sounding heavier than usual. Give me a sec. What did I do? Remember the memory I got from Ruby. I close my eyes and try again, but I can't. TSK, I can't get the right feeling to use that power. Suddenly, I heard a voice in my ear that shivered through my whole body. Victor, don't be in a hurry. I looked to the side and see Scat-Hack's distorted smile. Her eyes were glowing red, and she was staring at me with a possessive face. You have all the time in the world to get better. She spoke with a seductive smile. You're right, seeing that smile made my body shiver. I needed to fight her. Train the basics with Pepper. She may be an airhead, but she's strong. I will. I nod and pull my attention away from my mother-in-law and look at Pepper. I walk over to the woman and pick her up like a sack of potatoes. Kaya. She yelled in a thin voice. What are you doing? You have to train me, right? I'm kidnapping you. Great. He has the same attitude as my mom. Sienna said, but as usual, I ignored her. Huh. Before she can say anything, I put strength in my legs and run to an open spot that I saw with my eyes. When Victor left, Sienna asked her mother. Is that all right? Scat looked at her daughter. When Sienna saw Scat smile, she felt her entire body tremble in fear. Oh, about Pepper? It's all right. Victor is a good man, he won't do anything against Pepper. Sienna and Lakis opened their mouths looking like a fish who didn't know what to say, they were just too shocked. They had never seen their mother praise a man in their life before. You look happy, Mom. Lakis commented. Happy. Scat spoke, confused, then she put her hand to her face. Maybe I am. Her smile changed to a seductive smile. I have something to do, I'll see you guys later. Scat soon disappears. I think she's glad she found a man with potential. After all, she likes to fight, Lakis questioned. Is that what you think? Sienna asked as she looked at her sister. Yes, Lakis replied, she looked at her sister, what do you think? I don't know, but she wouldn't react so strongly if that man just had a big potential. The two sisters had many doubts in their heads, but one thing they were sure of, they were curious about the man who had piqued their mother's interest. Previous index next. Are beautiful vampires chapter 37, like mother, like daughter. Chapter 37, like mother, like daughter. Violet's perspective, a few minutes before Victor woke up. Going through the portal, Violet realized she was at her house. Just as she was about to leave her house and look for Victor, she heard a cold voice. Lady Violet, you finally came home. She looks at the voice and sees a maid with short white hair and blue eyes. She was the personal maid and head maid of the Snow Clan. Oh, it's you, Hilda. Anyway, I'm leaving. Violet starts running towards Scat mansion. She passes by Hilda's side. Wait, Hilda grabbed Violet by her shirt collar. Ugh. Violet was almost hanged, then she turns to face Hilda. Are you going to get in my way too? Seeing Violet's lifeless eyes, Hilda said coldly, of course not. But as a maid, I have a duty to do. She started walking as she dragged Violet by her shirt collar. And my order was that when you came home, I should take you to meet your mother. Let go of me. I don't want to see that old woman. I'm going back to my darling. Violet tried to free herself from Hilda's grip, but it was a futile attempt. Hilda has stopped walking. She looks at Violet, her blue eyes change to blood red. You did the ritual. Violet puts on a smug expression, of course I did. But soon, her expression crumbles, although there were some unforeseen events. Oh. This is something your mother should know. Hilda started walking again. She pulled Violet and held her like a sack of potatoes. Ugh. Violet began to struggle. Let go of me. Hilda ignored Violet and continued walking. In all the millennium I've served the Snow family, I've never seen anyone as reckless as you. Hilda puts a hand to her face as if she's thinking about something and keeps talking in the same cold tone. Coming to think about it, you have the same personality as your mother when she was younger, although you are less aggressive than her. Annoying. Violet muttered angrily. Violet's body began to become covered in fire. Oh. Hilda looks at the fire in Violet's body. Your powers have grown stronger. That's good news. Hilda smacks Violet on the ass. Slap. Ugh. Don't be a rude child, you know the rules, right? She spoke in a cold tone as her eyes glowed red. Can't use powers indoors, right? Violet snorted and continued, I haven't forgotten. Now, let go of me. The only one who can hit my ass is my darling. Hilda sighed, I think it's because you're only 21 years old, and because of that, you're really spoiled. Soon she started walking. Violet got angry again, I'm already an adult by human standards. But to us, you're still a newborn baby. She looked around and even looked into her shadows, where's Kaguya and Natalia? Shouldn't they be protecting you? Giving up on running away, for now, Violet sighed and said, Kaguya is protecting my darling, and Natalia stayed behind with Ruby and Sasha. The Fulger heiress, and the Scarlet heiress. She puts her hand to her chin and continues, I heard they were in that town too. What happened to your darling? She asked in a neutral tone. He was kidnapped by Ruby's mother. Violet started to get angry again. Oh, looks like Countess Scat took an interest in your darling. Of course, she would be interested in him. He has great potential. She squealed proudly. Oh. Hilda displayed a small smile. Hilda enters a room, and then she puts Violet on the floor. Lady Agnes, Lord Adonis. I brought Lady Violet. Oh, good job, Hilda. Violet looks at her mother, who was sitting on a sofa. She was a curvaceous woman with big H-cup breasts and skinny legs. She had pale vampire skin and golden eyes, a very unusual eye color even for vampires. She had long white hair that reached to her waist and wore simple glasses. She was wearing black leather pants and a long black shirt. Are you still wearing those glasses, Mom? It's not like you have a vision problem, Violet commented. But I look good in glasses, right? Violet's mother, Agnes, spoke with a narcissistic smile. Whatever, Violet snorted. Heh, you're still in the same bad mood. I thought meeting your darling would calm you down a bit. She sneered at the word darling. Violet, hearing the obvious tone of contempt, didn't like it one bit. Violet looks at her mom, and slowly her eyes begin to darken. What did you say, bitch? Agnes's face distorted when she heard her daughter call her, are you that attached to those cattle? Violet's eyes changed to blood red, and she looked at her own mother like she was about to jump her neck at any moment. Daughter, don't fight with your mother in my room, okay? She suddenly heard a gentle voice, gentle as if blessed by heaven itself. Agnes, don't tease our daughter, she's different from you. He spoke a little coldly as his eyes glowed a little violet. Humph, Agnes turned her face away. Violet ignores her mother, then looks at the bed and sees a pale, frail-looking man with short white hair and violet eyes. Despite looking like a frail man, he still displayed a supernatural beauty that was far superior to any woman and man Violet had encountered. Violet thought, my dad is handsome, but my darling is prettier. But I'm a little jealous, I wish I had inherited just a little of that supernatural beauty. Violet looks at her mother's breast and thinks, I should have inherited those breasts too. Why are genes unfair? Violet was still a woman, she still had few insecurities, especially now that Ruby had become Victor's wife. Adonis had a gentle expression on his face as he looked at his daughter. Come here, daughter, he called her. Violet nodded and walked towards the bed. When she got closer to her father and saw how weak he was, she said, are you okay? Although she didn't show it when Scat asked in the past, she was still worried about her father. She was closer to him than her very narcissistic mother. He smiled gently, yes, I'm fine, I just need to drink blood, and I'll be brand new. Liar. She whispered, you always say that, but you never get better. Haha, he laughed in a weak voice. He slapped the bed with a gesture for her to go up. Come here, tell me about your darling. Violet bites her lip. She wanted to talk to her father, but she wanted to find Victor first. Seeing his daughter's expression, he asked, Are you worried about something? I need to see my darling. He is in danger. Oh. Tell me what happened. Violet started to explain what happened to Victor, and without realizing it, she started talking more about Victor to her father. She climbed into bed and sat up, and soon she looked like a child who came home and told her father everything about her day. A few minutes later, Adonis laughed with a gentle smile. He seems to be an interesting man. I would like to meet him in the future. I will bring him in the future so you can meet him. Violet asked excitedly. Seeing how excited his daughter was, he laughed a gentle laugh and asked, just out of curiosity, you didn't kidnap him, right? Violet thought for a moment and replied. Of course not. Good, good. As expected, you are very different from your mother. He sighed, relieved for himself and for Victor. Hey. Why are you so happy? Agnes, who was silent, asked with a pout. Adonis looked at Agnes and spoke in a dry tone. Well, the experience of being kidnapped and raped for a whole month can hardly be forgotten no matter how long I live. Ugh, she seems to have taken damage, but then she spoke angrily, just forget about it. That happened 1800 years ago. I'm not the same woman I was before. He flashed a gentle smile. Indeed, you're no longer a crazy, psychopathic hedonist who did what you wanted. The woman's face just distorted several times, listening to what her husband was saying. He continued with the same gentle smile. Now you're just a narcissistic woman, and because of that personality, our daughter doesn't like to talk to you. Agnes looks at Violet. That's not true, right? You like me, right? Violet just turned her face away and ignored her mother. Agnes looked like she could cry at any moment, but Violet and Adonis didn't care. Adonis sighed and looked at Violet, and speaks with a fatherly smile. Even though your mother is the way she is, I've learned to love her over the years. He said that, but, inside, he was thinking, I was beaten by Stockholm Syndrome and those breasts. Well, she's better than that bitch Aphrodite and Persephone. Sigh, my life is a disaster, it's a sin to be born beautiful. Adonis was a bit narcissistic too. Darling. Agnes looked at Adonis with possessive eyes. Seeing Agnes's gaze, he smiled a helpless smile. He promised never to tell anyone he liked the look his wife gave him. Feeling a sudden pain in his chest, Adonis displays the best smile he can muster and says, it's time, huh? I think you should find your darling. Violet's eyes flashed with possessiveness, and then she yelled, darling. Soon she ran towards the exit of the mansion. Pfft. He held back his laugh, but then he laughed gently, ha ha ha. I think she's a bit like you, Agnes. Humph, Agnes snorted, but Adonis could see she had a gentle smile on her face. I still don't agree with my daughter relating to cattle, she said grumpily. Adonis exhibited a gentle smile and said, oh. So I am cattle too. I see. Agnes' body shook, and she quickly said, and no. You are different from those humans. Oh. How am I different? He asked curiously. Agnes' face glowed in possession. You're mine, darling. Adonis just displayed an ironic smile. Previous in The Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 38, Pepper is an airhead girl. A few minutes later, in the personal garden of Skathaka's mansion, despite calling it a garden, this place looked more like a forest than a garden. Cough, the girl in front of me pretended to cough. She massaged her throat a little. She was trying to thicken her voice. AAB. Testing, 1, 2. She looks at me with a serious face and speaks, my name is Pepper, as per my mother's orders, I'm responsible dash. I interrupted her, aren't you going to change your clothes? Fway. She looked confused for a moment. She looked down and saw that she was still wearing a towel. Oh. Suddenly I hear a small explosion, and I see her face turning bright red, then she disappears with surprising speed. At the same time that happens, my shadow expands, and soon Kaguya comes out of my shadow. Lord Victor. Oh, Kaguya, what happened? I asked as I stroked her head. She doesn't say anything and just stays silent. Feeling her black hair in my hand, I smile contentedly and say, while we wait for Pepper, do you have any training tips? Believe in yourself? She said. My smile threatened to break. Is that supposed to help me in any way? Noble vampires instinctively know how to use their powers when they are born. The only problem we have is controlling the output of our power. After all, depending on the noble vampire's bloodline, their power can reach absurd levels. I see. So you are born geniuses, I continued stroking her head. You are wrong. Kaguya spoke. She thought for a moment and continued. It's like a baby who instinctively knows how to cry or ask their mother for food. With our species, it's the same. We instinctively know how to use our power. The only problem we have is to control and improving that power to new levels. I see, I understood what she said. It's like moving your arm. You know instinctively how to move your body, right? It's basically something like that. Suddenly, I see a red silhouette, and soon I see that Pepper has returned wearing new clothes. She's wearing a red uniform and black tights. She looks at me with her face a little embarrassed. Let's continue. She intends to ignore everything that happened, huh? Okay, I said as I stopped stroking Kaguya's hair. Cough, she coughed again and explained in a cute voice, let's skip the basics. After all, you already know what your unique powers are. So what we're going to do today is learn to control the basic powers of a vampire. What do you mean? I asked, confused. It's something like this. She looks like she's going to demonstrate something. She looks at a tree in the distance and says, pay attention, I'll just run normal. Pepper suddenly positions herself, her body starts to be covered by a fog, and she disappears and then reappears in front of the tree, and soon she returns to the same position again. See? This is a basic skill for all vampires. As creatures of the night, we can blend into the night easily. What I've demonstrated now is fog walking. That was cool. Can all vampires do this? Despite speaking in a neutral voice, my eyes were gleaming with curiosity. Yes, it's a basic skill. This time, Kaguya answered me. The basic vampire skills are fog walking, bat transformation, night vision, and claws, she said. She points her hand at me, and I see her hand has changed. Her nails have gotten sharper and more deadly, and her hand has seemed to grow stronger. Pepper looks at Kaguya with a pout on her face. Kaguya just looks at Pepper with a stoic look. Pepper puffed out her chest in annoyance. Boing. Boing. And they swayed like crazy. For a moment, I see Kaguya's black eyes turning blood red. She looks annoyed at something. Soon Pepper goes on to explain, noble vampires usually ignore these basic abilities and focus only on the powers they inherited from their parents, for example. She pointed to Kaguya. This maid, she has the power to control the shadows, and using those powers, she modified the basic vampire abilities to fit her power. I remember Kaguya's fight with Mizuki, and I nod in agreement. She seemed to walk in the shadows in that fight. Oh, do you know Kaguya? I asked, curious. Yes, she was always around when Violet came to visit Ruby. Why doesn't Lakis know Kaguya? Lakis. She's really lazy, she just stays asleep and only wakes up when something interesting happens. She looked uncomfortable for some reason. Because of that, she doesn't know the people who visit our house. Oh. I didn't know what to say. This seemed to be a family issue, something like having a child who is a NEET. She looks at me with neutral eyes, then continues, why don't you try to get used to the basic powers first? Try to use your basic vampire powers, and when you get used to them, we'll train the powers you were born with. Why should we train these powers if they aren't used a lot? I asked with genuine doubt. After all, I haven't seen my wives using these powers. My mother always said that the basics are the most important. You need a strong foundation to build the pillars for your strength in the future. I'll try, that sounds interesting too. I feel like those men in the comics who are discovering their powers. I position myself to run, and before I can do anything. I heard Kaguya warning me, remember Lord Victor, don't use your unique powers, just use your racial powers. I know, I just have to turn into mist, right? Yes, she confirmed. Let's try. Pepper said I must know how to use this ability instinctively. I close my eyes and think of the image of Pepper running, focusing on what I should do. Then, I open my eyes, and I try to imitate what Pepper did. I put some strength in my legs and run towards the tree. Lakis and Sienna, who were drinking tea, suddenly hear an explosion as if a lightning bolt has fallen to the ground. Boom. What is it? It is not raining. Lakis was startled by the sudden noise. Sienna just looks at her sister with a neutral expression. She drinks the tea, which contains a red drink, and explains, the noise came from the garden. I think it's our mother's guest dash. Sienna stopped talking when she saw Lakis had left. She sighs, she's too rushed. Pepper and Kaguya heard an explosion as if lightning had fallen to the ground, and soon after, they saw the tree destroyed and in pieces. Then, fire started to come out of Victor's body, and soon he slammed his body into a rock. Well, I knew it would happen, but the destruction is bigger than I expected, Kaguya commented. Wawa, the forest is on fire. Pepper was freaking out. Kaguya hits Pepper on the head. Ouch. She puts her hand to her head and looks at Kaguya with a face that could cry at any moment. What? Why did you hit me? Calm down, and use your powers, Kaguya spoke. Suddenly, Pepper's expression lit up. Oh. Pepper steps on the ground broke with the force she put in, and soon a massive amount of water started coming out of the cracks. She points her finger at the forest and yells, EY. The water she was controlling rises to the skies and began to fall into the forest as if the place were raining. As a surprising display of control, Pepper just doused the spreading fire. Good job, Kaguya said. He, she laughed as she scratched her head. Kaguya uses her speed and runs towards Victor. Seeing that Kaguya is gone, Pepper follows her example and uses her speed. Lord Victor. Didn't I tell you not to use your powers? Kaguya asked. I didn't try to use my powers. Victor muttered as he got up from a crater that was more than 1 kilometer wide. He didn't seem to be hurt. Then, realizing he was wet with water, fire started to come out of his body, and soon he was dry again. He looks at his clothes and thinks, these clothes are amazing, they are quite resistant. Kaguya looks at the ground around Victor and sees that the soil was filled with small pieces of ice. Maybe? She seemed to be thinking of something. I tried to run like Pepper, but for some reason, it happened. He pointed at the crater. Fway. Pepper looked surprised. She looked around and said, you tried to run like me and created this giant crater. She asked with an expression of shock. Pepper, what was that noise? Lakis suddenly arrives, and she looks around. Wow, this is big. Lord Victor, can you do something for me? Yes? What is it? Victor replied in a neutral tone. Follow me, Kaguya said and started to run. Victor started following Kaguya, and soon Pepper and Lakis, who were curious about what was going to happen, began to follow as well. Kaguya stops in front of an ordinary tree. See that tree? I want you to pull the tree out of the ground and throw the tree in a random direction. Victor didn't understand the purpose of this, but he did as Kaguya asked. Victor approaches the tree trunk and puts his hand gently on it. Somehow, he can instinctively sense that using one hand was enough. So he pulls the tree out of the ground and lifts it with ease. He looks at an empty spot and throws the tree. Everyone watched the tree that was suddenly frozen in the air. When that tree fell to the ground and broke the ice around it, a fire started to be created, and soon lightning fell from the sky. As expected. Kaguya seems to have figured something out. This is bullshit. Lakis suddenly yelled in frustration. She looked like she was freaking out. Fway. Pepper was startled by the sudden scream. Victor puts his hand to his ear. Why are you screaming, woman? Lakis looks at Victor. Don't you understand what you just did? Victor looked at Lakis confused. I threw the tree, and suddenly it turned to ice. When the ice fell to the ground started to catch fire, and suddenly lightning fell from the sky even though there were no clouds in the sky. He explained what he saw aloud. Lakis just looked at Victor with an expression that said she didn't believe what she was seeing in front of her. 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 39, Anomaly. Lakis looked at Victor with an expression that didn't believe what she was hearing. And even saying that you still don't understand what you did? Woman, stop walking around and say what you're thinking. Ugh, Lakis puts her hand to her head like she has a headache. Lady Lakis is frustrated because you did something impossible. My favorite maid enlightened me with knowledge. I look at Kaguya. You used an attack to seamlessly unite the 3 powers. She looks at the minor damage my attack has done. This attack is basically the fusion of the powers of Clan Fulgur, Clan Scarlet, and Clan Snow. And? The 3 women look at Victor in silence. Pepper sighs cutely. He needs to learn about vampire society first. Kaguya nodded in agreement. Listen, Victor. Let's do an example here, okay? Lakis starts to explain as if she were explaining to a child. She picks up a stick from the ground and starts drawing a picture on the ground. Let's use my sister Ruby as an example. She drew Ruby on the floor. Ruby is a vampire who inherited the powers of Scathach, the strongest female vampire in the world. In the beginning, my mother's powers weren't as strong as they are now. She could only create a block of ice. She drew Scathach using her powers. She had to train hard to raise her powers to the level it is now, and over the millennia, she managed to increase that power. And then, at some point in my mom's life, she decided she wanted to have a daughter. At first, she was just bored, and she decided that on a whim. And, like every strong female vampire at the time, she did the obvious. She kidnapped a vampire from a clan that had powers that could match her powers. Victor was speechless. The man who was the chosen one was a vampire who could control water and breathe underwater. Mom used the vampire until she became pregnant, and even went through the ritual and married the vampire. She did all of this to ensure that her child had greater potential than she did. A few years later, when Ruby was born, she killed her husband and raised Ruby on her own. And Ruby inherited the powers of both parents perfectly. She drew Ruby using her powers. Ruby could control water and ice, and she could also breathe underwater. She could also combine the 2 powers like you did now. Because of this peculiarity of our race, vampires are feared. After all, with each passing generation, vampires have the potential to surpass their parents, but unfortunately, that potential is wasted. She sighed and continued. Since she was little, Ruby has always had great power because of what happened in the past. She has the potential to surpass Scathach, but she needs to train a lot. She looks at Victor and says, what you've done now is literally impossible. You have the 3 powers of the strongest clans in the vampire world, and you've combined the powers perfectly. She looked at me. Do you understand? Yes. My mother-in-law is crazy. And you draw really bad. And my wife has better potential than my mother-in-law, and can surpass her in the future. And you draw really bad. Victor nodded with his head, indicating that he understood. That's not it. I mean. That's it, but it's not that. Ah. Lakis yelled in frustration as she held her head. She looked at Victor. And no need to say that I draw bad twice. Victor displayed a small smile when he saw Lakis' reaction. In the world of vampires. Kaguya started to explain, and I look at her. Then, realizing I was paying attention to her, she continued. All clans that hold the title of noble vampire these days have done something like that in the past. With each generation that passed, they'd make their children train to the limit, and then they'd find a partner who matched the clan's powers, and made their heirs have children. 2,000 years of selective breeding, just to create a vampire with stronger potential than the parents, although that kind of practice is quite limited because vampires have low fertility. Then she continues, and suddenly, boom. She made an exaggerated gesture with the same stoic expression on her face. You showed up and used the 3 powers of the clan of vampire counts, and you're neither a son nor an heir of those clans. You basically ignored the whole history of the clan of vampires when existing. Because of that, she said that what you did it's impossible. Lord Victor is an anomaly, his potential far surpasses most vampires out there. Victor opened his mouth in shock, and then he looked at his fists as he thought, so having these powers is considered abnormal. Victor was feeling weird, he didn't consider himself special or anything like that, but it wasn't a bad feeling. With this potential, if I train like crazy, maybe in less than a few years, can I get to my mother-in-law's level? I really want to fight her. I get it, thank you, Kaguya. I smiled gently and patted her head. Kaguya exhibited a small smile on her face. Selective breeding, huh? I put my hand on my chin, so my wives' families did that too. Huh? Pepper suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Why did you understand her confusing explanation and not mine? Lakis yelled. Victor ignored Lakis. Kaguya suddenly said, your wives' clan doesn't need to do this. Let's use Ruby as an example again. Countess Scathach was already a powerful woman when she decided to have a daughter, and when she had a daughter, the daughter was born with the potential to surpass her own mother, in the end. It all depends on the parents themselves and the children's effort. After all, the children have a better start than the parents had. I see. I don't understand something. If vampires have this quirk as a race, why aren't they stronger than other factions? Well, there are noble vampires with the same personality as Corneliu. Kaguya explained. Who? Victor thought, confused. 80% of vampires worldwide are like that man, lazy, proud, and never train. I just looked at Kaguya with a blank expression. But don't despair. 19% of vampires are workers. And only 1% are crazy about training like Lady Scathach. Vampires are fucked, 80% of the vampire population is just useless. Victor thought. Just out of curiosity, my wife Violet's mother, and my wife Sasha's mother, are they just like Scathach? Victor's eyes gleamed for a moment. They're not the same. Lady Violet's mother is narcissistic and obsessed with her husband. She tried to find better words, but in the end, she just gave up. Lady Sasha's mother. She is obsessed with gambling, and rarely trains, but with the 2 women living over 1900 years, they are powerful. But they are not on the same level as Ruby's mother. Oh. Victor looked disappointed for a moment. Why this sudden curiosity with the 2 women? Lakis was about to ask something, but suddenly Pepper yelled in a cute voice. Are you ignoring what he just said? Huh? Lakis looked at her sister. Didn't you hear? He just said my wives. She mimicked Victor's voice perfectly at the end. Oh. Lakis looked at Victor. Do you have any more wives? She asked curiously. Yes, I replied with a gentle smile. Who are they? Lakis asked with the same curiosity. Victor was going to answer the question, but... Didn't you hear? Pepper yelled again, he was talking about Violet and Sasha. Kaya. I need to tell my friends. The 3 flowers of the vampire world have been taken by a stranger. Lakis looked at her sister and said, why are you just smart for these things? Lady Pepper likes to gossip. Kaguya sighed. She's just bored. Lakis sighed too. Why don't we train? We've already talked too much, Victor suggested and started walking toward a more spacious place. Lord Victor is right, Kaguya started to follow Victor. The 2 sisters look at each other and nod, then, they follow Victor too. Some minutes later. As Victor walked through the forest, he suddenly felt his throat go dry. Ugh, he dropped to his knees on the ground, his eyes changed to blood red, and his teeth started to change and get sharper. All the symptoms that were quite common, Kaguya said. Bloodlust. This is a good time. Pepper yelled like she had a good idea, we should train bloodlust control. I disagree, Lord Victor's bloodlust is stronger than that of ordinary vampires. Therefore, the chance of him going mad is very high, Kaguya strongly disapproved. Why is his bloodlust is stronger? Pepper asked in curiosity. Something happened in the past that made him like this, Kaguya spoke ambiguously. Pepper looked at Kaguya with a cute look. So, what are we supposed to do? Lakis asked. You don't need to do anything, I'm fine. Victor stood up and forced a gentle smile on his face, but it failed miserably because his sharp teeth were showing. Kaguya looked at Victor with a stoic expression. Lord Victor, are you sure everything is alright? Hasn't your bloodlust gotten stronger compared to before? Yes, it got stronger. Victor kept walking, then he explained. Even if I wanted to quench my thirst. My wives aren't around now, and it's impossible for me to quench my thirst with common blood. That's true. Because of that nuisance, I don't want to get married. Just imagine being dependent on someone else's blood for eternity. No thanks. Lakis snorted. Victor ignored Lakis and continued walking. Kaguya looked at Lakis with a neutral expression, but she didn't say anything. I found a place with space to train, Victor said while looking at a distant place with his vision, and soon he used his speed and ran towards that place. Kaguya, who was close to Victor, just ran along with him. Pepper looked at her sister with a cute look but just shrugged and followed Victor. Huh. W behind. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 40, Violet arrived, and 2 wives meet their father-in-law. Victor's house. So. Leon puts his hand on his head as if he has a bad headache. Are you telling me my son has 2 more wives, and you are them? Why yes. Yes. Sasha stuttered a little when she spoke, she was very embarrassed. Ruby managed to respond in a more neutral tone and keep her face cool. Even though Leon had heard the confirmation from the 2 women, he still couldn't believe what he was hearing. And do you agree with that? I mean, aren't you guys jealous or something? He asked again. Ruby and Sasha look at each other, then the 2 women look at Leon. I feel jealous, but since Ruby and Violet are my childhood friends, I don't really care that much. I feel like a lot hasn't changed, and that Victor has just joined the group. Sasha spoke with a confused expression on her face. It was her honest feelings, and even though she didn't understand that feeling completely, being with Victor soothed her a lot, she felt very comfortable. It was the same feeling as when she was with Julia. Indeed. I feel the same. I'm sure if we weren't childhood friends, this situation would be much more problematic. Ruby spoke as she thought. If they were other women, would never have let them get close to my darling. Leon just looked at the two women with a shocked expression. So jealous, Leon suddenly felt a shiver in his body. He looked at his wife, and seeing the glow in her eyes, he pretended to cough. I mean, I feel jealous of how you three get together well with my son. I hope you can take care of him. Oh. Thank you. Ruby spoke. Thanks. Sasha thanked him, a little confused. Leon? Why yes, honey. He spoke with a strained smile on his face. How was your work? Anna asked with a small smile on her face. Huh. Oh. The work was good, I had little problems, but it's the usual. Anyway, I'm glad my son has two more lovely wives like you to look after him. He smiled at Ruby and Sasha. Sasha and Ruby's faces lit up, and they smiled happily. Thanks, father, Sasha said. Thanks. Ruby said. Leon couldn't help but be enchanted by the two women's smiles, but when he felt his wife's gaze intensify as if she were stabbing him in every inch of his body, he made the wisest decision he could make in this kind of situation. I have something to solve, you know, work calls. He got up from the couch and calmly walked up the stairs. I'll see you guys another day. He ran away. Nice job, father. Don't work too hard, or you might get sick. Sasha was kind. Leon stopped walking and replied looking at Sasha, I'm not going to, and thanks for your concern, Sasha. Leon went upstairs, and the moment he didn't feel his wife's gaze anymore, he crouched down on the stairs and put his ear to the wall. Then he thought, when did my son become a Chad? I know he inherited my bricklayer genes, but even I can't do something like that. A woman is already a big problem, imagine having two more. Hell no. After the initial problems and Anna's shock to learn that her son has two more wives, she accepted this situation more easily when she found that the two personalities of the women were quite agreeable. Ruby was very quiet and had a cold expression on her face all the time, but she could see that there was a very kind woman behind that cold face. Sasha was more talkative than Ruby, but she was more easily embarrassed by heartfelt compliments, and, when she called Sasha her daughter, Anna thinks she's found a new hobby of teasing Sasha. However, she will try very hard not to go overboard. That was Anna's initial impression of Sasha and Ruby. What about Leon's opinion on this subject? It doesn't matter, and Anna planned to talk to him later. Leon felt his body shiver again. Anna was a little upset with Leon, but she wasn't angry with him or anything. She was just a little frustrated with her son's sudden change, and she knew exactly how to resolve that frustration. She was thinking it would be an excellent time to give Victor a brother or sister. Leon was a very simple man. He lives life simply, and if he likes something, he accepts it. If he doesn't like something, he shows his middle finger and says, fuck you. Leon is not very good with words like his wife. He prefers to work things out with his fist. But he's sensitive enough to see when his son is in trouble and help him whenever possible. He'd rather act than talk, an honest man. And, from past experience, Leon could see from the moment he looked at Ruby and Sasha that the two were very nice women and had good personalities. They weren't women who would cause trouble for his son. Besides that, he didn't care too much. His thinking was simple, my son is an adult, and I trust him. But if I see he is going down a wrong path, I will advise him. And that same thought was shared by Anna, Victor's mother. Basement of Victor's house. Somehow it worked out. Sasha sat on the couch. She was mentally drained. I never want to do this again. I never thought it would be so tiring. She seemed to be melting on the couch. Ruby sat on the couch and crossed her legs elegantly. Why yes, everything went according to plan. She stuttered a little. Sasha looked at Ruby out of the corner of her eye. She didn't even feel like pointing it out to Ruby right now. Natalia suddenly appears and brings a cup of tea that contains a red liquid inside. Thanks, but I don't want dash. Ruby was going to refuse the tea. She didn't want to drink someone else's blood, but she stopped talking when she smelled the blood. This is my darling's blood. She swallowed hard. Sasha opens her eyes and looks into her cup of tea, her face suddenly twisting in disgust. When did you get this? Ruby asked curiously. When Lord Victor was sleeping, I collected some of his blood. Natalia smiled gently. Ruby looked at Natalia with a cold face. That's impossible. No one enters my darling's room without me or Sasha and Violet noticing. Oh, she used her powers. Is it okay to use your powers for something so insignificant? She asked, a little unsure. I have power, why shouldn't I use it any way I want? Natalia replied. Ruby agreed with Natalia's reasoning. Are you going to take this? I wouldn't recommend it, Sasha suddenly spoke up. Why? Ruby asked, confused. Sasha explains, although it's my husband's blood, for some reason the blood tastes really bad, it felt like I was eating spoiled food, it's better to drink straight from the source. Oh. You have tried? Ruby asked and complained a little, don't treat our husband like he's a blood factory. I'm kidding, you need to relax more, Ruby, Sasha said. Humph, Ruby snorted, and for a few seconds, the two mounds swayed in a way that could mesmerize any straight man. Sasha rolled her eyes again, answering your question. Yes, I took the blood, and to this day, I regret drinking that blood. She had never felt so much like vomiting in her life. Natalia looks at Ruby with a gentle smile on her face. Will Lady Ruby want tea? Ruby looks at Natalia with a blank expression. No. I don't want to, she refused. Although the smell was appealing, she decided to trust Sasha. Oh, that's too bad, Natalia commented as she removed her tea and walked towards the kitchen. For a moment, she looked at Maria and thought, this maid. She's just not doing anything, right? And she doesn't even say anything either. Should I put her to work? Let's go back home. Ruby asked Sasha. Yes, let's go back, Sasha agreed and got up from the couch, but soon Sasha, Maria, Ruby, and Natalia looked to the middle of the room. A magic circle suddenly appears in the middle of the room. Hey! 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 I came back with shocking information. The witch June appeared with a smile on her face. Current location, north in the territory of Countess Scat Hack Scarlet. Front of the Scat Hack mansion. Finally, I arrived. Violet squealed in frustration as she looked at the mansion entrance that was a grand old looking gate. Because of Natalia, I had to run from the south to the north. Damn, why didn't Natalia open the portal to Ruby's house? She was angry again, but then she sighs. As usual, this place is quite desolate. She looks around and sees only forests and snow-covered mountains. I never understood why that old hag chose her personal home in such a secluded place. Tisk, tisk, Violet heard a woman's voice. You never learn, brat. Violet looks up and sees Scat Hack standing horizontally against her gate wall. Where's Victor? Violet asked impatiently. Scat Hack drops to the ground and responds, he's training with Pepper. What? Violet screamed in horror. She remembers Pepper's appearance. That bitch is going to seduce my darling. I will kill her. Violet's eyes started to change to red, and her teeth began to get sharp. Seeing Violet's face, Scat Hack approaches Violet and hits her on the head. Ouch. Violet puts her hand on her head and glares at Scat Hack angrily. What was that dash? Stop your paranoia, brat. Don't you trust your husband? Of course I trust him. I don't trust your daughter. Violet yelled. She points a finger at Scat and continues, your daughters were raised by you. They can at any time kidnap my husband and do this and that to him. Makes sense. Scat has always raised her daughters to be strong and independent women. Of course, her upbringing is quite questionable these days. Scat turned around and entered her house. He's in the forest. Violet's eyes flashed red, and then she was gone. Previous index next. User comments. Right wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 41, The Greedy Witch. If you came back, then you must have found something, correct? Natalia asked the witch June. Yes, June laughed. She looked very pleased. Did you hire her? Ruby asked Natalia. Natalia nodded in agreement. Oh, I vaguely remember she said that. But I was really busy at the time, Sasha said. June rolled her eyes when she heard Sasha's words. She thought, of course, you were busy, you were sucking your husband's blood. Lady Ruby, what are you doing here? June asked. Can't I be at my darling's house? Ruby asked in a cold tone. Yes, you dash, huh? June opened her mouth in shock as she looked at Ruby. What you said? I think I heard wrong. June wiped her ear a little. Ruby raised an eyebrow. What? Is it so amazing, me being in a relationship? I don't think she's talking about that, Sasha commented. Huh? Ruby didn't understand. She looked at Sasha and only saw her friend's neutral face. June looked at Ruby, and then she looked at Sasha. She repeated this process a few times and thought, as expected. My intuition was correct. That man has a great future. Her eyes changed to the money symbol. Seeing June's reaction, Natalia knew what the greedy witch was thinking. June. What did you find out? Huh? Oh, give me a sec. She made some gestures with her hand, and soon a big magic circle appeared in the middle of the room. The magic circle began to grow, and slowly images began to be created. Oh. Natalia looked at the magic circle with interest. Soon the image of Lucy and Karen appeared in the magic circle. June points to Lucy and starts giving her report. Lucy, a noble vampire sought out by the Inquisition, personality, liar, cautious, cunning, proud and hardworking. He has a love affair with his partner Karen, a vampire who pretends to be Lucy's subordinate, but the woman's true identity is a noble talent scout. The image shifted and focused only on Karen. Oh. Ruby is interested. She looks at Karen. Which clan does she serve? June looked at Ruby. She serves Clan Horseman. Who? I've never heard of it, Ruby said. Neither have I, Sasha added. Excuse my rude words, but... Are you living in a cave? June commented in disbelief. Well, we've been busy these days. Sasha didn't mind and replied. Yes. A lot happened in a short time, Ruby added. June sighed. This information will be free, consider it a kind gesture. She looked at Sasha. The Horseman clan is the family that took the title vampire count from Lady Sasha's family. Sasha opened her eyes wide. Ruby's eyes cooled further, and she looked at June. How do you know that? That was supposed to be confidential information. Natalia asked curiously. Huh. There's no such thing as a confidential subject when it comes to witches. June snorted. In the witch world, anything can be bought with money, even that kind of information. She smiled and continued, it cost me a lot of money, but I managed to get in touch with the witch the Horseman clan hired, and she sold all the details. Natalia just continued with the same gentle smile on her face and didn't answer anything. Witch. I have a question for you. June felt her body shiver as she heard Ruby's words. What? Did you sell the information on my darling? The air around Ruby began to grow colder, and slowly her eyes began to change to blood red. Answer me. I didn't sell any information about Victor. I am not a fool. I don't want to provoke that crazy woman. June quickly spoke. Ruby continued to stare at June. She was looking for some lie in the witch's face, but all she saw was genuine fear. Sasha has woken up from her stupor and looks at June with neutral eyes. You also know about Scat kidnapping my husband. Yes, I know. A few hours ago, I received a contact from an informant who spotted Countess Scat carrying a man like a sack of potatoes to her residence, and, from the characteristics of the man the informant gave me, I could deduce that it was Victor. Although after that, I lost contact with this informant. Give up on this informant, he's probably buried 7 feet under the earth now, Ruby spoke in the same tone of voice. She controlled her emotions, and soon the air around her started to return to normal. June nodded in agreement. She knew Scat personality. The crazy woman was just too famous. He probably died. Sigh, I need to find another informant in the vampire world. June is a talented witch. Few witches can do what she did now. Natalia complimented her, smiling gently. Thank you. June flashed a satisfied smile. Ruby and Sasha just rolled their eyes when they saw June smile. So? What did you find out about Lucy? Natalia asked. June makes a few gestures with her hand, and slowly the image of Lucy and Karen changes, and soon a huge coffin appears. The coffin was pure white, with a black crucifix symbol in the middle of the coffin. What is that? Sasha asked. This is the finger of Saint Mary, June replied, then she continued. A sacred church artifact, that's all I know. I couldn't find anything else. For me to know the contents inside that coffin, I would need to take more risks. I would also need more money and connections that I don't have right now. This job is way above what I'm able to offer. I don't want to risk my neck and provoke the Horseman clan. The money offered is just too low for me to take that risk, she thought. As Lady Natalia paid a high price, I compensated these services with all of Lucy's information and what he's planning to do. She took a flash drive from her pocket and threw it in Natalia's direction. This is all I can do with my current abilities. She was surprisingly honest. You did more than enough, June, Natalia spoke with a gentle smile on her face. She takes a cell phone from her pocket, types something on the cell phone, and says, done. June feels her cell phone vibrating in her pocket. She quickly takes her cell phone. When she sees that the money has fallen into her account, she starts drooling while staring at the number on her cell phone screen. 10 digits. Holy fuck. She cried out in emotion. June, you're drooling. Natalia commented. Oh. She quickly wipes her face and looks at Natalia suspiciously. Why did you pay me more than agreed? I will not refund the money. With the same gentle smile on her face, Natalia said, this money is for another job. Oh. What's the job? June was looking at Natalia as if she were a golden hen. I want you to investigate the Horseman clan for Lady Sasha. Huh. June's face darkened in horror. Suddenly the gentle smile on Natalia's face seemed to become an evil smile. That was a trap. I will die. From the rumors I've heard from that clan, I'm 100% sure I'm going to die. They are crazy. Natalia. Sasha didn't understand why she did it. Natalia looked at Sasha. I know Lady Sasha is curious about the matter, and with your family's current situation, you can't hire a witch for that kind of service. Thank you, Natalia. I'll remember that, Sasha thanked. Ruby crosses her legs and looks at Natalia with curious eyes. She was thinking of doing this for Sasha. After all, Ruby doesn't lack money, but as Natalia took the initiative, she was silent. This maid seemed to have a plan too. Natalia kept smiling. She looked at June, who had a face that looked like she made the biggest mistake of her life. You already received the money, right? And a witch who accepted the payment can't go back, right? Tell me. Are you going to break the rules? Ugh, June seemed to fade when she saw Natalia's gentle smile. But there's another witch in that place. Because of that, I can't do this job. After all, it would break rule number 1 about being a witch. With the same smile on her face, Natalia said, rule number 1, a witch must not come in conflict with another witch. If the witch's employer is an enemy of an individual who is hiring another witch, both witches must abandon their duty immediately. June's face just darkened, and it darkened more every time she heard Natalia's words. Strange. She put on a confused face. Did I ever tell you to come into conflict with clan horsemen? She looked at June and smiled kindly. I remember what I said. I want you to investigate the horseman clan for Lady Sasha. At no time did I tell you to attack them or something, did I? And no. You didn't say. See? I expect good news from you. Ugh, seeing Natalia's gentle smile, June seemed to have received several damages to her body. Not wanting to stay in this place anymore, she makes some gestures with her hands, and soon a magic circle appears at her feet. When June left, silence fell in the room. You're amazingly evil for someone who always has a kind smile on their face, Maria, who was silent, said. Oh. Natalia looked at Maria. I have to agree with Maria on this, Ruby said. By asking her to investigate the horseman clan, conflict will eventually ensue. However, as I am not your master, I cannot order you. I hope that you know what you're doing. Understanding the warning contained in Ruby's words, she spoke. I know. Don't worry, Lady Ruby. Soon, she looks at Maria. What happened? I thought you were going to be silent forever. Nothing happened, Maria said in a cold tone. Then she continued, I was just curious about the sacred artifact. I see, Natalia said and then walked towards a table and, when she got close to the table, saw a laptop she used when she was bored. She sits on the chair. Let's see what's inside this flash drive. Sasha looked at Maria. I don't know what that artifact is, and I don't care either, but one thing I'm sure of. Her smile widened in a distorted way. Carlos is looking for this artifact. Maria reacted a little when she heard Carlos' name. She looks at Sasha and seeing the look on her face, she sighed. I don't regret setting a trap and killing that maid. After all, that was just work. Sasha looked at Maria neutrally, but pure hatred could be seen in her eyes. 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 42, Now You Understand Me. Maria looked at Sasha and continued. I don't know about the other vampire hunters, but for Carlos and me, we just treated it like a job. We had no personal grudge or special reason to hunt vampires. Carlos and I grew up in a poor area of New Jersey, Camden. We were both orphans. Ruby and Natalia looked at Maria with curiosity. 2 orphans surviving on the street, we could barely survive day to day, and to make matters worse, I was a girl. She spoke the last part with a bit of hatred. What would eventually happen to me was obvious. I could only maintain my purity because Carlos defended me tooth and nail. He was always more developed than the people around. Despite being only 10 years old, he was stronger and faster than an ordinary human. At the time, I didn't know. I just came to find out what this abnormality of Carlos was in the future. He was a man who had the potential that the priests talked about so much. He could more easily access the energy of God. To access this power, you need to have faith in something. I don't know what Carlos's faith was when he was younger. He never told me. But one thing was undeniable. He was strong. She sighed. We survived on the street for 13 years. We stole, we killed for each other, we survived. Until one day, a priest approached us and offered us shelter. At first, we didn't believe in the priest, but something happened that made us trust the priest. She made a face that said she didn't want to talk too much about this. It was in that church that the priest discovered Carlos' potential. I remember that, at the time, the priest seemed very happy. Of course, I was happy for Carlos too, but I was also afraid. I was afraid of separating from him. I also auditioned to find out if I had the potential to become a slayer, and unfortunately, I didn't have the same potential as Carlos, but I had something more special. She looked at Sasha, and slowly her blue eyes darkened. I had faith. I had faith in Carlos. And, because of that faith, I was able to use the hunter's powers, despite not believing in God. I believed in Carlos. For me, he was my God. Maria makes a gesture with her hand, and then strands, almost invisible to the naked eye, began to dance around as if protecting her. My power is much weaker than common hunters, especially if I'm comparing my power to Carlos, but one thing is for sure. If a vampire is trapped by my threads, it's an arduous task to break free. Because of that, I knew I needed to be smarter and work on trapping. I was the brain, and Carlos was the muscle. A moment of silence fell around. Is this supposed to move me or something? Sasha asked neutrally with the same look. No. Maria denied it. She undid her power and looked at Sasha. All I did was to survive. The hunting job was good, and we just had to kill the monsters of the church, and in return, we would earn a lot of money, but living a little with you and observing your daily life, I could see that you are no different from humans. Sometimes. A thought pops into my head. Could I have done things differently? She spoke and continued. But when I look back on my living conditions, I realized that I had no other alternative. Either I would become a hunter and earn enough money to be independent, or I would enter the criminal world. After all, I already had hands stained with human blood. And I don't regret the decisions I made. I did what I did just to survive. And now, I'm suffering the consequences of my actions. But, she bites her lip, just don't kill Carlos. Please, he's all I have left. Small tears threaten to fall from Maria's face. Sasha looks at Maria with a neutral face. Ruby and Natalia look at Sasha and wait for her answer. Just imagine. Sasha started to speak. She took a deep breath and held the hatred in her heart that threatened to explode. Maria continued to look at Sasha. Just imagine, you went out to solve a little problem with your friends. Then, when the problem is solved, you decide to return home, and the moment you enter your home, your precious home that should be the safest place, a place for you to lie down and relax. You find the dead body of your god. Maria was silent. And if that wasn't enough, imagine that the enemy who killed your god just did it because it was a job? Sasha asked. Tell me. Sasha's eyes were glowing blood red. How would you feel? Maria remained silent. She bit her lip and didn't answer Sasha's question. Unable to hold the hate in her heart, lightning began to cover Sasha's body, and she roared. Tell me. How would you feel? Ugh, Ruby and Natalia put their hands over their ears when they hear the lightning's noise. Maria bites her lip harder and responds in a troubled but honest voice. I would feel hate, I would feel a sense of loss, I would feel empty, she replied. Would you forgive the murderer of your precious god? I wouldn't. Maria clenched her fists tightly, but in the end, she just sighed and felt very tired. See? Now you understand me. Sasha spoke in a neutral tone with a distorted smile of hate. Maria didn't answer anymore, she just turned and walked towards the kitchen. Sasha continued to watch Maria's back until she was out of her sight. Natalia. She lowered her face a little, and her blonde hair covered her face. Yes, Lady Sasha. Open the gate to Ruby's house. She spoke neutrally. Natalia nods and snaps her finger, done. Sasha nods, she gets up from the couch and walks to the door. I'm going ahead, Ruby, she spoke without turning her back. Okay, I'll go after I get some business done at college, Ruby said. Sasha opens the door, and soon a galaxy-like portal appeared. Sasha entered the portal and soon disappeared from the two women's view. When Sasha left, Ruby spoke aloud to herself, in the end, there is no good and bad, there are only consequences of your actions, huh? It looks like you're correct. Mother. Lady Ruby? Something happened? Ruby looks at Natalia, nothing happened. I'm going to sleep a bit, I'm a little tired. Ruby gets up from the couch and walks towards the exit. Natalia gets up from her chair and walks towards the kitchen. By the time she enters the kitchen, she sees Maria kneeling on the floor in a fetal position. She was in a corner of the kitchen crying silently. Sigh. She sighed and said to herself in a low voice, I'm not good with these sentimental things. Current location, Lucy's hideout. Karen walked into Lucy's office and said, we've been compromised. However, she didn't look worried. Indeed, this was to be expected. So what data did the attacker steal? Lucy, who was sitting in a chair behind an office desk, spoke. Only our basic plans. Good. Lucy smiled, do we know about our little mouse? We couldn't register anything, the intruder suddenly appeared and disappeared with the data, Karen replied. Lucy puts his hand on his chin, being's able to go underground in a building and walk through an armored vault without being detected. Witches. And it's not just any witch, he said. Indeed. I had the same conclusion, Karen replied. Lucy shrugged, well, wolves would leave more trails, and noble vampires capable of doing something like that would just storm through the front door, witches would be the most obvious conclusion. Lucy showed a slight smile on his face, our plan is almost complete, soon we will have the power to join the nobility of vampires. Karen nodded, then she spoke. The Horseman clan sent reinforcements. Oh. They will finally act, I think they are desperate for allies. Yes, they are. Lucy looked at Karen. Why that face? Did something happen? He asked. Yes, it's okay, I just feel that something is wrong, she said. Why? The reinforcement that Clan Horseman has sent are the 3 heir sons of the clan. Huh. Lucy didn't understand. What is that man thinking? Why did he send his children to this place? Lucy asked out loud as he tapped his finger on the table. Maybe for protection. Karen deduced, they've won everything that belongs to Clan Fulger, but Clan Fulger's allies are surprisingly loyal to that woman. I've also heard rumors that that woman's sister is planning a game against Clan Horseman. There are rumors that Countess Agnes Snow is not satisfied with this gross shift in power. What are the movements of the royal family? He asked. Uncertain. I think they're going to be neutral about all of this. He's being attacked from all sides, huh? Lucy spoke after thinking a little. Yes. Karen replied. Well. No matter what that man's plan is, we just have to hurry our preparations and complete the ritual. I don't want to share the artifact's power with those heirs, Lucy replied with a greedy smile. Me neither, Karen replied with the same smile as Lucy. Previous index next. Copyright 2024 Light Novel Vampires Chapter 43, Darling. Darling. A woman's voice was heard throughout the forest. That voice. Kaguya whispered. Fway. Pepper was startled by the sudden voice. Victor stops what he's doing and looks in one direction with a smile on his face, then he opens his arms and waits patiently. What is he doing? Lakis asked curiously. Kaguya looked at Lakis and replied in a neutral tone, taming a stalker. Huh. Lakis didn't understand. Something is coming at a fast speed, Pepper warned in a gentle tone. Before Lakis could ask Pepper anything, a long white-haired rocket hit Victor. Boom. Victor was thrown towards the trees, which broke with relative ease, but throughout the shock of the white rocket, he never stopped smiling. Lying on the forest floor, he lifted his head and looked into Violet's face, then he said, welcome back, honey. He ignored the small deforestation this reunion had caused. He lifts his arm, then starts stroking Violet's head. Violet's face took on a crazed expression, ah, darling. She puts her face on Victor's chest and continues to talk like a broken record that repeated the same words over and over again. Darling. 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 Victor just continued stroking Violet's hair with a smile on his face. I missed you, he said. Me too. I was worried that these by dash, before she could finish, she heard someone's words. Oya? Who are you? Lakis asked. Tisk, Violet looked at Lakis with an ugly expression, but soon her expression became calmer when she felt Victor's caresses. Idiot. She is the heiress of Clan Snow, she is friends with Ruby. Pepper yelled in a voice cute. Who? Lakis turned her head in confusion. Pepper just looked at Lakis with a disbelieving look. You should socialize more, sister. Lakis snorted, I prefer training and sleeping, socializing is for the weak. You only say that because you're bad at socializing. Lakis used her right to remain silent. Lady Violet. You took longer than expected, Kaguya said. Violet looked at Kaguya, then she smiled, good job, Kaguya. As expected of you. I'm going to raise your salary. Kaguya exhibited a small smile and placed her hand respectfully on her chest. Your words are an honor, Lady Violet. Victor sits on the floor, hugs Violet, and starts to smell her, then he smells an unknown smell, a man. Hi, Pepper seems startled by something, and she quickly hides behind her sister. What's it? Lakis asked, looking at her sister. And nothing. Pepper refused to speak. Tell me, honey. Did you meet anyone on the way here? Violet turns her face to Victor, and suddenly her body shudders, but it wasn't out of fear, it was something else. She flashes a big distorted smile and replies. Yes, I found my father and mother. Oh. Victor's face returned to normal, and he smiled gently. How was your visit to your family? He started stroking her head again. Violet thinks for a moment and replies, my mom is still a narcissistic bitch, and my dad is still sick. Oh, Victor didn't know what to say when he heard Violet, but he had a doubt, can vampires get sick? And my dad wants to meet you, is that okay with you? She looked a little hesitant. It's alright, this is a good opportunity to meet your family. He spoke lightly. I see, she flashed a happy smile. But before that, I should get back to training. Victor stood up while holding Violet like a princess, then he leaves her on the ground and looks at Lakis. Let's continue. Lakis exhibited a thirsty smile and said, of course. Victor walks to where he was, with Lakis following him. Did I miss something? Violet asked as she looked at Lakis with dark eyes. Lady Violet, calm down first, Kaguya said. Huh. I'm calm, look at my face, I'm calm, alright? She smiled with her sharp teeth bared. Sigh. Kaguya took a long breath and placed a hand on her brow. Lord Victor is training with Lady Lakis. We found that the best way for him to learn the basics is through fighting, Kaguya began to explain. Oh, explain more, Violet was interested. We did a lot of tests with Victor, but in the end, he can't learn by logic, Pepper replied in Kaguya's place. Violet looks at Pepper and, when she looked at Pepper's breasts, clicked her tongue in annoyance. Why does all that witch's family have these big breasts? They're not even her real daughters. Darling, isn't stupid? Why isn't he learning by logic? Violet asked as she tried to ignore Pepper's melons swaying with every simple move she made. Darling. Pepper's face turned red and, as smoke started to come out of her head, she began to mutter at supernatural speed. She seemed to enter her own world. Violet didn't understand Pepper's reaction. Yes, Lord Victor is not stupid. But he is very different from ordinary noble vampires, Kaguya continued. I know he's not normal after all, he's my darling. Violet displayed a proud smile. Kaguya holds back the urge to sigh again and continues, when noble vampires go to do an action that, for our species would be commonplace, they succeed naturally, right? Yes, Violet remembers that it was the same with her. Lord Victor doesn't work like that. If he tries to do a simple action, some explosion of power will always happen. He looks like a battery that contains a lot of power and never gets discharged. Because of that, he can't control his power to learn the basics. Boom. Victor was suddenly thrown into the sky by Lakis. Ha 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 ha. He seems to be enjoying himself. Violet was a little annoyed. While he was in the sky, he suddenly made a move. Victor kicked the air and launched himself towards the ground, and, when he did that, Violet could see that pure fire had gone out as he kicked the air. And when he was falling towards the ground, his body started to be covered by lightning, and when he landed on the ground, a little ice explosion happened. What in the seven hells was that? Violet asked in disbelief. As Lady Violet can see, any small actions Victor does, he unconsciously releases his powers and, because of that, he can't learn the basic skills of a vampire. Kaguya looks at Victor, struggling with a small shock in her heart. Didn't he notice? He's combining his powers perfectly. Is that what people call a genius? Victor went into combat again with Lakis. The red-haired vampire had a slight smile on her face as she used only her physical strength to fight. Although sometimes, she had to use her fog powers to defend herself from the flames Victor unleashed. After all, these flames were dangerous even to her, who was a vampire that was over 400 years old. Unlike Pepper and Ruby, Lakis didn't have the power of water or ice. However, Lakis had the power to control the mist, and she generally uses that power to confuse enemies and flee. Small explosions can be heard and Victor and Lakis engage in combat. He always seems to be at full power and never gets tired, so we decided he should get tired first. Pepper recovered and spoke in a cute voice. As Lady Lakis had nothing to do, we decided she should fight Victor, but while the two of them were fighting, we found that he learns faster by fighting than explaining. Kaguya finished explaining. In the beginning, he wasn't managing to keep up with Lakis, but slowly, he started to get used to his body. Now, he can give Lakis a decent fight. He's getting better really fast, Kaguya said. As expected from my darling. Violet spoke with pride. He reminds me a bit of my mother. Pepper commented with her finger on her cheek as she looked at Victor, who had a big smile on his face. How rude, he's not crazy, and an old hag, Violet huffed. That was not what I meant. Pepper yelled, seeing that Violet ignored her, her cheeks starting to turn squirrel-like, then she turned away, humph. Boing. Boing. Veins started popping in Violet and Kaguya's heads. This bitch. Is she teasing me? Violet growled. Calm down, Lady Violet, we must not commit murder here, we must take her to a dark alley first, Kaguya suggested with a stoic expression. Oh, that's a good idea. Violet smiled dangerously. Pepper felt a shiver in her body, and since her instincts had always been good, she decided to slowly back away from Violet and Kaguya. Silently. She whispered as she walked away. But she didn't expect a big body to fly towards her. Kya. She screamed in fear as her body collided with Victor's. Oh. I'm sorry, sister, Lakis said a little regretfully. Ouch, Victor puts his hand on his head, this power to become mist is annoying, he spoke annoyed, but the smile never left his face, every time I go to hit her, her body turns in fog, and she runs away, it's very slippery. I feel like I'm doing something wrong, but I don't know what it is. Feeling a heaviness on his chest, Victor looks down and sees Pepper's red face lying on his chest. It's decided. I'm going to kill this one, bitch. Pure fire started to come out of Violet's body. When Violet was going to run towards Pepper and Victor, she was suddenly immobilized by Kaguya. Let go of me, Kaguya. Violet began to struggle. Although the idea of killing Pepper is interesting, I can't let Lady Violet do that, what just happened was clearly an accident. Kaguya spoke in a neutral tone. Wah 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 wah. I'm sorry, Pepper was about to say something, but suddenly Victor stood up while holding Pepper like a princess. Fway. Pepper didn't know what to say, so she was silent as her face was completely red. He puts Pepper on the floor and pats Pepper's clothes to dust them off, then, finishing knocking the dust off of Pepper's body, he squats down a little and puts his face level with Pepper's face. That is something he's needed to do a lot lately, being 195 centimeters tall has its downsides. Then he says, smiling gently, don't be too inattentive while two people are fighting, okay? He appeared to be talking to a small child. Pepper nodded. Good, soon, he gets up and looks at Lakis with eyes glowing red, his smile changed from a gentle smile to a distorted smile, let's continue. Yeah, Lakis agreed. Kaguya and Violet were speechless when they saw Victor's attitude, they expected him to react differently when Pepper fell on him with those two melons, but why did he treat Pepper like a child? For God's sake, she's over 100 years old. Previous index next. Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 44, together. A few hours later, Victor was still fighting Lakis, and he didn't seem to be tired. Victor was still glowing with energy, and he felt like he could fight for as long as it took. He looked like a child who was very excited about his toy. He's getting better too fast, actually, he's making fewer useless moves. How is this possible? He never fought from what I remember, Violet spoke as she placed her hand on her chin, she watched Victor for a long time. And she clearly remembers that he never practiced martial arts, self-defense training with that wolf doesn't count as martial arts, after all, that's just self-defense, I don't understand this absurd progress. This is not as unusual as you think. Violet is startled by the sudden voice, and she looks up, old witch. Don't scare me like that. Scat Haka's face distorts for a few seconds, she suddenly moves at a speed Violet can't react to, then she hits Violet's head with her fist. Ouch. Violet held her head, what are you doing, witch dash? Scat Hak hits Violet's head again. You never learn, huh? Do you have chicken brains? Respect your elders. See? You, yourself, said you were old. Violet stuck out her tongue. Scat Hak looked at Violet with a neutral expression. You're actually a lot like your mom when she was younger. She looks at Victor and continues, although your mom never had eyes for potential, you seem to be different. Of course, my darling has potential. He's my darling. Scat looks at Violet's smug face with a blank expression. I take it back, you really are just like your mother. Huh. I'm different from her, she was about to say something, but suddenly she turned her face towards Scat mansion. Oh. Scat flashed a curious smile when she saw Victor stop his training and look toward her mansion. Sasha, Victor, and Violet spoke in unison. Huh. Why did you stop Victor? Lakis asked curiously. Interesting, no matter how many times I see it, this is really something curious. Due to the magic in the ritual, their connection must have gotten stronger, and it seems that it wasn't only the connection that got stronger. Scat eyes seemed to glow blood red for a few seconds as she looked at Victor. Victor ignores Lakis, closes his eyes, and senses Sasha's messed up emotional state, and soon he sends his worried feelings towards her. Sasha, who just arrived at Scat mansion, looked towards the forest, darling. Then, sensing the emotions that Victor sent, she displays a small gentle smile, she closes her eyes and sends her thoughts, saying, it's all well. Another intruder, today has been a strange day, so many visitors. Oh, it's Lady Sasha. Sienna suddenly appeared. Sasha's gentle smile fades from her face, and she assumes a neutral expression. Sienna, it has been a while since we have seen each other. Indeed. I know it's useless to ask this, but what are you doing here? I came to see my husband, Sasha said. As expected, she sighed, she flips her hair to her back and says, do you want some advice? No, thank you. Sasha turned her face away and started walking towards the forest. Sienna just gaped when she saw Sasha rejecting her goodwill. She disappears and appears beside Sasha. What? I'm in a hurry. Sasha looked at Sienna. Listen to me, young people these days are very rushed. She sighed, then she continued, in vampire history, there has never been a man who was married to 3 heiresses from powerful families. She was going to start giving a sermon on Sasha. Yes. Sasha interrupted Sienna, if the younger vampires find out about this, they'll be jealous, and if the older vampires find out about it, they'll think the 3 most powerful families are lying, blah, blah. Sasha looks coldly at Sienna, are you treating me like a child? I know what I'm doing, and if a problem happens, my husband and I will fix it. So your advice is useless, and you keep losing time telling me this nonsense. And, are you going to look for a man to put out your fire? Sienna's eyes flashed blood red, she was clearly annoyed. It looks like you're not having a good time, something must have happened. Sasha huffed, yeah, something happened. My family lost everything that was built for 2,000 years because of my whore mother, and the woman I consider my real mother died, murdered by church dogs. So yes, something happened, and I'm sorry if I didn't want to hear your bullshit. Sienna looked sympathetically towards Sasha, and that made Sasha angrier. Calm down, she's not to blame, you know that, she heard Victor's voice. Sasha bites her lip and clenches her fist tightly, then, she lets out a big sigh. She looks at Sienna with a regretful expression, I'm sorry, Sienna. But I'm not having a good time right now, okay? I just want to see my husband. I figured that out, and don't worry about what happened, I know what it's like to take anger out on someone who is innocent. Sienna was very understanding. Okay. Anyway, do you need something? Sasha asked. I'll talk to you later, go see your husband. Sienna spoke the last word with a bit of disgust. Sasha's eyes changed to blood red as she saw the obvious contempt for Victor. But since she didn't want to conflict with Ruby's sister, she just turned her face away and started walking towards Victor. Seeing Sasha's reaction and remembering her own mother's reaction, Sienna's curiosity about Victor started to grow again, but also a feeling of disgust grew. How can they marry cattle? That's disgusting. She spoke as her body shuddered. Unlike Lakis and Pepper, Sienna learned of Victor's origin through conversations with Scat herself. After all, as Scat eldest daughter, she always helped her mother in whatever she needed. Scat was a strong vampire, but she didn't care much for democracy or dialogue. She wasn't like that in the past, but she started to get numb the longer she lived. Now, she doesn't like to waste time on dialogue, and generally, she just does what she wants. Because of that, Sienna's assistance was needed. Scat needed someone to take responsibility for her territory and someone to clean up her mess whenever she needed it. And, since Sienna has a lot of respect for her mother, she did this job with a smile on her face. Besides, it's not like this job was bad, she has all the power that someone with the Vampire Earl title can have, and that influence is something she liked. I need to get back to work, Sienna spoke aloud as she started walking towards a place. Hey, witch. What do you mean that this is not unusual? Violet said as she was looking at Victor, who was fighting Lakis. Scat looked at Violet with a tired expression. Sigh, is your brain really rotten? She sighed. Violet ignored it and continued, I know my darling is awesome, after all, he is my darling. She smiled proudly. But I also know that what he's doing isn't normal. I think. Scat rolled her eyes, and then she looks at Victor. What he is doing now, fighting and learning while fighting, is not uncommon. Many warriors in the past have done this, and I can count on my finger the warriors who had this ability, warriors like Siu Chulin, Hercules, Arthur Pendragon, Lancelot, etc. Violet looked at Scat in disbelief. You are really old. Scat makes a fist and hits Violet on the head again. Ouch. My head. She holds her head in pain. Scat looks at her fist. Now that I think about it, maybe I'm to blame for your being so stupid. Hitting you on the head since you were a little girl must have caused it. And there's your mother's genes in your blood too. Stop hitting my head. Violet grumbled. Countess Scat seems to have a very high opinion of Lord Victor, Kaguya said curiously. Scat ignored Violet and looked at Kaguya. The ritual changed him. He was turned into a vampire, but not an ordinary vampire. Because of his blood, he became something else. She looked at Victor with a distorted smile on her face, and at the same time, he received the potential of 3 bloodlines. Clan Snow, Clan Scarlet, and Clan Fulgur, Kaguya said. We can ignore Clan Snow and Clan Fulgur. After all, one is a stupid woman, and the other is a useless woman who likes to bet, and in the end, she always lost the bet. Scat spoke in disdain. With just my bloodline alone, he could become very powerful, but, as he has these extra bloodlines, he can become even stronger. And, to improve his personality, he reminds me of me when I was younger. Her smile seemed to distort even more. I'm looking forward to the future. Seeing Scat distorted smile, Kaguya couldn't help thinking it was a bad idea to let Scat find out about Victor. I agree that my mother is a useless bitch, but my father is in my clan too. Scat looks at Violet with a disinterested expression, a man who has been exploited all his life? A man with the only quality of being handsome? A man who exists only to satisfy his mother's vanity? Boring. Previous index next. User comments. Right, 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 45, Insanity? Wrong, I'm sane. Violet wasn't offended by what Scat said, she was used to the woman's dirty mouth, but she couldn't help asking. You seem to know my father. Of course I know that man, in the past his mother asked me to save him from 2 strong women. What were their names again? I forget, they are not important anyway. Violet started to think about what she heard. She had suspicions that something like that happened to her father in the past. After all, he was very handsome, and that powerless beauty was just a curse. The 2 women were strong, but I couldn't even enjoy myself for very long. Well, seeing your mother, who was a psycho bitch, bending over to me for my help, was a satisfying thing to see. She smiled with some amusement. I'd like to see that. Violet flashed a smile. Kaguya looked, with an expressionless face, at Violet, and she couldn't help but comment. Is Lady Violet really Countess Agnes' daughter? Violet looked at Kaguya. Yes, I am, but my mom is a very narcissistic woman. I grew up hearing the same words about how she was beautiful, how she was hot, it was fucking annoying. Thinking back to the past, Kaguya nodded in agreement. I feel bad for you, Scat Hack commented with a small smile on her face. It was obvious she was enjoying herself. Humph, Violet snorted. Victor. What is that? Hearing Pepper's curious scream, the 3 women look towards Victor. Soon they see something that shocks them. Victor was covered in lightning, his right arm was covered in pure ice, and his left arm was covered in fire. It worked, I knew something was wrong. Thank you, Lakis, Victor said, smiling at Lakis. Huh. Lakis was confused, but I didn't teach you anything, I just hit you. I learned a lot by watching the way you use your fog powers, he explained. Lakis looked at Victor in shock. Interesting. Scat Hack suddenly appeared beside Victor and looked him up and down as if sizing him up. Did you manage to find your balance? She spoke as her eyes glowed red. Wrong. Victor shook his head, my powers aren't balanced. I'm using 80% of the lightning all over my body and 10% of the fire and ice in my arms. Oh. Scat Hack's smile grew a little. While I was fighting Lakis, I discovered several things about my own power. Victor's body suddenly returns to normal, and soon his body starts to catch fire. Fire is a very easy power to control, but if I just use fire, I start to feel angry, and any little things that happen, I get easily irritated. Victor was giving a much more intense feeling than usual as he spoke those words. This is normal, Violet said as she walked to Victor's side. What do you mean? Lakis asked curiously. The characteristic of my family's power is to amplify anger and any strong emotions the individual is feeling. For example, if I get jealous now, that jealousy of mine will be amplified by my power, Violet explained. Because of that, sometimes, I lose control of my emotions. Isn't that just an excuse for your twisted personality? Pepper asked in a cute voice. Violet looked at Pepper with a neutral face. Sensing a bad feeling and fearing for her own safety, Pepper silently hid behind her mother. Victor flashed a small smile when he saw Violet's interaction with Pepper. The fire disappears from his body, and soon his body starts to get covered in ice. Secondly, ice is very difficult to control, and if I use it too long, I start to feel a feeling of indifference. I become very listless. He spoke in a cold, indifferent voice. Well, that's the hallmark of my power, though it doesn't affect me that much. Scat Hack spoke with a small smile on her face. Violet rolled her eyes. Of course, it doesn't affect you, you're a crazy bitch. Hearing steps, the group looked at the individual. Welcome back, Lady Sasha, Kaguya greeted Sasha. I'm back, Sasha was going to say something, but her words caught in her throat when she saw Victor's body become covered in lightning. What? She wasn't believing what she was seeing. From her reaction, I think she doesn't know about Victor's powers. Does anyone mind letting her know about it? Lakis asked. Pass, Kaguya said. Boring, Scat Hack said. Laziness, Violet said. I'm tired, Lakis said. All the women looked at Pepper. Fway. Pepper looks at the women, then a pout appears on her face, and she says, fine. I will do it. Pepper approaches Sasha and starts explaining to her everything that happened. Thirdly, lightning is a very unique power, it greatly increases my speed, and because of that, I can't control it very well, but compared to the other 2 powers, lightning is more neutral dash. You're wrong, husband. Sasha suddenly stopped talking to Pepper and interrupted Victor. Victor looked at Sasha. My power was originally supposed to harm the vampire greatly, but, thanks to my father's bloodline, this effect is negated, and the hallmark of my power is to amplify recklessness, she explained. Even though she didn't understand how Victor could use her lightning, she didn't want him to misunderstand her power. I thought he could only use Violet's power, she thought. Recklessness? Victor spoke. Yes, you're more likely to do reckless things when you use lightning too much, Sasha added, but soon she goes back to talking to Pepper. Oh. But I guess that doesn't apply to me? Victor spoke as he stopped using his power. That's because darling is already so reckless, you get too lost when you're having fun. Violet smiled. Oh dash. That's true, Victor can't deny it. Lord Victor has been training for over 21 hours, and you probably didn't even feel the hours go by, right? Kaguya spoke. Well, my timing is impaired because of this endless night. Victor looked up at the full moon. I was having a lot of fun too. He flashed a big smile. Looking at Victor's smile, Kaguya sighed, I feel like I'm going to sigh a lot in my life. She had a feeling her words were correct. I see. Scat Hack placed a hand on her chin. You haven't found a perfect balance, you're just using the powers in a way that doesn't impair your ability to think while fighting. Victor looks at Scat Hack. I've lost control of my actions twice in the past. I don't intend to make that mistake a third time. That's a good mentality. She praised him with a small smile on her face. Thank you, he smiled a little. Darling, Violet climbed onto Victor's back. Victor looked at Violet. You need to get some rest. She flashed a smile as her eyes glowed blood red. Understanding what she wanted, Victor agreed. You're right. Aren't you going to train anymore? Lakis asked with a pout. I will train later, he replied. Sorry, but that won't happen. Scat Hack flashed a distorted smile. Huh. Lakis looked at her mother in disbelief. I have a bad feeling about this. Kaguya whispered in a low voice. I could see what you are capable of doing today, and I know what kind of training is right for you. Her smile seemed to grow disproportionately. Rest for 3 days, you'll need it. Scat Hack turned, and soon everyone could just see the woman's silhouette. While running in the forest, Scat Hack said, how long has it been since I have trained someone with such potential? I think it's been 1800 years. Well, it doesn't matter. She stopped thinking about it, but when she remembered she was going to train a man with so much potential, her body trembled in ecstasy. I'm excited. Then, without realizing it, her cheeks turned a little red, and her breathing became gasping, her eyes glowed blood red, and she flashed a big smile that showed all of her sharp teeth. This is going to be fun, ha 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 ha, she was having so much fun. Hearing Scat Hack's crazy laughter in the forest, Victor felt his body shiver, he was excited. Lakis and Pepper also felt their bodies shiver, but they weren't excited, they were scared. Well. Lakis looked at Victor with a sympathetic expression. I hope you don't get traumatized. Sniff, sniff, Pepper starts to get watery eyes, and she falls to the ground. I don't want my new friend to die. It's okay, sister. Lakis massaged Pepper's back. Victor won't die, I fought him, and I know he's strong. He'll just be a little traumatized, but that's normal. Sasha looked incredulously at Pepper and Lakis. Aren't you exaggerating? They are not exaggerating, Violet spoke with a lifeless face. She seemed to be thinking about something. That crazy witch is very Spartan. Remember, she is over 2,000 years old. Her training is not ordinary. For today, Violet still remembers the time when she came to visit Ruby after training. Her friend had dead eyes, and when she heard Ruby narrate her training, Violet felt her body shudder. Unconsciously, she hugged Victor's back tighter. Sasha was worried. She looked at Victor, but she was surprised when she saw the big smile on Victor's face. Why are you smiling? Violet looked at Victor. Huh. He put a hand to his face, confused. I don't know. But I just find it all so much fun. Indeed, this is so much fun, ha ha ha. He puts his hand on his face and starts to laugh. Sasha was speechless. Maybe, just maybe, I need to take my husband to the psychologist. She was taking it seriously. This kind of reaction is way beyond ordinary madness. Previous Vampires Chapter 46, A Beautiful Night. Some hours later. Violet, Sasha, and Victor separated from the group, and they started walking through the forest until they found a massive tree. Looking at the tree, they decided to sit under it. By the time Victor sits down on the ground, Violet can't hold back any longer. She climbs into Victor's lap and bites his neck. Feeling Violet sucking his blood, Victor began stroking her hair while keeping a gentle smile on his face. Sasha sat on Victor's right side. As usual, she's in a hurry. Ha ha ha, if she wasn't like that, she wouldn't be my lovely Violet. He chuckled a little. Violet felt her body shudder as she heard Victor's words. Then, slowly, she stopped sucking his blood too hard and got more comfortable in his lap. Victor opens his mouth, and soon his teeth change. Wasting no time, he bites Violet's collarbone. Ugh, Violet moaned a little, but she didn't stop sucking Victor's blood. She looked very thirsty. Sasha looks at the moon and ignores the two for now. A part of her was jealous of Violet taking the initiative in front of her, but she was used to Violet's attitude. Because of that, she didn't try to think about it too much. A few minutes later, Violet stopped biting Victor and licked the blood from her lips. Her blood-red eyes slowly start to change to a violet color. Feeling satisfied with Violet's blood, Victor stops biting his wife's collarbone, and then he looks at Violet and smiles. Violet approaches Victor and starts licking his lips. My blood tastes weird. She grumbled. Really? Victor was curious. What does it taste like? Like normal blood? Victor was speechless and flashed an amused smile. I think vampires don't like to drink their own blood. Violet just closed her eyes and enjoyed Victor's caresses as she smiled. Victor leans his head against Violet's head. It's Sasha's turn. Violet's eyes began to darken, but Victor just displayed a gentle smile and kissed her mouth. Tongues began to fight over who was victorious. Eventually, Victor stopped kissing Violet. He caressed her face and said, don't think nonsense, you silly. Violet pouted cutely and slowly climbed out of Victor's lap, then sat on his left side. She holds his arm possessively and looks at Sasha while displaying a face that said mine. Soon she rested her head on Victor's arm and closed her eyes. Sasha rolled her eyes when she saw Violet's attitude. Victor chuckled, and, with his right hand, he patted his thigh. Looking at his gesture, Sasha's face turns a little red, and slowly she crawls and sits on Victor's lap. Now that I got to see you more closely, you've really gotten taller, Sasha commented in an attempt to avoid her embarrassment. Indeed. My evolution gave me a lot of things, Victor laughed. He tugs at Sasha's waist with his right hand, and then he feels Sasha's body brush against his. He lightly caresses Sasha's thick thighs. Sasha feels her body shudder at the sudden caresses. She tried to say something. Shoo, Victor puts his finger to her mouth with a silent gesture, then pulls Sasha's head to his chest and starts stroking her head. Are you okay? He asked in a gentle voice. Sasha's body shuddered at the sudden question, but soon she took a long breath and relaxed her body. She snuggled into Victor's chest and spoke in a slightly tired voice. Now, I am. Victor exhibited a small smile. If you need to talk, I'm always here to listen. There was a moment of silence. Sasha flashed a gentle little smile on her face. I know. And I appreciate that. But right now, I just want to be like this. Then, slowly, she started to close her eyes. Victor just continued with a gentle smile on his face and, as he stroked Sasha's hair, he stares into the moonlight. I didn't realize it, but... He thought for a moment, then spoke aloud. What a beautiful night. Slowly, he closed his eyes, a calm and peaceful night. Victor's college, early afternoon. Tisk, Ruby was upset. She woke up wanting to punish a certain vampire, but when she went to college, that vampire was gone. She looks around Cornelia's office and realizes that everything was untouched. It was like he was in such a hurry to get away. He must have gone back to Nightingale. She spoke in a cold tone. She turns and walks towards the exit. Well, he can't run away from me. She flashed a cold little smile. Director's office. What do you mean you're dropping out of college? It's just the beginning of the year. You can't drop out of college now. A blonde-haired man with a big fat belly spoke. Headmaster, I need to get back to my country. More important things than my college are going on. Ruby spoke in a neutral tone while crossing her legs elegantly. The director sighed and sat down in his chair. An emergency. He puts a hand on his brow. Indeed. She nodded. You know where I live, right? My mother is already a very old woman, and I need to go back to take care of her. Well, it's an emergency, the principal sighed again. It's a shame he's going to lose one of the most talented students in the college, but the student had a life of her own. He couldn't force anything on her. All right. I will provide the papers as soon as possible. Thank you, Director. Ruby exhibited a cold little smile. Then, slowly, her eyes changed to red, and she continues, can you do the same procedure for the student named Victor Walker? Huh. The headmaster didn't understand, but when he looked into Ruby's eyes, it was as if all his worries disappeared. Unfortunately, something urgent happened, and he needs to get out of college. Oh, that's too bad. Yes. It will be done. The director spoke in a robotic voice as his eyes glowed blood red. Good, Ruby smiled as she remembered something. You don't need to notify the parents of the mentioned student. Yes. I will not notify the parents of the student mentioned. He repeated in the same monotone. Ruby got up from the couch and walked towards the exit. When the door closed, Ruby walked away from the headmaster's office. The director woke up from his hypnotic state. Huh? What was I doing? He thought for a few seconds, but he couldn't remember. He just had the feeling that someone was in this office a few seconds ago. Without him noticing, his eyes turned red for a few seconds, then disappeared, and, as if by magic, all his worries disappeared. I must go back to work. I have to provide papers for the two students who are leaving from college. I think with that, I got rid of the loose ends left by my darling, and by Violet, I think I'll go home now. Ruby, who was walking the halls of the college alone, spoke to herself. Lady Ruby, you need to go to Lady Violet's mansion. 2 hunters were abandoned in that place. Ruby suddenly heard Luna's voice. Luna, you're back. She looked back and saw her personal maid. Yes. I needed to do something for your mom. Oh. And what did you do for my mother? I built a coliseum. She spoke in a proud tone as she patted her chest. Did you build it? Ruby's eyes narrowed in suspicion. I asked the witches to build it, but everything was supervised by me. She was probably sitting while watching the witches at work, Ruby thought. Ruby sighed at Luna's attitude and thought of the coliseum. My mom is thinking about training my darling. I hope he doesn't get traumatized. But I was thinking of what's best for Lady Ruby. No excuses. I'm going to cut your salary by 90%. Ruby gave her ultimatum, as expected from Ruby, a kind woman. Her punishment was very light. If it were with other vampires, the employee would have already died from this betrayal. But for Luna, this kind of punishment was just too scary. Luna's face darkened. Impossible. How am I going to buy my clothes on this small salary? Ruby looked at her maid in disbelief. Even if I reduced your salary by 90%, you're still going to earn $30,000. Isn't that enough? It is not. I spend $30,000 in one night. Your sense of money is totally broken, Ruby spoke flatly. Huh. Luna didn't understand. Never mind. Ruby turned her face away and started walking. Did you bring the car? Yes. Luna smiled. Good, I was tired of walking around in this black coat. Lady Ruby must look like a suspicious person on the street, Luna spoke in a teasing tone. Ruby looked at Luna again. Don't test your luck, or I'll cut your salary again. Please don't. I'll be quiet. Previous index next. Comments loading. Lives are beautiful vampires chapter 47, like mother, like daughter. 2. Arriving at Violet's mansion, Ruby's car pulled into the garage. Luna got out of the car, opened the door for Ruby, and, just as Ruby got out of the car, Luna stood in front of Ruby protectively. Lady Ruby Scarlet, a vampire who was Violet's servant, spoke in a neutral, respectful tone. Luna, what are you doing? Ruby asked. Sorry, I acted unconsciously, Luna smiled apologetically. Ruby looked at Luna and thought, maybe she's thinking about that incident still? A maid who failed to protect her master must have affected Luna's mind in some way. Deciding that she must solve this problem in the future, Ruby looks at the man. Where are the prisoners? Follow me, the man spoke as he started walking. Ruby followed the man as she was accompanied by Luna, who walked behind her in silence and eyed the man cautiously. The 2 women followed the man into a dark basement that was lit only by torches. The prisoners are in this room, the man spoke as he pointed to a door, and then he disappeared. He's still around, Luna warned in a low voice. I know, Ruby said. Ruby wasn't too worried. These vampires were Violet's servants, and they didn't have the balls to do her any harm. Unlike some hunters who underestimate Scathacka's strength and madness, vampires knew all too well how crazy that woman could be. And Ruby wasn't weak either. She was trained by her mother, and there's a massive difference between a hunter with the rank of a general and those vampires who are only good for cannon fodder. Ruby walks through the door, and the first thing she sees is Jimmy and Thomas, 2 budding hunters who were captured by Violet and Victor. They were playing cards in a very relaxed way. She looks around and realizes that there is a lot of food lying around. They are feeding the pigs, she thought. Mr. Vampire? Did you bring more food? Thank you so much, you can let Dash, Jimmy spoke, but he stopped talking as he looked toward the door. Who are you? Thomas asked as he turned away. Idiot. Jimmy hit Thomas on the head. Ouch. Stop hitting my head, dickhead. Thomas yelled angrily. Jimmy ignores Thomas and says, long red hair, and accompanied by a white-haired maid, and they're both vampires, how come you don't know them? Thomas looked at Jimmy, confused. I know what I know, and I don't know what I don't know. He snorted. Jimmy was speechless. Jimmy sighed and ignored Thomas completely. He gives Ruby a fake smile and says, Lady Ruby Scarlet, daughter of the most powerful female vampire in the world, Countess Scathach Scarlet, what do I owe your visit to this humble place? Hearing what Jimmy said, Thomas opened his eyes in shock, and then he eyed Ruby warily. Ruby puts her hand to her chin like she's thinking about what to do. For her, these hunters weren't even worth her time. She's just here in front of these hunters because she wants to sort out the loose ends that her husband and her friend left in this town. She could clearly see that they were novice hunters. They wouldn't give her a lot of useful information. Seeing Ruby in silence and looking at them coldly, Jimmy and Thomas broke out in a cold sweat. Somehow, they could deduce they were in danger. Ruby kept thinking until an idea popped into her head. She flashed a cold little smile. Looking at the cold smile on Ruby's face, the 2 budding hunters knew they were fucked. Luna, bring me the magic contracts. Violet must have some in her personal room. But you're going to be alone, Dash. She wanted to protest, but she stopped talking when she saw Ruby's cold eyes. Do as I say. Yes, Lady Ruby, Luna bows in respect, then she turns and walks towards the exit. Seeing Luna leaving the room, Ruby sighed inwardly. She changed her mind when she saw Luna's reaction. She thought to herself that she should solve this little problem as soon as possible. She didn't want an incompetent maid. Ruby faithfully follows the teachings of her mother and remembers what Scathach once said in the past. Ruby, if you ever make a mistake, don't take it to heart, try to learn from the mistake, and more importantly, try not to make that mistake in the future. Ruby agreed with her mother's thoughts. Repeating the same mistakes over and over again was just insanity. Ruby stops thinking about it, then she looks at the hunters with her cold, indifferent eyes. First, clean up this mess. Are you pigs? Yes, ma'am. Jimmy responded vigorously, and soon he got up and pulled Thomas. Help me, you idiot. I dash. Thomas was going to say something, but when he saw Jimmy's eyes like he was telling him not to say anything, he closed his mouth. Soon the 2 hunters began to organize the room. Not wanting to sit in a spot these 2 men have already sat in, Ruby creates an ice throne, and sits on it, crosses her legs, and waits patiently for her maid to return. A few minutes later, Luna returned with 3 golden papers in her hand. These were magical contracts made by the witches. She handed the papers to Ruby and waited patiently beside her. Ruby took the papers. 3, I didn't find any more magic contracts. I think Lady Violet only had these. Unexpected. I thought she would have more. After all, she has frequent contact with that witch, Ruby commented, then she continued, well, 3 is enough. She stands up, bites her finger, and a drop of blood falls on a paper. The paper starts to glow slightly, and then Ruby starts speaking in Latin. Primo clausula, perdition et mortem. Translation, first clause. Betrayal and death. When Ruby spoke these words, the gold paper began to float, and letters began to be written on the paper. Listening to what Ruby said, Jimmy, who had already tidied up the whole room along with Thomas, said, Fuck, we're fucked. His face darkened. Huh. Why are we fucked? Jimmy looked at Thomas with a tired face. Sometimes, I'm envious of your simplicity. He sighed. Thomas didn't understand. Jimmy wasn't in the mood to explain, and he just looked at Ruby with a tired face. He seemed to have given up on trying to resist. He was already in the vampire's lair. What could two mere budding hunters do? Ruby flashed a cold little smile. Secundi clausula, magister et secreto. Translation, second clause, master and confidentiality. Great, just great. Jimmy already understood where this was going. Sometimes, being a smart guy is a curse. Tertium clausula, exploratorum. Translation, third clause, spy. The gold paper has stopped glowing gold. Ruby raises her hand and takes the paper, then she looks at Thomas. The contract is simple, be my spy. If you betray me, you die. If you leak information about this conversation, you die. If they find out you're under a magical contract, you die. This is basically a slave contract. Jimmy wanted to scream. Do we have choices? He asked. Ruby looks at her healing finger. No, you don't. Sigh. Jimmy sighed. He looked very depressed now. Thomas looked at Jimmy curiously and asked, Hey Jimmy. Why are you so depressed? Something happened? This motherfucker. For a moment, Jimmy almost exploded with rage, but he swallowed that rage and tried to control his emotions. Just be quiet, okay? Don't make our situation worse. He spoke in a low voice as he bit his lip. Thomas nodded. Jimmy knows it was Thomas's fault that they were in this situation. He warned him several times to come back and stay close to the more experienced hunters. But he was obsessed with looking for the vampires alone, and, in the end, they both got stuck in this situation. But, despite knowing that, he couldn't lose control of his emotions right now. He needed to think about how to get out of this situation. The witch's contract can only be cancelled by another witch. We can cooperate with that vampire now, and the first opportunity we meet a witch in the future, we ask her to void that contract. But cancelling the contract requires an exorbitant amount of money. Fuck. Damned mercenary witches. Have you finished thinking? Ruby asked in a disinterested voice. Can we try to negotiate the terms of the contract? He asked, a little unsure. Ruby looked at Jimmy. Jimmy felt his body tremble with fear when he saw Ruby's cold gaze. You seem to be getting something wrong. She spoke in words that made both Jimmy and Thomas's spines go cold. You two are of no use to me, or to my husband. I just didn't let the vampires of this house feast on your guts only for the reason I believe anyone can be helpful with a little encouragement. Death. It's a good incentive, right? She exhibited a small smile. The two hunters were silent, and they didn't dare say anything now. Then? What are you going to do? She asked and added, death, or become a spy. Luna looked at the slight smile on Ruby's face and couldn't help thinking that Ruby was having fun with this situation. She was very similar to her mother. They both have the same cruelty and sadism. The only difference is that Lady Ruby is not as crazy as her mother. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 48, Ruby returns home. After winning over two spies who have questionable competence, Ruby warned the vampires that they were violet servants to protect Victor's mother and father. She assured them that if anything happened to Victor's parents, they wouldn't have a peaceful death. Soon after that, she returned to the basement of Victor's house. Natalia, is everything ready? She asked, entering the room. Natalia, who was standing in front of a door, said, yes, everything is ready, Lady Ruby. Oh, you're back, she looked at Luna. Yes, I'm back. Luna smiled at Natalia. She looks at the maid who was next to Natalia. Oh. So it's you. By looking at the woman's characteristics, she can instantly deduce who the woman was. Yes, yes. The hunter who killed the vampires, the great villain of the story. Maria spoke in a sarcastic tone. Ruby narrows her eyes a little when she hears Maria's words. She looks at the maid, focusing her attention on Maria's lifeless eyes, and notices something. She gave up on resisting. Huh? A piece of advice. I suggest you don't say that in front of Sasha, Ruby warned. Yes, I know. She nodded. I gave up fighting, but I don't want to die being tortured, she sighed at the end. Ruby was speechless. What happened in the time she was gone? She looks at Natalia. What happened to her? Well, I had a little talk with her. I wanted to put her to work, after all. She was basically a parasite that lay around in a catatonic state. And I unintentionally said that she or that hunter from the church would die anyway. You didn't lie. It's better to tell the truth than to feed a lie and raise false hopes. Natalia nodded in agreement. Luna approached Maria and poked Maria's face with her finger. What are you doing? Maria asked. I'm just curious. What are you? Luna asked. Huh. Maria didn't understand what she meant. I'm a leech, right? Why are you asking the obvious? You don't look like a vampire to me. She spoke as she looked Maria up and down as if assessing. You look like a dead human to me. Aren't vampires dead? It's not that. You look something like a vampire but defective. Luna said, at least that's how I feel looking at you. Maria opens her eyes a little, and soon she remembers Sasha's words saying she was going to be a defective vampire. According to the words of my dash. She bit her lip. She didn't want to say the word, but in the end, she had no choice, master. I'm a defective vampire. Sasha did the ritual without the necessary materials. Ruby's face showed a slight annoyance. What was that woman thinking? She wasn't thinking about anything. She just wanted revenge, Natalia said. Ruby agreed with Natalia's reasoning. I hope this doesn't get out of hand, or I'll have to kill this woman. The race she has become is a hard curse to be exterminated if left unchecked. Ruby thought. Feeling a bad feeling about this, Maria asked Ruby, what do you mean? What have I become? Luna looked at her master curiously. Ruby was silent. You became a ghoul, Natalia spoke for Ruby. Ghoul. Maria tries to remember the church records. Ghoul, a vampire subspecies, the failed result of a vampire. They were used in the past as soldiers in war. Did I become that? Yes. Ruby continued. Maria didn't know what to say. She didn't really understand the ghouls. But, from the reaction of the vampires around her, she somehow feels she was in a much worse situation than she imagined. Ghoul, a subspecies of vampires, the failed result of a vampire. They were often used in warfare as cannon fodder, Natalia explained. According to my mother, vampires at the time used ghouls as a biological weapon. After all, you only need one bite or scratch from this creature, and you become one of them. So vampires usually threw a ghoul into town and expected that in less than 2 days, the ghouls would destroy the entire city if they weren't exterminated. Isn't that like the zombies in the movies? Luna asked. It's similar, at least in the way they propagate fast, Natalia said. She looks at Maria and explains, seeing that you are still conscious, you must have become a ghoul king, a kind of leader who is able to control them. Great, just great. She sighed at the end. Sasha is really vindictive. She chose the worst punishment a woman can have. Huh. Maria looked at Ruby, and she explained everything with a small cold smile on her face. It won't happen now because you've just died, but eventually your skin will start to rot, you'll eventually start to forget about things, and slowly, you'll lose your true self. In the end, you'll just become a beast whose only pleasure is killing and multiplying like a virus. Maria's face darkened, she bit her lip and clenched her fist tightly. Her body was visibly shaking, she lowered her head, and small tears started to fall from her face. This is very cruel. She spoke in a low voice. But since everyone in the room had supernatural ears, everyone could hear her. This is the consequence of your actions and also the result of your weakness, Ruby spoke coldly. Indeed. If she was strong enough to kill Sasha, this wouldn't have happened. Maria said nothing. Ruby turns her face away and starts walking towards the door, but if she killed Sasha, her fate would be worse than becoming something like a ghoul. Trust me, there are far worse fates than the one you are suffering now. When Ruby grabs the doorknob, she turns her face and looks at Maria, who made a sudden movement. Maria ran towards the kitchen that was near the bedroom, and took a knife and tried to pierce her head. She was trying to kill herself. It's useless, Ruby said as she looked at the knife that was inches from piercing Maria's eye. The master's orders are absolute. If Sasha doesn't allow it, you can't kill yourself. Fuck. Maria throws the knife to the ground. Luna and Natalia just looked at everything with cold, disinterested eyes. They didn't care a bit about Maria. Is the pointless joke over? Let's go back now. I need to see my darling. Ruby flashed a small affectionate smile. Passing through the portal, Ruby finds herself in her personal room. My room. She looks around and realizes that nothing has changed since she left the house. Oh. Hearing a surprised voice, Ruby looks towards the voice and sees her mother. Mother. Daughter, you finally come back. I was wondering if I would have to kidnap you too. Scat exhibited a loving little smile. Hearing what her mother said, Ruby sighed. Where are my sisters? Sienna is at work, Pepper is sleeping, and Lakis is sleeping too. Sienna and Lakis, I understand. But why is Pepper sleeping too? I do not know. Maybe she got tired from training Victor. Scat spoke like it didn't matter much then. She looked at Luna, and her eyes lit up. Is everything ready? She asked with a small smile on her face. Yes, whatever Countess Scat asked me to do, I'm done, Luna spoke in a respectful tone. Good. Good. Scat can't help but smile a little more. She can't wait for 3 days to pass soon. Ruby sighed inwardly when she saw her mother's interest in Victor. Darling will be left with eternal scars after this training. Luna, this is my house. I want you to treat them like my guests, Ruby said while pointing to Natalia and Maria. Even the ghoul? Luna asked to be sure. Don't call her that, she has a name, and yes. Even her. Ruby spoke. As expected from Lady Ruby, you are very kind. Ruby looked at Luna. Wrong, I'm not nice, that's just basic etiquette. Yes, I know. Luna smiled with a smile that said, I understand everything. No, you don't understand, Ruby rolled her eyes and explained, Maria is Sasha's problem. It's my friend who should solve this problem. I'll only get involved. Yes. As expected from Lady Ruby. You have a kind heart. Luna flashed a smug smile. Ruby looked at Luna with a tired expression. Forget it, Ruby gave up. Come, daughter, let's talk. Seeing that the conversation ended, Scat spoke to Ruby, then she started walking towards the exit of the room. Okay, Ruby nodded and started to follow her mother. She looked at Luna for a moment with a face that said, do your job. Luna looked at Natalia and Maria. Come on, I'll accompany you two to the personal rooms. Pass, Natalia held up her hand, saying. Luna looked at Natalia curiously. Natalia explained, I went back to Nightingale, my work as a maid is temporarily stopped until my master Violet leaves this town, so I'm on vacation. Envy, Luna commented, she wanted a vacation too, but due to the mistake she made a few days ago, she thinks it's going to be difficult for her to get a vacation. Natalia flashed a small smile when she heard what Luna said. She walked towards Ruby's wardrobe, then snapped her fingers. She opens Ruby's wardrobe and sees that the interior of the wardrobe has changed to a portal. She looks at Luna and says, I'm going to go back to my clan, and enjoy my vacation days, see ya. Soon she goes through the portal, and the moment she goes through the portal is closed. Now that I've stopped to think about it, isn't she a human? What is a human doing in the vampire world? Maria asked. That is not so uncommon. Humans can always come to this world at the invitation of noble families. Normally, humans of high status in society are the guests, and that woman's family is just very special. They are direct servants of the king of vampires himself. Maria looks at Luna with a bit of shock. She never thought Natalia would have such a deep background. She thinks a bit about what she heard in the past when Victor was kidnapped. Clan Alyav, huh? Oh. How do you know that? I've heard Master talking in the past, Maria replied. Oh. Soon her face darkened a little. You're not supposed to know that woman is part of the clan who is the direct servant of the king. Maria was speechless when she heard Luna. Is this supposed to be a secret? Maria asked. I do not know. She spoke doubtfully. I think so. But seeing Maria's ability, everyone in the vampire world will associate her with that clan's servant. Only ordinary humans shouldn't know anything. So I think it's okay. I'm not a human anymore, I've become that. She said the last part in disgust. Makes sense, Luna said, and soon dropped the subject. She started walking towards the exit. Come on, I'll show you to your room. Okay. Previous 9, Mother and Daughter. On the porch of Scat mansion, two women were enjoying the tranquil mood of Nightingale's endless night. If strangers looked at them, they would think the women were sisters because of their identical appearance, but they could barely imagine that they were actually mother and daughter. Mother. Be honest with me. Ruby spoke in a neutral voice. Scat looked at her daughter. Why are you interested in my darling? She looked into her mother's eyes for answers. Ruby knew that her mother was interested in people with great powers. An example of this is Sienna, her eldest adoptive sister. In the past, Sienna showed great potential, and because of that, her mother adopted her. Victor's potential is obvious, this is undeniable. Ruby still remembers the day that Victor assumed the form of Count Vampire with only the awakening of powers. This kind of potential only appeared in the children of the King Vampire and Count Vampires. But if it were a small interest, Ruby would understand, but her interest in Victor is very abnormal. She went so far as to build an entire coliseum just for Victor. Building a coliseum was not cheap, and especially hiring witches for the service. Scat neutral face suddenly changed into a big smile. Ah, my sweet and beloved daughter, my precious little Ruby. You really have no idea what you've got yourself into, huh? Ruby didn't expect this response from her mother. Scat gets up from the chair she was sitting in, and slowly she walks to the front of the chair where Ruby was sitting. She kneels in front of her daughter and lightly touches her daughter's face. Look at you, so young, so innocent, so pure, like a little red flower that's just growing. I always had concerns that someone might try to deceive you. She started to caress her daughter's face. And mother? Ruby didn't understand her mother's sudden reaction. Because of that, I was always overprotective of you. Who knew I could feel like this soon? Scat placed a hand on her chest, and her face showed a little disdain. In the past, I hated that feeling, but It's not so bad. Ruby looked at her mother's expression without understanding anything. In moments like this, when she was frustrated with herself, she always said that she understood her mother, but in the end, she couldn't understand anything. Mother, are you running away from the question? Ruby asked. Scat exhibited a gentle smile. She looked at her daughter and stroked her face again. Who knows? Maybe I am, you know, right? I'm an old person, and I get emotional easily. Ruby looks at her mother's smile with neutral eyes. Again, she always evades questions. She's like a slippery eel. She never gave me a satisfactory answer. How can I try to understand her if she doesn't say anything? I'm not psychic. This is frustrating. Since she was a little girl, Ruby has always felt like this. Just when she thought that she understood her mother, something happened that made her realize that she really didn't understand anything about her mother. For a child who wanted to be closer to her mother, it was frustrating, that was annoying. And most importantly, that was lonely. Scat flashes a loving smile and tugs on both of Ruby's cheeks. FUA. Stop. Scat lets go of her daughter's chubby cheeks. My little Ruby. Don't try to understand me, you'll end up going crazy just like me. She strokes her daughter's head. Ruby looks at her mother, and she thinks, oh, I already know this pattern. She's going to say something like, a being who has lived for 2,000 years on this earth always has screws loose in their head. A being who has lived for 2,000 years on this earth always has screws loose in their head. Ruby repeated her mother's words in unison. Scat exhibited a surprised face. Ruby flashes a slight smile. It's the same pattern. When you don't want to say something to me, you keep throwing these confusing phrases in an attempt to distract me. Scat smile began to grow. Pfft. Then, unable to take it, she started to laugh. Ha 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 ha. And that laugh only made Ruby's brain stop working again. Scat laughed as if finding something very funny. After a few minutes of laughing, she looks at her daughter with a gentle smile. Ah, since Victor appeared, I seem to be laughing more. Ruby looked at her mother with a wary look. Mother. Seeing her daughter's gaze, she understood something. Boya. Are you thinking indecent things? You're already that age. What a perverted daughter I have. Ruby's face turned pure red. She never imagined her mother would tease her. Ha ha, you're so cute. Scat pulls her daughter's head to her chest, and soon she starts stroking Ruby's head. It's different from darling. She thought when she felt her mother caress her head. Ruby sighed wearily and snuggled her head into her mother's breast. It's frustrating. I'm your daughter, but I can never fully understand you. For a moment, Scat stopped stroking Ruby's head. Silly, it is impossible for someone to completely understand another being. Mostly understand someone like me. Scat chuckled a little, and then she started stroking Ruby's head again. Ruby looks up and looks at her mother. Is there anyone who can understand you? For a moment, the face of a man smiling just like her appeared in Scat mind, but she shook her head inwardly, saying it was impossible for that to happen. Who knows? If there were someone like that, I would like to meet that person. Sometimes even I don't understand myself completely, I just do what I want, ha ha ha. Sigh. Ruby sighed again, she snuggles her head in her mother's breast and says without looking at her mother, one day, I'll understand you completely. She made a promise to herself. Scat didn't say anything, she just kept stroking her daughter's head. Then, slowly, she turns her face to the moon and thinks, ah. My beloved daughter. I really wish that day will never come. After Ruby's conversation with her mother, the redhead decided it was time to visit her darling. Ruby was walking through the forest with an annoyed face, it was only when she left her mother's presence that she understood something. Sigh. Ruby sighed again, she tricked me. She stomped the ground in frustration. She wanted to ask about her mother's interest in Victor, but at some point, the conversation turned into a mother-daughter conversation, and she avoided the subject entirely. She's always like that. She steps on the ground again, and when she hit the ground froze completely. She ignored the frozen ground and yelled in frustration as she ruffled her hair. Gah. She always uses that lip service and deceives me. Damn it. I should have known this, but why do I always fall for this trick? With frustration building inside her body, Ruby looks at a poor tree with her eyes glowing red. Fuck. She closes her fist and attacks the tree. Boom. The poor tree flew towards an unknown place. Now that she was letting off steam, various feelings she had been holding in her heart started to come out. She remembers an arrogant blonde vampire, and that fucking arrogant son of a bitch. He always caused me trouble, and I had no excuse to kill him, but the first plausible excuse I find, he runs away. Damn it. She started attacking the surrounding landscape in frustration. Stones, trees, sand, plants, everything wasn't safe from Ruby. Violet, this spoiled bitch. Always causing me trouble. Doesn't she know how hard it is to clean up her mess? Especially in that incident where she blew up a damn building in the middle of New York. She created ice out of nowhere and attacked a rock. I mean, I know she was angry at being harassed, I was angry too, but she didn't need to blow up the entire building. She could have just killed the man. This would avoid drawing the attention of humans, and it would also avoid problems with the royal guard. If it weren't for the fear that the royal guard has of my mother, we would be in much bigger trouble. Ag. She ruffles her hair again. She sighs a little relieved, but soon the frustration rises in her heart when she remembers something. Sasha isn't out of the loop either. Though she isn't as troubled as Violet, can't she be any less reckless? She was almost killed by hunters, and instead of looking for help, she isolates herself and doesn't accept anyone's help. Irritating. Doesn't she know how worried I was? Fuck. 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 She kicks the ground several times, and every time she kicks the ground, little ice explosions occur, so the whole area around Ruby feels like a pretty epic battle has taken place. And Darling is very insensitive. Because he hasn't come to find me yet. Doesn't he know how much I miss him? And why am I having such strong feelings for someone I just met? Ah. She ruffles her hair again. After screaming in frustration. She puts her finger to her lips and thinks, it's his blood, right? It's his blood that made me interested in him, right? She tried to convince herself that this was it. But what is this feeling of obsession? I feel like I want him just for me, and I get annoyed when Sasha and Violet are around. I want to kidnap him and lock him up in a basement. I want him just for me. Aya. What are these feelings? She was very confused. She lays on the ground and looks at the moon for a long time, she sighs, then she says, it's all Violet's fault, yes, it's all Violet's fault, she always loses sight of what's important when she's angry, and I have to clean up her mess later. If it was not Dash. She was going to say more but stopped when she heard something. Whistle. She heard someone whistle. Who's there? She stood up and looked at the visitor in a fighting stance. As the moonlight illuminates the visitor, Ruby's face darkened. DDD darling. Yo, Victor smiled gently as he looked at Ruby's disheveled appearance. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 50, Ruby and Victor. Look how dirty your beautiful red hair is, Victor spoke in a gentle tone as he arranged Ruby's appearance with his hands. When did you arrive? Ruby didn't move, she was paralyzed. From the part you said, she tricked me. Victor displayed a sneaky smile. Ruby's face changed expression several times. Victor watched with curiosity as Ruby's face changed to a shocked expression, then an embarrassed expression, then an angry expression, and finally a resigned sigh. Sigh. If you were there, you could have called me. She had a very dejected expression. Finishing fixing Ruby's messy hair, Victor spoke with a big smile on his face. Hell no. Ruby didn't expect that answer. I didn't want to miss this show, Victor spoke as he pointed to the landscape around him, a rare moment of my wife who is usually cold and aloof venting her emotions. I will never miss this opportunity. Look, I even recorded it to see in the future. He takes out his cell phone and shows Ruby the video. Ruby's face immediately turned crimson red when she heard Victor's words, and her face turned completely red when she saw the video Victor recorded. Delete. Now. Ruby yelled. Victor showed his face in horror. It was as if Ruby had asked him to do something inhumane. I wouldn't commit such blasphemy. I need this video to show my children in the future how cute their mother is. CC child. YYU, this dash, she was trying to say something, but because of Victor's words that caught her off guard, she wasn't managing to form a coherent train of thought. Victor felt his heart being hit by an arrow when he saw Ruby's face. Ah, my wife is so cute. Victor suddenly hugged Ruby. Ruby's face got redder when she heard Victor speak. Instinctively when Victor hugged her, she started to struggle. She didn't even know what she was doing. She just wanted to get out of here and hide in a hole. She was so embarrassed. Let go of me. Never. Victor spoke with a conviction that shook Ruby completely. Ruby stopped struggling and looked at Victor. Seeing Ruby's cute face looking at him, he unconsciously displayed a gentle smile and kissed her. Not expecting the surprise attack, Ruby was completely melted in Victor's arms. She couldn't gather the strength to do anything else. Why am I fighting? He's my darling. I'm just supposed to accept everything, she thought with her mind a little shaken, then she wrapped her arms around Victor's neck and kissed him back. A few minutes passed, and Victor stopped kissing Ruby. When he stopped kissing Ruby, a bridge of saliva connecting the couple's mouth formed. He looks at Ruby's red eyes and Ruby's erratic breathing. He understood what she wanted, displays a gentle smile, and shows his neck, eat. Ruby wasted no time, her teeth changed into sharp fangs, and soon she bit Victor's neck. Ugh, Victor held back the moan as he felt Ruby's fangs pierce his neck, and, if that wasn't enough, he felt two mountains that were quite soft against his chest. He holds Ruby by her ass, and when he felt Ruby's entire body, he thought, this body is just very unfair. It feels like I'm hugging a very seductive succubus. I feel like I'm going to lose myself in lust if I don't control myself. Having sucked the blood from Sasha and Violet, the only one left was Ruby to quench Victor's thirst completely. Soon a primordial desire began to rise in Victor's body. His eyes changed to blood red, and sharp fangs replaced his teeth. He pushed Ruby's shirt back a little and bit down on his wife's collarbone. Ruby moaned very loudly. For some reason, her legs were feeling very weak now. She also felt a clear liquid that was leaking from her secret place. This liquid was making a mess with her pants. Victor didn't understand why she reacted so strongly, but he didn't have time to think about it when the taste of blood touched his tongue. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on Ruby's thick ass. Ruby wraps her legs around Victor's waist. When she does this, she feels something thick touching her intimate place. Darling, she looks up at the sky with unfocused eyes. She seems to be very ecstatic. She licks the blood that was running from her lips. This blood is very tasty. Ruby's eyes begin to glow blood red. Darling. Again, she bit Victor's neck. A few minutes later, when the couple was completely satisfied. Look what a mess we made, Victor chuckled when he saw the messed up state of his and Ruby's clothes. Ruby looked at a specific region of Victor's body. He reacted to me. For some reason, she was very happy. Seeing where his wife was looking, Victor flashed a sly smile. Are you curious? Do you want to see? He held his pants like he was going to take them off at any time. And no. I do not want to. Ruby turned her face to the side. Victor appeared beside her. Are you sure? Yes. Despite saying this, unconsciously, she looked again at the hard member. Victor added information. When I evolved, I noticed that all the muscles in my body grew and became denser and stronger, and as that limb is a muscle. He didn't need to continue. After all, Ruby was an intelligent woman. Swallows. She swallowed hard, and indecent thoughts began to form inside her head. Just imagining her being ravaged by Victor, a sense of anticipation began to grow in her heart. Victor's smile grew. He approached Ruby and lightly pulled the tip of Ruby's nipples that were hard as stones. Ruby's face turned red, and she pulled away from Victor quickly as she covered her breasts. What are you doing? Teasing my wife. Ruby's face turned completely red, then she turned her face away again as she pouted. Victor appears beside her again. I can't help it. My wife, who is usually cold and distant, is showing so many reactions. Somehow, I feel like my sadistic side is waking up. He blows in Ruby's ears. Ruby walks away again. Stop. Despite saying this, her face was completely red and panting. Okay, I'll stop. Victor backed away and spoke, still smiling. Ruby didn't expect this answer. Somehow she got. He appeared again beside her. Are you just disappointed now? She showed a face that said, how did you know? I have a very perverted wife. How lucky. Ruby's face starts to turn completely red, and soon, a small explosion happens in her head. Idiot. She screamed. When Ruby tried to run away from this situation. You can't run away. Victor holds her like a princess and starts walking towards the place where Sasha and Violet are sleeping. Let me go. She started to struggle as she screamed. Victor squeezes Ruby's ass a little hard. If you don't stop, I'll continue what I was doing before. Ruby looked at Victor with a blank expression. Let me go. She screamed louder and began to struggle. Victor looked at Ruby with an incredulous expression, but slowly his smile started to grow. He kissed Ruby's mouth. Humph. Ruby was taken by surprise, but soon she returns Victor's kiss. A few seconds later when Victor stopped kissing Ruby. I never thought my wife was a masochist, he chuckled. Ruby's face turned completely red, and she turned her face away in an attempt to hide her embarrassment. She completely gave up on running away now. Masochist? Me? How absurd. She thought. Victor displayed a gentle smile and then started walking again. As he walked through the forest carrying Ruby like a princess, Victor's eyes glowed blood red for a few seconds, and he stared at a distant spot in the forest. Seeing two individuals up in a tree, Victor exhibited a smile that wasn't a satisfied smile. After all, he wasn't an exhibitionist, and he didn't want anyone to see that side of his wife, even if these individuals were Ruby's sisters. It somehow developed into something exciting. Leica stuttered a little with a slightly red face. Why yeah. Pepper nodded, her face completely red. The two sisters were originally sleeping, but when they heard Ruby's voice in the mansion, they quickly woke up and went after the younger sister. They were missing Ruby so much. But they didn't expect them to see this scene. Somehow, I'm feeling that seeing this scene, it's going to come back to bite my ass in the future. Pepper spoke with a grim face. Lakis was silent, she knows Pepper's instincts are usually correct. Soon she shrugs as if it's not important, well, he won't hurt us. After all, we're related to his wife, and we didn't do any harm to Ruby. She understood a little of what Victor's personality was like. In simple words, to understand, Victor was like their mother. Fuck, now that Lakis thought about it, he really had their mother's personality, and if one thing their mother knew how to do was tease people when she wanted to. But despite not liking to be bothered, Lakis was a little expectant about what Victor was going to do with them. Sister, stop NTR fetish, Pepper spoke into Lakis' ear. Kya. Lakis was startled by the sudden voice and yelled in a surprisingly cute voice. She looked at Pepper, what are you doing? Suddenly her face turned a little red. I don't have an NTR fetish. Fun, Pepper stares at Lakis in a way cute. What? How do you know what NTR is? After all, that wasn't a word ordinary people knew. Lakis used her right to remain silent. 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 51, Meeting. Scat Hack House, 2 days later. At a ridiculously large table, several people were seated. And, not far from the table, Luna, Kagaya, and Maria were waiting to take any requests from their respective masters. Victor, I'm really wondering if it was the right decision for my mom to bring you here, Sienna asked. She was sitting next to Lakis and Pepper. Oh. Scat Hack looked at her daughter with curious eyes. Victor, who was sitting on a couch next to Violet, Ruby, and Sasha, looked at Sienna with a disinterested look. Question, he continued with the same disinterested look, then he added, are you the owner of this mansion? No, Sienna denied. Then why are you poking your nose in matters that don't involve you? Pepper broke out in a cold sweat when she heard what Victor said. Violet and Sasha looked at Sienna with a neutral gaze. Heh, these past 2 days, all you've done is just play with your wives. She wanted to offend him, but she didn't want to offend his wives, who were her friends. In the end, she didn't know what to say. I can't sleep because of the noise. I'm doing what your mother asked me to do. Victor flashes a sneer, I'm relaxing. Sienna frowned. Mother asked me to do. Victor flashes a sneer, I'm relaxing. Sienna frowned. If you're so upset, why don't you move somewhere else? Or rather, why don't you ask your mother about it and throw me out? Crack. Unconsciously, Sienna broke the wood of the table. Moving to another place. That is impossible, she always wants to be close to her mother. Question her mother. She would rather die than do something like that, she respects her mother a lot. Sigh, Ruby sighed. Can't you get along with her? She spoke while looking at Victor with the same cold face as always. Victor felt his heart moved, it's been a few days since his and Ruby's relationship progressed, and he understood better his wife, who didn't show many emotions. He wanted to get along with Sienna, but in the end, he couldn't lie to himself. It's impossible, Victor said. Impossible, Sienna agreed. She looks at me like she's looking at a cattle, I don't like that, Victor said. He didn't really care about Sienna, he just wanted to get along with her because of his wife. But, he was never a man who accepts being stepped on by other people. Even before he turned into a vampire, he was a very vindictive man, and he doesn't care if she's Scat Hack's daughter or Ruby's sister. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and blood for blood. That's how he thought before, and that way of life has only been enhanced by his evolution to a vampire. But isn't that what you are? A cattle? She smiled disdainfully, but soon her expression changed to neutral as she felt the air of the 3 women standing next to Victor change. Bitch, repeat what you said. The air around Violet began to heat up, her face distorted, and she looked at Sienna like she was going to pounce on her neck at any moment. Big sister. Ruby didn't say much, but from her cold stare and the chilling temperature around her, Sienna could tell she was furious. Sienna, I suggest you don't say this in our presence. Sasha advised coldly, she was trying not to act too reckless despite being annoyed. Sienna looked at all of this with a little shock. Violet is understandable, she has the same personality as her mother, but Sasha and Ruby too? How did he get their affection so fast? Sienna thought. I'll be careful, she backed off. Sienna was very fond of Ruby, and she didn't want to get into conflict with her sister. The interest she had in Victor still remained, but from the moment she learned that Victor was a human in the past, half of her interest was lost. However, she was still curious to know how a commoner had so much power. Kaka, Scat Hack laughed as if she found it all funny, she shook her wine glass of blood. She must be irritated because, since you arrived, she can't sleep. Yes, I can't sleep either, what in the name of the 7 hells are you doing in that room? Lakis added. Pepper's face turned red with embarrassment. Victor patted Violet's and Ruby's head, who were beside him. Since that moment in the woods together, Ruby seems to have acquired some of Violet's personality traits. Feeling Victor's caresses, Ruby's face continued with the same cold expression, but the air around her became more peaceful. Violet was more expressive, she just flashed a satisfied smile and ignored Sienna. Relaxing with my wives, he replied to Lakis. Pepper's face turned redder. Then, feeling Victor's gaze on her, she quickly turns away and ignores everything. Can't you make it more silent? I want to sleep. Lakis commented in a low, shy voice. Impossible, I can't control my wives' voices. He chuckled a little. Fuck it. She cursed under her breath. Kaka, don't tease my daughters so much. Scat Hack laughed, and then she added with a big smile, or do you want to feel my teasing? Mother. Ruby and Sienna spoke at the same time. I'm looking forward to it, he replied with a Scat Hack-like smile. Suddenly Victor felt 3 fists in his stomach. Oof, he looks at his wives. Oh. Scat Hack found it all very interesting. Darling. What are you implying? Violet asked with blank eyes. Indeed. Don't flirt with my mom, Ruby spoke in a colder voice than usual. Husband, control yourself. Or do you want to lose your little brother? Sasha threatened. Victor's whole body shivered, then his smile grew disproportionately, hahaha, he started to laugh. The 3 women didn't understand his reaction. Sigh, he really has problems with his head, Sasha said, suddenly she felt someone kissing her face. She looks to the side and sees Victor smiling. Yes, I have head problems, he nodded in agreement, then he looked at his 3 wives with a gentle smile that looked like it was being lit by the sun itself. I just love my wives too much. Sasha, Ruby, and Violet received critical damage from this unexpected attack. And the damage didn't stop there, the damage swelled and spread AoE and hit Lakis and Pepper. Wah, Pepper began to shake her head several times to get the indecent thoughts out of her head. Lakis just looked at her sister as if she had lost her mind. Sigh, Lord Victor is becoming a playboy, she commented in a low voice. I've never seen Ruby with that expression. Luna commented. Maria just looked at everything with a neutral gaze. Ruby turns her face to the side, and her sisters could see that her ears were a bit red. Sasha did something similar to Ruby, she was not used to this display of affection in public. Violet simply hugged Victor possessively and started saying, darling. 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 Victor chuckled a little and started stroking Violet. You're good at this, Sienna praised. She realized what he'd done. Victor looked at her, confused. Seeing Victor's genuine expression, Sienna thought, don't tell me he did all this naturally. Seeing that Sienna didn't say anything, Victor lost interest. He looked at Scat and saw the wine glass in her hand. Blood. His eyes changed to blood red, and unconsciously, he thinks in disgust, rotten blood, and soon he gets up from the couch. His wives didn't understand why he suddenly got up. He walks to Scat side. Allow me? Scat looked curiously at Victor. Seeing his gaze on the cup, she was curious about what he intended to do, so she hands the cup to him. Victor takes the cup and dumps all the liquid on the floor. When he did that, his face had an expression of disgust. Seeing that the cup was empty, he bit his wrist with his sharp teeth, and soon his blood spilled into the cup. Darling. What are you doing? Violet practically screamed. She was going to jump towards Victor, but she was stopped by Ruby and Sasha. What? She looked at Ruby and Sasha. Just watch, Ruby said, and Sasha nodded. Ruby and Sasha expected to see something interesting. After all, they know that when Victor's blood leaves his body, it loses its delicious taste and turns to blood with a disgusting taste. Smelling blood in the air, every vampire in the room was hit with a strong scent, and all of them, without exception, were influenced in some way. That is, Sienna gulped. She could now understand the girl's obsession. The smell of blood was very delicious. That looks good, Lakis muttered. Pepper just looked seriously at Victor's blood. Unconsciously, she started drooling. The aroma is better than before, Kagaya thought with an expressionless face. Ugh, Maria clenches her fist and swallows hard. She somehow tries to hold back her instincts to jump on top of Victor and devour his body. She was the one most affected by the scent of blood. She too was confused. Why didn't I feel this before? She remembers seeing Natalia draw Victor's blood, but she didn't react as strongly as she did now. Seeing that the glass was full, he nods his head satisfied. Then he lifts his wrist, and in less than a second, the cut he made has regenerated. Try it, he offered the cup to Scat. Scat looked at the goblet filled with blood. Smelling the yummy aroma, she asked, what do you intend to do with this? She swallows dry at the end. I don't know, he replied, smiling. Huh. I just felt it was the right thing to do. So what are you going to do? She hesitated for a few seconds, but soon she reached out and took the cup. Previous Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 52, Meeting. 2. Victor just waited with a smile on his face. He didn't know why he offered his blood to Scat, but one thing he was sure, something interesting was going to happen. Something inside him said that. Scat brings the cup to her mouth, and slowly, she drank. The moment Victor's blood touched her tongue, Scat eyes glowed pure red, and soon she had turned the cup over. Gulp. Gulp. She drank the blood like she was someone who found water for the first time in her life. She was dying of thirst. Sienna, Pepper, and Lakis didn't believe what they were seeing. Lord Victor made another mistake. Now this madwoman is going to get even crazier, Kagaya sighed as she spoke in a low voice. Oh. Who are you calling crazy, maid? Your owner, of course. Or isn't she crazy? Luna didn't know how to answer that question. After all, she knew it was true. Kagaya looks at Maria, who was slowly looking like someone who would lose control at any moment. Slowly her darkness began to spread and cover Maria's shadow, just in case. How did she manage to drink that bad-tasting blood? Sasha commented. She thought she was going to see something interesting, but she didn't expect that. Explain. Violet didn't understand. She was angry because other people drank Victor's blood. I think his blood is only bad for us. After all, we're used to drinking straight from the fountain. Ruby deduced. So. For someone like Scat who has never drunk straight from the fountain, his blood is delicious. Sasha looks around and notices the vampire's reactions. The scent of his blood is very effective too, although it doesn't affect us. Maybe it doesn't affect us because we're not thirsty, Ruby said. They had spent 2 whole days feasting on each other's blood. Huh. What is happening? Explain now. Seeing Violet's irritated face, Ruby and Sasha sighed and then began to explain what Natalia had done. As this happened, Victor flashed a small smile as Scat drank all of his blood. He heard the sounds of chains from somewhere. He looked around and even used his vampire vision, but he couldn't pinpoint where that sound came from. Realizing that Scat had finished drinking his blood, he stopped looking for the sound of the chain and focused his attention on his mother-in-law. What do you think? He asked. Scat lowers the cup, drops it to the floor, and hears the sound of glass breaking, but she doesn't care. She starts breathing heavily and erratically. It was like she was intoxicated by something. Her cheeks get red, and she looks at Victor with her eyes glowing blood red. Look how you got dirty. Victor approaches Scat and uses his hand to wipe the blood from her mouth. Don't drink so fast next time, you might choke. For a few seconds, silence dominated the room. It was as if everyone forgot to breathe. They were just too shocked to see Victor treating Scat like she was some kind of kid who needs help. Boy. She took a moment to control her breathing, but soon she spoke in a serious tone. You're playing with fire. Don't worry. I'm immune to fire. He continued to smile as he stroked her cheek. Scat smile grew, and an obsessive look began to appear on her face. How are you feeling? Victor asked as he backed away. He was feeling 3 stares piercing his back. Seeing Victor walk away, Scat eyes lost their intensity and became calmer, and, after a few seconds, her eyes returned to sapphire green. I'm feeling better, and my head isn't hazy like it used to be, but... Her eyes went back to blood red. That's still not enough. Bloodlust, huh? He said. Side effect of losing the husband, she spoke dismissively. Yes, I heard, Victor laughed and continued. Apparently, you killed your husband. Oh. Were you scared to hear that? Scared? Pfft. He shrugs nonchalantly. If you killed him, you probably judged him as pointless or impotent. Heh. How are you so sure about that? It could be something else that led me to kill him as an important reason or something. Don't talk like you know me. Victor rolled his eyes. Scat please. Don't treat me like a fool. I may have only known you for a little while, but one thing I'm sure of. You're not crazy. Well, not totally. He chuckled a little at the end. Scat continued to look at Victor neutrally. Victor's smile grew, his eyes changed to blood red, and his teeth changed to sharp fangs. You were bored, right? He approached her face. Slowly, Scat smile grew. Such a boring man, a man without potential, a man who doesn't train, blah, blah. There are several reasons, but the main one was boredom. He wasn't like you, he didn't want the same goals as you, and from the beginning, you weren't interested in him, you just took him because he had powers that matched your own power. A tool, that's what he was, and, when he fulfilled his purpose, he clenched his fists in front of her, you eliminated him. Indeed, you got it right. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Victor, but one question remained. How did you know my reasons? You speak as if you were present. I just took your past into consideration. He withdrew his hand from her front and pulled back a little. Oh. Countess Scathach Scarlet, a vampire over 2,000 years old, a cold and crazy woman. With just this little bit of information, someone with 2 IQ can deduce a little bit of your personality. The rest was a guess based on my few experiences I had with you. Victor smiled. 2,000 years old, you've experienced a lot of wars, a lot of tragedy, and you probably had a lot of fun in those wars, huh? For such a person, the end justifies the means. Indeed, the reckless woman. Ha ha ha, you are right and wrong, she laughed amusedly. Oh. In the past, I was more cautious, but after I realized that I got so much stronger than the beings in this world, I stopped worrying. The law of the fittest, huh? Understandable, after all, who in this world could challenge Scathach? He spoke, smiling. Indeed, she smiled, then she replied, only one man could fight me, but he's very boring and prefers to rule this mess he calls Nightingale. And, when he's not doing that, he's been sleeping for centuries, he's probably rusty from not training for millennia. Heh. Victor displayed a distorted smile. Who is this man who is capable of fighting you? The king, the first original, and the progenitor of all vampires. I see. Victor's smile grew and widened erratically, he was even feeling his heart pounding with emotion. Take that smile off a little, brat. If you can't even fight me, you can forget about trying to fight that man. She advised him. I don't feel like fighting him, Victor lied. He did want to fight that man, but not now, that would just be suicide. Oh. I was just happy that there are people stronger than you, he spoke the truth. Upon learning that there is someone stronger than Scathach, he realized that that saying, there is always someone stronger than you, was true. Scathach's face distorted a little, he's not stronger than me. But you're not 100% sure you could beat him fighting, right? He doesn't have the title of progenitor just for decoration. She was speechless for a moment when she heard Victor's words. Ha ha ha, you're right. She laughed casually. Sienna, Lakis, Ruby, and even Pepper were speechless when they saw their proud mother admitting it so casually. They were also feeling jealous to see their mother laughing and talking casually to Victor, she never did that to her daughters. Mother? Sienna spoke. She looked at her daughter. Seeing her mother's bored face, Sienna bit her lip a little. Why did you call this meeting? Oh. Indeed, what was the reason? She completely forgot. Mother. Sienna sighed and looked at Luna. Seeing Sienna's gaze, Luna yelled, yes. Then, she disappeared and soon returns with a letter in her hand and hands it to Sienna. Realizing that his conversation with Scathach had ended, Victor walked towards the sofa, where he was sitting, and sat down among his wives. Darling. What the fuck are you doing? Victor was speechless. Talking? He answered honestly. To me, it looked like you were flirting with my mother. Are you crazy? Ruby spoke in a cold tone of voice. Treason is not allowed. If you betray me, I will kill you. Sasha warned in a serious tone. Weren't those my sentences? Violet looked at Sasha, who completely ignored her. Being honest with herself, Sasha couldn't kill Victor like Violet, she'd just lock him away somewhere so he could be safe. Victor wore a genuinely confused face. Sasha, seeing Victor's confused face, was speechless. Is he doing this unconsciously? She focused on her connection and saw Victor's superficial thoughts. Why are they angry? I was just talking normally. Where in the 7 hells is this normal? She practically screamed. The women in the room looked at Sasha. Sorry, her face turned a little red, she looked at Ruby and Violet, use that. Oh, I forgot about that, Violet said. Oh, Ruby just opened her mouth a little. The two concentrate and look at the superficial thoughts of Victor, who was looking at them. My wives are so cute, I want to do XXX, XXX. The two women's faces turned pure red, and soon they turned their faces to the side. Victor didn't understand their reaction. Sasha was curious, she focused on the connection she had with Victor and saw his thoughts, cute. She didn't understand why Violet and Ruby were reacting like that. What are you doing? Pepper asked curiously, she was looking at her sister, who had a red face, and was acting suspiciously. And nothing, Ruby stuttered a little. Fun. Pepper glared at her younger sister. What? Are you practicing dual cultivation here? Lakis and Ruby's faces turned pure red. Previous index next. User, my 3 wives are beautiful vampires chapter 53, what will you do? Dual cultivation? Victor, Violet, and Sasha were confused. Somehow Ruby and Lakis sighed in relief when they realized they were the only ones who understood. Pepper. Stop talking nonsense. Ruby spoke. Awawawa, I'm sorry. But you blushed, and you were acting weird, I thought dash. Stop. Okay. We understand. Lakis closes Pepper's mouth. Pepper tried to say something, but only strange sounds came out of her mouth. Don't let her say anything. Ruby ordered. I know. Lakis spoke. Enough, Sienna said, trying to bring order to the situation. She looks at her mother. What is it, Sienna? I was having fun, Scathach said. For her, a bored person, watching her daughters play with her son-in-law was something nice. Mother, why did Lady Victoria declare war? Sienna asked in a serious tone. Hearing the familiar name, Sasha reacted. Aunt? What is my aunt doing? Oh, she proposed a game with Clan Horsemen to regain Clan Folger's lost count title, Scathach replied. What? Sasha was shocked, she never thought that selfish, narcissistic, proud aunt would do something like that. She's pretty sure her aunt isn't doing it to help her clan. The Horseman clan accepted? What were the bet this time? Sienna asked. Horseman clan. I've never heard of this clan, Violet questioned. I want to know too, Victor said. Oh, I'll let you two in on the subject. Ruby started to explain to Violet and Victor who Clan Horseman was. Victoria just wants the title of Vampire Count, and she staked all her riches. Sienna was speechless. Is she crazy? Her equity is absurd, it's more than $3 trillion counting on illegal and legal businesses, why would she give it up for just one title? Sasha spoke. Pepper and Lakis, realizing that the conversation was becoming boring, decided to close their eyes and go to sleep, they were too lazy to think about it. You don't know why since you're just a member of the clan, but the title of Vampire Count is very important, Sienna said, and Scathach nodded in agreement. What do you mean? Sorry, I can't say. Only the leaders of the clan holding the title of Count can know this information. Sasha frowned, then she looked to Scathach for answers. Don't look at me, brat. She said and continued, this is something that even I can't talk about. Tisk, Sasha doesn't like it, she looks at Sienna, and how do you know that? Oh, it's because I took on Count's duties in my mother's place. Is this allowed? If the king approved, then yes, it's allowed. Sienna smiled. Sasha frowned in annoyance when she saw Sienna's smile, for some reason, she didn't like that smile. I see. Victor spoke when he finished listening to Ruby's entire explanation about the Clan Horsemen. Why didn't my mom tell me about this? This is an important issue. Violet asked herself. You probably left the house and didn't even want to talk to her, right? Ruby spoke. Violet was silent, she knew Ruby was right. Scathack, tell me the situation of Sasha's family, you should know more about it, right? Victor said in an unnaturally serious tone. Oh. What will you do if you know? Scathack smiled. All the women looked at Victor, waiting for his answer, even Pepper and Lakis, who decided to sleep, were a little interested in Victor's answer. It depends on the situation, Victor started to speak. If Sasha is being owned by someone else because of a stupid bet made by her idiot mother. He looks at Sasha, sorry for the offense to my mother-in-law. It's okay. She's a fucking idiot, everyone knows that. Violet and Ruby were a little surprised to hear Sasha use such inappropriate words. Then? What will you do? Scathack looked more interested than usual. Victor spoke in a definitive tone as if it were an absolute truth, training, getting stronger, and no matter how long it takes, I will slaughter that entire clan. Nobody touches my wives and gets away with it. Scathack's smile grew, she seemed to like the answer. Victor, Sasha smiled. Maybe I'll make my mom lose a bet too. Violet said, she got jealous. Slap. Ruby hits Violet on the head. Ouch. Violet holds her head in pain, what are you doing, bitch? Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you realize that when he said wives, he included us too? Oh, Violet opened her mouth. And what are you going to do if Sasha doesn't belong to anyone and her family just lost the count title? Sienna asked a little curiously. Victor looks at Sienna and replies in a disinterested tone, I won't do anything. Huh. Huh. Sienna and Sasha spoke in unison. Sasha is fine, and for me, that's what matters. Now, if she wants to get that stupid title back, I'll support her, and if she wants my help, I'll help her, but other than that, I won't intervene. It's not like since she's lost the title of Count Vampire, she would be poor. Stupid title. Sienna was trying not to strangle this man. You believe in your wives a lot, Scathack said in a neutral tone. Victor looks at Scathack and displays a gentle smile, if I don't believe my wife, who will? I always believed in them, from the beginning. He spoke with absolute confidence in what he was saying. I see, she displayed a small smile on her face. Victor. Sasha suddenly hugged Victor. He didn't understand, but he didn't deny her embrace, feeling small tears on his shirt, he was a little shaken. What's it? What happened? And nothing, she spoke, sobbing a little. Just let me stay like this for a moment. She didn't know what she was feeling but hearing Victor's confident words somehow, she remembered talking to Julia, when did I get so emotional? I was not like that. You can hug me all you want, he chuckled, then he started stroking her head. Unfair, this bitch Violet suddenly had her mouth covered by Ruby's hands. Read the mood, damn it. Ruby spoke in a low voice. She tried to say something, but Ruby didn't understand. Satisfied? Now. Explain it to me, Victor said, looking at Scathack. Brat, you must have more Sienna was going to say something, she was already annoyed to see Victor treating her mother so casually. Victor looked at Sienna as his eyes glowed pure red, shut up. You are annoying. Sienna felt her body tremble, she tried to say something, but her mouth couldn't move, she couldn't move her body. Yes, I will be quiet, she spoke in a monotone. Good. He nodded with satisfaction, finally, she was silent. He thought. Oh. Scathack looked at it curiously, she remembers seeing it in the past. Kaguya also remembered a similar situation that happened to her, that again, doesn't he realize what he just did? She thought when she saw Sienna's reaction. Violet's violet eyes sparkled a little when she saw Sienna's reaction, she remembers that something happened in the past with the two budding hunters. Big sister? Why are you standing like a robot? Pepper asked curiously, she pinched Sienna's cheek, but the older sister wasn't moving. Lakis, who saw everything that happened, just looked on with eyes shining with curiosity. Scathack looks at Victor and says, Sasha's situation is exactly the second situation. She totally ignored her daughter's condition. Oh. The Horseman clan requested a game with Sasha's mother, and the bet was the title of Count Vampire. She explained and then added, the Horseman clan was betting on something very unique. Something that even a vampire who's lived over 1900 years, and is bored as fuck, would be curious enough to bet the Count title for. She puts on a face of disgust, they were betting a hybrid. The whole room was silent the moment they heard what she said. Lucy's underground base. It's a success, Lucy smiled satisfied, he was looking at an open white coffin with the symbol of the Black Cross. And on the floor were several red magic symbols, the symbols seemed to have been made with blood. Yes, all we have to do now is fill the coffin with the blood of the innocents and noble vampires. If everything goes as we planned, we will become noble vampires. Indeed, Lucy nods with satisfaction, spending almost his entire fortune to hire a corrupt witch seems to have been worth it. What did you do with the sacred artifact? That one spear seemed to be quite strong, Karen asked. I threw it in the trash, Lucy replied. Karen was speechless, she even thought she had gone deaf for a few seconds. What did you do with the sacred artifact? She decided to ask again. I threw it in the trash, Lucy replied. Lucy looked at Karen, and when he saw her expression of disbelief, he explained, the only ones who can use these artifacts are the hunters. If I sell them to the witches, those whores will sell information from me to the hunters, so the artifact was useless, and I threw it in the trash. Couldn't you keep the artifact or something? Keep? Where? He asked. Karen couldn't answer. And I'm also not a fool who would keep a deadly weapon that I can't even use in my house. Lucy snorted. Because of that, I threw it in the trash. Makes sense, Karen didn't find arguments to refute Lucy's decision, and the spear had an ancient look. In fact, the item didn't even have the appearance of a weapon, it looked like white wood in the shape of a spear. Where did you throw the spear? In Violet's territory. Somehow Karen had a bad feeling about this. Couldn't you throw it somewhere else? At sea or something? The hunters would retrieve the spear if I did that, they somehow managed to track that object, you remember, right? Every time we would go somewhere, there were hunters waiting like they knew where we were going. Yes, if it weren't for that corrupt witch, we'd be lost. See? As the witch's spell ran out, I threw the spear into Violet's territory. If the hunters find the spear, they will automatically link the incident to Clan Snow. Karen started to think, and after a few seconds, she said. I think you made a stupid decision. Huh? Did you forget they know you stole the artifact? Heh. Lucy opened his eyes, then he said, of course I didn't forget. But they don't know who I was working for. Is your brain melting? Hunters aren't dumb, they can hate vampires and blame all the shit they do to us, but that's just dumb. First, you stole the artifact, and they know that, everyone knows that. Second, that princess of Clan Snow has already met the hunters, and they must know she doesn't have the artifact. Third, did you see the Vatican incident? That was probably retaliation from that crazy bitch, some stupid hunter must have hurt her daughter. The hunters must know that the three noble clans that were in that incident are not involved in this theft. Come on, what would a count vampire who is over 1,500 years old want with an artifact like that? They are basically useless to them after all, like you said, only hunters can use that weapon. Realizing the important point she made, Lucy said, a Karen with a brain, this is new. Huh. Karen's face distorted into anger. Okay, Lucy backed off, I'm going to retrieve the spear, and I'm going to throw it further away, okay, he said. He would never admit that he didn't think deeply about it. Lucy was so excited about his plan working that he totally forgot about that detail. Throw the artifact as far away as possible, preferably under the sea or something, Karen suggested and adds with a serious look, don't fuck with us now. We're almost close to completing what we've wanted for so many centuries. Okay. Lucy picks up the phone and dials a number, then he puts it in his ear. Johnny? I have a job for you. Previous index next. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 54, Hybrids. Hybrids? Victor asked in curiosity. Hearing that word, he remembered the movies he watched with his father. It was about a female vampire who wore a black tights outfit and had a hybrid boyfriend. He remembers that hybrids in fiction are often portrayed as the best of both races, and they are very strong. Sienna, Violet, Sasha, and Ruby's faces practically changed to disgust when they heard the word. Lakis and Pepper don't seem to care much. Yes. Disgusting creatures that are the result of crossing a noble vampire and a werewolf. Victor looked around and saw the reaction that this word caused his wives. His curiosity increased. Are hybrids strong? That was his first curiosity. Hybrids, strong? Pfft. Sienna started to laugh. She looked like she managed to regain control of her body. Sienna wanted to irritate Victor as a form of revenge for what happened, but when she felt the gaze of Scathach, Ruby, Violet, and Sasha, she closed her mouth. She only cared about her mother and Ruby. Why is my mom on his side now? She thought. Victor looked at Sienna with annoyed eyes. That bitch hadn't shut up. Darling, unlike movies, hybrids aren't strong. They're like an error in the genetic code. They're something like a donkey. Oh. Victor looked at Ruby. Ruby continued, werewolves and vampires are two very different species genetically and physiologically from each other. To put it in simple words, we are the opposite of each other. Because of that quirk, we can't mix. And, when we get mixed up, an extremely rare case can happen, a hybrid can be born. Violet spoke in disgust, just imagining that a vampire slept with a wolf. Her body shuddered in disgust, she even felt like throwing up. As we are very different species from each other, the hybrid will be born with various genetic problems. Sasha continued, they will be sterile, and they will have a short life expectancy. Sometimes they are born with unusual diseases that can affect the two species. Because of that, when a hybrid is identified, it is immediately hunted and eliminated by the two races. I see, Victor placed a hand on his chin. I wonder what the Horseman clan was thinking about protecting a hybrid. Don't they know they can cause a pandemic at any time? What are the royal guards doing? Those old eunuchs wouldn't allow that kind of monstrosity to run around. Violet was surprisingly more involved in the conversation. They're quiet, surprisingly quiet. Sienna spoke. Those old people who keep talking about how the past was 1,000 flowers? Ruby asked, then she frowned, do the king's guards have some sort of agreement with that clan? That's not possible, the royal guards are just a kind of police to keep everything in order. They only follow the orders of the royal family. Sasha spoke, then she opened her eyes. Oh, looks like you understand, Scathach exhibited a small smile. Someone from the royal family is supporting that clan. Sasha spoke with disgust. She started to think of the princes and princesses of the king, but only one came to mind when she thought of this kind of dirty scheme. The first prince? She said. Probably, I'm not sure yet, but that's something he would do. He doesn't hide his intentions of desire about the throne much. Scathach spoke in disinterest. She doesn't like political schemes. She prefers to solve everything by force, though she knows that not everything can be resolved that way, especially delicate situations involving the royal family. As she knows she doesn't have the patience for this kind of political bullshit, she avoids getting too involved in politics. After all, she knows that at some point, she's going to get angry, and she's going to end up destroying another clan of noble vampires. I don't understand something, Victor spoke doubtfully. Scathach looked at Victor. Are hybrids so rare that they might attract my mother-in-law's curiosity? Lakis and Pepper were somehow surprised that Victor could speak the word mother-in-law so easily. It was as if he hadn't even insulted the woman a few moments ago. Yes. They are very rare, and there are a lot of stories about hybrids. Most of those stories are as bad as you've just heard, but some of those stories have been twisted to think that hybrid blood is something delicious. Scathach nearly threw up. You seem to have your own experience about it, Victor commented. In the past, I found a hybrid and drank its blood. That was one of the things I regret the most in this life. I felt like I was eating garbage. It's disgusting. Lakis, Ruby, and Pepper didn't know how to react to this new information, but one thing was going through the sisters' minds. Why did their mother always reveal pieces of her past so easily when Victor asked something? When her own daughters ask a question, she always avoids answering something. My mom was basically fooled by the hybrid stories. And, because she was bored, she didn't think twice about betting the vampire count title, and in the end, she lost. Sasha got angry, and she started to speak. That dumb blonde. The dumb blonde stereotype must have been invented by her. Victor didn't know how to react to Sasha's words. In the end, he just patted her head. Seeing that Sasha started to become visibly calmer, he said. So my mother-in-law was tricked. What a surprise, he rolled his eyes, then he felt a foreboding. Why am I feeling this is going to become common in the future? Everyone feels that when they hear about that woman. Sasha rolled her eyes. Victor was silent again. If mom got the invitation, then was our clan invited to see the game? Ruby decided to ask something she was curious about. Indeed. I wasn't planning on going at first, but the situation has changed. She looked at Victor with a small smile on her face. Feeling her stare, he looked at Scathach confused. Seeing their mother's look, the sisters just visibly sighed. They could clearly understand that she accepted the invitation just for Victor to see how the game works. Their mother's interest in Victor is reaching the point of no return. She's even changing her habits just to give Victor more experience in the vampire world. When will the game take place? Sasha asked. In 6 months, Sienna replied in Scathach's place. Why so long? Sienna takes the card that was on the table and throws it towards Sasha. Before Sasha can take the card, Violet puts her hand in front of her and takes the card. Sasha looked at Violet with neutral eyes. Humph. Violet snorted, then she opened the letter. Blah, blah, political bullshit, blah, blah. She started to read. Everyone rolled their eyes, except Victor, who smiled kindly and patted Violet's head. He. Violet displayed a satisfied smile. Oh. Are all clans with the title count invited? That bitch is confident of winning, huh? Well, it's my aunt, unlike my mom, she never lost a bet, because of that, she built a big noble clan practically in less than 500 years, Sasha said. Question. Pepper held up her hand. Feeling the stares of everyone in the room, Pepper asked cutely, what are we going to do about Victor's powers? Ruby opened her eyes a little, oh. You're right, sister. If they find out he's a vampire who has the 3 powers of the count houses, trouble could ensue. So, are we going to seal his powers? Lakis suggested. Hell no. If it's problems they want they will have them, I won't limit myself or hide my powers just because I'm afraid of problems. Hell no. If it's trouble they want, they're very welcome to look for trouble. Victor and Scathach spoke in unison as the two wore a predatory smile. Everyone was speechless when they heard their words, they spoke differently, but the essence was the same, do they want trouble? Then problems they will have. They even looked excited. Scathach and Victor looked at each other, Scathach was visibly a little shocked by what she just heard, but soon her smile just grew and grew. Oh fuck. Ruby, Sienna, and Lakis realized it was too late to make Scathach lose interest in Victor. Violet hugged Victor and looked at Scathach with possessive eyes, what are you smiling at, old hag, shoo, he's mine. Heh, brat. You're looking forward to my punishment, huh? Scathach displayed her fist. Humph, he's mine. Go find another man. Violet didn't flinch, she hugged Victor tighter. Scathach's blood-red eyes increased in intensity for a few seconds but stopped as soon as Victor said something. Haha, my wife is so adorable, he pulled Violet and hugged her, then he started stroking her head. Stop, I'm serious. Violet spoke in a serious tone, and Victor's smile only widened. I know, he kissed her cheek. Violet's face turned a little red, but she didn't deny Victor's advances. I've decided something, Scathach suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at the red-haired woman, then she flashes a small smile at the others. I will start training Victor from today. Previous index next. Copyright 2024 lightnovelworld.co. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires chapter 55, digging your own grave. I will start training Victor from today. Suddenly Scathach disappears and appears in front of Victor. Not that again. Victor instinctively jumped back. You're still too slow to avoid me. Scathach appeared behind him and lightly attacked his neck, but a small block of ice stopped her hand on Victor's neck. Victor covers his body in lightning and kicks Scathach towards her face. Every time he made these moves, he had a big smile on his face. Oh. You have good instincts, I like it. She grabs Victor's leg, the lightning striking the ground was heard all around, and even the pressure of the wind made a hole in the wall behind Scathach. It just shows how much force Victor put in his attack. But it's still not enough, she decided to put on more strength, she squeezed Victor's foot tighter and pulled towards her. Crack. Victor grits his teeth and tries not to react to his foot being broken by Scathach's grip. He placed an ice shield on his stomach, but this time, Scathach easily passed through the ice as he felt the punch connect with his stomach. Cough. Realizing he was losing consciousness, he quickly bit down on his tongue. As soon as he felt his consciousness return, he quickly kicked the ground and backed away from Scathach. Ha ha ha, Scathach started laughing when he saw Victor's reaction. She seemed to be enjoying herself. She lets go of Victor's leg and allows him to step away. Darling. Husband. Victor raises his hands to his wives in a stop gesture, and he looks at Scathach with a big bloody grin on his face. You don't have to do this to try to get me to go with you. I'll gladly follow you. I told you, right? I won't run away from you. Scathach's body visibly trembled, her cheeks turned a little red, and her smile grew. Good. That's the spirit I want. Follow me. As soon as she disappeared, Victor used his eyes and continued to keep his senses focused on Scathach, and he said without turning around, I'll train. Lakis, Sienna, and Ruby are just speechless. As Scathach alumni, they know it's not easy to do what Victor has done now. He suddenly turned to Sasha, don't do anything reckless, okay? I won't, don't worry, husband, Sasha said with a small smile. You too, Violet. Huh. But I never do anything reckless. Violet felt a little sad to be parted from Victor. Everyone in the room rolled their eyes. Victor walked up to Ruby, and he patted her head, take care of them, okay? I trust you. Victor displays a gentle smile, then he disappears. The 3 wives clenched their fists tightly. Fue. Where is Kagaya? Pepper asked as she looked around, she was sure Kagaya was beside Maria, but suddenly Kagaya disappeared, and as a maid wouldn't leave without the master's permission, she thought it was weird. The 3 wives were speechless, but soon they exhibited a small smile. As expected of her, they spoke in unison. Huh. What do you mean? Pepper asked. Nothing, the 3 spoke in unison. A moment of silence descends into the room, then Violet opens her mouth. I'll go back home. Heh. Ruby and Sasha were surprised. What's it? Violet was upset. Nothing, it's just a surprise you want to part with Victor, Ruby commented. Indeed. I thought you were going to scream in rage or something, Sasha added. Believe me, I don't want to part with him. And I'm really angry too. Violet's eyes went completely dark, but as long as that old witch is with Victor, I probably can't find him. Somehow, I'm jealous of Kagaya now, she can be with Darling all the time as if she were his shadow. Ruby and Sasha nodded in agreement with Violet's words. I'm going back home, and I'm going to train, I feel my power steadily increasing, and I don't have the confidence to control it like before. Sienna, Lakis, and Pepper were a little surprised when they heard what Violet said. They know that for vampires to get stronger, they have to get older or train to learn new techniques and incorporate them into their fighting style. However, Violet just said that her power was steadily growing, that's theoretically impossible for vampires. Violet's powers shouldn't have a power-boosting spurt until she's 500 years old. Oh, now that you mention it, I felt it in me too, but I ignored it because I can control it perfectly, Ruby said. Sasha looks at Ruby with a neutral expression, that's because you're a small monster trained by an even bigger monster. Ruby was a little annoyed. How rude to call me a monster. But that's what you are, you've been trained by Scathach since you were little. You're a little monster. Sasha smiled. Ruby turns to face Violet and ignores Sasha. How are you going to get home? We are in the north, you know. It's a long trip to the southern territory, which is where you live. I will run with the power of my fire, I can boost myself to get back faster, Violet spoke. This is stupid. That is just a waste of energy. Ruby said, why don't you use an airplane or something? It's easier. It's too slow. Ruby couldn't deny it's slow, but it's better than wasting energy. Why don't you call that maid? Speaking of the devil, where is she? Sasha looked around but couldn't find Natalia. She said she's on vacation until Violet goes back to the human world, Luna said. Explain. Ruby looked at Violet. That maid's contract is only for life in the human world, that's all I can say, Violet spoke neutrally. Sigh, what is your family thinking of getting involved with that clan? Ruby sighed. Although my mother is a narcissistic bitch, she still has a good head on her shoulders, she got a deal with the king to employ someone from that clan as a maid. Why did she risk so much? Sasha asked. She wanted to shop in the human world easier. Sasha looked at Violet sympathetically, she put her hand on her shoulder, it's hard to have a mother like that, right? Yes. Violet sighed. Ruby didn't say anything. Despite Scat being the way she is, she was still a good mother. At the limit of the possible, of course. She was strict, kind, and never let her crazy things affect her daughters, she was also very overprotective of her daughters. And she was always there when her daughters needed her. Overall, Ruby had nothing to complain about her mom, she just had trouble getting close to her mom, she always seemed so far away. Because of that, she feels a little envious of Victor, who managed to bond with Scat very easily. And that's a thought that is shared by all three of Ruby's sisters. What are you two going to do? Sienna asked Ruby and Sasha, and then she got up from the table along with Lakis and Pepper. I'll train too, although I don't think I need it, it's always good to go over the basics, Ruby said. Me too, unlike these two freaks, I'm not a genius, Sasha said. Ruby and Violet rolled their eyes. Train and use the Count Vampire transformation even for a little while. If that's not being a genius, I wonder what is Ruby thought. Not even Ruby could access the Count Vampire form yet, and Sasha and Violet could already do that. Although different from the two women, Ruby had two elements that were essentially the same element. Ruby's ice and water were much more challenging to train than Sasha's lightning bolt and Violet's fire. And you too? Sienna asked Pepper and Lakis. I'm going to watch anime, I saw that a new season was out. Pepper chuckled silly. Ruby reacted to Pepper's words, tell me a little more about this, she said. Of course. Sienna sighed and looked at her middle sister. I'll go to sleep, she smiled, then she disappeared. Well, I'll go back to my job. I predict my mom will be confined for 6 months with that man. Sienna smirked, then she spoke in a shocked voice, wait, this isn't a bad thing for you guys? After all, you saw what happened, right? I wonder what will happen if my mom is alone with that one for 6 months. The eyes of the three wives began to glow, and a suffocating pressure began to leave their bodies. Hi. Pepper, who was close to Ruby, quickly fled and got behind her older sister. Forget what I said, I'll get my darling. Violet quickly changed her mind. Indeed, Ruby said in a cold tone. It's dangerous to leave that woman alone with Victor, the three look at each other and then nod to themselves, then they disappear, leaving traces of their respective powers. Ha ha ha, Sienna laughed, she finally got a little revenge, she was also very petty like Victor. Big sister. Pepper whispered. She looked at Pepper. Our mom isn't going to like this, and if she finds out it was you who came up with the idea. Well. Pepper couldn't finish the sentence, she just looked sad. Oh fuck, Sienna's face darkened, she felt that every time she tried to provoke Victor, she was digging her own grave. Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 56, I can't contain myself anymore. Inside a coliseum, Victor and Scat were in the center of the arena looking at each other. At some point, as Victor ran after Scat the red-haired woman disappeared in front of him and came back wearing a tight-fitting outfit that clung perfectly to her body. The outfit was black with golden and red details. At first glance, it looked like a tight full-length bodysuit, but looking closer, he realized it was something like a battle suit. To be honest with himself, Victor was having a hard time looking at Scat that voluptuous body was just too unfair. And, since she looked like a more mature version of Ruby, who was his wife, the temptation was much greater. But despite being feeling it, he kept a poker face with a slight smile on his face, he didn't want to be rude. His mother always said not to stare at women's bodies too much, after all, they felt the eyes of men. He still remembers her words, look once, observe, appreciate, and commit the image to memory, don't be staring at the woman like a weirdo. Scat flashes a small smile when she sees Victor's gaze, and her smile grows even wider when he keeps a poker face and doesn't stare at her body like a dog in heat. She nods contentedly, like a woman who considers herself old-fashioned, she quite appreciated Victor's attitude. First of all, we should start training your resistance to pain. A small ice stake appears in front of Scat don't dodge. You can take it easily, right? She said. Soon she throws the stake into Victor's heart. Realizing the stake will pierce his heart, Victor grits his teeth and doesn't move. Soon the ice stake pierced his heart, and he felt pain throughout his body, he felt like screaming, but he gritted his teeth harder and resisted. Good, Scat complimented, as expected, you didn't disappoint me. Victor takes the ice stake that pierced his heart and pulls the stake out, his body was shaking, and it was visible that he was hurting, but he didn't scream. Something inside him wouldn't allow it, he'd rather die than demonstrate a pathetic action like screaming and acting like a little girl. Heh. Victor throws the stake into the ground. Scat nodded in satisfaction once more as she began to explain, the vampire is a physically weak breed compared to werewolves, but in compensation, we have regeneration that is far superior to that of wolves, and, in combat, we get hurt a lot. Because of that, we must train resistance to pain. As she was satisfied with Victor's previous action, she demonstrated with actions what she meant. Scat shows her right hand, then her hand hardens and becomes sharp, she extends her left arm and suddenly cuts it. Blood fell to the ground, and yet the smile never left Scat face, and she never stopped looking at Victor. Her arm fell to the ground, and in less than a few seconds, her arm disappeared and then reappeared attached to her body. In less than 1 second her arm has completely regenerated. Victor was surprised by this demonstration, he touched his heart, and at some point, he could feel that his heart had already healed. See? In time you will be able to do this. Pain resistance, that's what we're going to train first. And this skill is the most important for our fighting style. She finished the explanation and ordered. Now, take off your clothes and just leave your underwear on. Okay, Victor spoke in a neutral tone as he began to undress. Oh. Aren't you going to ask why we shouldn't train with weapons, or powers, etc.? She spoke of the complaints her students always made. He stops undressing and looks at her, he replied in a neutral tone, you are the master here, I just have to follow what you order me to do. She didn't expect this answer. And? He smiled a little, I trust you, I know you won't make me do something useless. After all, just like me, you want me to get stronger quickly, right? When he finished speaking, he started to undress again. Scat smile slowly grew distorted, her eyes were glowing blood red, and her teeth changed and sharpened, and an immense pressure of murderous intent left her body. The birds around the Colosseum started to flee in fear, they feared for their life, they could feel that a predator had arrived, and this feeling was felt by all the animals that were around. Victor's shadow began to shake violently, and soon the shadow seemed to leave his body and fled out of the Colosseum. Ah, as expected, I can't contain myself anymore, she put both hands on her face, her cheeks turned red, and her breathing became ragged. She loved the answer he gave her. I don't want anyone in the way. Her killing intent grew bigger and formed a dome around the Colosseum. For 6 months, I will cut this diamond any way I want. Somehow she felt her private parts a little wet. What is this? Violet fell to the ground while breathing quickly, she was very terrified. This is mother. Ruby was leaning against the tree as she stared at the Colosseum that had turned into a dome of murderous intent. What happened? Is she angry? Sasha asked as she held her trembling arms. Let's step back a bit. Why yeah, Sasha nods and then leaves the Colosseum area. Seeing that Violet was unable to move, she seemed more affected since she was closer to the Colosseum when the explosion of murderous intent took place. Sasha, Ruby said. Sasha turns and looks at Violet, she bites her lip, resists her fear, and covers her body in lightning, then she appears beside Violet. Let's go. Why yes, Violet didn't refuse, she was too numb, she had never felt this feeling before in her life, was I teasing this monster all along? Only now did she understand why Scathach was called the strongest female vampire in the world. At a considerable distance from the Colosseum, the three wives were on top of a mountain. What in the seven hells is this? Sasha asked, she was looking at a black dome, she could feel all the negative feelings in that dome, instinctively, she knew that if she approached that place, she would be killed. That's my mother's killing intent. Ruby commented in disbelief, she had seen her mother's killing intent before, but it was nothing like what she saw now. Just how many beings has she killed? Sasha can't help but ask, just how many? How many lives do you have to take to have such frightening pressure? I don't know, but she participated in all the wars she found interesting. With just those wars, you can imagine the huge number of beings she killed, Ruby added. Suddenly Violet's shadow begins to tremble, and then Kaguya emerges from it coughing. Kaguya. The three women spoke. What happened? Violet asked. I got kicked out, I couldn't stand it. I felt like I would die if I stayed in that place. I'm sorry, Lady Violet. And darling. What happened to him? Violet started to shake Kaguya, who was trying to recover. Calm down, Violet, Sasha spoke, she took Violet's hands. Violet glared at Sasha. My mom won't kill Victor. Remember she took him to that place to train, she probably doesn't want to be interrupted. Ruby added. Violet sighs, and she says, I'm sorry, Kaguya, can you tell us what happened to make Scathach act like that? Ruby and Sasha were a little surprised that Violet could listen to them so easily. Kaguya nods, and soon she starts to explain. Some minutes later. So it's Darling's fault. Violet didn't know how to react. I don't think so, Ruby said, she was the one who understood a little more about Scathach. All her students always complained about her training, even I was like that. But Victor is different, and he seemed to be willing to accept whatever my mother threw at him, that must have been the trigger that made her act that way. Ruby finished the explanation. She was always obsessed with being stronger and training. And my husband is a lot like her. Sasha spoke. Violet bites her lip, just thinking that Victor is going to be stuck with Scathach for 6 months, her body trembles with jealousy and rage. Don't think about it, Ruby warned her. Huh. Violet didn't understand. I can read your superficial thoughts, have you forgotten? But I don't even need to read your thoughts to understand what's going through your head right now. So again, I repeat, don't think about it, or jealousy will consume you. My mom isn't interested in relationships, she's just excited that she's found a potential disciple for her to train any way she wants. Violet bites her lip. Are you 100% sure she's not interested in a relationship? Sasha asked. Ruby was silent. Realizing that Ruby didn't respond, the two women became more concerned. Honestly, Ruby didn't know. Her mom never talked about it, and she never saw her mom get in touch with anyone either. One time 14-year-old Ruby asked her mother that had received a marriage proposal from a clan. Mother, why don't you get married and hook up with someone? She asked her mother, who was on top of the wreckage of the clan that the man who sent her the marriage proposal was from. Scathach exhibited a face of disgust. I'm not interested in trash, these men are just unworthy of my attention. They're just pigs to be slaughtered by me, the vampire's entire body is covered in ice until it becomes a statue. Ruby looked at it with cold eyes and asked, so which man is worthy of you? I do not know. Ruby was speechless. Scathach looked at her daughter and showed a small smile, but I'll know when I meet this man in person, my instincts are always correct. Then I'll wait patiently for the day I have a father, Ruby said coldly, but her mother could see the sarcastic tone in her daughter's words. Kaka, that day will probably never come. My standards are too high and almost impossible to meet, she laughed, then she jumped towards the street and started walking towards her mansion. Lives are beautiful vampires chapter 57, so it begins. After finishing removing all of his clothes and leaving only a pair of boxers, Victor looked at Scathach. He didn't seem to have noticed the killing intent that was coming out of Scathach. I finished, what now? Honestly, he was wondering why he should just wear his underwear, but that thought died the moment it was born, after all, he wasn't ashamed of his current body. Scathach puts her hand on her chin as if thinking about something, she looks at Victor's body in curiosity. Then, she approaches Victor and touches her fingers to his body. Seeing the firm, well-defined muscles, her eyes gleam a little, she seems to have come to some conclusion. Interesting, looks like you'll take whatever I throw at you. Suddenly, she reaches into her pocket and pulls out a small, old-fashioned cell phone. Well, Victor was going to say something, but he suddenly felt his body being pierced. Cough, he spits blood on the floor. He looks down and sees Scathach's hands across his stomach. Hold on, she spoke in a neutral tone, and then she started to churn Victor's stomach like she was looking for something. Victor gritted his teeth, his body trembled in pain, but he just clenched his fists tightly and held on. Scathach removed her hand from his stomach, and the moment she did, he felt something pulled out of his stomach. Cough, that's he almost fell to his knees on the floor, but the moment that sensation came, he quickly stomped harder on the floor and stood up, his pride not allowing him to kneel. Your gut, she flashed an innocent smile. Victor was speechless. A few seconds later, something started to happen. Victor's intestines that were in Scathach's hand dissolved into blood and then disappeared, and at the same moment that happened, Victor felt something return to his stomach. He touches his belly region, he doesn't feel pain anymore, and the cut on his stomach has also been restored. Even the blood he spat has disappeared. Impressive, she smiled contentedly as she looked at her cell phone. In less than 10 seconds, you had your whole stomach restored. Is this normal? Victor asked in curiosity. Of course it isn't. She put away her cell phone and began to explain. For an ordinary noble vampire, it takes between 30 seconds to 1 minute to regenerate this type of damage. For a noble vampire descended from a count clan, it takes around 30 to 40 seconds depending on the individual's potential. This kind of regeneration is only seen in the children of the royal family. For example, the youngest daughter of the king, she is a newborn, and her regeneration is around 10 to 15 seconds. You seem to know a lot about this. Of course I know. All the king's children that are born, I went to check whether they had potential or not personally. By potential, she probably meant beat up every one of them, huh? Victor thought. They all have good talent, but unfortunately, they are useless, the mentalities of them are not like me. Because of that, though they have great talent, I never took any of them to train personally, she said with annoyance. Victor didn't know how to react to this. After all, he never saw the king's heirs personally, and if Scathach judged them as unworthy, he simply lost interest in them. He considers Scat Hack too much like him, and, because of that, he strangely trusts her judgment a lot. Scat Hack exhibited a small smile. You are indeed an anomaly. Your blood has made you special. It has strengthened all your bases. Even your body is stronger than a common vampire noble. Victor exhibited a small smile. If I'm an anomaly, what are you? In less than 1 second, your whole arm was restored. He compared himself a lot to Scat Hack, which was absurd. She is a vampire who had 2,000 years to train, and he was just born. Follow me. Scat Hack started walking towards the Colosseum wall. Victor followed Scat Hack. As he was behind her, unconsciously he looked at her ass that looked like she was trying to hypnotize him. Thick ass. This outfit is against the rules. Not that I'm complaining, but it's weird looking at your wife's mother like that. I think. He stared for only a few seconds, and then he looked away. He noticed how beautiful the Colosseum was. Which was a lie. He was reviewing what he saw in his mind and comparing it to Ruby. Scat Hack wins, although Ruby isn't far behind. Like mother, like daughter, huh? Although, Sasha's legs are better. Apparently, he had plenty of free time to think about bullshit, and Scat Hack noticed it too when she felt Victor's gaze on her ass, but she didn't care. She was feeling satisfied for some reason. Stopping at the Colosseum wall, Scat Hack lightly touches the wall, and soon a new wall with various training weapons appears. Choose a weapon you like. She pointed like a saleswoman who was selling an item. Don't worry, all weapons are tough enough. They've been enchanted by witches. Victor looked at the weapons curiously. He saw that she had several weapons of all varied types, Eastern, Western, and even firearms. Victor didn't think too much. He wasn't experienced in using any weapons, so he just chose what he liked personally. He liked the spear and greatsword, but in the end, he chose greatsword. After all, he still has memories of watching a movie with his father about a barbarian who used a greatsword, and, since that day, he has always been fascinated by the greatsword. He looked at the sharp blade of the sword with curious eyes. The greatsword was simply too big. He was currently 195 centimeters tall, and the sword blade was almost the same size as himself. Greatsword, as expected of a man, I think. She laughed. I was in doubt about the spear and the greatsword, but I just chose the one I liked best. He spoke while swinging the greatsword with extreme ease. He even felt like the sword was made of paper. It was so light. Scat Hack's eyes sparkled a little when she heard that he liked the spear. Despite being a master of all weapons and having completely mastered them, the weapon she first practiced with was the spear. Since we have little time, your torture/training method is simple, a fight to a near-death state. She wasn't even hiding anymore that it would be torture for him, although Victor doesn't seem to mind. Victor looked at Scat Hack, his smile growing disproportionately when he heard what she said. As vampires, we're going to abuse regeneration, huh? Oh. You got it fast, she smiled and explained. Usually, I would start by taking it easy. I would teach you the basics step by step, and I would apply a little torture to get you used to the pain, just like I did with my daughter. But. She walks to the wall and picks up a spear. She makes some moves with the spear and points the sharp part of the spear at Victor. You woke me up, and now. I want to have fun. Her smile grew distorted, sharp teeth began to show on her face, and her eyes began to glow blood red. Just like Scat Hack, Victor's smile grew. Then? What are we waiting for? Let's start. He swings the greatsword horizontally and attacks Scat Hack. Scat Hack uses the spear hilt and defended Victor's attack. The swing of the greatsword created a gust of wind, but despite all that strength, the spear didn't even move when receiving the attack. She then used the tip of the spear and pierced Victor's stomach. A small ice shield appears on Victor's stomach but is easily pierced by Scat Hack's spear. Victor attacks again with the greatsword, but Scat Hack pulls the spear out of Victor's stomach and slashes his legs at inhuman speed. Ugh. Lots of useless moves, try to simplify more. The way you use the power is correct, but... She waits for Victor's legs to regenerate, and when she saw that he had recovered, Scat Hack covers her legs with ice and kicks Victor in the stomach. You need to use the powers with more density. Your ice looks like glass that is easily broken, try to make it more resistant. He flies backward, using his fire as a support. He manages to reposition himself in the air. Scat Hack runs towards Victor at moderate speed, and slowly her speed starts to increase. She covers the spear with ice and attacks the air. A wall of ice began to be created on the ground and headed towards Victor. What? Victor covers his arm with fire, then he punches the air, and a blast of fire flew into the wall of ice. Boom. An explosion happens when ice and fire collide. Scat Hack appears at Victor's side. Bad decision. If you don't have experience fighting, limiting your field of vision is. She turns her head slightly and dodges the greatsword's blade. She looks at Victor and sees his eyes glowing red. Your eyes. They're special, huh? I didn't know that. I didn't say. Victor flashed a small smile. Oh. Are you hiding more stuff from me? Who knows? How about you try to find out for yourself? Scat Hack's face turned a little red at Victor's response. She smiles sensually as she licks her lips. Hee, don't worry, soon, I'll know all about you. Previous index next. User comments. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 58, The White Wolf. Hearing the noise of the explosion, the girls looked towards the Colosseum. They started, huh? Ruby spoke. What are we going to do? Sasha asked as she looked at the Colosseum. What we originally intended to do, train, Ruby replied, and soon she turned and started walking towards her mansion. I will go with you. I feel that if I train with you, I will get more results. Sasha spoke and started to follow Ruby. Like old times? Ruby smiled a little. Indeed. Sasha smiled. I want some tips on Count's transformation. I haven't been able to unlock mine yet, Ruby commented. So we have a deal, Ruby chuckled. Sasha looked at Violet. What are you going to do? Violet bites her lip and clenches her fist in frustration. I'm going back home. Like I said before, I feel my power increasing, and I don't have the confidence to control power like before. I need to complete my training. She gets up off the ground and looks towards a place. Ruby and Sasha seem to have gone deaf for a while. Excuse me, but what? Sasha practically screamed. What do you mean you didn't finish your training? Ruby asked in disbelief. Usually, vampires end their training at the age of 18, and after you turn 18 and finish training, you have to develop powers independently. That's how it happened to her and Sasha. Ruby trained from a young age in martial arts and how to control her powers with Scat Hack. Sasha just trained how to control her powers. After all, vampires are born knowing how to use their powers, they just don't know how to control them. Ruby's case is very rare in the vampire world as well. After all, vampire parents don't teach their children to use martial arts created by humans they consider to be cattle. Violet ignored Ruby's question. It's like Lady Violet said. Kaguya spoke when she realized that Violet was focused on something else. She spent many years watching Victor, and because of that, she didn't complete her training. And how did she manage to use the count form if she didn't even train? Ruby asked. She remembers that in the past, Violet also used this power for a while. I don't know, Kaguya replied, but Lady Violet has always easily controlled her powers. Maybe that's the trigger? Ruby was silent, but inside she just wanted to scream, bullshit. Kaguya, Violet spoke. Yes, Lady Violet. Kaguya looked at Violet. Violet looks at Kaguya, and soon her violet eyes turn blood red. I'm revoking your status as my maid. Kaguya didn't understand this sudden decision. Violet continues, as of today, you are my darling's personal maid. Kaguya's cold expression broke, and she just couldn't let go of the first word that popped into her mind. Night. Human world, current location somewhere around Brooklyn in a nightclub called The Lost Club. Bam. The sound of the club door opening suddenly was heard, and soon everyone could see a dark, muscular man standing 195 centimeters tall. He was wearing black pants with a simple white shirt, and around the man's neck was a necklace with a sharp thong that was very visible. He had short white hair, sapphire blue eyes, and a stern face. The man's body was covered in black striped tattoos, and he had several small scars strewn across his arms. Oh, you came back. How are you feeling now? A woman, who was leaning against the wall smoking, spoke as she looked at the man. The man exhibited a small smile that showed his white teeth, which were strangely a little sharper than usual, then he started walking. I'm calmer. Just don't make a fuss again. The woman rolled her eyes. He walked past the woman as he spoke, bitch, please. I never make a fuss. I am the most peaceful and hard-working man you will meet. The woman rolled her eyes again, yeah. Then she ignored the man. The man walked down the halls to a door that had a tall man on guard. Johnny, you're forbidden. The guard spoke but was stopped from continuing by a sudden movement of the muscular man. The muscular man puts his arm around the neck of the man who was on guard and pushed him to the wall. What did you say? He spoke with a smile that showed his sharp teeth. The guard was sweating all over his body. He could have sworn he pissed himself a little. The woman, who was a little farther away smoking, was just speechless. In less than a few seconds, the man known as Johnny already got into trouble. And nothing. You can pass, the guard spoke. Johnny steps away from the guard. You should have said that from the start. Soon he walks into the club. Smelling alcohol, drugs, women, and sex, he flashes a satisfied smile. I'm home. The guard sighed in relief. He adjusts the suit he was wearing and touches the communicator in his ear and says, the mercenary is here. What? That motherfucker is banned. Why did you let him in? He heard a woman's voice. Madam, you know the man, if he doesn't come in, he will cause a fuss and destroy more property. You were just scared, right? The man used the right to remain silent. The woman sighed, I'll go talk to Judy, Jessica, Jinsei, probably Roberta too, maybe some of these bitches can calm him down. The man was speechless. Just how many women has this man slept with? Then she yelled again, and do your job to keep people out. I'm paying you for this. Yes, ma'am. Realizing the comm had hung up, he whispered, I'll try. He could handle a normal human, but these freaks who came to this club, it was a big no for him. Oya. If it's not the legendary mercenary, Johnny, the White Wolf. I thought I'd never see you again. After all, you're banned from this club. A black-haired man wearing a bartender outfit spoke with exaggerated gestures. Your mood is still exaggerated as always, Eddie, Johnny told the man. What do you want, Mr. White Wolf? The usual. Johnny special, huh? Eddie smiled, then he asked, do you have money? Take it. Johnny takes out a large amount of money and throws it on the table. $30,000, that should pay half my debts. Now give me a drink. My throat is dry. Eddie's smile grew as he began to prepare Johnny's drink. Business seems to be going well, he started the conversation. You know how it is, people always need someone to clean up their mess. The client this time, I heard he was quite exotic. If by exotic, you mean a leech, yes. Eddie stopped preparing the drink for a while and said. Just a piece of advice from a wolf friend who has been in this life for a long time. Don't get involved with the leech's problems. Things tend to get more complicated when they are involved. Soon, he went back to preparing the drink. When aren't things complicated? And you know how it is, money is money. These bastards have lived so long their pockets are full of money, and they don't mind throwing that money away too easy. Indeed. They really are the best customers. You seem to know this man, tell me a little about him. I'll continue if you pay your debt. TSK. Take it, he throws another amount of money. This should cover all my debts. Yes, until you decide to make another mess and get in debt again. I never caused a fuss. Eddie rolled his eyes and remained silent, then he takes a glass and puts it on the table. Johnny special, enjoy. Johnny's eyes light up when he sees the drink, then in a single sip, he drinks it all. Ambrosia of the gods, he belched, satisfied. Now. Give me tequila. Yeah. The man takes a whole bottle of tequila and puts it on the table, and he fills Johnny's glass. And, as if it were water, Johnny drinks the whole glass again. Again, he puts the glass down on the table. Eddie refilled the glass. And again, Johnny drank it all. Again. This process was repeated for 20 doses. When Johnny finally felt satisfied, he asked. And? Tell me about Lucy. Oh, it's the usual, commoner vampire with big dreams of becoming a noble vampire. Oh, boring. Continue. He's kidnapping innocent men and women to do a ritual that will change his race, and he's working with a new noble clan house that I still don't have information about. Vampires using human sacrifices, nothing new. Go on. Johnny drank another shot, and soon Eddie refilled his glass. Apparently, the leech's political power game that has never changed for 2,000 years is starting to change. Politics? Meh, boring. I heard your sister is in love with a newborn vampire. Pfft, he spat all the tequila in Eddie's face. Disgusting, Eddie said as he wiped his face. WH-. What did you say? Previous index next. Comments loading. Copyright 2020. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 59, The White Wolf. 2. Your sister is in love with a newborn vampire, Eddie repeated as he wiped his face with a damp cloth. What kind of bullshit are you talking about? Even though he heard it again, he still couldn't believe it. My little sister would never fall in love with anyone. She's just a child. Johnny started to remember his sister, she was so little, and she kept screaming around, big brother, unconsciously, he smiled like a fool. Johnny, it's been 18 years, she's grown up, Eddie shattered his illusions. Johnny imagined his little sister, grown up and embraced by a random vampire. His face distorted in anger, I won't allow it. Bomb. He smacked the wood of the counter. I'll put it on your account, Eddie said with a small sigh. And your sister is already an adult, she can make her own decisions, and this passion won't last long, after all, vampires and wolves can't mix. Oh. What do you know? Spit it out. And give me more tequila. Johnny decided not to comment on what Eddie said. After all, he knows that Eddie's words were wrong, wolves and vampires can relate. If the two individuals want, nothing can stop them, only death, of course. You have money? Eddie smiled. Tisk, you're going to make me poor again, Johnny complained. Business is business. Friendship should not interfere with business. Whatever, just spill it. He took another amount of money and threw it on the table. Having already prepared this in advance, Eddie takes a document from under the counter. Name, Victor Walker. Age, 21 years old. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 50 kilograms. Personality, stupidly honest, vindictive, petty, loyal to the family. According to witnesses who live close to the individual, he is a nice guy that if you don't upset him, he won't mess with anyone. Warning, has tendencies towards sociopathy. Very jealous of those close to him, he has chances to become a Yandra like a certain pink-haired girl. What is this amazingly nice man? Johnny can't help but talk, and he remembers seeing him somewhere, and what is this ending? Yandra? Explain. Eddie puts his hand to his head as if he has a headache. That crazy woman, can't she make a correct report? Basically, Yandra means that a person has an unhealthy love for another and would be able to kill, usually out of jealousy or fear, any obstacle to being with that loved one. Isn't he a nice guy? Johnny said, after all, for wolves, this was normal, they were very territorial, and if anyone touched his women, he would do the same. Eddie was speechless. Kya. Hearing a familiar scream, Johnny turned his face and saw a blonde woman with blue eyes being held by a tall, bald man. Bitch, how dare you refuse me? I'm paying. Fuck you, this isn't a prostitution club. Grr, Johnny's face distorted, sharp fangs appeared in his mouth, his face became more animalistic, his blue eyes glowed like neon blue, and then he stood up. I'll put it on your account, Eddie said, he already knew what was going to happen. Johnny ignored Eddie, so he grabs a chair next to him and throws it at the man. Bam. The chair hits the man's bald head and shatters, the man's face distorted in anger, and soon he screams like a roar. Who did that? Johnny, the woman spoke. Judy, step back. Why yes. Judy quickly kicks the man's balls and runs. Bitch. The man roared. Where do you think you're going? Johnny appears in front of the man and holds his face, and then he throws him into the middle of the club. Whistles. Whistles. Several men started whistling and shouting, fight. 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 That man is fucked, a woman said, laughing. Of course he is, he touched Johnny's wife. That was expected to happen. The man beside the woman laughed. Hey. I'm not his wife. Judy complained. The man looks at Judy, tell yourself that and keep believing it. But, at the end of the day, you still go to his bed, right? Fuck off. Judy held up her middle finger. Judy, are you okay? A pale-skinned woman with slightly curly hair and dark blue eyes spoke in concern. Yes, I'm fine, Jessica, Judy smiled gently. Seeing the attitude of the customers who seemed to be enjoying themselves, Eddie's eyes sparkled a little, this is getting common now. Should I make a fight club? He could smell money when he thought of that idea. What the fuck is going on here? A woman looks at the center of the club and yells in frustration, that damn wolf again. Eddie looks to the side and sees a woman with short silver hair and a golden eye, she was wearing an eye patch covering half of her face, and she had a tired expression. She was wearing a stylish black suit, and she was smoking a black cigarette that looked like it was custom made. Madam. Eddie? Why didn't you stop that motherfucker dash? She started to complain again, but Eddie cut her off. Madam, I have a proposal for you, I guarantee you will make a lot of money. Oh. Tell me more, the woman's tired eyes seemed to come back to life. Boom. Do you think you can demand something from her? Huh. In my territory. Know your place. Eddie and Madam look at Johnny slamming the bald man's head to the ground. As expected, he didn't last long, disappointing, a woman spoke up in annoyance. Yeah, at least we made some money, a man next to her said, laughing. He's going to kill that man if he keeps this up, a woman with chocolate skin, sapphire blue eyes, and long straight white hair spoke worriedly. Jinsei? Can you stop him, please? I don't want to have to clean up another body tonight. Madam spoke in annoyance. Yes, Jinsei closes her eyes for a few seconds, then she opens her eyes. Her old blue sapphire eyes changed to golden eyes with a reptilian-like slit. Johnny, you're back, let's talk a little. Her seductive voice flew towards Johnny and visibly affected him. Johnny stopped hitting the man and looked at Jinsei, soon, his predator's smile changed to a gentle smile. Heh, I missed you, he leaves the middle of the club and ignores the man who was in a half-dead state. He gets close to Jinsei and hugs her. Madam looks at a subordinate and gestures as if to clean up the mess. I missed you too. She spoke in a soft voice, feeling Johnny squeezing her ass, she got annoyed. Stop it. Ha ha ha. He laughed a little and looks to the side. Oh. Jessica, you're back. Yes. She exhibited a gentle little smile, and then her expression changed to serious, we need to talk later. It's important. Okay, Johnny looks at Madam. I already paid my debts. So don't look at me like that, old hag. Madam looks at Eddie, and, seeing her subordinate nod his head, she sighs, just don't make trouble again, boy. But I never caused any problems. Everyone rolled their eyes. Johnny looks at Judy, and soon the atmosphere around him changes. Judy, he growled. Judy's body visibly shook. What? Were you working? Did I already mention that I don't allow it? Do I have to kill every man in this club so you don't work again? Aye. She swallows hard when she senses Johnny's mood, she was scared, but soon her face changes to an annoyed expression, and she growls at Johnny, I wasn't working. You know since I stayed with you, her face turned red, I don't work anymore. That man looked at me coming out of the second floor and started screaming, demanding services. Johnny smiled when he saw Judy's expression, you're too innocent sometimes for a former stripper dancer. Fuck off, she flipped her middle finger and turned her face away. Madam, that man must not come back here, he said with a serious face, he would never let a man live after talking like that to his wife. Sigh. I'll put it on your account, Madam said, she didn't want to get her hands dirty again today, but money is money, and she knows Johnny always pays his debts. How is your father's health? He asked Judy. Judy visibly softened, thanks to the bite, he's as healthy as ever. He's in my pack now, but out of consideration for you, I won't force him to do anything. Johnny sat down on the bench and drank another shot of tequila. Thanks, Johnny. If it weren't for you, I'd still have to be working in that disgusting place. As a former stripper dancer, she went through many things that she prefers to forget about. If it weren't for her father's illness that needed a lot of money to treat, she would never have subjected herself to that kind of work. She hates her old profession, she knows and has many friends who had a similar situation like her, women who needed money, and when they needed most, they had no support from anyone and somehow had to find the money. Pimps take advantage of these struggling women and make them prostitute themselves in exchange for scraps of money. A disgusting market. She hates all of this, and if it weren't for Johnny, she would still have to live this life. No need to thank me, I had a crush on you, and from that moment on, it was already decided that you would become my woman. He drinks some tequila. I couldn't leave my wife in that deplorable place. Jerk. Judy turns her face away in annoyance. Can't you be a little more honest with yourself? Jinsei asked in a gentle voice. Judy threw Jinsei the middle finger. Now that I remember, my sister. He clenches his fist angrily. Even though that man seems like a nice guy, I need to see him in person. I won't give my sister away easily. Then, he suddenly realized something. Wait, did you say he became a vampire? So his appearance might have changed? Eddie said, exactly. This information is from before he became a vampire. His appearance may have changed according to his potential. Plebeian vampires are weak, and they are slaves. I feel sorry for that man, Johnny spoke in a disappointed voice. But, he didn't look sorry. He drinks some tequila while out of the corner of his eye he looks at Jessica who is sat beside him. Eddie, explain your plan to me, Madam asked curiously. Oh, Eddie looks at Madam and starts to explain what he was thinking of doing. Jessica climbs up on the bench and takes the document. She looks at the document, and soon her eyes light up a little. She seems to know the man. Johnny noticed this but decided to remain silent. Where's Roberta? He asked Madam. Madam, who was talking to Eddie, just pointed up, indicating she was on the second floor. I'll go see her, he said, then he left the bench and walked towards the second floor. I'll go with you, Jinsei said. Me too. Jessica got off the bench and followed Johnny. Judy didn't say anything, she just followed Johnny silently. Previous is Our Beautiful Vampires Chapter 60, The White Wolf. 3. Roberta. BAM. Johnny opened the door with a bang. Era? Roberta, who was sitting on a sofa, spoke, then looked at Johnny with a gentle smile. Why the hurry? Johnny looked at the woman. She was wearing a flowing ankle-length black dress and had abundant silky black hair that reached the floor, healthy white skin that seemed to glow in the dim lighting, and violet eyes that shimmered with a playful light. But, what stood out most about her were her enormous breasts that were bigger than Johnny's head. They were the famous J-cup. Seeing Johnny staring at her breasts, she flashed a seductive smile. How was your job? Are you really 40 years old? Johnny asked as he stared at her breasts. The question was very reasonable. Even though she was an older woman, her breasts didn't seem to be sagging down. He eventually replied, yeah, the job was easy. He approaches her and sits beside her, then extends his arms and places them on the woman's shoulder. Yes, I am, she replied. Slap. She slaps Johnny's hand that was almost touching her breast. She turns to face Johnny and speaks with a gentle smile, not in public. Johnny was speechless, but he accepted her will. He doesn't like to force his women. Tisk, Jude was annoyed. Are those things growing? I do not know. I stopped caring about it. I'm surprised you don't have back pain, Judy said. The key is posture. She laughed. Tell me about it later, my back hurts a little, Jinsei said. Okay. Johnny, we need to talk, Jessica said. What is it? Johnny looked at Jessica. Jinsei, Roberta, and Judy are silent and wait for Jessica to speak. My brothers are in town, and they're working with the man who hired you. Oh. Johnny puts his hand to his chin. What does Clan Horseman want with Lucy? Jinsei narrowed her eyes a little. She hated vampires. At first, it was difficult for Jinsei to get along with Jessica, who was a noble vampire, but she learned to accept her as time passed, especially since Johnny didn't like how the two women were constantly fighting. But other vampires? She hates them. I don't know. I'm just the third heiress, so father and my brothers don't tell me much. She didn't lie. Her brothers didn't tell her anything. She was the one who discovered their plans through conversations and documents. They didn't tell her anything, but they didn't stop her from figuring things out either. Johnny wasn't very interested in this. He just works for Lucy because the vampire sends large amounts of money for small services. The job he did today was just to retrieve a relic from the hunters and throw it into the sea. Easy job. And he was paid very well for it. Jessica continued, but one thing I'm sure of, they came to hunt a man named Adam William Lycos. Johnny narrowed his eyes. What do they want with that old man? Do you know him? He is my father. Jinsei, Jessica, Roberta, and Judy looked at Johnny in curiosity. Johnny never talked about his family to the women, and they never asked about it. What do your brothers want from my father? They want the blood of an alpha wolf. Ha. Let them try, my dad isn't weak. Johnny snorted. But are his children? Johnny's atmosphere changed, and he was becoming more aggressive, and his eyes started to glow bright blue, then he looked at Jessica fiercely. Jessica just looked at Johnny indifferently. She obviously wasn't affected by Johnny's pressure. After all, she wasn't weak like the three women in the room, but inside, she was sad to see Johnny's reaction. As expected, vampires and wolves can't be together, huh? That was a question she had always had since she started a relationship with Johnny. Although Johnny doesn't care about the wolves and vampires dispute, it was hard for Jessica not to think that way, mainly because he treated other women very differently from how he treats her. Johnny might not realize it, but something inside him didn't like mixing with a vampire, and unconsciously, he treated her differently because of that. And Jessica is a new lover. Compared to the three women who have known Johnny for a long time, they've only known each other for 2 months, and, since then, their relationship hasn't progressed much. Johnny, calm down. She's not guilty, you know that. Jinsei spoke in a calm tone. Gur, Johnny growled, but soon he swallowed his anger. The wolves were very protective of the pack members, and even though Johnny has been away for a long time, he never left his father's pack. Seeing Jessica's face, he thought inwardly, fuck. Don't think nonsense, and tell me what's going on. He was a man who didn't know how to apologize. The women just sighed. My brothers have come to see the ritual Lucy is preparing, but this is just an excuse. His main objective is to hunt the man named Adam William Lycos. They want alpha wolf blood to use. They probably want to keep that freak stable. Jessica said the last part in disgust. Freak? Johnny asked. Hybrid. Realizing what she said, Jessica's face darkened. By badmouthing hybrids, did she just deny her relationship with Johnny? After all, if they ever had a child, their child would be born a hybrid. Anyway, I just came here to warn you not to get involved in this matter, but now that I know that man is your father, I find it hard for you not to get involved. Just don't die. She got up from the couch, walked towards the door, and quickly left. Johnny didn't stop her from going. All the women sighed at the same time. Roberta was about to say something, but Johnny interrupted. I know, you don't have to tell me, Johnny sighed. He knew he wasn't good with feelings. She's a noble vampire, and it's difficult for her to change who she is. Plus, like all vampires, she hates hybrids. That's natural for her species. So she must feel disgusted just being around the hybrid who lives in her house, Jinsei explained. I know, older wolves are like that too, Johnny said. He didn't particularly care about that. Roberta's eyes glowed violet for a few seconds. You have to talk to her, or you'll lose her forever, she advised him. Another day, Johnny doesn't listen to her. Instead, he gets up and walks towards an empty spot, and then he takes out his phone, opens the contacts tab, and sees his father's number. Sighing, he clicks on the phone number then hears, Johnny? Hey, old man dash. Seeing Johnny's decision, Roberta just shook her head, a little disappointed. He just does what he wants and never listens to anyone. That kind of attitude will bite his ass in the future. But that doesn't matter, as long as he's with me, he'll be fine, even if all his lovers die, she thought while showing a gentle smile. A week later. Scat-Hack, why are you sitting? Victor asked curiously as he looked at Scat-Hack, who was sitting on top of a pillar of ice. I'm meditating. And stupid disciple, call me master. Victor nodded, but he completely ignored the last sentence Scat-Hack spoke. Instead, he looked around and saw several small craters that were starting to regenerate on their own. Magic is amazing, he thought. The training, beating, was going well. Victor fought Scat-Hack for a week straight, and even now, he didn't feel tired. The only visible sign of tiredness on Victor's body was his sweat. Since he moved around a lot, naturally, he would be sweaty, but that was it. He progressed decently in swordplay and in the martial arts that Scat-Hack was teaching him. Scat-Hack didn't name the martial art he was learning, she just said it's a martial art that she created herself. However, he noticed several moves from famous martial arts like Muay Thai, Taekwondo, boxing, karate, etc. But while they were similar, they were very different. The martial art he was learning was created to extract 100% of the vampire race's potential. I think it should happen anytime now. Scat-Hack opened her eyes and looked at Victor. Victor didn't understand, but he soon felt his throat go dry and fell to the ground while holding his throat. Bloodlust, one of the vampire's most obvious weaknesses. Scat-Hack jumped off the ice pillar as she fell to the ground. Bloodlust can drive the individual mad. He won't recognize who is ally or enemy. A perfect berserker state. Victor looks at Scat-Hack. His appearance has changed, his eyes have turned blood red, and his teeth have sharpened. He didn't understand, his bloodlust seemed to be stronger than before, maybe it's because I used too much power? He thought. Scat-Hack started to twirl her spear. If you're a vampire who has gone through the ritual, when you've been bloodthirsty for a long time and can't control yourself, a ritual protection spell will be automatically activated. This spell forces the vampire into a coma state. Victor took the great sword and got up from the ground. The witches created the ritual at the request of the vampire king to control the bloodlust of the vampires who were running rampant at the time. The ritual spell is simple. They alter the vampire's human bloodlust and focus that bloodlust on their lovers. Because of this, female and male vampires who have lost their lovers will eventually fall into a deep coma until they perform a ritual with another lover. The ritual made it easier for vampires to control their bloodlust, and because of this tool, we were able to live in society. Scat-Hack stops spinning the spear and aims the sharp part of the spear at Victor's neck. She displays a seductive smile. The time period for the spell to be activated is 1 month. If you can't control yourself in a month, you'll become an empty corpse. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 61, Progress. Kaguya sighed. Kaguya was up in a tree, and she's been standing there without moving for a week. She was looking at the Colosseum with a complex look. Sigh. Kaguya sighed. Kaguya was in big trouble, she got fired. And the second she was fired, she got another job. She became Victor's personal maid. But that wasn't what she was freaking out about. What about my salary? And my retirement plan? My extra benefits? And most importantly, what about my vacation? She started to ruffle her hair. Gah. She was freaking out. She sighed again and looked at the Colosseum with a complex face. I mean, I'm glad I'm free of Clan Snow, but Lord Victor can't support me. I am a very expensive maid. The perfect maid. She knows that she is not totally free from the chains of Clan Snow, but now that Victor owns her, she will have more freedom. It all depends on what kind of contract Victor wants to make with her. And Kaguya trusts Victor, she knows he won't make a contract with too many restrictions like Clan Snow. Sigh. She sighed again, she doesn't know how many times she sighed this week. But the money problem still remains, she is a very expensive maid. However, she has some savings that she's saved over the centuries, so it's not like she's going to be poor all of a sudden. But work is work, personal life aside, she needs money. Everyone needs money. Even vampires need money. She puts her hand to her face like she's thinking about something profound. But Lord Victor's personal maid, huh? She showed a small smile on her face. Heh. That doesn't sound bad at all. Ruby and Sasha sighed. After being separated from Violet, the two women returned to Scat-Hack's mansion and immediately began training. Ruby, who had the strongest foundations, was teaching Sasha the basics, and she noticed something. Your basics are a complete mess. What were you doing for a living? Ruby spoke as she looked at Sasha on the floor. She realized this a week ago, and she didn't say anything because she thought Sasha would get better as she taught, but no. She hasn't gotten better yet, she is like a chicken, she tries to teach her something, but when Sasha takes 3 steps, she forgets about everything. A vein popped in Sasha's head, and then she rose from the floor. You're too bad at explaining. What in the 7 hells is, boo? Baha. Pew, pew. Ruby's face turned red. I'm not a damn translator. Explain correctly, good damn it. I didn't explain it like that. Ruby countered. Huh. So I'm deaf. Maybe. Ruby didn't want to give up. Bitch. What did you say? Ruby was irritated. The two ran into each other and were about to fight again. Okay. Stop. Lakis appeared in front of Sasha and Ruby. Lakis. Big sister. For God's sake, can't you guys go 10 minutes without arguing? She is the one who can't explain. No, you are the one who doesn't understand. The two look at each other for a few seconds. Humph. Humph. Sigh. Lakis sighed, she had been watching the two of them train for a while. After all, she had nothing to do and, after watching them for a whole week, she understood something. The two women were two different types of geniuses. Ruby was a genius at learning things faster and, because of that, she was able to finish Scat-Hack training more quickly. But she had a problem, she couldn't explain what she learned. And Sasha was a genius at learning things by instinct, and she knew how to explain things she learned verbally, but she was terrible at trying to learn from someone else. She's the kind of genius who learns everything her way. When the friends were younger, it didn't cause much trouble, since they were just learning to control their powers, but after each one grew up and each one acquired a peculiarity, it became impossible to train together without an intermediary. The two were complete opposites, so they needed someone to bridge the gap between the two. Chomp. Chomp. The three women heard a noise of someone eating, so they looked in the direction of the noise and saw Pepper eating something that looked like popcorn but had a deep red color like blood. Beside her was a completely red drink like strawberry juice. She was wearing pretty big black glasses with a 3D symbol on the rim of the glasses. She looked like a woman who went to the cinema to enjoy a movie. The three women just looked at Pepper in disbelief. Phewie. Why are you looking at me? She looked like a cat that was caught eating something it shouldn't. The three sighed again. Let's take a break, Sasha said. Yes, Ruby agreed. Some hours later. Okay, let's start again. Sasha got up and looked at Ruby. This time, don't say anything, just fight using basic moves. What about the count transformation? When are you going to teach me? Ruby asked. After you teach me something useful. Sasha's eyes narrowed. Ruby frowned a little. Okay. Laking us if we're doing something wrong, Sasha continued. Eh? But I don't want to do anything. Lakis, who was lying on the ground, looking like a caterpillar, spoke. Big sister, please. Ruby looked at Lakis like she was a kitten who wanted something. Lakis looks at Ruby. I refuse. Dash. Please see. Ugh, oh okay. Fine. I'll do it. Lakis rose from the grass, and at the same time, she wondered why she was so weak to Ruby's eyes. But if we are going to do this, we must do it correctly. She became serious. Yay, Ruby laughed. Sasha glared at Ruby. What? Ruby returned to her cold expression. You should show your smile more, darling would like it. Ruby's cheeks turned a little red. Shut up. Says the woman who can't be honest with her feelings, Pepper suddenly said. Sasha's cheeks turned a little red, and she looked at Pepper. Shut up. And stop making noise with that food. You'll get fat if you eat a lot. Vampires can't get fat. This might look like popcorn, but it's basically crystallized blood. She started laughing like she was a child who did something evil. Mwahaha. And as if it were a law of nature, her two mountains began to shake heavily, which caused damage to Lakis. Veins appeared in Lakis' head, and she screamed. You don't get fat because everything you eat goes to your breasts. Pepper looked at her older sister with an innocent face. Sister, are you stupid? Vampires can't get fat. Lakis didn't know how to react to her sister's innocent face. Realizing something, Pepper flashes a sly smile. I pity you, big sister. Huh. You'll never be able to grow up, and you'll always get stuck in that lowly body. Lakis lowers her head a little, and that causes her red hair to cover her face. Soon, she disappears from everyone's view. Pepper, you just did that. Ruby looked at her sister with pity. Phewie. Pepper didn't understand, she just tried to tease her sister a little. As soon as Lakis appeared again with a rope in her hand, she lifted her face and looked at Pepper. Pepper seeing Lakis' face that had several pulsing veins and glowing red eyes. Awawawa, I'm sorry, big sister, she started running. Excuses are useless. Lakis vanishes into mist and appears in front of her sister. All that remains is punishment. No. I don't have a BDSM fetish. Accept your fate. Lakis snaps the rope. No, Pepper's scream can be heard throughout the forest. Ugnya along with an awkward moan. Violet sighed. After separating from Ruby and Sasha, Violet returned to her house, and the first thing she did when she got home was start her training. As she didn't have complete control of her powers, she spent this entire week learning how to control her powers again. This was an arduous task, after all, despite saying that she wanted to train, her mind was thinking about Victor. She couldn't stop feeling that it was a bad idea to leave Victor and Scat Hack alone. And that made her very angry. But despite having these thoughts, she made a lot of progress in controlling her powers. I was surprised when you said you wanted to complete your training, my daughter, but I'm impressed, Agnes said as she looked at a huge crater. That kind of power at just 21 years old? Amazing. That's still not enough, I feel like I can't control my power like I used to, Violet said. Okay, Agnes smiled. And soon, Violet's training continued under her mother's supervision. Unlike Sasha and Ruby, who are training in martial arts, Violet focused more on her power. She doesn't know martial arts and has no interest in it either. Which is a mindset that Scat Hack very much disapproves of. Vampires who focus only on power are like glass cannons, they have a lot of power but little stamina. And if these vampires face their natural enemy of wolves, they will lose without any resistance. After all, wolves have better physical attributes and resistance to the elements than vampires. Scat Hack doesn't much like the Snow Clan mentality. They think they're superior because they have one of the powers that are the vampire's deadly weakness, fire. Yes, indeed. This clan is deadly to vampires, but what about wolves? And the witches? And the hunters? The strongest wolves can get their body covered in fire, and they won't feel anything. The strongest witches just cast a magic shield. And the strongest hunters will use the high-level defensive enchantments. And voila. Their clan trump card is lost. Lady Agnes. Lord Adonis needs to talk to you. Hilda stops talking when she feels Agnes rushing past her. Darling. I'm coming. Hilda holds back her will to sigh and says, it looks like I'll have to take over your training for a while. I'm counting on you, Hilda, Violet said. Previous index next. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires chapter 62, I knew it. 2 weeks later. 2 weeks passed, and Ruby and Sasha finally started showing the results of their training. As they are vampires, they just need to rest for a few minutes, and soon they managed to get back to training again, taking full advantage of their vampire abilities. Sasha's advance was all thanks to Lakis, who served as an intermediary. Sasha learned the basics of martial arts that Ruby learned from Scat Hack, and she can finally see results as she uses her powers. As expected, Scat Hack was correct. Well, my mom isn't the strongest female vampire for nothing, Lakis said. Ruby smiled and agreed with Lakis' words. Let's continue. I think in 2 months, you can learn the basics, Ruby said. I still want to learn about the vampire count transformation. Ruby didn't need to train very much on the basics, she just needed to find new ways to use her powers. She's not like her mother, who likes to use weapons, she prefers to use her powers and the martial arts her mother taught. Once I learn the basics, it's up to me to improve, huh? Yes. My mom always said that we should build our paths by ourselves, she just taught me the basics of her martial arts, she never taught me everything. Lakis continued in Ruby's shoes. I don't understand. Why didn't she teach everything? We weren't qualified. Pepper spoke neutrally. What do you mean by qualification? Sasha asked. Pepper looked at Ruby, Ruby better explain, after all, she is the heir to our clan. Sasha looked at Ruby and waited for her to explain. My mother had many disciples in her life. But not all of these disciples were qualified to learn everything from her. Ruby looked at Lakis, she once told me that only a disciple she thought worthy would inherit everything she learned. Yes. She said the same thing to me. Lakis nodded. How should I say, she's strict, huh? She didn't even teach her own daughters everything. That's not entirely correct, Ruby explained. Huh. My mother's martial art consists of 4 main bases. Strength, speed, resistance, and power. Since I'm the daughter who was born with the most power, she taught me resistance, Ruby said. Ruby positioned herself a little away from Lakis. Try to attack me with your power. Okay. Sasha didn't understand but did as Ruby asked. She appears in front of Ruby with her body is covered in lightning and attacks Ruby's face. The moment Sasha's attack touched Ruby, Ruby's entire body turned to ice. Ouch, Sasha held her hand a little, she felt like she was hitting solid metal. Using my power as fuel, I can coat my body with ice and create something like an impenetrable shield, Ruby spoke as the ice slowly began to disappear. Is it something like how I use my power? It's similar, but not the same. You cover your body with lightning, but I turn my whole body into pure ice. Huh. How is it different? Your power is covering your body like a cloak. It is not inside your body, for example, you can't use lightning to improve your brain activity, right? I can, but it would fry my brain. Sasha's face darkened in horror. Ruby just flashed a cold smile. That's insane. You're basically destroying yourself over and over again using this technique. Although vampires have regeneration, it still hurts when their body is injured. Having your body destroyed and rebuilt is not a pleasant experience. And, if you don't have control, some important places like the heart and brain can be destroyed simultaneously, and the vampire can die forever. Ruby is different, she can do this more easily because she was born with the power to control water, Lakis explained. Ruby uses her water control so that the moment she stops using this technique, the ice will slowly melt back into flesh, and, thanks to the vampire's natural regeneration, she'll quickly return to normal. She will feel pain, but it's not the kind of pain that will completely destroy her body. And this feat can only be achieved because Ruby has extremely precise control of her own power. Lakis finished the explanation. Insanity. I can only use lightning in my body because I have the abnormal resistance of my father, but my mother doesn't have that, and when she uses lightning too many times, her body is destroyed. Just imagining the pain she would feel, Sasha's body shudders. The other techniques are strength and speed, and those are Pepper and Lakis, respectively, Ruby said. Pepper learned strength, it may not seem like it, but she's super strong, look. Ruby looked at Pepper. Pepper nods and steps away from the group, looks at an empty area and then positions herself in a karate position, then she yells, EY. Boom. Pepper's punch created pressure in the air that destroyed the entire forest within a radius of 1 kilometer. Bloody hell. Despite the cute scream, Pepper's destruction was no joke. Sasha looked at the destruction and thought, I can do something like that if I use the lightning technique, but it's very different from you just casually doing it with a punch. You got weaker, huh? That's because you don't train. Ruby hit her sister on the head. Fway. But there's no one to fight. I also prefer watching anime. Is this weak? Yes. In the past, she could destroy 3 kilometers of this forest with one punch. Seeing Sasha's expression of disbelief, Ruby said, just adding, my mom can destroy up to 100 kilometers in a straight line. And unlike Pepper, nothing would be left, the air pressure would destroy everything. You are monsters. How rude. I'm not a monster, it's you guys who are weak. Pepper pouted. Lakis was born with the fog ability. Because of that, she learned speed, as you saw, she is very fast. Ruby changed the subject. Oh. I wonder who's faster. Sasha looked at Lakis with a competitive look. We have to test this another day. Lakis smiled. Sienna, my older sister, learned the power, but since she's not here, let's ignore it, Ruby said. Sasha stops looking at Lakis and starts to think, and soon she understands something. I see, her martial art was shared among her daughters. Wrong, Ruby spoke. Huh. Although she is a master of all martial arts, the main martial art she uses is Sojitsu, spearmanship, the martial art that uses the spear. Scat only learned melee martial arts because she was bored. Sasha doesn't know how to react to all this. Just because she was bored, Scat created such a deadly martial art, boredom with a person who likes to train can be something scary. Unlike other vampires who waste time doing useless things, my mother used 2,000 years to improve herself. And even so, she's not the strongest vampire there is, Ruby commented. The king, huh? Sasha spoke. Yes, I don't know what he looks like, I've never seen him in person, but if my mom says she doesn't have a 100% chance of winning against him, that must mean something. A moment of silence fell. I wonder what martial art my husband is learning right now, Sasha said. The 3 sisters were silent since they were also curious about this subject. Let's get back to training, Ruby said. Yeah, Sasha agreed. Suddenly the two looked in the direction of the Colosseum. That is, Sasha clenched her fist in frustration. Bloodlust. He's losing control. He must be going through a difficult time right now, unlike us who have had to deal with it since childhood, this is the first time he's been dealing with it. And his bloodlust is much stronger than me, you, and Violet combined. Sasha continued. Darling. Husband. Both were worried. In those 2 weeks, Victor surpassed Scat expectations, and he managed to hold his bloodlust. And, despite the pain and suffering it was causing him, he overcame everything with a smile on his face. He seemed to be having fun instead of training. He learned to handle the great sword more naturally, and his battle instincts were sharpened by fighting Scat for 2 weeks straight. He started using his powers more naturally, the powers were a part of him even now, and it wasn't something he just used as if it were borrowed. Soon Scat was considering making Victor switch weapons. After all, she won't be satisfied until her disciple has mastered all the weapons. Everything was good while it lasted, but soon, Victor's bloodlust became unbearable for him to bear. Well, I didn't expect this to happen so quickly. Scat spoke as he looked at Victor, who was kneeling on the floor while holding his throat, he seemed to be in a lot of pain. Thirst. My throat. Hurts. He screamed with a roar of pain as he fell to the ground. The sound of chains could be heard by Scat. I underestimated your bloodlust. Scat spoke. My back. He screamed. Crack. 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 Sounds of bones breaking can be heard. Normally, when an average vampire loses control because of his bloodlust, he will go into the berserker state until he is satisfied. Suddenly, a bone wing came out of Victor's back. If the bloodlust isn't satisfied, or the vampire controls himself during the period of a month, the protection spell will activate, and the vampire will go into a coma. She repeated her words. Victor's skin began to darken, Victor's pale skin changed to dark purple skin, Victor's ears sharpened. Usually, that was supposed to happen. Indeed, that's supposed to happen. Ugh, ugh. Victor fell to the ground, and suddenly he stopped moving, it was like he was dead. Blood began to appear around Victor, and slowly, this blood began to go towards him as if it was being drawn into Victor's body, and soon the blood started to float. But, I forgot to consider something. Scat spins her spear and braces herself, you're no ordinary vampire. Victor's eyes open, unlike before when only the iris of the eye turned blood red, Victor's eyeball turned completely blood red. Roar. A demonic scream that shook the entire structure of the Colosseum was heard. Seeing Victor's form, Scat cheek turned a little red, and she cried out in ecstasy, ah, I knew it. I knew I was correct. Ha 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 ha. Now. Come. Let's have fun. Previous index next. User comments. Write comment. Please read and apply the rules before posting a comment. By sharing your comment, you agree to all the relevant terms. 1. Avery the dead person. Reader. 20D. Does he go berserk or what? Reply. 0. 0. 15. Drifter _of _dreams. Reader. 3MO. Dragon form? Is gonna get bloody armor next. I approve of this chapter, very nice thumbs up. Reply. 0. 0. 10. Heaven defying Daoist. Reader. 8MO. Scat hatch, hold my beer. Reply. 6. 0. 6. Heavenly demon 88. Reader. 9MO. Berserk mode. Great sword. Griffithy I theeth. Reply. 7. 0. 3. Han 001. Heavenly demon 88. Reader. 8MO. No bro fuck suddenly I remembered the betrayal scene. Reply. 1. 0. Beautiful Vampires chapter 63, Coward. Violet sighed. Darling. Violet muttered worriedly as she looked towards the Colosseum. Even though the structure couldn't be seen in the distance, Violet instinctively knew where Victor was. Don't distract yourself in a fight. A cold voice spoke from beside Violet. Violet turned quickly and tried to defend against the oncoming attack, but she wasn't quick enough. Hilda kicked Violet in the face, and her kick was so hard it threw Violet across the hill. Violet was buried under a pile of rocks. Never let your guard down, always be prepared to use your powers at any time. Remember, you are the heiress of Clan Snow, everyone envies you, and everyone loves you, but at the same time, you have a lot of enemies. Hilda straightened her white glove and continued watching the place where Violet was buried. Pure fire covered Violet's body, and soon she came out of the rocks. She looks at Hilda. Now I understand who was inflating my mother's narcissism. It's not a lie if it's true. Violet rolled her eyes. You don't understand how special your clan is. Hilda appears beside Violet and whispers. Huh. Slap. Hilda slapped Violet on the cheek and sent her flying again. You've let your guard down again. She spoke coldly as she watched Violet, who was buried in the same area. Bitch. Stop hitting my face. Violet yelled angrily. Your darling would be disappointed to see how weak you are right now, Hilda said coldly. Huh. Violet's face darkened, her eyes lifeless. Then, slowly, her body began to release a dark red pressure. This was killing intent. She was irritated. And Hilda saw it. That's it, use the anger, our power comes from that anger, but dash. Hilda walked towards Violet with elegant steps. And slowly, Hilda's image was blurred, it was as if she was drifting in and out of existence. Violet's fist started to catch fire, and as soon as she punched the air, a massive amount of flames flew towards Hilda. Anger out of control is just a waste of power. Hilda's image slowly faded. Tisk, Violet realized that the attack didn't touch Hilda, she started using her senses in an attempt to find Hilda. Your way of using power is very raw. Violet heard a cold voice behind her. Violet turns around, and soon she sees Hilda's hand inches away from her face. Hilda's 2 fingers began to be covered in fire, looks like we have to work on all your control again. She finger flicked Violet's forehead. Boom. With one simple move, she managed to create an explosion that sent Violet flying away. As she looked at her clan heiress, Hilda thought, TSK, Agnes did a sloppy job again. I should have taken over Violet's training when she got home. Hilda has noticed Violet's improvement this week, but that's not enough for her since she is a strict woman. So she will not be satisfied with this little improvement. Hilda visibly sighed. She looks at her shadow and, seeing the shadow of a man within her shadow, she said. Oda? Yes, Lady Hilda, the shadow's mouth moved, and she heard a voice in her head. Go get Lady Violet, and when you finish this work, I want you to get in touch with Kaguya. I want her to come home. The man was silent, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Kaguya was fired from her task by the Snow clan heiress. I know, but she's still part of Clan Snow, she has to go through all the legal processes to get fired from her maid job. She also needs to find her new coworker. Yuki, huh? Are 2 maids not overkill? He can't help but ask. You're asking a lot of questions today, huh? Hilda spoke. I'm just trying to understand, is this man so important to receive a servant from Clan Snow and Clan Blank? I don't know. But that was Lady Agnes's order and Lord Adonis. Initially, she would just be a servant of Clan Snow, but now that Violet has fired her maid and transferred the right of the master to her husband, things just ended up like that. Hilda frowned a little. For some reason, Lord Adonis is very supportive of Violet's new husband. He seemed very happy that he found a son-in-law. Lady Agnes doesn't seem to like Lady Violet's new husband very much, but in the end, it doesn't matter if Lady Agnes doesn't like it. After all, when Lord Adonis wants something, Lady Agnes will do anything to please him. She thought. Oda didn't know what to say, he just kept thinking about what he heard. Finished with the questions? Now go do your job. Yes. Human world. Outside Queens. On top of a building, a white-haired man was sitting on the balcony while drinking a bottle of tequila. As he stared up at the starry sky, he was thinking about Jessica. I fucked up, he knew he'd screwed up, he was aware of it, but he couldn't apologize. Whatever. I'll think about this problem in the future. He took a sip of tequila. This is not what I expected from our meeting, my son. Johnny's whole body shivered when he heard the sudden voice behind him, he was startled. Johnny turned and looked at the visitor who was standing on top of a water tank. You keep doing this, huh? Can't you show up in the normal way, old man? Normal? Adam put on a confused face, I'm just an ordinary professor working at an ordinary university. I'm the most normal person you'll ever meet, my son. Yeah, whatever. Johnny turned and took another sip of tequila. Adam jumped slightly and landed next to Johnny. He sniffs the air and soon displays a face of disgust, wolf, human, vampire, and witches. Looks like you're still the same. You can't control where you put your dick, huh? Yes, you know how things are. I'm just like you. I've never slept with a human or a witch, and especially with leeches. Hey, you're wrong on the last one, I haven't slept with her yet. Johnny rolled his eyes. Yet, huh? Adam's eyes sparkled for a few seconds. He clearly didn't like that answer, but as soon as he felt disappointment, he decided not to poke his nose in this matter, and he just started stroking his mustache. A habit he always does when he's thinking about something. And Johnny knew about that habit. He waited for his dad to finish thinking and took another sip of tequila. Damn it, this is good. Well, whatever. As long as you don't have a child with these women, I won't mind too much. And you wouldn't listen to me anyway. Hey, glad you know that. Johnny chuckled. And to think you're my heir. If the king discovers that. Then, just imagining his alpha's disappointed face, Adam's feeling of disappointment grows. Well, I still have Edward, even though his mother doesn't have the best genes, he's still my son. Ugh, my son who has the most potential is a drunk who can't control which hole he wants to put his dick in. And my youngest son is a good kid who listens to me, but he's weak. What have I done to deserve this? Adam also had his problems. Fuck dash, Johnny was going to talk bad about the king, but he stopped when he felt a huge pressure seeping from Adam's body. Don't you dare continue, he spoke with a growl as his teeth shifted, and his face took on a more animalistic shape. Even if you are my son, I will not tolerate offense to the king. Johnny swallowed hard and turned away. Adam continued watching his son for a few seconds, but soon he relaxed his expression. Let's talk. Adam approaches the balcony. I heard that my sister is in love with a leech. Johnny ignored what his father said and spoke. Crack. H-heh. He broke the concrete with his grip. He didn't expect to hear that. Calm down. My daughter has no interest in a leech. She wouldn't dare lie to me. Where did you get this information? The Lost Club. Madam contacts, huh? Adam's eyes glittered menacingly, and he thinks, if that's true, then it's that woman who investigated Victor. Maybe this information could be true. Oh. I never thought someone of your status would visit that place. Ha. Fool, don't you know what kind of place that is? Have your senses gone numb? Johnny was confused by his father's reaction. Stupid son, that place is a haven for lone wolves. Madam is a witch, but at the same time, she is considered an alpha by the wolves. Adam purposely didn't mention that Madam also houses witches who are tired of living in the witch nation. Heh, that old woman is that important, huh? Adam didn't say anything, but soon he changed the subject. Ignoring my daughter's love issues. Adam sighed. What did you want? You're being hunted, Johnny spoke simply, then took another sip of tequila. Ha. Do you think I don't know? Boy, who do you think you're talking to? Oh. Tell me. The Horseman clan, right? Those fucking twins think they can threaten my family, and I won't know? Adam spoke in contempt. Then he continues, if you came to talk to me, then you must have gotten this information from that disgusting leech. Crack. Johnny broke the tequila bottle with his grip. Don't talk about her like that. He growled. What a waste, Adam totally ignored his son's threat. Adam looks at his son, and his eyes sparkled intensely. Before you threaten your father, you must first be prepared to follow through with your threat. Johnny turned his face away. He wasn't going to fight his father since he knew he was going to lose. It was a futile fight. Adam shakes his head in disappointment, then he turns around, coward. If it were someone else I know, he would have jumped on me and fought, regardless of whether he was going to lose or not. In a way, he's more wolf than you. He seems to be crazy, this person you talked about. Johnny wasn't offended. It's been a long time since he stopped caring what his father told him. Indeed, he's crazy, but at the same time, he's not a coward. He would fight me just because I offended his wife. Even though he knew he would lose, he would fight anyway, and he would probably evolve in battle and have fun fighting. That's the kind of man he is. Adam turns his face and looks at Johnny, and then he flashes a small smile on his face. Like I said, he's more wolf than you, despite being a leech. Soon Adam disappears. Johnny looks at the full moon. His eyes were shining brightly, he wouldn't deny it. Hearing his father talking like that about someone else affected him a little. Heh, I wonder who this man is. Previous index neck. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 64. Do you want it? Lucy base. Are you happy now, Karen? Lucy spoke with a calm face. Yeah. Though Karen's face was smiling, veins throbbing in her head could be seen. Nice job hiring a mercenary to do an important task. Wow, good job. You really are a genius. Einstein would be embarrassed to know that there is anyone with such a large amount of IQ. She started to clap her hands. You don't need to talk like that. Johnny is trustworthy. A vein popped in Karen's head. She hits the table with a crash and screams. In which world is a mercenary trustworthy? Lucy puts his hand to his ear. Her voice was so loud that his senses were overwhelmed for a few seconds. Take easy, Karen. Johnny is trustworthy, I can promise you that. I've worked with him a few times, and he won't say anything. Karen was almost bursting with rage again. Sigh. She sighs and looks at Lucy with cold eyes. You know what? I'm done. Karen left the office. Huh. Wait. What will you do? Lucy got up from his chair and ran after Karen. I will speed up the ritual. We have all the necessary ingredients, and the only thing left that we need is the blood of a noble vampire. She takes a vial of blood and shows it to Lucy. And I already have that ingredient. But what about me? Fuck you, Karen held up her middle finger at Lucy. You never listen to me. Just get another vial of noble vampire blood. Karen's instincts were tingling like crazy. She had a feeling that if she didn't rush the ritual, she would never be able to complete what she wanted so badly. Lucy didn't expect this answer. He puts a hand on his chin. I pissed her off that much? Boss. A vampire ran beside Lucy. What? Lucy looked at his subordinate. They are here. The noble vampires. Huh. Lucy's face went paler than should be possible for a vampire. Looking at a coffin that was covered in blood, Karen picks up the vial and pours the contents of the vial into the coffin. When the contents inside the vial fell into the bloody coffin, the magic circle under the coffin began to glow crimson red. Seeing this, Karen said, success. Soon she starts to undress, and after taking off her clothes and becoming the way she came into the world, she enters the coffin. With this, I will be reborn. She lies down in the blood and closes the coffin. The moment she closed the coffin, the magic circle grew and covered the entire room, and soon the crimson light that was emanating from the magic circle grew stronger. If anyone entered the room, they wouldn't be able to see anything because of the light that was entirely blurring their vision. Lucy was walking briskly along his base. This is too soon. This is too soon. This is too soon. That wasn't the deal. Where are they? He yelled as he opened the hall door. Kaka, hello, Lucy. Lucy looked at the man. He had messy black hair, pale skin, red eyes, and a creepy smiling expression on his face. The first impression Lucy had of this man was that he had several screws loose in his head. Einer Horseman, you're early. Yeah, my twin brother and I were looking forward to coming to the human world, you know? He started laughing again as if he found something funny. He doesn't seem to be anxious, Lucy said, and then he looked at the other man who was sitting on the couch while drinking blood from a teacup. Like Einer, this man looked similar to the younger twin, the only difference being that he dressed more politely, and his hair was straight. Bright blood red eyes, pale skin, shoulder-length straight black hair, and an expression that showed disinterest in everything. He was a man who had impeccable noble etiquette, but at the same time, he seemed to be dead inside. That was Lucy's impression of this man. Zwei Horsemen. Lucy didn't know what to say. Unlike the younger brother who was easy to talk to, this man was simply impossible to understand what he was thinking. The man looks at Lucy and nods. Hello, he spoke in a dry tone, then he turned his face and started drinking his tea. Kaka, ignore my brother, you know how he is, it may not look like it, but he's anxious, right? Einar appears beside Zwei and forces a smile on his face, see? Lucy didn't know how to react when he saw Zwei's blank expression. Einar lets go of his brother's face, let's talk business. Everyone could feel a little pressure coming from underground. Oh. Einar displayed a curious face. Below, Zwei spoke and drank the tea again, he didn't look interested. Looks like you guys rushed through the ritual, Einar spoke with the same goofy grin on his face. My partner was anxious, and she decided to rush the ritual. Lucy tried to comment indifferently. But Einar realized that Lucy was holding himself back from going underground. Kaka, let's go down. I want to see the results. Okay, Lucy nodded since he was also curious. Zwei got up from the couch and started walking ahead. Einar approached his brother and started making sounds like he was singing a song. Karen opened the coffin and left, she quickly started checking her body, but she immediately noticed something important, nothing changed. What happened? She was trying to figure out what went wrong, she was so focused on her thoughts that she didn't notice someone approaching her. Kaka, are you disappointed? Nay. Are you disappointed? Unconsciously, she made a fist and attacked the man's face. But her fist was held by another man. Stronger, Zwei spoke. Yeah. She got stronger, Einar just laughed at everything. Did the ritual work? Lucy asked as he looked quite anxious. I don't know, she started to speak but was interrupted. The ritual failed, Einar chuckled. Impossible. We did everything right. Lucy couldn't believe it. He looked at both of them with the same smile on his face and said. Didn't you think it was too easy? Steal a sacred artifact from the church, ask a witch to perform a ritual, fill the coffin with the blood of the innocents, and use the blood of a random noble vampire, then you put all those ingredients in the blender, and boom. You become a noble vampire. The two were silent, now that they thought about it, was it really that easy to change races? Right? Of course, it's not easy. Are you underestimating the noble vampires? With the same silly smile on his face, he spoke in a serious voice. You might be called vampires, but you're not the real vampires. We are totally different species, and you are a subspecies of us, a flaw, a product that was created only for use as a weapon. You are no better than the ghouls. Lucy and Karen clenched their fists tightly. But he returned to the playful voice, you were successful this time. Huh. The ritual was correct. After all, you got a little stronger, right? But you didn't get reborn because the main ingredient was missing. Einar claps his hands, and soon a tall man appears beside the twins holding a briefcase in his hand. When did he get here? Karen and Lucy thought. The ritual to become a noble vampire is easy, but getting the last ingredient is an impossible task. He opens the briefcase, and soon everyone can see a small vial of blood. By the time he opens the briefcase, Karen and Lucy's throats are starting to go dry, they are looking at the bottle with thirsty eyes, but there is also a bit of fear in their eyes. They were afraid of a small vial of blood. Tea that is. Lucy stammered, he didn't know what that blood was, but one thing he was sure of, he needed that blood. Tea this blood. Karen was thinking the same thing as Lucy. Einar took the bottle out and showed it to them, the blood of the king. It's not the blood of his descendants, it's not the blood of his wives, it's his blood. The king's blood. The progenitor, the strongest creature on earth, the being that has been walking this earth for over 5,000 years. That's the last ingredient. Do you want? We want it, Lucy and Karen reached out and reached for the bottle. Do you really want it? He kept smiling as if he was luring two little rabbits into a trap. Yes, we want it. Aim. He slammed the case closed with a loud bang. But I refuse. Kaka, Einar started laughing madly, and he looked like he was enjoying himself. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 65, Changes. 6 months later. Around the Colosseum. A woman with long white hair, light blue eyes, and pale skin was looking at the Colosseum, which was in a degraded state. She was wearing a modern-made dress. Finally, that creepy killing intent has disappeared, she circles around the Colosseum and focuses her attention on the structures. Amazing. How did they manage to destroy the structure? I see several high damage resistance magic enchantments around, and yet the structure has been compromised. She spoke in a beautiful voice that sounded like the voice of an angel. Tisk. She puts her hand on her chin, I think it should be time anytime now. Tisk. The woman looks to the side and sees a maid with oriental features. What she was going to say something but couldn't because the maid turned her face away. Tisk. The woman was speechless. Can you at least try to hide your annoyance? I feel like I heard an insect talking to me. Of course, it must be my imagination. After all, insects don't have intelligence. The maid spoke as she looked around. The woman's expression started to look like an annoyed squirrel, but quickly her expression changed to a cool expression. Kagaya, don't be a child. I didn't want this job either, but I was given orders and I must follow them. Kagaya looks at the woman for the first time. You're right, Yuki. Sorry for my inappropriate behavior. Kagaya apologized. So, are we okay? Yuki smiled gently. Hell no. Kagaya displayed a professional smile. Yuki's smile broke. Oh. Kagaya-an, who are you? Sasha appeared along with Ruby, Sienna, Pepper, Maria, and Lakis. Kagaya looks at Ruby and Sasha. I don't see or feel any drastic changes. Didn't they train? She thought. White hair, blue eyes, dressed as a maid, and accompanied by Kagaya, Pepper spoke. Suddenly, she made a water microphone and pointed at Ruby. The answer is? The Snow Clan. Papa Perrin, correct answer. Pepper laughed. Your reward is all the One Piece volumes. Ruby's eyes lit up. Everything? Everything. Pepper yelled. That is a good deal. Everyone ignored Ruby and Pepper's jokes, they were used to it. Except for Yuki, who was startled by Pepper's sudden scream. Kagaya looks at Yuki, she's not following me. She's just existing next to me. Then she turned her face away. Ruby and Sasha, who knew Kagaya the most, were speechless. What did you do to make her react like that? Sasha asked curiously. Tell me if you ever find out, Yuki spoke with a small sigh at the end. Who are you? Ruby asked. But we already know she's a Snow Clan maid. Pepper started to talk, but Lakis covered her mouth. She produced indecipherable sounds. Yuki bowed with traditional maid etiquette and said. At the order of Countess Agnes Snow and Count Adonis Snow, I came here to serve my new master Lord Victor Walker. Ruby and Sasha opened their eyes a little in surprise, they didn't expect this. Tisk, Kagaya was annoyed again. She returns to her normal position and says, my name is Yuki Snow. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Pepper approached Yuki and took her hands. Yuki didn't expect this sudden intimate contact. Pepper started bombarding Yuki with questions. But, unfortunately, Yuki was so surprised that she couldn't answer any questions. Sasha looked at Ruby for a few seconds, and then she nodded at Ruby like she was trying to say something. Understanding what Sasha implied, Ruby decided to keep an eye on Yuki. For Ruby, the action of sending a Snow Clan maid, who was the main clan, was quite suspicious. She was thinking that Yuki was sent to watch Victor. Which would make sense, after all, their only heiress had married a stranger. Violet's clan must know about Victor, but they must not have cared at first. They must have been thinking that Victor would just be Violet's food, but suddenly, this food turned into Violet's husband. Ruby thought. She was trying to understand why Violet's clan sent a maid to Victor. For all of Ruby's intelligence, she could never deduce that Adonis, Violet's father, was quite interested in her daughter's new husband. They are coming. Sienna, who was leaning against the tree, said. She stopped her work just to see the result of her mother's new disciple, although Sienna's expectations were low. After all, they only trained for 6 months. In 6 months, he must have advanced a bit. Maybe he can face Pepper now. She thought. Suddenly the Colosseum door began to slowly open, and the moment the door was opened, everyone suddenly felt very heavy. What? Yuki, who was younger than everyone present, fell to the ground. She felt like her whole body was heavy, and she could feel her instinct screaming danger. Darling? Ruby stuttered a little. This is him? Sasha couldn't believe what she was seeing. I am possible. Sienna opened her mouth in shock. She was the strongest of the group along with Lakis. She could see beyond Victor's killing intent. Has he improved so much? As expected. He went beyond what I thought. Lakis chuckled a little. She didn't seem affected by Victor's killing intent. As someone who has trained with Victor briefly, she knows how fast he gets better. To be honest, she felt it was unfair. Just for a brief comparison, he completely surpassed Pepper's level. And knowing my mother, she must have taught Victor tricks. So maybe he can fight vampires over 200 years old? Thinking that a man who was just 21 years old has already reached Pepper's level of power, Lakis can't help but feel sour. Kaguya exhibited a small smile when she noticed Victor's progress. She looked at Yuki, who was lying on the ground with sweat running down her body. Tisk, Kaguya's shadow covered Yuki. Although, for some reason, she doesn't like Yuki, Kaguya is still proud as a maid, and she wouldn't let the new maid be embarrassed in front of her master. Thanks, Yuki got up from the floor. Maria stared coldly at Victor, who opened the door completely. Her body was giving small danger signals, but she ignored everything and concentrated on the man. He was wearing a full burgundy red suit and, on his hands, he had 2 white gloves that had a blood red magic circle etched on top of the glove. And his back has a purple coat that was draped around his shoulders. And more importantly, his old blue eyes have completely disappeared, and now his eyes have turned blood red. Finishing opening the door fully, he looked at everyone. Oh. He displayed a small smile. Were you waiting for me? Scat-Hack appears behind Victor and looks at the group. She displays a seductive smile. What are you doing? Everyone was shocked, but it wasn't because of Victor's appearance but because of Scat-Hack's presence. Did she seem calmer? The old menacing presence that always existed around her had disappeared. And that wasn't all they noticed. There was the obvious change in her eye color. The old blood red eyes that showed she was always hungry disappeared and were replaced by an emerald green just like Ruby's. Scat-Hack's green eyes look at everyone present and then focus on Yuki. She looks at Victor. Victor. Stupid. Control your instinct. Oh, I forgot. He scratched his cheek a little. Suddenly all the menacing pressure coming out of Victor's body disappeared. Sigh. Yuki sighed in relief, and then she started watching Victor. This is my new master. She didn't know how to feel. Emma mother, your eyes, Ruby pointed with her hand that was shaking like crazy. Sasha was going to say something, but suddenly Sienna yelled. What happened in that Colosseum? Did you guys notice? Scat-Hack smiled. It's obvious. Lakis and Pepper yelled. Victor takes a step, then suddenly disappears. Soon he appears beside Sasha and Ruby. I miss you. Soon, he hugs the two. Ruby and Sasha immediately hugged Victor. Darling. Husband. The two hugged Victor tighter. They couldn't deny they were lovesick too. Lakis, who observed what Victor did, immediately understood what he did. That's my technique. She inadvertently bit her tongue. Mother. Lakis looked to her mother for answers. Ha ha ha. Scat-Hack didn't say anything, she just laughed sensually. Do not laugh. Sienna screamed. Oh. Have you grown up enough to try to boss me around? Scat-Hack's eyes changed to blood red, and her pressure changed to something more menacing. Sienna recoiled, sorry dash. Ha ha ha, Scat-Hack chuckled. She looked at her daughter with emerald green eyes. I'm kidding, the pressure disappeared as if it hadn't existed. Lakis, Pepper, and Sienna didn't know how to react. Their mother playing? Is the sun rising in this world where night is eternal? Maybe the vampire king got gender bent? The 3 sisters looked at Victor, and they wondered, what in the name of the 7 hells happened in that Colosseum? Their mother didn't seem willing to say anything, and they know the minor threat she made to Sienna was a warning not to meddle too much. How are you? Are you okay? Did you sleep well? Did someone mistreat you? Oh. You must be thirsty. Victor looked more like a mother than a husband. Darling, we're fine. Stop undressing. Ruby quickly said when she saw that Victor started taking off his suit. Why yeah, we can control our bloodlust. Sasha quickly grabbed Victor's hands. Oh, for some reason, he looked disappointed. But you are still thirsty, right? He displayed a loving smile. They couldn't deny what he said. Okay, when we get back, I'll be your meal, he spoke with a teasing smile. Ruby and Sasha's faces turned a little red, but they wouldn't deny that they had high expectations, especially since it had been a while since they had drunk his blood. Victor looks at a white-haired woman standing next to Kaguya, then he takes a step and disappears again. Who are you? He appeared beside the woman. The woman's body shivered all over. Ugh. The woman screamed in a cute voice. She quickly looks to the side and sees Victor's eyes. White hair, blue eyes, wearing maid's uniform, he started walking around Yuki as if he was sizing her up. For some reason, Yuki felt a little nervous. He stopped in front of Yuki, Violet's maid, Yuki raised her head a little. After all, Victor was very tall, wrong. She stuttered a little as she looked into Victor's red eyes. Oh. He exhibited a small smile and lightly touched Yuki's chin. Tell me, who are you? I. Yuki's face turned completely red. She wasn't used to having so much intimate contact. You? I'm your maid. For some reason, she found it difficult to speak that sentence. My maid? Previous index next. Victor displayed a confused face. Yes. Victor puts his hand to his chin as if he's thinking. Kaguya, he called in an orderly tone. Kaguya approached Victor. Yes, Lord Vic dash. She stopped talking when she felt Victor stroking her head. She felt goosebumps all over her body for a moment. What do you think about this? He asked. He looks at Kagaya's black hair and nods, satisfied. He was missing this, and Scat Hack wouldn't let him stroke her head. It doesn't matter to me, and it was Lady Violet's parents' order. I don't have much of an opinion on the matter, Kagaya said. Yuki almost put on an angry squirrel face, but she managed to control herself and keep her poker face. Victor displayed an unreadable smile. Lord Victor, you may not know, but I am also your personal maid now. Lady Violet fired me and transferred the master rights to you. But first, we need to talk about my salary and what kind of contract we're going to make. Oh. But I can't pay you, you know. He chuckled. She nodded in agreement. As expected, I'm going to have to fire you. Kagaya's entire body shook. Maybe in the future, I'll hire you as my maid, but now, I'm broke. Victor stopped stroking Kagaya's head and slowly backed away. Wait. He looked at Kagaya, who held his suit. You can take out a loan, and, in the future, when you earn money, you can pay me back. He flashed a smile. Are you sure? Why yes, she stuttered a little. She was thinking about her vacation, but when she remembered that the sacrifice was for the greater good, she didn't care. It's for the greater good, after all. Ha. Victor laughed happily, then he lifted Kagaya and looked her in the eyes. You can't go back now. Looking into Victor's blood-red eyes, Kagaya sighed and thought, whatever. Strangely, she no longer cared. Put me down, please. Of course. Sasha and Ruby were staring at Victor with a deadly glare. Why is he acting like this? Is it unconscious? Ruby spoke coldly, the air around her cooling rapidly. Is he becoming a playboy? Sasha whispered in a dangerous voice. Scat Hack appears behind Sasha and Ruby. She wraps her arm around Sasha and Ruby. Yeah, he might not realize it, but he instinctively knows how to act with women. When I questioned him about it, he said his mom taught him about women. Anna. Ruby sighed. Well, she seems to be that kind of mother. Sasha sighed at the end. I will visit her in the future, she seems to be interesting. Scat Hack flashed a smile. Ruby turns her face to her mother, and, looking into her mother's emerald green eyes, she says, why this sudden interest in my darling's family? The corners of Scat Hack's mouth turned up a little. Can't I be interested in my disciple's parents? Ruby didn't know how to respond. Yes, you can. But don't get too close to him. Sasha growled, and slapped Scat Hack's hand, then she walks closer to Victor. Kaka, she's jealous. Mother. Ruby looked at her mother. Don't look at me like that, my daughter, you're going to make a hole in my head with your gaze. You dash. Ruby was about to say something, but suddenly everyone could hear a loud scream. Darling. Yuki, Maria, and Sienna put their hands over their ears. Ugh, Pepper covers her ears. How does her throat work? Does she have a superpower that raises the volume of her voice or something? Victor quickly looked up at the sky, then his smile grew, and he pulled away from everyone and opened his arms. Everyone looked to where Victor was looking, and they could see a beam of fire in the air. She's flying. That's so cool. Pepper's eyes sparkled. She finally got better, that stupid girl, Scat Hack chuckled. Violet started to descend at high speed towards Victor, and soon a small violet-shaped meteor hits Victor. Everyone expected a big explosion to happen, but unexpectedly, before Violet touched Victor, her power completely disappeared. Darling. She has improved in her power control, Ruby praised. Victor hugged Violet tighter. How are you? Are you okay? No, I'm not fine, I need my vitamin V. Vitamin V? He asked, confused. Shoo, she puts her finger to Victor's lips, I'm reloading now, then she hugs him tighter. Victor smiled lovingly, and soon he started stroking Violet's head. While Victor and Violet were in their world. Luna suddenly appeared. Lady Scat Hack, you are late. The game starts in 3 days, we were supposed to be in. She was going to say something, but when she looked at Victor, she was speechless. He got stronger. Oh, the game, huh? I totally forgot about it, Scat Hack said. Let's go. We need to go to the capital. Scat Hack started walking towards her mansion. When Luna looked at Scat Hack, she was speechless again. She hadn't realized it because she was in a hurry, but her eyes weren't red anymore. What happened in that coliseum? She thought inwardly. Scat Hack has stopped walking and looks back. Aren't you coming? The women look at each other and nod. On the walk back home, a strange situation was happening. Victor was walking with Violet sitting on his shoulder, and beside him were Ruby and Sasha, and a little further back were Yuki, Kagaya, Maria, and Luna. I didn't expect this, Yuki commented in disbelief. What? Maria asked. Kagaya and Luna were a little surprised to hear Maria speak, but they didn't convey that surprise on their faces. I didn't know my master was married to the 3 flowers of the vampire world. 3 flowers? What is this weird title? The 4 flowers of the vampire world is a title given by all male vampires. The title speaks of Ruby, Sasha, and Violet, along with the youngest daughter of the king who was born with supernatural beauty even to vampires. Oh. She understood now. So you're surprised he's married to 3 of the 4 flowers in the vampire world? Yes, Yuki replied. Maria looks at Victor, who was carrying Violet on his shoulders, seeing him laughing and happily chatting with his wives. She adjusts her glasses and speaks with a serious expression. I have a feeling that if he meets the daughter of the king of vampires, they will end up together. The 3 maids were surprised by this bold statement. Impossible, Kagaya immediately spoke. Oh. Why? Maria asked. Lord Victor is a faithful man, and he won't run after other women if he already has 3 wives. Maria, Luna, and Yuki looked blankly at Kagaya. What? Didn't you realize you were flirting with him a few minutes ago? Maria spoke. That's not flirting. What is it then? Yuki asked. This is a form of thanks. Yes, this is a form of thanks. After all, I'm a hard-working maid. The 3 maid rolled their eyes. Believe me, he can treat me like that, but he doesn't have any hidden desires. It's just the way he is, he's a caring man. The 3 were silent and decided not to prolong the conversation. They knew it would be useless to say something now, and also because they realized they were getting close to the mansion. Before we go, Victor and I should take a decent shower. They had a bath in the Colosseum, but they were very simplified, and the bathroom was created with that intention because, in training, luxuries are not allowed. Yeah, you're right, Scat Hack, Victor agreed, and he started walking in a random direction. Did he know the location of the bathroom? Of course not, but he didn't need to know the location of the bathroom. After all, he knew that he would eventually find one of the bathrooms in this gigantic mansion. Let's go. Scat Hack nodded and followed Victor. Wait. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha yelled simultaneously, then they disappeared and appeared in front of Victor and Scat Hack. What? Victor and Scathach asked at the same time. Are you guys going to take a shower together? Ruby yelled. Yeah. Victor turned his head a little confused. And don't you realize this situation is weird? For God's sake, she's my mother. She is your mother-in-law. Oh. Now that you say it's true. Victor nodded. Master, you are my mother-in-law. He looked at Scathach and spoke with shock visible on his face. Yeah, did you forget? She smiled seductively. Well, I was busier trying to survive, just remembering that he had every part of his body taken out in grotesque ways made his body shudders a little. He's not going to lie and say he's not a little traumatized by the training that he went through, but as time went by, he got used to it, and the pain became tolerable. If Scathach asked him to train again, would he go? Of course, yes. He liked to train with her, and he also loved the sense of progress. The feeling of growing stronger was something very addictive. The three wives were speechless. Wait. From the way you're reacting like everything is normal, don't tell me you guys have already done this. Sasha yelled. Yes. I was beaten every day in a lot of different ways, and it was Scathach who carried me to the bathroom. Victor nodded. Violet's body began to release a dark, distorted pressure, her eyes turned dark, and she looked at Scathach. What? She smiled teasingly. Before Violet did something stupid, Ruby quickly held her up like a sack of potatoes. Put me down. She spoke in a distorted voice. Ruby ignored Violet and looked at her mother. Darling, go shower with us. You're going to shower alone. Hell no. I'll do what I want, and you can come with us. Mother. Ruby didn't believe what she heard. What? Realizing that this is not going anywhere, Victor said. I'm taking a shower, follow me if you want. Now give me Violet. He approached Ruby and picked up Violet, and carried her like a princess. Violet quickly hugs Victor's neck and glares at Scathach menacingly. Soon, he walked in a random direction. The people around were speechless when they saw Victor treating Violet like a teddy bear. Well, let's go. Scathach soon followed Victor. Sasha and Ruby still couldn't believe what they were seeing. Wait. The two shouted in unison and followed Victor. Ruby and Sasha weren't alone. Everyone who knew Scathach's personality enough to tell what kind of person she was, weren't believing what they were seeing either. Only one question remained in these people's minds. What happened in that damn Colosseum? Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 67, a weird situation indeed. In an unnecessarily large, luxurious bathroom, Victor, Violet, Ruby, Sasha, and Scathach were showering the way they came into the world. This is weird, Sasha spoke up. Scathach, pass me the shampoo, Victor asked. Scathach, who was in the bathtub, looks to the side, and, seeing the shampoo, she takes it and throws it to Victor. Take it. Victor raises his hand and catches it, thanks, then he goes back to washing Violet's hair. Violet didn't want to think about anything right now. Her mind was blank and, she was just enjoying it. This is definitely weird. Sasha yelled. Victor, who was washing Violet's hair, and Scathach, who was in the bathtub, looked at Sasha and spoke at the same time. What? Sasha's face turned red with frustration. This whole situation is weird. What's is weird, girl? Sasha's head seemed to be fanning out in anger. The fact that my husband and I are bathing naked next to my mother. That's what's weird. Ruby spoke in a much cooler tone than usual, even the water around her seemed to be creating little blocks of ice. Scathach, hand me the soap. Take it, she takes the soap and throws it towards Victor. Victor takes the soap and then starts washing every corner of Violet's body. Ruby just looked at all this with even colder eyes. She looked at Violet, trying to get some help, but she was speechless when she saw Violet's face that looked like someone who had entered a state of enlightenment. You're thinking too much. She heard her mother's voice. She looked at her mother and saw that she leaned against the bathtub and closed her eyes. Just relax. Sasha and Ruby were almost freaking out internally. I'm done. Ruby and Sasha looked at Violet and saw her writhing on the floor with a happy expression. They could even see that her eyes were unfocused. To be honest, they were a little scared. Violet seemed to be out of her mind. This massage technique is amazing. Victor chuckled. Yeah. I know, right? Scathach exhibited a small smile. Ruby and Sasha couldn't take it anymore and were about to explode in anger and demand an explanation. You guys are next, Victor said as he walked towards Ruby and Sasha. Heh. The two did not know how to react. Wait, Ruby started to stutter when she saw Victor approaching with that visible thing swaying back and forth as if trying to hypnotize her. Why yeah, I'm not ready yet. Sasha got up and tried to run away. She didn't want to end up looking like Violet. She was going to die of embarrassment. No excuses. And I need to give you my blood too. Victor's eyes flashed a dangerous red. Ruby and Sasha tried to run away, but it was useless. Victor appeared beside them and then caught the two like they were sacks of potatoes. No. The two screamed. Scathach opens one of her eyes. What a monster I created. As expected of me, she nodded in satisfaction, then she closed her eyes and relaxed again. Then? Who are we waiting for? Victor spoke out loud with a neutral expression on his face. Shouldn't we be running or something? I heard we're late. Victor was wearing the outfit he got from Scathach. I don't want to run. I just bathed, Scathach said. She was wearing her usual form-fitting battle suit. We are waiting for my foolish disciple. Oh. Victor was interested. Is she strong? Yeah, she is. Scathach flashed a smile. Interesting, Victor approaches Yuki and starts stroking her head. Yuki's face turned red, but she quickly managed to control her expression. What are you doing, master? Kaguya went out somewhere saying she needed to sort out some contract issues. Scathach won't let me stroke her hair, and my wives are like that. So, in the end, you're left. Yuki was speechless. That was supposed to be an explanation. Speaking of Scathach. Victor still remembers when he tried to stroke Scathach's hair. What are you doing, stupid disciple? Scathach asked with neutral eyes as she looked at Victor, who tried to pat her head. I've been trying to relax. It's been 2 months, you know. Victor spoke, then he tried to stroke her head again. When his hands would have touched Scathach's hair, the woman disappeared. Stupid disciple, are you treating me like a child? Scathach's red eyes glittered dangerously. Victor made an expression. I wish Kaguya were here. He spoke in a sad voice. Scathach was speechless when she saw Victor's reaction. Stop thinking about bullshit. She turned her face and started walking. Let's take a shower, and then we have to go back to training. Victor wasn't motivated. He knows that the training she was talking about is him being beaten daily. In the first month, it was fun, but then it just became boring. He wasn't feeling his progress, even though Scathach said several times that he was progressing. But would he stop fighting because of it? Of course not. He likes to fight no matter the season or the time of day. But he just wasn't motivated. If you make a little cut on my body, I'll let you do what you want, Scathach said. Victor's eyes changed to a bright blood red, and his whole body began to give off a dangerous sensation. Heh, Scathach smiled seductively, you look motivated. Victor takes his great sword, let's go. I have an important mission to do. He spoke in a surprisingly serious voice. The Inquisition is released and I have to hunt a 2,000-year-old vampire. All for the greater good. God bless me. He seemed more motivated than the very hunters who had faced Scathach in the past. Scathach, a vampire over 2,000 years old, didn't know how to react to Victor's strange words at that moment. Sigh. Victor sighed. In the end, he couldn't scratch her body, and he was depressed for a few days. What happened to them? Pepper asked in curiosity as she looked over at Ruby, Violet, and Sasha, who were sitting back to back with addled faces. They seem out of their minds, Lakis spoke. Ruby? Sienna appears accompanied by Luna. She approaches Ruby. Are you all right, sister? She asked, a little worried. She called Ruby several times in an attempt to get her sister to respond. But Ruby didn't answer anything, she seemed to be staring into space. They just experienced something I taught Victor. Scathach flashed a mysterious smile. It's a technique I learned when I was bored. The technique is a simple massage that relaxes the whole body, and it was a technique used by an assassin from the past. Assassin? Sienna raised an eyebrow. Yes. He would kill the victim by massaging them, and when the victim was completely relaxed, he would hang them, a quick and simple job. Scathach nodded to herself. I learned this technique and improved it. Now, this technique can kill a being simply because the being has become too relaxed and has stopped thinking. Just what kind of nonsense is this woman talking about? A massage technique that can kill because it makes you stop thinking? Those were the thoughts of Lakis, Pepper, and Sienna. Interested? Do you want to try it? Scathach laughed and pointed to Victor, sitting on the floor with Yuki, who had a completely red face, in his lap. Victor looked at the three sisters, then he smiled and gestured with his hand. Come and experience the pleasures of a massage that can make you meet the god himself. He looked like a loan shark offering a shady deal. I humbly decline. Pepper took a step back and hid behind her mother. Pass. Lakis also refused. Sienna's eyes sparkled. She seemed to be interested. She thought, a technique created by the mother, maybe I can learn it too. That's it? What a shame. Victor looked sad. Oh, they arrived. Scathach looks away. Everyone looked to where Scathach was looking and saw nothing. They used their vampire senses to their fullest, but still, they couldn't feel anything. Only Sienna and Lakis could feel anything, but even so, it was a considerable distance for them. Victor focuses his gaze, and soon his world turns blood red. What is that? He asked curiously. Huh? Can you see, Victor? Yes, since he couldn't explain what he was seeing, he decided to keep silent. Master, please, let go of me. She was very embarrassed, but it's not like she hated it either, it was a strange feeling. Hell no. Yuki's expression changed to that of a sad squirrel. After a few minutes of waiting, everyone could hear the sounds of horses and armor in the distance. It was like an army was marching towards them. Oh. You're fast, Victor spoke as he looked at the woman who appeared beside Scathach. Kaka. Did you get to this place from your territory in less than a day? Looks like you and your army didn't fail in training. She laughed contentedly. Fway. Pepper couldn't react to the woman's sudden appearance, she was only startled when she saw a tall woman standing next to her. She wasn't the only one, Maria, Luna, and Yuki couldn't react either. You've gotten stronger, Eleanor. And that's not a good thing. Lakis spoke with a pitying expression. Yes. Sienna nodded in agreement with Lakis' words. Eleanor ignored the two women and said, Master, I'm glad to see you again. As she went to kneel, Scathach grabbed her shoulders. Stop. You are a countess now. Never kneel to anyone, especially to I who am in the same status as you. She spoke in a cold voice that shivered all over Eleanor's spine. But you aren't just anyone, Master. Did you not listen to me? Scathach's eyes changed to blood red. Eleanor nods and adjusts her position. Good, Scathach nodded in satisfaction, then her eyes changed to sapphire green, which was something Eleanor noticed too. Master, why you eyes? She was stuttering a lot. Yeah, what about them? Before Eleanor could answer anything, everyone could see an army of black knights approaching. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 68, Countess Eleanor Adrestia. Chapter 68, Countess Eleanor Adrestia. Victor looked at the army with eyes shining with curiosity since it was the first time he had seen something like that. An army of black knights with black lances bigger than the knights themselves, their appearance was quite menacing, especially with those red eyes gleaming behind the helmet. They're all vampires, Victor's smile grew. He got up from the ground and released Yuki, who sighed in relief, and at the same time, felt disappointed for some reason. He totally ignored the frightening pressure the army was putting out and approached the horses since he was very curious about them. These horses, they're not normal. Victor looked at the horses and saw that the horses' eyes were blood red. Looking around, Victor saw a horse that was riderless, and soon he approached the horse and touched it, then he started stroking the horse's head. Theory, Rillinchin. The horse neighed happily. Hee, aren't you a good girl? Tell me, you're a good girl. He realized the horse was female. Theory, Rillinchin. The horse hit the ground and brought her head closer to Victor. Eleanor, the horse's owner, seeing this scene from a distance, couldn't help but comment. To think that Chloe would like someone. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Chloe never let strangers touch her, and Victor touched her so easily. Kaka, Scathach laughed in amusement. She was looking at everything with great pleasure. It was like she was waiting for something to happen. Because of the noise of the army, the wives who were in a new unknown world slowly began to wake up. Huh. Who are these stormtroopers? Ruby spoke a little groggy. They are Countess Eleanor Adrestia's personal army, Luna replied. Eleanor? Sasha looks at the tall woman. She had long flowing white hair, pale skin like all vampires, and bright golden eyes. She was wearing a simple red coat with black gloves on her hands, a simple white shirt that couldn't hide her H-cup breasts, along with a pair of black jeans that highlighted her big legs. And what stood out the most about her was that she was a tall woman. She looked almost the same height as Victor, but with the eyes of an expert maid, like Yuki and Luna, they could tell she was 190 cm tall. Eleanor? Hi, Sasha. How are you? She nodded to Sasha. I'm fine, thanks. Sasha stretched. Violet gets up off the floor and shakes her head a little to get rid of the feeling that her brain is melting. Yo, bitch from the west, how are you? Violet stretched a little like Sasha. You're still as rude as ever, Violet. And I'm fine, thanks. She spoke with a gentle smile. Oh. That's too bad. I thought you were going to die from a random thug someday. Veins began to pop in Eleanor's head. You're still tall as usual, huh? In fact, I think you've grown even more in height. Are you trying to cosplay a giraffe? Eleanor's smile threatened to break at any moment. Take a deep breath, Eleanor. The master is here. The master is here. Don't lose control. You know this bitch. She's always like that. It's nothing new. Fway. Is the earth shaking? Pepper looked at the ground with a cute face. Have you forgotten what Eleanor's power is, Pepper? Sienna looked at her sister. Pepper looks at Sienna with a cute expression. Of course I remember. Ito. She started to panic. Sigh, Sienna puts her hand to her head. Well, don't blame her so much. Pepper is a bit dumb sometimes. Lakis spoke. Yes, she forgets things easily. Pepper's face threatens to cry at any moment, but suddenly she is hit by a gust of wind in her face. Phew. She looks to the side and sees Victor swinging a completely black greatsword that was bigger than him, and he was twirling that big sword like it was nothing. Ha 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 ha, he looked like he was having fun. Hey! What are you doing with my sword? Eleanor quickly yelled. She walked with quick steps towards Victor, but inside she was a little shocked that he managed to lift all that weight like it was nothing. Swinging it? Victor replied as he turned his face away. That's not what I meant. Oh. Victor understood the problem. Can I borrow this horse and sword for a few hours? He asked with a polite smile while looking very noble. Theory, Rillanchin, Chloe approached Victor and whinnied as if asking permission too. Of course you can't. She practically screamed, and all her noble looks were gone like leaves in the wind. These are my things. Mine. And Chloe, don't pay attention to him. TSK. Knowing he was wrong to take other people's things without permission, Victor obediently backed off. He looks at the horse and strokes the horse's mane. Don't worry, soon I will save you from this insensitive woman. He spoke like someone who was saying goodbye to a longtime companion. Theory, Rillanchin. Chloe nodded, and everyone could see small tears in the horse's eyes. I know. But, soon, I will save you. Hey. Why am I the villain of the story? Eleanor stomped on the ground in frustration. She was freaking out. Victor reluctantly pulls away from Chloe, but soon he feels someone touching his shoulder. What do you think you're doing? He heard Eleanor's cold voice. Huh. But weren't you the one who asked me to get away from Chloe? He spoke in an innocent voice. It's not that. Give me back my sword. Oh. Don't give me that, oh. Give it back. Fine, take it. Why does this seem so difficult to you? God damn it. Just take it. Victor puts down the sword and hands it to Eleanor, and he uses his other hand to cup his face as if covering his crying face. Eleanor ignores all this and grabs the sword hilt. Ah, you did it. Violet suddenly appears beside Eleanor. Huh. You made him cry, you made my husband cry. Look what you did, Violet spoke with a sad face. Eleanor's face changed several times. She gripped the hilt of her sword harder and looked at Violet with a face red from anger, but in the end, she wasn't a bad person. She took a long breath as if she were giving up on something. Fine. I will lend it. But for just an hour. Seriously. Victor turns his face away and looks at Eleanor with his eyes shining. Why yeah, Eleanor was taken aback by this sudden change. Yes. Victor hugged Eleanor. WWH. She didn't know how to react to this sudden intimate contact. Soon Victor separates from Eleanor and approaches Violet. I love you, Violet. Victor kisses Violet on the mouth. Huh. Violet was taken aback as she returned Victor's kiss. Victor stops kissing Violet and runs into the forest. Wait, darling. We need to go to the capital. Don't go too far. Oh, Victor stopped running and stared at the forest as if he was thinking about something. Whatever. In the end, he just decided to swing the sword right there. He positioned himself and brandished the sword. Fush, a gust of wind flew in a straight line and destroyed several trees. Ha ha ha, this is fun. Then, he began to practice what he learned from Scat-Hack. Every time he brandished the sword, powerful gusts of wind were felt throughout the group. Oh, some knights spoke. They looked impressed, although because of their training, they didn't react much. Here, take some blood. Ruby appeared beside Eleanor. Thanks, Eleanor drank all the blood in one gulp, and somehow, she was feeling better. Kaka, I knew something interesting was going to happen when he met you, Scat-Hack chuckled. Master, I heard about him a few days ago, and I didn't believe it, but it's really true. Eleanor looked at Ruby, Sasha, and Violet. He actually married them. Yeah. He is also my last disciple. Huh. What do you mean, Master? Exactly what I mean, I won't teach anyone else for a long time. 6 months was just enough to teach him the basics. I need more time to cut this diamond, Scat-Hack chuckled in amusement. Scat-Hack's daughters, Victor's wives, and Eleanor didn't know how to react to Scat-Hack's words. Especially Eleanor, since she hoped that her teacher would train her army again. Sienna, Lakis, and Pepper might not look it, but they were freaking out internally. Did he get so strong just learning the basics? Bullshit. They know that Scat-Hack's teaching standard is very high if she said she only taught the basics. This means that she has completely strengthened Victor's foundation for the future. Watching Victor brandish the sword, Pepper also noticed something. He's using my force control technique. Huh. Sienna and Lakis didn't know how to react. Mother. Did you teach our techniques to that man? Yeah, Scat-Hack spoke like it was no big deal. Mother. Ruby stuttered and didn't know how to react to this knowledge. She knows that learning what the sisters learned was not easy, especially Ruby, who had to go through a long period of torture to learn how to control her power precisely. He was like a sponge that soaked up everything I threw at him, and I thought, why not? I wanted to test how much he could learn. And in the end, he learned all 5 of the basic techniques. As expected from Darling. Violet was just as happy as if she was the one who had achieved something. Sasha was silent. She heard about Scat-Hack techniques directly from Ruby's sisters, and she knows how absurd these techniques are. 5. Wasn't it 4? Lakis asked. It's 5. I just didn't teach any of you the last one because you weren't ready, Scat-Hack said. Just out of curiosity, what is the 5th technique? Pepper raised her hand and asked in a cute voice. It's control. And the prerequisite for learning this technique is learning all 4 other techniques. She decided to demonstrate since it's easier to show than to explain. Victor. What? Victor stopped brandishing the sword and looked at Scat-Hack. Come here. Okay. And return Eleanor's sword. Oh okay, he replied with a little difficulty. He looks at the sword as if looking at a friend who has to say goodbye, then after that. He positions himself as if he is about to throw something, then with a small gesture of strength. He throws the sword he was holding towards Eleanor. She couldn't believe he threw her sword like that. Seeing that Violet was going to try to get the sword, she said, stop, you're going to get hurt. Huh. Violet stopped walking. She steps forward and raises her hand, then a loud sound as if a heavy object is colliding with another heavy object is heard. She grabs the sword hilt and holds it comfortably on her shoulder. Even the ground beneath Eleanor was damaged with a cobweb of cracks. Just how many kilos does that sword weigh? Those were the thoughts of Violet, Ruby, and Sasha, who were close to Eleanor. Previous index next. Comments loading. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 69, Countess Eleanor addressed the two. Seeing the shocked faces of Violet, Sasha, and Ruby, she explained. My sword is very heavy, and no ordinary vampire can lift it without the proper training. Why is it so heavy? Doesn't that hurt in a fight against another vampire? Ruby asked. That's because her sword wasn't created to fight other vampires. Lakis replied. Eleanor is silent, she can understand that Lakis said this on purpose to pique Ruby's curiosity. What do you mean? Ruby asked. Lakis didn't answer anything. Forget it, Ruby. That's not something you need to know right now. Sienna supported her sister. Ruby was silent. Why? Why can't she know? Sasha asked. Because this is a rule created by the king, only the king, or the leaders of the Count clan can give that kind of information. The rule is silenced by a magical contract, Violet explained. You seem to know about this, Violet. Ruby looked at Violet with a glint in her eyes. Oh. Who told you about it? My mother. Agnes. Eleanor sighed. Remember, don't overdo it, okay? Then, hearing Scathacka's voice, the group looked toward the woman who was talking to Victor. Leaving that subject aside, for now, the women decided to watch what Victor was going to do. Okay. You don't have to keep repeating it. I don't want you to destroy the entire forest. The poor thing already suffers from my daughters and me. Where did this cheap sentimentality come from out of nowhere? This is not like you. Just hire a witch to revitalize the forest or something. I changed, okay? In fact, my head is clearer now. Then, realizing she was getting off the subject, she said, just don't overdo it and just use the ice. Okay. Scathach nods with satisfaction. Eleanor pointed her trembling finger at Scathach. This is my master. Victor's wives and Scathach's daughters were silent, they also didn't know what was going on. But one thing they were sure of. They didn't know how to react to this situation. They weren't used to Scathach reacting so differently. And Victor's wives aren't enjoying this change at all. Mostly Ruby. Victor relaxes his body a little and assumes a fighting stance. This position. It's the same as mine. No, it's a little different. Sienna analyzed. The magic symbol on Victor's gloves starts to glow blood red, just ice, just ice. He muttered over and over as if trying to concentrate. His fist is covered in an ice glove, and with a quick punch that only people like Sienna and Scathach could see, he punches the air. Boom. The women heard a noise as if the air had been broken, the air pressure was so intense that the forest could not take it and it was torn apart, and there was no tree left to tell the story. And the effect of the attack is not over. After the wind pressure was gone, everyone could see that a small part of the forest had turned into a snowy area. Victor. Scathach disappears and appears beside Victor, and then she slaps him on the head. You overreacted. How am I going to explain anything now? But I did it right. Oh. Where is this correct? I told you not to overdo it. I didn't exaggerate. It is the forest that is weak. It's not my fault. The two leaned their foreheads against each other and started facing each other as if they were about to fight at any moment. Master created another monster. Eleanor spoke. This is ridiculous, there's nothing left of the poor forest, Pepper commented. Sienna just looked at Victor with an emotionless face. It looked like she needed to reassess her opinion of him. Lakis didn't say anything either. I can do something like that, Violet didn't want to miss it. Let me show you. No. Sasha held Violet. Violet, just don't try to compete now, okay? We know that with your fire, you can wreak havoc. But. Just no, okay. Ruby spoke in a more assertive tone. I don't want my house to become a deserted place. Just hire a witch, Violet pouted. Ruby said nothing and stared at Violet. Okay. She sighed. Ladies. Shouldn't we have left for the capital now? Luna suddenly reminded everyone. Oh, everyone has completely forgotten about that. Scathach and Victor move away from each other. Soon Scathach explains her technique. Originally, this attack was to freeze everything in a straight line, but Victor put in a lot of force, and because of that, there's nothing left to be frozen. This is like a combination of my technique and Pepper's technique, Sienna said. Yes. Control is the fifth technique. Control focuses on using all four techniques as efficiently as possible. Now, do you understand why I never taught you? Yes, we're not ready yet, Ruby said. Yes. Unfortunately, you guys aren't as passionate about training as he is. She didn't want to discourage their daughters and say that they didn't have the same talent as Victor either. After all, she knows it was because of Victor's blood and mindset that made it possible for him to learn things in such a short time. If he only had the talent, he wouldn't be so strong in such a short time. The mentality of looking at training as fun made it possible for him to learn things faster since, when someone is having fun learning something, they learn faster, it's common sense. And she's sure her blood played a big part in his training, though she wasn't going to say it out loud. That's not true, we trained Pepper was about to protest, but she stopped talking when she heard her mother's voice. Lakis lives in her sleep. You live watching cartoons together with Ruby, and I also know you got weaker because you didn't practice what I taught you, and Sienna is always busy, and when she's not busy working, she's looking for a husband. Ruby, Lakis, and Pepper had no way to defend themselves from their mother's words. But Pepper said something in a low voice, it's not cartoon. It's anime. And mother. Sienna couldn't believe her mother said that out loud. Pfft, Victor laughed at the same time as Violet. Desperate woman. The two said at the same time. You guys. Sienna's eyes flashed blood red. We need to go. Luna screamed again. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ha. Victor was laughing a lot, he was currently riding Chloe, and as a special horse, the speed Chloe was running was very high. And this was a new experience for Victor. The horse was faster than any car he had ridden in the past, and he felt intoxicated when the wind hit him in the face. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha just looked at it with a dry look, although Sasha was in the mood to join Victor, she thought it looked fun. Chloe. Why did you abandon me? Eleanor was looking at Chloe like a woman who had been dumped by another man. Currently, the group was going to the capital in a luxurious carriage prepared by Eleanor, and in this carriage was Eleanor, Victor, Violet, Ruby, Sasha, and Scathach. Originally, Victor was supposed to be in the carriage with the girls, but when the group left for the capital, he quickly got bored and decided to play with Chloe. Now that I've stopped to think about it, what are these horses? Ruby forgot to ask. Oh, they are demonic horses. They live in an isolated area in the west, Eleanor said. Why is this name so scary? Well, they're much stronger and tougher than regular horses, so why not? Ruby didn't know what to say, she just thought the name a little ugly for such a beautiful creature. That's unfair, I tried to ride one of those horses, but I got kicked off. Sasha pouted. If it were so easy, my army wouldn't be special. Eleanor snorted, then she explained, riders go through a long period for the horse to get used to their presence, they have to have a brother-sister bond. But what about darling? Violet asked in an innocent voice, but Eleanor could have sworn she saw a slight smile on Violet's hateful face. She decided to be silent, she had no answer to that question. Victor was just very strange. Kaka, you'll get used to this feeling soon. Scat laughed, she was leaning against the carriage, she looked very relaxed. Sigh. Eleanor just sighed. In another carriage was the group of Pepper, Sienna, Lakis, Maria, and Luna. Yum, Pepper was making strange noises, that looks fun. She looked at Victor with a sharp look. Like Sasha, she also tried to ride a horse, but she was also kicked off by a horse. Just give up. You heard from Eleanor, right? These horses won't let you ride them. Lakis spoke. Never. I want to have fun. Don't be spoiled, Sienna said. But I'm not spoiled. I just want to have fun, and it's unfair that Victor is having fun alone. What about my rights? I also want to ride a horse and feel the wind in my face. Sienna rolled her eyes. Pepper looked back at Victor with a piercing look. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed on top of her head, she seemed to have an idea. Whatever you're thinking. Just don't do it. Pepper ignored Sienna's voice, as she backed onto the carriage and jumped towards Victor. Pepper. Lakis and Sienna spoke at the same time. Victor was surprised when he saw a body flying towards him, but he quickly picked up Pepper and placed her in front of him. What are you doing? He patted Pepper's head a little. Pepper's face turned a little red. I want to have fun too, and it's unfair that you're having fun alone. Maria and Luna looked at Pepper. Lady Violet is not going to like this, they said at the same time. Oh. Victor flashes a small smile as he takes Pepper's hands. Heh. He opens her hands and makes her hold the horse rope. Enjoy. Heh. Oh. Pepper looked like a child who was riding a horse with her father. He looks into Chloe's eyes, and, seeing that the horse is upset, he says, just hold on for a few minutes, he spoke in a low voice. The horse neighs, nodding. This bitch. What is she doing? Violet freaked out. Pepper. Ruby sighed. Kaka, Scat just chuckled like she was enjoying herself. Unfair, I want to try too. Sasha's blue eyes sparkled, then she jumped towards Victor too. Even you, Sasha. Violet couldn't believe what she was seeing, she just thought of something, those bitches. I missed my chance. Seeing another body flying towards him, with a gesture of impressive dexterity, he rises from his horse and jumps back in a somersault, then he catches Sasha in midair and puts her behind Pepper. Soon he falls behind Sasha and grabs her waist. Sasha didn't understand what happened. Fway. I feel something soft on my back. Pepper muttered. Previous index next. Comments loading. Copyright 20. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 70, King's Capital. They were accompanied on their way to the capital by the personal army of Countess Eleanor Adrestia. The group traveled relatively quickly. A trip that could have taken 2 days of running at a moderate pace was reduced to 1 day, and, as a consequence, they arrived just before the match between Victoria Ryder and the Horseman clan leader happened. Of course, if they were running, they would have arrived faster, but a comfortable ride is always the best option. And in a way, Victor had fun riding Chloe, the horse was very fast, and she was very obedient. Honestly, he was actually considering kidnapping Chloe. But when he thought about it, his conscience quickly hit him hard. He tried his best not to take Scat bad habits, but after living 6 months under the same roof with a woman that has a strong personality like Scat, like it or not, he was influenced a little. After all, they were already similar. Looking at the capital from a distance, Victor was at a loss for words for the first time. Beautiful, right? Sasha spoke with a small smile as she looked at Victor's stunned expression. Victor wakes up from his stupor and, soon, he displays a small smile as he pats Sasha's head. It's not as beautiful as you. Sasha flashed a small satisfied smile and leaned her back against Victor's chest. But, indeed, this is a beautiful city, I said as I looked out over the city again. A smile curls my lips involuntarily. Ahead of me, I saw a city that was even darker than horror movie cities. Flying bats, and ancient buildings that seemed to have come from early times, even I could feel that, despite being old, their buildings were incredibly resistant. Despite looking gloomy, the capital was reasonably illuminated by the lights of the houses. In a world where the night never ended, the city had a confused feeling of depression, joy, and especially danger. Some powerful auras made me feel excited and expectant. After training with my mother-in-law, my blood is boiling to experience a decent fight. Although it's fun to train with Scat, I still can't compare myself to her. I know I've gotten stronger, but the question I most want to know is, how much stronger did I get compared to other vampires? How much stronger have I become? I want to know. I want to have fun. I want to find someone strong to test my limits. I don't know why I'm feeling this overwhelming desire in me, but I don't care. I want to fight. And something tells me I will find the answer in this capital. Hold. 2 guards covered in armor yelled. He was holding a spear somewhat resembling Eleanor's army. Identify yourself, they shouted in unison. Victor looked at the guard with curious eyes. He could also feel several eyes watching him inside the walls, and each one of these guards gave a different sense of pressure. He could instinctively tell that all these guards were strong. They are not common guards, Victor whispered with a small smile on his face. His instincts were begging him to fight. But he held back, he knew it wasn't time yet. Yes, they're not. Sasha observed the guard. They're the king's personal guard, vampires specifically trained to protect the king and the king's family, Sasha explained. I see. Victor nodded, and then he concentrated on stroking Sasha's head, and, just like that, he could calm his instincts. Walter, please, Eleanor said. Soon one of Eleanor's armed vampire soldiers rides beside Eleanor's carriage. That soldier removes his helmet, and soon the face of an old man is shown. Your wish is my command, Countess Eleanor. He spoke respectfully, then walked towards the guard. This level of security at the entrance is not common, Ruby, who was inside the carriage, said. Oh. Victor looked at the carriage window. Usually, these guards are not at the city gate. They are royal guards, and they just protect the king and the king's family. They are mostly in the king's personal residences. Having so many guards at the entrance to the capital is not a good sign, Ruby explained. Kakaka. Don't overthink it, my daughter. The king is just being overprotective of his daughters. Scat chuckled. They are here? Probably so. After all, that man just goes overboard with security when his daughters are around. An overprotective father. He reminds me of someone, Victor thought of his teacher. When thinking about his acquaintances, Victor suddenly felt a sense of longing for his family. Are my mom and dad okay? He hasn't talked to his family for 6 months, and he's never been away from his family for so long. When I have time, I'll call them. Pepper, I think it's time you got off that horse, right? We've already arrived in town. You too, Sasha. Violet with a gentle smile on her face. Pepper's body shivered when she heard Violet's voice, but. She didn't want to get down now, she had a lot of fun, but she still wanted to play more. Humph, Sasha turned her face and leaned into Victor even more. Veins began to pop in Violet's head when she saw Sasha's attitude. Pepper. Violet's eyes changed to blood red, and her blood pressure seemed to increase. No. I do not want to. Pepper turned away. Stop bullying my sister, don't be jealous. She's not interested in that sort of thing. You know that. Ruby spoke. Violet didn't want to give up. Ha ha ha. Don't be angry, Violet. Victor displayed a small smile. Hearing Victor's voice, Violet's eyes changed to Violet, and she looked up at him with a pout on her face. But darling dash, Violet was going to say something, but she stopped talking when she heard Victor's voice again. How about this? I'll take you on a date later, just the two of us. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha's eyes changed to blood red. Not wanting to miss the chance, Violet said, you promise? Yeah, Pinky promise. He joked, but his wives knew he was serious. Gee good. Violet's body started to shake, and a huge smile threatened to escape her face, but she quickly turned her face away and looked out over the landscape. Seeing that Victor was silent and didn't mention the two, Ruby and Sasha looked at Victor with intense eyes. Feeling Ruby and Sasha's gaze boring into his head, he looks at them. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten about you. He stroked Sasha's head. I'll take Violet first, but I want to have a one-on-one date with each of you. He flashed a loving little smile. OOH. Even though they wanted a date, they didn't know how to react when he openly spoke those words. They were happy. But they were also embarrassed. Women are complicated beings. You can come in. The gate behind the guard began to open. The Countess Eleanor's army must remain stationed outside the capital. Walter, deploy the army in my personal mansion outside the capital, that place has enough space. Yes, Countess Eleanor, Walter speaks, and soon he starts giving orders to the knights. Don't make a mess in the capital, or, the royal guard would threaten the group. Heh, or what? Scat-Hack shows her face through the window and looks at the guard, then she opens the carriage door and gets out. Looking at the woman who got out of the carriage and seeing her striking features, he immediately recognized the woman. CCC Countess Scat-Hack Scarlet. They were getting cold under their armor now. How could they not know this woman? After all, she was the one who trained some of them in the past. Tell me, what are you going to do if I decide to blow up the gate? She had a slight smile on her face. She looked like she was kidding, but the guards knew not to play with this crazy woman. WL. The guard didn't know what to say. Sienna and Lakis, who were seeing this from a distance, said. Mother seems to be a little irritated, Lakis. Indeed, what happened to make her angry? Sienna. Ha ha ha, even the king's guards are afraid of you. Just what did you do, Scat-Hack? The guards looked at Victor in shock. He just used Scat-Hack's name so informally. Is he crazy? He will die. I did a lot of things, I don't remember anymore, she flashed a small smile. She didn't do anything. The guards were freaking out internally. As expected of you. He flashed a small smile. Just who is this man? The guards knew that in the vampire world, there was only one being who could speak to Scat-Hack like that, and that was their king. They didn't know this man. In the past, if someone disrespected Scat-Hack, that was reason enough for that vampire to die. Well, isn't the gate open? Let's get going. Victor got off the horse along with Sasha, and he stroked Chloe's mane. The horse neighed happily and a little sadly. Eleanor looked at it with a jealous look. Chloe looked at Pepper with a hateful look, after all, this dairy cow was on top of her now. Her mood has improved. Lakis commented as she looked at her mother, who was entering the capital. Mother. Sienna puts her hand to her face and sighs. After this minor incident happened to the guards at the entrance to the capital, the group soon entered the capital. But without Victor knowing, a rumor ended up circulating among the guards, and soon that rumor began to slowly spread through the city. The rumor was simple, someone called that red-haired demon informally and survived. The initial content of the rumor was this. But as time went by, and the rumor circulated by word of mouth, it turned out that in the end, the rumor was totally distorted, to something like. Someone managed to tame that red-haired demon. There were versions of the rumor that said something like, the red-haired devil got a new toy. And in the end, no one knew anymore which was the true version of this rumor. But one thing is certain, because of this misunderstanding that Victor unknowingly provoked, he increased his reputation a little with the king's guards. Wives are beautiful vampires Chapter 71, King's Capital. 2. The atmosphere of this place is very different from anything I've experienced. I spoke in a low voice. Unlike the territory of Scat-Hack that I didn't explore much, the capital had a very strange climate. The place, despite being well lit, had areas that were totally dark, and, although it looked safe, I could feel danger in the air. The place was elegant, and at the same time old-fashioned. I could even see several vampires walking the streets in modern clothes. The capital was a mixture of ancient architecture and inhabitants with modern habits. The capital was a contradiction in terms, it was chaotic. But at the same time, it was beautiful. I think this is what happens when vampires create a society. As they are an immortal race, they see no need to change structures and, because of that, there are old structures. But as they need to live in society, they had to modernize and not get stuck in the past. It was strange. The city was very strange. I won't deny that fact, but it was interesting. What are you looking at? Fuck off. I look to the side and see Violet threatening some women. TSK. That's why I don't like to go out. These idiots keep looking at me like I'm a rare animal or something. Lakis complained. I look around and see that several vampires are looking at the group with curious eyes. Still, even though they are watching the girls, the vampires are focusing their attention on Scat-Hack, Eleanor, Violet, Sasha, and Ruby. And surprisingly, I was attracting the attention of female vampires. That's why Violet was so irritated with women. Hey, aren't they? Yes, they are. It looks like they came to see the games too. But who is this man? I could also see that some men were looking with lecherous eyes at the girls. They were trying to hide it because they noticed Scat-Hack in the group. But even though they tried to hide it, I didn't like it. I felt an irritating feeling in my heart. It was as if someone was lusting after something that is mine. My blood cried out for retaliation. I start to clap my hands. When I got their attention, I said. Disappointing. When they meet my gaze, they seem to freeze. Is that what vampires are? You can't even be considered noble vampires. You are just a pitiful mistake of a faulty thing. The best way to deal with vampires is to hit their egos. Huh. Who are you dash? A slicked up black-haired vampire spoke up. Stop. I don't want to hear anything from a dog like you. Wait, calling you a dog is an insult to the dog itself, at least dogs are loyal. You're just a pig. I display a small smile. Oh indeed. I started to walk towards them, my smile grew, I felt my teeth change and get sharper, I started to slowly clap my hands. Then, slowly, my image starts to get distorted, and an overwhelming killing intent starts to leave my body. You are just pigs to be slaughtered by me. Ha, I heard Scat Hacka's voice. WWH. The vampires began to visibly sweat, and I could also see that some had pissed themselves. Seeing this sight, my sadistic side begged for more. Feeling a hand on my shoulder, I looked at whoever touched me and saw my wife. Ruby, stop. If you make a fuss here, you won't be able to enter the city again. And we won't be able to have our date. Yeah, if it weren't for that, I would have burned those bitches that are looking at you by now. Violet surprisingly supported Ruby. They're right, just forget about it. They're not worth our time, Sasha supported. Surprisingly, all three seemed to have the same opinion on this matter. Tisk, just let him loose. Scat-Hack looked annoyed again. Mother. You shouldn't just say that because you're angry. Pepper tried to say something, but Scat-Hack just looked at her daughter when she wanted her daughter to shut up. Pepper stopped talking and looked up at the sky as she began to whistle. Whistle. What beautiful weather this is, right? Look at those cloudy clouds. She started to stroke Chloe's mane with a pout on her cheek, but Chloe didn't seem to be enjoying it. Hearing my wife's words, I held back my sadistic desires and looked at the vampires, my eyes gleaming a little for a brief moment. Get lost. The vampire men's bodies seem paralyzed for a few seconds, and then they assume an attitude of obedience. Yes, master. They just left the place obediently. I should have done it from the start, but I wouldn't be satisfied like that. The female vampires who were seeing this just stared at Victor once more with an interested look. They thought that he was someone important since he was hanging out with several high-status women. Before Sasha, Ruby, and Violet could say anything, they heard Scat-Hack say. What are you waiting for? Fuck off. The female vampires quickly fled when they felt Scat-Hack's pressure. After this small incident finished, the group walked towards Scat-Hack's mansion, which was near the arena. On the way to Scat-Hack's mansion, Eleanor didn't take her gaze off of Victor. Unlike the other female vampires, she wasn't stupid, she knew something happened when Victor looked at those vampires. After all, arrogant vampires wouldn't call someone random a master out of nowhere. Victor felt Eleanor's gaze, and he knew more or less what she was trying to find out, but he didn't care. It also didn't mean he would voluntarily explain what he'd done. Eleanor, why are you following us? Ruby asked. Now that Ruby says that. West bitch, why are you following us? Shoo. Violet spoke. Eleanor ignored Violet and was silent for a few seconds, then she said. Originally, I wanted to ask my master a favor. She looked at Scat-Hack, who was walking beside her daughters. But she said she wouldn't train anyone else for a long time. So I just decided to follow you guys to watch the game, and after the game is over, I'll go back home. The two girls nodded when they heard Eleanor's motives. Ruby suddenly remembered something. Luna, you can buy some books on the human world. By books, do you mean mangas? Luna exhibited a small smile. Ruby was silent and just looked at Luna. I want you to buy me something too. Pepper squealed excitedly. I need some things too, Leica said. Luna was surprised that suddenly the women started asking her for things. I need some new tech gadgets, Sienna said. Oh, that's a good idea. Buy me a camera too. Pepper yelled. Wait. It's a lot, how am I going to bring it all? All women looked at Maria. Maria was surprised that she suddenly became the focus of attention. Put Maria to work too. She's my maid after all, Sasha said. Oh. Good idea. Pepper laughed. Seeing that she had no option in the matter, Maria just sighed. I need something too. I'll send my butler to go with you. Eleanor picks up a phone. Walter? I need you to come back here. Violet suddenly said, Darling, do you need something? She looks to the side and suddenly notices something. Darling. He disappeared. Husband? Sasha looked around. Don't tell me he got lost. Pepper somehow thought of a green-haired anime character who kept getting lost in the group. He was probably kidnapped, Lakis deduced. Impossible. With my mother's current affection, she wouldn't let that happen, Sienna said, but everyone in the group could feel a little jealousy coming from her voice. Scat-Hack ignores Sienna's words and says, if you're looking for Victor, he turned onto a random street a few blocks back. He seemed to be interested in a store. Ruby sighed, she looked around and also noticed that someone was missing. Where's Yuki? That girl? She went with him. Well, she's his personal maid, Sasha said. Indeed. It would be weird if she didn't go with him. Lakis agreed. Darl dash. Don't freak out yet, Ruby spoke before Violet could say anything. Violet looked shocked at Ruby. Don't look at me like that. How long have we known each other? Ruby rolled her eyes. But Darling is gone. He's just curious about things around him. He looked like a country kid who came to the big city, Sasha said. Yes. Ruby nodded with Sasha, she looked at Violet and continued, trust our husband, okay? Just because he got interested in a store doesn't mean he's going to cheat on us with some random woman. He's not that kind of man. Indeed. My son-in-law is a faithful man, Scat-Hack flashed a provocative smile. The three wives looked neutrally at Scat-Hack. What? Nothing. The three spoke at the same time. They just realized that Scat-Hack was the real enemy here. Victor sighed. Victor was in a suspicious-looking gun shop. Looks like I split up. Yes, you split from the group, Master, Yuki spoke. Victor was silent. Well, whatever. He could use his connection at any time to meet the group again. Victor starts looking around with his eyes shining with curiosity and sees some red daggers. Hey, old man. What is this dagger? He spoke to a young-looking man who was in a tent. The professional smile almost broke when he heard what Victor said. I'm not old. You are a vampire, right? Yes. How old are you? 1,645. My god. He made a shocked face. You are older than many human countries, as expected of an elder. Veins began to pop in the man's head. I am a young adult. Don't call me old. Yeah. But what is this dagger? Listen to me. Damn it. Victor exhibited an amused smile when he saw the man's reaction and, although he could feel the man was strong, he didn't care. After all, he could deduce that fights were not allowed in the capital. He looks to one side a little and sees several royal guards patrolling. With those guards circling all over the capital, I doubt any madman will cause any kind of trouble. Previous index next. User comments. My three wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 72, a little girl of few words. You didn't answer my question, old man, Victor spoke again. This is a dagger of crystallized blood. He sighed at the end, and it looked like he's given up on something. What is it for? To eat. From your expression of shock at knowing this is something common, I can tell you're a newborn. Although. The man looked at Yuki. If you are accompanied by a Snow Clan maid, then you are someone important. Victor flashed a small smile. You're pretty honest, huh? Living a long time simply makes you become a simple man. Haha, I believe so. What is this store anyway? He saw several red-colored weapons, and he even had a huge, completely red axe. Initially, he entered the shop thinking it was a gun shop, but it looks like he was mistaken. This is a custom candy store. Candy? Yes. Isn't that just crystallized blood? Victor was curious. He decided to buy to try. How much is the dagger? It's $300, and we accept debit, credit, and even checks. If you want to use illegal money, we can give you a trustworthy bank account. Dollar? Victor was genuinely confused. He thought vampires used a kind of currency of their own. He was even a little shocked at the price, but he thinks making daggers with crystallized blood shouldn't be easy. And Yuki didn't say anything, so he wasn't being fooled. Although it was kind of questionable whether he should trust Yuki in this kind of situation, after all, a rich person's sense of money is quite skewed. In the past, we tried to use our own currency, but the economy failed in less than 500 years, so, because of that, we used human currency, Yuki explained. Oh, Victor was looking at Yuki like she was a walking encyclopedia. Master, haven't you studied the basics of our society? Yes, I studied. But what they taught me were just stories about this world, etc. They didn't teach me common sense. Victor didn't lie. 6 months ago, Pepper, Ruby, and Lakis taught Victor the basics of vampire history, but they didn't teach common sense. And when Victor started training with Scat Hack, he didn't even think about learning, he just concentrated on getting stronger. Sigh. Yuki sighed and asked herself what those women were thinking. I will pay in debit. Victor took out a black card that Scat Hack gave him. Okay. But before proceeding with the purchase, the man looked at the window. Is that child with you? Huh. Victor looked where he was looking and saw a child who looked to be about 5 years old wearing a black goth dress. She had long black hair and violet eyes. Realizing that Victor noticed her presence, the little girl walks elegantly towards the door and enters the establishment. She walks towards Victor. Just when she gets close to Victor, she takes his hand. Father. Victor was speechless. WWH. Yuki didn't know how to react. Victor looked at the young-looking man. Old man, is this your daughter? My kids aren't that cute. The man denied it. Victor looked at the little girl again and, seeing her appearance, he had to agree that she looked adorable, even by vampire standards. Didn't she just call you dad? Old man, don't talk nonsense. I still haven't tasted the forbidden pleasure. Cherry boy, huh? Unexpected, I thought you would be a playboy. What makes you think that? Victor was speechless. Instinct? I felt threatened when you walked into my shop. I thought you were going to steal my wife or something. Victor. The old man. Playboy. Yuki thought of Victor's wives and his relationship with Scat Hack, and internally, she couldn't help but agree with the old man's words. Father? The little girl squeezed Victor's hand tighter. Victor looked at the little girl, and then he knelt down and looked at the little girl in her eyes. What's your name? Ophis. Ophis, he questioned. She nodded her head in agreement. Why are you calling me father, Ophis? Victor is absolutely sure he hadn't made such a beautiful daughter. Because you are my father. She spoke with a cute face. The old man. Victor. Makes sense. It makes no sense. The old man wanted to scream at Victor. What's your father's name? He asked. Father. She answered. What's your mother's name? He asked again. I do not know. Victor didn't know how to react to the little girl's sad expression. Ugh, is she so hard to talk to because she speaks so few words? He thought to himself. Is there someone responsible for you? He asked. I do not know. She answered. Victor sighed. Well, Ophis. Do you know the capital? She nodded. Let's take a walk then. Victor's thought was simple. If he walked around with this girl, her guardians would find her. At least, that was the excuse he thought to himself. He lifts the little girl up and puts her on his shoulder. In the end, you decided to stay with her. I don't know if you're a dumb man or a kind man. Whatever, old man. That's not your problem, and haven't you noticed how difficult she is to talk to? It will take years to find out who is responsible for it, and I still want to explore the capital. Makes sense, just don't get in trouble, boy. Impossible. Huh. A pretty little girl finds me out of nowhere, and I decided to stay with her for a while. Of course, that's begging for trouble. So you are aware of that? Yeah. And why are you taking care of her anyway? Well, it's interesting, right? Why not? The old man was speechless. Hey, old man. Give me that dagger. Give me the card first. Okay. After buying 2 blood daggers, Victor leaves accompanied by Yuki and Ophis, who was on his shoulder. A few minutes after Victor left, a woman with long black hair entered the store accompanied by several royal guards. Did this little girl come through here? Looking at the image in the woman's hand, the old man broke out in a cold sweat, but with years of experience, he managed to keep his poker face. Who are you, ma'am? Elizabeth Teeps. She showed the old man a badge she always carries with her. The old man's whole body shook when he heard the woman's last name. Realizing he was talking to royalty, he did what every good citizen would do in this situation. Yeah, I just saw her go out with a tall man and a Snow Clan maid. He denounced Victor to the authorities. Soon he pointed to where Victor left, and he also gave information about Victor's appearance. Good job, your store will be rewarded. The woman turned and left, accompanied by the knights of the royal guard. Sigh. The old man sighed. He had nothing against Victor, but that's it, he just met the boy, and he wouldn't risk his neck for a stranger. Though the old man had a feeling, Victor wouldn't mind. Master, I think you're overreacting. Yuki commented, holding back the growing urge to sigh that was building in her heart. But she's so cute. Victor spoke. The girl was wearing a black bunny hat that had red eyes. She was holding several crystallized blood candies. Yuki looked at Ophis, and when she saw the slight smile on the girl's face stoic, she realized she was enjoying what Victor was doing. I better not tell this to the master's wives, they're going to freak out. Yuki thought. Somehow Victor felt like a father who should spoil his daughter. At first, he just walked around with Ophis sitting on his shoulder, but every now and then, he saw that she was interested in something, but she didn't say anything. And instinctively, Victor took action and bought her several things. Victor takes Ophis off his shoulder and lifts her like a child. Tell me, do you hate this? Ophis looked into Victor's red eyes, then she said, I don't hate it, father. See? Victor chuckled and soon puts her on his shoulder again. Yuki sighed, although personally, she found it cute how Victor spoiled the child looking like an overprotective parent. But the problem is that the child is not his. It's a random kid he found in a random place. This is kidnapping. She can somehow hear the police siren km away. Office, if you find anything interesting, just point your finger, okay? She spoke as she licked the crystallized candy. Victor even tried to eat these sweets, but he didn't like them, and he even almost threw up. It tasted awful for him, so it was quite impressive to see Office and Yuki eating it like it was delicious. Yes. Yuki ate the candy too, despite being complaining a few minutes ago. The maid had completely forgotten about her work, she only remembered when she saw that Victor was overdoing his shopping. The group started walking around the city again. The city is busier than usual, Yuki commented. Is it because of the game? Yeah, as it's a public game, the authorities took the opportunity to make a big event. After all, if Lady Victoria wins, she will become a new Count Vampire, and that will mark a new record in vampire history. Never in history has it happened that the title of Count passed to another owner in such a short period of time. I see. Office points to a children's clothing store. Oh. Are you interested in clothes? Cute. Let's go then. When Victor entered the store along with Office and Yuki, someone was watching him from a distance. What are we supposed to do, princess? A young-looking knight asked. He looked quite impatient. The woman shows a small smile on her face. You won't do anything. Just wait outside the store. But, princess ... The knight was about to protest, but with just one look from the woman, he was silent. Wait here. I won't repeat myself again, okay? She smiled gently at the knights. Yes. They quickly nodded in agreement. The woman nods, satisfied, and then she walks towards the store. Previous index next. Comments loading. Our Beautiful Vampires Chapter 73, The King's Daughters. Upon entering the store, Office started pointing her finger at various cute clothes. Victor called an attendant and, when the attendant arrived, he asked. Do you have a locker room here? Yes, my lord. The locker room is in that direction. Follow me. My lord? Victor thought about the strange way the woman called him, but he thought the woman called him that because he was accompanied by Yuki. After all, her features screamed that she was from Clan Snow. Victor took several clothes that Office pointed out and gave to Yuki. I can't go into the locker room with a kid I barely know, right? That would be inappropriate. Unexpected. Huh. I thought my master didn't have common sense. She spoke with a gentle smile, but her words weren't kind. Just help Office change her clothes, Victor spoke as he took Office off his shoulders and set her down. Yes, master. Yuki looks at Office and says, come on, Lady Office. I will help you change your clothes. Office didn't say anything, she just held a part of Victor's pants as if she didn't want to be separated from him. Victor displays a gentle smile when he sees this. He kneels and says, coming with you in that locker room would definitely be inappropriate. Just listen to Yuki, okay? I'll wait outside. He stroked her head. When she felt Victor's caresses, for a few seconds, Office's eyes sparkled intensely, she seemed to have enjoyed it a lot. Soon, she closed her eyes as if enjoying herself. Victor stopped stroking Office's head, go. I will wait. Father. She agreed. Victor felt his heart being caressed by the cuteness of Office now. Soon Yuki and Office entered the locker room. Taking this chance, the attendant approached Victor. Lord, are you interested in buying this? Victor looks at the object in the woman's hand, a camera. Yeah, and it's not just any camera, it's a high-definition camera that was made specifically for taking high-resolution photos, and with which technology, the photo is printed on the spot. Interesting. Victor was interested, but he didn't see the need to buy a camera right now. But I don't dash, Victor was going to refuse, but he stopped talking when Yuki walked out of the locker room with Office. Looks good. Office asked. Victor didn't know how to answer. Office's black dress was swapped for a black bunny coat and a pretty black skirt, she looked incredibly adorable. Victor was speechless and, for the first time, he realized why cuteness is justice. Give me that shit. He took the camera from the woman's hand and started taking pictures of Office. Thanks for the purchase, the attendant laughed and walked away. Ugh. So cute. Victor was freaking out while taking several pictures of Office in different outfits. All the outfits were made for kids, and none of the outfits Office wore were inappropriate. Master. Yuki was actually considering calling the royal guards. But she still hasn't done that because she realized that Victor had no malicious intent behind his actions. He just looked like he was having fun. Yuki looks at Office and sees a small smile on the child, she seems to be enjoying it too. Feeling a gaze pierce his back, Victor stopped taking pictures and looked at Yuki. Don't look at me like you're looking at a criminal, I just realized I liked cute things. Victor was definitely not abnormal. He liked thighs. Breasts. A grown woman. The cuteness was meant to be appreciated. Remembering the jokes he played with his wives when they were alone. Victor nodded in satisfaction, adult women are better. Feeling someone pulling the fabric of his pants, he looked down. Office? The little girl seemed to be hiding behind him. He looked over to where Office was looking and saw a woman with long black hair with shades of violet eyes, and pale skin common to vampires. She had a nice womanly figure, she was thin and short for Victor's current height, about 172 centimeters. But despite being thin, she had everything in the right places, B-cup breasts and a perky ass. She was wearing a short black dress that looked to be quite simple, but at the same time very elegant. She had a black choker around her neck, and on that choker held a small black jewel. She definitely has the appearance of a cool woman. Oh, she finally decided to show herself. Victor had already noticed her for some time, and he just didn't do anything because he thought she had no bad intentions. He shifted his attention and looked towards the wall, then his world changed to crimson red, they're still waiting. Victor's smile grew, he had already deduced the woman's identity, but the question was, what is her relationship with Office? Maybe her sister? Victor felt it was quite possible that this was correct. But one thing was for sure. He was definitely comparing his strengths to the woman in front of him. Although she is hiding her power. He could deduce that because she appeared to be relatively weak. But as that man's daughter, she shouldn't be weak, right? Hello. She waved a hand as she approached. Victor flashed a small smile, you finally revealed yourself. I was starting to wonder how long it would take you. He got right down to business. She was a little surprised that Victor didn't try to extend the conversation, so she displayed a small satisfied smile. She liked his attitude of not wasting time with useless conversation. Well. I didn't think the time was right to go in. She looked at Office and the clothes Office was wearing. Yuki approaches Victor and stands behind him, she had noticed the strange atmosphere between the two. Admit it, you just wanted to see more, right? Indeed, my sister is a bit quiet, so it's rare to see her exhibiting so many emotions. Office grip tightened on Victor's leg. Victor stroked Office's head. You say, sister. But she doesn't seem comfortable with you. Complicated family. She laughed. I can imagine. Victor flashed a smile that showed his sharp teeth. As he couldn't move properly with Office holding his leg, he picked up the little girl and placed her on his shoulder. The woman's eyes sparkled for a few seconds when she saw that Ophis easily accepted being touched. Is he not feeling anything? Interesting. Like Ophis' sister, she knew of the little girl's special condition, and seeing a person touching her sister directly and not being influenced made her quite curious. We didn't introduce ourselves, huh? My name is Victor Walker. Walker? She has never heard of this family of vampires. Elizabeth Teeps, the daughter of the king. Oh. Cool. Victor didn't react much. Elizabeth didn't know how to react. She expected a reaction similar to the one from the owner of the store. Is she your sister? He asked Ophis directly. Sister. Ophis nodded in agreement. Do you like her? He asked. Sister is a good person, father. Father. Elizabeth stuttered a lot, and her noble appearance of hers went away as if it never existed. Scat Hacka's mansion in the capital that was close to the arena. Darling is taking a while. I'm having a bad feeling about this. Violet was impatient. It's only been 2 hours, Violet. Take it easy. Ruby spoke. I'll go look for him, I can get to him easily with my speed. Sasha was feeling the same feeling as Violet. Ruby holds Sasha's hand. He'll be back in an hour, and if he's too late, we can go out and look for him. After all, we can easily find him. She was also worried, but she wanted Victor to also have some time alone, especially considering he spent 6 months training without resting. Violet is understandable, but even Sasha and Ruby? I never expected to see them make these expressions. I think marriage changes people, huh? Eleanor spoke. She was sitting next to Sienna, Lakis, and Pepper. Currently, there were only Violet, Ruby, Sasha, Lakis, Pepper, Sienna, Eleanor, and Chloe in the mansion. Scat Hack had gone off somewhere. She had said she was going to visit an old friend. Maria and Luna are in the human world. Things have changed since that man moved here. Sienna sighed. You seem to dislike him? At first, I had a certain prejudice towards him, but seeing him becoming strong in such a short time, and seeing him receiving my mother's affection, her voice began to darken every second she spoke. Jealousy, huh? Eleanor could understand Sienna a little. After all, Victor seemed quite close to Scat Hack, which is something she has never been able to do, even though she is Scat Hack's disciple. Wrong. I'm not jealous of him. My opinion of him is neutral. Eleanor rolled her eyes. She obviously didn't believe it. And you, Lakis? I like Victor, he's a fun guy. She said, then she continued, sometimes when I talk to him, I feel like I'm talking to my mother. They are very similar in certain aspects, I think they match. Why are you talking like he's going to become your father? Eleanor was speechless. Oh. Lakis didn't realize what she said. Victor is a lot like my mother. But he's kinder than she is. Humph. My mother's kindness is demonstrated through actions. Sienna snorted. I know, but I also miss hearing an I love you or I was worried. She's not a woman who says these things. Pepper commented a little sadly. She was the one who missed it the most. She was quite emotional about family issues. Sienna and Lakis didn't say anything, but they internally agreed with Pepper's words. The 3 foster sisters had the same feelings as Ruby towards their mother. They wanted to be closer to Scat Hack, but they didn't know how to go about it. And, because of that, they were also a little jealous of Victor for being able to get close to Scat Hack so quickly. Previous index next. User comments. Right. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 74, The King's Daughters. 2. Victor was walking through the streets of the capital accompanied by Yuki, who was on his left side, who had several bags in her hands. These were the purchases Victor made for Ophis. Talking about Ophis, the little princess was sitting on his right shoulder and gently holding his neck as if she was afraid of falling. Ophis was back in her goth dress. She bought several outfits, but she still decided to keep her dress. However, she had said she would wear the dresses at home. On Victor's right side was a very elegant and dazzling-looking woman, and all the little gestures she made were charged with a lot of nobility and elegance. Kaka, they sure are tense. Victor chuckled as he looked at the group of royal guards. He waved softly at them, and he could see that some were annoyed to see him making the gesture. Well, that's their job, even though they're overreacting, Elizabeth spoke in an elegant voice. After Victor and Elizabeth's brief encounter at the clothing store, Victor somehow gained new company on his visit to the capital. The princess seemed quite interested in accompanying him and, as he saw that Ophis wasn't afraid of her, he didn't mind having this princess accompany him. Apparently, Ophis just didn't want to go home. According to Elizabeth, Ophis lives in a very isolated location, and she has little contact with other people, so, because of that, she speaks very few words. Unlike before, when he was enjoying the capital in a carefree way, this time, he was more aware of his surroundings. The group started visiting various stores while talking about random things. If anyone saw it from the outside, they would think the group looked like a group of friends enjoying the local festivities. In a suspicious-looking store. What is that? He pointed to an object that looked like a black banana. This is animal food. Oh. In some isolated regions of the East, there is a group of monkeys that can be domesticated, and this is their food, Elizabeth explained. Victor's eyes sparkled with interest. Why is everything here the darkest color? Evolution. She said. Victor immediately understood what she meant. Oh, as this is a world where there is no sunlight, they evolved differently. Yes. Because of this peculiarity, there are many strange animals. Interesting, I hope to see these animals in the future. Victor soon turned and started walking again in search of something else that piqued his curiosity. Elizabeth looked at Victor's back for a moment. She seemed to be thinking deeply about something. Then, seeing Victor playing with Ophis, who pointed towards a strange item, the princess exhibited a small smile on her face and soon followed the two. One thing Victor noticed was that he was getting more attention now. It turned out that walking around with an elegant princess caused that kind of effect. And the royal guards who weren't that far behind the group didn't help either. This kind of situation was a dish full of curiosity for vampires who were always bored. Victor didn't mind the looks this time. After all, they weren't looking at his wife. He just kept his senses alert since he expected something to happen at any moment. And he wasn't wrong. Something actually happened. But it wasn't with him. Did you touch me? You inferior. A grown man yelled. Oh. The street is public. And you were the one who leaned against me. Look at my clothes, they're dirty. The other man, who looked like a teenager, yelled as he pointed at his shirt, which had a small spot of dirt. Fuck your outfit. I want compensation. You hurt me. Fuck you. The younger man held up his middle finger. Are they idiots? Victor looked at a group of vampires who were arguing in the middle of town. Idiots. Ophis repeated what Victor said. She looked like she was learning a new word. This happens more often than you think, Elizabeth spoke. Ego the size of the world. Victor said. Indeed, Elizabeth agreed. I wonder how I would feel if I stepped on these fragile egos. What expressions would they make? Victor muttered under his breath with a neutral expression that threatened to break into a smile at any moment. With vampire senses heightened, the women heard what Victor said, but they decided not to comment on it. Victor looked at the two men and saw that they immediately fled when the royal guard approached them. Boring. Let's keep walking. He started walking again. The group walked through several streets and stores. They ended up entering a street that had no vampire in sight. Victor thought this would be a shortcut to the other street, but it ended up being a dead end. Let's go back. He was going to turn around, but suddenly Elizabeth said. Unfortunately. He looked at the princess. I need to go home, and so do you, Ophis. Ophis quickly gripped Victor's neck tighter. She looked at her sister with an expression that said she didn't want to go. Ophis dash. Elizabeth tried to say something, but she was interrupted by Ophis. I don't want. Idiot. Veins began to pop in Elizabeth's head. PFF. Cough. What? A laugh almost escaped from Victor, but he quickly controlled his expression. This is your fault. She has never spoken those words before. I'm innocent, believe me, I never lie. Look at my smile. Is this a liar's smile? Victor smiled with a smile that showed all of his sharp teeth. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Ophis, we have to go. You don't want to upset our maid, right? Ophis pouted cutely. Ophis looks at Victor and says, give me. What? Hand. Okay. He saw no reason to refuse. Victor reaches his hand toward Ophis, and soon she does something that leaves Elizabeth gaping. Bite. Ophis bites Victor's hand and drinks his blood. Oh, Ophis. Victor looks at her with a curious look. He waits patiently, and in less than a few seconds, Ophis stops biting Victor. Yummy. Ophis licked her lips. What did you do? He asked. Mark. Mark? Victor looked at his hand in curiosity, but he saw no difference, and the wound Ophis had made has already healed. Yes. She nodded and jumped off Victor's shoulder. As she falls to the ground, Ophis' appearance begins to distort. She looks at Elizabeth. Returning. Wait. Before Elizabeth could catch Ophis, the little girl disappeared, and all everyone could see was just a dark trail. She ran away again. She stomped to the ground in frustration. Victor analyzed the situation. He could feel that the girl didn't run somewhere, she just disappeared from existence. He couldn't even feel her presence anymore. Some kind of concealment technique? He tried to deduce what he just saw. Elizabeth looks at Victor and, her eyes begin to glow blood red, then she speaks in an ordering tone. Keep what you saw a secret. Victor looks at Elizabeth, then starts to laugh. Kaka. I will keep the secret, don't worry. He walks towards Yuki, takes the things he bought for Ophis, and quickly gives the items to Elizabeth. Elizabeth was surprised by several things now, but unconsciously she held the bags. I also need to leave now. Be careful where you walk, Princess. He picks up Yuki like a princess. Master? Close your mouth, or you'll bite your tongue. Not expecting Yuki to prepare, Victor takes a step in a random direction, then disappears. Elizabeth was surprised again by this display of speed, fast. Princess. The royal guards approached when they realized the princess was alone. Who is that man? She asked aloud. My charm didn't work. He didn't seem affected by Ophis' condition either. And my sister called him father. She muttered. Princess. The guards called her again. But Elizabeth didn't mind. I forgot to ask him for personal information. Wrong. She shook her head. Actually, he deflected the questions on purpose. Elizabeth remembers that when she asked personal questions, Victor pretended to be interested in something and didn't answer her question. Elizabeth started to think with a frown on her face, but soon she wore a smile on her face. Whatever. I can get this information easily. After all, nothing escapes the eyes of the king's shadows. Elizabeth hands the purchases to the guards. Let's go back. My sister should be home now. On top of a tall building, Victor was standing on the highest part of this structure. Victor was watching all this from several miles away. He couldn't hear it from so far away, but he could see from that distance because of his special eyes. She'll probably be interested in me and send someone to investigate me. Victor was thinking of talking to Scathach. She seemed to know a lot about the king's family. Some kind of concealment technique, or a power I don't know about. This world sure is interesting. Victor had a huge smile on his face. Master, don't drop me. Yuki looked down with a bit of fear. Kakaka. Even being a vampire, are you afraid of heights? This has nothing to do with being a vampire or not. Seeing Yuki's expression, Victor felt an itch in his heart, and it was a feeling as if someone had said tease her. And that's precisely what he did. Don't scream, or you'll bite your tongue. Victor takes a step in the air, and soon gravity begins to do its work. Yuki quickly hugged Victor's neck when she realized he was falling at high speed, and she did as he asked. She didn't scream, but she wanted to scream now. Good. He nodded in satisfaction. Victor does a somersault in the air and kicks the building's wall, and soon he disappears from view. His control was so perfect that he didn't destroy anything and didn't make any noise when he made all these extravagant moves. Previous index next. User comments. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 75. I just do what I want. Using the connection to his wives as a guide, Victor managed to find Scathach's mansion. Hey, girls. I came back. Before Victor could finish his sentence, a violet-shaped rocket attacked him. Darling. 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 Violet stops snuggling and smells Victor's clothes. A woman. His eyes darkened, but soon she wore a confused expression. Wrong, is that a little girl? Violet pulls away from Victor and looks at him. Did you get your hands on a little girl? Kaka. Victor laughs, then he looks at Violet and says, when I was visiting the capital, a strange little girl approached me. He started to explain to her his meeting with Ophis and Elizabeth. In the middle of the explanation, Ruby and Sasha also appeared, accompanied by Lakis and Pepper. Yuki. Are you okay? Pepper asked, a little worried. Do I look okay? Yuki commented with a tired face. Her elegant appearance was totally worn out, and even her hair was messed up. Ugh. Yuki put her hand over her mouth. She felt like throwing up. I think you should take a shower. I'm still working. Before she could finish speaking, she felt someone patting her head. You're off your job today. Go rest. Victor chuckled, then went back to explaining what happened to his wives. Yuki exhibited a small smile. She nodded her head and soon entered the mansion. In a room at Scathach's mansion. Victor was sitting on the couch. Violet was on his left. Sasha and Ruby were on his right. Darling, how can you get in so much trouble when you're alone? Ruby asked in disbelief. Did he just go to a random shop and suddenly meet the king's 2 youngest daughters? Bullshit. If Ruby didn't know Victor's personality and trusted her husband, she definitely wouldn't believe this story. In my defense, I was walking around the capital having fun. I didn't look for trouble, and it was Ophis who approached me and started calling me father. But you could avoid that by turning down Ophus's request, right? You just didn't do it because you found it interesting. Victor couldn't deny Sasha's words. See? He's a lot like my mom. Pepper laughed as she spoke to Eleanor. Shoo, Eleanor put her hand over her mouth in a silent gesture. She looked like she was about to watch a very interesting scene. Pepper pouted cutely. Letting my mother take care of you for 6 months was a big mistake. You ended up acquiring her quirks of looking for problems. Ruby commented. Kaka, no need to be so upset. I know what I'm doing, and I do what I do on purpose. Husband, you don't know. They are dash. Victor interrupted. They're from the king's family, and they're definitely going to investigate me, and they're going to find out about our relationship, right? And that can cause problems because some of the children or relatives of the king will not like this situation. They will think that the 3 families have become allies. He commented with a smile on his face. And some of those relatives are definitely going to come looking for trouble. Sasha was silent. Sasha. My beloved wife, I'm not stupid. He patted Sasha's head. Then why dash dot? Violet, who was silent, was going to ask why he did it even though he knew the consequences, but Victor interrupted her. I did it because I wanted to. She was silent. I do what I want, whenever I want, and wherever I want. I won't limit myself because I'm afraid that X or Y person will be upset with my actions. And I'm not ashamed of our relationship either. I love you girls. And this is definitely not wrong. Violet, Sasha, and Ruby's cheeks turned a little red at the sudden confession. I will live my life however I want, and if someone doesn't like it, they are most welcome to knock on my door. I will rip their guts out and hang it on the gate as a warning. He spoke with a smile that showed all his sharp teeth. But what if you get it wrong? I mean, what if you make a wrong decision? Eleanor asked. If I make a mistake, I make a mistake. I'll just have to live with the consequences of my mistake. I'm not a perfect being who never makes mistakes, and I also don't want to live by planning every step I take. That isn't living, that's just a way of mentally torturing yourself. Eleanor was silent, she seemed to be thinking of something. And if I get it wrong? He showed a gentle smile. I also have my wives to advise me, and say something like, Victor, you idiot, you made a mistake. I'm not alone. My wives are my greatest allies. Sasha, Violet, and Ruby showed a small smile on their faces. They were so happy that Victor thought so deeply about them. Tell me, my wives. Was the decision I made today a mistake? He asked, still smiling. If you look at the whole situation coldly. You didn't make a mistake because it looks like you've earned the affection of the king's youngest daughter, Ruby commented. She looked like she was planning to do something. I don't know, and I don't care about politics either. I just don't like other women getting close to you. Violet spoke as honestly as ever. I think contacting the king's daughter now was a rash decision. Although I understand you didn't know that Ophus was the king's daughter. Sasha commented. See? He smiled and looked at Eleanor. My wives have different opinions from each other, and with those opinions, they can help me a lot. But in the end, I'll still do what I want, just as my wives will do what they want. And if any of us make a mistake, we just have to help each other, together as a family. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha felt their hearts were quite sweet now, and they even had a goofy smile on their faces. My beloved mother always told me when I was a teenager that making mistakes is normal. Every human makes mistakes, but to keep making the same mistake is just insanity. You must learn from the mistake so that in the future you don't repeat the same mistake. We must always seek to improve. Although I am no longer human, that concept still applies to me and to everyone in this room. He always took his mom's lesson seriously since his dad just taught him not to be a coward, and he thanks his dad for teaching him that since he was little. Seeing the faces of the women in the room, he said. I think I said too much, kaka. This turned out to be a moral lesson, ignore what I said, okay? Those are just my honest thoughts. It's okay, I could learn something from this conversation. Eleanor seems to have understood something. Pepper, Lakis, and Sienna also nodded in agreement with Eleanor's words. He nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt the presence of someone around the mansion, and Victor exhibited a smile of a predator. This is something Scathach always told me while I was training with her. Victor, you must not limit yourself, live however you want, but you must know the consequences of your choices. That's something my mom would say. Sienna commented. Everyone in the room agreed with Sienna's words. You know what? I agree with Scathach. Everyone in the room rolled their eyes. For them, this was no longer a novelty. Kaka. Scathach's laugh echoed throughout the mansion. Oh no. Pepper said. He definitely did it on purpose. Lakis sighed. Well said, stupid disciple. Scathach appears behind Victor. She leans behind the couch and looks down towards Victor's face. Victor lifts his face and looks into Scathach's green eyes. She holds Victor's face and displays a distorted smile. Why live limiting yourself? Why live by the rules of others? Why live always planning the future? That is not life. Just do what you want. So what if you make a mistake? Just don't make the same mistake in the future. You should just move on and never give up on the path you've chosen. That's the way of life I live. Living this way is a lot more fun, right? Victor's teeth sharpened, his smile grew, and his red eyes glowed. Indeed, it's a lot more fun to live like this. PFFF. Kaka. Scathach laughed madly. It was like she found something hilarious. Kaka. Victor started laughing along. Violet, Sasha, and Ruby didn't know how to react to their words, but one thing they were sure of, it was a mistake to let Victor stay with Scathach for 6 months. Just what has he become? By teaching Victor, Scathach basically created a version of her in male form. They could handle one Scathach. But two is impossible. Now, I understand why my mother reacts so much to Victor. Sienna commented in a low voice. Lakis, Pepper, and Eleanor looked at Sienna. They're the same. But then, she corrected her words. I mean, they're not exactly the same because that's impossible. After all, no one is the exact same as anyone. What I mean is that the starting point of the thoughts that dictate their actions are the same. I think that's why my mother reacts so much to Victor. She found someone who is similar to her. Hearing what Sienna said, the women looked at Scathach, who had stopped laughing, and was sitting next to Victor. You may be correct, sister. Lakis commented, then she added, but Victor is still not as crazy as my mother. He has not experienced tragedies or fought wars. He is very green. Yes, but the seed is there, and that similar way of thinking has been there from the beginning. He just has to experience it. And, when he experiences it, he will turn into something terrifying. Lakis was silent, but inwardly she agreed with Sienna's words. War, huh? Eleanor seemed to be thinking of something. She looked at Victor, and for a moment, her eyes flickered with interest. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires chapter 76. It's not like they're trying to keep secrets. A shadow appeared in the middle of the room at Scathach's mansion, then a maid with oriental features emerged from the shadows. Oh, Kagaya. You came back. Kagaya heard Sienna's voice, then she looked at the woman. Yes. Where is my master? For some reason, Kaguya felt a pleasant itch in her heart when she said, my master. Victor? Currently, he is on the second floor, in a room that has been assigned to him and his wives. If you follow the stairs, you can easily find him. Thanks. Kaguya made a simple gesture of thanks, then walked towards the stairs. On the way to the stairs, she saw someone's room with the door open, and, as a responsible maid, she would close the door to give more privacy to the individuals inside the room. When she touches the doorknob to close the door, she hears Pepper and Ruby's voice. Pepper, is this a new anime? Oh, it's a release from last season. I don't think you've seen it, sister. A lot of things happened, and I had to train for 6 months. I missed 2 whole seasons. Don't worry, as a responsible big sister, I recorded all the animes. Oh. Good job, sister. But what is this Bumo? Victor says that a lot when he's happy or relaxed. I thought it was cool. So I copied it. I remember that Anna, Victor's mother, talks about that a lot too. But you've been watching my husband a lot, huh? F-way. What is that scary look? I did nothing. Nothing. Let's just watch anime. Ruby. Don't become like Violet, please. Ruby was silent. Well, that was interesting. Kaguya was pleased, but realizing what she had done, she quickly shook her head several times and closed the door. How rude. I must not eavesdrop on others' conversations. She thought she was being a very bad maid now. Going up the stairs, Kaguya reached the second floor, and again, she found another room with the door open, and, like a competent maid, she had to close the bedroom door. As she approached the room, she heard the voices of Eleanor, Lakis, Sasha, and Violet. I don't understand how this works. Sasha. What? Eleanor. That sword. It's massive and heavy, I prefer something lighter like daggers. Sasha. That's because your fighting style is more focused on speed. Violet. Indeed. My fighting style is more focused on strength, and, because of that, heavy weapons are better for me. But, now that I stop to think, what is Victor's fighting style? Eleanor. We don't know, but the way he easily used his sword, is he a strength user? But he's pretty fast too. Sasha. I wonder if he chose greatsword as his starting weapon to train with my master. Eleanor. The only sword influences in Darling's life were the movies of a barbarian he watched with his father, so I think so. He must have chosen greatsword as his first training weapon. Violet. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Just. Sigh. Sasha sighed, then continued, just how long have you been watching my husband? A long time. A long time indeed. How can I say, would Countess Agnes be proud? After all, her daughter is just like her. Eleanor commented in a sarcastic tone. Hey. West bitch. Don't bring my mother into the conversation. Deciding enough was enough, Kaguya closed the door. As expected. Stalker's blood is strong in this family. Kaguya nodded and then started walking towards Victor's room. How did she know it was Victor's room? Well, the name Victor's room was written on the door. Looks like someone did it on purpose. After all, he's the only man in this mansion. Touching Victor's doorknob, she heard Victor and Scathacka's voice. Kakakaka. Did you let that little girl drink your blood? Violet better not find this out, she's going to freak out. But she already knows. I had a hard time making her calmer. Kakakakaka. Stopping to think. I remember your daughter said that vampires only drink blood from other vampires only if they are from the family or someone very close as a lover. Indeed. I totally forgot about that. Well, don't worry too much, she just drank a few drops of your blood, so it shouldn't be a big problem. But I think she'll go without food for a while, considering all the blood she eats will have a disgusting taste to her. I see, I hope she's okay. You seem to like the princesses. Ophis? Yes, she is a good girl. Elizabeth? I don't know. My opinion of her is neutral. Not bad. I think. But to think you'd find the fourth flower of the vampire world with just a casual stroll through the capital. Kakakaka. Flower? Who? Elizabeth? Ophis. Don't make that stupid face. Haven't you noticed her unearthly beauty despite being 5 years old? That's unnatural even for vampires. That's why she's so protected. Oh, I remember she completely disappeared from my senses, was that some concealment technique? Victor seemed to change the subject. Kakakaka. You're wrong, stupid disciple. That is not a technique, that is her power, she was born with the ability to teleport. Interesting. I thought the king's family would follow the same example as the noble vampire family. So, for example, you can control ice, and your descendants will also inherit your powers. You are right and wrong at the same time. The king's family is special. You will find out more in the future. Why so much mystery? Kakakaka, it's more fun this way, and it's not like this information could help you with anything because even I don't know all the powers of the king's children. That man made sure to hide that secret completely. I understand. A moment of silence fell in the room. Then, sensing an opportunity to step inside, Kaguya turned the doorknob but stopped when she heard Victor's voice. So, how's your bloodlust? It's manageable. It's been years since my head felt light like a feather, although I'm already starting to feel the effects of bloodlust again. Victor, who was sitting at his bedroom window, looked into Scathacka's eyes. Seeing her eyes constantly changing color and seeing the frown on her face, he realized she wasn't completely honest. She was already thirsty but just didn't say anything. Come here. Slowly, he unbuttoned his suit a bit and showed Scathach his neck. Scathach, who was sitting in an armchair away from Victor, looked at the scene. Bathing in the moonlight as he sat elegantly at the window, Victor's current appearance seemed quite irresistible to her, especially when she looked into those crimson red eyes that, for some reason since the Colosseum incident, never changed to sapphire blue again. Scathach gets up from her chair and walks elegantly towards Victor. Coming close to him, she spoke in a low voice, "Do you know what you're offering me?" She lightly stroked his neck, and slowly her eyes changed to blood red. Victor displayed a small smile that showed his sharp teeth. Yeah. As you said earlier, vampires only offer their blood to other really close vampires or family members, right? You're my mother-in-law, you're my family. And I can't let you walk around with constant destructive impulses. Humph, I put up with this easily for 21 years. Don't treat me like a delicate woman. I am not. I just don't want to see you in that state again. He lightly stroked her face, and I know damn well how strong you are. Scathach leans her voluptuous body against Victor, she wraps her arms around his neck and then starts sniffing his neck. Glad you understand, she spoke in a low voice, she extended her tongue, and started licking his neck. Victor lightly grips Scathach's waist and does his best to ignore the feeling of temptation that is overflowing from this woman's body. But, this proved to be an arduous task. Scathach was very similar to Ruby, which was a weak point for Victor. He kept repeating like a mantra in his head, she's my mother-in-law. She is my mother-in-law. She is my mother-in-law. He didn't want to betray his wives, and what he was doing now was just helping Scat control her bloodlust. And that was also a form of thanks for helping him out of that deplorable state he was in the Colosseum. If it wasn't for her having helped him, he wouldn't know what he would become today. Scat teeth began to sharpen as she bit into Victor's neck. Ugh, Victor held back the moan, feeling his blood being sucked, his eyes began to glow blood red. Looking at Scat delicate collarbone, his instincts were begging him to bite. And that's what he did, he hugged Scat tighter and bit her neck. Scat tightened her grip on Victor's neck, and unconsciously, she was regulating her strength so as not to break his neck. Victor's bedroom door opened a little, and then Kagaya's snooping eye appeared. That was unexpected. I don't know what happened in those 6 months, but they got so close for my master to casually give his blood. Kagaya thought in surprise. Kagaya was thinking about several things now, and the main ones were how their relationship had become so close in such a short time, but she had a doubt that remained from the beginning. Scat is a 2,000-year-old vampire, she must have already realized that I'm here. And Victor is a vampire who was trained by her, so he also knows I'm here. Now, why do they want me to see this? Like a hard-working maid, her mind began to work on an answer, and soon she understood something. Oh, as Victor's personal maid, I must know about this. She thought that was it. After all, a maid sometimes hides the darkest secrets of their masters. Despite being a hard-working maid, she could never imagine that Victor and Scat just didn't mind someone in the family watching them both. It's not like they were trying to keep secrets either. Previous index next. User comments. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 77, my master. Victor stopped drinking Scat blood when he felt satisfied, and he licked her collarbone a little to clean up the spilled blood. Then, seeing that the woman was still drinking his blood, his eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Slowly, his hand approaches Scat head and begins stroking the woman's head. Scat body visibly trembled as Victor began to stroke her head, but she didn't care. She didn't want to stop drinking his delicious blood because of it. Seeing that he was successful, he exhibited the smile of someone who has gotten what he wants. A few minutes passed, and Scat was still drinking his blood. It seemed that the thirst of an ancient vampire was insatiable. But Victor definitely didn't care, so he looked at the full moon of Nightingale's world. A beautiful night. A beautiful night indeed. As a creature of the night, he felt much more comfortable with the night. Every time he looked at the moon, he felt a tingle in his stomach. It was the same feeling he felt when he arrived at his mother's house. It was a feeling of welcome, a feeling that said, you are home now. A pleasant feeling. Scat stopped drinking Victor's blood. She was finally satisfied, so she started licking his neck like she didn't want to waste anything. Your blood is irresistible as always. She spoke as she licked his neck. Victor looks at Scat and, seeing the seductive smile on her face, he displays his own smile. Are you satisfied? How long are you going to keep doing this? She didn't answer his question, and instead, she asked another question. I'm not a little girl. Kakaka. Victor chuckled playfully. Indeed, you're not a little girl. But you don't seem to dislike it, right? Scat lowered her face and used her right to remain silent. Victor stops stroking the woman's head, brings his hand closer to Scat chin, and lifts her face a little higher, looking into his mother-in-law's green eyes. Your eyes are back to normal. Are you satisfied now? He asked the same question. Looking into Victor's crimson red eyes, Scat felt a strange feeling in her heart. It was a very sweet feeling, a pleasant warmth, and it brought a spiritual peace to her. Yeah, she flashed a seductive smile. I'm satisfied. Then, slowly, she starts to walk away from Victor, for now. Without her even being aware of it, she was slowly creating a desire for possession towards Victor in her heart. Scat straightened her outfit, which was a bit messy. She straightened her hair, and soon she looked the same as she always does. Like at home, she was wearing casual clothes, a pair of jeans, and a simple black shirt. She looks at the door and flashes a slight smile. Come in, maid. We know you're there. Kagaya expected this. She opened the door and entered. As she closes the door and turns around, she looks at the two individuals. Scat was back to her normal appearance, but Victor didn't bother to straighten his clothes. Because of this, evidence of what happened was still visible for Kagaya to see. Looking at her master, who was sitting at the window while looking at the moon. Kagaya's throat began to itch, even though she had never tasted Victor's blood. Just smelling the scent in the air made her very thirsty. Before it wasn't like that, but now. Why am I feeling this now? She didn't understand this feeling. Kakakaka. Do your thing, maid. I'll go out for a bit. Scat said she could deduce why Kagaya was here now. Scat walked to the entrance of the room, passing by Kagaya. She spoke in a low voice. You're lucky, maid. Kagaya doesn't understand. She looks at Scat, but the woman has already left the room and closed the door. Kagaya turned and looked at Victor. Master. Kagaya. You left your master for a long time. Do you have any excuses? Victor spoke, still looking at the moon. Kagaya's body visibly trembled when she heard Victor's serious voice, but soon she replied in a neutral voice. I told you before Kagaya could finish saying something, Victor spoke. I'm kidding. He spoke, looking at Kagaya. Kakakaka, Victor laughed amusedly. Kagaya very much held back her urge to pout. Sigh. Kagaya visibly sighed. She reached into her pocket and pulled out something that looked like golden paper that was rolled into a parchment shape. This golden paper is a contract, a material made by the witches. Does the master know about this? Yeah. Scat taught me the basics of contracts. The magic contracts made by the witch are divided into several levels according to the color of the paper. White paper are the simplest contracts that are made by an inexperienced witch, and this type of contract can also be broken by other inexperienced witches. The golden paper are exclusive contracts that can only be created and broken by experienced witches. There is also the black paper, which is a contract created by the queen of witches, and like the other contracts, only the queen can break this contract. Unexpected. I thought you were only taught about fighting. Oh, she taught me about fighting, but she also taught me some knowledge so I wouldn't be fooled by the witches. According to her, witches are greedy bitches. Indeed. Kagaya agreed with Scat thoughts. Soon Kagaya starts to explain. The contract for an exclusive maid works this way. The master must state their working conditions, and the maid must decide whether to accept it or not. To avoid situations where vampires use a maid against her will, this specific contract that is in my hand was made to record the entire contract process and send it to the government agency that oversees slave labor. That seems pretty safe, huh? Victor said that, but inwardly, he was laughing at the irony. After all, vampires treat humans like cattle in this world. As he was jumping from building to building on his way back to Scat mansion, and saw several situations of humans being used only as merchandise. Like the ancient humans. This situation revolted him, but he wouldn't go out of his way and cause problems because of unknown people. Despite being revolting to Victor, he was curious about one thing. The noble vampires weren't using humans as a sex toy. They just seemed to use humans as a blood store. Victor thinks this is an effect of the mindset of noble vampires who think they are superior to humans. Noble vampires seem to be disgusted with seeing a human as an equal, and they just treat humans like animals or food. It's the same thing that happens in the human world. Victor's thinking was that humans raised chicken, and after a few months of life, that chicken was killed and ended up on someone else's plate. The thought was the same, they were taking the humans and using them as a blood store. And another thing he realized with a brief look at the capital was that this type of market wasn't very popular in the vampire world. Yes, the market existed, but it was only frequented by young vampires. Victor thinks this is because of the ritual he went through since he realized that most vampires were married. Though Victor doubts that plebeian vampires who were once human will think the same way as noble vampires. But all the plebeian vampires I saw were treated like slaves. Plebeian vampires were slaves, and they had no autonomy in this world, they were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Victor felt an irony in this situation. Humans were being treated much better than plebeian vampires. I think it's the difference in value. Humans, despite being treated like animals, all they need to do is give blood regularly to vampires, and the human will live a good life. On the other hand, plebeian vampires were just slaves for bored vampires to abuse. Yeah. We are a civilized society. We do not enslave our fellow men. Kaka. Victor started laughing like crazy with the irony said by Kaguya without her knowing, and he couldn't hold back his laughter. Master? Excuse me. It's nothing, Kaguya. He displayed a small smile. Okay. Kaguya takes the golden paper and throws it towards Victor. Victor raises his arms and grabs the paper, then he analyzes the golden paper for a few seconds. My contract is simple, don't do anything that harms my family or me. To put it in precise words, actions like divulging information to enemies, actions like planning a betrayal, actions that in any way will harm my family will not be allowed. The paper began to glow and began to float, and soon the words Victor spoke were written. Only that? Kaguya was internally surprised, she expected 10 paragraphs of boring rules. But, instead, what Victor said is just the basics of the basics. Oh. I forgot the most important rule. He exhibited a small smile. The maid can't deny the master's head pat. Kaguya's cheek turned a little red. It's not like she wanted to deny this treatment either. Oh, I almost forgot. The maid should always ensure her safety first. Kaguya's face distorted when she heard Victor's last order. Do you agree with these terms? Master. I can't accept the last one. The main duty of a maid is to keep the master safe. Victor exhibited a gentle smile, I know. And that's a dangerous thought. I'd rather die than let someone close to me die in my place. I would feel devastated if my favorite maid died in my place. He joked at the end, but Kaguya could tell he was being very serious. Kaguya didn't know how to react. It goes against what she was created to be. Kaka. Don't overthink, do you accept or not? I dash. She didn't know what to say. Victor continued, you're free to do whatever you want. I just want you not to betray me. And I just want you to put your safety first, especially considering your power is good at running away, right? Kaguya felt a warm feeling in her heart. It was such a sweet and gentle feeling that she didn't know how to react. This was the first time anyone cared about her, other than Julia, Sasha's personal maid who died by hunters. She was happy. But she didn't know how to express her emotions. Sigh. She just visibly sighed. I accept. By accepting this contract, she was going against what she was created to be, a maid who sacrifices herself for her master. Soon the golden paper catches fire and disappears. As soon as the paper disappeared, Kaguya could feel a magical current around her heart. But for some reason, she didn't feel like she was trapped or that her freedom was threatened, it was a weird feeling. Looking into Victor's crimson eyes, she flashes a professional smile, holds her uniform skirt, and gives an elegant greeting. I hope this partnership will last for a long time. My master. Previous index next. Comments loading. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 78, The Game Day. Soon the day of the game between Sasha's Aunt Victoria Ryder against the leader of the clan horsemen arrived. As it was an important and festive occasion for Nightingale society, women and men can be seen in elegant clothes walking around the capital. The capital was in a party mood, and the bored vampires couldn't wait to see what kind of game it would be. But one thing was certain, they were eager for it to be a fight. After all, it's very rare for two clans with the level of a vampire count's power to fight each other. Security is tighter than before. Violet spoke as she looked around, she was wearing a black dress with a violet flower on her chest, along with long black socks and black boots, around her neck, a black choker could be seen. TSK, I don't like this. I feel like something is going to happen. Sasha was quite impatient, she was wearing more modern clothes, a pair of black jeans, a plain white shirt, and a black coat, she had pinned her long blonde hair, which had grown in those 6 months, in a ponytail. Just smile, girls. Look at our husband. He doesn't look worried. Ruby spoke with a fake smile on her face. Like Violet, Ruby opted for a simple red dress with black accents, the only difference being that Ruby chose a slightly bigger dress because she didn't like people looking at her body. Although even wearing a little bigger dress, the chest and ass areas were still a little tight. Victor didn't say anything and just continued with a small, simple smile on his face as he walked in front of the group. He was wearing the outfit he got from Scat Hack, the only difference was that he was wearing elegant red glasses that were rather old looking. He found these glasses in Scat Hack's personal bedroom, and he thought it would be a good idea to use them to disguise the use of his eye powers. After all, when he used his powers, his eyes glowed a very visible blood red. The current group was separated from the other girls, and Victor was with Violet, Ruby, Sasha, Maria, and Yuki. Following through his shadows was Kaguya, she decided to accompany Victor through the shadows to provide information when needed. The other group, Scat Hack, Ruby, Sienna, Eleanor, and Luna, were already waiting in the VIP room. Victor and his wives took a while to get ready because they were too lazy to get out of bed. Maria, stay close, or you'll get lost, Victor spoke without turning back as he continued walking. Maria, who was walking a little way away from the group, was speechless, is he treating me like a child? She thought. Yes, Lord Victor, Maria replied as she approached the group closer. Violet approaches Victor and grabs his arm. You look excited, darling. Oh. You noticed? Of course, I know everything about you. Ha ha ha. He laughed amusedly when he heard Violet's words, then he replied. Yes. Indeed. I'm excited. Sasha, seeing Violet's attitude, wanted to do the same, but she was embarrassed. She wasn't shameless enough to take Victor's arm in the middle of so many people. Ruby walks elegantly beside Victor and takes his arm. Oh. Victor exhibited a small smile, I thought you would be embarrassed. I am, but you're my husband, so it's okay. Heh. Seeing the teasing little smile on Victor's face, her cheeks took on a healthy little shade of red. Sasha bites her lip when she sees this situation. Because of her shame, she couldn't take the initiative. When she was going to enter a sea of negative thoughts, she suddenly felt comforting emotions coming from Victor through their connection. Don't think nonsense, dear, Victor spoke without looking back. Just take your time. Sasha was a little surprised, but she exhibited a small gentle smile. She nodded. Master, you're a philanderer, you always know where to attack, huh? Victor heard Kagaya's voice in his head. What are you talking about? I just worry about my wives. He spoke in a low voice. Being close to Victor, his wives heard what he said, but they ignored it since they knew that Kagaya was in his shadow. Although they were curious about what they were talking about, they seemed to be talking about them. Kagaya didn't know how to react to Victor's honest words. Master, we have arrived. Yuki suddenly spoke out loud. In a VIP room reserved only for the family of vampire counts, Scat Hacker's group was waiting for Victor. Suddenly, all the women hear the sound of a door opening. Victor, you arrived. You guys were late, huh? Scat Hack says. She looks at the glasses Victor was wearing and nods in satisfaction. Victor looks at Scat Hack, who was sitting on an ice throne in her usual clothes. It can't be helped. I felt like the bed was a quicksand of comfort, so I didn't want to get out of bed. He replied. Heck, she displayed a seductive smile. I hope you treated my daughter well. Mother. Ruby's face turned red with embarrassment. What? I just asked that because you are so lazy in the morning. She displayed an innocent smile. Well, she's not wrong, and Ruby also sleeps naked, so, Lakis commented with a small smile. Some things must definitely have happened. Sienna smiled. Awawawa, Pepper just had smoke coming out of her head. She seemed to be thinking about something she shouldn't. Why you guys? Ruby didn't know what to say, and, in the end, she just sighed. Ha ha ha, don't tease my wife so much. Victor walks beside Scat Hack. He snaps his fingers, and soon an ice throne a little different from Scat Hack begins to be created. Oh. You got better at creating ice structures. All thanks to your training. He flashed a small smile, then sat down on the ice throne and crossed his legs. Kakaka, I know. She laughed. The women looked at the two with a speechless expression. Why did you create these ice thrones? Can't you guys just sit in the chair? Sasha asked as she pointed to two simple but rather elegant chairs. Hell no. I will not sit in that simple chair. The two spoke in unison with a face of disgust. The group was silent, they just didn't know how to react. This was the VIP room, and it was equipped with the finest furniture in the vampire world, yet they called these luxurious seats a simple chair. Somehow, the women were already more used to this scene. They were slowly accepting the fact that Scat Hack was creating a male version of her, and the only one that was freaking out internally was Eleanor. She had never seen another person so similar to her master. The group spreads out and starts to sit on the chairs and sofas in the VIP room. Victor looks through the glass of the VIP room towards the arena. Hasn't started yet, huh? He spoke in a low tone, then he looked at the arena with curious eyes. Seeing the plebeian vampires sitting in the stands, he began to inspect everyone. That one over there is strong, that one over there is hiding his powers. He looked at all the vampires who he had an interest in and judged their strength. After being trained by Scat Hack for so long, he could somehow evaluate a person's level based on behavior and a feel that surrounds the vampire. It's something very difficult to put into words, but it's something like a warrior can know if the other warrior is strong or not. Sensing a glance in his direction, he turned his face and looked at another VIP room through the glass. The eyes behind his glasses started to glow, and his world turned blood red. He focused his attention on the individual who had a large red aura surrounding them. Victor's smile grew distorted. Oh. Did you find anyone interesting? Scat Hack looks to where Victor was looking. If I'm not mistaken, that room is where Victoria's family is. Scat Hack spoke. My aunt? Sasha gets up from the couch and walks beside Victor. She looks where Victor is looking but doesn't see anything. She just sees a normal room with totally black glass. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Victor turned his face and ignored them for the time being. He looked into another VIP room and saw a woman and a child sitting in a chair. They were both alone in the room, but Victor could see several vampires protecting the place outside. Victor found something interesting with the child. She had a very distorted aura as if two colors were mixed incorrectly. The child suddenly looked towards Victor and then disappeared. Victor was confused. She disappeared? Do not tell me. Soon Victor could feel someone sitting on his lap. Father. Seeing the child in the gothic dress, he displayed a gentle smile. Hello, Ophis. Previous index next. Comments are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 79, The Game Day. 2. Father. Seeing the child in the gothic dress, he displayed a gentle smile. Hello, Ophis. He stroked the little girl's head. Victor leans her head on his chest and closes his eyes. He. Father, she shook her head from side to side. She looked like a spoiled child who found her father and wanted a hug. Father? Violet, Ruby, and Sasha almost choked. Kaka, Scat Hack was laughing like crazy. Hey, what are you doing? Get off him. Violet's jealousy didn't discriminate between gender or age. In a way, Violet's jealousy was true gender equality. Stop, Violet. Don't touch her. Scat Hack suddenly stops laughing and warns Violet with a serious look. But Violet ignored Scat Hack's warning and held onto Ophis's body. Suddenly Violet stops moving, and her eyes go blank as if she were dead. Violet. Ruby and Sasha spoke at the same time. Sigh. Stupid girl, I warned you. Victor's eyes glittered dangerously when he saw Violet's state. He looked at Ophis, seeing the little girl's apologetic face. He sighed, he patted the little girl's head, and looked at Scat Hack. What is this? She'll be fine soon, don't worry. Scat Hack first soothed Victor's emotions, then she continued. That's what happens when Ophis is touched. She was born with a special condition that charms everyone who touches her. And she also sees the memories of the people who touch her. Victor strokes the little girl's head. Now he understands why she lived isolated. For a child, it is difficult to see the memories of vampires who live for many years. Are you okay? Father memory. Good. She leans her face against Victor's chest again. Suddenly, Violet's face distorted into anger, and she breaks the spell. Oh. It was faster than normal. Scat Hack spoke with curiosity. Violet looks at the girl with angry eyes. Don't look at her like that. She's not to blame, you're the one who didn't listen to me. Scat Hack spoke. Violet closes her hands and opens them several times. Soon, she lets out a long breath. Sigh. Okay. Why is this little girl here again? She asked in a neutral tone. Are you okay, honey? Victor asked. Ophis's body trembled slightly when she heard the way Victor called Violet. Yes. I am. Why is she here? She asked again. I don't know, she just came out of the blue, Victor replied. He understood that Violet's mood was not good. Are you okay, darling? She asked with apprehensive eyes. After all, she personally felt the powers of Ophis. Yeah, I don't feel anything, Victor spoke honestly. He didn't feel anything, and he also didn't feel like someone was reading his memories, though he wasn't sure what kind of feeling it would be if someone read his memories. Everyone except Victor, who was looking at Ophis, looked to Scat Hack for answers. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Seeing the innocent smile on Skathaka's face, everyone didn't believe her. This. Violet's eyes were glowing blood red when she saw the position Ophis was in, but even so, she didn't move. People who had known Violet for a long time were shocked by this display of control. They thought she wouldn't be able to stand it. Ruby and Sasha could tell from their connection that Violet was angry, but it was silent anger. It was anger mixed with possessive jealousy. Suddenly the door opens, and soon everyone can see a woman with long black hair and violet eyes. Violet turns her face, she looks at the woman. The woman looks into Violet's violet eyes, and, noticing Violet's obvious features, the woman could understand that she was someone from Clan Snow, and only one woman from Clan Snow had violet eyes. Who are you, bitch? Sigh. Everyone except Victor and Skathak sighed when they heard what Violet said. What a rude person, who are you? She already knew who Violet was, but for some reason, she didn't want to lose this dispute. I asked first. The woman didn't want to answer. Princess, are you sure she's here? We must not enter this place in such a rude way. The guard was terrified. Why are you afraid? Kaka, you're as clueless as ever, Elizabeth. Skathak. The woman stuttered. Now she understood why the guard was scared. How's that old man doing? Skathak spoke. He's the king, you know. Do I have the face of someone who cares? Elizabeth was speechless. She knew that the only person who could speak those words so casually was Skathak, and for the sole reason that she was strong. Elizabeth ignores everyone and looks at the second ice throne. She walks a little to the left, and soon she sees Ophis lying on Victor's chest. Again? Did she find him because of the mark? She glanced at Victor, who was sitting on an ice throne, and then she looked around again, and seeing several women of high social standing, Elizabeth's curiosity was flickering frantically. She even tried to use the king's shadows to find information on Victor, but they didn't find anything, actually. They haven't returned yet, and she didn't think too much about why they haven't. They have been eliminated, or are being tortured. She thought. She knew Skathak's personality well, and if someone broke into her house, that was the fate of fools who tried to break into her home. Just who are you? Victor looked at Elizabeth and flashed a small smile. My name is Victor. Didn't I say? Elizabeth wanted to hit the ground in frustration now. Bitch, don't look at him. You're going to infect him with some kind of dangerous disease. Violet spoke. Huh. Veins began to pop in Elizabeth's head. She was a noble person and could ignore some insults, but she was not a saint who would take insults in silence. Why don't you go away and take this child with you? Violet didn't want to insult a child since even she knew it was something horrible. Though, the little girl didn't do anything. Shoo, shoo. She spoke as if she were talking to a dog. I'm still a princess, you know? She commented with a fake smile. I can make you disappear. She couldn't finish her words. She suddenly felt very heavy, and an overwhelming feeling engulfed her entire body. Her body broke out in a cold sweat, and slowly, she turned her face away. When she looked into Victor's blood-red eyes that were visible even through the glasses he was wearing, her whole world seemed to go colorless. Repeat what you said, Victor spoke with a cold tone that sent shivers down Elizabeth's spine. He could ignore arguments, after all, his wives did that constantly. He thinks it's a woman thing. But threats? Those he did not tolerate. I. Princess. The guards ran, but suddenly a much greater pressure than Victor fell on them. Quickly, they stopped walking and looked at Skathak. Good, if you took one more step, would have to hand your heads over to the king. She flashed a crazy smile. Then, she snaps her fingers, and thorns of ice begin to hover over all the guards. They gulped and didn't dare move. Although they had a duty to protect the princess, they didn't want to lose their lives uselessly. They knew that if Skathak killed them, nothing would happen to her. Disappointing. She hoped they would fight. Then, at least she would have an excuse to kill them all. Soon she lost interest in the guards and looked at Victor. She was interested in what he was going to do. I'm waiting. He slowly tapped the ice throne with his finger, like he was counting. The sound of his finger touching the ice made the situation even more terrifying for Elizabeth. Elizabeth tried to ignore the fear in her heart and slowly began to gather her powers. Then, her eyes changed to blood red, and an overwhelming pressure began to leave her body. Oh. Confidence restored, Elizabeth displays a cold smile. I'm still a princess. And I can make her disappear at any time, no matter if she's a daughter of Clan Snow or not. She repeated what she said and added the ending as if it were an absolute truth. Victor's eyes glowed brighter, and his pressure began to build. Everyone was expecting a fight to start at any moment, but something happened that left everyone with no reaction. Victor's pressure disappeared as if it had never existed. Ha 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 ha, he started laughing like crazy, and slowly he began to clap his hands. Good. Good. That's the spirit. If not, I would be disappointed. Huh. Elizabeth did not expect this. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha didn't know how to react, and that applied to all the women in this room, so they just watched everything in silence. Skathak just displayed a big smile on her face. She looked pleased with something. Believe me, princess. Victor's image began to blur. Before you can touch a strand of my wife's hair, you would die. Victor appeared behind Elizabeth and spoke in a low voice in her ear. Elizabeth's whole body froze in fear when she heard what Victor said. She couldn't even react to his speed. And she could also see that crazy woman was smiling as if supporting what Victor said. She couldn't move. She didn't even dare turn back now. She feared that if she turned around now, she might die. Previous My 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 80, Everything is Connected. Victor disappears behind Elizabeth and appears sitting on the ice throne he created. Fast. Ha ha ha, did you like it, Ophis? She nodded. Is different. She pointed to herself. Yeah, what I did is something different than what you do. Different. Ophis seemed to be thinking deeply about something, but actually, she was just enjoying Victor's caresses. She seems attached to you, Victor. Skathak spoke. Yeah, but I don't care, she's cute. Victor displayed a gentle smile. Realizing that Victor wasn't doing anything else, Elizabeth began to slowly calm down. Not just her, everyone started to calm down. Fwa. Pepper lets out all the trapped air she's been holding. That was intense. I thought they would fight any second. She spoke in a low voice. Really? I really can't understand Victor anymore. He's becoming too unpredictable. This is bad for my heart. Lakis spoke in a joking tone to alleviate the situation. It's our mother's fault. It's all her fault. Sienna said. The 3 sisters agreed. I'm glad nothing happened. Yuki's heart was beating very fast. She didn't want to fight the king's family. That was just suicide. But, as a vampire, she liked Victor's attitude. But that's something she'll never say out loud. What are you doing, Maria? Luna asked curiously. Nothing, Maria replied. She made a gesture with her hand, and soon, all the wires she had spread around the room began to be collected. She acted on instinct, but internally, she didn't know why she did it. Why was my first reaction was to try to protect that man? Is it because of the master's order? But the master didn't order me to protect Victor. Darling, Violet had a silly smile on her face. She wanted to hug Victor, but that child was stealing her place. Violet, we need to talk, Ruby spoke seriously. Heh. Violet didn't understand. Come here. We need to talk about something. Sasha grabbed Violet's right arm. Huh. Ruby approaches Violet and grabs her left arm, then the two women drag Violet to the corner of the room. Wait. My darling dash. Shut up, we need to talk, Ruby spoke in a deadly serious tone. Violet was speechless, she had never seen that expression on Ruby. Soon the two wives started to lecture Violet. Calling the king's daughter a bitch was something above the level of disrespect. She needs to be more self-aware of her status. What if, because of her words, a political war broke out? Lots of vampires were going to die because of her decision. That was Sasha and Ruby's concern. As Ruby, Sasha, and Violet talked, Victor spoke. Princess, have you ever heard a Chinese proverb that said, because of a nail, the shoe was lost, because of the horse, the message was lost, because of the message, the war was lost? I've never heard of it. Elizabeth continued to speak as her eyes slowly turned to Violet. The lesson this proverb teaches is quite simple to understand. As he stroked Opha's head, Victor looked up at Elizabeth with a small innocent smile on his face. Because of a mistake made by someone, an entire war was lost. Everything is connected. So remember, it only takes one small mistake for an entire empire to fall to ruin. Elizabeth felt her whole body go cold when she heard Victor's words. Is this a threat? Threat? PFFF. That's just advice coming from someone who learned from the best teacher in the world. Scat exhibited a small smile when she heard Victor's words. She didn't have time to teach Victor much. Still, one thing she made sure to teach was the mentality of a warrior who goes to war. After 6 months of intense torture and with a disciple willing to learn, can work miracles. Elizabeth was silent. I see. I will remember this. Then she turns her face away and looks at Scat, Ruby, and Sasha. What is your relationship with them? They are my wives. He replied. WWH? She thought for a moment that she was deaf. He pointed to Scat. She's my mother-in-law and my teacher. Hi, I'm his mother-in-law, she spoke with a gentle smile as she waved her hand. Elizabeth didn't know how to react when she saw Scat playing. He pointed to the 3 sisters. Those are my friends over there. Oh, you can exclude Sienna, she's not my friend at all. Pfft. Pepper almost started to laugh but stopped when she saw Sienna's gaze. Lakis shook her head when she saw her sister's attitude. That one is my maid. He pointed at Yuki. Yuki made a simple gesture of respect. He looked at Maria and flashed a small smile as if he understood something. She's Sasha's maid. Maria repeated Yuki's gesture. Victor looks at the guards, who still have ice spikes at their throats, and ignores the men. T3. Elizabeth tries to process everything she has heard. He is married to 2 heiresses of houses with the title of Count, and a former heir to the title of Count. And he is the disciple of Scat. Elizabeth was speechless. If he were just Scat disciple, she wouldn't mind. After all, the millennial-old woman has many disciples. But he's married to this crazy woman's heiress too. Kaka, she broke completely. Scat chuckled when he saw Elizabeth's expression. Are you sure about telling the princess about your relationship with these women? Do I look like I care? It's not like it's a secret. Kaka, you're right. Remembering something he wanted to talk to her, Victor said, Scat, don't overdo it. What do you mean? Don't eliminate the rats, just torture them. Oh. Do you know? Victor just pointed to his eyes. This is a very convenient skill. Indeed. Why don't you want me to eliminate the rats? It's a waste. Waste? Yeah. If they're dead, we can't fight them. Why didn't you kidnap them and use them as a training puppet for your daughters? After all, they are strong. Scat looked at Victor as if she were looking at a genius. Fuck, why didn't I ever think about it? She puts her hand to her forehead in disbelief. You're very overprotective, I love that about you, but you need to let your daughters train a little, Victor commented casually. He also wanted to fight those men she eliminated. Scat looked at Victor with a neutral expression. Did he really not understand what he just said? Z. Victor looked at his chest. Did she sleep? I think you will become a good father in the future, Scat commented, and for a few seconds, her green eyes sparkled a little. She was clearly planning something. Elizabeth stops thinking bullshit and looks at Ophis, and, seeing Ophis sleeping peacefully on a stranger's chest, the only thing she can think of seeing Ophis' current state is, I hope the father doesn't see this, he's going to freak out. Ladies and gentlemen. Suddenly everyone heard the voice of the advertiser. The game between Clan Rider and Clan Horseman is about to begin. Finally. Victor said he hoped to see something interesting. Hearing the advertiser's voice, the women stopped what they were doing and looked out into the arena. Everyone, including the audience, was soon able to see 4 individuals walking towards the middle of the arena. That's my aunt. Oh. Victor looked at the woman who was walking towards the middle of the arena. He could feel that this was the same woman who was in the VIP room a little way away from him. The woman had long blonde hair and blue eyes, she was wearing a long elegant black dress, she had a gentle smile on her face as she walked towards the center. Victor examines the woman up and down and then looks at Sasha. Then, seeing the obvious differences in the chest, legs, and ass areas, he asked with genuine curiosity. Is she really your aunt? He couldn't help asking that question. The woman was just very different from Sasha, and the only things alike were her hair and blue eyes. Yeah, she's a lot like my mom as usual. Sasha replied as she looked at her aunt. Victor was speechless. Genes are an unfair thing sometimes. He spoke in a low voice. What are you looking at, darling? Ruby asked with narrowed eyes. I was just admiring how beautiful my wives are. He smiled. Ruby was a little embarrassed, but she was getting used to her husband's charm, she won't fall so easy. Victor flashed a small smile and snapped his fingers, and then soon, 3 more ice thrones were created beside him. Feel free. He pointed to the thrones. Sasha, who was closest to Victor, sat next to him, Violet sat next to Sasha, and Ruby sat next to Violet. Kaka, they complained so much, and in the end, they did the same thing. Scat laughed. Victor exhibited a small smile and stroked Ophis' hair, who was sleeping on his chest, then he looked at the arena again. He saw that a rather tall man was heading towards the center of the arena. The game was starting. My 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 81, Sly Fox. A man wearing noble garb, looking like he came out of a medieval movie, entered the arena. He looked like he was 190 cm in height. A muscular body that can even be seen through the clothes he is wearing. What stood out most about this man who had just entered the arena was his cold dead eyes. The phrase, the eyes are the window of the soul, couldn't be more correct in talking about this man. Looking into the man's lifeless eyes, everyone could immediately think he was dead inside. Looking into the eyes of the man who had just entered, Victor flashed a small smile. Oh. You can tell? Scathach displayed a small satisfied smile. Yeah. At first glance, it might appear that he is a man bored with everything, a dead man. But that couldn't be more incorrect. Victor's eyes gleamed a little through the glasses he was wearing. Ha ha ha. Foxes always know how to deceive someone, for these animals deceiving people is like second nature, that man. He's a fox. She laughed in amusement, looking pleased with Victor's opinion. Is he strong? Violet asked. Yeah. Of course, he's strong, but the question you should be asking is, how strong is he? Scathach replied. Violet looked at the man again, she seemed to be examining the man. I feel that my mother is stronger than him. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Scathach started laughing as if she heard the funniest joke in the world. Violet looked at Scathach with an emotionless look. Girl, a woman who relies only on her powers isn't qualified enough to be called strong. Do you know why? Scathach bared all her teeth as she laughed. Violet waited for Scathach's following words. Because when someone takes that power from her, she will become useless. This dash dot. Violet wasn't able to argue anything against Scathach's words. After all, she also knew that her mother had never trained anything in her life other than her power. Is she strong? Yes, of course, she is. She has mastered the control of her power. But without that power, she becomes useless. It's like a wizard that if he loses his magic, he will become an ordinary person. And she didn't even bother to train the vampire's basic powers. Scathach continues, this time in a teacher's tone of voice. Remember, a hunter must always have several weapons in his arsenal at his disposal. He must always have different ways to kill a creature stronger than himself. If you can't use your innate vampire powers, use martial arts and force close-range combat. If you can't use martial arts, get a weapon. If a weapon is not available, take a stone. Use the environment to your advantage, use everything you can to kill your enemy, that's what a hunter does, and that's what I taught Victor. I get it. Violet took this as a learning lesson, she thought she should ask Victor to teach her something in the future. Ruby, Lakis, Sienna, and Eleanor didn't know how to react to these words, but as former students, they decided to take notes on Scathach's words, but they were wondering something internally, why didn't she teach this to us too? The four women unconsciously looked at Victor. Feeling the eyes of the women on him, Victor, who was looking at the man who arrived at the center of the arena, said. Let's go back to watching. Before that, give me my sister. Elizabeth demanded. Victor looks back and sees Elizabeth standing behind him. It's not like I'm holding her here. You can take her off if you want. Victor stopped petting Ophis and opened his arms. Elizabeth walked in front of Victor, but before she could do anything, she took a pair of black gloves from her pocket. Victor looked at the glove and saw several magic symbols engraved on the glove. Protection? Yes. She answered. Soon she started to move her hand towards Ophis. Everyone looked at this scene with curious eyes. When Elizabeth's hands touch Ophis's arm, the little girl suddenly opens her eyes. Ophis's blood-red eyes were emitting a dangerous light, she gripped Victor's clothes tighter and looked at her sister. Elizabeth's body visibly trembled, but she remained calm and said, we need to go back, Ophis. Stop. Elizabeth's body suddenly stopped moving as if paralyzed. But this only lasted a few seconds, then she was able to regain control of her body. Ophis dash dot. She smiled gently and tried to convince Ophis, but before she could say anything more. I will not go. The little girl refused to listen. Tisk. Violet was waiting for her to accept. Violet. Sasha and Ruby looked at Violet. Do you remember our conversation? Ruby says. She didn't like that either, but she's conscientious enough not to seek a fight with the king's family. Yeah. I won't do anything. Violet turned her face away. The two did not trust her words. Victor exhibited a small smile, he closed his arms and stroked Ophis' hair. Let her do what she wants. Seeing Ophis's satisfied expression. Sigh. Elizabeth sighed and turned away from Ophis, she walked to a chair next to Eleanor and sat down. Princess. Countess Eleanor. The two exchanged little greetings. Soon the whole group looked towards the arena, which began to create a dome around the two individuals, and suddenly a golden scroll appeared floating in the middle of the dome. Count Niklaus Horseman, thank you so much for bringing the countship for me today. You are very confident. The man spoke in an emotionless tone. Of course I'm confident, I'm not my sister who would lose something so important to someone insignificant like you. I see. He looked at the audience with a bored look. Victoria was a little annoyed internally, she wanted to tease him a little to try to learn a little more about the man's personality, but he didn't react as she expected. He looked back at her, how are we going to decide this? A fight? A dance? A board game? If you choose a board game, I suggest chess. Oh, but dash dot. He exhibited a small cold smile, chess can be a difficult thing for you, considering you don't seem to have much intellectual capacity. Victoria opened her eyes a little, she didn't expect this coming from someone like him, but she wasn't someone who would let this little insult disturb her emotions. I want to fight, something simple. With that, you will have no excuses if you lose. And we need to entertain this entire audience, right? A game of chess would be tedious. She smiled gently. A fight is fine with me. Niklaus agreed. How many rounds? How many competitors? And what are the rules? Niklaus cracked his neck a little. 1 round is enough. The rules are simple, we fight until the other side has lost their heart or gives up on their own. As vampires, they are immortal, but it is not true immortality. If the vampire has their head completely destroyed, they will die, and if the vampire suffers an attack with their mortal weaknesses, they will die too. Because of that, she proposed a rule, if the vampire loses their heart, they will lose the game. After all, this type of injury can be easily healed with vampire regeneration. I heard from a little bird that your twin sons are geniuses, put one of them to fight. Then, I will select a trusted warrior to fight him. She continued with a gentle smile on her face. It was quite clear that she had confidence in the warrior she had chosen. What a coincidence. I also learned from a little bird that was a color very similar to yours that you had a child, and to my surprise, that child was an oriental vampire. I wonder if the clan Fulgur knows that. Niklaus flashed a cold little smile. Victoria's eyes changed to blood red for a moment, and she took on a cold expression. Where are you going, Count Niklaus? Victoria didn't like it. She's pretty sure she hid her son's information from the fangs of these old vampires. They weren't supposed to know about her son. Use your son to fight. If you choose your child, I will accept these terms. That fox. Victoria knew that if she didn't accept it, the next news the entire vampire world would know was that she had a child by a foreign vampire, and she knows that the first person who would knock on her door upon learning of this information would be her sister. Normally this would not be a problem, but as her son was born with the lightning power she did not inherit, her sister will demand that her son be turned over to Clan Fulgur. He cornered me. She knew that if her son fought, the chance of him using his lightning powers was high. You can give up, you know. Victoria clenches her fist tightly, she can't give up. She's come too far to give up now. I accept. He will fight. I accept the terms. Niklaus looked at the parchment, and, seeing that everything was correct, he turned away. Victoria watched the man's back for a long time, but soon she turned too and walked out of the arena. It's okay, my son inherited his father's talent, he can win without using lightning. Previous index next. Comments loading. Copyright 23 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 82, the match is starting. After the events that took place in the arena, the two clan leaders split up and returned to their respective VIP rooms. Inside a VIP room very similar to the one Victor was in, 3 people were present. A blonde woman wearing a long elegant black dress was sitting on a sofa, and beside her was a woman wearing a purple dress with some white accents. Unlike Victoria, where the dress was more noble, this woman's dress was more modern. Tatsuya, I'm counting on you. And remember not to use lightning. You can win with only your father's talent, I believe in you. Take care, my son. Victoria spoke with a gentle expression on her face as she looked at her son, a tall man at 185 centimeters in height, pale skin, long dark blonde hair, and dark black eyes. He was wearing a black yukata with gold accents. Yes, mother. The man exhibited a small, gentle smile as he walked towards the exit of the room and walked towards the arena. The moment Tatsuya left the room, Victoria looked at the woman beside her with a serious look different from what she was showing before. How? How can they know about Tatsuya? I'm paying you billions of dollars every month, so that doesn't happen. She spoke in a cold tone. Believe me, Victoria. I do not know either. The woman spoke with a small sigh. Even for a witch like you, you don't know. Victoria's eyes changed to blood red. Sigh. The woman sighed after watching Victoria for a while. Yes, I don't know. But I do have a hunch. What? One of that woman's daughters has the clairvoyant ability. Maybe your son showed up at some important event in the future, and she knew about it. But that wouldn't explain why the Horseman clan knows about it. Victoria was not satisfied. Hecate, I'm paying you a dear price every month for you to hide my son's existence and protect him. She assumed a cold smile. From the moment that old man discovered my son's existence, you failed your job. I will lower your pay. The witch opened her eyes wider, and her face darkened a little. Wait, his existence hasn't been discovered by everyone yet, and that doesn't break the contract rule. Victoria ignored what Hecate said. If you don't want to lose money, hurry up and find out what happened. Yes, I will. Hecate sighed a little relieved. She didn't want to miss her golden goose. Being hired by a woman with a net worth of trillions of dollars like Victoria was every witch's dream. So? Who will fight, my older brother or me? Maybe my little sister? Einer Horseman asked, and, as always, he had that crazy grin on his face. Niklaus, who was standing watching the arena through the glass, spoke without looking back. Your older brother cannot fight, and I will not entrust such an important matter to my daughter. You will fight. Oh. Thanks, father. Einer continued to laugh. This is your last chance. Don't fail me like you failed to capture that alpha wolf. This time, the opponent is someone of your level, and he won't be using all of his power. You shouldn't have excuses if you lose to that woman's son. Niklaus was very disappointed. He gave his son a simple mission and even sent someone strong enough to capture an alpha wolf, but even so, the two failed because of their arrogance. Einer kept showing his smile as he looked at his father seriously. He knew he had disappointed his father, and that is something that shouldn't be repeated. I will not fail, father. He spoke with absolute confidence. He had no confidence in fighting an alpha wolf, but a vampire? That's easy. Good. Now, go. Yes. Einer got up from the couch and walked towards the exit of the VIP room. Zwei and Jessica just fell silent. How is the boy's condition? Niklaus asked. Dying, sick. Zwei responded neutrally, and then he continued, he doesn't have time. Niklaus started to think a little before speaking. That's a problem. It's very difficult to create a hybrid. We can't lose it until we complete our goal. What shall we do with those individuals my brothers have brought? Jessica asked. She was curious about what her father was going to do with Lucy and his subordinates. Nothing. Karen is keeping an eye on them. I don't trust Karen, Jessica said. She couldn't trust Karen. She felt that this woman would betray them at any moment. My daughter. Niklaus looked at his daughter with the same bored eyes he always has. It doesn't matter whether you trust her or not. She's doing her job and giving information, that's all that matters. But ... Jessica wanted to say something, but her father continued. If she becomes useless and doesn't do her job, she should just be eliminated. He looked back at the arena. Asking for a vampire's trust is sheer nonsense. Jessica was silent. She didn't know what to say to her father because, in the end, she knew he was correct. Vampires will always act in their own best interest. A man wearing a red and black suit walked into the middle of the arena. He was a tall man and was wearing a smiling mask on his face. The man raised his hands in the air and said, Ladies and gentlemen, the two clans have decided the rule of the game today. His voice strangely traveled to all corners of the arena. Look at this. He pointed into the air, and soon everyone could see a giant hologram showing. Chosen games, a 1v1 duel. Rounds, 1. Rules, if the participant has their heart destroyed, they lose. If the participant surrenders, they lose. Time limit, no limit. Clan Horseman bets, vampire count title. Clan Rider bets, the Rider conglomerate. Attention, the game starts in 10 minutes. Oh. The crowd started clapping and cheering. It's a fight. A fight. A man shouted excitedly. Would we be able to see 2 count level vampires fighting? A woman spoke with a big smile on her face. She looked excited. This is a great opportunity. A man across the arena spoke. Finally, something interesting is happening. A bored-looking man spoke. I wouldn't be so optimistic. A pessimistic-looking woman commented. The vampires who were present in the arena started to debate who would fight whom. They looked very impatient. But it wasn't just them. Victor's group was also impatient. Tisk. Mainly Victor. Father? Ophis looks up and sees Victor's annoyed face. Victor looked at Ophis and smiled gently, then he began to stroke her head. It's nothing, Ophis. She exhibited a small smile and closed her eyes as if enjoying his caresses. Be patient, Victor. These things take time to get done. Scat-Hack commented. Victor didn't say anything and just remained silent. My aunt seemed to get annoyed for a moment. Sasha, who was beside Victor, spoke. Oh, did you notice? Yes, Sasha nodded. It was only for a few seconds, but her emotion seemed to intensify, Ruby commented. That man must have done something. Elizabeth, who was a little far away, spoke. You seem to know him, princess. Victor looked at Elizabeth. Nothing escapes the king's eyes. Elizabeth smiled. Ha ha ha. Scat-Hack laughed as if she'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Elizabeth's face became neutral. Nothing escapes the king's eyes. Except for Countess Scat Hack. She rephrased her sentence. Heh, glad you understand, princess. Elizabeth turned her face away and ignored Scat Hack. When she turned her face away, she could see her guards, who were still standing with thorns of ice hovering around them. Can you let my guards go? Oh. I forgot about them. Scat Hack snaps her fingers, and soon the ice is gone. Thanks, princess. The guards spoke, and soon they broke away from the group and stood guard near the door. Sigh. Elizabeth sighed. For some reason, she just wanted to get out of this place. She couldn't handle Scat Hack. You seem to be having a rough time, princess, Eleanor spoke. Elizabeth looked at Eleanor with a neutral gaze and nodded. Don't worry, we all understand your feeling. Everyone in the room except Victor, Sasha, Ruby, Violet, and Scat Hack, who were talking to each other, nodded. My mom is a very difficult person to deal with. Especially now that she's… having fun. Sienna spoke. Elizabeth looked at Sienna with a neutral expression. Sienna's eyes darkened a little, but don't worry, you'll get used to it soon, and look. She found someone like her. We have 2 Scat Hack now. Bloody hell, I want to get out of here. She really wanted to get out of that room right now. Previous index next. User comments. 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 83, let the games begin. 10 minutes had passed, and the game was about to start. The hologram of the arena suddenly changed, and soon everyone could see the participants' faces, their age, and their names. Einar Horseman, heir to the Horseman clan. Age, 105. Tatsuya, hired mercenary. Age, 90. When the audience saw that they were 2 children, their reaction was mixed. Tisk, 2 kids. Some didn't like it. It's better than nothing. Some just didn't care anymore. They're cute. Some thought they were both attractive. Boring. Some lost interest. I wanted to see the 2 leaders fight. Some were honest with their thoughts. Despite having different reactions, there was something they all had in common. They were bored. But there wasn't much better to do, so they were going to watch anyway. So it's him. Tatsuya. Victor's smile grew when he finally got to know the name of the person who had a strong presence. He had seen a strong presence some time ago near the VIP room where he was, and he finally got to know who this individual was. And Einar Horseman. Victor's eyes lit up a little when he saw the name Horseman. So he's the heir, huh? He thought with an indecipherable little smile. Do you want me to investigate it, master? Victor suddenly heard Kagaya's voice in his head. He stroked Opha's head and thought for a moment. No need. The reason he refused was simple, he didn't want to put Kagaya at risk. When Victor looked at the leader of Clan Horseman, he could tell what kind of person he was, and with Scat Hack's words a few minutes ago, he knew that man was someone careful. Despite having a convenient power that can help her escape from any situation, Victor doesn't want to risk putting his favorite maid in danger. Okay, master. But if you need anything, talk to me. I'm feeling useless just being in your shadow. Huh, I'll talk to you if I need anything, he replied in a low voice. Ophis looks up and stares at Victor. Shadow. Victor displays a gentle smile and puts his finger to his mouth in a gesture of silence. Soon she lays her head on his chest. Heh. She hid his last name, huh? Scat Hack exhibited a small smile. He looks familiar somehow. Sasha spoke as she stared at the image. Violet didn't care about the contestants, she was just staring at Ophis with a death glare. Despite ignoring it for a few minutes, she still felt jealous and envious of the little girl, and Violet was thinking of doing something. Stop, Ruby spoke. But I haven't done anything yet. Violet looked at Ruby in disbelief. Yes. You haven't done anything yet. Ruby looked at Violet with a look that completely understood Violet's actions. Violet was wondering when she became so predictable. Sigh. Ruby sighed, don't do anything now, okay? I'm also jealous, and I also want to do something about it, but despite my feelings about this situation, this little girl is still the king's daughter. So though my mother wouldn't mind it, and our husband wouldn't either, we must not get into conflict with the king. Tisk. Violet turned her face away. Ladies and gentlemen. Hearing the announcer's voice, the girls looked towards the arena, where they saw 2 men walking towards the arena. A man with long golden hair was walking calmly towards the middle of the arena. He was wearing a black yukata with black details, and he also had a small katana around his waist. The feeling he gave was that of a sharp but gentle warrior. A very opposite feeling from the other competitor. He was wearing a black sweatshirt and black jeans. The man had a big, distorted smile on his face, and his crazed eyes gave away what kind of personality he seemed to have. Upon reaching the middle of the arena, the 2 fighters faced each other. Despite being opposites in personality, the audience didn't have a favorite fighter, they didn't care for the gentle-looking fighter, and they also didn't care for the crazy appearance of the other fighter. Instead, they just wanted to see something interesting. The announcer knew that and, because of that, he didn't speak more than necessary, he approached the participants and spoke out loud so that everyone could hear. Everyone present here knows the rule, but I will repeat it. Permanent death is not allowed. If any of the fighters break this rule, severe consequences will happen to the clan the fighter is representing. The masked referee looked at the 2, did I make myself clear? They both felt a shiver down their spine as they looked through the small space of the masked man's mask. Yes. The 2 replied. Good. Let the game begin. The referee disappeared. The moment they heard the referee's words, the 2 participants seemed to disappear from view, and soon they appeared in the middle of the arena. Tatsuya was holding his katana, and Einar was holding a completely black rapier. The 2 swords collided in the middle of the arena. Tatsuya looked at the rapier with appraising eyes. He wondered when this weapon appeared in the man's hand. He knew his opponent didn't enter the arena with this weapon in hand, but he didn't have much time to think when he felt something trying to pierce his back. Realizing the danger, Tatsuya decided to flee from this situation. Calm down, don't run away. Tatsuya looked down and saw that his feet were trapped in the ground by some kind of black slime. Tatsuya's body started to crackle with lightning for a few seconds but soon stopped. Instinctively, Tatsuya would use his lightning bolts, but remembering his mother's words, he managed to control himself. With no choices, he decided to do whatever was necessary not to lose the game from the start. So he uses a parry technique and deflects Einar's blade. In doing so, he managed to knock the blade away from Einar. Realizing his chance, he makes a decision and cuts off his legs. With his body falling towards the ground, Tatsuya supports himself with his hand and moves away. He looked at the place where he was and saw a kind of blackthorn piercing the air. What is that? With a calm face, he tried to understand the enemy's power. Ha ha ha. I wonder if the public knows what's going on. Scat Hack laughed in amusement. Suddenly everyone could feel a sensation that made the spines of their bodies shiver, and everyone in the VIP room looked at Victor. Heh. As expected, you didn't disappoint me again. Scat Hack's smile grew. Victor's hair seemed to be floating like it was defying gravity, his eyes were glowing a dangerous red, and he had a huge smile that showed all the sharp teeth in his mouth. Father? Ophis called him. But Victor seemed to be in a trance, and he didn't hear her. Ophis looked at Victor, her big eyes shining cutely. She didn't understand why Victor didn't talk to her. That feeling is scary. Pepper muttered a little. Did he get like this just seeing those two fight? Everyone in the room except Violet, Ruby, Sasha, Scathach, and Ophis, who were more concerned about looking at Victor, agreed with Pepper. Seeing the face she considered an excited face of her disciple, Scathach started to think of a few things. She looked back to the arena. Aren't you going to attack me? Just because I'm in this condition, are you underestimating me? Tatsuya asked in a cold voice. I don't need to move to attack you. Suddenly a blackthorn pierces Tatsuya's heart. Tatsuya. My son, why didn't you finish the fight? Victoria didn't seem worried about her son. In fact, she looked impatient. TSK. This is boring. Someone in the audience complained. As a 450-year-old vampire, this kind of fight wasn't surprising to him. That same feeling was shared by the other vampires who were similar in age to that man and were watching the fight. For them, it was just a child's fight. Do you have fun when you see two kids fighting? Of course not. What are you waiting for, boy? Finish the opponent. And end this farce soon. A man from the audience shouted towards Einar. Einar seemed to be singing a song and totally ignored the man in the audience, then his red eyes started to glow. I feel weird. Einar started to think of a few things, and soon he made a move that left everyone speechless. He takes the rapier he created and pierces his own heart. An uncomfortable silence descended on the arena. Nobody understood what happened. Silence remains for 30 seconds, then everyone hears the sound of breaking glass. The sky is cracking. Someone spoke in disbelief. The sky suddenly broke, and soon everyone woke up in a stupor. Vampires under 500 years of age looked at the arena in shock. Huh? Are you both okay? What happened? The audience was freaking out. An older vampire in the audience said, children these days are too weak to fall for this simple trick. He shook his head in disappointment. Unexpected. I thought this would be easy. Tatsuya spoke in a cold voice. He was still standing in the same spot the game had started and was about to finish the fight when he realized that Einar had fallen into his power, but his instincts warned him not to get closer now. Einar's smile grew disproportionately. I see. We didn't know about this power. Previous index next. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 84, Tatsuya vs Einar. What? What just happened? Violet rubbed her eyes. This power is dangerous. I didn't even feel like I was in an illusion. Sasha spoke in a serious voice. She felt uncomfortable as she imagined she could be in an illusion at any time. Illusion. Violet looked at Sasha. Yes. I don't know how it works, but that is the power he just used, right? Since she wasn't sure what she was talking about, she looked to Scathach for answers. Sasha was internally surprised. Is his power so strong that it could affect several young vampires present in the arena simultaneously? Seeing what Sasha was doing, Violet also looked at Scathach. Sensing Sasha and Violet's gaze, Scathach looked at them and flashed a small, unreadable smile. You're correct that his power is an illusion, but that's not all. Then she looked back at the arena. Sasha and Violet nodded. They understood why the woman spoke so mysteriously. She was basically saying, use your brains, the problem is right in front of you. That power, when was it activated? I don't remember looking him in the eye. Ruby commented. Indeed. He doesn't have an emo attitude either. Pepper, who got up and approached Ruby, added. Violet and Sasha looked at their sisters. What are you talking about? Violet asked as she raised her eyebrow. Nothing. The two spoke at the same time. Tatsuya looked at Einar with a cold look on his face. Tell me, do you think your reality that you see is really real? Then, his eyes changing to blood red, he started walking towards Einar. I don't know, and I don't care either. Einar looked to his right side and ignored what Tatsuya was saying. I see. Tatsuya's image disappeared from the arena. If the act of observing reality is what determines what is real, then Tatsuya appears beside Einar and attacks him. Black thorns suddenly grow from the ground and cross Tatsuya, and Tatsuya's blood splashed in Einar's face. For just a small moment, Einar's face displayed a tiny bit of pleasure. He thought he had it right this time, but soon a strange sensation like the one he'd felt the first time hit him. What am I to you? A reality? Or an illusion? The image of Tatsuya being pierced by the black thorns disappears like a mirage, and a katana blade appears behind Einar and cuts him vertically. Einar tries to dodge the attack, but he can barely manage. He had to sacrifice his arm fell to the ground, and he felt the pain. He backed away quickly and looked at his arm, and again he felt that nagging feeling in his heart. This isn't real. The moment he identified what was real, his arm disappeared from the ground and returned to his body. If you can't understand me, you can't fight me since you can't fight what you don't understand. A katana suddenly pierces Einar's chest. Cough. Einar coughed up blood on the floor. This time, he felt that this wound was real. He creates black thorns behind him and attacks Tatsuya. Tell me. The wound you just received, does it exist? Tisk. Hearing Tatsuya's voice, Einar's face for the first time showed an annoyed expression. Fuck off. Several thorns appear around Einar. Where are you? Show yourself. The audience was silent. They couldn't understand what was happening right in front of them. But, of course, this only applied to the younger vampires. The older vampires knew what was going on, and the only thing that crossed the mind of the older vampires was, where did the leader of Clan Rider find this man with such exotic power? The eyes of the older vampires looked at Tatsuya with a look of limitless curiosity. For them, who were bored, Tatsuya was a perfect existence to kill their boredom. Haha, that kid must be having a hard time right now. Scathach chuckled. She looked at Victor, who seemed to have all of his senses focused on the fight. Do you seem to understand what's going on, Victor? She exhibited a small smile. Hearing Scathach's question, everyone looked at Victor. Yeah. Look, Tatsuya is going to cut his legs off now. And just like Victor said, Tatsuya's katana appears on Einar's legs and cuts diagonally. Einar was going through a difficult time. He understood what was going on, but despite understanding the enemy's power, he couldn't do anything to counteract that power. It's useless. He heard Tatsuya's voice again. As long as you don't understand my existence, you can't fight me. The katana appears again in front of Einar and tries to cut off his head. Einar quickly creates a thorn shield in front of him and jumps back using his hands. When Tatsuya's katana touches the thorn shield, the katana disappears like mist. Victor's group was surprised again. This is a tough fight for me. Eleanor was honest. She was primarily a fighter who used strength to overcome everything. Indeed. This man is like an eel. He is very slippery, and that power is irritating to fight back against. Elizabeth spoke. How do you fight someone who can confuse all your senses? He has the advantage. Lakis spoke. You are thinking wrong. Victor and Scathac's voices were heard at the same time. The group was silent again. For the first time, Victor stops watching the fight and looks at Scathach, then he exhibits a small smile. Do you explain, or do I explain? She smiled. You explain. She wanted to know Victor's thoughts. Victor gets up with Ophis in his arms and says something in Ophis' ear. The girl nodded in agreement. He decided to demonstrate, after all, is better than explaining. Watch. He places his hand in front of Ophis and descends slowly. The group started to watch the movement of Victor's hands. Victor's hands began to glow with the power of lightning, and it caught the girl's attention even more. He looked like he was going to do something big. Suddenly he said, now, where is Ophis? Huh. The women looked up and saw that Ophis had disappeared. She disappeared. Elizabeth screamed and got up from her chair. She couldn't lose her sister again. Ruby, Sasha, and Violet look around, and soon they see Ophis sitting on Victor's ice throne, but since the throne was so big, it looked like she had disappeared. She's on the throne. The three spoke. Elizabeth walks close to the throne and sighs with relief when she sees Ophis sitting in a cute fashion. What I just did is simple. I focused your attention on my hands, and you didn't see Ophis come down from my arms, a simple attention-shifting trick. That's basically what he's doing to deceive Einar. Of course, he's not using this simple magic trick. He must be using his power to make it work on a large scale. Ha ha ha. Good, you get it, but you missed something, idiot disciple. Oh. Victor and the group looked at Scathach. That man, he is not trying to deceive the boy of Clan Horseman, he is deceiving his very existence. She exhibited a teacher smile. By becoming a difficult creature to be observed, the brain cannot understand what it is observing, so it looks like he is using a form of illusion. He said it, right? You can't fight what you don't understand, that's basically a tip he left. I see. Victor's smile grew a little. Father. Ophis raised her hand up in a gesture that told Victor to hold her. What a spoiled girl. Victor smiled kindly and picked up Ophis again, then sat on the ice throne he created. Better. Elizabeth didn't know what to say or think seeing her sister like this. Crack. Violet's grip was so strong that she broke the ice throne she was sitting on a little. In an attempt to ignore what she was seeing, she said. He is hiding his very existence, and by doing so, he manages to fool his opponent. Her brain was spinning to try to understand what she just heard. That doesn't make any sense, Ruby said. His power is quite unusual in our community. I think he must be a foreign vampire. Sienna commented, as an older vampire, she could understand the power of the vampires out there. Elizabeth continued. That makes it look like his power is strong. Suddenly everyone could feel a dark pressure. They quickly look into the arena and see Einar's body covered in a distorted black aura. Annoying. Annoying, your power is irritating, your existence is irritating. He had a distorted expression on his face and seemed very upset. I don't need to understand you to defeat you. A pillar of black energy came out of Einar's body. Slowly, Einar's skin began to change to a dark black, he started to grow in height, his ears grew, and black wings made of pure power grew up behind him. His hair lifted as if defying gravity, his eyes took on a deeper shade of red, his teeth sharpened. That's. Victor's smile grew distorted, and everyone could see the big smile Victor had on his face. The vampire count form. Previous index next. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 85, Tatsuya vs Einar. 2. This power. The audience was speechless, especially the younger vampires. How did he achieve this form despite being so young? It's impossible. Some were unbelievers. Oh. That's what I wanted to see. Now it's interesting. The most bored vampires didn't care, they just wanted to have fun. Hey blonde boy, show me something interesting too. The two fighters ignored the voices of vampires from the audience and focused their attention on each other. Father. Zwei spoke in a neutral voice, but one that held a sense of warning. I know. It's all right. It's not like it's rare for the sons of vampire counts to take that form. Niklaus didn't look worried. Jessica looked intently at the arena. Although this was a power she still hadn't quite grasped, she hoped that by watching her brother do it, she might understand something. Lady Victoria. Hecate looked worried. It's okay. My son can win, but... After seeing the form her son's opponent took, she thought, these damn geniuses, how old is he? Only 105? And even though he's so young, can he take that form? She was really starting to get worried about her son. Even though her son is a full-fledged genius, he hasn't released this transformation yet. She knows it's foolish to just let him fight without using all of his powers. But despite knowing this, she's still a mother, she wants the best for her son and doesn't want to involve her son in Clan Fulger's schemes. Hecate. If things get bad, send him a message telling him to use all his powers. What about the Fulger clan? I'll deal with those bastards later, but first, we must win this game. But despite being a mother who wants the best for her child, she was an ambitious woman. A contradiction of ambition, desire, and a mother's affection. I see. I will get the message across if something happens. Crack. Crack. Sounds of breaking glass can be heard. It felt like reality was breaking. This reality will decay in the face of my power. He raised his hands, and his power seemed to cover all the space around him. The moment he raised his hand, the world around him began to rot, and slowly, the illusion disappeared and showed Tatsuya, who had a surprised expression on his cold face. Einar broke Tatsuya's power with sheer brute force. And to think you surpassed my power with pure strength. And there's also this transformation. Do you call it vampire count form? Are you scared now? Don't be. We've just started. Einar's smile grew. Wrong, I'm not scared. I just realized that I still have a lot to improve, that's a good thing. Tatsuya braced himself. I see. Einar didn't care. Einar's wings of power seemed to grow, and, as soon as he rose into the air, he spread his wings. Black thorns began to grow inside the wings, and soon a shower of thorns flew towards Tatsuya. Using a foot movement that would be the envy of any martial artist, Tatsuya dodged all the thorns. He seemed to be dancing in the middle of the arena and avoided all attacks with as little effort as possible. The thorns hitting the arena seemed to be causing a decaying effect, and the ground was becoming unstable. But for Tatsuya, it wasn't a bother, he just realized that he shouldn't let those thorns touch his katana. His footwork is awesome. I want this technique. Scathach and Victor's eyes sparkled with curiosity. As two beings who were always wanting to get stronger, seeing a new technique was something that made them very interested. Scathach, does this look like a Japanese martial art? But it seems that whoever invented this martial art adapted it for use by vampires. As a 2,000-year-old vampire, she could already understand the technique with just a glance. And it took less than 10 seconds for her to understand that this technique was useless for her. After all, she had something like that, and the technique Tatsuya used was created specifically for katana users. But she thought it didn't hurt to learn, and, because of that, she just watched the boy fight. By doing that, she could learn faster since, as a master of all martial arts, it was something simple for her to do. Interesting. It's very similar to the technique I use, but it's more refined. Lakis was interested in the match now. The vampire count form and Tatsuya's footwork caught her attention. Sasha had the same feeling as Lakis, but she didn't want the speed. She wanted that calm that man has, even being in danger, his emotions were never altered. She wanted that, and this thought was shared by Violet. She knows that one of her weaknesses is that she loses control of her emotions too easily. Tisk. Seeing that he wasn't making any progress, Einar decided to change his strategy. Cocoon. He whispered in a low voice. Soon several black thorns came out from under the arena and formed a black cocoon. Hey. I can't see the fight that way. The audience complained. Yes. Yes. Do something. It was just starting to get interesting. You motherfucker. Do not worry. The referee acted quickly, then used a magical observation device, and soon their fight could be seen through the giant hologram that was floating above the arena. Using the cocoon as a means of using his powers, Einar was throwing several thorns at Tatsuya, a simple overpowering tactic. This is getting complicated. Tatsuya whispered while dodging the black thorns. Then, realizing he was getting cornered with each passing minute, I don't have any choice. He decided to do something. His eyes began to glow blood red, and golden energy began to shine in his katana. I'm sorry, mother. I will be rebellious today. He suddenly stopped moving and assumed an Iajutsu stance. I got you. Einar yelled excitedly. He was finally going to kill this slippery eel. He completely forgot that he shouldn't kill opponents. Ryujin. Tatsuya whispered in a low voice as a colossal pressure started to come out of his body, and that pressure crushed all the black thorns. He drew the katana from its scabbard, and everyone could see only the wake of the katana attacking the air. Hakai no Sora. Ru aware. The image of an oriental dragon with blue eyes and golden scales that appeared to be covered in lightning seemed to come out of Tatsuya's sword, and it flew towards Einar. What? Einar quickly fled from Tatsuya's attack. He was not foolish enough to try to defend against that attack. The dragon destroyed the cocoon easily and continued to fly towards the dark skies of Nightingale. That is. Sasha rose from her throne and looked at the dragon in shock. He has the power of my clan. A moment of silence descended throughout the arena. Oh. This time everyone was impressed. That was amazing, blonde boy. Incredible. Do it again. The audience looked like excited children now. Tatsuya. Maybe it's better this way, Hecate spoke to Victoria. That's not what I'm surprised at. Oh, he disobeyed you, huh? Yes, he was always an obedient boy. Victoria wasn't angry, she was just surprised that Tatsuya disobeyed her. Einar continued watching the dragon until it disappeared completely. Then, he looked at Tatsuya, his eyes glowing for a few seconds. After that, he descended from the heavens, took his transformation off, and created a rapier with his powers. He positions rapier in front of him and takes a fighting stance. Oh. Tatsuya was curious. I'm just wasting energy uselessly, you're too fast, and my powers won't hit you. He looked completely different. Even his voice became more serious. This is the most efficient tactic. He understood that he couldn't overcome Tatsuya with raw power, and he also could only assume that form for a few minutes before he was completely exhausted. He didn't want to risk losing because of that. I wonder if this is a good idea. How are you going to hit me if you don't understand me? Tatsuya exhibited a small smile. You're wrong. Einar disappeared and moved in front of Tatsuya. Soon the two blades collide in the middle of the arena. Tatsuya tried to use his powers to deceive the opponent, created a mirage of himself, then backed off. But he was surprised when Einar ignored his mirage and ran towards him. Again the two blades collide. Now, I understand you. He displayed a small neutral smile. Tatsuya exhibited a slight smile. I wonder about that. Soon the two collide again and begin to fight. Crack. Crack. Broken ice sounds can be heard. Everyone looks at Victor and sees him squeezing the armrest of the ice throne as if holding on to keep from jumping into the arena and fighting. A frightening pressure began to leave Victor's body, and his smile only grew and grew. But, this time, the pressure felt more terrifying, and it seemed to be affecting everything around. Some places in the room seemed to be hot like the desert, some places seemed to be cold like the North Pole, some places in the room were making small sounds of electricity crackling. Eleanor, Sienna, Lakis, and Pepper quickly left the part that was too hot and went to the part that was cold. Scathach flashed a small smile. She completely understood how Victor was feeling. Victor? Stop dash. Hi. Pepper tried to talk to Victor, but she couldn't. She quickly fled behind her sister. She knew the place near Victor's wives was the safest. Monster. Eleanor and Elizabeth spoke at the same time when they realized that this was being caused by Victor. Elizabeth was the most shocked. That man has the powers of the 3 strongest clans. What in the 7 hells is going on? She felt that she needed to find out what was going on. As a princess, she started to think that the 3 clans came together and decided to create a monster, and the result of that is Victor. Victor let the air out of his lungs. The air seemed to be very hot, and while keeping his smile. Ha 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 ha. He started laughing madly. Previous index next. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires chapter 86. How can I not be excited? An opponent, a strong opponent, was in front of me. I want to fight. Fuck these policies, fuck everything. I want to fight. And I know someone who can give me that opportunity, someone who doesn't care about the consequences of breaking the game of 2 large families. Finally, Victor couldn't hold back his desire any longer. Scathach Scarlet. Victor's voice resonated throughout the VIP room. The princess guards and the princess herself were surprised as Victor called Scathach. They were hoping that woman would get angry. I know. I knew this would happen, so I prepared everything. Wait for me here. She smiled as she rose from her ice throne. She didn't do anything. What the fuck? They were freaking out. Sigh. As she walked towards the exit of the VIP room, she sighed. What don't I do for my stupid disciples? She looked pretty tired. That's what it looked like if you ignored the big smile on her face. She seemed to be enjoying the whole situation. The guards, realizing that that monster was walking towards them, quickly backed away from the door. Luna. Scathach spoke up. Yes. Come with me. Yes. What just happened? Do they have some kind of telepathy? Elizabeth asked honestly as Scathach left the VIP room. Probably, Lakis replied. Knowing my mother, she must be planning something. Sienna continued, visibly upset. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha were pouting annoyed. They didn't like it. It seems Scathach understood Victor more than they did. The one most affected by it was Violet. She was about to freak out. I wasn't supposed to let Scathach train, my darling. I should have asked for war. Her thoughts were running wild. Sensing the turbulent emotions of his wives, Victor's desire to battle calmed a little, and he said, "Calm down, girls. I am fine. And don't think about nonsense." Huh. Ruby, Violet, and Sasha looked at Victor. "My wish is simple." Victor's eyes sparkled intensely. "I want to fight. For 6 months, I was beaten by my master, and she said I got better. I want to know. I need to know how much better I got. Fighting my master isn't enough, she's just too strong." Oh. The three spoke at the same time. Two possible strong opponents are in front of me. How can I not get excited? How can I contain my desire? It's impossible. I've always been honest with myself, and now that I'm a vampire, that urge has gotten stronger. Now that I'm a vampire, huh? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow, she understood what that phrase implied. I see. Ruby nodded, she finally understood Victor's thoughts. Wait. Isn't that the same thought process as my mother? Violet puts her finger on her face, darling just wants to have fun. Do you want to fight them now? What about the game? Sasha asked curiously. It's not possible that he wants to fight the two of them now, right? Probably, he was talking about fighting them later. Though Sasha thought that was very unlikely. I don't know, and I don't care. Victor was honest, he would only care about something if it was related to his wives, and he knows this game has nothing to do with Sasha. That woman may be Sasha's aunt, but she's something of a distant aunt or an aunt that Sasha doesn't have much contact with. Soon he looked back at the arena and saw a referee in the middle of the arena. It looked like something had happened, and he hadn't noticed. I will entrust this matter to Scathach, my master must be planning something, and I know it won't negatively affect me. Victor spoke honestly, he knows that Scathach would only throw him to the lions in an attempt to make him stronger, and he didn't mind that attitude. In fact, he actually liked it. Everyone was silent and surprised at how much confidence Victor had in his master. Ladies and gentlemen. I apologize, but this game will be stalled for a few minutes. The referee suddenly spoke. Who? The audience felt like a child who had just had their favorite candy stolen. Hey. Someone from the audience there complained, but the referee just looked at that individual and said. Be patient. His cold voice sent shivers down the vampire's spine. Oh okay. He sat back. Huh. Why was the game stopped? Victoria didn't know what was going on. Knock knock. Lady Victoria Ryder, please come to the administration room. Victoria heard the voice of the arena worker. Victoria looked at the door, what's going on? A new clan has joined the wager. The official spoke. Huh. But isn't that against the rules? We know that, but we can't ignore the person who placed the order. It's just impossible. Feeling a little fear in the employee's voice, Victoria was curious. Can I at least know who the clan is that got involved? Clan Scarlet. Heh. Countess Scathach Scarlet. Victoria swallowed her saliva. What did that monster want with her? She was just a helpless woman. Yes. Fuck. A somewhat similar scene was taking place on the side of Clan Horseman. Knock knock. Come in. Niklaus' cold voice was heard by the clerk. The employee enters and immediately starts talking. Count Niklaus Horseman, a new clan, has decided to play the game. Please head to the administration room. Niklaus nodded coldly. He knew this was against the rules, so his curiosity was piqued. May I know who the new bettor is? He asked as he walked towards the exit of the VIP room. Countess Scathach Scarlet. He suddenly stopped walking, a small hint of surprise appeared on his face, but it soon disappeared as if it didn't exist. Okay. Wait here. Yes, father, Jessica spoke up. Svi nodded. Victoria and Niklaus meet at the door to the administration room. The two looked at each other in silence for some time. Oldest first, Niklaus spoke with a knightly gesture. Oh. A vein popped in Victoria's head, she flashed a neutral smile and said, why don't you go first? After all, you are someone of high status. That's true. He nodded, then opened the door. When Niklaus opened the door, they saw a woman with long red hair standing next to an old man. They seemed to be chatting amiably. Oh. Scathach's smile grew, you arrived, good. Come in, come in. The two were wondering if they could refuse this offer, but remembering what was at stake, they entered. They sat on opposite sides, and as they sat down, they heard Scathach's voice. I don't want to waste a lot of time with useless conversations. So my proposal is simple, I want my disciple to fight your two heirs. My bet is simple, whoever defeats my disciple, I will support 100% of whatever goal you have. Victoria and Niklaus' eyes seemed to glow. With the same smile on her face, Scathach continued. Do you want to take the king's throne? I will support it. Do you want me to teach your children? I will do it. Do you want to destroy the human world? That is a simple job. Do you want a war against the wolves? I would love to participate. The period of my support is 1 year. She flashed a cold smile, how about? It's a good deal, right? Yes, it was a great deal. In exchange for winning the fight against a vampire who is this woman's disciple, they would have the full support of the strongest female vampire. Just by having Scathach's name in whatever plans they had, that plan would carry more weight than usual. It just goes to show how much weight that woman's name has for all vampires. But they know that there is no free lunch in this world. If this woman trusts her disciple so much, then he must be very strong. But it was hard to know, after all, it's known to everyone that Scathach has enough disciples scattered around the world. And many of them weren't so strong that they could fight two geniuses alone. What do you want if your disciple wins? Niklaus was faster than Victoria to speak. For him, that was a good deal, and he trusted his son, considering his son had that which no vampire had. You don't have much that is useful for my disciple and me. Oh, how about this? My disciple is allowed to come to your house at any time to use your heirs for training, and he can learn anything that is not a secret for your clan. This was a rather strange condition even for the two vampires. Explain to me in more detail about your bet. As a businesswoman, Victoria wanted to be sure what she was getting into. After all, a bet with Scathach shouldn't be simple, right? Huh. Haven't I already explained? Are you stupid? She made a confused face. A vein snapped in Victoria's head, she thought she must be being cursed to find two people she couldn't offend on the same day. Soon, they started arguing about this matter. Victoria wanted the title of Count. Niklaus wanted to protect his title, and he also wanted the resources he could only gain from Victoria. But with Scathach's intervention, things had to change, and they didn't have many choices in this matter. After all, the bet was just too good. The support of the strongest female vampire in the world. 30 minutes later, an announcement was heard. A new player has joined the game. Heh. This was the reaction from everyone in the arena. They know it's against the rules. Soon Victor's image appeared on the screen. Victor Walker / Snow, Fulger, Scarlet. Disciple of Scathach Scarlet. Age 21. What? All vampires were shocked. What the fuck is Walker/Snow, Fulger, Scarlet? What is his relationship to these three clans? Wait. He has the same last name as that woman. Disciple of Scathach. Another one? He is young. A baby. He has the same name as that woman, so they're families. Is that why he is her disciple? Huh. The audience was going crazy with lots of questions, but one thing was for sure, they were curious now. Dee darling. Violet stutter. HH husband. Sasha couldn't believe what she was seeing. She did this. Ruby looked very tired. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Victor was laughing a lot now. Father. Having fun, Ophis spoke. Scathach enters the VIP room. Hearing Victor chuckle, she showed a small satisfied smile. Victor. Victor stops laughing and looks at Scathach. Go have fun, my stupid disciple. But. Remember, don't lose. If you lose or demonstrate a pathetic fight to me, prepare for your punishment. Her eyes glowed blood red as she flashed a sultry smile. This time, you will spend 10 years training with me in isolation. Scathach would not allow a weak disciple. Previous index next. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 87, Victor vs Tatsuya and Einer. This time, you will spend 10 years training with me in isolation. Scathach would not allow a disciple of hers to be weak. The three wives reacted strongly to Scathach's words. Wait, mother. Ruby said. You cannot do that. Violet growled angrily. Yes, he just got out of training. Sasha agreed with Violet. I think that would be a reward for him. Pepper whispered. Lakis and Eleanor looked at Pepper. What? Pepper asked with an innocent face. Nothing, Lakis replied. Scathach ignored everyone and continued to look at Victor. Victor exhibited a small smile as he rose from the ice throne while holding Ophis like a princess and placing her where he was sitting. As he made these movements, Victor's shadow grew, and soon Kaguya stepped out of his shadow. Realizing she couldn't stay in Victor's shadow during the game, Kaguya stepped out of his shadow and walked towards Luna, Maria, and Yuki. Ophis turned her face away in confusion. Victor removes his glasses and places them beside the ice throne. He looks into Scathach's eyes and displays a gentle smile. Thank you, Scathach. Scathach felt a strange sensation in her heart when she heard those words. It felt warm and sweet, but it wasn't bad. Girl, I'll be back soon. I'm going to play for a bit, he spoke in a playful voice as he had a small sadistic smile on his face. He looked like a kid who was going to leave home to play with his school friends. Although, the smile he had on his face at that moment was not the smile of someone who would play with friends. Then he turned and looked at the glass, and lightly touching the glass, the magic symbols of his white gloves began to glow blood red. And then a scene that left some people shocked happened. Victor's hand began to pass through the glass. What? Sasha, who was closest, was shocked. Slowly, Victor's entire body passed through the glass, and soon he was standing there floating outside the arena. How is this possible? Violet was shocked. She knew what it was, but how did he ever learn it? Did he learn that too? Ruby was surprised. Didn't I tell you? Scathach walked towards her throne. Hearing Scathach's voice, everyone looked at her. I trained his basics. That means he's mastered what I consider the basics of a noble vampire. She spoke with a slight smile on her face as she sat on her throne. She crossed her legs elegantly and continued, if he couldn't do it, I would be disappointed. Everyone was speechless. They were wondering something, how high is Scathach's standard? They know that this technique is basically a fusion of bat transformation abilities with the vampire's fogwalk ability. An advanced technique. And she considers it basic. Scathach's disciples were wondering if this was why she always had a bored face when she taught them. Was it because they didn't meet her standard? Don't be so surprised. My foolish disciple hides more secrets. She laughed a little. After all, I personally taught him that in a fight, you should have 2 or 3 hidden cards to surprise your opponent. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Luna, who was carrying several documents while accompanying Scathach, only sighed when she saw that she was forgotten. Soon she walked towards Sienna and handed all these documents to her. Take it, Lady Sienna. Huh. Sienna was taken aback by the amount of documents she received. What is that? Work. But it's my day off. Luna didn't say anything, she just walked away from Sienna and stood beside the maids. Einer and Tatsuya, who were informed that the game was changed by their respective clan leaders, looked at Victor, who was floating in midair as he descended towards the arena. That smile, I don't like it. Einer no longer liked Victor. Tatsuya's opinion was neutral, but internally, he didn't like that smile from Victor either. Oh. That boy, has he mastered it? An older vampire in the audience spoke in curiosity when he saw Victor floating, as expected of that woman's disciple, I think. Victor descended smoothly in the middle of the 2 participants, and the moment his feet touched the arena floor, the entire surface was turned to ice. Einer and Tatsuya quickly jumped. This power. A man in the audience was shocked. It's from that woman's clan. Is that why he has the last name Scarlet? Is he her son or something? Idiot, didn't you see the other last names too? So who is he? I do not know. Shoo, shut up. Things are starting to get interesting. Victor's smile grew, a smile that showed all his sharp teeth was shown to the audience. He inhaled a little of the air around him, and when he let the air out of his lungs. Einer Horseman, his voice echoed throughout the arena. It was a heavy voice, a strong voice. Tatsuya. Let's have fun. Start. The referee spoke as if following Victor. Wasting no time, Einer ran towards Victor. He felt an instinctive desire to want to wipe that smile off Victor's face. He didn't like it. Creating a rapier with his powers, he tried to pierce Victor's face. He wanted to pierce his head. And wipe that smile off his face. Die. The thrilling scene he'd been hoping for didn't happen. Covering his fingers with pure ice, Victor stopped Einer's attack with just one finger. Bang. Everyone heard the sound of 2 blades colliding. Before he could react to the scene that happened before him, he felt his face being hit by something invisible. At the same time, Victor made a move. He positioned himself with a simple martial arts pose and punched the air. Fush. A blast of air flew towards Einer. He was unable to dodge. The gust of wind hit him with violent force. Boom. An explosion happened when Einer hit the wall. Cough. Einer coughed up blood on the floor, but the attack wasn't over yet. The effects of Victor's attack began to show up in Einer's body, his body slowly starting to freeze. What? The audience didn't know how to react. They just couldn't understand what just happened in front of them. Is that the power of a vampire baby? The older vampire opened his eyes in shock. He felt like he was seeing the power of a 500-year-old vampire. The only thing he was thinking now was, that monster created another little monster. Good, Scathach would look pleased. Mother. You overreacted. Again. Pepper could only say that she had seen this attack before, and she knows how devastating this attack is. Yes, he did it. I hope that guy is alive. Lakis. He's a vampire, he won't die that easy. I think. Ruby. Darling, Violet is a little red in the face. Lady Victoria. Hecate didn't know what to say when she saw Victoria's glare. That woman created a monster. Hecate can't help nodding her head instinctively, so she goes back to looking at the arena with curious eyes. Victor looked at Tatsuya. You use katanas, right? He flashed a small smile. Let's make things a little fairer. Tatsuya remained silent. His eyes were very serious, and he simply understood that the man in front of him shouldn't be underestimated. Victor snaps his fingers, and slowly a great sword of pure ice is created in front of him, and then he takes the great sword and places it on his shoulder as he displayed a provocative smile on his face. Now the fight is fair. The audience was speechless. Is that fair? You are carrying a sword over 2 meters long. Bullshit. Victor raises his hand, and with a provoking gesture, he says. Come. Tatsuya didn't move, and he just held his scabbard and positioned himself. Slowly, Tatsuya's image began to fade. Heh. You won't come? In that case. Victor's body began to crackle with lightning, and soon he disappeared and left only a trail of golden light behind. Tatsuya's eyes opened in shock. What dash? Rumble. The sound of lightning hitting something was heard. Soon everyone could see Tatsuya flying towards the sky. He seemed unconscious. With a big smile on his face, Victor lifted his finger, and a sphere of fire began to be created, and slowly. This sphere started to grow. What, am I dreaming? Someone from the audience asked in disbelief as they rubbed their eyes. What is this? What is this being? No. What is this monster? When the sphere of fire grew enough to be called a miniature sun. Burn. The sphere flew towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya. Doge now. Victoria screamed in horror, she feared for her son's safety. Hearing his mother's voice, Tatsuya's eyes opened, his eyes seemed to glow golden for a few seconds, his body was enveloped in lightning, and soon he disappeared from the sky. The fireball flew towards the dark nightingale sky and exploded, the effect of the explosion so big that all the clouds around the city were gone. For the first time in many years, everyone could see the capital sky clear without a cloud. An uncomfortable silence descended on everyone in the arena. The audience was speechless again, they didn't know how to react to what they had just seen, it was just too unbelievable, that man. No, that monster just used the 3 powers of the Count clans. Despite having lost the title of Vampire Count, Clan Fulger was still considered by the public to be a Count's family. After all, they held the title for a long time. Victoria sighed in relief when she saw her son safe, but... Scat hack. She spoke in a low voice as her body began to shake, and, slowly, a feeling of anger rose inside her. Her eyes glowed blood red, she squeezed the chair she was sitting in so hard that the chair cracked under her strength. Scat hack Scarlet. Just what kind of monster did you create? Victoria's voice echoed throughout the silent arena. And soon, everyone could hear the wild laughter of the strongest female vampire in the world. Ha 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 ha. Wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 88, a little monster was created. Father. Zwei spoke in a neutral tone. I know. I didn't expect this result either. Niklaus spoke with a serious face, very different from what he'd shown before. Hearing Scat hack Scarlet's laugh, the man clenched his fist a little harder. He felt cheated, now he understood why that woman was so confident, but soon his expression became serene since he remembered that even if his son lost to Victor, he wouldn't lose the Count title. He would just lose Scat hack as support. That woman, did she do all this just to show off her disciple? Niklaus thought it was very unlikely, she didn't seem like that kind of woman. Niklaus looked at Victor. What kind of monster are you? His curiosity started to grow. For him, a vampire who could use 3 completely opposite powers was something quite interesting. Is he an experiment organized by the 3 clans? Are they in an alliance? Niklaus thought that an abnormal vampire like Victor couldn't be born suddenly overnight, someone must have created him. Jessica looked at Victor and then looked at her father, he really didn't recognize him? Is he getting senile? She thought inwardly. Jessica looks at Victor again, although he has changed a lot compared to his old appearance. Violet Snow, the heiress of Clan Snow. She spent her entire growth phase in the human world, and that would obviously arouse a little curiosity from the other clans. What is Clan Snow's heiress doing in the human world? That was their curiosity at the time, and to satiate their curiosity, they sent someone to investigate, and the result disappointed most of them. Oh, so she's just obsessed with new food. That's what the older vampires thought, and they completely forgot about that subject. They would never imagine that this food would become what it is today. Victor's smile grew. Come on, come on. Get up. What are you waiting for? I know you weren't defeated by that alone. I trust you, don't disappoint me. Rumble. The sound of lightning was heard. Hearing this, Victor's smile only grew more distorted. Good dot. Soon Tatsuya appeared in front of Victor, his appearance was immaculate as always, but some parts of his yukata were completely destroyed. I don't know how it feels to know you trust me. He spoke in a neutral tone as he stretched his body a little. That hurt. Boom. An explosion is heard by everyone, and soon Einar appears beside Tatsuya. Motherfucker. Einar's expression was not good. Ha ha ha. Slap, slap. Victor started to laugh out loud as he clapped his hands. Good, good. That's how it has to be. If that weren't so, it wouldn't be fun. I almost died. Tatsuya muttered with a neutral expression. Tatsuya was wondering if this man had forgotten the rules. Victor looked at Tatsuya. Don't lie to me. I knew you would survive that attack. Tatsuya remained silent since he didn't want to deny or confirm Victor's words. And you. He pointed to Einar. I knew you would survive that small slap I gave. Small slap? That one. I almost died. Einar was quite annoyed. Now. Let's continue. With a small thrust of his arms, Victor threw his great sword towards them both. The two quickly dodged the attack. Boom. Like a missile hitting the ground, the sword was destroyed and created a massive explosion of pure ice. Looking at this scene, Einar and Tatsuya look at each other for a few seconds and nod. They seem to have come to a common understanding. Einar pulled away from Tatsuya, his body slowly grew, his skin turned dark, and long black wings appeared behind him. Oh. Victor's smile only widened as he saw Einar step into vampire count form. Tatsuya's body began to crackle, and, gradually, his body was covered in lightning, and soon he disappeared in a flash of golden light. Ha ha ha, Victor creates another ice greatsword and defends against Tatsuya's attack. Bang. The sound of swords clashing was heard by everyone. Have you finally decided to use all your power? Tatsuya didn't answer. He didn't need to, he just concentrated on using the lightning power more. He uses his power to increase his speed, and soon he disappears in front of Victor. Suddenly a large black thorn came out of the ground, pierced Victor's stomach, and lifted him into the air. Die. Einar threw black thorns from his wings. Ha ha ha, despite having a massive wound in his stomach, Victor never stopped laughing. Darling/husband. Ruby, Violet, and Sasha exclaimed at the same time. Are you really vampires? That wound is nothing, watch. Scat spoke. Victor snaps his fingers, and a large ice pillar is created that destroys the black thorn. Then he stood on top of the pillar and created an ice shield in front of him. The thorns thrown by Einar hit the ice shield and do not leave a scratch. Tisk. Not wanting to give up, he continued to throw the thorns into the ice shield. Slowly, the shield began to crack, but just when Einar thought it would be destroyed, the ice shield suddenly regenerated. Fuck. Die. Die. Haha, Victor chuckled in amusement. He liked seeing Einar's angry expression. A few seconds passed, and a scene happened that left all the younger vampires gaping. Victor's stomach regenerated at an abnormal speed, and his clothing was also intact. It was like he went back in time. And it was in less than 7 seconds. What is this guy? They kept being surprised to see Victor's abilities. See? Scat smiled. Sasha, Violet, and Ruby knew this, but they were still worried. Tatsuya suddenly appears behind Victor. He was floating in the air with his body covered in lightning as he positioned himself in an Iajutsu pose. Oh. Are you going to use that technique? Victor's smile grew. Ryujin. Hakai no Sora. He unsheathed his katana at an almost invisible speed. Row air. Just like the last time, a blue-eyed oriental dragon with golden scales covered in lightning flew toward Victor. The audience was excited when they saw that eastern dragon again. And the audience wasn't the only one, Victor was too. It's so beautiful. Victor wore a satisfied smile as if he were enjoying a piece of art. But Victor raises his hand in front of him, the magic circle on his glove starts to glow brightly, it's a shame it's so weak. He waits for the dragon to touch his hand, and a vision that all young vampires and Tatsuya won't forget happens. The dragon became a sculpture of ice. How is this possible? He froze the lightning. It makes no sense. This. Tatsuya was speechless. Victor clenched his fist a little, and soon the entire ice sculpture was destroyed, then he looked at Tatsuya with his eyes glowing red. It's my turn. Tatsuya unconsciously took a step back when he saw Victor's gaze, and upon realizing what he had done, it made him very angry with himself. Me scared? Me. Unforgivable. He was very strict with himself. When you meet something you don't know, you feel scared. He suddenly heard Victor's voice beside him. He quickly turned around in an attempt to react, but it was useless, and Victor grabs Tatsuya by the neck. Apparently, you feel it too. Let go of me. Tatsuya started to struggle. He tried to cut Victor's arm, but Victor's arm was covered in pure ice, and Tatsuya's katana couldn't cut the ice from his arm. Okay. I will. Victor showed an innocent smile. While holding Tatsuya's neck, Victor rolled a little in the air and threw him towards Einar. Seeing Tatsuya flying towards him, Einar flashed a smile. He thought it was a good idea to submit Tatsuya now, but thinking that he would have to face Victor alone later, he changed his mind. He decided to help Tatsuya. He flies towards Tatsuya and catches him in the air. Stop playing around. Let's defeat this monster soon. What do you think I'm trying to do? Tatsuya spoke in a serious tone as he covered his body with lightning. The giant ice shield that Victor created melted, and Victor began to control the water towards the sky. Today's weather forecast is ice thorns. Take care of the children. He displayed an innocent smile. This fucker. Einar's eyes flashed with anger. Soon a shower of icy thorns began to fall towards the two men. Tatsuya managed to dodge the attacks using his lightning power. However, a very different situation was happening with Einar, as he didn't have much mobility in the air, he decided to use his thorns as a defense. Victor seemed to be tuning his voice, then he spoke with an innocent smile on his face. Attention, please. We have just received information that intense lightning showers are on the way. Rumble, rumble. Sounds of thundering lightning could be heard in the sky. Motherfucker. This time even Tatsuya insulted Victor. And as Victor spoke, an intense rain of lightning began to fall towards Tatsuya and Einar. Fuck. Lightning broke through Einar's defense and hit him. The same happened with Tatsuya. Ugh. Despite having the power of lightning, Tatsuya was not immune to it. Why? Fire. The audience was speechless when they saw that wherever the lightning struck, a few seconds later, that same area caught fire, and it was quite obvious that this occurrence was unnatural. Can that monster merge his power? Someone in the audience screamed. Ha 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 ha. Victor laughed a lot. He looks like he's having fun. Ruby flashed a small smile. Yeah. Sasha also displayed a small smile. Darling. Violet's eyes looked quite dangerous now. Narrowly surviving the rain of lightning and icy thorns, the two looked at Victor with an annoyed look. Good. Victor started clapping again with a big smile on his face, but as if by magic, his smile changed to an innocent smile, and he said. But. What are you going to do with this one? He pointed to the sky. Einar and Tatsuya, even the audience, looked up at the sky. And the first thing they saw was a giant spike of ice that could easily cover the entire arena. Fuck. The two spoke at the same time. Previous index next. Copyright 2024 lightnovelworld.co. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 89, Teamwork. Kid. Do you want to destroy the arena? An older vampire in the audience yelled. The vampire knew most of the arena was safe, considering it had been equipped with various defensive enchantments created by the witches. But an attack of this magnitude will destroy these enchantments. Victor looks at the oldest vampire in the audience and flashes a small smile. Do I look like I care? The audience was speechless. Ha 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 ha. Scat was having a great time. Mother, stop laughing. This is serious. If he unleashes an attack of that size, the entire arena will be destroyed. Ruby spoke. And not only that, what will happen to us? Lakis spoke. Awawawa, we are going to die. Pepper was running around while freaking out. Sienna looks at the giant ice spike that was approaching and thinks, that's my technique, huh. She didn't know how it felt to see that her mother taught her technique to someone, but one thing she was sure of, my mother created a monster just like her. Do you underestimate witch technology so much? If the arena were destroyed by such an attack, the arena wouldn't have lasted for millennia. Elizabeth said. As a princess, she was the one who came into contact with witches the most, and because of that, she knew how reliable witch technology was, even though they were expensive. The sisters were silent, but inwardly they were calmer. Fuck. He really attacked. Suddenly everyone heard the scream of someone from the audience, as they quickly looked up to the sky and saw the gigantic ice spike falling towards the arena. Pepper's face darkened, and with the speed that surprised everyone, she made a decision: I'll run away. Just as she started to run, she was caught by her shirt collar by Sasha. Ugh, yeah, Pepper made a strange noise. Fway. Let me go. I will run away. Calm down, it's my husband we're talking about. He wouldn't put us in danger. Sasha looks at Ruby. You as his wife should know about his personality. Ruby nodded in agreement with Sasha's words. She knew what kind of man Victor was, but she was taken aback by his sudden personality change. But when she thought more calmly, she found he hadn't changed much. Like her mother, he would always put the safety of his family first. Indeed. Darling, doesn't play with our safety. Violet flashed a loving smile. She and Sasha weren't worried. Father trustworthy. Ophis spoke. Violet, Ruby, and Sasha looked at Ophis blankly. They didn't know how to feel to hear this little princess talking so confidently about Victor. Elizabeth was feeling the same feeling they were. Hey, what are we going to do? Tatsuya asked with a blank face while looking at the spike of ice approaching the arena as he started to prepare himself. Do I look like someone who knows? Aina responded with an expressionless look as he prepared himself as well. If things got too much worse, I still have it. I won't lose so easily. My father will not accept another failure. Tatsuya covered his body with the power of lightning, and he looked towards the spike of ice with sharp eyes. I will cut it. Huh. Aina didn't believe what he heard. That's not normal ice, you know that, right? Of course I know. The strongest female vampire's powers are well known. But I doubt that man is on that woman's level. He spoke with confidence. Aina nodded in agreement with Tatsuya's words. Have you finished planning? Tatsuya and Aina felt very strange now. Was he waiting for us? That's what they thought. Good. Victor waved several times. Let's make things more interesting. Soon, he raised his finger to the sky. A small bolt of lightning shot out of Victor's finger and flew towards the ice. What is he doing? Someone from the audience asked curiously. Even though they knew they were in danger, they didn't care that much. They know the arena is safe, and if things go too far, the referee will intervene. After all, he must protect the audience. And it's not like they can't protect themselves, they're vampires, and most of the vampires present are over 300 years old. Only a few vampires were younger than that. When the little lightning bolt touched the ice spike, the entire ice spike was covered in lightning. The image of a giant ice spike covered by lightning was seen by all. The audience was silent. Bloody hell. He's overreacting. Someone from the audience screamed, and everyone couldn't help but agree with that person. Victor exhibited a small smile and created a small ball of fire, which he threw on the ice spike. And the previous scene was repeated. Fushush. Soon the entire ice spike was covered with the three elements. The image of a giant spike covered with lightning and fire that was the weakness of vampires was a rather intimidating sight. The referee looked up at the sky, and the eyes behind his mask seemed to glow for a moment. It's not time yet. Soon his eyes returned to normal color. He made the decision to wait. His thought was that he would step in if things got too far, but this kind of power was still acceptable by his standards. This is excessive. Even Violet was feeling it now. Ha 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 ha. Good, but that's still not enough. Scat Haka's eyes glowed a dangerous red. She seemed to be thinking about something profound. Is that still not enough? Everyone in the VIP room had no reaction at hearing Scat Haka's words. Mother. Ruby looked at her mother, a little worried. She knew that expression, and from her own experience, she knew that this was not a good thing. Can you cut that? Einar said as he was covered in a cold sweat. I'll try. Tatsuya didn't look very confident. Victor's smile grew unnaturally, his eyes glowed blood red, and Victor's image seemed to get distorted. And now? What are you going to do? The attack is coming. That crazy son of a bitch. Einar muttered angrily. Tatsuya nodded in agreement with Einar's words. TSK, we have no choices. Let's destroy this thing. Einar points his hand to Tatsuya. A dark power came out of Einar's hand and covered Tatsuya's body. Rumble, rumble. Tatsuya's lightning changed to black lightning. Tatsuya didn't understand what Einar did, but he felt stronger. Oh. What is this? Victor noticed it too, and knowing that his opponent got stronger made the smile on his face grow. He seemed to be enjoying it a lot. This will help protect you from the fire and will increase your strength a little. Einar didn't explain too deeply. What is that? My power. Now get ready. Tatsuya nods and doesn't question it anymore. He understood that Einar didn't want to talk about it. In the end, he needed to use that. Niklaus's eyes sparkled a little when he saw Einar's attitude. He doesn't have a choice, Zwei responded neutrally. Either he uses it, or he loses, Jessica spoke up. I will try to hold off the attack as long as possible. You must destroy it. Einar said. Okay. Tatsuya assumes the position of Ayajutsu. Rumble, rumble. The surrounding black lightning was building in power. Einar raises his hand towards the ice spike. I didn't want to use so much energy, but I don't have a choice. His eyes began to glow more intensely. Everyone in the arena feels the ground shake as if there's an earthquake. What is happening? Pepper asked. Something is coming from under the earth. Eleanor, who was more sensitive, spoke. Soon several giant thorns rose towards the sky. The thorns began to rotate and seemed to be merging. Slowly, the two powers were closing in on each other until... Boom! The two attacks collided, an incredible explosion of power took place. Einar's thorn and Victor's ice spike seemed to be struggling to see what power would lose first. Ugh. Einar felt the recoil of the attack, he felt his whole body damaged, but he ignored it and looked at Tatsuya. Do it. Tatsuya nodded slightly. Bang! Suddenly everyone heard the sound of lightning hitting something, so they took their attention away from the clash of powers and looked at the arena. Soon they could see Tatsuya covered in lightning. His hair was up like he was defying gravity, his eyes were glowing gold, and the skin on his hand was completely black with tiny sparks crackling. It was like his hand was bathed in lightning. One hit, one kill. He muttered, and then he was gone. Exceeding the speed he showed before, he flew towards the ice spike. Einar seizes this chance and removes his thorns. Losing the only thing holding it back from falling, the spike of ice that Victor created began to fall again towards Tatsuya and Einar. Tatsuya at this moment appears in front of the gigantic spike. Raria no Zangiki. This time, the speed with which he drew the katana from its scabbard was so fast that few could see what he did. A moment of silence in the arena, but that silence was broken by Victor's voice. He spoke in a solemn voice. That was amazing. Yes, indeed. That really was a wonderful performance. He seemed to be enjoying something as he looked at the spike he created. Crack. Suddenly everyone could hear the sound of something breaking. They quickly looked up at the sky and opened their mouths in shock. He cut. He cut that attack. Someone in the audience screamed. And, as if in sync with this man in the audience, the spike of ice began to snap in half. Oh. They did it. Previous index next. Lives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 90, the end. And the beginning. The audience was cheering excitedly. The show of power, along with Tatsuya and Einer overcoming Victor's almost invincible power, was great entertainment for everyone. But not everyone was enjoying it. The ice debris were still falling towards the arena. The arena will not be destroyed, but the damage to the city will be enormous. The referee realized this, and he wanted to intervene since he couldn't let a part of the city be destroyed. Don't worry, old man. The referee heard Victor's voice. He heard a snapping of fingers, and soon all the ice debris created by Victor turned to water and then turned to ice again, but this time, it was just hail. Soon a small hailstorm occurred in the arena. The referee looked at Victor, and, seeing the satisfied smile on his face, the referee felt awkward. Why does he look so pleased? Why is his skin glowing? Does he look prettier? What the fuck? The referee had a lot of doubts in his head now, but before asking something, he wanted to refute something. I'm not old. What is your age? Victor asked. 1794, I'm still an adult. The referee responded. You're older than the man at the store I knew. You're an old man. I'm not. The referee didn't want to give up. He felt a bad feeling when he was called old. He didn't like it. Yes, you are. But don't worry, you can still find a wife, but she won't be as pretty as my wives. A vein popped in the referee's head, but because he was wearing a mask, his face was not seen by Victor. Are you going to continue the match? The referee asked, changing the subject. I wanted to. But unfortunately. Victor looked at Einer and Tatsuya, who were on the ground breathing deeply. They looked quite tired. They are like this. Sigh. Victor released a long, disappointed sigh. That's really a shame, I was having so much fun, but unfortunately, they got tired. The referee remained neutral and didn't comment on this, but internally, he was thinking the same thing as Victor. The fight was a lot of fun for him too. I haven't lost the fight yet, Einer said. He looked quite tired, and his transformation had already been undone. Tatsuya leaned on his katana and got up too. The two looked at Victor with the intention of continuing the fight. Oh. Victor's eyes gleamed in admiration, and he displayed a small satisfied smile. Then, slowly, that smile grew, and he spoke with a big happy smile. I like both of you. Tatsuya and Einer didn't understand. Huh. The audience didn't get it either. What? Ruby, Sasha, and Violet were freaking out. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Scathach was laughing a lot. She somehow remembered her past. She remembers doing the same thing when she was younger. It's a unique feeling when you meet a strong warrior. Wrong, the correct word would be a rival. Although, these two boys are still far from my disciples' level, but they have talent. Mainly that boy from Clan Horseman. Scathach judged the two to be gifted vampires. Tatsuya has a very peculiar katana-based martial art, and he has a strange power of illusion, not to mention that he also has the powers of Clan Fulgur. Einer, despite being young, could already access the vampire count form and even seemed to have a lot of control over his power in this form, although he still has stamina issues. Realizing what he said, Victor corrected himself. Oh, don't look at me like that. I like women, and I'm married too. What? This time it was the female vampires in the audience who screamed. A young vampire so strong and with excellent connections. It's the dream of every female vampire who doesn't have much status. Not to mention that Victor is a baby. These women's Shota instincts were screaming to eat him. This bitches. Violet's eyes weren't pretty now. Sasha and Ruby shared the same sentiment. Even Scathach felt a little annoyed when he heard the female vampires in the audience talking about Victor. They think they can do whatever they want with my disciple. Looks like some female vampires are going to disappear today. 5 killing intents began to leak from the VIP room towards the audience, and it made the female vampires scream in fear. Wait, 5. Father. Is mine. No one knew how to react to Ophis words except Violet. Bit dash. Kid, go grow up first. You are too young. Violet was going to insult Ophis, but realizing it was inappropriate to say that to a child, she quickly changed what she was going to say. A small vein popped in Ophis' head. Is mine. Ho. Violet's eyes glowed blood red. Elizabeth again was in disbelief when she sensed a feeling of anger coming from Ophis. She is usually so apathetic. Oh. Tatsuya and Einer sighed a little when they heard Victor's words. Although I really want to continue our fight. They were surprised to hear Victor's voice beside them. You are in no condition to fight, and I won't have fun like that. Victor brings both of his hands towards Tatsuya and Einer's forehead. See you in the future. Einer and Tatsuya dot. What dash? Soon he finger-flicked their foreheads. Boom. A small explosion happened, and the two flew towards the wall completely unconscious. The referee appeared beside the two and assessed them. Then, seeing that the two were not in a position to continue, he raises his hand and says. The winner is Victor Walker. Oh. The audience roared excitedly as they clapped their hands. A few hours later, in a meeting room. Countess Scathach Scarlet, Victoria Ryder, and Count Niklaus Horseman were present. Next to them was the director of the arena. Then? What happens to our game? Victoria asked with a neutral look. My disciple won, so our reward is what I said at the previous meeting. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about my game against this old man. She pointed to Niklaus, who was a little way off. Oh, that's your problem. Scathach exhibited a small smile. Victoria's face shook a little. Scathach elaborated a little. From the beginning, I had made it clear, the fight that will take place against my disciple is another completely separate game. The fight against my disciple has nothing to do with your game. You're the one who didn't pay attention. So, this fight was futile? Victoria spoke. For you guys? Yes. But for my disciple? Of course not, since he can finally loosen up a bit. Victoria was feeling cheated now, but she knew Scathach was right. From the start, she never said she would meddle in their game. What happened was basically her interfering in the fight between two clans just so her disciple could let go a little. They fought for nothing. Irrational. This woman is very irrational. She just casually interfered with the fighting of other clans just for her disciple to have fun. Hateful woman. Victoria was freaking out internally, but she didn't dare say it out loud. Niklaus was thinking a little differently, not everything was useless. My son learned from this fight, it was a shame he failed, but unlike before, this situation was not in his control. He wasn't an irrational man, he was just very strict. And they were able to discover the existence of Victor, which in itself changes a lot. Are we done? I have to go now. Enjoy the game. Scathach got up and walked towards the exit. Countess Scathach Scarlet. Niklaus looked at Scathach. Scathach turned and looked at the man. Who is that boy? Scathach exhibited a small smile. He's my son-in-law. What? Victoria opened her mouth in shock. She never thought she would live long enough to hear those words from Scathach's mouth. After all, she knows this woman's stories. She knows she wouldn't accept an ordinary man to be her daughter's husband. And my disciple. She laughed a little. He's a lot of things, but it's up to you to find that out, considering he'll be coming to your house in the near future. I see. Niklaus nodded. Ending the conversation, Scathach soon left the room. A moment of silence fell in the room. The two clan leaders were thinking about their next move, but before that, they needed to resolve this situation. Are you going to continue the bet? No. Victoria replied after thinking for a moment. The situation has changed. She gets up and walks towards the exit. So we decided this as a tie. Yes. It's fine by me. She spoke as soon as she opened the door and left the room. Victoria didn't give up on her ambitions, she just backed off. Victor's existence and his connection to the three great vampire clans can bring about many changes, and she doesn't want to make another rash decision like she did now. Niklaus looked at the arena director for a few seconds, but soon he got up and left the arena too. The arena director displayed a small smile as the guests left his room. Did you send it to the king? Yes. A man wearing an all-black outfit with a mask on his face appeared behind the director. Good. I wonder what his reaction was. The man smiled a little. If I may say so. Oh. The king is angry. This is rare. He rarely displays emotions even to his subordinates. Was he angry with the fight? It didn't look like he was angry about the fight. Something that might annoy the king. His daughters, I think. I do not know. I'm just his eyes and ears. Soon he disappears. I know. The man exhibited a smile. If you want to support me so that I can pay artists to illustrate the characters in my novel, visit my podcast Our Beautiful Vampires Chapter 91, Wife Time. And became famous. One day after the events of the game between Clan Horseman and Clan Rider. A pale-skinned woman with long white hair, wearing only a black nightgown, was sleeping in a king-size bed. The bed was completely messed up, as if several people were sleeping in it. The woman turns her body to the side and touches the bed as if looking for someone. Violet slowly opens her eyes, darling. Realizing that Victor wasn't in bed, she quickly opened her eyes and sat up in bed. The first thing she heard when she sat up in bed was Countess Scathach Scarlet surprised everyone yesterday when she introduced her new disciple Dash Dot. Suddenly the voice changed to that of a woman. What kind of connection does this man have with the 3 dash? Tisk. She hears Ruby's annoyed voice, and soon the woman's voice is completely silenced. They're still talking about it. Sasha spoke in a sleepy voice. They're going to talk about it for a long time. And it's only been a day, Ruby said. 1 day is a long time. They should have forgotten already. But Sasha knew she was asking the impossible. After all, vampires wouldn't forget so easily. Our husband caused chaos yesterday. The existence of a vampire who can use all 3 powers has shaken the entire vampire community. I think it's still not a good idea that he's demonstrated his capabilities. Sasha continued. It's not like he would listen to us. Ruby rolled her eyes. Indeed. He's surprisingly proud. Sasha grumbled a little. Well, he's a vampire, Ruby spoke. Although his pride is only in matters involving fights. Sasha seemed to be thinking of something. That's true. Ruby nodded. Violet looks toward the 2 women. Ruby and Sasha were sitting on a spacious sofa, and, just like Violet, they were just wearing a nightgown. Ruby was wearing a very comfortable and provocative red nightgown, while Sasha was wearing a white nightgown that looked quite noble and innocent. The 2 women were watching TV, the news channel from the vampire world. Despite being called the news channel, the entire vampire community knew that these news channels were gossip channels. As a society that has been around for a long time, they have several companies that provide entertainment for these bored vampires, and gossip channels are the most popular. Everyone wants to know what the famous are doing, right? Although some find this type of channel a waste of time, at the end of the day, they will watch these channels if they are interested in a famous figure currently being discussed. Because of this, gossip channels are quite popular in the vampire world. After the fight that took place yesterday, the channels kept talking about Victor, Scathach's new disciple, and his possible connection to the 3 great clans of vampire counts. The vampire world community was dying to know who this man was. They were hunting for any information about this man, but it proved quite difficult despite his efforts to get any information about him. Since anything related to Scathach was deeply hidden, and no one dared to provoke the wrath of that madwoman. After all, they don't know if at any moment that woman is going to knock on their door and cause mass destruction. Suddenly everyone hears the sound of a phone ringing. Tisk. Violet heard Sasha's annoyed voice. Are they still calling? Ruby asked. Yes. I don't want to answer and hear my mom's bullshit. Sasha was quite annoyed. I think she was surprised to find out about your relationship with Victor, especially since she wasn't informed, right? It's not like she cares either, she only cares about her image. And probably, she's just curious like all vampires, considering, in that game, Victor was using our family's last names. The 2 women were silent for a long time, their eyes opened completely, they seemed to have discovered something. Sigh. Ruby sighed, my mom did it on purpose, right? Yes. Sasha nodded. I wonder what she's thinking. Sasha continued. She's probably just bored, and she's looking for some entertainment, and shaking up the whole vampire society seemed like something she'd like to do. Sasha started to think deeply. Where is my darling? Violet finally asked. He said he was going to visit his new friends. Ruby spoke, she wasn't surprised to hear Violet's voice, she had already realized that the woman had already woken up. Violet was silent, she seemed to be thinking of something. Aren't you going to get ready? Sasha asked. Huh? Violet didn't understand. You forgot? Ruby looked at Violet with a face of disbelief. Violet puts her hand to her chin and starts to think, but in the end, she couldn't remember, she could only think about Victor's blood that she'd sucked last night. Today is that day. Sasha illuminated Violet knowingly. Oh. Are you okay? I thought you would be more excited. Sasha continued, finding Violet's reaction strange. Normally, she was supposed to be screaming around excited. Did she eat something bad? I'm excited. But I also wanted to just stay in bed with my darling and drink his blood, maybe do this and that, he. She lay back on the bed and grabbed the pillow, and began to laugh with a perverted smile. She sniffed the pillow, darling. Ruby and Sasha rolled their eyes when they saw Violet's attitude, but... Actually, I think this is a good idea since we haven't had a lot of time with our husband these days. Ruby spoke after thinking about it a bit. Soon we will be returning to the human world, our husband misses his family, and we can spend a lot of time with him. Sasha spoke. That's true. It's been 6 months since Victor arrived in this world. Our husband's mother must be worried. Ruby nodded. I have some unfinished business in the human world too. Sasha's eyes gleamed with a dangerous glint. Don't do anything stupid. Indeed. Darling would be sad if you did something like that. Violet suddenly sat up in bed and looked at Sasha. I know. I will ask for your help when the time comes. You will help me, right? Sasha smiled. Ruby and Violet were a little shocked and they heard Sasha's words, but soon they both flashed a small smile and spoke at the same time. Of course. Victoria Ryder Mansion. A man wearing an all-black suit was walking calmly through the corridors of Victoria's mansion. Strangely, despite passing by several vampires, these vampires could not feel this man. The image of this man seemed to be blurry, and no one could feel his presence. Tick-tock. I arrived, bitches. Victor suddenly opens the door. He came to this place to visit his new friend. Who was his friend? Tatsuya Ryder, of course. After the fight, Victor felt like fighting his new friends. And because of that, he went to visit. Oh. Upon entering the room, the image of a blonde man did not appear in his vision, and instead. Victoria looked at Victor with a neutral gaze. She was in the middle of changing clothes. Pale skin, slim body, B-cup breasts with little pink nipples, a small purred ass. Victoria's appearance was what you expected from a noblewoman. Victor looks Victoria up and down, then he nods. As expected, genes are an unfair thing sometimes. A vein pops in Victoria's head. I wonder what you mean by that. Her eyes changed to blood red. I was comparing you to my wife Sasha. Victor was brutally honest as usual. Victoria's eyes seemed to sharpen. By Sasha, are you talking about my niece, Sasha Fulger? She wouldn't let this information go unnoticed, and she wasn't a little girl either who would scream when a man saw her naked body. As a woman of high status, she would usually order this man killed. Or, she would personally kill the man who saw her naked body without permission, but that is impossible to do with this man. Who else would it be? Victor replied, and soon he lost interest in Victoria. He started walking around the room while looking around like he was looking for something, and his eyes seemed to be glowing a little red. Victoria nodded. She learned something new. So that's why he has the surname of Clan Fulger. Wait, what about the other clans? Don't tell me he's married to members of the other clans? Scathach has confirmed that he is her son-in-law, so which daughter is he married to? Ruby? Lakis? Sienna? Maybe it's Pepper. What about the Snow clan? Her head was spinning too fast in an attempt to absorb the information she just learned. She even forgot to wear her clothes. Tatsuya. Tatsuya. Where are you? Victor looked like a child who was looking for his childhood friend. Victoria was speechless when she saw Victor's reaction. She was actually doubting her appearance now. Why didn't he react to me? Am I not cute? That's what she thought. As a woman, she was proud of her appearance and seeing someone so insensitive. It bothered her a little. He is gay. But that's impossible. He's married. Victoria couldn't accept the fact that she didn't attract a man's attention. It hurt her pride a little. What she didn't know was that Victor has no interest in women who don't have the quality he likes best, and he was also too loyal to his wives to try to look out for other women. Victor's eyes suddenly stopped in front of a wall. I found you. Victor's smile grew unnaturally. Victor gently touched the wall and, soon, the magic circles on his glove began to glow. These symbols. As a woman who had always had hired witches around, she knew a little bit of magic, and it took only a glance to understand the incantation, restriction. Victoria's face darkened a little when she realized that Victor was holding back in the fight with Tatsuya and Einer. Suddenly Victor's image began to distort, and soon he was through the wall. Once again, Victoria was surprised. Monster. That was the only thing that crossed her mind, since she knows how difficult it is to do what Victor just did, and he did it so naturally like it was too easy. Previous index next. User comments. Right comment. Lives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 92, Tatsuya gained a friend. Tatsuya's personal room. A man with long blonde hair was lying on a bed, and beside this man was a woman, specifically speaking, a witch. The woman had short brown hair that came to the shoulder and green eyes. She was wearing a white outfit with violet accents and a witch hat on her head. The man and woman were looking at a tall man who was standing in front of them with a big, dangerous smile on his face. So, are we going to fight? I'm in recovery, Tatsuya spoke in a cold voice. Ha ha ha. Victor laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Who do you want to kid? You are a vampire. You are already recovered. Let's fight. Seeing Victor's crazy eyes, ugh, Tatsuya moaned in frustration. He was wondering what he did with his life to draw this madman's attention to him. Let's go. Let's go. Can I at least eat? I just woke up, and I'm hungry. Victor puts a hand to his chin as if he's thinking about something very important. Haha, Hecate chuckled gently as she covered her mouth. What? Tatsuya looked at the woman. Nothing. It's just funny to see someone generally cold have so much trouble with someone. Tatsuya didn't know how to react to Hecate's words. In the end, he just sighed. Okay. You can eat, but after that, we'll fight. Victor thought hard about his decision, and after very extensive consideration, he let Tatsuya eat. After all, he couldn't fight properly with hunger, and if he couldn't fight properly, Victor wouldn't have fun. Thanks. Tatsuya felt strange hearing Victor give him permission. In a ridiculously large room, Victor, Tatsuya, Victoria, and Hecate were present. Victor was sitting on an ice throne with a small smile on his face. Tatsuya was sitting in a chair some distance away, drinking a red liquid from a wine glass. He was feeling uncomfortable with Victor's gaze. Couldn't he eat in peace? Hecate was beside Victor looking at the symbols on his glove. She had a curious look on her face. Victor didn't mind the witch since, according to Scathach, his glove spell is a pretty simple thing to do, so he wasn't worried. I'm sorry, Lady Victoria. Several vampires were kneeling towards Victoria, who was sitting on a couch. Victoria had an annoyed look on her face. She paid dearly to keep her house safe, and a random vampire managed to break into her home and enter her room without anyone knowing. Bunch of useless. I will lower their wages. She was more irritated with Victor. He just casually walked into her house like he owned the place, saw her the way she came into the world, and then completely ignored her. Hateful man. Whatever. Just don't repeat it. Victoria would continue to lecture her subordinates, but suddenly she heard Victor's voice. Your subordinates are useless. Huh. The subordinates were surprised by Victor's sudden voice. What are you saying, kid? We are not useless. Ha ha ha. Victor smiled dangerously, his eyes glowed blood red, and then he raised his hand in a silent gesture. Shoo. Victoria's subordinates' bodies trembled, and suddenly, they couldn't speak. That is. Victoria immediately understood what Victor had done, but this should be impossible. Just who is this man? She was getting tired mentally. Continuing. Victor looked at Victoria. Your subordinates are useless. I could easily get past your defenses, and I didn't even have to work very hard. That's because you're abnormal. A normal vampire. Hecate tried to defend Victoria's minions, but she stopped talking because she was surprised by Victor's attitude. Hello, Victor ignored Hecate and waved to the ceiling. The vampires on the ceiling broke out in a cold sweat when they saw Victor's gaze. Tatsuya's eyes turned cold, and he quickly rose from his chair. You have a lot of admirers. Victor chuckled playfully. Well, you're beautiful, so I think that's normal. Haha. Hecate. Victoria ignored Victor and quickly gave the witch the command. Yes. Hecate raises her hands, and soon several magic circles begin to appear around the mansion. Oh. Victor's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The shadows that were in the mansion quickly began to flee when they realized they had been compromised by Victor. But some were not so lucky, as the walls of Victoria's mansion began to move as if alive. TSK. Some fled. Hecate did her best to capture everyone, but she wasn't a fighting witch. Sensing the enemy's speed, Tatsuya understood that he couldn't catch them all alone, so he looked at Victor. Hey, my friend. Tatsuya felt awkward saying the word friend. Victor looked at Tatsuya with a curious look. Help me deal with these bugs. Tatsuya felt that he would regret his following words, and I will fight you as long as necessary. Victor's smile grew disproportionately, his image started to get distorted, a frightening pressure started to leave his body. Don't forget what you said, my friend. Tatsuya was already regretting what he said and felt he said some cursed words. But it's alright. Tatsuya was quite annoyed with himself, he couldn't see that his mother was being watched, he didn't win an important game for his mother, and to make his mood even worse, he completely lost against Victor. This weakness irritated him. He had never felt so angry with himself. Let's go. Tatsuya's body was covered by lightning. Just sit still, my friend. And enjoy the show. Huh. The magic circles on Victor's gloves began to glow brightly blood red, and as he sat on his ice throne, he snapped his fingers. Cocoon. He muttered under his breath. Fushush. Cold air began to leave his body and spread throughout the mansion. And with supernatural speed, a cocoon of ice began to be created around the entire mansion of Victoria. This is just bullshit. Victoria couldn't help but comment when she looked out the window and saw only pure ice. Her mansion's land covered over 500 meters. It's a considerable distance. And he covered it all. You've learned? Tatsuya remembers this technique, it was the technique Aina used. It's a pretty simple technique, Victor spoke honestly. The technique was simple, and the only prerequisite you needed to use this technique was to have extremely precise control of your power. Victoria Ryder. Victoria looked at Victor, and seeing the bloodthirsty smile on his face, she felt a shiver down her spine, she felt a bit of fear. Her only current thought was, what will this monster become in the future? But as an experienced trader, she did her best not to show those emotions on her face. What? Live, or dead? Victor asked a simple question. And Victoria immediately understood what he was talking about. Live. Okay. Victor lightly touches the ice throne with his finger. Victoria expected something to happen, but she felt nothing. Suddenly, she started to hear the noise of rain. She walks towards the window and is faced with a sight that shocks her very much. All the surroundings of her mansion turned into a desert of pure ice, and she immediately understood what was causing it. The rain. Raindrops when they touched something, that something was immediately frozen and turned into ice structures. Victoria looked at Victor with a disbelieving look. Did you do this? Yeah, you wanted them alive, right? The quickest way to do this is to freeze everything, and since they are vampires, they won't die from the cold. She felt stupid for asking that question since it was obvious he was the one who did it. If it wasn't him, who would it be? But the sight in front of her only made her brain stop working for a few seconds. Honestly, this extremely precise control of his power was scary, and to make her fear even worse, he didn't even look tired. Tatsuya was feeling strange now. He didn't even have to do anything. Victor's eyes glowed blood red while he looked towards a wall, then he said, done. Done? Hecate didn't understand. Yes. They all turned into ice sculptures. Victor flashed an innocent smile that sent shivers down Hecate's spine. Oh. She can only say that. Victor looked at Victoria's subordinates and ordered in a cold tone, go do your job. The subordinates quickly waved as if they were part of the army. Yes, sir. Victoria had never seen her subordinates so scared in her life. Sigh. She was feeling tired, so she sat down on the couch again and looked at Victor, who had another small smile on his face. He's my niece's husband, huh? Then, suddenly, she realized something. She just realized they're related. Maybe that's a good thing. After all, having a strong relative is always welcome, and he doesn't seem to be prejudiced against her like the rest of her family, although that could change in the future if he discovers her secret. But she felt that Victor wouldn't mind. He didn't seem like a man who cared about little things. Sigh. She sighed again, she just wanted to lie down on the bed and not think about anything right now, she had so many things to do. Especially now that she found out her mansion was compromised. But for some reason, she didn't want to do anything today. Mother, are you alright? Tatsuya asked worriedly. Yes, I'm just a little tired. I can understand you. The two looked at Victor, who was sitting on the ice throne. Noticing the look of the two, Victor looked at them. What? Nothing, the two spoke. Previous index next. Beautiful Vampires Chapter 93, Tatsuya gained a friend. 2. A few hours later, in the garden of Victoria's mansion. After the previous events, Victoria went off somewhere with Hecate and her new prisoners. Apparently, they were going to solve a little problem that Victor didn't bother to hear. Victor had no interest in these men or the subject of Victoria. He only helped the woman because Tatsuya said he would fight him. Kaguya, who practically stayed 24 hours, 7 days a week in Victor's shadow, was watching her master and the man called Tatsuya fighting. Normally, she and Yuki were supposed to be accompanying Victor wherever he went, but Yuki lost this time because she overslept, and Kaguya didn't bother to wake up the lazy maid. As a professional maid, it is the maid's duty to wake up before the master. If Yuki can't even meet this minimum requirement, she's not qualified to be a personal maid. Wrong, wrong. You are using the power wrong. Victor looked quite frustrated as he approached Tatsuya and pointed his finger at him. Huh. Your way of using power is very direct. You look like a horse that only knows how to run forward. Use it more flexibly. Ho. A vein popped in Tatsuya's head. I'm not a horse. Then fight correctly. Fine. The two walked away again and positioned themselves a little apart from each other. The two look at each other, and in the blink of an eye, they're gone. Bang. The sounds of blade colliding were heard. Although the only one using a blade is Tatsuya. Victor is using his hand as a blade of ice. An intense exchange takes place, and neither of the two seems to be backing down. The pace my master improves is absurd. Kaguya couldn't help but be amazed. With just one look, Victor already had the power of a 500-year-old vampire. This is proved by the previous display of control. But the scariest thing is, he gets better faster when he's having fun. Victor doesn't seem to realize this fact. This man too. Tatsuya was similar to Victor. Although his pace is slower compared to my master, he is also not left behind. With just a few simple changes, Tatsuya was improving a lot too. I think reality hit him hard. Kagaya thought. The reality that he wasn't strong, and the reality of enemies watching his mother and he can't perceive those enemies, made him furious. And he's using that fury to get better. Boom. 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 Small explosions happen when the two collide, both were using pure martial arts. Tatsuya used his katana. And Victor used his fists, and on some occasions, he used the great sword. At some point, while they were fighting, they started fighting in the air using only lightning. Ha 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 ha. That's IT. That's IT. Victor looked like he was enjoying himself. Seeing the smile on Victor's face, Tatsuya couldn't help but flash a small smile on his face. He was getting excited too. The shit. Kagaya realized that Victor's personality was transmissible like a virus. The two collide for the last time and fall to the ground at a distance from each other. Victor points his finger at Tatsuya. Rumble, rumble. The lightning around Victor seemed to have thickened. And with a huge smile on his face, he said, "Don't die, my friend. Or I will descend all 7 hells and pull you back to this world." Tatsuya felt a shiver down his spine when he saw Victor's gaze and quickly realized that something big was coming. He assumed an Ayajutsu stance, as his eyes seemed to glow golden for a few seconds. Rumble, rumble. And just like Victor, the lightning around him seemed to have gotten stronger too. Crack, crack. The earth around them seemed to be being shattered by their concentration of power. They're overreacting. Kagaya couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly, a burst of pure energy left Victor's finger and flew towards Tatsuya. Seeing the tremendous energy coming towards him, Tatsuya wasn't afraid. "I'll cut this." It was like he was making a promise to himself. His lightning seemed to be focused on his katana, and the whole katana seemed to be bathed in pure lightning. When Victor's attack was inches from colliding with Tatsuya's body, he made a move. Cut. With an Ayajutsu move, Tatsuya cuts Victor's power in half. Boom. Losing its initial strength, the power failed to maintain its form and exploded, but the radius of the explosion was so large that it made a small crater in Victoria's garden. Ha 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 ha. Victor was laughing his ass off as he watched the explosion with satisfied eyes. "Master. Please don't take up the hobby of blowing things up." Kagaya couldn't help saying it in a low voice when she saw the expression Victor was making. Hecate and Victoria, who had returned from her business, suddenly appeared in the garden. What was that noise? Tatsuya. She quickly ran beside her son, who was lying on the floor. "Are you okay?" "Why yes." Hey, let's continue Oh. Victor appears beside Tatsuya. "Tisk, you're tired already." Victor was about to complain, but when he saw the satisfied smile on Tatsuya's face, he said. "Oh. I know that smile." He displayed a small smile as if he understood something. "What are you talking about?" Tatsuya pretends to be innocent. "Ha ha ha. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. It's more fun this way. Master. You overreacted again." Kagaya suddenly appeared at Victor's side while looking at him with a stoic look. She seemed to be silently accusing him of a crime. Huh. Victor didn't understand. "Look around," Kagaya spoke. Victor looked around. Oh. The old garden that looked like an ice desert was now completely destroyed and had several craters scattered throughout the garden. "Well, I think it's okay. After all, Victoria has this witch." Victor pointed to Hecate. "I'm not a landscaping expert," Hecate spoke dryly. "And fixing this is going to cost me a lot of money." Victoria continued. "Can you get up?" She asked Tatsuya. "Soon, give me a few seconds." Tatsuya was very worn out. "TSK, you have to work on your stamina. How are you going to satisfy a woman like that?" Tatsuya, Victoria, and Hecate stared at Victor with an expressionless look. "Master. This is inappropriate." "But is it not true?" Victor remembers that Scathach always talked about it in his training, something like endurance being very important. "Well. Vampire women are thirsty." Kagaya didn't say much. "Lady Victoria should have more experience with this." She continued. Hecate, Kagaya, and Victor looked at Victoria. Huh? Victoria was taken aback that the focus of the conversation shifted to her at some point. Well. Victoria remembered that she had nearly dried her husband out several times when he was alive, and, even though he was a vampire, he had nearly died. "See?" Victor smiled. He didn't need Victoria's confirmation since her own silence was a confirmation. Victoria was wondering if she was that easy to be influenced. Of course, she isn't. Usually, she sets the pace for the conversation. It's all this man's fault. She started freaking out again inside. "Can we change the subject?" Tatsuya didn't want to hear about these things, especially when his mother was around. Feeling his body was better, he stood up. Oh. Victor's eyes sparkled for a moment, but when he looked closer, he realized that Tatsuya was still tired. Realizing that he couldn't have fun again, he said. "TSK. There's no way. I'm going to visit my other friend. Send my condolences to him." Tatsuya spoke with a happy smile. He was happy that someone would suffer the same thing as him, although he was grateful to Victor since, if not for Victor, he wouldn't have taken a step to improve, but that's something he will never say out loud. So much for pride and so much not to provoke this crazy man. Imagine what he will do if he knows I've improved. I will not have peace in this life. Okay. I will. Come on, Kagaya. Yes, master. Kagaya entered Victor's shadow. Oh. Victor remembered something as he quickly turned around and looked at Victoria. "Go visit your niece, ungrateful woman. Even though you left your clan for a reason, I don't care. Sasha has nothing to do with it." "I will." Victoria, for some reason, didn't mind Victor's rude way of talking to her anymore. She didn't even get angry anymore either. Good. Victor displayed a gentle smile, very different from the smile he always had. It was a smile he only showed his wives. That smile somehow felt warm in the hearts of Hecate and Victoria. Rumble, rumble. Victor's body was covered by lightning. Victor exhibited his characteristic smile and said, "I'll see you in the near future. See ya. Boom. Like a rocket soaring into the sky, Victor flew skyward at a speed that would be the envy of any user of Clan Fulgur's lightning power. Boom. When he reached a considerable height, everyone could hear a sonic boom, and soon all they could see was a golden trail flying across the sky. The three were speechless when they saw the lightning being used in this way, especially Victoria. Not even her sister could do what he did without consequences. And it looks like he could do that at any time. He sure is intense. But, somehow, I understand why your niece liked him. Hecate commented, her face a little red. Yes. Unconsciously, Victoria agreed. Mother. Tatsuya stared at his mother like a hawk. I mean, he's young, he's handsome, he's strong, and he has a personality that's attractive to female vampires. So it makes sense that my niece likes him. Tatsuya didn't know how it felt to hear his mother praising his enemy so openly. Getting her sons look wrong, she said, don't worry, son. Even though you're almost 100 years old, you're still a baby. One day you will have a wife too. Somehow, Tatsuya received critical damage when he heard his mother's words. My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 94, Is Ophis a Spoiled Girl? After flying a few kilometers away, Victor finally arrived in Eastern Territory, which was owned by Clan Horseman. Why didn't he go to Clan Horseman's personal mansion in the royal capital? Well, he went to the mansion, but the mansion was empty, so he deduced that his friend had returned to his territory. I think it's here. Victor was on top of a building. It's here, master. Is this place pleasant? What is happening? Victor felt the temperature of the place. The sudden change in temperature made him a little curious. After all, the north, which is the territory of Scathach and the royal capital, was colder than here. The territory of the east, formerly belonging to Clan Fulger, is a milder territory that always seems to be in autumn. Oh, is this territory where there are those groups of monkeys that can be tamed? Yes. How do you know about this? Elizabeth told me when we were visiting the capital. Heh. When did you get so close to the princess? I'm not close to her, she just accompanied me on my visit to the capital because Ophis didn't want to leave with her. Oh, Kagaya understood now, suddenly starting to remember Ophis's expression a day ago. She looked like she didn't want to part with Victor. Flashback. When Victor was declared the winner of the game, he returned to the VIP room and a small situation was happening. Ophis, we need to get back, Elizabeth spoke. No. Ophis denied it. Ophis. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes on her sister. This was no time to be spoiled. No. Ophis ran towards Victor and climbed on his shoulder. Ha ha ha, Victor laughed gently as he held Ophis with his arm and patted the little girl's head. Father, Ophis displayed a small satisfied smile. Girl, listen to your big sister and go home. Violet had a smile on her face, she's obviously happy, and she wasn't even trying to hide it. Yes, it's time for the child to sleep. Sasha surprisingly supported Violet. Girls. Ruby was speechless. What? Will you say that you like to see her close to our husband? Sasha's eyes weren't pretty. Ruby was silent, she knew Sasha was correct. Do something. Elizabeth looked at Victor with accusing eyes. Seeing Violet's gaze, Victor looked around and even looked behind himself to see if he could find someone. Since he wasn't sure if she was talking to him, he then pointed to himself. Me? He had an innocent smile on his face. Who else? Elizabeth was about to freak out. Victor thought for a bit. To be honest, he didn't want to do anything, considering it's not like he hated Ophis' presence. But probably, as a princess, she must have things to do, right? Father? He looked at Ophis, and seeing Ophis' cute face, he said, go home, you can always visit me whenever you want, you know where I live, right? Huh. Violet, Sasha, and Ruby didn't expect to hear those words. Ophis nodded. When you feel like it, just come visit me, but for now, listen to big sister, okay? Ophis makes a hard face as if she wants to deny it, but when she sees Victor's gentle smile, she relents, okay. Father. Was it that easy? Why does she just listen to you? He's not even her real father. Elizabeth was freaking out internally. Victor puts Ophis down, and the little girl looks at her sister, returning. Why dash? Suddenly a dark power covers Ophis' body, and she disappears. Fuck. She always does that. Hey, that's not a princess vocabulary. Victor chuckled. Fuck you. This is your fault. Ha ha ha. Victor just laughed and didn't care. This bitch. When Violet was going to do something, she was held up by Ruby. Don't do anything. She's finally leaving, and if you try to look for trouble now, she'll stay here longer. Oh. This was not something Violet wanted. Humph. Elizabeth turned her face and walked towards the exit of the VIP room. She looked at the royal guards. Come on, do your job this time. Yes, princess. Her noble image was completely destroyed, Pepper commented. That happens a lot when someone is dealing with Victor, Eleanor spoke. Own experience, huh? Lakis exhibited a small smile. Yes. Eleanor did not deny it. Seeing Victor's interested smile through the shadow, she said, you're not going to tame those monkeys, are you? I wanted to, but I don't have time today. Maybe in the future. Victor spoke, then he looked towards a ridiculously large mansion and jumped towards it. In midair, Victor's image started to get distorted, and he suddenly turned into a swarm of bats. The swarm of bats flew towards the mansion, past the mansion's defenses, and soon he was standing in the middle of the garden. Unlike the time with Victoria, this time, someone could feel Victor's presence. Intruder. Victor looked at the man, and seeing that he looked like a grown man, he asked. Who are you? Who are you, intruder? Victor Walker. Who are you? Victor asked again. James. What are you doing here? The man seemed to know Victor's name. Visiting my friend, he spoke with a small smile on his face. The butler nodded. Second floor. When you go up the stairs, he'll be at the 10th door on the left. James turned and walked towards somewhere, and soon the image of him disappeared. Thanks. Victor turned and walked, but before he went to the indicated place, he used his powers. However, for some reason, he couldn't see anything. He stopped walking. What is this? This is the first time this has happened. He felt strange, considering his visual power never failed him. But he didn't think much about it. After all, he knows that with the existence of magic, a lot can be done. So he just kept on alert. James was walking back to his work, but suddenly he stopped walking and said, oh, I gave the wrong instructions, that was Lady Jessica's room. When he thought he should go back and warn Victor about it, he got lazy, whatever. He ignored the whole situation and pretended he didn't know anything. At the door of a very feminine room, Victor was standing looking at the sight in front of him. I wonder why this keeps happening to me. He was really wondering about it. It's not like he was purposely going into the women's rooms, he wasn't a pervert. And he was married. In front of Victor was Jessica, just like she came into the world, and she looked like she had just woken up. Master is unlucky, and at the same time, lucky? Perhaps. What ? Jessica's face was pure red. Oh, her reaction is different. She froze. Well, she is younger than Lady Victoria. Makes sense. Victor looked Jessica up and down. The girl was short, 168 centimeters tall, thin, and pale skin like all vampires, B-cup breasts, and long, slightly curly black hair and dark blue eyes. So, who are you? Victor asked. Jessica Horseman. Unconsciously, she replied, but soon an anger rose inside her heart. She took a blanket and hid her nudity, and when she went to ask Victor to leave, she heard. Oh, you're Einer's sister. Tell me, where is he? Isn't this man too insensitive? He saw her nudity and didn't react at all. Was she ugly? Hello, hello. Woman, are you in this world? Victor walked over to Jessica and waved his hand in front of her face. Yeah. Jessica was surprised, but for several reasons now that she couldn't describe. Oh, you came back to life. Now tell me. Where is he? I asked your butler, and he said it was here. Jessica's eyes narrowed. Was it James' fault? I will reduce his salary. Master. Why don't you use your power? Isn't it easier? I tried, but something seems to be blocking my view. Enchantments, perhaps? I don't know, but this is the first time it's happened, and since this is a count's mansion, security should here be tighter, right? Or they are hiding something. Makes sense. Victor thought it was quite possible. He tried to use his power again, and as expected, he couldn't see anything. He just saw the red world, and in this world, there were several walls as if they wanted to keep him from seeing something. Why are you talking to yourself? Oh, don't mind, I like to think out loud. Victor smiled. Jessica was silent. Then? Where is Einer? He is in a coma. She spoke in a cold tone without any sympathy. Oh. Victor was interested. After the game, he was in a coma from using his power too much and is recovering. Victor puts a hand to his chin, as he seems to be considering something. That butler, doesn't he know his master is in a coma? Or is he the elder brother's butler? Lots of questions. Although Victor is in doubt, he doesn't care much. After all, he knows that the vampire clan is quite complicated. Looking at Jessica's face, he smiled a little. Well, I believe you. Heh. What is this shocked face? He asked. Nothing. Just. Victor didn't understand, and the woman didn't continue talking either. Just what? Nothing. For some reason, Victor felt like he was talking to Ophis now. Though Ophis was cuter than she was. What now, master? I will go after the monkeys. You hadn't given up. Yes, but I haven't had my fun, and I still have time. So why not? Victor smiled. Sigh. Monkey? Yeah, do you know where they are? Are you talking about the big apes that eat black bananas? Yes, that one. Victor's eyes gleamed with interest. Their habitat is further east, in a dense forest. You can find them there. Heh, thank you for the info. Jessica flashed a small smile when she heard Victor's words, thank you. Well, nice to meet you, Jessica. I'm going now. Victor turned and walked towards the exit. Seeing Victor's back walking away, she said, do you know where the exact location is? I do not know. Victor smiled. Jessica was speechless. Is he just very adventurous? How do you go to a place you don't know? But I have someone with me who knows. Indeed. Lady Sasha visited that place in the past with Lady Violet, I know the way. As expected of you. Kagaya's shadow seemed to smile. Jessica understood that someone was accompanying him. Oh. Take care, I think. Thanks. Victor casually walked out of Jessica's room. As the door closed, Jessica suddenly remembered something. He saw me. He saw me. She had completely forgotten about it. She was caught up in his rhythm. Ah. I can't get married anymore. Previous index next. Comments loading. Copyright My Three Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 95. The wives are feeling threatened. While Victor was visiting his friends. A little chaos was happening in the room where he sleeps with his wives. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. This one looks like an old woman's dress. Will we be like this too when it's our turn? Sasha asked as she looked at Violet, who was only wearing a black bra and black panties. She was in front of the wardrobe, taking all the clothes out of it and throwing them on the bed. She seemed very indecisive about what she was going to wear. Probably. Ruby replied. Hard to say, huh? Yes. Ruby nodded. Can you help me? Violet suddenly looked at both of them. The two were speechless. But wasn't it you who didn't want our help? Are you getting senile? Sasha snapped. Whatever, just help me. Ugh. This girl is very irrational. This is nothing new. Indeed. She's been like that since she was a child. Sasha didn't feel like getting off the couch, it seemed to be swallowing her. She was too lazy. Coming to think, she's changed a lot, huh? Ruby spoke after looking at Violet. You think? Sasha raised an eyebrow at her. Violet looked like the same irrational, crazy, and stalking woman she'd known since childhood. Yes, until a few days ago, she would try to kill us for being close to our husband. Oh. That's true. Sasha nodded. We also changed. For example, you wouldn't be as comfortable talking about these things now as before, right? Ruby exhibited a small smile. Sasha smiled gently. You've changed too. Now you smile more. She remembers that Ruby used to be colder and rarely showed emotions. Oh. Ruby is surprised, but soon she flashes a gentle little smile, indeed. Sasha felt her heart flutter a little when she saw Ruby smile, then she also flashes a smile. I've said it several times already, but you should show that smile more to our husband. He would love it. In the future. Ruby laughed. A moment of silence fell in the room, and the only noise the two of them could hear was Violet pulling several clothes out of the wardrobe. Yet, in some strange way, this noise left the two women with a feeling of peace in their hearts. A lot happened suddenly, and we didn't have time to talk about it. Indeed. Sasha nodded. Do you intend to go home? Ruby asked. In the future. After my date with Darling. Oh. Since when do you call him Darling? Since now. Sasha laughed, and then she spoke with a serious expression. I'm tired of not showing my feelings to my darling. I feel that if I don't get closer to him, your mother will steal my darling from me. Ruby didn't know how to feel when she heard Sasha's words, but inwardly, she thought the same thing as her. That is impossible, Ruby said, or at least she wanted to believe so. Wake up to reality, they are very similar, and it attracts them even if they don't realize it. Sasha's face darkened a little, and something happened while they were training. Didn't you see that Darling is regularly giving his blood to your mother? Ruby's and Sasha's eyes darkened, indeed. I realize that, but one thing we can be sure of, our husband will never cheat on us. But, we have to be careful with women. Mainly, my mother. She never thought she would say that in her life. She also never thought that she would have to feel threatened by her own mother. It shouldn't be like that. Don't forget Ophis, Elizabeth, and Eleanor. Sasha ignored Ruby's sisters because she realized that Victor's relationship with them is more like a sibling relationship. And Victor doesn't like Sienna, Ruby's older sister. Ophis too. She is a child. She's a child now. But what about in the future? Ruby raised an eyebrow, she had completely forgotten about that. But we're missing something, Sasha added with serious eyes. What? Our husband's feelings. Oh. Ruby thought that was true. After all, they were just thinking about themselves, and they never thought about Victor's own feelings. Come to think of it now, they never had a proper conversation with Victor about it. Currently, he only has eyes for us. And scat hack. Ruby looks at Sasha. Because of that, she's the most dangerous, huh? Yes. Sasha wore a face of uncertainty, although depending on our husband's tastes, these women will never get a chance to be around him. Oh. Ruby raised an eyebrow. You seem to be absolutely sure what you're talking about. Sasha looked at Ruby. Don't you see? Darling just reacts to women like Violet, Scathach, you, and me. What do we have in common? Ruby was thinking deeply, but she couldn't think of anything. What is Violet's most striking feature? Sasha helped a little. She's a Yandra. Oh, Ruby responded without thinking, and when she answered, she understood what Sasha was suggesting. Yandra? Sasha didn't understand. It means something close to a stalker. She was too lazy to explain. Our husband only reacts to women like that. He has problems in his head. Wait, am I like that too? Somehow she just realized it now. Wait. She started to panic. I don't remember being like this. She was a more noble and calm woman. She's not like Violet. At least that's what she believes. I wasn't like that either. Ruby muttered. We were influenced. Ruby looked at Violet with accusing eyes. It's Violet's fault, right? Sasha spoke. Indeed. It's the ritual's fault too, thanks to the side effect of the unsuccessful ritual, we can feel each other's emotions. They faithfully believed it. But they didn't realize that this was all an illusion of their own making, they were never normal. How can a child who was raised by a woman who loves to gamble and a woman who is mad about battle be normal? Not to mention that they are vampires. Biologically, this breed feels emotions more intensely. They never had a chance to be normal. Sensing Ruby and Sasha's accusing stares, Violet stopped what she was doing and looked at the two of them. What? Why are you guys looking at me like that? She was so focused on choosing an outfit that she didn't hear the two women talking. Nothing. The two replied at the same time. Suddenly the two heard Yuki's scream. Ugh. I'm late. Oh, she woke up now, huh? Ruby spoke. Yes, it's a shame our husband has already left, Sasha spoke. Since she's not doing anything, I'm going to ask her to help me. Violet had a great idea. Wait, she's not your maid. But she is from my clan. And she's my darling's maid, and if she's my darling's maid, she's my maid too. After all, everything of my darlings is mine, and everything I have is my darling's. The two were speechless with this twisted logic. Somehow, in a distorted way, that makes sense, Sasha spoke after thinking for a few seconds. Ruby nodded in agreement. Right? I will call her. Violet ran toward the bedroom exit. Wait. Put on some clothes first. Oh. Violet suddenly stopped running, she looked at the bed, and seeing whatever clothes she liked, she took the clothes and put them on. Soon she left the room. She left the door open. Ruby sighed. I'll fix it. Sasha's body is covered with lightning, and as soon as she disappears, in a flash, she closes the door and lays down where she was again. I envy that ability. Ha ha ha, Sasha laughed in amusement. In a dense forest, Victor was standing on top of a gigantic tree, and beside him was Kagaya. I swear. If God exists in this world, he is trying to make a fool of me. In front of Victor was a 4-meter-tall monkey, the monkey was bathing in a waterfall, and this monkey was clearly female. Master, you have strange luck. Is this luck? Victor pointed to the monkey that was taking a bath. I think this is bad luck. Considering you had 2 lucky moments a few moments ago. The universe is trying to balance things out, I guess. Which lucky moments are you talking about? Nothing came to mind for Victor when he thought about it. Kagaya looked at Victor in disbelief. Master. Are you serious? Yes. Sigh. She gave a very visible sigh, then she said, don't you remember? Seeing your friend's mother and your friend's sister naked? Oh. Victor thinks for a moment and says, is that luck? For some men, it is. Kagaya commented. Victor thought Andrew, his childhood friend, would find this situation quite lucky. Whatever. Victor didn't think about it much since he had no interest in it. Kagaya exhibited a small smile when she saw that Victor didn't care for those women. Just a curiosity, what do you consider as luck? She was quite curious. I think I'm already lucky. He answered honestly. Huh. Kagaya didn't understand. After all, that wasn't the question she asked him. Victor elaborated, I mean, I have 3 wives that I love very much, a master who takes care of me in her weird way, and I have you. He smiled kindly. Oh. Kagaya turned her face away quickly. Kagaya? Why don't you go fight? The monkey is in front of you. Victor looked at the monkey, I think that would be disrespectful. Attacking someone while that person is taking a shower, it's kind of, right? It's not like Victor is trying to kill the monkey. He just wants to fight. Why yes. Whatever. Why don't you look for another monkey then? I will be waiting here. Okay. Victor nodded, and soon his body was covered in lightning, and he flew into the sky. Realizing that Victor is gone, Kagaya kneels in a fetal position and puts her hand on her face. She doesn't want anyone to see her face right now. This is unfair, master. Previous wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 96, Strange Place. Victor was in front of an animal that looked more like a gorilla. He was a huge gorilla over 15 meters tall, muscular, had black fur and red eyes, and was sitting like he was enjoying the moonlight. Gorilla, banana, gorilla. Me, leader, banana, gorilla. The gorilla turns his face and looks at Victor and sees him making strange gestures while pointing to the black bananas on the ground. The gorilla exhibited a strange face, and the only thing he thought was, is he a fool? Somehow the gorilla was enjoying what Victor was doing and started clapping his hands as if to say to continue. Victor was speechless when he saw the gorilla's attitude. This isn't working. Victor gets up off the floor and pats his clothes to dust them off. How do I tame this creature? Victor's eyes sparkled. He wanted to tame this creature. He wanted his own King Kong. What? The gorilla pointed to the piles of black bananas. Oh, take it. I can't eat them anyway. Victor threw a banana in the direction of the gorilla, who caught it quite easily. Victor tried to taste the banana before, but for him, it had the worst taste in the world. The gorilla looked happy. Yeah. Whatever. Victor spoke as if he understood him, but the question is, does he understand? Of course not. But just like the other animals he came in contact with in the past, he could understand the creature's intentions, and the gorilla is far more intelligent than other animals, so he can understand it a little. I should have asked someone about taming a gorilla. Victor sat down on the floor and put a hand to his chin in a bored way. He was wondering what to do next. The gorilla looked at Victor, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he got up from the tree he was leaning against and approached Victor, then sat down next to him. Oh. Victor looked at Gorilla, who was beside him with only a pile of bananas separating the two. What's up, big guy? Do you want more bananas? I see. Take as much as you want. The gorilla started eating bananas. Victor was watching the gorilla eating the food so exquisitely. Somehow, he was curious. Is this really that good? Too bad he couldn't eat. The gorilla pointed to the pile of bananas when he saw Victor's gaze. He seemed to be offering it to Victor. He was a polite gorilla. Unfortunately, I can't eat, big guy. Look. Victor bared his fangs. When the gorilla saw Victor's fangs, he understood what Victor was saying, and with a sudden movement, the gorilla got up and walked towards the tree he was sitting on. He opens the hull of the tree and grabs something, then he goes back to Victor and sits down on the ground. Suddenly, he throws a large amount of items on the ground. Oh. Victor looked at the items in curiosity. The items looked like a completely red type of fruit. What is that? He inspected the fruit. I can get it. The gorilla nodded, then went back to eating the banana Victor had brought. Victor takes the fruit. Oh. It's quite soft. It looks like jelly. Victor looked at the gorilla and saw the gorilla pointing to its mouth. Oh, do you want me to eat? Well, why not? Victor took the fruit and put it in his mouth. Suddenly the fruit seemed to burst, and a red liquid came down in Victor's mouth. It tasted delicious like he had drunk apple juice when he was human. Unconsciously, he started to pick more fruit and put it in his mouth. The gorilla started clapping. The fruit was not as tasty as his wife's blood, but it was quite nice. Wait. If he can eat these fruits, then. Is this blood? Victor looked at the fruit, and then he looked at the tree. He focused his attention more on the tree, and he could see the tree was moving. What the fuck? It is alive. He quickly gets up from the ground. The gorilla started to laugh at him. Shut up. I didn't know this kind of creature existed, okay? He started to clap his hands. Ugh, the language barrier is tough. Victor thought this was how a foreigner felt when he went to a country that didn't know the local language. But what is this? Victor examined the tree, and, just out of curiosity, he touched the tree's hull. When Victor touched the tree's hull, something happened. Slowly, the tree began to send her branches onto his hand and began to wrap around his arms. He was scared at first, but he didn't feel threatened. In fact, he feels welcome. Victor looks at the tree hull that the gorilla opened, and out of curiosity, he looks inside, and inside the tree hull, he sees several skeletons. He focused his attention on the skeletons. Fangs. What he saw was clearly a vampire skeleton, and he could also see some human skeletons mixed together. This place. He pulls back a little and looks around. This place evolved to devour beings. Victor clearly saw the result of the beings that approached this place. But why don't I feel threatened? He was feeling a strange feeling in his heart. Master, why are you master? What are you doing? Suddenly the atmosphere of the gorilla and the tree changed from peaceful to hostile. Roar. The gorilla roared towards Kaguya. Kaguya quickly covers her body with darkness and prepares to fight. The gorilla began to approach Kaguya with hostile intentions. He didn't even look like the peaceful gorilla that Victor was with and completely changed his attitude when Kaguya appeared. Seeing that Kaguya is in danger, Victor takes a step towards her, and soon he disappears and then reappears in front of Kaguya. Kaguya, step back. But, master. Do as I say. Victor's eyes sparkled. Oh, okay. Kaguya was a little startled by Victor's gaze, but she quickly ran in the opposite direction. Realizing that Kaguya was safe, Victor's body relaxed a little. Victor cracks his neck and looks at the gorilla, as his smile grows. Hey, big guy. Let's have some fun. He didn't even try to talk to pacify the gorilla. Roar. The gorilla roared and thumped its chest in a sign of defiance. That's the spirit. A frightening pressure left Victor's body. Victor jumps towards the gorilla and attacks him. The gorilla does the same and swings his big arms as he attacks Victor. The gorilla expected Victor to fly away when he attacked him. After all, he was tiny compared to his size, right? But the reality he expected didn't happen. The two fists collide in the air. Boom. And for a moment, the sound of a crash of air was heard. And an unexpected result happened. The gorilla pulled away and fell to the ground sitting up. The gorilla looked at Victor in disbelief. He didn't expect this result. Tisk. Victor clicked his tongue in annoyance when he saw his broken arm. If it were Scat Hack, that gorilla would have flown far. I'm still weak. In less than 7 seconds, his arm was completely regenerated, and he looked at the gorilla, then he positioned himself again. Let's continue. Seeing Victor's smile, the gorilla displayed a small smile that showed all of his fangs. Heh. I like that smile. The gorilla gets up from the ground. He had completely forgotten about Kaguya, and all that was in his head now was Victor. Roar. Bomb. He roared at Victor as he hit his chest several times. This time, he was serious. Victor's smile grew disproportionately. Ha 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 ha. He laughed like a maniac. That's the spirit, big guy. The magic circles on Victor's glove began to glow blood red. Let's fight. Roar. The gorilla roared as if saying the same thing as Victor, and, with speed disproportionate to his size, he appeared in front of Victor and punched him in the face. What dash? Victor didn't expect this speed coming from someone so big. Boom. A sonic boom was heard, and soon Victor's body flew skyward. Ha 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 ha. Despite having some broken body parts, he laughed. He felt it. This pain. It's the same as when he was training, and it's also the sign that he was facing a strong opponent. Victor's body regenerated in midair, and soon he created an ice shelf behind him and, using the ice shelf as support, he flew towards the gorilla. In midair, Victor's hands began to get covered by an ice glove. And like a rocket, it hits the gorilla's face. Boom. A bang was heard as Victor punched the gorilla in the face, and this time as he got momentum, the gorilla was thrown back by his strength, then just as the gorilla's body was going to fall to the ground. It's not over yet, big guy. Victor appears under the gorilla and holds it. The gorilla didn't believe what he was witnessing. He was heavy, you know. With a show of strength, Victor threw the gorilla in the air. Victor points both his palms at the gorilla. Fussha. Fire and ice began to be created in front of him. Hey. Soon this power flew towards the gorilla. Realizing the danger, the gorilla did something that only increased Victor's smile. The gorilla's body appeared to be covered in some kind of black material. Boom. The two powers collide against the gorilla's armor, and a tremendous amount of smoke is created. Roar. The gorilla roared in midair and blasted away all the smoke created by the attack. And Victor can clearly see a gorilla wearing full-length black armor. Ha 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 ha. Victor began to applaud in genuine happiness. You're the best, big guy. Master. You are an incorrigible man. Kaguya, who was watching everything from a tree at a considerable distance, couldn't help but say that when she saw Victor's smile. 3 Wives Are Beautiful Vampires Chapter 97, 2 New Weird Friends. And to think that he would enter the Forbidden Forest and approach a demonic beast without knowing it, Kaguya commented as she watched Victor exchange punches with the gorilla. Aura. Come on, big guy. Show me all your strength. Victor was attacking his armor several times. Roar. The gorilla roared and walked away from Victor, and then, after grabbing a tree, he removed the branches from it and used the tree as a spear. Slowly the tree he held began to be covered with the same black material he was using as armor. Oh. Are we going to switch to sword fighting? In that case. Victor created an ice greatsword and then raised the greatsword in front of him. Let's go. Victor jumped towards the gorilla and started attacking him again. Didn't he notice that the monkey looked different and much stronger than the one he had seen before? My god. My master is incorrigible. Kaguya sighed. Bang. The sound of metal on metal was heard. Ugh. The noise was too loud, and Kaguya put her hands to her ears in pain. And suddenly. Boom. An explosion happened on the spot, rocks and trees started flying around. This was just the result of the clash between the two. Keek. Ha 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 ha. A demonic gorilla and a vampire started laughing like crazy as they fought. At first, the fight was at a normal pace, but slowly, their speed began to increase. And little by little, they became images that untrained eyes could not see. Holy fuck. Is this really a fight between a gorilla and a vampire? Kaguya, for the first time in a long time, spoke a bad word. She was just in total disbelief. When a normal vampire and a demonic creature fight, that kind of thing doesn't happen. And especially this gorilla. Why is he so fast? It doesn't make sense for him to have this speed at this size. Boom. 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 Several explosions happened every time Victor and the gorilla collided with each other. And this fight attracted the attention of other predators. Some demonic animals that were in the vicinity began to approach, seeking the opportunity to kill them both. This is getting dangerous. I better hide. Kaguya disappeared into the shadows. A fox-like creature with horns approached Victor and tried to attack him. Roar. Fuck off. Don't get in my way. But Victor just punched the fox in the face. The punch was so hard that the fox flew far away. A similar situation happened with the gorilla when a wolf tried to bite his neck. Roar. But the gorilla just punched the wolf towards the fox. Ayuuuuuuuu. Ki. The wolf and the fox wept in pain. Victor created a gigantic fireball and threw it at them both. Boom. An explosion of fire happened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the gorilla stepped on the ground and created a thorn with the same black material and threw it at the two beasts. Pierce. Soon the sounds of fox and wolf disappeared completely. The thorn with the black material made by the gorilla has pierced the fox and the wolf. A demonic beast skewer was created. Did they plan this? Kaguya, who was watching from the shadows, asked in disbelief. Ha 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 ha. Keek. Soon the two jumped into battle again. I do not think so. A few hours later, Victor was lying on the floor, breathing heavily. He looked quite tired, had some parts of his clothes cut off, and even had a wound that wasn't healing. Despite being in this state, he had a big smile of satisfaction on his face as he looked at the moon. Ah, tonight is a beautiful night. Next to him was a giant gorilla with several pieces of broken armor, also breathing heavily just like Victor. I haven't been so tired in a while. Victor was honest. The only times he got tired was when fighting Scat-Hack. And, just like in the fight with Scat-Hack, he only needed to rest a few minutes until all his wounds regenerated, as well as his vigor. I'm thirsty. And just like in Scat-Hack's fight, he always got thirsty when he was completely exhausted. Victor looked at his body and saw that his body was completely healed, but he didn't feel like getting up. The gorilla got up and sat down. Victor looked at the gorilla and saw the gestures he was making. Uro. He pointed to himself and to the large tree that was surprisingly undamaged by their struggle. Yeah, I know. I'll tell her. Victor had an idea what he was talking about, from what he could understand was something like, don't let that girl come near the tree. Uro. The gorilla got up and walked towards the tree, and every step he took made the earth around him shake, so he sat on the ground leaning against the tree trunk. He looks at the moon, then closes his eyes. He's tired, huh? Victor stands up. Well, I won't judge him. I'm also a little tired. Victor soon started walking in the opposite direction from the gorilla. Oh, I forgot something. Hey, big guy. The gorilla looked at Victor. I will be back. Victor flashed a smile. The gorilla snorted and turned away. Victor didn't understand the gorilla's reaction. But soon, the gorilla gives a thumbs up with his hand. Pfft. Is he shy? This is unexpected coming from you, big guy. Roar. Yeah, I'm leaving. I'll be back later to visit you too. Victor spoke. Victor exhibited a small smile when he saw the tree swaying its branches as if it was saying goodbye to him. Walking out of the forest where he was, Victor met Kaguya. Master Dash. Before Kaguya could say anything. Are you okay? Victor spoke as he started looking at every corner of Kaguya's body. Master, I'm fine. Kaguya wasn't used to this sudden attention. Sigh. Victor sighed in relief. Master Dash. Victor placed his hand on Kaguya's head. Kaguya thought he was going to head pat her, she was looking forward to it, but the head pat didn't come. Crack. Victor squeezed Kaguya's head tightly. My head. Kaguya screamed in pain. Kaguya, Victor spoke in an extremely serious voice. You wanted to stay, right? Did you forget about the contract? He was talking about the previous situation. Kaguya was silent. But Dash. She was going to say something, but Victor stopped her. No, but. Remember, don't mind me. Your safety is more important to me. I hope that doesn't happen again. Kaguya was silent, but she nodded. Good. Victor displayed a gentle smile as he started walking in front of Kaguya. Seeing Victor's back, Kaguya thought wistfully, it's hard not to care about your safety, master. Kaguya. Suddenly, Kagaya heard Victor's voice again, and soon she woke up from her thoughts. If you want to protect me, get stronger. Kagaya opened her eyes a little. Victor looked at Kagaya, but even if you get stronger, and you can protect me, I ask that you always prioritize your safety. This is a contradiction, master. Ha, Victor laughed gently, indeed. But that's the way I am. He started walking again in front of Kagaya. I ask, huh? She realized he hadn't ordered her. He just made a request, so it's up to her whether she'll follow that request or not. Rumble, rumble. Huh? It's raining? Pepper looked out the window, and as usual, the skies over the capital were cloudy, but it didn't seem to be raining. Impossible. The capital does not have rain. Lakis replied. But what about these lightning noises? Pepper asked. Must be your imagination, Lakis replied. It's not my imagination. Rumble. The lightning noise got louder. See. Pepper smiled with a victorious smile. Why are you showing that smile? Don't be a child. He, Pepper laughed. Rumble. Suddenly everyone heard the noise of lightning hitting the ground. Hi. That was near here. Pepper. Do you have chicken brains? Lakis asked her younger sister a genuine question. Phewie. Pepper didn't understand. Lakis elaborated, think with me, it's impossible to reign in the capital, and who is the person who has lightning powers outside the mansion now? Oh. Pepper opened her mouth. Soon everyone hears Victor's voice. Girls, I'm back. It's Victor. Pepper exclaimed. Yes. Lakis smiled. He likes an extravagant entrance, huh? Can't he arrive normally? Eleanor appeared at Sienna's side. Oh. I thought you were gone. Lakis asked. I had some matters to settle with Sienna, and I need to talk to that man. Suddenly Eleanor heard Victor's voice behind her. I have a name, you know. Eleanor jumped back, her heart beating too fast, don't do that. It scared me. Oh. Victor exhibited a small smile. He didn't expect this reaction from her. Ugh, Victor. You reek of wild animal. Pepper put a hand to her nose. Yeah, I was fighting a gorilla in Eastern Territory. Oh, those 4-meter monkeys? Eleanor asked. Wrong, the biggest ones. Eleanor. What? Lakis. Fue. Pepper. Huh. Sienna. The 4 women thought they heard something wrong. Kagaya suddenly stepped out of Victor's shadow, the 4 women looking to the maid for answers. Yes, he fought a demonic gorilla, the one who protects that strange tree in the forbidden forest. Ho. You're crazy. Lakis said. Ha, thanks for the compliment. Victor scratched his head, a little embarrassed. That wasn't a compliment. What was on your mind, fighting that beast? Well, it was fun. Why not? Victor displayed a sincere smile. Why you? Sigh. You're incorrigible. Lakis gave up. And? How was the fight? Pepper looked more animated than usual. I want to hear too, that gorilla is a very famous beast. Few vampires were able to fight him and survive, and those who survived had quite severe mental trauma, Sienna spoke with curiosity. She even remembers that in the past, her mother fought the gorilla, but Scat Hack refused to give any information to her daughters. She was very curious about this matter. Victor looked at Sienna with a strange look. What? Did you eat something bad, woman? He didn't understand why she was acting so docile with him. Wasn't she the woman who kept saying he was just cattle? A vein popped in Sienna's head, you know what? Never mind. Humph. She turned her face away and walked towards a spot. What was that Sundara reaction? Did she eat something bad? Even Pepper doubted her older sister. Coming out of her initial stupor, you came at a good time, I need to talk to you. Eleanor suddenly spoke, and her voice caught everyone's attention, even Sienna, who was leaving. Victor looked at the woman who was almost the same height as him with curious eyes. Eleanor puts her hand on her chest and makes a noble gesture. Victor Walker. I, Countess Eleanor Adrestia, invite you to come to my territory as a special guest. Oh. Okay, I will. Eleanor and Sienna were surprised at how easily Victor accepted it. If you want to support me so that I can pay artists to illustrate our beautiful vampires chapter 98, an invitation from a countess. Wait. Victor, do you understand what it means to visit her territory? Sienna squealed and quickly approached Victor. I will pay a visit. Victor tilted his head as if he didn't understand the problem. Idiot. You don't understand anything. Come here. Sienna takes Victor's hand and suddenly pulls him aside. Lakis, Pepper, Kagaya, and even Eleanor looked at this situation strangely. She definitely ate something bad. Pepper nodded, maybe she's interested in Victor now after seeing him fight those 2 heirs. The 3 women looked at Pepper, and when they saw Pepper displaying a smug face like she discovered a grand scheme, they just rolled their eyes. Outside the mansion, Sienna let go of Victor's hand and pulled away, then she started talking to Victor. First, do you understand who Eleanor is? Is she a countess? Yes. And if she's a countess, she has territory. And what's wrong? The problem is that her territory is not normal. Oh. Explain to me. Victor was interested. Sienna felt a little uncomfortable when she saw his smile. Do you remember the gorilla you fought? Big guy? Yes, what about him? Big guy? Huh. Sienna didn't understand, but she didn't think too much, she was slowly getting used to Victor's oddities. He's a demonic beast, and Eleanor's territory is infested with these beasts, and by inviting you as a special guest, she's basically asking you to fight with her against these beasts. Victor's smile grew, that's good news, isn't it? Fuck. I forgot about your personality. Sienna does a facepalm. Victor looked at Sienna for a few seconds. It was like he was thinking deeply about something, his eyes sparkled a little with interest, and he said. Are you hiding something? Sigh. She sighed. I can't say anything, you remember, right? I'm silenced by the magical contract, so only my mother can tell you that. Victor started to think again. I remember she spoke vaguely about it when I was playing with Eleanor's sword. Oh. But your wife Violet may know something, and she's not bound by the contract. She remembers hearing this from Violet in the past. I will ask my wife then. Victor turned and started walking towards the mansion. Will you go anyway? Sienna asked. Of course, an environment full of demonic beasts, exotic animals that I've never seen in my life. That is very welcome for me. Victor had a big smile on his face as if he had found a new toy to play with. Of course you would. She felt like she asked a pointless question. But I won't go now. His expression suddenly changed to neutral. Oh. Sienna looked at Victor. Victor turned his face and looked at Sienna as he displayed a gentle smile. I'll go spend time with my wives first. Oh. Sienna somehow thought Ruby was very lucky to have a husband who cares for her, which is something very hard to find in the vampire community. I also want to visit my mom, dad, and my friends. I'm missing them. It's been 6 long months. I want to see my cat. For some reason, Sienna thought that the real reason Victor wanted to come back was because of the cat. Then, suddenly, she realized something. You will rest? Sienna looked at Victor strangely. Is he really Victor? Where is that man who loves to fight? Is he an imposter? Of course not, I'll still fight and train, but I'll just spend time with my family. A lot has happened in a short time, and I haven't had time to appreciate these simple moments. I want to take the next step in my relationship with my wives too. Oh. She flashed a small smile. That's a good reason. Indeed. Victor laughed. Victor went back to the mansion again along with Sienna and looked at Eleanor. Before making any decision, is this invitation just for me, or is it for my wives too? It's for your wives too, Eleanor spoke after thinking for a moment. I see. In this case, it's okay with me. I will also ask my wives to see if they want to go with me. Eleanor exhibited a small smile. Okay. The invitation period is 3 months. I expect good news from you. Finishing what she had to do, she walked towards the exit. When she left Scat Hacker's mansion, Walter and Chloe were already waiting for her. He accepted? Walter asked. Yes, but he's not going now. He will also ask his wives if they will want to go along with him. Lady Eleanor invited the wives too. Walter made a strange face. This was not what they agreed on earlier. After seeing Victor's performance in the arena, she decided that it would be advantageous to bring Victor to her territory to help her with a small problem. Eleanor initially wanted her master's help, but Scat Hack refused. She said it wasn't her problem. Yet, because of that, Eleanor decided to ask Victor for help, especially after seeing his fight against those heirs and see how easily he dominated his opponents. She thought he would be a good help in her territory. I thought if I didn't extend the invitation to his wives, he wouldn't accept it, but it looks like I was wrong. It's too late now. I can't go back on my word. I hope they're not dead weight. It's hard to know. The 3 women are daughters of vampire counts, and they have great potential. Especially Ruby, who is my master's blood daughter. Despite looking innocent and inexperienced. Potential, and that was her true thoughts about Ruby. How much time did you give them to make a decision? 3 months. I think in 3 months, they will be stronger. Walter said, like an old man, he understands what influences can do in a person's life, and he thinks that when girls see Victor much stronger than before, they will want to get stronger too. And in a way, he was correct. Yes. Eleanor nodded, and soon she climbed on top of Chloe. Iriri, Rillanchin. Chloe didn't look happy. Eleanor looked at Chloe with a shocked look. Feeling her master's gaze, Chloe just turns her face to a random place. She didn't want to be ungrateful to her master, but she was very honest with her feelings. She didn't like it when Eleanor climbed on top of her, but as an ancient friend, Chloe will allow her to ride her. She doesn't seem to like you riding her, Walter commented. A vein popped in Eleanor's head. She flashed a dangerous smile. That bastard, he stole my horse. He'll pay for it. I'll look forward to the day he comes to visit my territory. When Eleanor left the mansion, a conversation was taking place with Victor and the women. Speaking of my wives, where are they? They are still in the room, Lakis replied. They are being very lazy. Pepper commented in a cute voice. Sienna, Lakis, Kaguyas, and Victor looked at Pepper with a dry look. Phew. She really didn't realize what she said, huh? Indeed. Lakis nodded in agreement with her older sister. What's it? Spit it out. Stop talking in codes. We are shocked that you are commenting that my wives are being lazy when you are lazier than they are. Victor was honest. Pepper looked at the group again and saw them nodding in agreement with Victor's words. Ugh hi. She made strange sounds while her cheeks puffed like a squirrel, and then she said. I'm not lazy. Initially, she was going to scream, but slowly her voice wore off, and in the end, she just mumbled under her breath since she herself had realized she was lazy. It's okay. You can be lazy. Victor chuckled a little as he patted Pepper's head. Pepper felt her body tremble when she felt Victor's caresses. She felt good. She looked at him and said. Victor. She looked like she was looking at a great ally. But don't overdo it, or your mother will kidnap you and take you to train. Pepper's body shook for a different reason now. I won't, I promise. Her eyes seemed to be glowing with motivation. She didn't want to go back to training. Her mother's training is just inhumane. Not that she was human, but even for a vampire, that training was difficult. Fear can often be a good tool. Where's Yuki? Kaguya asked in a neutral voice. Oh, she woke up a few hours ago, and when she woke up, Violet suddenly showed up and kidnapped her. So now she's helping the girls with something. Sienna replied. So she's not being completely useless. Good. Kaguya nodded in satisfaction. Well, the conversation was good, girls. But I must go take a shower. Victor spoke. That's a good idea, you stink. Pepper put a hand to her nose. You're right. But. Victor sniffed the air a little. You stink too. Pepper made a shocked face. Lakis and Sienna were speechless when they heard Victor's words. Master. Kaguya did a facepalm. This is not something to say to a girl. Pepper sniffed her body and realized that Victor was right. I will take a shower. Pepper suddenly turned around. I'll go too. Victor followed Pepper. Let's go. Pepper raised her hands up, screaming. It was like they were going on a big adventure. When Victor and Pepper disappeared from view by Kaguya, Lakis, and Sienna, the girls suddenly realized something. Did they just go together now? Lakis commented in disbelief. This is inappropriate. He is a married man. I must stop them. Sienna was freaking out, so she quickly ran towards the bathroom to stop them. They must have a little decency. Wait. I will go too. Lakis' eyes sparkled in amusement. When the two left, and Kaguya was alone, the maid said. It surprises me that my master casually went into the bathroom with Pepper, and he didn't even notice it. And being the airhead that Pepper is, she didn't notice either. Sigh. Wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 99, The 4 Clans of Vampire Counts. Yes, indeed. They're called many names, vampire counts, the pillars of vampire society, the king's trusted families, super vampires. They have many names that the masses give them, but they are better known as the 4 clans of vampire counts. Being only one rank below the king, they are an essential part of vampire society, and, being an essential part of vampire society, they have important duties that are divided into 4 main subjects. Military defense, war, economic affairs, and domestic affairs. The Adrastea clan, located in the west, is responsible for military defense. They are the king's shield. They are a strong warrior clan specializing in the art of warfare. Despite holding an important position like this, their clan is located in a very remote area, and they are very far from the royal capital. Few know why this clan is so far removed from civilization, but as part of the four counts, they are highly respected by the entire vampire community. The Scarlet clan is located in the north, a region with a cooler climate and an abundance of trees. Just like the clan Adrastea, Clan Scarlet lives in a very isolated area from society, and the countess does not have a capital that she takes care of. The reason for this is Countess Scathach Scarlet herself. Possessor of the title of being the strongest female vampire, she single-handedly supports an entire vampire count clan. She doesn't need many subordinates, she doesn't need a city to manage, she just needs herself. Clan Scarlet is responsible for matters of war. If Clan Adrastea is the king's shield, Clan Scarlet is the king's spear. In cases of emergency, such as a possible enemy invasion, it is Scathach Scarlet who must assume the role of general and lead a counterattack. East of Nightingale, a milder place, and in what always seems to be autumn, there is a city that is managed by the Horseman clan. This is where products like blood crystals are created and sold to all vampires. Previously, this territory belonged to Clan Fulger, but due to Clan Fulger's recent defeat by Clan Horseman, all authority in this city has been passed to the Horseman clan. Responsible for the domestic affairs of the vampire world, the Clan Horseman is behind all the food in this world. In the south, a more tropical place with slightly warmer climates and plenty of beaches is where the Snow clan resides. Clan Snow is responsible for the economic affairs of the entire vampire world. It is they who trade/control the entire economy of the vampire world, and it is they who support small noble families to grow. Without Clan Snow's permission, you can't do business in the vampire world, and you don't want to stand against this family. Possessing the rare power of fire control, they can burn any disobedient vampire to ashes. And they are also the only vampire clan that can walk peacefully in the sunlight, and because of that very special characteristic, they are also involved in international politics. They are the ones who trade and come into contact with other races and the vampire community who live in the world of humans when the situation is needed. After all, for vampires who live in the human world, Nightingale is heaven on earth for them. Despite having so many powers in the vampire world, vampire count clans cannot make major decisions without the direct approval of the king. Like it or not, they are servants of the king, and few dare openly challenge the king's sovereignty, the only being wrong. The only woman mad enough to do this is Scathach Scarlet. And despite openly challenging his sovereignty several times, the king does nothing. Why? Scathach Scarlet is just that important. Her knowledge, her experience, and especially her power can greatly help vampire society as a whole. And this woman was having a very interesting meeting now. In a mansion located slightly in the center of Nightingale's territory, a meeting was taking place. Where is my son-in-law? A woman wearing a rather noble white dress spoke. She had pale skin like all vampires, long blonde hair, and blue eyes. She looked very much like her sister Victoria Ryder. This woman's name was Anastasia Fulger, the birth mother of Sasha Fulger and former holder of the title of Vampire Count. Bitch, what are you doing here? Why don't you go back to your husbands? Your hole must be feeling lonely right now, said a woman wearing spandex pants, a black shirt with an animal coat, and small black glasses on her face. She has long white hair and golden eyes. She is Agnes Snow, the birth mother of Violet Snow. Oh. The woman flashed a small smile. But if I'm going back to my husband's, I'm going to bring your husband along with me too. The poor bastard must be bored with just having you as a wife. Bitch. Agnes' golden eyes seemed to be glowing brightly. The room around her started to get warmer. He, so easy. Anastasia thought. She knew how to deal with Agnes. After all, this woman had a sick obsession with her husband, and if she just mentions her husband's name a few times, she'll be pissed off. The room suddenly got colder, and Agnes flashed a small smile. Airport chest. Huh. A vein popped in Anastasia's head. Isn't it? With your attractiveness, you could never conquer a man, and, because of that, you have to kidnap them. After all, you don't have confidence in your own appearance. Agnes wrapped her arm around her chest like she was showing off how big she was. Huh. At least I'm not a dairy cow who has insecurities with her relationship. Because you are afraid, right? You're afraid your precious darling will be stolen by other women. Ho. A vein popped in Agnes' head. Ha ha ha. Hearing a familiar chuckle, the two women looked at the woman who was sitting on an ice throne elegantly. You guys never change, huh? Scathach wore a mocking little smile. Humph. The two snorted and turned away. How long do you think it will take them to fight again, William? A white-haired, violet-eyed man wearing a white suit asked the man beside him. The two of them were sitting on a sofa a little way from the three women. Hard to say, considering Natasha and Agnes are like cat and dog. The man replied. He had short blonde hair and green eyes and was wearing a medieval nobleman's garb. This man's name is William Salvatore Florence. He is Anastasia's first husband, and he is also Sasha Fulger's biological father. And Natasha was what he called his wife since her name was too long. Indeed. Adonis, Violet's father, agreed. William looked at Adonis out of the corner of his eye. Has he become more beautiful? Adonis ignored William's gaze and looked at Scathach. She's still beautiful as ever. He flashed a gentle little smile. He felt very grateful for Scathach because it was this woman who saved him from a very precarious situation in the past. Darling. Agnes suddenly looks at Adonis with a dangerous look. What is it, honey? He continued to smile with the same gentle smile. Like a war veteran, he knew very well how to treat a woman, especially the crazy ones like Agnes. Agnes continued looking at Adonis for some time. Seeing that his smile was going to her, she felt satisfied but was still suspicious. Nothing. Agnes' instincts were on high alert. She knows that Adonis feels something for Scathach. Considering, the suspension bridge effect must have been activated when he was saved by this crazy woman in the past, and because of that, she didn't let her guard down. TSK, I didn't want to bring my darling to this place. Agnes grumbled. Where is my son-in-law? Anastasia asked again. Scathach looked at Anastasia with a neutral gaze. Natasha, do you intend to take back your title of Vampire Count? Huh. Natasha didn't understand Scathach's question. She just wanted to know about her son-in-law. Answer my question. Natasha continued looking at Scathach for a few seconds, then she replied. I'll take it back in the future. She made a confirming sound. She seemed to be thinking of something. Satisfied? Now, where is my son-in-law? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She saw Victor's performance in the arena, and the way he used her clan's lightning power, the way he dominated his opponent, made her very curious. Not to mention that man has the powers of the three clans. Why did my beloved daughter hide him from me? Natasha asked herself. She totally forgot about Tatsuya, her sister's son. That's something I want to know too. Who would have thought that boy would become that? Agnes' eyes were similar to Natasha's, and they were sparkling with curiosity. Initially, she had no interest in Violet's new toy, but seeing this man in action, totally stunned her. A vampire who can use all three powers. And perfectly. Her curiosity was running wild, she wanted to know more about him. Scat rests her head in her hand and looks at the two women with a bored face. I'm feeling this is going to end badly. Adonis muttered. William, who heard the words of Adonis internally, began to prepare himself to flee at any time from this place as quickly as possible. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire of these crazy women. Even though one of these crazy women was his wife, he didn't want to get in the middle of a possible fight between these women. Although he is sure that in the end, Scat would win the fight. It's not that he doesn't trust his wife. It's just that he can't imagine Scat losing a fight. That woman is just on another level. Scat held up a finger. First, he is not your son-in-law. He is mine. Only mine. Huh. My 3 wives are beautiful vampires. Chapter 100, The 4 Clans of Vampire Counts. 2. Scat held up a finger. First, he is not your son-in-law. He is mine. Only mine. Huh. What nonsense is this woman talking about? Has she become senile? If that man is married to our daughters, he's our son-in-law too. Adonis and William will open their mouths in shock. Did this woman just get jealous? In the eyes of the two men, Scat act of declaring her son-in-law as her own was clearly an act of jealousy. He's a lucky man. William's eyes sparkled for a few seconds when he realized that someone had managed to win Scat affections, and it wasn't just anyone, it was a man. Adonis didn't say anything, but inwardly, he agreed with William's words. Second, he's at my house now. That should be obvious. She spoke with a face of disdain. Natasha nodded and seemed to think for a few seconds. I want permission to visit your territory. You want? Scat raised her eyebrow when she heard Natasha's tone of command. She didn't like it at all, and her eyes began to slowly change to blood red. Fuck. When Natasha realized what she said, it was too late. Bloody pressure left Scat body. Natasha's whole body felt heavy, she felt difficulty breathing, a feeling of fear covered her body. Has she gotten stronger? She clearly remembers that she wasn't so strong back then. The same was happening with Agnes, who got caught in the crossfire, she couldn't move. You two seem to misunderstand something. Scat voice sent shivers down both women's spines. Crack, crack. Her pressure was so intense that the walls, furniture, and everything around it started to break. I don't give a damn if my disciple is your son-in-law. To me, you don't mean anything. I just came here because, even though I don't care about it, my disciple is married to your daughters, and mine. Suddenly the pressure coming from her body disappeared. An uncomfortable silence descended over the place. Scat eyes returned to normal, and another shock hit the room. Why your eyes? Adonis stammered as he pointed at Scat. When everyone heard Adonis' voice, they also looked into Scat eyes, and only now did they notice that her eyes were no longer blood red like she was bloodthirsty. Scat turns her face and looks at Adonis. Oh, you are here. I didn't notice. Adonis was speechless, but it wasn't because Scat didn't realize his existence, that was normal for him. Instead, he was speechless because she managed to solve her bloodlust problem. And if she managed to solve her problem, that means she found someone to replace the husband she killed. He knows that Scat male standards were very high, and her standards are so unattainable that he doubts there is a man that one day could completely satisfy the requirements to be with the strongest female vampire. How did you solve your problem? He was quite curious now. Just who is this man she married? That is none of your business, Scat said. He was speechless again. Wasn't she colder than usual? Why is her mood so bad today? Darling? Agnes raised an eyebrow. Aren't you curious? He looked at Agnes and totally ignored his wife's gaze. I am, but... Agnes nodded, then added. It's none of our business. Haha, glad you understand, Scat flashed a cold smile. The group won't lie and say they weren't curious, but they don't want to provoke Scat ire for something small like this. As much as they are curious. Dying of curiosity. Agnes and Natasha were a little shocked internally by something else too. Without them noticing, Scat got stronger again. It's been some time since the two women met with Scat and they clearly remember she wasn't as strong as she is now. If their memory serves, the last time they spoke to Scat was when Ruby was kidnapped in the past, and, at the time, Ruby was 3 years old, and currently Ruby is 21, which means this monster just got stronger in just 18 years. This is impossible. The strength of an older vampire doesn't grow that fast. Something must have happened. Stopping to think, Violet also had a sudden increase in strength. Agnes' eyes sparkled a little. Maybe it's my son-in-law's fault. She unknowingly spoke aloud. Scat smile broke, and she looked coldly at Agnes. Agnes felt uncomfortable when she saw Scat face, and she quickly changed the subject. Scat, I ask your permission to visit your house. I want to see my daughter's new husband. Scat eyes became more neutral, and then she said, okay, I give permission. Was it that easy? And what was that whole show a few minutes ago? Agnes was speechless. Agnes thinks for a moment, and then she understands. Oh, it's been a few years, and I've already forgotten how to treat this woman. Scat temper was very different from what she remembered. She is calmer. Normally, she was very intense, and because of that, she forgot the basics of how to treat Scat. This is something all vampires should know when encountering Scat. Be humble, or you'll get your ass kicked by her. Agnes had completely forgotten about that. The same happened with Natasha. Scat, can I visit my daughter and her new husband? Scat looked at Natasha. Yeah, of course, you can. A smile threatened to break out of Natasha's neutral face, but she held back. But before that... Luna. Scat voice echoed through the mansion. Yesh, suddenly, a white-haired Russian maid appeared. Were you sleeping? I was not. Wipe your mouth first. You're drooling. Scat rolled her eyes. Luna quickly wipes her mouth and looks to Scat for any order from her. Deliver the contracts to these guests. She pointed to Agnes and Natasha. Yes. Luna disappeared, and a few seconds later, she returned with several golden contracts in hand. And us? The men asked. Scat just waves a hand for Luna to hand over the contract to them too. Right after that, Scat totally ignored the two men since, in her view, the two men weren't worth her time. The white-haired man was only good for being handsome, and the other man had the same purpose as the first man, but unlike the first man who tries to be useful, the other is just a waste of air. And to make her mood even worse, which is bad since she knows that today is Victor's date with Violet, the two men reek of talentlessness. She spent so much time with Victor that she completely forgot that other men aren't like him. What is it? Coming out of her thoughts, Scat looks at Agnes. Are you blind? Or are you illiterate? Okay, her mood isn't good today, just what happened to her mood, it's so dark? Agnes thought. Why this contract? I just want to see my daughter's husband. Natasha spoke. Tisk. Scat clicked her tongue with visible annoyance. Listen. The contract is simple. You must sign and keep all the information you learn from my disciple to yourself, and if this contract is broken, I will know. Her eyes glittered dangerously. And I will pay you a visit. Agnes' eyes flashed in annoyance. Scat-hack. Are you threatening me? Yes, you're strong, but you can't fight alone. She was going to keep saying that Scat-hack couldn't fight alone with an entire clan of vampire counts, but she couldn't continue her words. Agnes. Scat-hack's voice came out in a demonic tone that left Agnes completely paralyzed. Don't make my mood worse. Or I promise you, the next words you say will be your death sentence. Everyone felt a chill rising in their spines, their bodies froze, they couldn't move, they swallowed their saliva. In front of her, they just looked like scared children. Was she that angry? They could see that she was being very serious this time, and they knew that if they teased her any further, she would do what she promised. Master. Luna felt her master go back to what she was before she met Victor. Slowly, the pressure coming off of Scat-hack's body began to fade, and as she spoke, she clearly wasn't in the mood for more bullshit today. The contract is simple. Shut the fuck up about my disciple. I don't want to hear any leaked information about him. By doing that, you can see my son-in-law. It's simple, right? She is very overprotective. That's what everyone thought. It is common knowledge that it is quite difficult to find information about the clan of Scat-hack, and why. It's just that the woman herself is very overprotective with her daughters. She hides any kind of information about her daughters from the public, and the Ruby incident made her very paranoid. And everyone in this room knows she only gives her daughters that kind of treatment. After all, they signed a similar contract and their clan heirs began to bond with Ruby. They also understand that Scat-hack would not allow her daughter to marry someone useless or talentless. And when they remembered Victor's fight, they understood that he screamed potential. The curiosity of the vampires present was once again piqued. Just who is this man who managed to cause such a strong reaction in this crazy woman? They needed to know. They needed to meet this man. After a moment of silence, the group signed the contract since they were just too curious to step back now. Good. Scat-hack flashed a small, cold smile when she saw the group signing the contract. Previous index neck.